Introduction Asterisk. Rhaegar Targaryen, the Silver Prince, son of the Mad King, elder brother of the Beggar King and the Mother of Dragons, the last true dragon. His life came to an abrupt end on the banks of the river, named after the ruby set in his breastplate, fleeting as the blood of the stars that fell during the wrong spring. People could scarcely discern which side of the coin he represented. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin. Would he ascend to the throne as a wise king, inheriting the 7 kingdoms conquered by his ancestors? Or would he, in a moment of madness akin to his reckless abduction of Lyanna Stark that ignited the flames of war, become the next Mad King? Westeros shaped the Targaryens, elevating this once mighty family from the freehold of Valyria. Yet perhaps it also led to their ruin. His descendants found themselves trapped at the edge of this known world, a vast island of isolation. The Targaryens rode dragons, destined to be the freest souls in the realm. But that hideous Iron Throne ensnared the last true dragon with the ease of a child tugging at a kite string. The mighty dragon languished in its prison-like lair, while the true dragons were confined within the stench-ridden walls of King's Landing. Perhaps the title of Conqueror could bear the suffix the second. The Mother of Dragons could have 2 counterparts. Cruel Maegor could transform into Heavy Maegor. The blade of Blackfire would no longer point towards Westeros, and the splendor of Valyria would extend beyond the ancient tomes of the Citadel. Perhaps a Song of Ice and Fire could weave a grander tapestry. Chapter 1. The Silver Prince at the Bend of Fate. When destiny turned a corner before the towering walls. Since the Targaryen family from the Valyrian Peninsula conquered Westeros, the realm adopted a unified calendar known as the Aegon calendar, named after its conqueror. It was now the 283rd year of its use. In the moment when Robert's warhammer shattered the ruby upon his chest, Rhaegar pondered this with an inexplicable sense. Blood flowed from the seams of his silver armor, mingling with the icy waters of the Trident as winter blanketed the land, marking the end of the wrong spring. The frigid river snatched away his blood and fire, using the opulent armor as its bridge, indifferent to his plight. Rhaegar felt the world around him darken, yet the figures in his mind grew ever clearer. Lyanna, Elia, little Aegon, Viserys, his father, mother, Arthur, Jon, and others. Each gaze filled with concern and expectation flickered through his consciousness, brimming with emotion. Rhaegar's eyelids began to droop. Robert, reveling in victory and the cheers of his soldiers, gradually calmed, yet his characteristic hearty laughter echoed. The Storm and the Coalition soldiers deemed him a reincarnation of the Laughing Storm. He approached the fallen Rhaegar, his expression a portrait of prideful triumph. By the 7, the damned Targaryen, you've finally lain down. Robert's curse rang out, his voice booming as if he bore no wounds. His shouts reverberated across the battlefield. Upon witnessing Rhaegar's defeat, the Targaryen army, though not immediately scattering, unmistakably saw the tide of victory shift towards the alliance of Starks and Baratheons. Rhaegar, answer me, where is Lyanna? Where is she? Rhaegar lacked the strength to respond to Robert's inquiries. He felt his limbs dissipate, his body grow lighter, knowing he would soon encounter the enigmatic stranger. Seeing Rhaegar's silence, Robert ceased his tirade and slowly approached his fallen form. Loyal soldiers of the Targaryens surged forward, yet none could breach the protective net of the Stag Knights. Robert held his warhammer, which even his friend Ned could barely lift, poised to deliver a blow more brutal than the last. Yet he soon relaxed, cursing in frustration as he viciously kicked Rhaegar's polished armor. Battle-hardened Robert understood all too well Rhaegar was dead. The next will be your damned father and those silver-haired bastards. Rhaegar Targaryen perished in the year 283 AC of the Aegon calendar during the War of Usurper. In the era preceding the conquest, 700 BC, in Essos, on the Valyrian Peninsula, in the region of the 14 Flames, lay the Valyrian Republic. Valyria was a city built around the 14 Flames, the largest in the world, far surpassing the greatest cities established by the defeated Giscari and Loinor, Old Guys, and Croyane. For a millennium, the dragonlords had drawn countless slaves from across Essos to feed the insatiable pride and greed of Valyrian citizens. Now, Valyria had become the epicenter of civilization, the greatest city ever known, adorned with countless towering spires and the iconic sphinxes that symbolized its grandeur, with high towers reserved for the esteemed dragonlords, preserving their godlike images. Volantis boasted the Black Wall, an elliptical fortification crafted from ancient Valyrian techniques. Rhaegar had only heard tales, but had never witnessed it, nor had he seen a dragon, save for the black dragon skull displayed in the throne room. Upon awakening, Rhaegar was engulfed in confusion. The dented armor and the absence of a ruby served as constant reminders of a miraculous resurrection. Before him loomed the immense black wall, the sky tinged with a yellowish-red hue, and the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, suggesting something far more astonishing than mere resurrection. By the 7, Rhaegar's handsome visage stiffened, his indigo eyes wide with shock. What is this place? He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, seeking a semblance of comfort. Oi, citizen. Rhaegar turned towards the voice, spotting a group of casually dressed, lightly armored soldiers approaching him. They were clad in light armor, each wielding a spear, led by a youth slightly shorter than Rhaegar, remarkably young, with not even the beginnings of a beard, merely a hint of fuzz at the corners of his mouth. More strikingly, they all bore silver hair and violet eyes, handsome features characteristic of pure-blooded Valyrians. Rhaegar was taken aback. Prior to his awakening, no pure Valyrians had ever patrolled in such a relaxed manner in desolate lands. Oi, citizen, which house are you from? The youth inquired again. This time, Rhaegar realized the language spoken was pure Valyrian. I am, of House Targaryen. He hesitated before responding truthfully, using the Valyrian tongue to validate the absurd notion brewing in his mind. Oh, that family known for its madness. The officer nodded knowingly, his voice still youthful, and then asked, What is your house's tongue again? If I recall correctly, you indeed possess such a thing. The officer appeared to engage in leisurely conversation, yet Rhaegar observed that the soldiers behind him remained tense and vigilant. Blood and fire, he uttered in High Valyrian. The officer's demeanor remained unchanged, but with a subtle gesture, the soldiers visibly relaxed. Rhaegar found the officer commendable. He had not encountered anyone of such caliber at this age in Westeros. May I inquire your name? Rhaegar asked, planting his sword firmly in the ground beside him. The youth's relaxed expression faded, replaced by a serious demeanor, his violet eyes gleaming with intensity. I hail from House Targaryen, he asserted, the foremost family. Chapter 2. Old Valyria. House Targaryen. This was the first time Rhaegar had heard of such a lineage. The only dragonlord family he was familiar with, aside from his own, was the so-called Emperor of Valyria, Aegon. He concealed his ignorance, opting for silence while exhibiting a faint respect. Though Rhaegar was unaware of the true strength of House Targaryen, he understood that the Targaryens held a lower rank among the dragonlords. In his heart, a storm had begun to brew. He realized he had arrived in Valyria, not the decaying ruins filled with malevolent curses and unknown terrors he had read about, but the grandest city in the world prior to the cataclysm, the mightiest nation known to man, ancient Valyria at its zenith, boasting thousands of dragons. Rhaegar steeled his thoughts, deciding to focus on the present matters at hand. Even in Valyria, the Targaryens were at the pinnacle of noble power. Yet, Rhaegar could not be certain whether the Targaryen family would recognize him, a prince of a distant future. For his own safety, he chose to exercise caution. Usurper Valerion, noticing Rhaegar's deference, took some pleasure in it. Now, nameless Targaryen, be on your way from the walls, he added, exuding arrogance. Were it not for the great Usurper of House Valerion, you'd surely be accosted by my colleagues for your foreign rags. You would then be left hoping that your peculiar attire contained enough coin to appease my avaricious companions. Rhaegar glanced at the well-crafted armor made by the finest smiths of King's Landing, which would fetch a considerable sum there. Yet here in Valyria, this elegantly adorned armor was dismissed as the rags of a foreign commoner by a mere gate officer. Oh, it is indeed no longer worth 1,000 golden dragons, Rhaegar mused, observing the chilling dents and missing embellishments on his chest, deciding he ought to seek a smith for repairs. Well then, farewell, Lord Valerion. Rhaegar unsheathed his sword and bid the youth goodbye, refraining from bowing, for he was uncertain of the Valyrian customs regarding salutations, having never been taught how to bow to the Valyrians of ages past. Usurper watched the departing figure, slightly tilting his head, prompting a soldier to stealthily follow. Let us hope for commendation. The Valyrian walls were astonishingly vast and elongated, and Rhaegar was thankful that he did not feel hunger or thirst at that moment. He recalled his wife, Elia, speaking of Dorne's deserts, where travelers would carry ample provisions and water before setting forth, lest they perish before reaching the next oasis. History had shown that Dorne retained its princely title rather than being reduced to dukedom after the Targaryens conquered the Seven Kingdoms, thanks in large part to the desert's challenges. Elia, Rhaegar longed for his family, acutely aware that his actions had ignited this war. He could only wish for their safety, for he was certain that once he was gone, the royal family would be unable to wage further conflict. The loyal soldiers of House Targaryen in the Stormlands had already been led to the Trident, their fate likely sealed by Robert's coalition. It was a pity for those loyal soldiers, and Rhaegar could not suppress a mournful shake of his head, lamenting their fate. The Targaryen legacy was destined for a grim conclusion, though the degree of his despair hinged on his father's thoughts that day. Rhaegar merely hoped it would not be too deranged. At this thought, despair washed over him. "I cannot dwell on this any longer," Rhaegar admonished himself. Yet only the most devout of monks could effortlessly control their thoughts. Rhaegar found it impossible to quiet his mind. Thus, he resolved to conjure more pleasant thoughts. If fate permitted, he hoped his mother would bear more children for the sparsely populated royal family. After the tragedy at Summerhall, their numbers had dwindled to the point where the lords under their sway began to feel emboldened. If possible, Rhaegar wished for his mother's next child to be a sister. With himself and Viserys as the only male heirs, an additional princess would allow Rhaenys to grow alongside a sister. With these whimsical fantasies, Rhaegar felt somewhat lighter on his feet. As he walked, the sounds of human activity ahead grew increasingly pronounced. The first sight that met his eyes was the broad, black road stretching from afar, a unique creation of Valyrian black stone craftsmanship. Valyria had invested eons in constructing the Valyrian Road, which spanned half the continent of Essos. Even after centuries, it remained a vital thoroughfare for merchants, marauders, and armies, conjuring visions of the lost empire's grandeur. Flanking the road were colossal sphinxes, their massive black stone forms featuring dragon bodies and female faces. Their surfaces were smooth and polished, with eyes of exquisite garnet. They sat in solemn majesty along the roadside. A lengthy procession carried treasures from all known realms, presenting Valyria with exotic goods, handcrafted artifacts, and people from distant lands. Indeed, there were people from all corners: Undulls, Rhoynar, Giscari, Dothraki from the grasslands, and even wildlings from the north of Westeros. Following Valyria's triumph over the ancient Giscari Empire in 5 wars, it had effectively dominated the western half of Essos. Moreover, it acquired not only the lands and wealth of the Giscari Empire, but also its slave trade. Valyrian citizens and dragonlords required vast numbers of slaves to maintain the operations of this immense nation, thus rendering the slave trade one of Valyria's most lucrative industries. In this bustling metropolis, one could effortlessly procure goods from every nation and region, as well as people from those very lands. "What a desecration," Rhaegar murmured. The gates, several times the size of the entrance to the dragon pit in King's Landing, once again showcased Valyria's splendor, wide as the Marys and tall as the Balerion. The expansive gates were adorned with intricate relief sculptures, totaling 6 in number, their surfaces glazed with dragon glass, exuding an overwhelming sense of weight. The depictions included gods, history, warfare, sphinxes, and predominantly, dragons of various forms. It was unfathomable what mechanism could close such a portal. Or perhaps the resplendent and formidable Valyria had never contemplated the need to close its gates. How could Valyria fall? Rhaegar, possessing the visage of an esteemed Valyrian noble and articulating fluent High Valyrian, was granted entry by the guards at the gate, despite his peculiar attire. Unfortunately, the entrance he chose was the one closest to the slave trading district of Valyria. Yet in Westeros, the slave trade is strictly forbidden. "Oh, 7 gods above," he uttered, though Rhaegar did not truly subscribe to the faith of the 7. As a knight who had once undergone the anointing ritual, he held no particular disdain for the deities who preached justice, mercy, bravery, purity, diligence, wisdom, and the acceptance of death. Moreover, it was customary for the people of Westeros to exclaim such sentiments when confronted with perplexing circumstances. "This is Valyria, introduction, Rhaegar Targaryen, the Silver Prince, son of the Mad King, brother to the Beggar King and the Mother of Dragons, the last true dragon. His life met its untimely end upon the banks named after the ruby on his breastplate, far too brief, reminiscent of the blood of stars that fell during a wrong spring. People could not even discern which side of the coin he represented. Whenever a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin. Would he ascend as the wise king that all hoped for, inheriting the 7 kingdoms conquered by his ancestors? Or would he, in a moment of madness, take away Lyanna Stark, igniting the flames of war throughout the realm, becoming the next Mad King? Westeros shaped the Targaryens, elevating this low-born family of dragonlords for Valyria. Yet perhaps it was also Westeros that led to their ruin. His descendants found themselves trapped at the edge of the known world, this vast solitary isle. The Targaryens, who should have been the freest of all, rode dragons. Yet that grotesque iron throne ensnared the last true dragon with ease, much like a child tugging on a kite string. The great dragon remained confined within its prison-like lair, while the true dragons languished in the foul air of King's Landing. Perhaps the title of the conqueror could be adorned with the second. The mother of dragons could have two namesakes, and cruel Rhaegar could transform into heavy Rhaegar, with the blade of Blackfire no longer aimed at Westeros, and the splendor of Valyria no longer confined to ancient tomes in the Citadel. Perhaps the Song of Ice and Fire could be even more grand. Chapter 1. The Silver Prince at the Turn of Fate. When fate took a turn before the High Walls. Since the Targaryen family from the Valyrian Peninsula conquered Westeros, the realm adopted a unified calendar, the Aegon calendar, named after its conqueror. At this moment, it was the 283rd year of its use. As the ruby was shattered by Robert's warhammer upon his breast, Rhaegar found himself lost in thought. Blood poured from the seams of his silver armor, mingling with the icy waters of the Trident. Winter had set in, and the wrong spring had come to an end. The frigid waters seized his blood and fire, using the lavish armor as a bridge without hesitation. Rhaegar sensed the world around him growing darker, yet the figures in his mind became increasingly vivid. Lyanna, Elia, young Aegon, Viserys, father, mother, Arthur, Jon, and others. Each gaze filled with concern or expectation flickered through his consciousness, laden with emotion. His eyelids began to droop. Robert, reveling in victory and the cheers of his soldiers, gradually calmed but could not suppress his boisterous laughter. The storm had returned, and he jested with the other soldiers of the Alliance, who dubbed him the Laughing Storm. He approached the fallen Rhaegar, pride etched upon his face, a reflection of a man's most triumphant moments. By the seven, damn the Targaryen bastard, you finally lay down. Robert's curses echoed, his booming voice unwavering, as if he bore no wounds. The battlefield reverberated with his shouts. The Targaryen forces, witnessing Rhaegar's defeat, did not immediately scatter, yet it was evident to all that victory had decisively turned to the alliance of stags, wolves, and eagles. Rhaegar, answer me. Where is Lyanna? Where is she? Rhaegar lacked the strength to respond to Robert's inquiry. He felt his limbs fading, his body growing lighter. He knew he was on the brink of meeting the stranger, who had been exceedingly busy of late. Robert, seeing Rhaegar's silence, ceased his shouting and slowly approached the silver-haired figure on the ground. Loyal soldiers to the Targaryens rushed forward, but none could penetrate the protective barrier of the Stag Knights. Robert halted, weapon in hand. The warhammer his friend Ned could barely lift, poised to deliver a blow even more brutal than the last. But soon, he relaxed, muttering a curse and viciously kicking Rhaegar's polished armor. Battle-hardened, Robert understood all too well that Rhaegar was dead. The next will be your damned father and those silver-haired bastards. Rhaegar Targaryen perished in the year 283 AC of the Aegon calendar during the War of Usurper. Before the conquest, in 700 BC, on the continent of Essos, Valyrian Peninsula, the region of 14 Flames, the Valyrian Republic. Valyria was a city built around the 14 Flames, now the largest city in the world, far exceeding the grandest cities established by the defeated Giscari and Lyseni, Old Guys and Karth. For a millennium, the dragonlords had drawn slaves from across Essos to satisfy the ever-growing pride and greed of Valyrian citizens. Now, Valyria stood as the center of the civilized world, the greatest city ever known. It boasted countless towers and buildings adorned with sphinxes, which symbolized Valyria, while the towers served as residences for the exalted dragonlords, maintaining their semi-divine image in the eyes of outsiders. Volantis possessed the Black Wall, an oval fortification constructed from ancient Valyrian craftsmanship. Rhaegar had only heard of it but had never seen it, nor had he ever witnessed a dragon, having only seen a black dragon skull displayed in the throne room. Upon awakening, Rhaegar found himself enveloped in confusion. The dinted armor and the void left by the ruby, now fallen, incessantly reminded him of a miraculous resurrection. Yet the imposing black wall before him, the dimly lit sky tinged with red, and the pervasive scent of sulfur in the air seemed to reveal something even more astonishing than resurrection. By the seven, Rhaegar's handsome visage was rigid, his indigo eyes wide with shock. What is this place? He mused, tightening his grip on the sword in hand, seeking a modicum of solace. Oi, citizen. Rhaegar turned towards the voice and beheld a group of casually dressed, lightly armed soldiers approaching. They wore simple armor and brandished spears, led by a young man slightly shorter than Rhaegar, appearing exceedingly youthful, not even sporting a beard, with only the faintest hint of fuzz at the corners of his mouth. More importantly, they all possessed silver hair and violet eyes, handsome features, the hallmark of pure Valyrians. Rhaegar felt astonished. Prior to his awakening, pure Valyrians would not have been seen patrolling in such a relaxed manner in desolate areas. "Oi, citizen, which house do you belong to?" the young leader inquired again. This time, Rhaegar realized the question was posed in pure Valyrian. "I am of House Targaryen." Rhaegar hesitated but answered truthfully. Indeed, he spoke in Valyrian. He wished to validate the absurd notion that lingered in his mind. "Oh, that family known for its madness." The officer nodded knowingly, his voice still youthful, then queried, "What is your house's language again? If I recall correctly, you do possess such a thing." The officer appeared to engage in leisurely conversation, yet Rhaegar discerned that the soldiers behind him remained tense. "Blood and fire, Perses Anagar," Rhaegar articulated in High Valyrian this time. The officer's relaxed demeanor did not waver. However, with a mere gesture, the soldiers behind him visibly eased. Rhaegar found the officer commendable, for he had yet to encounter anyone of such caliber at this young age in Westeros. "May I inquire your name?" Rhaegar sheathed his sword into the ground beside him, directing his question toward the youth. The boy's carefree expression faded, replaced by a serious countenance, his violet eyes gleaming with intensity. "I hail from House Balerion," the boy asserted, "the foremost house." Chapter 2. Old Valyria. House Balerion? This was the first time Rhaegar had heard of this lineage. Apart from his own family, the only other house he recognized was that of the so-called Valyrian Emperor Aegon. Rhaegar concealed his ignorance, opting for silence while exhibiting a semblance of respect. Though he lacked knowledge about the true might of House Balerion, it did not escape him that the Targaryens ranked quite low among the dragonlords. Moreover, he sensed the tempest brewing within him. He was certain he had arrived in Valyria, not the desolate ruins he had read about, steeped in malevolent curses and unknown terrors, but rather the grandest city of the world before the cataclysm, the mightiest nation known to man, ancient Valyria at its zenith, boasting thousands of dragons. Rhaegar forced himself to rein in his thoughts, determined to address the immediate situation with diligence. Even in Valyria, the Targaryens were at the pinnacle of noble power. However, Rhaegar could not ascertain whether this current Targaryen family would recognize him, a prince from years hence. For the sake of his safety, he chose to exercise caution. Sular Balerion, noticing Rhaegar's respectful demeanor despite his own towering and handsome countenance, felt a sense of satisfaction. "Well then, unknown Targaryen, be swift in departing the walls," he added, exuding arrogance. "Were it not for the greatness of Sular from Balerion, your ragged attire would surely invite scorn from my colleagues. In such a case, you would be left hoping that your peculiar garb contained sufficient coin to appease my avaricious companions." Rhaegar glanced at his finely crafted armor, made by the best smiths of King's Landing, worth at least 1,000 gold dragons there. Yet here in Valyria, this beautifully adorned, gleaming armor was dismissed as ragged attire of a foreign peasant by a mere gate officer. "Oh, indeed, it is no longer worth 1,000 gold dragons," Rhaegar mused, observing the terrifying dents and missing embellishments on his chestplate, realizing he ought to seek a smith for repairs. "Then, farewell, my lord Balerion." Rhaegar unsheathed his sword and bid the youth goodbye, refraining from bowing, as he was uncertain of the proper courtesies of ancient Valyrian nobility, having received no guidance on how to salute a Valyrian from so long ago. Sular watched the departing figure, and with a slight tilt of his head, a soldier stealthily followed. Let's hope for merit. The walls of Valyria were astonishingly vast and lengthy, and Rhaegar felt fortunate that he was neither hungry nor thirsty at that moment. He recalled his wife, Elia, mentioning that in the deserts of Dorne, travelers would carry as much food and water as possible before embarking, for none could survive the journey to the next oasis without provisions. Dorne's desert played a significant role in preserving its princely title rather than a ducal one after the Targaryens conquered the Seven Kingdoms. Elia, Rhaegar longed for his family, acutely aware of the pain he caused them, realizing his actions had ignited this war. He could only hope for their safety, for he was certain that after his demise, the royal family would be incapable of further resistance. The loyal soldiers in the Riverlands had already been led to the Trident, most likely destined for annihilation by Robert's coalition. It was a lamentable fate for those who followed him, and Rhaegar could not suppress a sigh, mourning their destiny. The Targaryens' eventual downfall was already predestined. Only the extent of their despair depended on his father's thoughts that day, and Rhaegar hoped they would not be too deranged. This thought plunged Rhaegar into despair. I must not dwell on this, Rhaegar admonished himself. Yet, only the most devout of monks could command their thoughts at will, and Rhaegar found it impossible to still his restless heart. Thus, he resolved to think of better things. If it were possible, Rhaegar wished for his mother to bear more offspring for their dwindling royal line. After the tragedy at Summerhall, their numbers had diminished to the point where the lords below began to stir restlessly. If it were possible, Rhaegar hoped his mother's next child would be a sister. With himself and Viserys as the only two male heirs, an additional princess would allow Rhaenys to grow up alongside a sister. With those fanciful thoughts, Rhaegar felt a lightness in his step. As he walked, the sounds of human activity grew increasingly distinct. The first sight that greeted Rhaegar was the expansive black road stretching forth, a testament to Valyria's unique craftsmanship in black stone. Valyria had invested great time and effort into constructing the Valyrian Road, which spanned half of Essos, and even centuries later, it remained a primary thoroughfare for merchants, bandits, and armies, allowing people to dream of the lost grandeur of the kingdom. Next, he beheld the colossal Sphinx statues flanking the road, their massive black stone forms possessing the bodies of dragons and the faces of women. Their surfaces were smooth and polished, with eyes of exquisite garnet. They sat silently by the roadside, exuding an aura of immense majesty. A lengthy procession approached, laden with the treasures of the known world, presenting Valyria with exotic goods, crafts, and people from distant lands. Indeed, people from all corners of the world, Undulls, Rhoynars, Giscari, Dothraki horsemen, and even wildlings from the north of Westeros. Following Valyria's victories in 5 wars against the ancient Giscari Empire, it had effectively dominated the western continent of Essos. In doing so, it not only acquired the lands and riches of the Giscari Empire, but also its slave trade. Valyrian citizens and dragonlords required vast numbers of slaves to sustain the operations of this colossal nation. Thus, the slave trade became one of Valyria's most lucrative industries. In this most prosperous city of the world, one could easily procure products from all nations and regions, as well as the people of those lands. What a sacrilege, Rhaegar murmured. The gate, several times the size of the entrance to the dragon pit in King's Landing, once again showcased Valyria's splendor, wide as Malaise and towering as Balerion. The grand gates were adorned with intricate reliefs, totaling 6 panels, their surfaces covered in dragon glass, exuding an overwhelming sense of weight. The scenes depicted deities, history, warfare, sphinxes, and, predominantly, dragons of all varieties. It was unfathomable how such a gate could ever be closed. Or perhaps the magnificent and formidable Valyria never intended to close it. For how could Valyria fall? Rhaegar, possessing the visage of a noble of high Valyrian descent and articulating fluently in the Valyrian tongue, was granted entry by the guards at the gate, despite his eccentric attire. Unfortunately, the portal he had chosen to enter was the one closest to the slave trading district of Valyria. Yet, in Westeros, the slave trade is strictly prohibited. "Oh, the 7 gods above," he exclaimed, while Rhaegar did not adhere to the faith of the 7. As a knight who had once undergone the anointing ceremony, he could not claim to harbor any disdain for the principles of justice, mercy, courage, purity, diligence, wisdom, and the acceptance of death that the 7 espoused. Moreover, it was customary for the people of Westeros to express such sentiments when confronted with matters beyond their comprehension. This is Valyria. Chapter 3. The astonishing Valyria, the myriad of individuals traversing the streets, was the most diverse array that Rhaegar had ever encountered in his lifetime. Yet, it was the Valyrian populace, with their lustrous silver and golden hair, that evoked an ineffable sense of belonging within him. As he listened to the somewhat unfamiliar Valyrian tongue, he found himself increasingly immersed in the peculiarities of this realm, where strange sights and bizarre languages seemed to stretch into infinity. Unbeknownst to him, he himself was perceived as the most peculiar figure among the throngs, an exalted Valyrian garbed in eccentric attire, wandering alone through the slave market. Towering castles and lofty spires, the expansive black stone roads of Valyria, meticulously arranged urban layouts, and the spirited demeanor of silver-haired Valyrians surrounded him. In a moment of dazed reverie, Rhaegar murmured in the common tongue of Westeros, "By the 7, the gods above. How magnificent! 8,000 golden dragons. For the sake of the gods, it cannot be more. Less than that. A fine horseman and his bloodsworn would each command 1,000 gold pieces, let alone this." As the commotion ahead piqued his curiosity, Rhaegar squeezed through the crowd. Today marked the occasion when he witnessed the largest number of slaves, and it was also the first time he laid eyes upon a giant. The foul-smelling behemoth was seated upon the ground, towering at approximately 3 meters and 40 centimeters, rendering Rhaegar, who stood at 1 meter 85, diminutive in comparison. His upper body was ensnared by several thick iron chains, and his visage bore a tumultuous blend of humiliation and fury. He incessantly uttered an ancient and fervent language, albeit with a monotonous and repetitive vocabulary, revealing his lack of intellectual acuity. Rhaegar could not discern the animal from which the tattered pelts adorning the giant's form were derived, but based on legends and the size of the enormous hide, he speculated it to be the mammoth, a colossal creature that could measure between 6 to 7 meters in length, as described by the Northerners. Valyrian could easily consume a mammoth, he thought, inexplicably. Amidst the crowd, 2 elegantly dressed Valyrians were embroiled in a fierce dispute, exhibiting the quintessential nature of merchants pursuing profit and vowing to save themselves yet another gold piece. 111,000 gold pieces. It cannot be lower. This glutton consumes the food of 10 men daily. And I lost a dozen good men transporting him from across the narrow sea. 109,000 gold pieces. This is my bottom line. Having never witnessed a slave trade before, Rhaegar found the scene reminiscent of purchasing a chicken in the slums of King's Landing, with the sole distinction being the price. 100,000 gold pieces. A resounding voice echoed, drawing Rhaegar's gaze along with the crowd's attention. A cluster of silver-haired heads turned simultaneously in the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. This is the base price set by House Vastes. A rotund man, clad in simple yet luxurious garments, ambled forth. The proclamation had originated from one of his attendants, who was busily directing the crowd. "May I inquire, esteemed citizens?" The rotund figure spoke, his voice reminiscent of a high-pitched tone. "Might we bring an end to your feudal quarrel?" The 2 merchants, embroiled in their dispute, ceased their bickering at the mention of the 10,000 gold coins, their bodies tensing like children caught in mischief by an adult upon hearing the name of House Vastes. "Of course, my lord. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, esteemed sir." The silver-haired, portly man merely inclined his head slowly, maintaining an air of arrogance. Upon his nod, the nearby servant advanced to converse with the merchant, while the buyer, seeing the portly man's acquiescence, swiftly withdrew. Yet the rotund gentleman did not linger to admire his peculiar acquisition, but instead made his way toward the crowd. More specifically, he approached the most conspicuous individual within it. "Greetings, esteemed citizen." The portly man stood before Rhaegar, raising his right hand, palm forward, fingers united. "May I inquire your name?" Rhaegar mirrored the gesture, lifting his own right hand, and replied, "Rhaegar." This time, he hesitated slightly, opting to present himself simply as a commoner by stating only his first name. "Ah, Rhaegar?" The portly man furrowed his brow. "Very well, my lord. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vornir, the steward of House Vastes, and I wish to extend an offer of employment to you." "What sort of employment?" Rhaegar was no stranger to such propositions, for in Westeros, hiring knights was a commonplace affair. They pursued wars like crows following carrion, and in times of peace, they became harbingers of chaos. Vornir chuckled lightly. "You possess a fine sense of humor, my lord." Turning, he gestured for Rhaegar to follow. "Given your attire, what else could it pertain to other than the affairs of that backward enclave across the narrow sea?" Rhaegar hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to follow. From the reactions of the 2 merchants and the crowd, he discerned that Vornir likely served a powerful family and was improbable to engage in the nefarious trade of human trafficking himself. For the sake of his future, Rhaegar resolved to accompany him. He shook off his shoulders, feeling the comforting weight of his armor and the sword at his side, bolstering his sense of security. Vornir led Rhaegar toward a massive mode of transport, a Valyrian elephant adorned with a small dwelling on its back. As they approached, a servant waiting beside the elephant eagerly cracked the whip, prompting the beast to kneel, swiftly opening the door to the dwelling atop its back, and striking a nearby slave with the whip. The slave remained silent, hastily maneuvering a wooden step to the side of the elephant, then kneeling to place the thickly carpeted step upon his back. Vornir naturally ascended the step, entering the dwelling and seating himself on a hand-woven carpet. He retrieved a bottle of wine from a nearby chest and poured himself a glass. Rhaegar hesitated momentarily before stepping up and swiftly entering the dwelling. As the servant closed the door, Rhaegar turned his gaze toward the clamorous slave market outside. He cast a sympathetic glance at a slave who was silently struggling to rise from the ground. Once the door was shut, 2 sharp cracks of the whip echoed in the air. Vornir, discarding his empty bottle, slurred with a breath of wine. "Pray tell, have you recently found yourself with an abundance of leisure?" Rhaegar composed his emotions and nodded. "That is splendid." Vornir chuckled joyously and reached for another bottle of exquisite wine, which Rhaegar noted was even chilled. "Would you care for a glass? The sweet wine from Volantis is delightful when served cold." Vornir raised the bottle, gesturing amicably to Rhaegar. Upon Rhaegar's nod, He appeared elated and personally fetched a glass, pouring a serving of the icy wine. Rhaegar took a slight sip, marveling at its exquisite flavor. Beyond the chill that alleviated its sweetness, this glass of Valentine's sweet wine surpassed any he had previously tasted. Rhaegar recalled the wine-tasting lessons from the court tutors and discerned that this wine's quality far exceeded that of the bottle he had once savored. Resisting the urge for another sip, he picked up the elegantly rimmed glass and scrutinized the unique elixir within. Observing Rhaegar's adept swirling technique, Vorner proudly began to narrate the origins of his bottle. At this moment, his words flowed freely. "Ah, esteemed citizen, do forgive my rambling. I possess few passions. Only wine can shatter my otherwise concise and efficient manner of speech." Vorner beamed with enthusiasm, a warm smile gracing his face. His hand, resting on the carpet, reached toward the exposed wooden beams of the adjacent wall, tapping gently. Rhaegar heard another crack of the whip outside and felt a slight tremor beneath him, though overall, the steadiness remained intact. He glanced at his sturdy black armor, mentally estimating the journey ahead to King's Landing. A flicker of concern crossing his mind about whether this not-so-mighty dwarf elephant could endure. "So, esteemed citizen," Rhaegar turned his attention back to Vorner, noting that his face bore no trace of the earlier jovial drinking. "Might I inquire if you would be willing to journey to Westeros?" Chapter 4. The Maiden and the Dragon. Westeros. Rhaegar's heart surged tumultuously at the mere utterance of the name. "Indeed, I would be most willing." Vorner observed the expressions of shock and excitement on Rhaegar's face. "It seems, Mr. Rhaegar, you are already familiar with the nature of your employment." "I believe that to be the case, Mr. Vorner." "Splendid." Vorner then closed his eyes and leaned back against the wall adorned with heavy tapestries. "Please excuse me for a brief respite. Feel free to indulge in the wines of the room." "Rest assured, Mr. Vorner." Rhaegar lowered his gaze, fixated on the glass in his hand, yet found himself devoid of any interest in the wine within. All that occupied his thoughts was the name Westeros, uttered moments ago by Vornir. How absurd it was. Even more ludicrous was the fact that he, Rhaegar Targaryen, scion of the most illustrious Valyrian nobility, had a wife descended from the line of Queen Nerys, a Loina whose homeland and mother river had been obliterated by the Valyrians. They were, in essence, akin, both arriving in Westeros with a sense of forlornness. The Loina had forsaken their former glory for the sake of survival, their civilization on the river melding entirely into the searing sands of Dorne. Only a handful of green-blooded orphans remained steadfast, clinging to the ancient culture across the narrow sea. At the time of the Targaryens' arrival in Westeros, they were even less esteemed than the Loina. At least the descendants of Nerys bore the title of Prince of Dorne, while the Targaryens were merely known as the Dukes of Dragonstone. Upon reaching Valyria, Rhaegar was struck by revelations that had eluded him in the past. Some were deliberately forgotten, while others had simply slipped into obscurity. It was often challenging to discern right from wrong in such matters. Yet casting aside the rigid perspectives of the past frequently unveiled startling truths, just as it was now. By the gods. Today marked the day Rhaegar had earnestly questioned the deities more than ever before. A sudden realization dawned upon him. He could never return. Even if his body were to arrive intact, his spirit would never again be that of a complete Westerosi. It felt as if the 14 flames had extinguished suddenly, and Rhaegar shivered in the sweltering atmosphere of Valyria. "Very well, sir," Vornir announced, rising once more to remind Rhaegar. "We have arrived." Rhaegar pushed open the door on his side, and as he stepped out from the shelter of the building into the dim yellow sunlight, he found himself momentarily transfixed. Dazed, he descended the steps brought forth by the attendant, his formidable prowess nearly faltering as he stumbled upon the broad, solid expanse of the Blackstone Plaza. Before him, a silver-scaled dragon unfurled its lavender-hued wings, the most exquisite lines Rhaegar had ever beheld, surpassing even the finest of Mill's hand-woven tapestries or the luxurious silks from distant lands. Unlike any skulls he had encountered in King's Landing, this dragon possessed a pair of beautiful, near-jade-hued horns, with a slender, triangular snout adorned by a silvery gray beak-like plate. The dragon gracefully extended its wings, spanning a full 50 meters, and descended with the elegance of Balerion, the Black Dread, making not a sound. It proudly lifted its chin, casting a shadow in the shape of a cross upon the sunlit plaza paved with massive black stones. In a daze, Rhaegar envisioned a splendid Valyrian steel sword adorned with rippling water-like patterns before him. Glyan Zosser, called the silver-haired maiden upon the dragon's back in High Valyrian, Lkagan. The young maiden stood tall, her physique remarkably mature, adorned in luxurious fabric meticulously tailored for dragon riding. A Valyrian steel circlet, embellished with a ruby, graced her smooth forehead. The dragon knight Rhaegar murmured softly, allowing Vorner to lead him towards the silver dragon. Vorner addressed the maiden, who had just descended from the dragon's wings. "Esteemed Miss Mira, this is the last attendant I have found for you, one who is knowledgeable about Westeros." Mira appraised Rhaegar with a slight nod. "What's your name?" she inquired in the common tongue. Rhaegar, shaken from the awe of the dragon, promptly replied in kind, "Rhaegar, where are you from?" She continued, "Westeros, the land of sunset." Westeros is located at the far western edge of the known world, thus earning the moniker of the Sunset Kingdom or the Western Continent. "Indeed, were you not raised in Valyria?" "In Valyrian," Mira questioned, her curiosity piqued. She had not heard of any noble Valyrian family placing such an exceptional lad in the rubbish heap of the land of sunset. "Yes, I have grown up in Westeros since I can remember." "In Valyrian. Then, Vorner, take this knight from Westeros to assess his lineage." At this juncture, Myra's interest in the strikingly handsome man before her, who bore the quintessential Valyrian features, began to blossom. However, to ensure smooth communication henceforth, Mira deemed it necessary to conduct some examinations. Vorner stepped forward at an opportune moment, gesturing for Rhaegar to proceed. "Very well, beautiful lady." Mira understood that this would be a lengthy endeavor, so she turned her attention to the silver arrow being attended to by the gray-robed dragonkeeper. Rhaegar turned towards Vorner, but Vorner extended his hand towards Rhaegar. "Sir Rhaegar, please relinquish your sword," Vorner stated. "It was my oversight to allow a stranger to wield a sword in the presence of the lady. Please do not let me err again." Of course, Rhaegar promptly unsheathed the blade at his waist, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Vorner." "It is my duty," Vorner replied, accepting the sword and skillfully drawing out half of its blade for inspection. A fine sword." But Vorner's brown eyes gleamed with intensity, observing that it was a blade recently engaged in fierce combat, its marks still fresh. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, and quite formidable. "Sir Rhaegar, I do not recall any brigands wielding colossal war hammers around Valyria. If there were, their fate would typically be to perish in the arena or within the jaws of patrolling dragons." Before Rhaegar could explain, Vorner suddenly chuckled. "It seems we need to have Lord Sudal dispatch a few capable men to thoroughly patrol the outskirts." Vorner began to walk forward, gesturing for Rhaegar to follow. "After all, it concerns our safety, does it not?" Rhaegar matched Vorner's pace, embarking on a stroll through the expansive estate. The journey was adorned with various opulent edifices and numerous enslaved individuals. However, the two did not engage in idle chatter, nor did they pause to admire their surroundings. "Well, Mr. Rhaegar, we have arrived," announced Werniel. "By the way, Mr. Rhaegar, your martial prowess appears quite impressive, traversing such a distance clad in your armor." Without waiting for Rhaegar's response, Werniel led him into a tranquil abode. Outside, 2 guards wielding short swords stood sentinel at the entrance, while 4 others patrolled with long spears. Within, only 2 slaves draped in linen stood amidst the wooden scaffolding that filled the room. Upon Werniel's arrival, one of the slaves swiftly approached, heeding Werniel's command, and soon procured a modest wooden box. Rhaegar beheld a crystal orb adorned with golden embellishments inside. "Please, place a drop of blood upon its surface. Do not worry. It shall not take long," Werniel instructed. Chapter 5, A Contest Across Time and Space. 7 stars. Werniel observed the rubies illuminating the base of the crystal orb and remarked with a smile, "Mr. Rhaegar, your lineage of dragon blood is remarkably pure." Rhaegar noted that there were a total of 10 rubies embedded in the base. Blood magic, indeed, the pride of Valyria. However, Werniel posed a question. "Mr. Rhaegar, are you truly certain you possess no surname? After all, the bloodline of 7 stars is beyond the reach of common folk." "Yes, I am certain," Rhaegar replied. "Very well. But I hope you will reconsider," Werniel suggested. Rhaegar nodded, recognizing the dissonance within himself, yet feeling powerless against the burgeoning doubts. Could he be like a dormant volcano, accumulating pressure? Or perhaps endure like a widower, grappling with a life of abstinence? Rhaegar mused to himself. "Nevertheless, congratulations are in order, Mr. Rhaegar. You have secured a position that will lead you back to your homeland," Werniel said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, Mr. Rhaegar, the Vostell family will oversee the maintenance and restoration of your weapon." Werniel gestured to the distortions and dents upon Rhaegar's chest, while his other hand raised Rhaegar's sword in indication. "I am most grateful," Rhaegar expressed, relieved by the prospect of remedying his severely damaged equipment. Werniel called to the outside, and a guard promptly entered, tasked with escorting Mr. Rhaegar to a resting place, seeking out a more suitable chamber. "Yes, my lord," the guard replied. Werniel then smiled at Rhaegar, who felt a wave of relief wash over him, his body growing somewhat languid. He scarcely had time to bid Werniel a courteous farewell before turning away, uttering a brief goodbye that would have incited the ire of his etiquette instructor. After Rhaegar departed, Werniel remained in the windowless room filled with shelves, lost in thought. He carefully cradled the crystal orb, gazing at the 7 stars that glimmered upon its surface. An odd young man indeed. The crimson glow flickered atop the glass candle. Yet, this wondrous spectacle could elicit not a shred of astonishment from Rhaegar. After the guiding guard departed, Rhaegar eagerly but awkwardly removed his armor, disregarding the dirt on his body, and collapsed onto the humble, yet clean linen bed. By the gods above, Rhaegar let out a weary sigh. Suddenly, he recalled a family ancestor's diary he had once perused, which stated that although Valyria was a polytheistic realm with numerous deities, the Targaryen family had never truly worshipped any gods. The absurd devotion to deities, even to the point of fervent piety, was a relic of the age of the old king. This revelation had astonished young Rhaegar for several days. Yet after a few days had passed, he still found himself trailing behind his mother to the great September of Baelor for prayers. Who knows if the gods could hear them? Perhaps they could not. The mortal realm was now governed by the heads of 40 families, their countless kin, and hundreds of dragonlords. Whether it be the 7, the King of Light, or some other entity, allow me to express my awe. Rhaegar placed his hand upon his forehead, hoping to calm his racing thoughts. In the past, or perhaps in the future, who could say? Such a magnificent earthly kingdom of the gods. Amidst these fanciful musings, Rhaegar drifted into slumber. Rhaegar sensed that this dream was unlike any he had experienced in the past 24 years. It was remarkably lucid. He found himself engaged in a fierce sword duel with a warrior whose face remained obscured. The warrior's skills were, in Rhaegar's estimation, on par with the fearless Barristan. And in strength, he even surpassed Rhaegar himself. With 2 longswords fluidly wielded in his hands, the warrior's defense was impenetrable, forcing Rhaegar to retreat step by step. Just earlier that day at the Blackstone Square, by his side were the newly acquainted steward, Vanir, and Miss Mila of the Voster family. The battle was arduous for Rhaegar, yet he was not without the means to retaliate. Occasional counterattacks even left his opponent somewhat flustered. However, in the dream's conclusion, Rhaegar faced an abrupt defeat. The warrior puffed his chest proudly, raising his nearly identical swords high above his head before bringing them down to cleave Rhaegar's sword in 2. As the blade shattered, Rhaegar fell to the ground. He noticed that one of the swords bore a surface adorned with rippling patterns. Knock, knock. Esteemed guest, may I inquire if you are awake? Rhaegar stirred, shaking his head. Yes, he was indeed awake. Very well, esteemed guest, I shall bring you your breakfast forthwith. The breakfast was delightful, featuring thoroughly cured salted meats, freshly baked bread, porridge, an assortment of nuts, cheese, dried fruits, and fresh grapes. Rhaegar found it immensely satisfying, far surpassing any meal he had enjoyed at the Red Keep. Once sated, Rhaegar resolved to inquire with Steward Vanir about the possibility of perusing the library's collection, even if it required some form of payment. Knock, knock. Please enter. Rhaegar turned to see Vanir, adorned with a polite smile. Good morning, Sir Rhaegar. I trust you found breakfast to your liking? Indeed, Governor Vanir. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your gracious hospitality. I appreciate your kind words, Mr. Rhaegar. However, Vanir has shifted the topic. I fear it may come at the expense of your precious respite. As Rhaegar observed Vanir's fingers interlaced upon his protruding abdomen, the gesture evoked memories of Varys, the spymaster of the Red Keep. Now, it is your turn to present. A dark crow alighted upon the spire of the tall tower beside the square. Emitting a harsh caw, Rhaegar gazed at the tower with its orange-red roof until the crow took flight. I have heard that you have been in a daze since your arrival, remarked Instructor Facem coldly, hoping that your martial prowess lives up to the governor's commendation of you. Indeed. Rhaegar raised his sword, assuming his stance. Such foolish formalities. Facem mirrored the motion with both wrists, orchestrating the 2 nearly identical long swords to trace 2 circles. Another familiar face, Rhaegar mused. The 2 stood in confrontation for a moment before Facem initiated the assault. The twin long swords arced toward Rhaegar in a symmetrical attack. Rhaegar, unarmed with a shield despite having the opportunity to wield a fine steel one before the match commenced, sought to test whether the realities of the future would unfold as they had in his dreams. If only. Rhaegar wished that this dream was not a mere fabrication born of his longing for Westeros. Huh. Facem bellowed, his right sword parrying Rhaegar's strike while his left lunged forward. Rhaegar narrowly sidestepped, momentarily confounding his opponent with the cloak trailing behind him. Seizing this rare opportunity, he gripped the hilt with both hands and channeled the advantages of a one-handed sword, launching a fierce strike at Facem. Clang. To counter Rhaegar's assault, Facem swiftly struck Rhaegar's blade with his right hand, but instead of continuing the attack, his left sword redirected its aim back at Rhaegar. Not wishing to test the fortitude of his armor against Facem's sword, Rhaegar evaded once more. Faisum shook his head, chuckled, and exhaled a breath reeking of wine. Charging forward with both swords raised, Rhaegar repeatedly parried Faisum's onslaught, narrowly evading the blades while maintaining an offensive stance. Faisum, too, exerted all his strength to fend off Rhaegar's relentless strikes, thrusts, and slashes, yet found himself ensnared in a precarious situation at nearly double Rhaegar's age of 45, compounded by the burden of his drinking habit. Finally, Faisum unleashed the very maneuver Rhaegar had envisioned in his dreams. Rhaegar's sword shattered, cleaved effortlessly by Faisum's left Valyrian steel blade, the break clean and the sound of the swords shattering remarkably harmonious. "I have lost," they both declared in unison. Chapter 6. The land of demigods. Rhaegar had spent 3 days in Valyria, during which his routine revolved around immersing himself in the knowledge of this ancient civilization. Awakening early, I indulged in an authentic Valyrian peasant breakfast. While the dawn was still fresh, I ventured to the grandest public library in Valyria to immerse myself in fervent study. Rhaegar harbored an intense fascination for the history of Valyria and the myriad magical theories from around the world. He even stumbled upon the arcane knowledge of Westeros. This discovery proved invaluable, as Rhaegar had discerned his temporal placement. Approximately a millennium remained until his demise. Such a disheartening figure. Yet its sole merit lay in allowing Rhaegar to focus on the present rather than dwell on the past. At the very least, his concentration while reading had markedly improved. To be candid, Rhaegar had not anticipated that the Westeros of his youth was not solely defined by knights and ancient wonders, it was also steeped in magic. Were it not for Valyrian records, he would likely remain oblivious to the existence of peculiar magical entities such as the Children of the Forest, the Nagas, the Green Seers, the Deep Ones, and the Griffins. More significantly, Valyria possessed tangible artifacts that corroborated these legends, conveniently housed within this very public library. Among these treasures lay a petrified griffin egg, a severed hand scaled and webbed, preserved in a crystal vial, a branch resembling a dragon born of nature gifted to Valyria by the Children of the Forest, and a depiction of colossal white ribs atop the Nagas Hill on Old Wyke. How wondrous! Rhaegar could not help but ponder why, after a millennium, these marvels had vanished without a trace. He found himself perplexed. The Citadel? No, Rhaegar dismissed this notion. He understood that those scholars lacked such power. The Seven and their subordinate churches? Then why had they also forfeited their wondrous magic? Moreover, the faith in the Seven and the undull believers had been effortlessly driven from Westeros by the half-hearted Valyrians. During the zenith of the Seven's ecclesiastical might, despite wielding formidable armed sons of the faith and the poor fellow soldiers, their influence, although capable of unsettling royal authority, had not precipitated any cataclysmic crises, quelled by a ruthless Maegor who dismantled their assemblies. Who, then, possessed greater reach and power than the church and the Citadel. As Rhaegar contemplated this, a child came racing towards him. He recognized the lad as Neil, the youngest son of the steward of House Vorstis, merely 7 years of age, running with great speed. Rhaegar approached him, bending down to inquire, "Neil, have you come seeking me?" Neil nodded and, noticing the absence of others, presented Rhaegar with a wax-sealed scroll. Observing this, Rhaegar cautiously and discreetly accepted the small scroll, concealing it within his sleeve. "So, you have come to inform me that it is time for supper, young Neil?" Neil nodded once more. "Splendid," Rhaegar acknowledged with a knowing nod. "Then please, young Neil, return home. I shall tidy up for a moment longer." Neil nodded for the third time and swiftly turned to run away, just as he had arrived. At that moment, Rhaegar noticed that Neil had not been panting heavily. It should be noted that the distance from Voster's territory to this grand library was considerable. Valyria truly abounds with talents like stars in the sky. Rhaegar methodically organized the books he had borrowed at a leisurely pace and returned to his abode at a normal speed. This modest room had begun to exude a touch of life. Upon entering, Rhaegar cautiously assessed his surroundings and, once assured of their safety, delicately unsealed the wax on the scroll. "Greetings, Mr. Rhaegar. My master requests your presence at the tower in the eastern part of the square tonight at 9 o'clock, where you previously gazed upon the confrontation with Lord Faisum. Please be punctual. Do not keep my master waiting." After reading, Rhaegar crumpled the missive, intending to find an opportunity to feed it to the horses in the nearby stable during his exercise in the square. Although unnamed, Rhaegar recognized that this letter was penned by Vorner. Is it finally happening? Rhaegar felt no panic. After all, he was aware of the peculiarities that surrounded him, and the investigations and tests would inevitably come. Master? The head of the Dragon King family. Rhaegar had not anticipated this. He had assumed it would be the young Master Suitor mentioned by Vorner, rather than the head of a family. Why would he be meeting directly with a patriarch of the Dragon King family? It seemed illogical. Through his inquiries over the past few days, Rhaegar had come to understand the nature of the Voster family that had hired him. They ranked second among the 40 families. What would that equate to in Westeros? Rhaegar found himself perplexed, feeling as though he had become a pawn on a chessboard, awaiting the guiding hand to propel him into the unknown. He could only hope to avoid confronting magic, for he was still far from being even an apprentice. As the sun's consort ascended the heavens, draping the earth in a veil of darkness and tinting the sky blue, Rhaegar arrived at the tower as promised. "Welcome, Mr. Rhaegar. Thank you for your punctuality. My master has just taken his seat." Vorner stood on a balcony of one of the tower's levels, and had he not spoken first, Rhaegar would have never noticed the portly figure concealed in the shadows. "Indeed, I would not dare to breach our agreement." After uttering this, Rhaegar fell silent, following the equally reticent Vorner. The darkness obscured Rhaegar's senses, and he gradually lost track of how many flights of stairs they ascended, puzzled by the absence of light. This thought led him to recall the brilliant glass candles, which were remarkably radiant, far superior to any candle material he had previously encountered. At last, when Rhaegar spotted a glimmer of light, Vorner concluded his silence. "Please, come in, Mr. Rhaegar." Unsure if the other could perceive him, Rhaegar nonetheless nodded in gratitude towards Vorner. Upon entering the room, Rhaegar was first met with an oppressive heat, followed by the distinct aroma unique to the medicinal herbs of the Free Cities. He had previously had the fortune of catching a whiff of this peculiar scent from the window of a household in King's Landing. Rhaegar would wager that few souls across Westeros could discern this fragrance, as news from the Free Cities is as precious and rare as its silk, let alone its scent. Under the bright illumination, a handsome, silver-haired man sat amidst an array of weapons, animal heads, and maps, nodding slightly in acknowledgement towards Rhaegar. The man remained silent, as he had on many nights spent in this chamber, then reached to adjust a switch on his ornate metallic chair, extinguishing the flowing flames that adorned it. As he observed the crimson chair gradually alter its hue, Rhaegar's pupils widened. "Welcome to the realm of the gods, young man." Chapter 7. The trial of the sick dragon. As time progressed, Rhaegar's eyes began to acclimate to the room's brightness, drawing upon the etiquette he had recently acquired. He bowed in respect. Though such gestures were customary in Westeros, he was unaware that Valyria practiced the same form of greeting. It was only yesterday that he learned he had mistakenly employed an inappropriate bow when first meeting Vorner, who had used a formal greeting reserved for significant figures. Rhaegar surmised that Vorner must have been attempting to gather news of Westeros, mistaking him for some noble youth just returned from a tour of duty at Dragonstone. After all, as Rhaegar understood, this was one of the few conventional means for Valyria to gain military merit and standing during times of prolonged peace. Doral Syrian tapped the table to capture Rhaegar's attention. "I have heard some tidings concerning you." He spoke slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Rhaegar. "From my adversary," he added. "Beleris?" "Indeed." Doral Syrian rose deliberately, his violet eyes gleaming with scrutiny. "They claim you hail from the Targaryens, yet you told my steward that you possess no surname." Doral Syrian's voice surged with intensity. "Now answer me. Whom do you serve, and to whom have you lied?" "I serve myself," Rhaegar replied. "No, you are still deceiving," Doral Syrian exclaimed, drawing a long sword from the wall and advancing swiftly towards Rhaegar. "I can see it. Every gesture betrays the solitude of a man without kin. You have family and followers, and surely you once had ambitions. But now, it is different. The melancholy you exude reveals that you have undoubtedly lost something among those." "My lord, I can explain. There is a reason for this," Rhaegar countered, suppressing the torrent of emotions stirred by Doral Syrian's words. "My birth is entwined with a tragic incident, which unfortunately occurred simultaneously. That calamity claimed nearly all my kin, save for my parents. Hence the outsiders proclaim that I have been accompanied by melancholy since my youth. An absurd justification that even a 1-year-old dragon would find hard to believe." In the city of Dorne, Ser Ain did not heed Rhaegar's defense. Angrily, he stepped forward, pressing the ancestral sword of House Valerion against Rhaegar's neck. "In the name of the 14 Flames, tell me, Rhaegar, what manner of name do you possess?" Rhaegar lowered his gaze to the bulging veins on Ser Ain's neck and the ornate inscription of honor in High Valyrian gracing the blade. This marked the second Valyrian steel sword Rhaegar had encountered since his arrival. The sword of honor ought not to rest upon the neck of one who is dishonored. Rhaegar spoke softly. Were there a Westerland's maiden present who had once witnessed Rhaegar's harp performances, she would undoubtedly weep for the man before her now. Once in the West, he had captivated them with his melancholic charm, winning the hearts of many a maiden. Yet at this moment, Rhaegar revealed a sorrow heavier than the ancient castle of Casterly Rock. "I swear by the gods, my name is Rhaegar Targaryen. As you observe, as you surmise, I have indeed lost that which I held dear." "What, pray tell?" "Everything. Let us presume your words hold truth, Serain replied, turning to return the sword to its place upon the wall, then resuming his seat upon the metallic chair, now restored to its original hue. What then? Is your connection to House Targaryen? I possess no ties to the current Targaryen lineage. Then you have deceived my steward. Serain leaned back in his chair, continuing to scrutinize Rhaegar. Valyrian lies abound like the stars in the sky, their varieties surpassing the myriad beliefs of the gods. However, I detest falsehoods as much as I disdain the deities themselves, and I as well. Thus, this is the most precious aspect you possess in my eyes. Closing his eyes, Serain's voice emerged slowly from his pale lips. Return to your slumber. The day after tomorrow, you shall return to that gathering of failures. Rhaegar nodded, bowing once more, his steps heavy as he exited. My lord, Rhaegar spoke as he stepped outside, encountering Lord Vonner, who stood silently at the threshold, his once neatly groomed hair now disheveled, obscuring his expression. Indeed, my lord, Vonner replied, his voice calm. I must beg your pardon. I cannot escort you back the same way, for my master requires my service. It is of no consequence, Lord Vonner. Very well then. Lord Rhaegar Targaryen. I am sorry, Vonner. I have deceived you. It is of no matter, my lord. Do not dwell on it. After all, Valyrian lies outnumber the stars. Good night, my lord. Yes, and to you as well. Oh, by the way, Vonner seemed to recall something, reaching into his sleeve to produce an object resembling a dagger in the darkness. Please take this glass candle. Rhaegar relaxed, turning his gaze toward Vonner, whose countenance remained adorned with a courteous smile, as the bright traces of the glass candle vanished completely down the narrow staircase. Vonner pushed open the door and entered his master's chamber. Dorsai Serain had now reverted to his posture prior to Rhaegar's entrance, the flickering flame of the metallic chair once again elevating the room's temperature. Neil, what are your impressions of this young man? Young, eager to learn, skilled in combat, and courteous, he is indeed worthy of significant responsibilities. Yet, he harbors secrets. Indeed, that is of little consequence. True. Do you suspect him to be a spy? Well, given the current circumstances, one could certainly argue he is a spy. However, yes, my lord. Yet Valyria would not employ such peculiar and irrational schemes 2 millennia ago. Indeed, he is a remarkable young man. Frankly, I admire him. Yes, my lord. In the mere days he has spent studying in the library, at least 12 ladies have attempted to engage him. Dorsai Serain cast a glance at Vorner, who shrugged nonchalantly. Just a jest. Dorsai Serain shook his head and returned to the previous topic. No one would send such an exceptional young man into a family rife with dragons, one that has become a laughingstock due to its ailing patriarch. Such a young man is more valuable as dragon fodder than as an undercover agent in my presence. So, my lord, what do you intend to do? Offer him some benefits, keep him as a hound. Chapter 8. New equipment and new experiences. Is this meant for me? After enduring the trials of the previous night, Rhaegar ultimately resolved to flee, lest he risk the uncertain fate of his inexplicably revived life here. Who knows if the 7 gods would permit him another chance at life? Fortunately, there was little to gather, and he only regretted the loss of his armor. Rhaegar planned to depart at dawn, a time when he would neither be questioned by patrolling guards nor be unable to see the path ahead for his escape. However, just as he was about to step outside, he found himself face to face with 2 individuals carrying a box at the door. Lord Rhaegar, this is a delivery from Lord Vorner. One of them spoke before Rhaegar could utter a word. My lord paid extra to expedite the process. Rhaegar recalled that these 2 were the slaves of the blacksmith who had repaired his armor. He had encountered them before. So, you do not intend to eliminate me? Rhaegar froze momentarily, perplexed by the chieftain's intentions, allowing the 2 slaves to place the box on the table. By the way, Lord Rhaegar, this was also sent for you by Lord Vorner. Rhaegar watched as they respectfully handed him a scroll, sealed with wax in the same manner as the previous day, contained within a small cylindrical tube. Thank you. Rhaegar stood still, contemplating the events of the previous night and the current situation, oblivious to the exuberant departure of the 2 slaves. Thus, may I remain here? Why is it that if my father were to confront such a situation, I would not witness the light of day? No, that is not correct. It should be that I would not behold my father instead. Rhaegar found himself perplexed by the actions of this chieftain, as he could find no one to draw comparisons with. In Dorne, Serain, one of the highest dignitaries of Valyria, could undeniably be deemed one of the most influential figures of the present age. With Rhaegar's limited experience, he struggled to comprehend the thoughts of such a personage whose every gesture could sway the entirety of the world. The cognitive dissonance brought about by his reflections led Rhaegar to decide to cease pondering. Since they permitted him to remain with the Valerian family, he would take up residence here. It was fortuitous, for Rhaegar also required a substantial platform to enhance his abilities. to immerse himself in the arcane arts unseen in his past life, and to grasp the essence of this divine realm upon the dragon's back. With clarity restored, Rhaegar felt a sense of relief wash over him. Fatigue suddenly overwhelmed him, and he recalled that he had scarcely slept the previous night. No, I must at least fill my belly before succumbing to slumber. To combat the encroaching drowsiness, Rhaegar approached the chest that housed his equipment and unlatched it. The moment he opened it, a plume of crimson smoke burst forth, enveloping his face. The time was too brief for Rhaegar to react adequately. He felt the smoke invade his nostrils. He attempted to hold his breath, but it was too late. Achoo! Rhaegar felt an intense discomfort, as his nasal passages and eyes burned fiercely, yet relief eluded him. Grasping a water jug from the table, he desperately splashed water upon his face. Fire dragon pepper. When Rhaegar finally emerged from this torment, dawn had thoroughly shed the veil of night. Why? He exclaimed in agony. Fortunately, his upbringing in the court had prevented him from seizing a sword from the chest in a fit of rage and charging out. This restraint allowed him to notice a small note that had been expelled alongside the fiery pepper powder. It read, "It is imperative for Valyrians to never trust anyone, place, or thing capable of poisoning." Rhaegar murmured the words softly. Alas, 7 gods. He understood this to be a gesture of goodwill, yet he found it difficult to fully embrace such kindness. Thus, he reassured himself, at least they consider me one of their own, perhaps. With a sigh, Rhaegar picked up a book he had borrowed from the public library and approached the chest that had imparted the first lesson of his rebirth. He had learned his lesson well. Rolling the book into a cylindrical shape, he intended it to serve as a substitute to caress the armor. Fortuitously, the hastily crafted armor had not been properly oiled, or else the book might have never been returned. The cylindrical book carefully maneuvered the items within the chest, and Rhaegar noticed a mechanism resting atop the armor, poised directly at the chest's opening. Instinctively, he leaned back, granting his face special consideration as he distanced himself from the chest. Oh, 7 gods, there is more. Rhaegar discovered another smaller mechanism within the chest, identical in structure to the one above it. Rhaegar cautiously extracted the book from the box, took a few steps back, and hurled a chair towards it. The mechanism was triggered. This time, instead of red smoke, a green mist erupted. Observing this, Rhaegar dashed out of the room. Outside, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, sincerely grateful to his previous self for the quick thinking. You seem rather flustered, Mr. Rhaegar. Oh, indeed, Mr. Vornier. This has undoubtedly been the most memorable morning of my life. Rhaegar replied with an edge of irritation. Vornier chuckled pleasantly. It is truly my honor. Now, Mr. Rhaegar, please have your meal. I am certain you are famished. Vornier added, rest assured, that green mist is not toxic. Never mind. As you advised, I shall dine outside. Rhaegar responded. Haha, that is perfectly fine. I believe we can also share a drink. I have brought along a treasured bottle of golden wine from Chinting Island. Upon seeing Rhaegar nod in agreement, Vornier clapped his hands, and soon several slaves carrying tables and chairs, accompanied by lovely maidens bearing an array of delicacies and a beautifully crafted bottle of golden wine, entered the courtyard. In no time, Rhaegar and Vornier were comfortably seated in the yard, basking in the morning sun. Rhaegar eagerly began to savor the tender lamb, as hunger gnawed at him. Vornier, on the other hand, remained unhurried, intently admiring the phenomenon of the wine clinging to the glass. Indeed, the body of this wine is more robust and viscous than that of Volantis. It is indeed rich. Observing Vornier's enjoyment, Rhaegar began to doubt whether the wine he had previously tasted was of the same variety. It seems the wine may not have had enough time to breathe. Oh, indeed. Mr. Rhaegar, you possess a deeper understanding of this wine than I had anticipated. I was fortunate enough to sample it once before. Which vintage was superior? The former or this one? Naturally, this one. Even the scenery is more splendid this time. Vornier chuckled joyfully, seemingly oblivious to Rhaegar's reference to the scenery, as he gestured towards Rhaegar's dwelling with his glass. If we speak of better scenery, it must be there. There? Rhaegar glanced towards his abode, which only revealed the house and half of the sky. Behind the house, Vornier hinted. The 14 fire peaks? Rhaegar recalled that his residence faced away from the majestic volcanic range, which would vanish alongside Valeria's city in the cataclysm. Indeed, he had been awed by them upon his arrival. They were among the finest vistas. Rhaegar nodded in agreement. Incorrect. What? It is living scenery. A powerful roar echoed from behind Rhaegar's house, followed by a second, a third, each growing nearer. Rhaegar stared in astonishment at the direction of his home until a massive silver arrow soared swiftly overhead. It comes every day, Vornier added with a smile. It is always the first. It is remarkably swift. Rhaegar gazed at Vornier, his mouth agape in astonishment. Vornier lowered his wine glass, raised in salute to the heavens. and elucidated. Valyria has decreed that each dragonlord family is permitted to house but one adult dragon within the city, and its wingspan must not exceed 100 meters. However, it is not obligatory for them to remain in the city at all times. As you know, dragons are inherently creatures of the sky and flames. By night, many dragons that reside in the city during the day are returned to the 14 fire peaks, often accompanied by their masters. Such was the case last night, when the lady spent the evening at the palace in the fire peaks. Our family's location is exceptional, as it is the sole vantage point in the city from which all dragons returning to Valyria can be observed. This moment marks the commencement of daytime in Valyria, a period we refer to as dragon time. Vorner rose, turning his back to Rhaegar's abode, and extended his arms wide. From this day forth, this house shall belong to you, Mr. Rhaegar, he proclaimed with a smile, his joy amplifying as he beheld the myriad expressions on Rhaegar's face. Welcome to the Voster, Rhaegar. Whether you prefer Rhaegar Targaryen or another title, rest assured, we are indifferent. Rhaegar beheld an increasing number of dragons soaring through the sky. Massive crimson silhouettes, akin to summer's fiery clouds, descended from the Zaldrise's family, a deliberate black behemoth, exuding an air of majesty, hailed from the Viros family, resplendent violet phantoms. More commanding than the purple warships of Bravos, emerged from the Arley family. The four-winged sky sirens, the nymphs of the heavens, belonged to the Regia family. And the largest of them all, a deep green reminiscent of King's Landing's royal guards, was from the Mistrine family. And there were more. Dragons of all shapes and sizes soared freely, their postures ranging from magnificent to heavy, from graceful to unique, all exuding an astonishing allure. Yet, one thing remained constant. The dragons, along with their stunningly beautiful dragon riders, embodied the same pride and confidence. Occasionally, a burst of flames or a fireball would erupt above Valyria, accompanied by the varied tones of dragon roars, dispelling the last remnants of sleep and nightmares, fully awakening this city of gods. Welcome, Rhaegar. Welcome to Valyria. Chapter 9, Voster Blackstone Square. The clear sound of a clash resonated across the vast square, now bustling with activity at noon, a space ample enough for dragons to land, yet occupied by only two individuals engaged in a sparring match. One possessed the quintessential Valyrian appearance, with silver hair and violet eyes. The other bore a head of brown hair flecked with gray, glistening in the sunlight with an oily sheen. If memory serves me right, you are to depart tomorrow. The brown-haired individual spoke. The silver-haired one replied, Indeed. Do you not have anything to prepare? Skipping lunch in the midday sun to practice with a drunken fool like me? There is a matter I wish to inquire about. Me? Faisum paused, bewildered, and reiterated, Me? Are you certain? Rhaegar nodded, sheathing his recently repaired sword. Faisum smirked, shrugging in response. Very well, if you wish. Having said that, Faisum turned and made his way towards the shade, and before he could even take a seat, the wine pouch at his waist was already empty. Damn it, it's empty again, he cursed in frustration. It must be some damned sprite that has stolen it. Otherwise, why does it keep disappearing so swiftly? Observing this, Rhaegar unfastened the water pouch he had prepared at his waist and tossed it to Faisum. Here, try the finest wine in Westeros. Faisum caught the pouch in midair, casting a sidelong glance at Rhaegar. Well, I hope this swill brewed in this refuse can compare to my mare's morning stream. Rhaegar, somewhat exasperated by the remark, replied, All right then. I hope this one satisfies you. Oh, my stallion. Faisum exclaimed dramatically. The taste of this wine is simply atrocious. Seeing Faisum's exaggerated expression, Rhaegar couldn't help but chuckle. Faisum took several hearty gulps, letting out a satisfied belch. All right, lad, in light of this pouch of wine, go ahead and ask. What kind of family is the Valerion? Faisum looked at Rhaegar quizzically. That is your question? Just that? Indeed. Very well. Faisum took another sip, savoring the moment with his eyes closed before he began. Where to start? It's too long. No matter where I begin, it's lengthy. Don't be too detailed. Rhaegar interjected. Just share what you've seen and known. That makes it much easier. Faisum raised the pouch, hesitating for a moment, then resisted the urge to drink deeply. The Valerions, the second family among the 40 dragonlord families of Valyria, have maintained this rank for 4,000 years. Since the inception of Valyria, the dragonlord families have been embroiled in bloody and brutal strife. Young man, you practice combat. You know that when more than 3 people are involved, the first, second, and third are naturally eliminated, let alone 40 families. For 4,000 years, their rankings have fluctuated, although there has been some restraint. The number of families has remained at 40, but the dynamics have changed drastically. Take for instance that family, what was it called? Targaryen? Yes. They're the family with the most volatile ranking, having once reached third place at their peak. And now they are merely slightly better than the last few families still struggling to recover. Rhaegar found himself puzzled by the ramblings of this drunkard. Yet the tale was intriguing enough for him to listen patiently. At this juncture, Faisum felt parched and took a hearty swig from the wine. Yet, there was one family that stood out. For 4,000 years, their rank has remained unchanged. The Valerians? Yes, the Valerians. Coughing, Faisum spluttered some of the wine he had just consumed. Observing the stain upon the ground, he smacked his lips in regret. What were we discussing? Ah, yes, the Valerians. Rhaegar had to admit that this drunken storyteller had a certain flair for narration. They belonged to a family that can be considered noble within the Dragon King's lineage. The unique Whiskire breed in their family is the swiftest dragon in all of Valyria, capable of outpacing even fully grown dragons, even when just a 7-year-old juvenile dashes in a straight line. However, equally renowned as their dragons is their family's lineage, which is notably thin, as though cursed by some deity. Merely these attributes seem insufficient to uphold their prestigious standing for an extended duration. Indeed, it is far from adequate. Faisum squinted, his cheeks swelling as he savored the exquisite wine from Green Isle. The crux of the matter lies in Voster, who has mastered the art of war. Mastering war? It is said that whenever the Dragon King families mobilize en masse, the sound of dragon horns resonates in tandem with the roars of the dragons. Yet, war is not a mere excursion. Countless dragons cannot maintain order, and a commander cannot hope to direct the dragons of other families. The Dragon Kings during the GI's war recognized this dilemma and devised a solution. Rhaegar's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to lean in and inquire. What is it? Faisum did not withhold the answer. A horn. A horn unlike any dragon-taming horn. Its purpose extends beyond merely taming wild dragons. More wondrously, it can command them, regardless of their ownership. Whoever possesses it wields the power to initiate war. Rhaegar understood, nodding as he remarked. It resides within the Voster family. Faisum nodded in agreement, affirming that this is likely the reason the Voster family has maintained its second-place ranking for 4 millennia. Due to their unique status and sparse numbers, they encounter fewer adversaries and engage in less internal conflict. Ah, indeed. They possess many dragons, with the longest living dragon currently residing in Voster. This intrigued Rhaegar. For the Targaryens recorded the longest living dragon, the 200-year-old Rhaegar, but it is widely believed that dragons can live even longer. Rhaegar was eager to learn how old the oldest dragon in Valyria might be. Thus, he posed the question, how old? How would I know? You would need to ask the young masters or those scholars buried in dusty tomes. However, it must be over 300 years, I suppose. Rhaegar nodded, exchanging a brief farewell before turning back to his abode. Along the way, his expression grew increasingly grave rather than relaxed. His curiosity had been partly sated. Yet even more questions arose. The dragon-taming horn, the commanding horn, the ancient families, the longer-lived dragons, the myriad of dragon breeds. Rhaegar could not help but ponder these matters, especially since this morning's encounter with the unique Valyrian alarm clock had filled his mind with alluring visions. Dragons, damn it, wasn't he supposed to learn about Voster? Yet his thoughts were consumed by these matters. But they are dragons, after all. At that moment, Rhaegar realized he was akin to those ancestors who were equally enamored by dragons. However, in the time of his life, Targaryen had already adapted to horseback riding. Oh, the dragons, the source of my melancholic reflections, whether in the past, present, or even the future. Chapter 10. Preparations before departure. Rhaegar lay upon the familiar bed in his own house, intending to replenish his energy with an afternoon nap. Yet he found himself utterly unable to drift into slumber. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was overwhelmed with the tales recounted by Fathom that morning and the vivid imagery of dragons he had witnessed. It had been nearly an entire day since Rhaegar had last slept, yet he believed he could remain awake for 2 more days if necessary. Dragons, horns, dragonlords. An abundance of dragons, Rhaegar murmured, feeling as if he were teetering on the brink of madness. Bright Flame, the devout Baelor, and the Hall of Summer. Rhaegar pushed aside his hand that shielded his eyes and sat up at the edge of the bed. Damn the dragons, the source of power, the source of temptation. With a deep sigh, Rhaegar resolved to rise and prepare himself. Gazing into the dimly lit mirror, he mocked himself, son of the Mad King, mad blood, dragon blood. Indeed. Ancestors, we are all alike. He grasped the sword leaning against the bed and regarded the gleaming new armor standing in the room. Its silver embellishments distinct from the traditional red and black of Valyria, a hallmark of Wastel. No more thoughts. You shall descend into madness, he admonished himself. Wait, and then serve Wastel. With sword in hand and the wages paid in advance by Vornir, Rhaegar stepped outside, determined to explore Valyria thoroughly. Crossing the vast expanses of Wastel, he ventured beyond the familiar territory. Upon exiting the relatively tranquil area, Rhaegar encountered a more diverse array of people amidst louder sounds and mingled scents. Inhaling the air, tinged with the odor of sweat and livestock, he could not help but recall the city's dismal geographical position, inadequate sewage facilities, and strategic shortcomings. Farewell, King's Landing. In this moment, on the eve of his return to Westeros, Rhaegar felt no sense of nostalgia. Farewell, Westeros. A long-forgotten sense of relief washed over him, as if he had cast off an unbearable burden. At this juncture, Rhaegar began to ponder whether he could procure some desirable items without falling victim to deceit. Despite the limited funds in his pocket, sauntering slowly, he found himself in the area of Valyria known for its handcrafted goods and spices, the aromas far superior to those he had encountered in the slave district upon his arrival. Rhaegar beheld a plethora of renowned products, the exquisite Valyrian glassware, the spices of Lys, perfumes and aphrodisiacs, the mill lenses and their refined derivative, the Eye of Mill. He also noticed several sizable establishments dedicated to the sale of Tyroshi wine and olive oil. Even the whale products from the distant trembling island of Ibn, situated off the northeastern coast of Essos, such as whale oil, blubber, bones, and baleen, were present. This nation of Rhaegar was scarcely familiar with. Rhaegar also encountered numerous obsidian artifacts, known as dragon crystal, distinct from the dragon crystal ores sold in Asshai, crafted into exquisite vessels like plates, cups, and bowls. Considering his purse, Rhaegar ultimately decided to purchase only a single, well-tested Eye of Meal. Good day, sir. Rhaegar turned to find a young maiden greeting him, clad in a traditional Valyrian maid's gown. She bore a basket brimming with fruits and cradled a bottle of wine in her arms. Her haughty eyes momentarily flustered upon seeing Rhaegar's face. Is there something you require? Indeed, sir. The maiden gestured with her right hand, clearly attempting to tidy her damp, disheveled bangs. However, hindered by her burdens, her movements appeared rather awkward. Could you assist me by holding this basket of fruit? I find it quite cumbersome. Rest assured, I shall offer you a reward. What could possibly hinder this? Rhaegar naturally accepted the basket and inquired, where is this to be delivered? To the largest theater in the west. Rhaegar, unfamiliar with its location, chose to fall half a step behind the maiden and followed her. That, she hesitated, turning around. I have a wife. The maiden spun back, her face displaying a mournful expression. She then fell silent until they reached the imposing building adorned with grand columns. Having walked thus far, the maiden had evidently regained her composure and resumed a dignified posture. Sir, I appreciate your assistance. As a token of gratitude, I invite you to witness a play. Rhaegar, captivated by the grandeur of the theater before him, found himself intrigued. The maiden led the way, with Rhaegar trailing behind her. While she engaged in a brief discussion with the guard, Rhaegar cast his gaze upon the enormous sign, embellished with metal and curious stones. The First Theater of Valyria. The name was indeed quite straightforward, Rhaegar remarked, before noticing the advertisement inscribed on the linen draped beneath the sign. The Loro Pleasure Garden is now open. The premier brothel of Valyria. The maid, Ansay, observed Rhaegar as he inadvertently read aloud, a flicker of exasperation and disdain crossing her eyes. Very well, sir. Do refrain from gazing at that advertisement any longer. It is time for the performance. Certainly. Rhaegar maintained his composure, silently following her. Upon entering, 3 paths unfolded before them, one wide and luminous, the other 2 dim and unremarkable. Ansay skillfully turned into the left path, as though she required no sight to navigate. Loro Rhaegar's faint voice echoed unnaturally in the deserted corridor. Sir, are you interested in my master's family? Ansay's interest piqued. Ah, indeed. I hold the Loro family in great esteem. The maid proudly lifted her head. Indeed, Lolo, possessing the greatest wealth, was worthy of admiration. After all, it was the most affluent family among the Dragon Kings. Rhaegar felt fortunate to have a slight acquaintance with Lolo. The maid, upon hearing this, puffed out her modest chest with pride. Look ahead, Rhaegar cautioned, as they approached a corner, fearing that all of Ans's diligent guardianship along the way might be in vain due to a single remark. Oh, thank you. I am grateful for your presence. Ans tightened her grip on the exquisite wine bottle in her arms, feeling somewhat embarrassed after her earlier faux pas. She lost interest in further conversation and opted to change the subject. Just ahead, that's where we are headed. Rhaegar surveyed the dimly lit, tranquil corridor, noting the ornate carved wooden door on one side and the plush, thick carpet beneath their feet. By comparing the texture, pattern, and density of the carpet with those he had seen earlier in the marketplace, he concluded that this carpet, which adorned the entire corridor, must have cost an exorbitant sum. We have arrived. Aunt sighed in relief, relieved that this rather unremarkable encounter was finally at an end. She knocked on the door, waiting for the attendant inside to open it, mindful not to disturb the guests within. As she knocked, she turned to Rhaegar and said, "Once the door opens, simply hand the fruits to the attendant, and then you may enjoy the performance today." The intricately carved wooden door swung open, allowing bright natural light to spill forth. Before aunts could speak or move, the doorkeeper's puzzled voice emerged. "Rhaegar, is that you, Targaryen?" Rhaegar hesitated as he regarded the silver-haired, violet-eyed youth before him. "Lord Suler of House Beleris?" "Indeed." Suler nodded with satisfaction. "I am pleased you remember me, Lord Suler of Beleris. But why, pray tell? Does a Targaryen find himself in the territory of Vostok? Answer me." "Rhaegar, I am quite curious," Suler pressed as he stepped out of the room. Rhaegar pondered for a moment, letting out a resigned sigh. "It is destiny." "Destiny? What nonsense!" Suler retorted, anger flickering in his eyes. He felt that Rhaegar was mocking him. Even a 7-year-old child in Valyria would know that the Dragon Kings do not believe in fate. But there is little I can do about it. Rhaegar thought it sufficient to say this, deeming it unnecessary to provoke the young man further. "Here, the fruits you were waiting for," he said, thrusting the basket into Suler's hands before turning to nod politely at aunts in farewell. Not waiting for any response from the two as he strode towards the other end of the corridor. "Aunts, do you know him?" Suler inquired, glancing at the pickled olives and oranges in his arms, now looking to aunts, who was also in a state of perplexity. "No, Master Suler. I merely sought assistance from a random passerby on the street. I learned his name from you. Was this done intentionally?" Suler mused. "Can you ensure these fruits have remained within your sight?" "Aunts?" Suler asked. "I am afraid not, Master Suler. Because that gentleman had been behind me for quite a while on the path." Suler began to harbor doubts about the quality of the fruit. "Suler, hurry. If the fine wine is not paired with exquisite dishes, it will be utterly wasted." Suler, feeling uneasy about consuming the basket of fruit, replied, "There is none left, Dugas. The fruit is problematic. You may as well enjoy it with Corella's milk." "Ha ha." Upon hearing the laughter resonating from the room, Suler couldn't help but join in, casually accepting the slightly warmed wine from aunts. "Ah, the temperature is just right. This should please Dugas." "Hey, Suler, what jest is this? Honestly, I'm in dire need of some fruit to enliven the spirits." Hearing this voice, aunts respectfully bowed his head. Suler, looking at the already emerged Dugas, felt a sense of helplessness. He truly did not wish to waste his breath on this rotund fellow, whose weight outweighed his height by the 14 fire peaks. How did the sweltering climate of Valyria nurture such a corpulent creature? "Oh, Suler, are you not jesting with me? Behold these olives. They are exquisitely marinated." Suler deftly evaded Dugas's lunging attack reminiscent of a Cora Elegon, a deformed dragon, wingless but possessing forelimbs. Doomed to reside in the Valyrian arena and fed into a blubbery mass of half fat and half muscle. "Dugas, there is indeed an issue with this fruit." Suler was compelled to elucidate the circumstances. "Very well," Dugas nodded in agreement, the flesh beneath his chin accumulating into 4 folds. "Then, Suler, hand me the wine. Do not let its warmth dissipate." The moment Dugas's massive hand grasped the bottle, it appeared diminished in size. He held it in his right hand, savoring the warmth radiating from it, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as 3 whirlpools formed on the right and 4 on the left. On his robust left index finger, he adorned a gemstone ring fit for a woman as a bracelet. With a deft flick of his thumb, he turned it so that the gem faced inward, then grasped the thicker lower half of the bottle. With a swift twist and a flick, the exquisite wine prepared by the servants 2 days prior for today's gathering was consumed by Dugas within 3 breaths. "Refreshing. Splendid." The exclamations of 3 voices filled the air, 2 men and 1 woman. Suler Beleris was the third to emerge from the room, where 4 others remained, 2 musicians and dancers. And among the other 2 were McDansel Dearice and Xarli. "Suler, what are you dawdling for? Come in. Do you wish for this half portion of volcanic mud on my face to become permanent?" Suler trembled nervously. All right. I'm coming, sister." Dugas watched with amusement the familiar drama that unfolded each time he encountered this pair of siblings. To him, it was a spectacle he could never tire of. Oh, how amusing it was when Suler was chased by my Dallas, that brown-haired young dragon. This thought prompted Dugas to compare the speed at which Suler darted into the room moments ago. He concluded that Suler found Suler more intimidating than his own breed of magical dragon, the Longitos. Ha ha. Dugas chuckled heartily as he entered the room, shutting the door behind him, thereby isolating himself from the curses and jests emanating from within. Aunts had already taken her leave, intending to purchase fruit once more, vowing not to be ensnared by the charms of handsome men this time. The corridor fell silent once again. Meanwhile, in a distant room, two men, initially absorbed in the performance of the tenor on the stage below, simultaneously shifted their gaze towards Suler and his companions. The two men bore identical features, hairstyles, and attire, differing only in the colors of their crests, one blue, the other purple. The crest depicted a twin pair embracing, each grasping a scepter. In the dimly lit room, the twins' palms clasped, their blue and purple eyes emanating a faint glow. They were the twins of Beleris. Indeed, and there was that mammoth. He had grown even fatter, as if he had encountered a Targaryen. A mix of red and black, indeed. Finished with practice, onto the performance. Finished with practice, onto the performance. The territory of the Vostell family. The tall tower. Are you saying that young man went to the theater to watch a play? Yes. He coincidentally assisted the maid of the young master of the Loro family and was invited to the play in return. Are we certain there are no issues? Yes. My lord, it is completely untraceable. It certainly would not be those rivals who sent him. They lack the capability. Very well, remove the glass candles from his room. Yes. My lord. Suddenly, Vornier pointed towards the window and said, My lord, the young lady has returned. It seems today's performance was quite enjoyable, as she actually stayed for the entire show. Dorcity's Serin left his seat and approached the window, waving to the silver-haired maiden in the square. In the setting sun, the silver dragon stretched its long wings, alleviating the discomfort of being confined in the narrow dragon docking area of the theater. Its rider mirrored the gesture. Hey, father, good night. At this moment, Rhaegar, on his way home, was reflecting on the latter half of the play he had witnessed today. What does it mean that my father begot his mother, and my third grandmother bore my daughter, who is also the second wife of my son? Chapter 12. Return to Westeros. A vast fleet dropped anchor, filling the small harbor of Dragonstone almost to capacity. The Dragonstone that lay before Rhaegar was far more rudimentary than he had previously seen, lacking the sculpted forms of dragons. There were no towers or variously shaped gargoyles resembling dragons along the walls. Only a simple black stone castle and an unusually large dragon docking area, which Rhaegar did not recall. Rhaegar gazed at the imposing blackstone castle and the expansive empty square, contemplating that this should indeed serve as the nascent form of the future Stone Drum Tower and Dungeon Tower. In time, I shall restore this dilapidated garrison to its former glory, Mira vowed passionately, despite the years of repairs and the multitude of individuals who had manned this place. Not a single soul had deemed it worthy of maintenance. My lady, this location is merely an inconsequential outpost, a servant behind her hastily interjected to console the young lady. Moreover, those failures from the Sunset Lands lack the courage to face the wrath of Valyria. You may regard this as a humble inn on your journey. Rhaegar stood quietly at the end of a line that comprised over 100 people, observing an Andalian with golden hair and blue eyes earnestly addressing the nobleman from Valyria. You speak true, Mira concurred with the servant's reassurance, for she had never taken her oaths seriously before the age of 12. She would often utter trivial vows to stave off boredom. You all, go and manage my future and well for the year ahead. The golden-haired Andalian bowed respectfully and replied, As you command, my lady. Wait, Mira pointed at Rhaegar at the rear of the line. I remember you. You shall do. Bring some provisions and accompany me. Suddenly called upon, Rhaegar had no choice but to respond, Yes, my lady. Thus, he accepted a basket of prepared confections from the enthusiastic Andalian slave, Jimmy, and hurried to catch up with Mira, who was leisurely riding towards Dragonstone's volcano atop Silver Arrow. Unbeknownst to Rhaegar, behind him, Jimmy glared with resentment, his words laced with venom. What a diminutive volcano, Mira remarked as she descended from Silver Arrow's back, assessing the volcano before her. Its magical energy is quite ample. Impressive indeed. You have caught up rather swiftly, Mira noted, raising an eyebrow in astonishment as she observed Rhaegar following the trail left by Silver Arrow. Hurry over. Your mistress is hungry. Rhaegar hastily approached Mira, breathless, and presented the basket to the somewhat self-absorbed young lady. As Mira sampled the sweets, she inquired, How well do you know Westeros? Rhaegar took a deep breath, quickly regulating his breathing, and replied, It courses through my very bones. Speak plainly. Not like a minstrel reciting poetry, Mira continued. Are there any places in Westeros that are worth visiting? Although Rhaegar was puzzled as to why Mira would not inquire with a Westerosi but instead turned to him, a Valyrian, he understood that he must adopt the demeanor of a vassal addressing his liege. After careful consideration, Rhaegar responded, From the perspective of the history of the Seven Kingdoms. The only places in Westeros capable of hosting and pleasing you, my lady, are the Gardner family, Casterly Rock, Old Town, and Winterfell. Perhaps the north is best avoided. Rhaegar mused, recalling that dragons were not particularly fond of the north, likely due to its frigid climate. In the western realm of Westeros lies the formidable Casterly Rock of House Lannister, alongside the majestic High Garden of House Tyrell and its vassal, Old Town. Allow me to elaborate. Casterly Rock is a grand fortress constructed upon a towering mine, reaching an impressive height of approximately 100 feet, 3 times that of Old Town's soaring tower. It is renowned for its abundant gold and copper, making it one of the oldest cities in Westeros. The ruling family, the Lannisters, are famed not only for the stronghold itself, but also for the Hall of Heroes, which showcases countless exquisite suits of armor. Its reputation extends far beyond Westeros, even crossing the narrow sea. Armor. The culture of knighthood seems rather mundane. Yet, I find myself intrigued by the notion of a city established atop a gold mine. How? Without dragons, do they ascend to such heights? They access it through a vast cavern known as the Mouth of the Lion, located to the south of Casterly Rock, where colossal steps can accommodate 20 riders abreast. My curiosity is piqued. Let us continue and discuss House Hightower. Very well, my lady. After a moment of contemplation, Rhaegar responded, House Hightower is the most powerful vassal of the Tyrell family, possessing Old Town, one of the oldest cities in Westeros, if not the oldest. Old Town is also the largest city in the realm, situated at the mouth of the Honeywine River, serving as the seat of learning and the holy seat of the faith of the Seven, home to the renowned Starry September. It stands as the epicenter of economic, cultural, and intellectual life in Westeros, making it the most significant city on the continent. You speak the truth. Excellent. Mira nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that your descriptions align closely with her own knowledge, perhaps even exceeding it, as if you had visited these places yourself. At this, Rhaegar scratched his face, his gaze wandering. How to put it? I cannot very well say that I have indeed visited Casterly Rock simply because my father as captain of the Kingsguard is of House Hightower. And what of the so-called Tyrell family? This family is one of the most esteemed in the Reach, Rhaegar recalled from his readings. Their founder is the eldest son of the progenitor of nearly all the nobility in the Reach, the legendary Green Hand, steeped in history. Highgarden, nestled by the banks of the Mander River, is safeguarded by a circular wall of 3 white stone rings, each progressively thicker and taller, interspersed with a labyrinth of greenery to thwart intrusions. Mira interjected, but such defenses are no match for Dragonfire. Rhaegar concurred. Indeed, the geography of the Reach is inherently difficult to defend. Although Highgarden is built by the riverside, it lacks the fortifications necessary to withstand the might of dragons. Mira was pleased. The affirmation of an intelligent mind is far more gratifying than the praise of 100 fools. Let us leave it at that. I have no interest in how to besiege it. Instead, speak of the hospitality I might receive were I to soar there upon Silverwing. You would be treated to the finest grapes and roses of the Reach, the best golden wine from the Isle of Tears, and a verdant paradise within the walls, adorned with stone sculptures, blooming flowers, courtyards, and artificial waterfalls. The Gardner family, deeply fond of art, music, and culture, might even host a grand tournament, allowing all the youths of Riverbend to compete for the honor of bestowing upon you the crown of love and beauty, thus elevating you to the status of Queen of Love and Beauty. How delightful! Mira chuckled, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Would they truly crown me? A woman without even a betrothal? A Queen of Love and Beauty? Ha ha ha. I must admit, Rhaegar, you possess a way with words. It is settled then. Let us journey to Riverbend and see if they will crown me. Chapter 13. The commencement of the journey at dawn the following day. As the first light of daybreak seeped into the world, Rhaegar was roused by a slave. My lord, the master has commanded me to awaken you early today. After a brief morning routine, Rhaegar made his way to the square for his daily exercises. Despite having missed the prime years of martial training in his youth, he had, through diligent practice, managed to become a knight at the age of 17. Under the current austere conditions, Rhaegar could only practice his swordsmanship in a rudimentary manner. The square bustled with passers-by, yet none dared to pause and watch. The hierarchy of the castle was starkly simplistic. There existed only 3 classes: the master, the free folk, servants, and the slaves. Rhaegar belonged to the servant class, although he was marginally elevated above the slaves in rank. In reality, as long as Rhaegar was perceived as the quintessential Valyrian, he could treat the slaves as he pleased, wielding life and death at his whim. No matter how diligently the slaves toiled to ascend the ranks, they remained mere tools in the eyes of the master. However, the slaves of House Foster were distinct, for they had a successful predecessor. Thus, any who were discontent with their lot would strive relentlessly to emulate the one who had successfully transcended the class divide, starting with making a favorable impression on their master. As Jimmy passed through the square, he caught sight of Rhaegar practicing. He dared not linger, for the square was frequented by the permanent Valyrians of Dragonstone, most of whom were of impure blood, lacking the silver hair and other distinguishing features, belonging to the lowest echelon of Valyrians. Yet, they still possessed the legal right, bestowed by Valyrian law, to dispose of slaves at their discretion. The previous night, Jimmy and the other newly arrived slaves had received a lesson from their predecessors. Jimmy glared at Rhaegar, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. How could it be? A person of equally obscure origins could attain the status of a free citizen, while I am relegated to slavery merely for being in the vicinity of Valyria. With just a glance, Jimmy hurriedly carried the meal box back toward the castle, not daring to dawdle. This opportunity to serve the master was hard-earned, a result of his efforts to please the supervisor who was most severe with him, and he could not afford any misstep. With hurried steps, Jimmy approached Blackstone Castle, his hands held upright as instructed by the supervisor, ensuring that the essence of a slave did not taint the food intended for the master. He too felt that the breakfast was nearly overwhelming in its aroma, perhaps compounded by the fact that his meals had been curtailed the previous day. Jimmy wished to arrive at his master's chamber earlier, so that upon awakening, the master might recall the diligent, attentive, and tireless servant who had brought her breakfast at such an early hour. With a contented demeanor, Jimmy ambled toward the castle with a shy and hurried gait. Rhaegar casually picked up the salted meat sandwich and fresh water presented by the servant, savoring each bite. The bread is far superior to yesterday's, Rhaegar remarked, though he noted that the sandwich was somewhat oversalted. My lord, the lady has awakened. You must visit her at once, informed the servant. Rhaegar nodded in acknowledgement. Accepting the towel offered by the servant, and after a brief tidying up, he proceeded to Blackstone Castle. Blackstone Castle could be described as austere, both inside and out. The walls, unrefined and uneven, bore the marks of time, adorned only by scattered iron oil lamps and the accumulated soot of ages. The numerous battlements indicated that the castle was built with warfare in mind. Thus, the builders had neglected considerations for ventilation and light, resulting in dim corridors and rooms, save for a few principal chambers that fared slightly better. Good morning, my lady, he greeted. Mira, who had evidently just awakened, had her silver hair cascading untamed to her waist, while a fellow silver-haired Valyrian handmaiden attended to her grooming. Very well, Mira replied, still somewhat dazed. If we depart now, shall we reach Highgarden today? My lady, that is clearly impossible, Rhaegar responded. If you set out now, you would at most reach Storm King's Wind's Rest. Then please articulate the itinerary you have planned for me. Certainly, Rhaegar thought himself fortunate for not having gone directly to bed upon his return the previous evening. You may ride a dragon today to the town of Ladies' Spring in Crab Bay, a port and trade center equipped to accommodate you. There, you can indulge in the ancient waters of the Spring of Conky, said to possess miraculous healing properties. The following morning, you may then proceed directly to Highgarden without concern for provisions for yourself or your dragon, as the lands of Crab Bay have always been prosperous and many lords along the way will eagerly offer their hospitality. Mira picked up a silver fork, lifting a steaming slice of lemon cake from her meal box. Excellent, let us follow this itinerary. Suddenly, she frowned, chewing thoughtfully. Which fool thought it wise to serve a warm lemon cake? Do they not know that a slightly cooled flavor is far superior? Upon hearing this, the Valyrian handmaiden gracefully bowed and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Find the one who delivered breakfast today. Mira instructed the head handmaiden from Voster to the steward of Dragonstone, and teach them some manners. To instruct others, I presume, the head handmaiden added. Indeed, no harm must come to them. Finding a slave in Westeros is no easy task. The stout, balding steward bowed and departed, while the head handmaiden contemplated how soon she might return to Valyria, glancing at the steward's exposed bald crown as he bent. In the room, Mira inquired, does that spring indeed possess healing magic? Rhaegar replied, it is uncertain, for its history is far too ancient. How vast is it then? Is it sufficient for my dragon to drink its fill? I regret to inform you, my lady, that it is not. Then it seems I shall have to indulge myself, Mira remarked. Subsequently, Rhaegar exited the room, recalling his rudimentary knowledge that the Valyrians did not expend much effort on breakfast. Mira would soon be ready. He considered that he should venture to the nearest city on the continent to procure a few messenger ravens, lest the lords of the River Bay exhibit any extreme reactions. Should he send one to Raven's Roost or to Twilight City? Perhaps a messenger to each would be prudent. Moreover, he ought to find someone to notify the lords of Stormland, to prevent any untoward responses. Perhaps a direct visit to Wind's Rest would be the most effective course of action. With these thoughts, Rhaegar made his way to the square, contemplating whether he could find the steward of Dragonstone to request a few individuals. What is happening here? Rhaegar asked a nearby onlooker. gesturing towards the blonde figure suspended in the square. Why is he being whipped? The individual, initially interrupted in their observation, displayed anger, but upon catching sight of Rhaegar's silver hair and blue eyes, their demeanor shifted to one of respect. He was too ostentatious and not clever enough. Offering a still warm cake to the newly arrived dragonlord, Rhaegar nodded, then surveyed the circle of slaves who had previously been scattered throughout the castle but were now gathered in the square to witness the punishment. He understood that he had no authority to intervene in this matter, yet, influenced by a sense of compassion, he decided to seek out the steward to discuss the matter of the ravens. Indeed, Dragonstone did not possess an abundance of messenger ravens. This was a necessary endeavor. Approaching, Rhaegar recognized the individual as the Westerosi from the previous day. He stepped closer, looking down at the bloodied blonde man. Are you acquainted with Twilight City? Chapter 14. Each life, each pursuit in the town of Nymph Spring, Mira resided comfortably at the Jonka Spring, genuinely expressing her sentiments. The reputation is well-deserved. It truly soothes both body and spirit. Alas, the magic has waned. She gazed wistfully at the spring water trickling down her fair arms, lamenting that otherwise she could let Silver Arrow taste it. As if sensing his mistress's thoughts, Silver Arrow, stationed outside the building, emitted a low growl. Very well, Silver Arrow. You are the dragon I have chosen. Riding upon you and feeling the world fall behind is the greatest joy of my life. Bar none, Mira reassured. Closing her eyes and leaning against the ancient pool's wall, feeling the invisible spiritual connection between herself and her dragon. Rest assured, my choice to select the bullied you over your more powerful brother at the 14 Fire Peaks speaks volumes. I shall not abandon you to ride your mother. Outside the building, the magnificent silver dragon settled comfortably, lowering itself in the Mouton family's training grounds, its long tail unwittingly sweeping aside a row of scaffolding. Count Dustin Mouton, having adapted to the presence of dragons, felt a pang of regret upon seeing the armor displayed on the rack, as a major repair would incur significant expenses. Recently, he had barely managed to fend off the marauding Iron Islands raiders, suffering considerable losses in weaponry, and had even lost his blacksmith. Now, he found himself utterly unable to undertake repairs. Wasn't it said that a sufficient space was to be cleared? He bellowed at a nearby attendant. The attendant meekly defended himself. You only mentioned that a dragon had arrived. Who could have known it would be so colossal? In truth, Dustin understood that no blame could be assigned to anyone. Who could foresee the sudden arrival of a creature with a wingspan of 50 meters and a body length exceeding 20? I am the Count, Dustin declared, delivering a hefty blow to the attendant's head. I shall not bear the burden of this. It is undoubtedly your fault. Now, hurry and prepare the evening feast for the Lady of Valyria. He commanded the attendant, who was now cradling his head. And you all, do not disturb her. My lord, do remember to send out the ravens, reminded a nearby scholar. Yes, yes, quickly, release all the ravens to alert my king and all our allies. Dustin hoped that the lady might assist him in dealing with the Knights of Riverrun during her journey to Highgarden. Thus, he could reassure himself that the lavish hospitality, which required him to part with some of his holdings, was merely an expense incurred for hiring a Valyrian dragonlord. At least, it sounded more palatable. This was the thought that occupied Count Dustin as he proceeded to the kitchen to supervise and hasten preparations. Storm's end, wind's rest. What? Leo Durandon rose from his throne, casting a shadow that nearly engulfed the scholar. The Dragonlord of Dragonstone has landed. The scholar, covering his ears, nodded in affirmation. This news came from the towns of Fountain and Duskvale and was likely accurate. They had also brought letters from Dragonstone. Leo's booming voice resonated through the hall, nearly drowning out the howling storm outside. Those Dragonlords have never set foot on land. Does this mean Valyria intends to attack Westeros? No, my esteemed king, the scholar replied, fearing for his eardrums. It is a female Dragonlord wishing to come ashore for leisure. Upon hearing this, Leo's taut muscles relaxed abruptly, and he slumped back into his seat. Why was this not mentioned sooner? The scholar managed a wry smile. Your Majesty, it is of utmost importance that we remind our people to refrain from hostility towards that Dragonlord. Indeed, my sage, you speak wisely. Leo sprang from his seat with the agility of a sparrow, a stark contrast to his imposing physique. I must hasten to draft a letter for those fools. Kelvin, quickly prepare the ravens. This time, Kelvin did not cover his ears, for he noticed crimson stains on his palms. I can only be grateful that Wind's Rest possesses ample deafening potions. At least they are plentiful, he consoled himself as he made his way to the rookery. At the mouth of the Blackwater River, an unnamed highland awaited. Rhaegar gazed at the place, aware that a millennium hence, a city would rise here. The progeny of the Dragon King. This new city would supplant the old town, emerging as the most significant urban center in Westeros. The ultimate destination for the faithful of the Seven and the political nucleus of the Seven Kingdoms. It would boast a thriving population, flourishing trade, and bustling ports, eventually surpassing the Old Town in inhabitants, becoming the most populous city in all of Westeros, a crowded and foul-smelling metropolis, standing upon the future site of the Rhaenys Hill. Rhaegar remarked that the refuse nourishing the fish and flea bottom could suffice the needs of all in King's Landing for a day. Rhaegar found himself bewildered by the discontent that had begun to fester within him for the city in which he had grown up. Perhaps this dissatisfaction had long since taken root. The instability of religion, the shackled dragons, the multitude of impoverished souls, and the vulnerable geography weighed heavily upon him. By the heavens, Rhaegar had completely lost his desire to revisit his former haunts. Everything that had transpired during this time had irrevocably altered him. What is it that you truly desire? He pondered, as the sea breeze from Blackwater Bay tousled his hair. The dynasty is no more, the prophecies unfulfilled. The chasm between me and my kin is wider than mountains and rivers, more distant than life and death itself. What can you do? What do you want from me? Oh gods! Suddenly, the composure Rhaegar had cultivated over the years shattered, and he bellowed at the sky, demanding an answer. Rhaegar began to curse, cursing the gods, his father, the prophecies, and himself. He unleashed upon the world all the wretched invectives he had heard throughout his 24 years, akin to a drunken man who had just consumed a foul cheese pie filled with maggots at dawn. Gradually, Rhaegar grew dissatisfied with mere curses. He drew forth his longsword, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed to wield it with fervor. In a fit of madness, he hurled the sharp blade skyward. After a considerable time, weary, Rhaegar knelt upon the grass, his silver hair drenched in sweat, his lungs emitting the wheezing sounds of a dilapidated accordion, his throat thickening with sweetness. Oh gods! Rhaegar glanced at the longsword embedded in the ground beside him, recalling that he had cast it into the heavens 17 times. Yet it had not harmed him in the slightest. You. Rhaegar felt the world around him blur, struggling to articulate a few words between gasps. You have won. Damn it. Rhaegar slumbered at the site of the future dragon pit in King's Landing, the longest rest he had experienced since his arrival in the past. When he finally awoke, the night had quietly performed its task unbeknownst to him. He lay upon the damp grass, turning to behold the sunrise over the sea, ignoring the prickling discomfort of the grass blades against his skin. He had gazed upon this same sea and sunrise countless times before. Rhaegar reassured himself, I am alive. Chapter 15. The envoy of the Storm King. You mean to say you are the envoy of the Storm King? Meera inquired, her gaze fixed upon the figure before her. Indeed, esteemed Dragon King, the envoy replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, struggling to maintain his voice steady. My king invites you to visit Storm's End. Meera caressed her smooth chin, contemplating a spontaneous alteration to her itinerary to witness the legendary castle that had defied the gods. Very well, I accept your master's invitation. With a casual wave of her hand, she silenced the silver arrow behind her. The envoy, relieved to see the fearsome maw shut, promptly corrected himself, esteemed Dragon King. It is not master, but king. Meera paid no heed to the envoy's correction, turning instead to face Count Dustin, discarding a rudimentarily fashioned ruby as if it were refuse. Thank you for your hospitality over these few days. Your hot springs and meals have been quite satisfactory. Indeed. By the Seven, it is our honor to host you. Ignoring Count Dustin's exuberant expression, Meera ascended the back of the silver arrow with indifference. In the face of the crowd's reverent gazes, the massive lavender wings unfurled, emitting an ethereal glow that nearly enveloped all present. Dagon, she uttered in High Valyrian, signaling for takeoff. A tremendous gust swept through the training grounds of House Targaryen, compelling all to hunker down and shut their eyes until the dragon had successfully soared into the azure sky. Within the castle of Springs of Ladies, Count Dustin's only son, like the others, was equally awestruck by the majestic and powerful creature. Its ascent was cumbersome, Cortus Mudon remarked, pointing at the receding silver form. Above the clouds, one could leisurely admire the blue sky and white clouds of Westeros, while the sky over Valyria remained perpetually dim due to the presence of the 14 flames. Lacking in clouds. In this regard, Meera had to concede that Westeros was indeed marginally superior to Valyria. Just a fraction. Meera patted the silver arrow, a subtle tremor serving as a signal. Through their psychic connection, the silver arrow comprehended her intent, obediently slowing its flight, only flapping its wings occasionally to maintain altitude. Meera retrieved a sheepskin map from beside the dragon's saddle, which illustrated a simplified topography of Westeros. Let me see. Leaning down, She positioned the map against the saddle's raised front to shield it from the high-altitude winds. Departing from Springs of Ladies, we shall head towards Storm's End, taking this route. Silver Arrow. We shall cross Blackwater Bay and that forest, and tonight we shall slumber to the sound of the god's wrath. Both dragon and rider emitted a joyful cry that echoed through the heavens. Along the shores of Blackwater Bay. So, you are the envoy of the Storm King? Rhaegar inquired. Puzzled. Indeed, came the polite reply from the man across from him. We are of House Eller of the Hay Hall, and by the command of the Storm King. We await the esteemed Valyrian Dragon King. Has the Dragon King indeed chosen to proceed to Storm's End? If all goes as expected, yes. My king has personally extended the invitation. What a coincidence. Rhaegar sheathed his drawn sword. For I am in the service of the Dragon King you mention. And I too am bound for Storm's End. That is most fortuitous. The envoy signaled for the 5 or 6 knights clad in leather armor behind him to lower their guard. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Maestet Eller, the second son of the Eller family, dispatched by my father to execute the commands of the Storm King. Rhaegar observed the young man before him, a quintessential golden-haired Undul, barely old enough to be entrusted to venture beyond the castle walls. The freckles adorning his face had yet to fade, and though his speech was relatively polished, it could not entirely mask the naivety typical of youth. Rhaegar Targaryen. The young man across from him evidently had not heard of the Targaryens. For in this era of Westeros, few had. Welcome, my lord, he said. It seemed that Rhaegar's distinctive Valyrian appearance had instilled a sense of trust in him. Maestet appeared to believe his own words. To be candid, Rhaegar was grateful that his parents had bestowed upon him such a quintessential Valyrian visage. Had he traversed realms without this handsome facade, he would undoubtedly have encountered numerous difficulties. Will my lord be taking residence in our hayloft? The hour grows late, and it would be unfortunate to encounter a beast straying from the forest, Maestet remarked, casting another glance at the steed beneath Rhaegar. My lord, this is but an ordinary horse, lacking endurance, and it may impede your journey. Rhaegar knew the young man spoke the truth. He was well aware of the dangers surrounding the Kingswood, and being alone at this hour was indeed precarious. Moreover, he genuinely required sustenance and rest. Otherwise, he would surely fail to catch up with Mira. He understood well how swiftly dragons could fly, as documented in the archives of the Red Keep. During the Dance of Dragons, a sea-smoked dragon, slightly larger than a silver arrow, traversed the distance from King's Landing to Dragonstone in a mere half-day. Even though Mira was indulging in baths and feasts in the town of Maidenpool, Rhaegar could not possibly reach Windswept Keep before her. Such was the predicament. Rhaegar's current role was that of Myra's subordinate, and he must endeavor to hasten his journey to reunite with her. One must make every effort. He mused as he proceeded towards the hayloft. In the Reach, at Highgarden, the current ruler, Mern Gardner III, received a missive from his steward, Garland Tyrell, infused with the mingling scents of crow's nest and garden blooms. Furrowing his brow as he perused the small note, Mern learned that the Valyrian Dragon King had landed on Dragonstone and was now in the company of that fool, Leo Durandon. Mern, brushing back his thick curls of chestnut hair, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Mern sighed. What business do those silver-haired heathens have on land? Are they planning to wage war once more? Beside him, Garland, the steward of Highgarden, was equally taken aback by the news. Your Grace, I believe we ought to inform our vassals and convey this information to them. With a sorrowful sigh, Mern conceded, it seems we have no choice. Just as Garland prepared to take his leave, they heard a young man's voice calling out to the king from beyond the thick green barriers. Father, more? What was he shouting about? Garland immediately went to guide the heir of House Gardner forth, trusting in the defensive capabilities of the thorny maze. Though it was prudent to remember that not all threats came from foes. At least this time, it successfully demonstrated its defensive capabilities. Father, you must see this. Morel Gardner hurriedly handed a letter to his father. We have significant matters at hand. Mengen took the 2 letters from his son, and with a mere glance, he discerned their contents, igniting his fury. He bellowed, someone has betrayed me. His reaction left both his son and the steward perplexed until the steward compared the 3 letters. The first letter read, Today, the Dragon King of Valyria arrived at Windwhisper Keep in the evening, purpose unknown, to hold a banquet. The second letter stated, Today, we receive correspondence from Dragonstone. The Dragon King is set to disembark soon for leisure, one of his destinations being the King's High Hall. Please prepare accordingly. This message bore the signature of Lord Fossaway of the Arbor. There seems to be no issue, remarked Morel. Indeed, Your Highness, I concur, replied the steward. They then leaned together to compare the contents of the 3rd letter, dated the earliest among them. The Dragon King of Valyria has already disembarked and should be in the town of Maiden Spring. I received word from the Ravens of Twilight Town. accompanied by the letter from Dragonstone. This is likely true. I urge the king to prepare at once. This message came from Lord Marais of Long Table Hall. Yet the date was from several days prior. The two exchanged glances. Father, I shall investigate this matter immediately. Your Grace, I will prepare the arrangements to host the Dragon King. Meng-In waved his hand in acknowledgement. Feeling an inexplicable recollection of the white raven he had received not long ago from the Citadel, heralding the arrival of a brief autumn. What a tumultuous season it is. Chapter 16, Windwhisper Keep. Thank you for your hospitality, Rhaegar expressed once more to the gathering in the Hay Hall, but regrettably, I have nothing to offer in return. Not at all, not at all, responded a voice from the center of the crowd, belonging to a man with a flourishing beard, exuding the characteristic generosity of House Stormland. It was none other than Count Eller of Hay Hall, who had led the charge in pouring wine for Rhaegar the previous night. Please, do not mention any cursed rewards. Montel Eller waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite earnest. It is a pleasure to meet someone of your stature. Indeed, echoed the Count's eldest son, Aemon Targaryen, with a grin that only accentuated the bruises on his face, rendering him somewhat comical. It is my honor to engage with someone of your caliber. When dealing with those from Stormland, perhaps a bout of fisticuffs would be a worthwhile endeavor. Observing the bruises on Aemon's face, Rhaegar felt a twinge of regret and silently resolved to refrain from engaging in combat after imbibing alcohol in the future. He found it perplexing that the people of Stormland seemed to fight more fiercely after drinking, while he himself could scarcely grip a sword after a few drinks. Fortunately, it was not a serious occasion. Otherwise, flinging a wooden sword at someone would indeed be quite unseemly. Perhaps Robert had also taken to the battlefield after indulging in drink? Rhaegar pondered the circumstances of that time, but could not quite recall the minutiae of whether he had been under the influence. He only remembered desperately defending himself, evading Robert's absurdly heavy warhammer, while seeking any opportunity to strike back. My Lord Rhaegar, let us depart, Marset Eller reminded. Very well. Mounted upon the majestic steed generously sponsored by Count Eller, Rhaegar waved a final farewell to the crowd in the hayloft. After riding a short distance, Rhaegar glanced at the young man beside him, whose face still bore the unmistakable joy of embarking on a journey. Do not worry, my lord, Marset exclaimed with pride and cheerfulness. My father has taken me to His Majesty's Windrest Fortress several times. I can assuredly guide you there swiftly without delaying your affairs. Then I shall entrust this task to you. Upon learning of the dragon's flight speed from Rhaegar, Count Eller realized that sending a son to wait in the wilderness was futile and thus decided to send Marset to lead Rhaegar instead. The sound of horseshoes clashing with the rocky terrain of the stormy mountains resonated softly. Suddenly, Marset pointed towards the horizon, exclaiming, "Look, the sun is rising." Rhaegar followed the direction of Marset's hand. Indeed, the weather is pleasant, Mira remarked, basking in the sunlight. It is an opportune moment to ride the dragon and race against the clouds in pursuit of the sun's brilliance. Silver Arrow, do you not agree? Mira affectionately patted the delicate scales on Silver Arrow's cheek and inquired. I believe you could reach the river bend faster than the raindrops in the clouds. Rhaegar gazed up at the colossal dragon, contemplating whether a fortunate strike with his ancestral warhammer, the Unyielding, could fell such a formidable creature. He recalled the remnants of ancient battlefields surrounding Windrest Fortress, marked by massive depressions and shattered boulders, all wrought by his forebears wielding the Unyielding. It should be feasible, he added, observing the slowly ascending dragon, if it manages to land safely. At the urging of his loyal vassals, Rhaegar abandoned his notion of testing his mettle against the dragon and waved a farewell to Mira. Your Majesty, have you noticed? Noticed what? Rhaegar turned to his most trusted advisor, Scholar Kale, who had been sent by the Academy. What do you see? That silver-haired Valyrian wench, Milra's undergarments? I cannot see her from here. What? Kale was taken aback. Your Majesty, that is not what I meant. It is the dragon's takeoff. There appears to be a significant issue. Rhaegar intercepted the spray of Kale's excitement. All right, I understand, but I have no intention of waging war against the Valyrians. What significance does it hold to know that a dragon's ascent is flawed? Kale felt equally helpless, yet it was his duty as a scholar to report his findings and compensate for the king's lack of insight. The scholar combined his knowledge and wisdom with the king's martial prowess and courage, fulfilling the sovereign's aspirations while promoting the stability and development of the realm. This was the essence of the scholars and the Academy's existence. Your Majesty, you know this is the scholar's duty. Indeed, Rhaegar laughed heartily, clapping Kale on the back. This is precisely why I trust you more than your predecessor. Kale nearly gasped for breath, yet he understood that the king was being lenient. Last month, he witnessed firsthand how Leo, while hunting, deftly dispatched a colossal wild boar capable of breaching the small lord's walls with merely a branch he picked up from the ground. Although Kelvin was still somewhat out of breath, he raised his chin and smiled proudly at Leo's recent praise. Report to the king. Leo observed a soldier stationed at the edge of Wind's Breath Castle's domain approaching him at a gallop, brandishing his regal stag banner. What is it this time? He murmured, hoping for a matter that would provide an opportunity for combat, as he found entertaining the visit of that shrewish woman quite exhausting. Your Majesty, Lord Eller's second son has arrived with a silver-haired Valyrian, claiming to be an envoy from Dragonstone. Leo and Kelvin exchanged glances, both reflecting the same sense of puzzlement. Bring them in. This time, there would be no lavish feast of wine and meat prepared for them. This was Rhaegar's second visit to Wind's Breath Castle, yet it felt like the first in terms of significance. It seems there is little difference, Rhaegar mused, marveling at the craftsmanship of the builder, Brandon. What do you think? Merset proudly gestured toward Wind's Breath Castle, the pride of the Stormlanders, standing resolute. Indeed, despite Rhaegar having witnessed the grandeur of Valyria's towering cities, he was still struck by the formidable presence of the coastal castle's walls, which exuded a sense of weightiness and stability. Thousands of years of storms had failed to crumble it. It remained a colossal, spiked fist, akin to Duran himself, continuously demonstrating its defiance and resilience to the gods, a symbol of courage and tenacity. Upon hearing this, Merset smiled with satisfaction. Precisely, full of courage and resilience. Amidst their jovial conversation, the two rode into the nearly impregnable fortress. After Rhaegar presented his sword, they entered the castle's grand hall. The spacious chamber was filled with vassals from the surrounding territories, and Rhaegar found himself uncertain whether he had indeed caught up with Mira. At the end of this assembly of vassals sat a towering man beneath the regal stag banner. To Rhaegar, this giant resembled a massive bear. And while he could not yet ascertain how he compared to Robert, one thing was certain. The two bore a striking resemblance, particularly with their thick, black beards. You hail from Dragonstone? The giant inquired. Indeed. Very well. Leo rose, and Rhaegar could now confirm that he was taller than Robert. Leo scrutinized Rhaegar from head to toe. Suddenly, he drew the sword from Merset's waist, so swiftly that Rhaegar could hardly react. The sound echoed sharply within the otherwise tranquil confines of Wind's Breath, prompting the surrounding vassals to draw their own swords. Rhaegar felt his blood run cold, and Merset appeared equally bewildered. With a glint of cold steel, Rhaegar began to question whether this was all but a jest played upon him by the gods. Chapter 17. The Bloodline of the Storm King indeed. Leo himself was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Leo's voice thundered, nearly shaking the very foundations of the castle. You fools! Do you wish for me to become a mere test subject within Storm's End? According to the legends surrounding the guest rights of Westeros, there was a tale of a mouse cook from Longnight Castle. It was said that due to a grievance with the Undull King, he had transformed the king's son into a pie, accompanied by Dornish wine for the king's tasting. For transgressing the sacred guest rites and incurring the wrath of the gods, he was cursed to wander as a white mouse, driven by insatiable hunger, doomed to feast upon his own descendants. The vassals, upon hearing Leo's tempestuous roar, hastily laid down their swords. Enraged, Leo began hurling curses at the assembly. Though Rhaegar covered his ears, he could still discern some of the invectives that Robert had once directed at him. At that precise moment, the doors of the council chamber swung open, and a servant from Storm's End rushed in, a wooden tray in hand. 7 gods! Thank the heavens you still possess hands capable of baking bread, Leo exclaimed, gesturing for the vassals to make way for the servant. Before Leo could utter another word, Rhaegar, his head buzzing from the commotion, raised a hand to signal Leo to halt. He deftly seized a still warm loaf of bread from the tray and dipped it in salt before taking a bite. Oh, how unexpected. You seem to grasp the ways of Westeros quite well, Leo remarked, somewhat astonished. You must know, your Dragon King, upon seeing my men bring forth bread and salt, inquired if he could dip it in jam. I was raised in Westeros, Rhaegar explained. How fortuitous, Leo replied, intrigued. While he had encountered individuals from Valyria, he had not heard of anyone like Rhaegar who claimed to have been raised in Westeros. Despite having met him only once, Leo was certain that a person of Rhaegar's caliber would not go unnoticed if he had truly grown up here. What is your name, and where did you grow up? I am Rhaegar Targaryen, and as for where I was raised, I would appreciate it if your grace refrained from inquiring further. Leo raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then I shall not press the matter. Rhaegar sighed in relief, grateful that the Storm King was a man of leniency. However, a sense of foreboding loomed. Upon hearing Leo's next words, Rhaegar's instincts warned him of impending trouble. Come, let us spar. Rhaegar glanced at Leo, whose stature was roughly equivalent to Sir Rhaegar's, yet more robust. He murmured a quiet curse, "By the seven gods." Storms and training yard. The two donned simple protective gear and grasped their wooden swords, preparing to face one another. However, Rhaegar's physique and the wooden sword in his hand were significantly smaller compared to Leo's. After a brief standoff, Leo charged forward. "Be cautious now. This wooden sword is reinforced with iron," he warned before striking. As Rhaegar parried the probing blow, he quickly realized the magnitude of the opponent he was up against. He was not merely contending with a wild boar, but rather a colossal bear. "By the seven gods." Rhaegar roared with fervor, hoping to summon some strength through his voice. Struggling to parry Leo's sword, he boldly inquired, "Pray, tell me the truth. Does your blade conceal enough iron for a blacksmith to forge several anvils?" Upon hearing this, Leo chuckled. "That remains a mystery." He then swung his sword once more. Gripping the hilt with both hands and gritting his teeth, Rhaegar barely managed to deflect Leo's strike. When the third blow came, Rhaegar dared not employ his previous tactic. Instead, he utilized the advantages of his wooden sword, one hand clasped around the hilt while the other grasped the rudimentary crossguard, successfully blocking Leo's attack once again. "Oh," Leo exclaimed in delight, praising, "You are far more astute than my foolish vassals." Rhaegar remained silent, standing still as he desperately regulated his breathing. Half of his anxiety stemmed from the rapid exchanges that had just transpired, while the other half was driven by sheer tension. What a jest! Rhaegar observed his trembling hands, genuinely questioning whether he had become inept since his resurrection. Perhaps Robert was merely a half-hearted scion of the Storm King bloodline. Otherwise, why did Leo seem to descend upon them like a divine warrior? Was the Storm King lineage always this formidable? Leo laughed joyfully, unfazed by Rhaegar's choice of words. With a hearty laugh, he charged forward, brandishing the wooden sword as though it were a warhammer, striking Rhaegar's blade with unyielding force. "My ancestors were even mightier than I." Good heavens! Even though Leo was intentionally restraining himself, employing no refined techniques and deliberately avoiding lethal strikes, instead targeting Rhaegar's sword, Rhaegar still struggled to withstand the onslaught. "Very well, I shall temper my strength," Leo mused, eager to see how far the young man could go while absorbing the weight of his blows. "He's not even putting on a show," Kelvin quipped to those beside him. On the battlefield, after adjusting to the rhythm, Rhaegar finally found some stability in his footing and even seized opportunities to counterattack a few times. "Not bad." Leo continued to roar with laughter. In a moment of reverie, Rhaegar recalled the Valerian family, descendants of the Storm King before him, the Laughing Storm, Leonor Valerian. In combat, the Laughing Storm would emit raucous laughter when facing foes weaker than himself. Similarly, the Storm King Leo, confronting Rhaegar, who was beneath his prowess, also erupted in hearty laughter. Indeed, there were whispers that Robert was the reincarnation of the Laughing Storm. This was the last thought that crossed Rhaegar's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Throughout the duel, Leo had restrained nearly 40% of his strength. Thereafter, the encounter became an exhibition of Rhaegar's skill and valor. Soon, Leo lost interest in the contest, as he had no inclination to toy with a warrior as if they were a jester or a puppet. In the astonished gaze of Rhaegar, Leo discarded the wooden sword and caught Rhaegar's strike with his bare hands, as if responding to Rhaegar's grip on the sword. He then delivered a single punch that felled Rhaegar. "Ah!" Leo raised his hands in exhilaration, shouting in triumph. Long live the king. The surrounding vassals were exhilarated by their king's triumph, showering praises upon Leo. Kelvin approached Rhaegar, gazing down at the unconscious figure, shaking his head in disbelief. "Foolish foreigner." He then gestured for several servants to carry him away for proper care. Suddenly, Kelvin pondered a dilemma. Could this be considered a breach of guest rights? Ah, what an intriguing quandary. Feeling somewhat flummoxed, Kelvin resolved to seek counsel from others to share the burden. Delp Clinton, upon hearing the question, was momentarily taken aback, evidently having not contemplated the matter himself. It should not count. After all, the king merely knocked the other out in the course of friendly sparring. "Very well, Sir Clinton." With this reassurance, Kelvin felt enlightened and decided to prepare the guest gifts. Make sure they are of considerable value. Rest assured, I will apologize on behalf of His Majesty at the time of parting. Chapter 18 At Wind's Rest Castle. Leo's punch could hardly be deemed accidental. Rhaegar had required a full 2 days to recuperate following that unprecedented welcome. In retrospect, it seemed only natural that I lost to Robert at the Trident. Rhaegar mused. It is well known that the founder of House Baratheon, Orys Baratheon, secured his conquest of Storm's End and Wind's Rest by marrying the last Storm King's daughter and sole heir, Elena Durrandon, during the Conqueror's War. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Robert Baratheon, inheritor of the Storm King's bloodline, to deliver a fatal blow to Rhaegar. However, recalling Leo's performance during the earlier conflict, Rhaegar dismissed his previous notions. Surely, there must be limits to strength. Was that a human? It resembled a colossal bear clad in human skin, or perhaps a shrunken giant. In any case, that was an unimaginable power for a mere mortal. In his leisure, Rhaegar delighted in immersing himself in the world of books. From historical tomes, he discerned a stark contrast between the continent of Westeros and its neighbor, Essos. The mightiest warriors in Westeros were typically the leaders of the great houses, while in Essos, the most formidable fighters were often the bodyguards of these leaders. This dynamic only shifted with the emergence of the Kingsguard. Rhaegar had encountered the most formidable individuals in all of Westeros and had even crossed blades with them. Indeed, he counted himself among the mightiest. Thus, he understood the limits of Westerosi prowess, whether in skill, such as Arthur Dayne or Barristan Selmy, or strength, like Rhaegar Clegane or Robert Baratheon. Yet, Leo shattered his preconceptions. Rhaegar had never fathomed such extraordinary strength could exist. Was it possible that those who lived a millennium ago consumed something fundamentally different? Rhaegar gazed upon the sumptuous lunch brought forth by the servant, a fragrant half-roasted suckling pig, after Kelvin's persuasion. Leo felt a twinge of guilt and unease for having struck Rhaegar, and thus, generously shared half of his unique dish: creamy quail, roasted crab, a large bowl of seafood soup, fresh fruits, a bottle of Storm Estate cider, and of course bread. Although the portion seemed more abundant than usual, there was nothing particularly different about it. Nevertheless, Rhaegar found no objection to this lavish meal. Rather, he felt a sense of delight, for at that moment, his headache, a consequence of being knocked unconscious by Leo, had finally dissipated, and he found himself with a hearty appetite. Since arriving in the past, Rhaegar had undergone significant transformations. Both mentally and physically, he surveyed the disheveled table and empty plates, leaning back in his chair, patting his belly in contemplation. Had the intricacies of etiquette abandoned me? Or had I forsaken them? With his chair reclined against the wall, he allowed his thoughts to drift into this philosophical quandary, leisurely savoring the precious moments of his midday respite. Time flowed unhurriedly, until the candle on the table, capable of burning for nearly the entire night, had melted halfway. It was only when the servant approached him with the summons from the Storm King that Rhaegar was jolted back to reality. He marveled at how mere moments of contemplation had stretched into several hours. Yet, an inexplicable sensation of long-lost comfort enveloped him, akin to the body and spirit soaking together in a warm spring. How delightful! Strangely, Rhaegar felt an unexpected nostalgia for such an afternoon, as if it were destined to vanish forever. Ah well, he scratched his head, his elongated fingers running through his silken shoulder-length hair. It was time for a wash. Off to meet His Majesty, the Storm King. In the Wind's Rest Castle, at the stables, Leo greeted him with a cheerful smile. Hello, Rhaegar. I trust your stay here has been comfortable these past few days. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty, Rhaegar replied sincerely, a warm smile gracing his lips. I have found it exceedingly pleasant. Seeing Rhaegar express such genuine sentiments eased Leo's own conscience. He too felt a pang of guilt for having rendered his guest unconscious while partaking of bread, thus neglecting the courtesies owed to him. O gods, I have done my utmost to entertain my guest. May you not be angered, Leo silently prayed. Rhaegar inquired, Your Majesty, may I ask why you summoned me today? Leo concluded his brief prayer and responded, I have come to rectify my misdeed. I sincerely apologize, Rhaegar, for knocking you out. It is of no consequence, Your Majesty. Rhaegar hastened to assure him. I bore it not in mind. In truth, I have been admiring your martial prowess these past days. How could I ever blame you? That is a relief, Leo exhaled, instantly regaining his usual spirited demeanor. In that case, let us embark on a hunt together. It would be my utmost honor. Rhaegar replied with a hearty laugh. Leo gestured towards his stable, inviting Rhaegar to select a steed, the finest warhorse of Stormwind, as part of his apology. Rhaegar initially contemplated declining, yet a hand upon his shoulder dispelled such thoughts. I appreciate your generosity, Your Majesty. Rhaegar chose a robust white stallion, proving his discerning eye as the chosen warhorse matched Leo's pace, ensuring he would not lag behind. The entourage was modest, comprising merely a dozen individuals. Leo led the way, wielding not the customary spear or bow of the hunt, but a long-handled warhammer. It appeared crafted specifically for someone of Leo's formidable strength. The hammerhead, though small, was a smooth oval, designed to shatter the bones of prey while preserving the integrity of their pelts. At that moment, it hung beside Leo's saddle, while he indulged in a hearty drink of ale, which he deemed most suitable for the hunt. Rhaegar felt a flicker of concern regarding his stability on horseback, but the surrounding attendants waved dismissively, asserting that a bit of ale would not lead to inebriation. Soon, Rhaegar discerned that Leo indeed remained sober, his spirits only rising. Remarkably, he even thrust the remaining portion of his ale pouch into the mouth of his steed. My horse shares my fondness for drink. Rhaegar was already pondering how to ensure his safety. Your Majesty, the scout ahead has returned from the thicket, a hunter from Windwhisper Keep. The scout reported. Attention must be heightened. I have detected signs of a wild boar in combat with a brown bear. At the mention of this, Leo's eyes widened with excitement, and before Rhaegar could offer a word of caution, he mounted his horse. That bear is mine. All Rhaegar caught was the sight of Leo retreating, a pouch of ale in hand. Please excuse me, my lord, an attendant remarked to Rhaegar. His Majesty fears our numbers may startle the prey, thus. He always charges forth alone. However, he reassured, donning his helmet and nimbly mounting his own horse. We have never witnessed His Majesty encounter misfortune. It is the prey that falters, be it deer, wild boar, or bear, even the great lions of the West. Another attendant chimed in as they galloped forward. The bloodline of the Storm King is never interrupted in the hunt. Chapter 19. Journey to Riverbend Sea? I told you, the attendant exclaimed excitedly to Rhaegar. The offspring of the Storm King always decisively vanquished their opponents in the hunt. Rhaegar concurred with his sentiment, for the scene before them served as perfect corroboration of his words. Leo sat triumphantly upon the carcass of his prey, akin to a proud king upon his throne. Though he was indeed a king, Rhaegar perceived that Leo now exuded far greater pride than when seated beneath the regal stag banner in the grand hall of Windwhisper Keep. There were two carcasses. The larger was an adult brown bear. Its glossy pelt a testament to the long summer's nourishment, robust and well-fed. Rhaegar noted that alongside it, in the net of an attendant, were two restless cubs, which led him to conclude it was a mother bear, albeit one of considerable size, nearing the stature of a typical adult male bear. The greater prey was a massive adult wild boar, its face adorned with a thick bony plate, and its 6 sharp tusks remained intact and gleaming, a testament to its youthful vigor. Rhaegar rapped upon its bony surface, discerning a defensive strength that rivaled his own armor, the finest of Castle Juneland. Indeed, it might even surpass it, for the thickness of his armor paled in comparison, and its shock absorption likely exceeded that of his own. Yet, it lay shattered. The bony armor had been smashed to smithereens, along with the skull beneath it. The manner of its demise mirrored that of the colossal she-bear. Its skull had been crushed outright. Rhaegar picked up the hunting hammer that Leo had discarded on the ground. Its thickened steel handle, now deformed, attested to its role as a pivotal tool in this hunt. Was this still human? Rhaegar found himself at a loss for words, his years of reading yielding no solace. Roar! Leo, unable to contain his excitement upon the arrival of his men, let forth a battle cry of exhilaration. Long live the Storm King! His followers echoed his fervor, their voices a chorus of triumph. The invincible majesty of His Majesty, the Storm King. Leo unleashed his signature laughter, scattering the birds that had gathered to scavenge the remnants of the hunt. In a fit of exuberance, he hoisted the she-bear's carcass and frolicked about, utterly unbefitting of a king. The two cubs were thoroughly terrified, unable to emit a sound. Rhaegar noted that the cubs fell silent when the brain matter of their mother was dislodged from the gaping wound and dripped upon their heads. This would be the centerpiece of tonight's feast, an entire brown bear. The attendants erupted into even greater cheers. The bear's paws for me, the rest for you. One to be stewed with spices, the other glazed with honey and roasted. How splendid! There was no longer any need to continue. In the aftermath of a successful hunt, the group joyfully made their way back to Windrest Keep. Rhaegar felt a genuine sense of happiness. The joy of a successful hunt was ingrained in human DNA, and he was not without his own rewards. He lifted the sturdy wicker net bag, peering inside at the two cubs, who dared not act out. What flavor might these creatures possess when roasted? Ultimately, Rhaegar refrained from cooking them. Feeling solitary on his journey, he resolved to keep the two bears as companions. Initially, Rhaegar believed his responsibilities would conclude with delivering messages to Windrest Keep, yet Mira insisted he venture to Riverbend as well. Surely, she did not aspire to earn the crown of love and beauty. Rhaegar had no desire to participate in another tournament, nor to crown a new queen of love and beauty. The banquet was quite grand, serving as a farewell feast for Rhaegar, who was sincerely grateful to Leo for his overwhelming hospitality. To our friend Rhaegar's departure, under Leo's lead, those present raised their glasses in tribute, offering words of farewell and toasts. While the language may not have been particularly eloquent, the emotions were fervent. The atmosphere was lively and swept along by the revelry. Rhaegar drank to great excess. As he succumbed to the embrace of slumber induced by alcohol, he felt an inexplicable satisfaction with his current life. In recent days, Rhaegar found himself unusually nostalgic, reflecting on the moments spent with his wife and children, though the frequency of their appearances in his dreams had begun to wane. "I am a fool," he murmured under the influence of alcohol. The following morning, Rhaegar exited the Wind's Rest castle in the company of Ser Kyle, the only one among them who had remained sober the night before. "Sir Rhaegar, I am quite astonished that you are awake at this hour," Kyle remarked, his thoughts laden with burdens heavier than gold, yet lighter than roses. "Are you truly alert, my lord?" "Indeed, I am quite awake," Rhaegar replied with a faint smile. Mounting his steed, "Please extend my gratitude to His Majesty, King Aegon. These past few days have been the most comfortable I have experienced in quite some time, and I am grateful for your hospitality. I regret that my visit was so hasty, and I did not bring sufficient gifts for my hosts." "Not at all. It is of no consequence." Kyle hastily waved off the apology, asserting that Aegon would not mind such matters. "On the contrary, it is we who owe you thanks for not taking offense at our breach of guest rights." Rhaegar smiled. "Until we meet again." "Until we meet again," Kyle echoed, watching the two warhorses depart, gifts from two noble houses of the Stormlands. "I hope he is pleased with our offerings," the Scholar of Wind's Rest muttered. "Aegon should be quite satisfied with this fellow. Let it be. He should be rejoicing over the luxury of not having to rise early. What an intriguing Valyrian, indeed." Meanwhile, Rhaegar faced his own tribulations. In the past, his departures had been effortless, as he was the undisputed heir of House Targaryen. Now, however, he found himself burdened with the need for extensive preparations. Financially, he was secure. The funds provided by House Valerion were ample. Yet, the route to the Reach posed a significant challenge. This was no time for conquest, nor was there a benevolent king emerging to mend the roads. Rhaegar had limited options: to traverse the treacherous joint borders of various factions through the Red Mountains, praying he would not fall victim to lurking bandits or treacherous arrows, or to retrace his steps back to King's Landing, embarking on the future Rose Road to the Reach. Along the way, he would encounter no inns or way stations, and could only hope to procure supplies while evading marauders. The alternative was to take to the seas. Rhaegar resolved to find a vessel in the Stormlands capable of accommodating 2 horses. Fortunately, the port at Wind's Rest was bustling with ships, and after parting with a considerable sum, he managed to secure passage, himself aboard a passenger ship while his horses were loaded onto a cargo vessel. On board, Rhaegar overheard discussions among the crew regarding a tournament to be held in the Reach. What? He pondered, incredulous that news could travel so swiftly since Myra's departure from Wind's Rest. After spending a few Valyrian copper coins, he learned that it was not a tournament in honor of the Valyrian Dragon King, but rather a grand event coinciding with the upcoming Harvest Festival, celebrating his daughter's coming of age. Upon grasping the details, one thought consumed Rhaegar. He hoped the coffers of House Gardner remained plentiful. Chapter 20. The High Court. Rhaegar's days at sea were far from pleasant. He had underestimated the journey to the High Court. Rhaegar had indeed suffered the consequences of his inexperience, traversing half of Westeros by sea from storms into the High Court. The dimly lit ship's cabin, the monotonous scenery, and the relentless turbulence of wind and rain made for a disconcerting voyage. The vessel's swaying never ceased, and the bread clutched in Rhaegar's hand had grown warm. Yet he felt no inclination to eat. This experience was markedly different from his previous crossing of the narrow sea. Dazed, Rhaegar lay on his bunk, the omnipresent scent of the sea overwhelming his senses. As he endured the ordeal, a singular thought consumed him. When would he finally set foot on solid ground? Resolute, Rhaegar decided that as soon as the ship docked at Old Town, he would disembark without delay. Occasionally, the vessel would anchor along the coast to replenish fresh water and supplies, prompting the passengers to rush down the deck, Rhaegar included. While on land, he seized the opportunity to observe 2 horses and 2 playful bears. The bears, as disoriented as Rhaegar himself, were infuriatingly overshadowed by the horses, which appeared in far better condition. The crew responsible for their care even lamented to Rhaegar about the horses' excessive appetite. What could Rhaegar do but offer a few extra silver coins? Enduring the journey, Rhaegar finally arrived at Old Town, the most bustling port and city in Westeros at that time. Although he longed to linger in Old Town, time was not on his side. His employer had arrived at the High Court long before him, after merely a day of rest, during which the oil meant for the sword's upkeep had yet to dissipate its fragrance. Rhaegar set forth on a new leg of his journey. 2 tall, sturdy steeds trotted side by side, traversing the shaded paths, trailed by the 2 frolicking bears, who playfully jostled one another, vying for dominance. Yet their gaze remained fixed upon the silver-haired man atop the horse. A bear. There was a bear all black and brown and covered in hair. 3 boys. A goat. And a dancing bear. They danced and spun right to the Pharaoh suite, She was and pure and fair, the maid with honey up in her hair. He smelled her on the summer air, the maid with honey up in her hair. This is a fragment of the renowned Westerosi song The Girl and the Bear. The tune is lively, the lyrics whimsical, the content fantastical, and the rhythm repetitive, making it a beloved piece among the people of Westeros, widely sung across the continent. Once, when Rhaegar was still a prince and had yet to succumb to the weight of prophecy, he would fearlessly traverse the streets of King's Landing alongside his father's Kingsguard. The dauntless Barristan. Rhaegar, disregarding his noble status, would sing to the populace like a minstrel, while Barristan diligently safeguarded him. The songs Rhaegar performed filled the hearts of the crowd with joy, and he sang with great fervor. I recall one occasion where he and Barristan, having indulged in the earnings from their performance, drank to the point of inebriation. Indeed, everyone was filled with merriment. Rhaegar sang. Yet his mind wandered back to those days, the memories of revelry and camaraderie. How much had they earned? The thought struck him suddenly, and his melodious voice faltered. How many times had he been here? Who were the Kingsguard? Arthur, Jaime, Barristan, Yora, Prince Lewin, and others. Panic began to creep in. And then he remembered Jon and Lord Oswell. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Am I forgetting them? On the journey that followed, Rhaegar ceased his singing, forsook the beauty of the landscapes, and refrained from teasing children or aiding the needy. In a daze, he found himself at the banks of the Mandar. It was only when the resounding roar of a dragon echoed overhead, startling a bear cub and 2 horses, that Rhaegar realized his gnawing hunger. Indeed, he had consumed little. As he rummaged through his provisions, he discovered that he had hardly eaten at all. While washing by the river, he once again became acutely aware of his disheveled state. His gaunt face, hollow eyes, unkempt beard and hair bore little resemblance to the Rhaegar of his memories. The one once known as the Silver Prince, a close companion of Jon, hailing from the storm-lashed house of Clinton, staring blankly at the water's surface. Emotions long buried within him surfaced, tugged by the hook of fear, much like a fish that refuses to perish on the shore. The gods have saved me. The gods have mocked me. Rhaegar drew forth a dagger he had acquired on his journey, crafted by a skilled yet nameless blacksmith, and aimed it at his chin. To live. Yes, to live. He abandoned that dreadful thought and began to shave. To live, for the sake of Elia and the others. As Rhaegar ambled into the high garden, leading 2 horses and flanked by 2 bears, he bore a melancholy that piqued the curiosity of men and shattered the hearts of women. Among the horses, one, more spirited than the other, continuously glanced around yet remained restrained, avoiding any mischief. This was the white stallion gifted to him by Leo. The other horse, devoid of any forewarning, abruptly kicked and killed a cat, clearly unsettled. It was a beautiful chestnut mare bestowed by House Ellen. Rhaegar named them Cloak and Chestnut, inspired by Rhaenys. He once promised to gift her a horse, to which she replied she would name it Cloak and Chestnut. At that moment, she was cradled in Rhaegar's arms, sheltered from the dust by a cloak, while a plate of chestnuts adorned their dessert. Before the grand gates of Highgarden, a lord inquired respectfully of Rhaegar, "Which house do you hail from?" "Targaryen," Rhaegar replied, observing the guard's astonishment. "The Targaryens of Valyria. I am now a retainer to the Lady Dragonlord, who is visiting your Highgarden." "Oh, welcome, my lord," the guard exclaimed, beckoning a child who promptly rushed over. "Take this lord to the stables, do you hear? The stables. Be swift, or you'll face the consequences." Following the child's lead, Rhaegar arrived at Highgarden's stables, which ought to be called a stud farm. As he surveyed the surroundings, he handed a Valyrian copper coin to the waiting child and pondered how to approach the steward of Highgarden. While observing his environment, Rhaegar's gaze fell upon a strikingly tall and handsome youth, clad in finery embroidered with a silver-threaded emblem of a green and blue palm on a white background. This young man was engaged in jovial conversation with a group of peers, among whom Rhaegar recognized sigils belonging to the Tower, the Huntsman, purple grapes, and the golden goose on a blue field. Rhaegar discerned to which house he belonged, the Gardner family of the Riverlands. Chapter 21. The eve of the tournament, More Gardner found it peculiar. "Who is that person over there? I have neither seen nor heard of him before." Sam Tarly, overhearing Moore's remark, followed his gaze and spotted a young man whose handsomeness far exceeded that of the Riverlands' noble heirs. "Good heavens, compared to him, we appear as mere cowherds," he remarked. Jason Hightower's comment garnered agreement, for although they did not wish to dwell on superficial appearances like women, the innate competitiveness and curiosity regarding this unfamiliar presence stirred their interest. Who could he be? Shall we send someone to investigate? He might be yet another Valyrian dragonlord. Sam proposed. "I will not go," said the timid Lord Barrows of the Golden Goose, hailing from House Clane, whose sigil was the blue field with the golden goose. "Well, it seems fear has overtaken caution for Lord Barrows," Jason Hightower shrugged. I shall go. Rhaegar stood quietly, his gaze resting on the bear cub at his feet, contemplating how to navigate this gathering of noble youths. Greetings, sir, Jason Hightower said, inclining slightly in a gesture of courtesy. I am Jason of House Hightower from Old Town. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Rhaegar reciprocated the gesture. Hello. His voice was low and gentle, momentarily casting doubt in Jason's mind as to whether Rhaegar might be a Valyrian bard, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. I am Rhaegar Targaryen, hailing from the illustrious house of Valyria, and it is indeed an honor to make your acquaintance. Targaryen, Rhaegar clarified, is also a lineage of dragonlords, albeit of lesser rank. Oh, my apologies. Jason's demeanor shifted to one of respect, his smile brightening considerably upon realizing he was in the presence of a Targaryen. Please forgive my ignorance and impertinence. In the presence of such dragons soaring high, it is easy for us mere mortals to be blinded and lose our discernment. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Rhaegar. Actually, I find myself not belonging to the Targaryens at present. Jason's smile began to fade, resembling a glass of lukewarm water. Then welcome, friend from across the narrow sea. I am currently in service to House Valerion, the family of the Dragonlord being entertained at Highgarden. Allow me to introduce you to our realm of the Reach. I assure you, it will not disappoint. Thank you. Rhaegar offered a polite nod, his lips curling into a subtle smile, his brow unfurling. In truth, I should be regarded as the attendant of that young lady. There is no need for such deference towards me. Jason Hightower's smile faded yet again, realizing the futility of his formality. Well then, as a guest, what may I assist you with? Rhaegar was taken aback by Jason Hightower's newfound straightforwardness, yet it suited him well. I am most grateful, Lord Hightower. As you can see, I have just arrived from the Stormlands, and I am in dire need of bread, warm water, and a bed. Might you help me find someone who can fulfill these needs? With pleasure. Upon saying this, Jason swiftly approached Moore and his company, briefly relaying the information he had just acquired and inquiring how Moore, the future Lord of Highgarden, intended to address this peculiar Valyrian. Moore pondered for a moment. I shall personally attend to him. What? Jason expressed his confusion. Are you quite certain? You are the heir to House Hightower and will one day be among the most powerful figures in Westeros. Are you truly considering undertaking a steward's duties? Indeed. Sam also struggled to comprehend Moore's intentions. For the sake of a Valyrian, whose status as either a bastard or a ward remains uncertain, is it worth it, Moore? Moore merely shook his head, offering no argument. I have a premonition that this will be significant and worthwhile. Watching Moore's retreating figure, the others exchanged glances of resignation. Good day, sir. Rhaegar gazed at the young man's sigil, his eyes widening in surprise. I am the heir of House Gardner of Highgarden. My name is Moore Gardner. From this moment, I shall personally attend to your needs. Highgarden, guest chambers. Rhaegar stood by the window, admiring the view. The room Moore had prepared was splendid, with commendable decor, cleanliness, and ample natural light. From the room, one could behold the tranquil Mandare River flowing under the setting sun, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of Highgarden's renowned roses. Rhaegar, the gardener of Moore, found himself perplexed by the lavish attention bestowed upon him by the heir to the High Court, even as an employee of the most powerful Dragonlord family in Valyria. It seemed excessive for the next king of the Bay to personally attend to him. He dismissed the thought, deciding it was of no consequence. Releasing his burdensome luggage, a long fabric bundle thudded heavily onto the stone floor. As he reclined upon the feather bed, an overwhelming desire to sleep indefinitely washed over him. Let it be. Both the good and the bad. After all, I am no longer a prince, and it matters not. It matters not, he murmured dreamily before sleep. Silence enveloped him, the stars quietly observing the fabrications of humanity. The tournament grounds were established on a highland by the banks of the Mandar River, a flat expanse that required no arduous preparations. There were no depressions or puddles, the soil neither too soft nor too hard, adorned with lush grass that could engulf a horse's hooves. It was the ideal venue for horseback riding, jousting, and team competitions, serendipitously bestowed by the benevolence of the gods. Now, the grounds were bustling with activity. Knights on their grand steeds, accompanied by their squires, were familiarizing themselves with the site for the forthcoming days. Merchants had already set up their stalls, eager to showcase their wares, while the majority of the crowd comprised workers constructing stands, delineating suitable areas, and erecting barriers. Banners of various hues and crests fluttered in the autumn breeze. Some would achieve fame in battle here, while many were already renowned across the realm. However, this rivalry did not diminish their fighting spirit. Westeros was not lacking in talent, merely in the platforms for such talents to shine. Rhaegar wandered through the unfinished arena, exploring the thriving market. Leading 2 horses, he resembled a knight preparing for competition, yet the 2 underage bear cubs trailing behind him gave him the appearance of a performer. Judging by his physique, onlookers would perceive him as a formidable knight, but should they gaze upon his countenance, they might discern the visage of a prince. No one could deny the contradictions that defined him. He appeared every bit the nobleman, yet he led his horses personally, devoid of any attendant. His tall stature and every movement reflected his rigorous training, yet his expression bore the melancholic artistry characteristic of a creative soul. Silver hair, blue eyes of Valyrian? Could he possibly be the favored companion of that dragonlord? It seemed quite plausible. Perhaps he was once a warrior, later chosen by the dragonlord, sacrificing his pride and freedom as a fighter. Indeed. Jack, when did you acquire such insight? Rhaegar was oblivious to the whispers around him. And even if he had heard them, he would likely have been indifferent. What troubled him now was a different matter. What did she mean by asking him to fetch a champion? Did she truly aspire to become queen? Chapter 22. The Tournament. Before the curtain rises, no one can traverse a perfect life without encountering regrets. At times, Rhaegar would painfully press his fingers to his temples, lamenting his past actions. Why had he revealed to her the matter of the crown of love and beauty? Just yesterday, after enduring countless trials to finally meet Myra, she had casually uttered a remark that lingered in his mind. Return the entire crown to me. Me? Rhaegar never realized how arduous it was to be a competent subordinate. He was even more uncertain about how to triumph in this tournament, the outcome of which was shrouded in mystery. In days gone by, Rhaegar would have faced any contest without trepidation, confident in his ability to vanquish any adversary. That was until he was felled by Leo's single blow. What, pray tell, do the denizens of this age consume to grow so formidable? Rhaegar mused, perplexity clouding his thoughts. Could it be some unseen essence? In the distance, a commotion erupted as 2 armored knights, embroiled in a conflict of unknown origin, raised their swords and clashed. The speed and might displayed suggested at least a squad leader of the city's guard. Soon after, the knights were surrounded by several patrolling guards, who dispatched them with alarming ease. Their technique was unremarkable, their reflexes sluggish. Observing this discord, Rhaegar began to analyze the situation. The speed was not impressive. Rather, it was the sheer force behind their actions that mattered. The same could be said for the guards who subdued them, lacking in finesse and quickness, yet empowered by overwhelming strength. Rhaegar contemplated his own palm. To confront foes of such might, one must wield technique. The sun set and rose once more, heralding the dawn of the tournament. The sunlight cascaded gently, descending like a rain of brilliance, transforming into threads and beams. A beam of light pierced the early morning mist of the Manda River, suffusing the scene with the hues of stained glass, illuminating the moment when a young girl placed the last flower into a vase in a room fragrant with blossoms. Rhea, it is time to rise, called the chestnut-haired girl, adorned with a golden rose emblem, gently rousing the golden-haired girl still nestled in slumber. Margot, let me sleep a little longer. There's still time, replied Marguerite Tyrell, exasperated. For Rhea had insisted the night before that she would awaken early to prepare herself to confront the woman who had stolen her limelight. Yet today, she remained stubbornly in bed once more. What could a mere maid do? This was the little princess she was tasked with caring for, and all she could do was endure a little longer. Years of experience had taught Marguerite that no matter the effort, awakening Rhea was a futile endeavor. Even the arrival of the 7 gods would be of no use, for her father and brother had spoiled her excessively. Marguerite turned to issue commands, and the previously silent maids dispersed in an orderly fashion, each attending to their respective duties, working efficiently and simply to prepare everything the sole daughter of the gardener of Riverbend, the Princess of Highgarden, would require for her outing. The seamstress had meticulously crafted a gown over several months, alongside an exquisite little crown, the finest perfume from Myr, and much more. Marguerite endeavored to prepare everything possible. Allowing the princess, she served to enjoy a few more moments of restful slumber. Margot, I have come for my little princess. Margot, in a hazy state, Rhea called out to her most trusted female friend. Come help me up. I must confront that brazen old maid who dares to overshadow me. Rhea, you ought to show the bare minimum of respect to the Dragon King of Valyria, Marguerite cautioned. Moreover, I have heard that Valyria is rife with incest and promiscuity. She may not take offense at your words. Rhea buried her face in the soft pillow, clinging to the last vestiges of her dream, her voice muffled by the cushion. She murmured, Marguerite, I understand. I shall feign respect for that silver-haired matron of ill repute. Very well. At least you refrained from uttering that rather disrespectful term. I shall exercise restraint. Let us hope so. You know your father wishes to avoid antagonizing another formidable foe, especially one like Valyria that dominates the eastern continent. Do not lecture me on my father's wishes, Rhea retorted, abruptly freeing herself from the confines of the downy bed, darting out from behind the embroidered curtains, and swiftly into another equally soft and warm embrace. Marguerite, please do my hair. The morning light gently crowned her golden tresses, illuminating the girl's complexion, which mirrored the purity of a white lily, her figure akin to a delicate bud on the verge of blooming, and her sapphire eyes glimmered with longing and dependence. Rhea, Marguerite's gentle fingers delicately wove through the golden strands, gradually applying more force. Like a farmer pulling a turnip, Rhea was extricated from Marguerite's fragrant morning embrace. Rhea, you truly ought to freshen up. Very well, Marguerite. In another chamber, the king of the Riverbend, long awake, was discussing the day's tournament and the welcoming ceremony for the Dragon King of Valyria with his heir. Menon lifted a glass of wine from Green Pavilion Island. Such a drink was considered a luxury elsewhere, yet here it was a staple of life. And how is the mood of that Dragon King? He inquired. Moore replied. According to the servants, it is acceptable. That is reassuring. Menon set down his glass and picked up his knife and fork to slice into his breakfast. And what of my little princess? She is far more significant than that heathen. Moore chuckled in response. Your sister is holding her breath, eager to outshine you. Indeed. Menon nodded in agreement while chewing on a piece of bacon. How unfortunate that she chose this day, on your sister's naming day, to steal Rhea's thunder. Squandering our efforts, like a groundhog raiding a farmer's harvest in autumn. Both father and son nodded in unison. What a troublesome season it is. Indeed, father. In Myra's room, she stood before a grand dressing mirror, admiring the splendid gown of traditional Valyrian red and black that adorned her. The craftsmanship of the Westerlanders is commendable, Mira remarked, praising the tailor who fashioned her dress. Yet this ruby is of such poor quality, it truly reflects its rural origins. Mira tugged at the ruby accessory on her chest, lamenting its lackluster quality, her brows furrowing in discontent. The gems from 14 Fire Peak are far superior, blood red in their brilliance. Mira compared the Valyrian ruby brooch she had brought with her. Its abundance resembled stars, its transparency akin to glass, its purity reminiscent of ice, and its vivid red surpassed even the most vibrant rose or the blood of the purest maiden. Well, it would have to suffice. With a confident smile gracing her face, Mira lifted her skirt and leaped from the window, eager to show these provincial folk a thing or two, landing gracefully upon the resting form of the castle's great dragon. She laughed heartily and commanded, Silver Arrow, ascend. Chapter 23. The Dragon's Entrance. The tournament commences. The tournament commenced amidst a profound silence as the dragon made its entrance. Its master, brimming with confidence and flamboyance, did not dismount before the assembled crowd, but instead walked along the dragon's wing to her seat, as if delicately crossing a white bridge. Greetings, people of Westeros. I am Mira Vostell from Valyria, and I welcome you. A hush enveloped the arena. Unfazed, Mira awaited a response, confident that these rustic individuals would eventually show some appreciation. As she anticipated, the silence was short-lived. Soon, a thunderous applause and jubilant cheers erupted. Moore, who had expended considerable resources to arrange for several renowned tenor singers and minstrels, breathed a sigh of relief as they performed splendidly. Magon maintained his smile, glancing at both the crowd and Mira, discreetly giving Moore a thumbs up beneath the table. Mira reveled in the warm welcome she had envisioned, her spirits lifted. Sensing her elation, the silver dragon extended its neck and emitted a series of delighted low roars. All right, Silver Arrow, Mira gestured towards the nearby Mander River. Go play over there. Don't obstruct the arena. The dragon unfurled its wings, capable of casting shadows over the entire gathering. After a moment of poised anticipation, it soared from the meticulously arranged grounds, leaving behind indelible marks that would be difficult to erase. Mira observed the upturned earth with keen interest, casting a glance towards the host, Lord Magon of the Riverlands. Unperturbed by her gaze, Magon calmly waved his hand, signaling for the performers to take the stage. Rhaegar watched the performance, noting that it bore little difference from a millennium later. Actors imitating, jesters performing acrobatics, and the familiar antics of clowns and dwarves. Nevertheless, the audience appeared to delight in it, with laughter and applause resonating throughout. Rhaegar surmised that Mira had likely never witnessed such a spectacle before, as she seemed genuinely amused. His heart went out to the craftsmen. However, he observed them darting in and out during the performance, honing their sprinting skills while laboring. He could only hope their wages would reflect their hard work. Perhaps Lord Magon's remuneration was sufficient to motivate them. as the craftsmen managed to complete the arena preparations before the final troop concluded their performance. As the last group exited the stage, the official opening of the tournament began. From the highest dais, Lord Magon, sharing the prominent seat with Mira, rose to deliver a brief, yet resonant address. The task of introducing the contestants and the ultimate prizes was entrusted to his heir, Mor. As Mor proclaimed the final prize for the lance competition to be 20,000 gold coins, currency used during the reign of the Gardner family over the River Bay, valued at approximately half of a golden dragon. The group prize was set at 10,000 gold coins, and the archery competition awarded 5,000 gold coins along with 5 crates of golden wine. The atmosphere in the arena, after being cultivated by the theatrical troupe, became utterly electrified. Knights galloped into the venue, circling the area to display their gleaming armor, towering statures, spirited steeds, and proud banners. Finally, the horn adorned with a white background and blue hand flag was sounded, signaling the commencement of the main event, the lance tournament. Rhaegar quietly distanced himself from the crowd. He had no attendants now, and certain menial tasks fell upon his shoulders. Judging by his experience, he estimated he had at least half a day before his turn. Ample time to complete these chores. He polished the silver armor that barely fit him and felt immense gratitude towards Mor for his assistance. Without him, he would have struggled to resolve the equipment issue in such a short time. Once satisfied with his progress, Rhaegar stood, wiped the sweat from his brow, and began to adjust the armor of his steed, a white horse gifted to him by Leo. As he worked, Rhaegar noticed movement at his feet and looked down to see 2 bear cubs tumbling towards him during their playful scuffle. He gently nudged them aside, akin to kicking 2 balls. "Go on, play," he urged. Despite being siblings, the cubs were distinctly colored. The larger one bore a brownish hue with a tuft of golden fur glistening in the sunlight atop its head, while the smaller one sported a more uniform yellow-brown shade without any markings. The 2 brothers sat, gazing at Rhaegar, puzzled by what this figure, who had taken on the role of their mother, was engaged in, hunting or frolicking. Neither seemed likely. However, upon seeing Rhaegar retrieve a mixture of iron and cloth from a nearby box to equip his companions, the 2 horses, the elder cub began to imitate Rhaegar's actions, just as it had once learned from its mother, using its paws to dig out a stirrup from the box and push it towards Rhaegar. Rhaegar crouched down, scratching the head of James, the elder's name, while the younger was named Gregor, and said with a smile, "James, do you wish to become my squire?" Although James did not comprehend the words, he had learned to nod and thus endeavored to bring his chin to his chest. Observing this, Rhaegar chuckled, "Very well, James. You are now my squire." He then turned to Gregor. "And what about you, Gregor?" Gregor, with his dark eyes fixed on his brother and Rhaegar, clearly failed to grasp the situation, remaining still in a state of confusion. "All right, Gregor, I wouldn't mind waiting until you grow up to knight you as well. And you too, James." Rhaegar had knighted Magmount at the age of 16, hence the jesting implication of again. Although it was unclear whether Gregor understood, he evidently began to fulfill the duties of a squire, mimicking his brother's actions and rummaging through the box. However, the target it chose was a saddle, clearly beyond its capabilities. Rhaegar smiled as he watched it struggle fruitlessly for a long while, contemplating whether to lend a hand. Rhaegar turned his gaze towards the source of the laughter. A silver-haired Valyrian beauty emerged from the foliage, parting the flowering branches, approaching with a scent of sulfur and perfume. Rhaegar stood up. "My lady." Mira casually walked past Rhaegar, heading directly to Jaime and Gregor, crouching down to stroke the bears. "Are you teaching 2 clumsy bears to be human?" "Quite amusing." "No," Rhaegar corrected her. "They are quite intelligent. They are learning on their own." He noticed Jaime and Gregor curled up together, trembling with fear. "All the same," Mira said, withdrawing her hand, yet the 2 cubs continued to shiver uncontrollably. "I have never seen a Valyrian tame bears. Such creatures are typically regarded as mere playthings or food." Rhaegar fell silent, feeling an unexpected twinge of shame. Yes, the Valyrians, after taming dragons, ceased to be mere mortals. They soared into the skies, looking down disdainfully upon all others who did not share their silver hair. From that point onward, the only species they chose to tame were other humans. "What? Do you comfort yourself with these inferior creatures in the absence of dragons?" The noble silver prince lowered his head. "Perhaps." Rhaegar felt a searing finger prod his chin. "You are quite different now from when we first met." Mira scrutinized Rhaegar, her gaze disapproving. "You were far more appealing then. Why grow so tall?" "Kneel." Rhaegar hesitated, choosing not to kneel, opting instead to bend forward and meet Mira's magnificent violet eyes. "What happened to your previous composure and inherent nobility? Did you discard them for the sake of haste?" "Rhaegar Targaryen, I once had a modicum of interest in you. Mira seized a slightly unshaven whisker from Rhaegar's jaw, applying slight pressure to pluck it. Her lips, adorned with purple gloss, slightly contorted as she exhaled a breath fragrant with the essence of golden wine. That interest is now gone. She blew away the silver whisker, disappointment evident in her gaze. Rhaegar's vision soon filled only with her retreating figure, clad in a red and black dress, beautiful, poised, confident, and proud. I am rather glad you did not kneel. Chapter 24. The Lance Tournament. Once, I believed I would be the prince foretold in prophecy. Before venturing onto the battlefield to address the chaos of my own making, I foolishly told Jaime to await my triumphant return for further deliberation. Haha. It was only upon my demise that I realized I was ultimately just a prince. Rhaegar approached the cubs, gently stroking them. I did not call you, Jaime. The two little bears nestled into Rhaegar's embrace, having been frightened by Myra's formidable presence. Rhaegar looked at the two cubs, gazing through their names into the past. You are an incorrigible fool, Rhaegar Targaryen. You have ruined everything. Subsequently, Rhaegar, in silence, donned his armor for both himself and his steed. Yet, when confronted with the last item within the chest, he resembled a wax figure, kneeling motionless before it. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Rhaegar ultimately chose to retrieve the hastily crafted item from the chest. A flag, its meaning unknown to all. A black field adorned with a red dragon. He grasped it, wiping away his final tears of weakness, and bound it to his chest. Wait for me here, be cautious. He lifted his lance and mounted his horse, charging into the sunlight, striding towards the future. His next adversary was the enigmatic masked contender, Aegon. What is that upon your chest? A three-headed bird? Ha! The fierce mercenary spoke. The victor was Aegon. Boy, silence is the vow of the Sisters of Solitude. Are you not a man? Shouted the proletarian knight. Yet, the silent Aegon remained the victor. Good heavens! His next opponent is the second son of House Hightower, Norman Hightower. I shall unfasten your tightly secured helmet with my lance. Let me see who you truly are. The noble's second son foretold his triumph as though it were a certainty. Good heavens! The two shattered a total of 10 lances before a victor emerged, the masked knight. Pray tell, who are you? Jested a soldier placing bets. Aegon triumphed. But could the victorious Aegon prevail against his next opponent? His adversary was the swift hunter of Hornhill, Lord Tally. Allow me to meet you. The martial patriarch of the ancient house steadied his lance, the cheers of his supporters drowning out the music as he advanced, his armor emblazoned in green and red, proclaiming, I am first in battle, engaging in a respectful duel with his foe. 14 rounds, 25 lances. Together, they shattered a total of 25 lances. The enthusiastic referee's voice was hoarse. Ultimately, standing victorious in the arena was the narrowly triumphant masked knight, Aegon. 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 Ha! I have won yet again. 3 golden coins. Bring them forth. 7 gods. Reveal to me who he truly is. Lord Tally, astonishingly, had lost. Impossible. The hunter of the frontier could not be defeated. Why does he call himself Aegon? Could he truly be a Targaryen? Myra murmured as she beheld the masked knight's 2-day winning streak, pondering the significance of the 3-headed dragon. The king of the Riverlands addressed his heir. He defeated Lord Tally through skill and perseverance. His raw strength is not formidable when compared to his might. Aegon's next and final adversary replied, Very well, father, his gaze lingering upon his opponent, the gravity evident in his voice. In the arena, Rhaegar circled his steed, raising the last remaining lance after 14 rounds. Beneath the armor, the body was drenched in sweat, the surrounding sights distorted and blurred, while the air was devoid of cheers. Only the relentless sound of panting filled his ears. Anticipation lingered for the final duel with our prince, the valiant leader of the Green Hand Knights, Prince Mor. The spectators remained after the tournament, rooted in place, their cheers cascading like waves. Some hailed the masked knight, while others called out for Prince Mor. Rhaegar escaped the crowd, evading the clamor, seeking solace in his own tranquility. Sweat flowed freely, laden with malice, pooling within the wounds inflicted by the ill-fitting armor. He removed his armor, and steam rose like morning mist. This secluded glade, hidden behind flowering trees, was a true sanctuary amidst the chaos of the tournament. Rhaegar sat in silence, fatigue overwhelming him. With no desire to engage in any activity, he allowed the 2 familiar little bears to frolic at his feet, while his mischievous cloak, having taken the stage in the morning, remained unwearied, licking the sweat from its fabric. He had forgotten to feed them salt. Observing the large horse's head moving about, Rhaegar thought to himself. As the sharpness in his throat subsided and his breathing became more regulated, he gulped down an entire barrel of cool water, half of which spilled onto his clothes. Rhaegar felt rejuvenated, yet it was insufficient. He gazed at his heaving chest, sensing an internal forge crafting a magnificent sword, with his lungs serving as the bellows. How else could he explain the immense cloud of vapor and the searing heat? All Rhaegar wished for was to extinguish it, to halt the forging process, to finally temper it. It must be a fine sword. He lay back on the ground, musing thus. He knew it was unwise. Yet he could not control his sore back. James, he called, closing his eyes, urging the little bear to bring the water barrel closer. Soon, a refreshing sensation grazed his face. Rhaegar remained reclined. James, well done indeed. Mira tossed the water barrel beside Rhaegar's head. Indeed, quite well done. Rhaegar Targaryen. Perhaps that is truly your name. Mira. Rhaegar sprang up suddenly, causing his back to ache painfully. The little bears scattered in fright, while the cloak wisely retreated to graze with the chestnuts. Show some respect. How dare you address me so casually? I am your lady. Mira kicked James aside, settling onto a wooden crate that served as a seat, leaning against the trunk of a lilac tree. Though the 7-meter tree was not particularly tall, it provided ample shade for one person. The riverbank was warm and humid, and Highgarden epitomized abundance and prosperity. Though the lilac's bloom had long passed, a hint of its fragrance lingered, a unique blend reminiscent of fruit and floral notes. You chose a rather nice spot, Mira remarked comfortably, leaning against the tree. Far better than my sun-soaked, inconvenient seat. I wonder what those people were thinking. Can light-colored fabric truly provide shade? Ridiculous. But, well, Mira contemplated, tapping her chin. Aside from that, it is rather pleasant. Rhaegar mustered the strength to rise and spoke. My lady, are you not going to rest? Have you come to this place, swarming with mosquitoes, merely to converse with your sweat-soaked subordinate? Is that a problem? Mira retorted, lifting Rhaegar from the ground and admiring the trembling of the little bear. I shall go wherever I please. Look, she pointed towards a white wall beyond the flowered thicket. The silver arrow has consented, overwhelmed by muscle fatigue and exhaustion. Rhaegar reclined on the ground. Yes, you are right, my dragon queen. Mira smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Chapter 25. The final battle. Rhaegar placed great importance on the final contest of the lance competition, for he had never imagined he would still have the strength to engage in a team battle after enduring a series of mounted clashes against numerous opponents in Balistan. This is my last battle, Rhaegar thought. At this point, he had shattered nearly 100 lances against his adversaries, and he understood that this was his limit. Even if he were to start anew, such a record would be difficult to replicate. He also recognized that, at this juncture, he was no longer fighting for the so-called crown of love and beauty, but rather for himself. That hollow title and the prize money were not the driving forces behind his struggle. But what was? In truth, Rhaegar himself was uncertain. The outcome lay before him. Gently stroking the side of his cloak, he whispered, "Charge forth, my steed." He gazed at his opponent, the progeny of the Green Hand. In the name of the Dragon King, Rhaegar raised his lance. The opponent did likewise. Go. The commands nearly overlapped. Two similarly hued powerful steeds surged forward. The only sounds resonating were the clash of armor and the labored breaths of the horses. Their riders, the onlookers in the stands, and the nobles alike held their breath. The arena fell silent. A gentle breeze swept through as the Green Hand and the Red Dragon unfurled, showcasing ancient patterns. Their tales had been recounted through millennia, sung by bards, shared in the fireside tales of elders, interpreted by descendants, and revered by children, across both past and future. The Green Hand fluttered atop the highest structure in the arena, while the Red Dragon soared above the ivory horns of the Silver Giant. Onward more, for the glory of the High Court and the Green Hand. Onward, Rhaegar, for yourself. Who is Rhaegar? The masked knight? Perhaps it is Valyrian. Let us call him Aegon instead. Onward, Aegon. Onward, three-headed dragon banner. The nobles and the common folk alike roared for their chosen champion, their faces flushed with fervor. In the first round, at the moment of initial contact, both lances were shattered into splinters. In the second round, Rhaegar felt his arm beginning to numb. In the sixth round, Rhaegar's shield, devoid of any embellishment due to the time constraints before the competition, shattered, its metallic surface cracked, the edge resembling a serpent crushed underfoot, with rivets scattering in disarray, while the sturdy layers of oak splintered into fragments. Previously, its scratched paint had inspired respect from numerous adversaries. In the seventh round, the newly replaced shield proved unwieldy, succumbing to the force of the long spear's breakage and falling to the ground. By the 13th round, Rhaegar nearly toppled from his steed during the intermission. In the 15th round, he discarded the nearly suffocating cloak. The newly entered chestnut steed remained silent, yet its hooves anxiously stamped upon the earth, mirroring the audience's anticipation, quiet and tense. In the 17th round, Mor was nearly assisted off his horse by attendants. Observers noted the Prince of Highgarden had a gash in his palm, from which blood dripped, nurturing a delicate white flower. In the 20th round, Myra's violet eyes emitted a faint glow, barely perceptible by daylight, revealing the bountiful magical essence of Highgarden being drawn into Rhaegar's being with each breath, a blend of azure, blood, and fire coursing from his heart to his limbs. Mor, too, experienced a similar transformation, his coloration almost a deep green. In the 23rd round, Mor, in a daze, perceived his opponent's strength as seemingly amplified. Following the conclusion of the round, both declined the Riverbend King Mint 3 suggestion for a draw, lacking even the energy to lower their visors for a sip of water, merely heaving in breath. In the 24th round, Gardner 3 mandated a half-day respite for the two combatants. Their inability to speak was taken as tacit consent. At this moment, the populace, trailing behind the nobility, learned that the enigmatic three-headed dragon knight was an exceptionally handsome Valyrian. In the 25th round, amidst the pleas to refrain, they simultaneously returned to the arena, where no one was present to witness, and the heartless drama had yet to progress to its second act. Some observed the two exchanging smiles as they donned their helmets. The audience suppressed their urge to cheer, fearful of disturbing this extraordinary clash destined for the annals of history. Future chroniclers would document their valor, granting them a place in the legacy. In the 26th round, Rhaegar's chestnut steed succumbed to exhaustion. After struggling to rise, he delivered a feeble punch towards his aching jaw. Mira Vostil, the Valyrian dragon queen, personally retrieved the cloak, aided by the gathering crowd, and supported Rhaegar back onto his horse, presenting him with a lance she had previously deemed unworthy. Rhaegar smiled. Though Mira could not fully perceive his expression, she inexplicably felt he must be strikingly handsome. In the 27th round, the two remained mounted in the arena without resting, each adopting the most exemplary stance with their lances. An elderly knight remarked that they had both lost consciousness, now sustained solely by the deepest reserves of their spirit. He felt compelled to call out their names, seeking to awaken them, for this round would be the final one. In the Bay of Rivers, King Maegor III heeded the counsel of the venerable knight and, addressing the captivated audience, proclaimed that Prince Aegon was the greatest pride of his life. The spectators responded with fervor. Such a scene, even in the valiant realm of Westeros, is a rarity. Two factions, each ardently supporting their respective champions, shouted their most cherished praises with all their might. Yet, as time wore on and the fervor escalated, their allegiance began to waver, and they took turns enthusiastically chanting the names of both contenders. Aegon, Aegon, Lord Mor of the Kingsguard, the pride of Highgarden, the silent, three-headed dragon knight, Prince Mor of the Bay of Rivers, Rhaegar Targaryen, Mor Gardner, victory, pride, glory. The cacophony startled the indifferent dragon, which was oblivious to the tournament, yet sensed the exhilaration of its rider. The dragon felt uneasy. It recalled that the last time such emotions surged through its rider was during her inaugural dragon battle, though this occasion surpassed that in intensity. Could it be a dragon attack? Panic ensued within the creature. Silver Arrow obeyed Myra's command to avoid harming the crowd, struggling to take flight from the edge of the arena. This time, its ascent was merely twice as swift as that of an ordinary dragon, which was a notable improvement for it. It soared through the skies, yet failed to spot a single scale of dragon. Its roar echoed across the heights of Highgarden. Nevertheless, the people of Westeros below exhibited neither fear nor panic. They remained unfazed by the dragon's roar or the potential flames that might be unleashed, continuing to cheer, applaud, and shout with abandon. Almost without exception. Perhaps it has always been thus. The folk of Westeros are fearless in their fervor. Once again, two steeds of the same hue charged forth, but this time, Rhaegar's white horse bore no armor. The horses galloped in a straight line as the knights executed a side charge. Their lances struck shields, splintering into fragments. Their movements were impeccable. The steeds maintained their charge until they halted at the barrier. Both knights fell from their mounts, struggling to rise. At this moment, no one cared for appearances. Not even the princes, despite their muddy attire. Rhaegar's vision blurred. His helmet felt akin to a noblewoman's hand warmer, scorching his brain to the point of near melting. With the only relief coming from the splashes of mud upon his fall, his armor felt as heavy as a mountain, as if a dragon were perched upon him. His arms moved like those of a puppet, stiff and constrained in their motion. Both knights mirrored this struggle, yet no one mocked them. Instead, they were met with cheers, applause, and encouragement. Indeed, no victor had yet emerged. All eyes were on which of the two would demonstrate greater resolve. Suddenly, Rhaegar's right hand seemed to grasp something. At that moment, the reveling soldiers and the steadfast adherents to chivalry, in pursuit of glory in the tournament, used their iron fists to deter anyone attempting to assist the fallen knights. be they commoners or nobles. Yet, the knight's faithful steeds remained within the arena. Cloaked in a shroud of confusion, Rhaegar pondered as he grasped the horse's leg. The spectators watched intently as he gradually leaned to the right, struggling to turn his body, clutching anything on the steed that might offer support. The roar of the crowd began to subside. Rhaegar's fingers found the mane at the horse's neck, and he seized it with determination. With a sudden burst of energy, he stood upright. The tumult ceased, and the audience held their breath, caring not for the outcome of victory or defeat, but solely for his ability to rise, if only for a fleeting moment. Just for an instant, yet with his back straightened, even unto his inevitable fall. Rhaegar's heart raced violently, pumping forth the essence of life. He summoned every ounce of strength, every muscle taut and straining. Yes, he had risen. Just before losing consciousness, Rhaegar heard the deafening cheers. They chanted his name. Rhaegar? Rhaegar Targaryen. Chapter 26 concluded, and with it, the Dreamwalker, the crown. In the fervor of the moment, only the most astute among them remembered to claim their winnings. The merchants ceased their cries, and those redeeming their bets easily acquired the rewards of their foresight. A sense of abundance filled the air, as both the house and the gamblers shouted his name. Rhaegar Targaryen. Prince Mor's friends and attendants could no longer contain their excitement. Breaking through the barriers to enter the arena, half of the crowd surrounded Prince Mor, shedding his armor, massaging his limbs, and providing him with water. The other half, however, turned their ire upon the fallen horse, surrounding its lifeless form with kicks and curses. Amidst the frenzy, the jubilant throng lifted the fallen Rhaegar high above their heads, cheering and celebrating. It was only when Mira summoned the silver arrow to the edge of the arena, commanding it to roar, that the crowd was momentarily subdued, allowing for the decree to escort the champion to the dragoness side. The crowd, unfazed, continued in their revelry, as Rhaegar was borne forth to the dragon's chest, so close that they could feel the creature's searing body heat and the scent of sulfur. The king of the River Bay Kingdom approached a magnificent horn, its booming sound rivaling the roar of dragons. What a splendid tournament it has been! To commemorate this occasion, I hereby declare the commencement of the Harvest Festival feast ahead of schedule. Long live the King of River Bay. At the king's command, soldiers rolled out the long-prepared celebratory food for the Harvest Festival, although only a portion was available due to unforeseen changes in plans. Piles of fruits and dried provisions such as cheese, salted meats, sausages, and dozens of oak barrels of fine wine were enough to elicit rapturous cheers from the populace. In the heightened excitement, the people began to produce their own food, joining in the celebration. Quickly escort me to Mor. Meng grasped the edge of the armor of the captain of the guard beside him. Hurry, Mor. The guards parted the sea of revelers, making their way into the arena. Menjen III, disregarding the stains on his expensive formal attire, pushed through the crowd surrounding Maul and knelt beside his son, pulling him into his embrace. His hands glowed with a deep green light. Maul. Under the ministrations and calls of his father, Maul, having regained partial consciousness, opened his eyes. His lips moved as if to speak. Do not speak, his father interrupted. Maul, you are my pride. The son smiled and drifted back to sleep in his father's arms. Menjen exhaled in relief, only then realizing his own exhaustion. 7 gods, he murmured, holding Maul aloft, astonished at how tiring merely watching a match could be. Come, after we return, you should also enjoy the festivities. This match was indeed splendid. By the way, Menjen gestured towards Mira and others tending to Rhaegar. Send some to escort our champion to the High Garden. Yes, in the featherbed of High Garden, Rhaegar slept soundly, lost in dreams of grandeur. In his slumber, a colossal black dragon broke through the clouds, its roar striking fear into adversaries before its form was even visible. Its gaping maw could swallow a wild bull or a woolly mammoth roaming the northern tundra. The shadow it cast was vast enough to envelop a town, as swirling dust revealed barbaric warriors with bronze skin, clad in leather armor, galloping in the darkness and unleashing terrifying battle cries. In stark contrast, a regiment of soldiers stood in perfect formation, a sight Rhaegar had never before witnessed. Thousands marched without making a single unnecessary sound. The banner of the Targaryens, a red and black, 3-headed dragon, fluttered in the air, stirring a sense of kinship within Rhaegar, though he could not recall when he had last seen the faces of these two figures. Phantom steeds pranced across the military ranks, scattering light that shielded the mounted warriors from arrows. The black dragon advanced further, resembling a dark tempest, revealing only a single scale or claw to intimidate countless armies. Roaring, its wings blotted out the horizon, delineating the boundary between light and shadow. Rhaegar seemed to glimpse 3 small dragons. What are they saying? Mira leaned in to listen, perplexed. Is that Valyrian? Perhaps? It seems to be the common tongue of Westeros. Yes, it is the common tongue of Westeros. But what do green and yellow mean? What is wrong with this fellow? Is he losing his mind, speaking in colors? Are you an artist? Quietly, Rhaegar opened his eyes, his body awakening before his consciousness. Awake, Mira noted, observing a transformation in the hue of Rhaegar's eyes, shifting from blue indigo to a bluish purple. Moreover, she saw a faint purplish glow emanating from the corners of his eyes. Congratulations. Rhaegar Targaryen, you possess magic now. Magic? Slap. Mira retracted her hand. Are you more alert now? Yes. Rhaegar managed to sit up, propped against the cushion Mira offered, his muscles protesting against the movement. Thank you. I feel much more awake. Magic? Indeed. Mira pointed to her briefly illuminated eyes, snatched the prepared garments beside her, and tossed them onto Rhaegar. It's a trivial matter. We shall discuss it later. You have lain here all day. If there was magic involved, it should no longer be an issue. Rise, and let us proceed to your coronation. Coronation? Have you forgotten? For heaven's sake. You engaged in a fierce duel with that young prince, collapsed on the arena floor, and now you have no recollection of it? Oh, I remember. Rhaegar quickly nodded, grimacing as the movement strained his shoulder and neck muscles. Drink that, Mira indicated towards a glass of green concoction resting on the bedside. It's a restorative elixir from the gardener's household, known as Green Hand Sweat. It works wonders on injuries. Fear not, it is both palatable and harmless, with remarkable effects, especially in Valyria. Rhaegar steadied his trembling hand, lifting the fragrant emerald potion to his lips. It won't be addictive, will it? Not at all. Far better than that floral milk. He cautiously brought the cup closer to his parched, cracked lips. Upon first contact, he was met with an unparalleled coolness. The flavor was a gentle blend of floral and meadow scents, utterly soothing and smooth. Unable to resist, Rhaegar drank it in one gulp, then exhaled deeply. Comforting. Now hurry. Go and be crowned for me. Rhaegar felt a sense of resignation, yet after consuming the Green Hand Sweat, he found it increasingly difficult to articulate any words related to fatigue. Its effects were truly astonishing, unless it was magic at play. All right, Rhaegar began to rise. Satisfied, Mira departed. He still needed to comprehend what magic entailed. For now, Mira seemed the most appropriate to consult. As he dressed, thoughts swirled in his mind. By the banks of the Monde River, the climax of the tournament had concluded, yet its echoes lingered, leaving the attendees in jubilant spirits. As the bells tolled, the crowd began to gather at the very site where history had been made just the day before during the lance tournament, overshadowing the previously commendable team and archery competitions. King Mun III stood at the center of the elevated platform, before him a long table adorned with a crown crafted from the golden roses native to the river bend. It was splendid and regal, resembling a true diadem. Beside him stood his son, Prince Mor, who had also gained renown from the lance tournament. Many had cheered, lamented, and offered consolation to him, yet he himself had come to terms with it, while his friends remained indignant. On the opposite side stood Princess Rhea, the neglected gardener's daughter, who had meticulously adorned herself for the event, yet had been overlooked thus far. King Mun III delivered another brief address. And now, let us welcome our champion, Rhaegar Targaryen. Come forth to choose a lady, and bestow upon her the title of Queen of Love and Beauty. Rhaegar felt an uncanny familiarity with it all, particularly with that crown. Chapter 27. The coronation. In accordance with tradition, the host of the tournament selects a maiden in advance, bestowing upon her the title of Queen of Love and Beauty, adorning her with a floral crown, typically guarded by 5 valiant knights. The champion of the tournament is also granted the privilege of choosing a lady to receive the same crown, dedicating his victory to her. The widely accepted queen is the one thus chosen. The crown symbolizes the beauty and nobility of womanhood, representing the highest adulation of feminine allure. However, there exists a crucial stipulation. The champion must never bestow the crown upon a lady who is already betrothed, nor upon his lawful wife. Such actions could lead to scandal and even incite turmoil. Regrettably, Rhaegar transgressed both rules. He chose to crown the betrothed Lyanna Stark, neglecting to honor his wife, Elia Martell, simultaneously inciting the ire of 3 of the 7 kingdoms. This ultimately culminated in the tragic demise of the wolf, the emergence of the falcon, the uprising of the stag, and the lioness' assault upon the dragon. Rhaegar recalled the winter rose crown, its blue petals resting upon her knee, placed there by the tip of his lance. The arena had fallen silent, just as it was now. Rhaegar Targaryen, Mira exclaimed with dissatisfaction. How long must I bow before you? Very well, he replied. This is a golden crown. Indeed, what were you lost in thought about? Mira murmured. In this whimsicality, You are remarkably akin to those dreamers of House Targaryen. Yes, I too cherish dreams. Alas, it is all over. Yes, indeed it is over, Rhaegar reminded himself, yet everything had changed. The past had become a distant memory. The golden rose crown settled upon her silvery tresses. Welcome our queen from the noble Valyrian lineage across the narrow sea, the Pearl of Vastral. The rider of the silver arrow, the proud dragonlord, the daughter of war, the free Mira, the legendary dragon rider who has slain 3 dragons, Mira Vastral. Mira rose with poise, a captivating smile gracing her lips. The assembly, both men and women, were enraptured by her beauty, while the other half found their hearts captivated by the man who crowned her. They stood side by side, their silver hair shimmering like crystal in the light. Some followers of the Seven believed them to be a warrior and a maiden descended from the heavens, as the radiance of the Seven had illuminated Essos for millennia prior. The wise, however, could only scoff at such notions. Surely, you must have been struck in the head by a priest for praying in the wrong place. Have we forgotten who drove the Undulls to Westeros? How could a Valyrian dragonlord possibly worship the Seven? Why not? An old woman countered. The glory of the Seven shall eventually descend upon that brood of incestuous wretches, unless we wait another 1,000 years. May the Seven bless you, Lord Rhaegar. On the other side, Maul Gardner approached Rhaegar amidst the gaze of many, expressing his delight at encountering such a worthy opponent. Rhaegar nodded, replying, May the light of the 7 gods also shine upon you, Prince Maul. I am equally honored. He then expressed a wish to inquire about something. Maul pondered his words carefully, asking, What sustained you through 27 rounds of our duel? Rhaegar admitted, I must confess, I am not entirely certain. I do not know what compelled me to endure such a trial. Securing second place is not a disgrace. Yet, I inexplicably persisted. As if a divine presence steadied my hand whenever I faltered. Maul nodded, raising his cup towards Rhaegar. Indeed, it is a vexing sensation, akin to losing something vital after a long journey. I trust you understand. Rhaegar also lifted his cup, gently clinking it against Maul's crystal goblet. To your good fortune. Meanwhile, Mira was navigating the intrigues of the noble women of Highgarden. Yes, we are accustomed to wearing headpieces. Is it for riding dragons? Indeed, you little golden-haired bunny, Mira replied, raising her chest. How astonishingly ample. Perhaps my description was lacking. Annoyed, she wished to scream. Yet the presence of the gathered nobles of the Reach compelled her to suppress her embarrassment. Please, do refrain. Then keep your distance, Mira retorted, pinching the rosy cheek of the retreating girl. The texture was delightful. Truly, she was the princess of Highgarden. Satisfied, Mira noticed that as Rhea departed, the other noble women followed suit, and she felt the air around her become significantly more refreshing. Why all this perfume? Is floral fragrance insufficient? She remarked. Where has Rhaegar scurried off to? Mira mused. This fellow is competent enough, yet perpetually lost in thought. One wonders how he was raised to turn out this way. Truly, a young talent, Maul Gardner observed, expressing his sentiments. This marks our first conversation. It is a pleasure to meet you, Rhaegar Targaryen. Welcome to Highgarden. In the coming days, we shall do our utmost to host you well. Rhaegar concluded his bow, expressing his gratitude. I am most appreciative, your grace. I hear you have ventured to the Stormlands? Maul invited Rhaegar to sit. Could you share a brief account of your journey there? Worry not. It is merely the request of a poor soul who has never left Highgarden. There shall be no issue. Very well, Rhaegar readily assented, recounting his experiences in the Stormlands with careful consideration. He spoke of the hospitality of the hayloft, the ominous clouds of the Stormlands, the formidable yet agile Wind's End, the grand hunt, 2 remarkable quarry, and the pair of bear cubs he had acquired. Naturally, Rhaegar omitted the details of his hasty defeat in that encounter. For the sake of everyone's dignity, it was quite splendid. Maul leaned against the back of his chair, closing his eyes as if embarking on an adventure within his mind. Which do you prefer, the Stormlands or the Reach? Rhaegar found himself perplexed, even a millennium later. This question remained a thorny dilemma. In terms of fertility and prosperity, Rhaegar contemplated, wherein all of Westeros could rival the Reach. Even across the narrow sea, no land could match the richness of your domain. Maul smiled with satisfaction, his beautiful golden beard curling upwards. Thank you for the compliment. Now, let my son engage you in conversation. Where has the boy gone? Maul rose to scan the room, only to find his beloved daughter sitting quietly aside. If you don't mind, please feel free to converse with my daughter. In the days to come, the girls will surely discuss this for 3 days and nights, taking great pride in it. For my sake, I implore you. Could Rhaegar possibly refuse? It would be my utmost honor. Maul departed with satisfaction, hopeful that his daughter would occupy the seat beside Rhaegar. However, fate had other plans. Another individual swiftly took the vacant spot left by Meng-On. No one here? If there's no one, I'll sit down. The figure with silver hair settled beside Rhaegar. Fortunately, it was a long table with ample seating, and Rhea found her place next to him. Chapter 28. The Quiet of the Mander River. Rhea, 7 gods. Why can't I escape this Valyrian wretch? Rhea chose to distance herself as much as possible from Myra within the confines of her chair, her disdain fueled by both psychological and physiological repulsion. The Valyrians had engaged in incest for millennia. Their tainted blood permeated every inch of their being, rendering them among the most loathsome in the eyes of the Seven. Furthermore, those dwelling in Valyria always bore an inescapable scent of sulfur. For those unaccustomed, it was a most unpleasant odor, and the dragonlords reeked even more than the average Valyrian. It is well known that dragons are not devoid of scent. They possess their own musk, akin to other large beasts, with the only distinction being the sheer size of dragons, which is beyond imagination. While tigers and elephants can be groomed diligently, what of the colossal dragons that grow throughout their lives? Thus, Valyria's numerous colonies are renowned for their production of perfumes. Outsiders often describe the dragon's odor as reminiscent of concentrated sulfur mixed with animal waste. Rhea found this description utterly fitting. Could she not wear a fragrance? The Reach, abundant in flowers, naturally produced exquisite perfumes, renowned even across the seas. Having grown amidst the floral scents of the Reach, Rhea found herself unaccustomed to the jarring sulfuric odor that was so rarely encountered. My little princess, are you afraid of me? Myra leaned over Rhaegar, getting closer to Rhea. I merely touched you. Rhea was startled by the sudden proximity of the silver-haired girl, her petite form bumping against the chair's back. No. Humph. Myra chuckled, finding the little princess's performance utterly lacking, unable to conceal even a hint of emotion. In a place like Valyria, such an ignorant flower would likely meet only a fate of feeding dragons. That would suffice, Myra responded with a smile, contemplating that even as a mere ornament, she was unworthy. Rhaegar, unable to decipher their conversation, deemed it prudent to remain uninvolved. Rhea uttered a sound of confusion as she received a note from the attendant, unfolding it without any pretense. Rising from her seat, she struck her silver fork against the crystal glass. Esteemed guests, Rhea announced, her voice resonating, as the evening draws near. I kindly request that all ladies and children retire to the high hall for rest, as we shall prepare for a grand banquet this night. Furthermore, I ask all valiant lords to instruct their attendants to ready their equipment, for my father, King Menon III, has requested your presence for a hunt. In particular, he has mentioned our esteemed guests from Valyria and Lord Tarly of Hornhill. Upon hearing the host's declaration, the attendees, though still puzzled, complied with their lord's command and dispersed. Princess, please enlighten me about the situation. Count Tarly navigated through the crowd to approach Rhea, nodding respectfully at Rhaegar and Myra. This is rather abrupt. I know my lord. He is always one to prepare in advance. Indeed, I too find this curious, Rhaegar echoed, equally perplexed, as this was not the customary procedure for a tournament or harvest festival. Rhea handed the note to Lord Santa Tarly, who examined it closely under the sunlight. After fruitless scrutiny, Count Tarly's palm began to glow, and the note absorbed the light like a dry sponge in water. Damnable wretch. Santa clenched the note and looked up at Rhaegar and Myra, solemnly stating, if possible, I sincerely beseech both of you to lend your assistance to the High Hall. The Rivellins never forsake their friends. At Highgarden, in the Garden Labyrinth, did she acquiesce to the dragon's request? No, father, she replied. It matters not. If she wishes to remain in Highgarden to savor fine wine, it poses little concern. Raising a dragon is no trifling matter for Highgarden. But father, it is a dragon. That is enough. Return and rest, Pearson. Yes, father. Menon III sighed, his disappointment in his second son accumulating. My foolish Pearson. How can you not understand that the blood of the Green Hands is not inferior to anyone in this world? To be fearful of those incestuous wretches, Menon scoffed. Will you soon fear your own vassals as well? Never mind, Menon began to await news. I shall focus on locating the little rat in the barn that has been secretly sending messages. Fortunately, my heir is Morin. Rhaegar boarded the ship once more. Though this experience was markedly different from the last, one might even say it was perfect. The exquisite wine, the gentle voyage, attentive service, and the beautiful scenery of the morning combined to create an idyllic atmosphere. What is to be delivered is not passengers, but strangers. At this moment, Rhaegar is navigating the tranquil waters of the Mander River alongside approximately 1,000 companions. The fleet is a jumbled spectacle, a veritable jest, comprising primarily of formidable military vessels alongside opulent pleasure craft meant for noble excursions, lavish yet inadequately fortified, and smaller fishing boats, where fully armed warriors and this morning's fresh catch are congregated. Various banners flutter atop the ships, resembling a rainbow pathway descending from the seven gods themselves. The Mander River flows serenely, its vast waters unmatched, being the longest and widest river in Westeros. Originating from the hills near Tumbleton in the northeastern part of the Riverlands, it meanders southwest, passing through locations such as the Bitter Bridge, the Long Table Hall, the Arbor, and Highgarden, ultimately merging westward into the Sunset Sea. It nourishes the entirety of the Riverlands, serving as the breadbasket of Westeros. It is difficult to argue against the notion that chivalry may not have its roots in the Mander River. Indeed, it is the Mander that has bestowed prosperity upon the Riverlands, indirectly fostering a culture of knighthood. Much like how the Green Hand has introduced agricultural techniques and fertile lands to the region, it stands as the very heart of the Riverlands. Thus, the Mander River must not be compromised. As the explanation came to an end, Moore turned to look at Rhaegar, who had donned a full suit of armor. Battling the Ironborn, repelling their plunder, and safeguarding the people of the Riverlands is indeed the responsibility of House Targaryen. Once, due to the failure of my ancestors to protect the Mander River and obstruct the Ironborn's upstream incursions, those accursed Iron Men even plundered the upper reaches of the Mander, extending as far as the ancient stone bridge of House Caswell, which would later be renamed Bitter Bridge. Once again, I thank you, my friend, for coming to aid us against the Ironborn. There is no need for gratitude, my prince. Rhaegar found this sentiment refreshing, unshackled by his princely status, freely supporting the cause of justice. I cherish the Riverlands, detest the Iron Islands. I embrace prosperity and abundance, loathe plunder and chaos. I have even embraced the teachings of the Seven regarding justice. Rhaegar retrieved his helmet from the belongings at his feet, donned it, and turned his gaze toward the Mander River. To combat the Ironborn is a righteous duty for the honorable folk of Westeros. Moore laughed in surprise. By the gods, Rhaegar, I did not expect you to be such a person. After this battle, I must treat you to a grand feast. Rhaegar returned the smile. Certainly. I look forward to it. But now, we must face the Ironborn. The sound of two swords being drawn echoed, soon followed by many more. The group readied themselves against the hundreds of Ironborn longships. An encounter would indeed be troublesome. Yes, Moore remarked. If it were possible, no one would wish to engage these Ironborn on the waters. With a deft swing, Moore felled a group of screaming Ironborn rushing toward him. Wherever there is flowing water, they are fiercely undaunted. Moore. Rhaegar intercepted 3 sharp axes aimed at him, sending their wielders sprawling, finally finding the opportunity to retreat to Moore's side. Who leads these Ironborn? It's a challenging affair. Moore exclaimed. It is the infamous couple of the Iron Islands, the Blackwater monstrosities, Yara Greyjoy and Darren Greyjoy. A spear sliced through the air with precision, piercing the visor of the helmet worn by a fully armored knight beside Moore. The specially designed slender iron tip penetrated the unfortunate man's brain, causing him to collapse instantly, meeting a swift demise. Meanwhile, along the side of the warship, countless longboats of the Iron Folk swiftly maneuvered through the fleet of the River Bay, showcasing their remarkable agility. Although Moore had ordered arrows to be loosed as soon as the front lines spotted the Iron Folk, the effect was minimal. Clearly, the Iron Folk had come prepared. Each of their longboats, characterized by their elongated, narrow, and lightweight wooden structure, with a shallow draft allowing for navigation in diverse waters and even transport on land, was equipped to defend against long-range assaults. The hasty barrage of arrows from the River Bay fleet fell short, lacking any deterrent effect and failing to incite panic among the Iron Folk. As the two fleets converged, the longboats latched onto the vessels, iron hooks embedding into the hulls, rendering the larger ships akin to insects ensnared in an ant mound, unable to move. The smaller crafts fared even worse, the experienced marauders of the Iron Folk, using iron hooks to tug at one side of the vessel while hurling axes and wielding long swords from the other, created chaos. The occupants of these smaller boats faced either capsizing into the water, resorting to hand-to-hand combat with the Iron Folk, or succumbing to the taunts and relentless rain of axes. On another ship, a couple with raven hair erupted in cheers. The 4-colored chain banner and the golden sea monster had replaced the white background with a blue hand. And not a single River Bay warrior remained standing aboard that vessel. The man at the bow exclaimed, "What exquisite screams!" The woman beside him reached out, only to find emptiness, letting out a regretful sigh. With no choice but to cease her throwing, she scanned for a suitable weapon and the next target. Damn it. These are not the stragglers we've let slip in. They are the elite of the Iron Folk. Moore cursed, realizing the intelligence had been faulty. The Shield Islands had failed to halt the Iron Folk, or they must have been completely annihilated before we received the news. Moore, Find a way to eliminate their leader. The ship cannot get through. Wait. Rhaegar suddenly noticed something. They are closing in on us. More. On another ship, Sam Tully shouted, Jason, hurry and assist more. He cannot fend off those bastards alone. Jason Hyder parried an opponent's strike with his longsword, shouting back, it's futile. We can't get through. 7 gods. Where are they coming from? There are simply too many. What are the Greenhand Knights? We haven't seen a single shadow. Their commander is on the brink of death. They must be dealing with that fool at the cider hall who is plotting treason. Damn it. If anything happens to Moore, I will hold them accountable. Sam muttered, almost to himself. What? Jason paused, realizing that meant the promised support from the Greenhand Knights, as vowed by Mung III before their departure, was still at the cider hall. Jason Hyder wanted to say something, but as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield, he ultimately chose silence. No, this is wrong. Jason sensed an anomaly. Everything felt too coincidental. Who could it be? A spy from the High Court? Water magic from the Iron Islands? Could it possibly be that silver-haired heretic? Jason's mind was in turmoil, and the chaos around him mirrored his thoughts. One misstep could lead to treading upon someone's dismembered part or, worse, the person themselves. There was hardly any room for contemplation. 7 gods. I fervently hope that Moore remains unharmed. Jason silently prayed, wishing for his uncle the bishop to lend strength, that the 7 might watch over Moore. I do not wish for the king I serve to be that fool, Pear's son. My rock wife, let us vanquish that prince. Daeron Greyjoy stood at the bow of the ship, laughing heartily, his ash-gray sword swirling in his hand, while several hand axes clinked at his waist. His rock wife responded with equal mirth. Ha ha ha, let us go, my dark sea monster. As members of the most prominent family from the Iron Islands, the couple embodied the quintessential Iron-born appearance. Lean, with high noses, dark hair, and blue eyes, their strong hands roughened by the sea winds and salt. Yara Harlaw seized the hand axe from her husband's waist, not even aiming, and with a perfect arc. It struck the head of an unfortunate soul who had failed to don his helmet in time. Huzzah! Yara exclaimed, raising her hands in excitement, all 10 fingers intact. This symbolized the undefeated status of the highborn princess in the brutal and bloody game of finger dance. Another one down. Daeron, that makes 10. Well, you've triumphed again. My rock wife. Daeron sighed in resignation, knowing he hadn't even struck yet. Yara merely smiled, her expression displaying a rare gentleness among Ironborn. Fear not, my sea monster. You are a valiant Ironborn, and besides, we are now upon the waters, the domain of the drowned god. I believe you will win this battle with ease. Oh, drowned god, I thank the waters for sending you from his palace. I truly adore you. Go forth. Show the drowned god your bravery. Toss these Greenlands folk into the depths, and demonstrate our might. Let the waters drink deeply of blood. The 2 ships collided violently, causing a tumultuous upheaval. The Ironborn, accustomed to life at sea, were unfazed, whereas the soldiers from the Riverlands found themselves in disarray. Daeron was the first to board the deck of the ship where Moore stood, followed closely by Yara. What is dead may never die. I shall send you to meet the drowned god. Moore swept his sword, beheading 3 foes. This is the Riverlands, the realm of the Green Hands. Your drowned god holds no sway here. Oh, you do possess some courage, Daeron smirked, gripping the Valyrian steel sword, black blood, belonging to House Harlaw, which his wife had long lent him. Let me witness the strength of you pale-faced folk from the Greenlands. Moore tightened his grip on the Valyrian steel greatsword, the blade of the ivy, belonging to House Gardner. Humph. Moore assumed a standard stance reminiscent of the knightly training in Westeros, eager to showcase the martial prowess of you wet ones. Chapter 30. Hall and dual-wielding. The adversaries of the Hall family derogatorily refer to them as possessing black blood, attributed to their dark hair and eyes. The Halls, however, pay little heed to this contemptuous moniker, instead bestowing it upon the Valyrian steel swords acquired through a maritime venture. Historically, they have frequently intermarried with the Undul people, leading to perceptions of impure lineage. The drowned goddess priests declare that true Ironborn carry brine in their veins, condemning the Hall family as irreverent usurpers, false kings. Their vassals harbor no affection for them, and the drowned goddess priests perpetually hurl curses at the Halls. Yet, generation after generation, the Halls remain firmly ensconced in their dominion over the Iron Islands, with none daring to provoke their wrath. While the Halls may lack bravery, they are exceedingly cunning and ruthless, a fact Rhaegar witnessed today. During the confrontation, as 2 wielders of Valyrian steel faced off, it was unlikely someone would resort to treachery in Westeros, where nobility holds reputation in high regard. The Iron Islands would also likely adhere to this code. For the Ironborn are committed to slaying their foes in the sight of the drowned god, showcasing their valor. Yet, the hulls are indifferent. They employ any means necessary to harm their enemies. Yara leaned against the ship's railing, casually tossing her sharp hand axe into the air before catching it. With a sigh, she remarked, "Your gaze lacks the spirit of a true gentleman, especially with those violet eyes. Are you of Valyrian descent?" Rhaegar remained silent, holding his breath and maintaining vigilance, his only movement being the observance of their adversaries' positions. Fortunately, the ship on which Moore resided was the flagship, manned by elite warriors of exceptional skill. The current tide of battle appeared to favor the forces from the Riverlands. Yara regarded the fully armored warrior barring her path with exasperation. Even she could not easily triumph over a heavily armored combatant in close quarters. Thus, she resigned herself to allowing him to guard her, preventing this fellow from interfering with Daeron. Those incestuous Valyrians were particularly treacherous, and only the drowned god could foresee the vile tactics they might employ. "Hey," Yara laughed. "I've heard that Valyria possesses unparalleled blood magic and fire magic. Do you wield such powers?" Rhaegar chose not to respond, even if he possessed such abilities. He had no desire to converse with the ancestor of the black-hearted Huron. Recognizing his reticence, Yara discerned his attitude. This individual, more troublesome than the most worthless or of the Iron Islands, was indeed a formidable opponent. She casually flexed her neck and, with a swift motion, cleaved her falling axe against the ship's edge. "I suppose I must achieve victory through the means I despise most," she sighed, grasping her one-handed axe, demonstrating agility comparable to that of her left-hand dagger. Rhaegar's sole advantage in this skirmish lay in his full armor, while his opponent donned only a vest stitched with a few iron plates and wrist guards. What on earth had these Ironborn been nourished on for a millennium? Rhaegar seethed internally, incredulous that a wretched denizen of the Iron Islands could be only slightly inferior in strength to him. The battle unfolded over merely a few exchanges, and in the annals of history, it may not have been deemed courageous. A woman from the Hall family, known for her cunning and cruelty in ruling the Iron Islands and the Riverlands, left several gashes on Rhaegar's armor, appearing remarkably composed in the process. Some of these wounds were inflicted by her one-handed axe, while others stemmed from the Valyrian steel dagger in her grasp. She was nothing more than a facade. Yara scoffed and continued her taunts. "Why the silence? Are you mute? It seems you might just be a Valyrian half-breed slave." "Huh, indeed. You must have emerged from the foul womb of your wretched mother, conceived in an incestuous union with either your father or brother, or perhaps even your grandfather. By the gods, such filth as you would surely be burned alive upon birth in our Iron Islands. You are not even worthy of drowning. Being consumed by flames seems rather fitting for your kind, does it not?" Yara laughed heartily, her dagger leaving yet another deep scratch on Rhaegar's chest plate. Rhaegar struggled to defend himself. The combination of axe and dagger seemed tailor-made for Yara, while he barely managed to parry with his longsword, his situation becoming increasingly dire. "You certainly possess remarkable endurance, more so than the most adept diving turtle. Why the silence? I am certain I have struck a chord. You are nothing more than a Valyrian slave." "Enough," Rhaegar roared, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc, but Yara merely leapt back with grace. It was futile. The smile vanished from Yara's face. Engaging in dialogue with such a flimsy opponent was a sheer waste of time. As Yara reached behind her and retrieved a hand axe, Rhaegar realized that her swift leap had returned her to their initial standoff position. Too swift, like a shrike. Rhaegar, filled with dread, glanced at the hand axe embedded in his left shoulder plate, yanking it out and hurling it towards Yara. "It seems you possess a modicum of skill, managing to evade." Yara effortlessly caught the axe with her right hand, securing it at her waist. And what follows next? A Valyrian dagger plunged into the throat of a Valyrian. Yara surged forward again, engaging Rhaegar in close combat. Having discerned Rhaegar's weaknesses, she now fought with reckless abandon, her axe swinging faster and her dagger striking from increasingly unorthodox angles. The roles of offense and defense reversed. And now it was Rhaegar who found himself cornered against the edge of the ship. What will you do now? A swordsman with bound feet is better off using his fists. Yara remained just outside the range of Rhaegar's longsword. "I am far more agile than you. Armed with 2 weapons, your defeat is inevitable, Valyrian." Hall chuckled. "Unless you can conjure yet another weapon." Rhaegar gasped, fixated on Hall, struggling to catch his breath. His once pristine armor now marred with scratches. While Rhaegar could keep pace with Yara's speed, the sheer intensity and cunning angles of her attacks overwhelmed him. To make matters worse, he lacked a shield. Relying solely on a longsword proved insufficient to fend off Yara's relentless offense. Unless he could find a shield or another weapon, he was at a grave disadvantage. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted his belongings piled on the deck and noticed the long cloth bundle, a guest gift from the learned Lord Leo Targaryen. Rhaegar had yet to unveil the contents of the package, yet he was already aware of its contents, a half-sword. He feigned a final strike, swinging his long sword towards Yara. At last, he could no longer restrain himself. A gleeful smile spread across Yara's face, for she had anticipated the trajectory of Rhaegar's attack. If she could evade this strike, a single swing of her axe would suffice to dispatch him, after which she could assist Darren in eliminating that young prince. However, Yara's smile abruptly vanished, and the axe she had poised to swing hung motionless in the air. She intended to flee. Enraged, Yara hurled her hand axe at Rhaegar. Clang! The flying axe sliced through the fabric, revealing the steel sword sheath beneath. Rhaegar embedded his long sword into the deck, gripping the hilt with his right hand while firmly grasping the sheath with his left. With a swift motion, he drew the longsword, assuming the dual-wielding stance he had once witnessed. The longsword hailed from his homeland, the half-sword from a friend, and the techniques were gleaned from a dear companion. He felt fortunate to have learned a few maneuvers from Arthur. As Yara charged once more, Rhaegar murmured to himself. Chapter 31. The Shift in Battle. Dual-wielding. Yara halted her advance, taunting, "Be careful not to cut yourself." Rhaegar remained silent, his violet eyes peering through the narrow visor of his helmet, fixated on his adversary like a shadowy bobcat poised to pounce. Yara crouched low, muttering, "This is troublesome." This time, it was Rhaegar who initiated the assault. Unaccustomed to wielding the newly acquired half-sword, he found his left hand clumsy with the blade. Nevertheless, wielding two swords undoubtedly expanded his range of attack and somewhat mitigated the disadvantage of lacking a shield. The reality of their confrontation was that, regardless of her agility or the sharpness of her weapons, Yara was ultimately engaged in a close-quarters battle with a significant disparity in strength. Moreover, she wielded dual short melee weapons while Rhaegar brandished two longswords. The longsword in his left hand had once clashed with Robert, its length reaching the outer limits of a longsword at approximately 110 centimeters. To match Rhaegar's status, he had personally commissioned it from the finest blacksmith in King's Landing, featuring a black hue throughout except for the edges of the blade, adorned with a diamond-shaped ruby on the guard and intricate patterns, along with additional weight enhancements. In contrast, the half-sword in his right hand was a standard model, likely unearthed from the storeroom by Leo, temporarily embellished with decorations like a pure silver crystal weight ball and silver thread embellishments, its pristine blade exuding an air of nobility. "These two swords of yours are quite impressive," Yara remarked with a smile. "They must be worth a considerable sum." At that moment, Yara realized she could no longer afford to expend energy on psychological warfare. This ship was unlike the others, teeming with the elite of the River Bay, and without allies to divert her opponent's attention, she had no choice but to abandon her ranged advantage and engage in close combat. "If only I had enough subordinates," Yara pondered, just as she was contemplating how to swiftly conclude her encounter with Rhaegar. A blood-curdling scream interrupted their standoff. Both turned their heads simultaneously, fully aware that the source of the scream was the very crux of the battle aboard the ship. Clad in resplendent white armor, Moore stood panting in place, his cloak inexplicably torn away, the family blade, the verdant blade, dripping with blood in his hand. The crimson flowed from the verdant metal vines of his gauntlet, spreading to the ashen blade before cascading onto the deck, reminiscent of the day he had bled profusely during the duel. Opposite him lay the descendant of the Grey Sea King, sprawled on the ground, still unable to rise, instinctively emitting a beastly wail. His gray cloak was stained dark, crumpled and clinging to the deck. Beside him lay a severed arm, still grasping black blood. "Dagon!" Yara let out a siren-like shriek, her worry evident, as she instinctively sought to abandon her confrontation with Rhaegar to rush to her husband's side. Rhaegar, silent, brandished his twin swords, stepping forward to intercept the frenzied woman. Previously, Yara had navigated her duel with Rhaegar with ease, leveraging her agility and familiarity with the ship's battles. But now, with Rhaegar compensating for his lack of a shield through the wielding of both swords, he exerted his superior strength to overpower her, gaining the upper hand. A few wounds stirred the clever and cunning nature of the Holler family within Yara, prompting her to abandon her reckless charge towards her husband. Recognizing that more had yet to pursue, she deduced that Dagon had indeed inflicted significant harm upon him, presenting a golden opportunity. Yara adopted a desperate stance, her hair disheveled, saliva flying, and incoherent words spilling forth, leading Rhaegar to believe that she had succumbed to madness due to her husband's grievous injuries and was now intent on fighting him to the death. Rhaegar stepped back, wielding his twin swords, unwilling to part with his life so easily, especially not to a Holler. Contrary to Rhaegar's expectations, Yara did not charge at him in a fit of rage. The madness in her eyes faded, leaving only a calm desperation. She accurately seized the brief moment of Rhaegar's retreat, her right arm swinging in a throwing motion. Startled, Rhaegar realized that this cunning holer remained remarkably composed. "Not on my watch," he bellowed as he swung his gleaming sword with force, indifferent to whether he could kill her, merely hoping to interrupt her assault. His right-hand sword struck precisely against Yara's right shoulder. However, in his haste, he could not sever her arm completely. After slicing through her leather armor, the blade penetrated only halfway before losing momentum. Rhaegar's assault continued, fueled by anger for failing to prevent Yara from launching her axe. "You have harmed my friend." The left-handed sword came crashing down upon Yara's left arm, which she raised in defense. "Ah!" Yara cried out, her wrist shattering, the Valyrian steel dagger clattering to the ground. Blood gushing from the wound, filling the air with its metallic scent. At last, Rhaegar could momentarily disengage from the fray, glancing towards Mor. Yara's thrown axe had struck true, yet Rhaegar's intervention had not been in vain. In that life-and-death moment, Yara's instinctive agility, honed since childhood, allowed her adversary and foe to survive. Her axe missed Mor's neck, veering slightly off course to strike his right shoulder blade instead. "I'm fine," Mor shouted, green light streaming from the corners of his eyes, flickering at the sight of his wound. "Rest assured, I am still standing." Immediately, Mor brandished the ancestral sword, charging towards the rising Darren, who, having lost his dominant hand, stood weaponless, an opportune moment indeed. Witnessing that Mor was unharmed, Rhaegar felt a wave of relief wash over him, preparing to deliver a definitive blow to Yara. However, he soon discerned that more iron hooks were latching onto the ship's railing, and several burly men adorned with the golden kraken sigil were already encircling Yara. Infuriated, Rhaegar cursed aloud and swiftly turned to rush towards Mor. Amid Yara's frantic cries of "Let me go! Stop him!" Rhaegar swung his arms, warding off several Ironborn intent on attacking Mor. Just before the golden kraken-clad Ironborn could reach him, Mor successfully beheaded Darren. Darren Greyjoy, heir of House Greyjoy, captain of the Black Whale, the devout Darren is no more. Mor surged to the bow of the ship, his voice booming enough to pierce through the chaos of battle. "Darren is dead. Did you hear that? You are doomed. How could the captain perish? Isn't he still accompanied by the treacherous Hall? It's impossible." Some speculated that it might be that impure black blood that led to his demise, recalling how they had shared a bed only the previous day. "Darren is dead. Soldiers of the Riverlands, retaliate. How could that monster be slain by the cowards of the Greenlands? This only proves our superiority. The Ironborn, unlike the people of Westeros, do not falter in strength upon the death of their leader. Instead, they may rally with even greater ferocity should a figure of sufficient prestige and might rise to command them in vengeance for their fallen captain." Mor was uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane, yet it was undoubtedly the only recourse available. Engaging the Ironborn in a skirmish was inherently disadvantageous, especially against the elite fleet of the Iron Islands. He did not harbor hopes for a rout among the Ironborn leading to his victory. Rather, he merely wished for a moment of disarray among them, allowing his own forces' command structure a brief opportunity to regain some semblance of order for a counteroffensive. Chapter 32. The Red Mandrake River. Fortuitously, no captain among the Ironborn emerged with the requisite charisma to unite them. Chaos ensued among the Ironborn, who lacked any semblance of order, existing instead as small factions centered around their ships. The collective departure from the Iron Islands necessitated a shared objective to serve as an invisible bond, such as plunder or vengeance. Absent such unity, the inherent advantages of speed and maneuverability that their eclectic yet elite force possessed would dissipate, swiftly morphing into significant disadvantages. Yara Hall was rendered nearly devoid of combat effectiveness, and thus command capabilities were lost, whisked away from the battlefield by several loyal soldiers devoted to House Hall. Both battlefield commanders had simultaneously lost their authority. In such circumstances, captains would surmise from experience that the couple had met their watery god together. This fleet of Ironborn was predominantly composed of the Black Kraken couple, numerous, elite in composition, and possessing fine vessels. However, within this fleet, that couple had successfully consolidated power, surrounded by subordinates but devoid of friends. Today, the goddess of fortune evidently favors the scions of House Greyjoy. The defeat of the Ironborn fleet is now an inevitable reality. Mor has successfully seized the sole opportunity for victory. Isolated behind enemy lines, one naturally experiences a sense of unease. If all proceeds smoothly, it is bearable. Yet should disaster strike, that unease magnifies exponentially. For instance, as it is now, retreat. "Captain, we haven't even salvaged anything yet, and you wish to withdraw? Shall we wait to be pierced through like a hapless child? Hurry, retreat." The two leading vessels are likely already lost. At this juncture, fleeing is of no consequence. Listen closely, the brothers we have remaining in the Fog Islands, known also as the Shield Islands, a title derived from the Ironborn's historical dominion over nearly the entirety of Westeros's western coast, are few. We cannot afford to let them go unchecked. If they are given the opportunity, our demise is assured. While we still possess the chance to escape, we must retreat swiftly. The Ironborn can only thrive when the winds are at their backs. Their stronghold in the Iron Islands condemns them to a lack of unity. Upon reaching a consensus regarding the retreat, the seasoned sailors immediately disengage from combat, returning to their longships to seize their oars and row fiercely. Jason Hightower gazed at his blunted sword and the fleeing Ironborn with some perplexity. Should there not be a few captains who linger in their retreat or refuse to yield? Why is their withdrawal so orderly? Why concern yourself with such matters? Sam Tarly gently kissed Jason's helm with the blade of Heartsbane, urging him to pursue. Jason watched Sam, wielding the Valyrian steel greatsword, Heartsbane, as he pursued and cut down the Ironborn, reflecting, I have heard it said that Sam's prowess now surpasses that of Ser Sandor. And it appears to be true, as he has even been entrusted with the ancestral sword. A twinge of envy flickered within Jason. Nonetheless, he felt joy for his friend. Bang! Jason felt his helm struck once more by a longsword, this time wielded by Sir Madeira Manderly, heir to House Manderly and a dear friend. Jason, I have long advised you to read less. Look at you now, the big-headed Jason, forgetting even to pursue the Ironborn. Jason adjusted his helm and replied with a grin. Very well. It seems my reading has indeed clouded my mind, causing me to forget the ancestral techniques for slaying Ironborn. With no further words, Jason lowered his visor and began directing the ships in their pursuit of the Ironborn. Row faster. Dagharl urged the crew. Hurry. If we do not quicken our pace, we shall not even breach the Fog Islands. Realizing he was leading the charge, Dagharl relaxed and began to curse Yara vehemently. Cursed Hull. Cursed Hull. You have cost me a full 20 longships. And that worthless Darren. To perish at the hands of the Greenlands folk. Such a wretch does not deserve to enter the Hall of Streams to revel in eternal feasting. Just as Dagharl was unleashing his tirade, an arrow struck, piercing his neck and silencing his curses. Beneath the midday sun, a fleet, styled in the manner of the Riverlands, surged towards the fleeing longships of the Iron Islands, its banners proudly displaying the sigils of the 4 families of the Shield Islands, the defenders of the Fog Islands. What is there to fear? We have faced them before. Upon a longship, the formidable double-axe Yuli rose, bellowing with fervor as he charged forward. If we can just push ahead, we shall successfully return to the Iron Islands. With a mighty sweep, Yuli brandished his colossal axes, roaring at the fleet ahead. Onward. At that moment, he stood at the bow of the ship on the manned river, his luxuriant black beard billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of indomitable courage. The Ironborn regarded him as if he were a figure from a heroic age. Charge! They were now perilously close to the river's mouth, so near that the Ironborn could scent the brine of the sea. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of captain of a grand fleet. Indeed, both the drowned god and we bore witness to his valor. Inspired by Yuli's fervor, more longships began to rally. Their spirits ignited as they emitted the distinctive war cries of the Ironborn, forming a long arrow with Yuli at the vanguard. The cacophony of shouts and the diverse tongues of the clans surged forth, echoing like the incessant cicadas in a summer forest. Death and rebirth. Kill. We do not till the soil. Kill. Night deepens, and the flames dance brighter. Kill. Grass. The fallen do not perish. They shall rise again, fiercer than before. Grass. Kill. The fallen do not perish. How discordant, murmured Mira. This time, the great purple-winged dragon refrained from roaring in agreement, adhering to its previous training in silence. Mira leaned over to observe the unfolding battle below, ultimately commanding the silver-winged dragon to cease its circling. Above the manned river, the dragon, resembling a great white bird, folded its wings and began its descent. With an almost vertical plunge, the dragon swooped down swiftly and silently, mere meters above the river surface. The silver dragon abruptly curved its neck and flicked its long tail, its massive wings unfurling to their full span of 50 meters. It was only when the fierce wind rushed overhead that the Ironborn became aware of the 20-meter-long beast looming above them. Dracarys. The tumultuous silver-gray flames erupted into existence, targeting none other than Yuli, the makeshift leader. His expression froze in terror the instant he looked up, the flames cascading over his beard before engulfing his face. He could only emit a shriek, not from the searing heat or pain, but from sheer fright. The Ironborn in the path of the dragon's fire shared his fate. Silver arrows, Mira commanded. A little more spouting will suffice. There is no need to waste energy. When Rhaegar and his companions finally caught up with the fleeing Ironborn, they were astonished to discover a vast expanse of charred remnants of longships strewn across the river, all ablaze. The remnants of the Ironborn's ranks had deepened in despair, with some driven to madness. The Shield Island fleet, at a numerical disadvantage, found it effortless to hunt the Ironborn, who offered little to no resistance. This scene starkly contrasted with the Ironborn's famed indifference to death, even their willingness to embrace it. Is it not said that where the river flows, the iron-hearted fear not death? Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Do you not desire the readily available opportunities for military glory and vengeance? Strike. The Red Mand River War, which spanned a millennium, concluded at the estuary of the Mand River. Chapter 33. The Celebration Feast. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance, Miss Mira and Mr. Rhaegar. The gardener Ming-En, adorned in a pristine white velvet attire, bore at his waist the clan's sword, the azure ivy blade. And atop his head rested the golden crown of the Riverbend King, epitomizing vines and verdant blossoms, a design inherited from the first sovereign, King Qin Shogars. Were it not for your intervention, the Riverbend realm might have faced yet another plundering. In the grand banquet hall of Highgarden, Ming-En the Third bowed slightly in appreciation. Mira accepted his gratitude with satisfaction, turning to whisper to the equally resplendent Rhaegar. He seems far more sincere now. Rhaegar promptly assisted Ming-En to his feet, prompting a slight pout of discontent from Mira. The corner of Mo Heir's mouth curled into an enigmatic smile at this scene. Standing tall once more, Ming-En the Third's aide declared loudly, "Next, let us extend our most sincere thanks to our friends from Valyria." Mo Heir was the first to applaud, followed by the harmonious orchestration of the court musicians. Rhaegar's gaze swept across the assembly, recognizing the attendees raising their glasses in tribute to him, the foreigner, while ladies and children cheered in celebration. Their smiles radiated genuine warmth. The royal family of the Riverbend Kingdom was present: the king, queen, crown prince, and princess, all belonging to the esteemed Gardner family of Westeros. There were the Tarly family from the Crimson Mountains, represented by Sarda and Sam, Jason Hightower, heir of Old Town, and his younger brother Norman, Madeira Mandler, heir of the powerful Mandler family whose sigil was a white mermaid, alongside their long-standing rivals, the Peak family with their orange-towered crest, the Redwine family of the famed Arbor, renowned for their superior wines and formidable fleet, and the ancient Tyrell family, known as the Golden Roses. Rhaegar had indeed encountered many such celebratory gatherings. In 276 AC, at Lannisport, Lord Tywin hosted a grand tournament to commemorate the birth of his brother, Viserys Targaryen. The following year at Storm's End, Rhaegar was bested by the indomitable Barristan Selmy, and in 281 AC, at Harrenhal, he sponsored what was perhaps the most magnificent tournament in history. In Rhaegar's recollections, he had often been the object of adoration from the noble populace. Far grander occasions than this celebration. Yet, melancholy always lingered around him. Never had he smiled so sincerely as he did now. Rhaegar gazed into the silver crystal goblet in his hand, wherein a faint shadow lingered. He was the first prince of a unified royal family in Westeros. A melancholic little prince with a penchant for literature, an exceptional warrior who favored the harp over the spear, a fool deeply entrenched in prophecy, a coin unable to discern wisdom from folly, and an enigma. Now, he was merely a Valyrian, Rhaegar Targaryen. Rhaegar raised his cup with Mira, and they drank deeply. The chalice lifted, interwoven in silver and purple, revealed to Yara a Valyrian visage adorned with a smile. So strikingly handsome, Yara discovered anew. Rhaegar Targaryen. She found herself unwittingly compelled to attend to the gardener of Rhaegar, her painted purple nails gently caressing the wine goblet. "Who are you really?" "Rhaegar, my friend," Mor exclaimed, opening his arms wide, his handsome face radiating genuine delight. "Come, Jason, Mira, allow me to introduce you properly. This is Rhaegar Targaryen, my friend. A companion from 2 battles. Of course." Jason Hightower raised his goblet, formally introducing himself. "Rhaegar, sir, I am Jason Hightower, heir to Old Town. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness." "It is of no consequence, Sir Jason," the stout fellow interjected, beginning his own introduction. "Greetings, Rhaegar. I am Madeira of House Mandler. A pleasure to meet you. I am immensely grateful for your assistance with the Reach, especially concerning Mor. Truly, I must confess, had anything happened to Mor, and his brother ascended the throne, I would have been inclined to revolt." Madeira, in his excitement, embraced Rhaegar, who sensed that much of his rotundity was muscle. "It is not so grave, Madeira." Mor chuckled, patting his shoulder. I would not wish to see my friends and family at odds. Madeira released Rhaegar, waving his hands toward Moore, assuring him, rest assured, I am utterly loyal to you and your father, and I would never desire to see the blood of the people of the Reach stain the beautiful waters of the Mandar. Just as this time, Jason remarked, raising his goblet. Rhaegar and the others nodded in agreement, the sounds of their cups clinking together resonating in camaraderie. Following this, light-hearted banter ensued. Both Moore and Rhaegar were quite amiable, allowing their friends to showcase their unique personalities without constraint. Madeira was a forthright and honest mandler, viewing Moore as a friend and demonstrating loyalty even stronger than that to their liege, Mern Gardner III. Jason epitomized the Hightower, tall and elegant, with deep-set eyes that seemed to brim with wisdom. The atmosphere of conversation was delightful. Westeros, in contrast to the continent, resembled an island, where time bore little significance. Rhaegar, a man from a millennium hence, conversed effortlessly with those of ancient times. How do you suppose future generations will judge our involvement in this battle? Madeira posed the question. I am uncertain, Jason replied candidly. Throughout history, there have been countless such conflicts. In the time it takes to visit the privy, I could unearth a dozen similar accounts in the library of the Citadel. Moore nodded in agreement, reflecting that perhaps he would perish in this battle, only to be forgotten by future generations. Upon hearing his friend's remark, Rhaegar began to frantically recall the historical texts he had perused, yet ultimately concluded that he had no recollection. He only remembered that the Gardner family had been irrevocably buried in history by his ancestor Aegon, while the Tyrells had preserved their past within Highgarden. If one wished to seek the truth, the vast library in Old Town might offer some traces. Rhaegar glanced at Madeira, pondering that perhaps White Harbor in the north could also hold some accounts, possibly even in greater detail. However, Jason interjected after a moment of thought, suggesting that if Moore could achieve something significant after ascending to the throne, such as constructing a castle, future generations would undoubtedly remember him. Perhaps they would even be recorded alongside him, which would be the greatest honor. Madeira raised her glass with a smile toward Moore, encouraging, then Moore. You must strive for that. Moore smiled back, raising his glass in return. I will, and so shall you. The four goblets clinked together once more in the air. Cheers to friendship, Rhaegar said with a laugh. Chapter 34. The Farewell Highgarden is the heart of Westeros's economy, synonymous with wealth and abundance. The banquet hall of Highgarden exemplifies this splendidly. Crystal chandeliers cascade like a river of stars, and the vibrant hues evoke the presence of the seven gods. Dazzling light spills over the intricately carved dome, with golden velvet drapes cascading on either side. Silver candelabras and golden rose centerpieces adorn the tables, accompanied by gilded platters and pristine porcelain dishes. The marble floor reflects the opulence of the guests' attire, while the long tables overflow with exotic and luxurious delicacies, and crystal goblets brim with golden wine. The embossed walls narrate tales so ancient they are beyond reckoning, and compared to the antique oil paintings, their content seems almost childlike. The banquet, a display of extravagant luxury, left Rhaegar slightly dazed. He shook his head, realizing he was somewhat inebriated. Moore let out a belch and, while setting down his goblet, accidentally shattered a precious wine bottle. He playfully ruffled Rhaegar's silver hair, chuckling, It seems you've never been properly inebriated before. You don't even know your own limits. Jason chimed in. This fellow is hardly adept at refusing drinks. Moore waved over a servant. Please, escort my friend to rest well. After watching the servant assist Rhaegar away, Moore's eyes gleamed with a green light as he exhaled a long plume of white vapor. Ah, much better. What do you think, my child? Maegor III seated himself beside Moore, inquiring if there were any new insights regarding their esteemed guest. Jason, seeing this, gently lifted the unconscious Madeira and politely excused himself to create a quieter atmosphere for the father and son. The area where Moore and the others conversed was already secluded, now further enhanced by the melodious strains of orchestral music echoing through the hall. Moore ran his hands through his smooth brown hair, a color mirroring that of his father. To be honest, I find great merit in this new acquaintance, he remarked. Maegor nodded. Indeed, continue. Moore offered his assessment of his new acquaintance, Rhaegar, describing him as peculiar. Although Rhaegar preferred tranquility and solitude, he possessed a remarkable talent for forging friendships. This paradox was clarified by Meng, who noted that it only made sense if he held a position of prominence. Indeed, Father, Rhaegar was quite skilled in martial arts, excelling in spear techniques and swordsmanship, and he had even trained in the art of wielding twin swords. What was even more astonishing was that during our recent conversation, I discovered that Rhaegar was also a musician. Oh, Meng's interest was piqued. He too understood music? Moore smiled and replied, Indeed, he is a true polymath. He mentioned that he once possessed the finest harp in the world, with strings crafted from silver. Rhaegar also claimed to have composed numerous pieces that garnered much admiration. When I inquired about the style of his compositions, he responded that his friends described them as melancholic yet sweet. Really? Indeed, I noticed the calluses on his fingers. Is that so? Meng stroked his beard, pondering how a young man of around 20 could possibly find the time and energy to learn so much. So, my son. Meng shifted the conversation, setting aside matters of family honor and the kingdom's interests. Do you genuinely wish to befriend that young Valyrian? Moore replied, Of course, father. Meng smiled with satisfaction, extending his right hand, palm open, as if to tousle his promising heir's brown hair. Moore stood up with a grin. Please, father. I have already celebrated 23 name days. Indeed, Meng rose as well. My son has grown up. Rest well. And remember to prepare a splendid farewell gift for your new friend. What do you think of a crate of green apple sweat drops? Not bad. It will ensure you see him again, Meng mused before adding. Wasn't one of his horses exhausted during your competition? How about gifting him the finest steed from the Riverlands? That should suffice, Moore replied. In truth, your friendship alone is a priceless gift. This is my son, the next king of the Riverlands, after all. 7 days later, by the banks of the Mander. With the conclusion of the tournament, the venue was naturally set for dismantling. The once verdant grass, trampled by the relentless march of thousands, had been replaced by bare earth. A colossal silver dragon claw pressed into the damp soil, swiftly generating steam that mingled with the morning mist. Let us conclude our time here, Rhaegar announced to the gathering. Moore stepped out from the crowd and patted Rhaegar on the shoulder, pondering when they might meet again. Rhaegar smiled and replied, There will always be a next time, won't there? Moore returned the smile. Indeed, of course. Farewells were meant for such occasions. This is my parting gift, Moore gestured, and servants brought forth a tray bearing a magnificent mare. Pointing to the horse, Moore declared, This is the finest mare from the Riverlands, nurtured by the Gardner family for a century. Rhaegar, my friend, you are the first recipient of this gift in a century and the first Valyrian to receive it in nearly 5 centuries. Upon hearing Moore's introduction, Rhaegar could not resist caressing the silver-gray mare. The horse stood tall, rivaling the stallion that Leo had gifted him. The silver-gray coat was a sight to behold, complemented by its graceful form and glossy, supple mane. Rhaegar was certain this was a mare that could captivate all stallions. Mira also peered out from the dragon's back, her silver head curiously inspecting the scene. In a swift motion, she retracted her head, thinking, The Valyrian dragon king never rides horses. Moore, brimming with pride, remarked, I specifically selected this color. Rhaegar could not help but extol, What a magnificent horse, truly a splendid creature. As for this, Moore handed a box to Rhaegar, saying it was merely a small gift, not to be taken too seriously. Rhaegar accepted the box, planning to examine it more closely later. Men 3 stepped forward, replacing Moore, and expressed his delight at hosting the 2 friends from Valyria. Maintaining the poise befitting a king, he continued, The contributions you have made to the Reach will never be forgotten by Highgarden. To my esteemed guests, may the fragrance of roses linger in your satchel, and may the deity of harvest bestow upon you abundant prosperity. The golden roses of the Reach shall await your next visit alongside grapes and blossoms, and we shall prepare a spring feast for you. May the 7 bless you, showering their grace upon your forehead, chest, hands, feet, and toes. I wish you glory and happiness upon your return, dear guests. The 7 be with you. As the blessings concluded, the attendants presented the gift from the host Gardner family. Following this, the nobles of the Reach bid their farewells. This task was meant for Mira, yet she evidently wished to avoid the Westerosi farewell. Thus, she ascended Silver Arrow early, leaving the duties on the ground to Rhaegar. He surveyed the crowd of the Reach, his gaze sweeping over the Gardeners, Hightower, Manderly, Tarly, and Baelish, thoughts swirling within him. As Mira saw that Rhaegar had finally completed the farewells, she shouted from the dragon's back, Rhaegar, we depart. Rhaegar remained silent, ultimately turning to step onto the ship bound for the Westerlands. Chapter 35. The Red Line. The Westerlands, as the name suggests, lie to the west of Westeros. The climate here is temperate, coastal, and predominantly mountainous and hilly, theoretically not a land of wealth. However, in reality, the kingdom of Casterly Rock has surpassed the bountiful Reach, becoming the most prosperous realm in Westeros. This is all a blessing from the gods. The lord of the underground city of Casterly Rock, Dorito Reyes, responded to Myra's inquiries with such words. Indeed, the Westerlands are filled with mountains, but beneath each one lies hidden treasure. In the reception hall, a multitude of candles illuminated the gilded murals adorning the walls, depicting the grand history of the Reyes family from the era of heroes to the present day. The fireplace blazed brightly, emitting the fragrant aroma of precious fruitwood, yet the atmosphere remained comfortably cool. Ingenious artisans, through their remarkable craftsmanship, ensured that the entire hall felt refreshing and dry, even underground, avoiding any semblance of gloom. Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings, noting the vividly animated red lions with dual tails on the walls. The history of Castmere commenced in the era of heroes, with the Reyes family establishing their castle in an underground mine, accruing wealth from minerals much like many families in the Westerlands. A quintessential example is the Casterly Rock of House Lannister, both the capital of the Westerlands and the largest mine in the region. Envy-inducing. The Lannisters take pride in the seemingly inexhaustible mine that has yielded red gold and gold for millennia. The Lannisters, it is said, could turn even their waste into gold. At the end of a long table sat Dorito, comfortably leaning back in his chair, introducing the Lord of the Westerlands to two Valyrian guests with silver hair and violet eyes. The Count was a quintessential noble of the Westerlands, somewhat portly and resplendently dressed. His golden hair fell smoothly, and his demeanor was infused with the confidence and nonchalance that generations of wealth bestow. And half of it is red gold, he remarked with a smile, clearly a man of wit and conversation. In jest, we vassals hold the Casterly family in high regard. Rhaegar responded. It is evident you are a loyal vassal. Too kind. Dorito Reyes waved his hand dismissively, pushing aside a lock of hair that obscured his vision, and inquired of Mira. Esteemed Dragon King, how do you find the cuisine of the Westerlands? Mira, shifting her focus from conversation to the meal, raised an eyebrow as she speared a piece of swan meat with her silver-gilt fork, glancing at the succulent food before her. She turned her gaze towards Rhaegar and Dorito, both smiling and nodding as they lifted their own forks, blowing gently on the gleaming tines. With hesitation, Mira positioned her lips towards the fragrant and spiced goose breast. With a gentle puff, she blew away the decorative swan feathers, revealing a tender piece of meat with a golden crust before her. Dorito raised his hand in invitation. Please indulge, esteemed guest. I assure you, this is the finest swan meat in all the Westerlands. Mira did not taste it immediately. Instead, she used her knife to probe the cavity of the swan on her plate. Apples, apricots, raisins? Dorito nodded, adding, indeed, with some exotic spices. Rhaegar continued, and the surface is glazed with honey. Only then did Mira place the swan meat into her mouth. She exclaimed, finding the flavor to be well worth Rhaegar's recommendation. It was indeed delightful. The rich fruit aroma danced around her senses before she even took a bite. As the crisp skin touched her lips, she perceived its extraordinary crunch. The meat was firm yet succulent, presenting a marvelous melange of sweet and savory flavors. The host was generous with spices and fruits. This goose was prepared with substantial ingredients and great care. Even Mira, with her discerning palate, found it to be quite an exquisite dish. The flavor was indeed delightful, she remarked, as she took another piece of the goose leg. The young lady was thoroughly satisfied with the dish. Rhaegar quietly informed Count Dorito that the Valyrians greatly appreciated such richly flavored and complex cuisine. Dorito smiled, raised his glass in a toast to Rhaegar, and with a sense of pride remarked, I have visited Valyria and possess a modest understanding of your people's tastes. Rhaegar clinked his glass with Dorito and posed his first inquiry of the evening. Esteemed Count Reyes, we are grateful for your sumptuous hospitality. Yet I am perplexed as to why the bread has yet to be served. Dorito smiled apologetically, his eyes narrowing to the point where his blue irises were almost concealed. I sincerely apologize. We did not anticipate your visit at this time. As you can see, the damaged bakery is not expected to be operational until the day after tomorrow. We had intended to rely on our stock of bread to tide us over these days, but with guests arriving, we cannot possibly serve you with bread that is harder than stone. Rest assured, the rider I dispatched will soon return with fresh, warm bread. In the meantime, Dorito rose and placed a plate of fragrant roasted beef before Rhaegar. If you are hungry, please indulge in some of this meat, which is the freshest and most succulent from all of Castame. Thank you. Rhaegar politely acknowledged the Count and, once seated, adjusted the placement of his twin swords for easier access. A soft chime emanated from the small golden bell by the entrance, prompting Dorito to rise with a smile. It appeared that a tardy guest had finally arrived. Two pairs of violet eyes observed the heavy oak doors as they swung open. Dorito, with his back to Mira and Rhaegar, received a large, lidded platter from the entrance. Turning with the platter in hand, he exclaimed, "Ah, the bread has arrived." The two Valyrians remained silent, gazing at the golden platter large enough to conceal a long sword. Dorito set the platter down at the head of the table, gesturing for the 20 or so guards who had approached to step back. The Red Lion of Reyes did not return to his seat, but stood before the main chair, seemingly contemplating something. Silence enveloped the room, and the attendees appeared to transform into breathless whites. Count Reyes, Mira spoke. Do you know? She elegantly dabbed at the sauce at the corner of her mouth with a napkin, the purple glimmer in her eyes becoming distinctly visible under the candlelight. Please, go on. I presume you are aware, Mira continued after laying down the napkin, my dragon is asleep. After all, a dragon is still a creature, and it is quite late. Rhaegar slowly placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Dorito quietly regarded Mira, his eyes shining brightly in the candlelight. It seems your words hold truth, Dorito said. The bond between dragon lords and their dragons is closer than that of twin siblings. Count Reyes rose from his seat, and a servant retrieved a sword from the wall. The soft sound of 3 unsheathings reverberated through the air. Rhaegar's gaze fixated on Dorito as he swiftly leaped over the dining table to stand beside Mira. Dorito smiled and raised his hand, signaling Rhaegar to remain calm, before accepting the sword and approaching Mira. I seized the opportunity afforded by the rights of a guest solely for this moment. Dorito knelt on one knee, lifting the sword above his head and presenting it to Mira. May I inquire as to the purpose of your arrival in the West? The Dragon King of Valyria. Chapter 36. Compensation. I come with goodwill, merely to explore this ancient land, Mira replied. Count Reyes averted his gaze to the ground. Speaking in a measured tone about irrelevant matters, it is widely known that the ascension and descent of dragons consume fresh lives. Each journey of the Dragon Kings demands the sacrifice of 100 lives or a deity from the temples of the mortal realm. The travels of the Dragon Kings and the dragons are accompanied by blood, fire, and war. Dorito looked up, meeting the gaze of those mesmerizing, exquisite violet eyes. My lord, I am the second son and have lived in Valyria for many years. I understand that the Dragon Kings are semi-divine beings traversing the mortal world, while the Valyrians are their kin. The age of heroes in Westeros has long since passed, yet Valyria has yet to reveal its full might. I am acutely aware that my actions may provoke the warring family of Voster and bring calamity upon my own lineage, but I must proceed. Dorito knelt a second time. Honorable Dragon King, I earnestly beseech you for an answer. Mira grasped the sword that Dorito had raised in supplication. With a swift motion, she glanced at it and scoffed. A Valyrian steel sword. Rhaegar observed as the gray blade rested above Dorito's head, the golden locks beginning to be stained crimson. Mira spoke. All for a meaningless answer? I have heard of such foolish tactics in Valyria. It is the method of a subordinate family of a Dragon King, cast out to scout. What is the name of your family? Dorito's words quickened. I would offer the entirety of House Ray's wealth, only pleading that your wrath may be somewhat assuaged. Mira shook her head, seemingly in denial of something unspoken, and merely responded to Dorito's inquiry, which he had exchanged for everything he possessed. I harbor no interest in the backward and chaotic Westeros. The sentiments of all Valyrians mirror my own. Blood trickled from a strand of golden hair down Dorito's forehead, falling into his pupils. He did not blink, his blue eyes also stained red, unwavering in their gaze upon the silver-haired beauty before him. With a resigned sigh, Mira spoke again, in the name of Voster. Dorito closed his eyes in satisfaction, his head bowing as the scalp was severed along the skull. The Valyrian steel rendered the process silent and smooth. Mira regarded Dorito's neck and inquired of Rhaegar, is it only the nobility of Westeros who face beheading? Indeed, Rhaegar replied, observing the loyal red lion before him. Then come forth. Rhaegar placed his sword upon the dining table, taking the blade from Mira's hands. This was the first time he had wielded a Valyrian steel sword in his life. The sword and its companion convened at the dining table. The newcomer's blade a deep black. Rhaegar gripped the hilt firmly and slowly approached Dorito's side. As an outsider might remark upon such material, it indeed felt remarkably light in hand. Please, my lord Rhaegar, he urged. Rest assured, my soldiers will adhere strictly to my commands and will not lay a hand upon you. Rhaegar surveyed the surrounding soldiers, noticing their statuesque demeanor, clad in full plate armor. Their weapons gleamed, and they stood like white birches. The entire banquet was enveloped in silence, their presence unyielding, save for the rhythm of their breaths. As Rhaegar's fingers rhythmically danced over the hilt, he acclimated to the unexpectedly lighter sword. Once positioned, he cast a final glance at Mira, seeking her ultimate affirmation. Mira nodded, assuring him, fear not, simply have your family transport the possessions to Dragonstone. I have no need for your barren, shadowy underground fief. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Rhaegar felt a profound appreciation for Mira's mercy, whether it stemmed from compassion or disdain. He inquired, Sir, do you have any last words? Dorito looked up at Rhaegar, smiling as he replied, None. Thank you, Rhaegar. Rhaegar raised the ancestral sword of House Reyes above his head. Thud. He confirmed that the description of Valyrian steel was indeed accurate. Simultaneously, he ascertained that the Count, having perished by his own Valyrian blade, would not suffer unduly. Blood flowed, pooling upon the gray blade, dripping in clumps akin to jam. "Ah, the bread is quite delightful," Mira remarked, opening a tray to sample the warm bread within. "The olive oil and honey are perfectly balanced. Would you care for some?" Rhaegar struggled to divert his gaze from the headless corpse on the ground, instead focusing on the small piece of dough nestled between Myra's elegantly adorned purple fingertips. He sensed the guards' breathing intensifying, their attention shifting towards him. "Go ahead, Rhaegar," Mira urged nonchalantly. "This is one of your rewards." Rhaegar accepted the morsel from Myra's fingers and placed it into his mouth. The flavor was pleasing. Mira, her expression impassive, gestured to the Valyrian steel sword in Rhaegar's hand before departing. "It is yours." Rhaegar stood rooted in place, gazing at the bloodied sword, his heart a tumult of emotions. He refrained from looking at the corpse on the ground and returned to his original seat beside Dorito. It was all too sudden, he thought. The abruptness left no room for reflection, and his mind felt like a candle that had burned throughout the night, warm yet muddled. Rhaegar contemplated the necessity of taking action. Glancing around, the delicacies on the table remained warm. The silence enveloping the scene, where Count Dorito lay, was equally profound. He picked up a napkin from the table, beginning to wipe the blood from the sword. Fortunately, the guards of House Reyes paid him no heed. Akin to how the relatives of a beheaded victim in King's Landing would likely not seek vengeance upon the executioner. In the monotonous rhythm of mechanical repetition, Rhaegar began to wield the game of power that few had explicitly instructed him on. Myla, hailing from the great Valyrian families, thrived amidst the ceaseless intrigues of the Valyrian towers. Adapting to such schemes was essential for their survival. Thus, she remained unperturbed, especially since, as she claimed, there were precedents for this matter. The Reyes family's fief lay in proximity to Casterly Rock, and he had recently traveled there to converse with the Lannisters, indicating that this palace coup had been meticulously plotted. Rhaegar's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Dorne feared the Dragon King. Rhaegar sought to uncover the origins of tonight's drama. Did Casterly Rock also tremble before the Dragon King? News of our sojourn in Westeros had already spread across the Seven Kingdoms, from Highgarden to the westlands of Casterly Rock. I had traveled relentlessly, barely keeping pace with Myla. This had been ongoing for nearly a month, thus it could not be a mere reaction to the Dragon King's arrival. Was it due to Myla's involvement in the war against the Ironborn? No, the people of Westeros bore no affection for the Ironborn, especially those from the coastal regions and the westlands. What could it be? Hiss. Rhaegar lifted his hand, observing the bloodstains on his palm. Huh. He seized a spare napkin and wrapped it around his hand, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Valyrian steel lives up to its name. My understanding has been rather limited." "Its name is Lion's Claw," said a guard from across the table. "This is the ancestral sword of House Reyes, passed down for 509 years. Once." The squire who had presented the sword to the Earl of Reyes removed his helmet and remarked, "Its history as the ancestral sword of House Reyes is fixed at 509 years. Chapter 37. The Dragon and the Young Lion. Who are you?" Rhaegar inquired, gazing at the young man's golden hair. "You should already know," the squire replied, taking a seat by the still warm chair beside Rhaegar. The prince looked into the youth's blue eyes, which were filled with sorrow, an emotion rendered flat, as if confronting a long-lost loved one in a graveyard. Rhaegar placed Lion's Claw before him. "I can return it to you. Fret not about Myla. Our relationship is merely one of employment." "Do not deceive me," the young man, the Red Lion, pushed the sword back. "You must at least be a sworn protector." Rhaegar changed his approach, attempting once more to persuade him. "I understand the pain of losing a family sword. This sorrow is not yours alone, but a lingering ache that will extend through generations, enduring for centuries." "Mr. Rhaegar," the youth resolutely declined, "you are a good man. I have heard of your splendid performance in the joust at Highgarden. It was truly remarkable. You may be unaware, but in Westeros, whenever a young man takes up the lance, the elders speak of you." The youth leaned back, closing his eyes as if his entire spine had been extracted. Since the Age of Heroes, the singular ambition of the people of Westeros has been to embody the figures of ancient ballads once more, celebrated by future generations, standing alongside the ancients. You, Rhaegar Targaryen, a Valyrian, have become a legend in Westeros. Thank you. Rhaegar was uncertain why the youth had shifted the conversation to such matters, but since he was willing to speak, it indicated that there was still room for dialogue. Yet I remain unconvinced of my suitability to possess it. Thank you, sir. Regrettably, I cannot address you as my lord, for you are a good man. The young man straightened, gazing at Rhaegar, and formally introduced himself. "Mr. Rhaegar, my name is Aerys Reyes. Rhaegar Targaryen." The two men rose and clasped arms, an exchange of trust and respect customary among men. The atmosphere lightened slightly. Rhaegar inquired, "Pardon my boldness, but I have several questions I wish to pose to you, if I may. Speak freely. Your father, why did he choose to cross his fingers in a rather abrupt manner? Such a radical act. As far as I know, in Westeros, Mira has not exhibited any absurd or extreme behavior. In fact, she even aided the people of Westeros against the Ironborn." "Indeed, we are well aware," Aerys replied sorrowfully. "We are certainly aware. Yet the suffering bestowed upon mortals by the gods is often thus, simply because mortals cannot refuse. Why is that? Mr. Rhaegar, you may not have delved deeply into Valyria. It is rather amusing that a Westerosi would claim ignorance of Valyria. Nevertheless, it is true. Rhaegar has spent less time in Valyria than aboard the ship journeying from Stormlands to the Riverlands." Rhaegar adopted a listening posture. "Both my father and I have resided in Valyria, and from an outsider's perspective, we have gleaned some understanding, from which we have drawn a conclusion. Valyria can scarcely sustain those dragons any longer." Rhaegar's eyes widened. "Do you recall the war between Valyria and Loinor?" "I know a bit. The First Turtle War, the War of the Three Princes, the Second Turtle War, the First Spice War. You see, the Valyrians even tacitly accepted that the Spice War would occur a second time, as the first was recorded for a dragon lord such as yourself. It is universally acknowledged that where there is one, there will be another." Rhaegar stroked his chin, concealing the turmoil in his expression. Aerys continued, "The Loinor are a nation of warriors, thriving upon the generous gifts of the Lorne River. They are affluent, powerful, romantic, and welcoming, even towards bastards. Their cities are grand and magnificent, and the spirit of their people flows with tenacity and resilience like water. Even the dragon lords, masters of the sky and fire, have been drawn into the whirlpools of the Lorne River on multiple occasions." Rhaegar summarized from the dialogue. "So, you believe Valyria would suspend its 2.5-century standoff with Loinor to contend with Westeros?" "Not contend," Aerys corrected. "It is destruction. The heroes capable of facing the mighty dragons of Westeros have long since slumbered beneath the earth since the Age of Heroes, and what they left behind, artifacts, skills, magic, are now but a mere whisper of their former glory." The Silver Prince from the future once again grasped the terror of peak Valyria. "We are in fear. Both the Reyes family and the Lannister family tremble at the prospect of the dragon's return. Mr. Rhaegar, there is nothing peculiar about it. One merely needs to have witnessed a dragon with their own eyes, to have scaled the 14 fire peaks, or to have encountered a Valyrian dragon, even if it is simply having seen a dragon rider soar into the heavens." Aerys rose, casually taking the red wine from the table. "The room has been prepared for you, and the raven bearing your message to Casterly Rock has already been dispatched. Tomorrow, you may resume your journey. Trust that my lord can arrange for a sufficiently grand welcome for you. By the way, Miss Mila is currently tending to her dragon at the training grounds. You might consider bringing her something to assist." After Aerys departed, Rhaegar remained seated, quietly processing the upheaval of the evening. Alas, the dragonlords. The training grounds. Mila was enduring one of the most arduous nights of her life. With a sharp clap, she swatted away a mosquito that had dared to land on her neck, cursing under her breath. Not even a blanket was provided. Had she known, she would have taken the wretched pit along with her. The silver dragon curled its wings around itself in the training grounds, forming a triangular shelter ample enough for 2 adults to lie within. Mila nestled inside, her back pressed against the uneven surface of Silver Arrow's chest. The dragon's naturally high temperature kept her warm against the autumn chill, and the beast's breath was enough to deter even the fiercest of Volantene tigers. In theory, Mila should have been undisturbed. However, the lingering autumn mosquitoes were undeterred, boldly launching an assault upon the princess at the pinnacle of the earthly realm. Coupled with the biting cold seeping through the gaping crevice and her vigilance against potential incursions by the Reyes soldiers, Mila felt the night was indeed unbearable. She gazed at the slumbering Silver Arrow, yearning for it to awaken. Was it a sleeping spell? Or perhaps a potion? Where did these rustic Westerlanders acquire such magic? For the dragon lords, accustomed to soaring through the skies, the absence of their majestic dragons would undoubtedly evoke profound unease. Where is that scoundrel who claims to be Targaryen? Mila thought bitterly, lamenting that she had even gifted him a Valyrian steel sword, only to find herself abandoned in this desolate place. Once Silver Arrow awakens, I shall, lady. Are you there? Mila was jolted awake, hastily rising. However, the prolonged and unreasonable position within Silver Arrow's embrace left her muscles aching intolerably, causing her to falter and kneel. Rhaegar called out, observing the vibrant form of Silver Arrow against the night sky. "Mila." He then noticed the sudden bulge in the membranous wings of the dragon. "I am here," came Mila's voice from within the bulge. Rhaegar stood perplexed, holding 2 bundles of food and clothing. Good evening, my lady. Get away. Very well. Rhaegar set down the packages and, unable to resist, turned back for a closer look at Silver Arrow. Such an opportunity was rare. Truly magnificent. Just go? After a considerable time, Mila finally managed to extricate herself from Silver Arrow's embrace. On the training ground, a silver-haired woman, wrapped in a sweater, nibbled on ham while swatting away pesky mosquitoes that threatened her first kiss. The desolate autumn breeze caressed the dragon's wings, and Mira indulged in self-deprecation, her expression utterly devoid of cheer. Chapter 38. Castle Rock. The mine lies on the western coastal region of Westeros, serving not only as a mine but also as a fortress, overlooking the grand city of Lannisport and the Sunset Sea. Its height is approximately 3 times that of the towering Old Town, the tallest man-made structure in Westeros, extending 2 miles, around 96 kilometers, from east to west. Internally, it is equipped with numerous facilities akin to Winterfell: halls, stables, dungeons, barracks, storerooms, balconies, gardens, and at its pinnacle, it boasts towers and watchtowers, rendering it entirely self-sufficient. It is said that when the sun rises and shadows emerge, the stone resembles a resting lion. It is the only castle in Westeros that has never succumbed to conventional warfare. During the conquest, one of Aegon the Conqueror's wives, the bearer of the Valyrian steel sword Dark Sister, the mother of dragons, the conqueror of Eagle's Nest, Aegon's savior, the cruel mother of Maegor, and one of the 3 hills named in King's Landing, the great warrior Rhaegar Targaryen once lamented that had the last king of Castle Rock, Loren, not left to partake in the war of the Usurper, even Dragonfire could not have threatened him. Of course, like all historical accounts, this assertion is open to skepticism. In Rhaegar's eyes, whether a millennium ago or a millennium hence, Castle Rock appeared unchanged. Perhaps they had unearthed yet another Hall of Heroes? Rhaegar mused. He ceased his gaze upon Castle Rock, lightly kicking his cloak at the waist. The lion's claw hung at his side, placed there by the heir of its former master. The white horse shook its head, exhaling 2 plumes of vapor as it trotted toward the setting sun. What do you think? Rhaegar inquired as he approached Silver Arrow. This is Castle Rock, its peak approximately 100 feet high, estimated. Known that the wall stands at 700 feet, and the towering Old Town exceeds that height. While Castle Rock reaches 3 times their elevation, the highest fortress in Westeros, an impregnable stronghold, and the largest gold mine. On the hillside, a silver dragon lay sprawled, its horns raised, their tips aligning with Rhaegar's gaze. Mira fixated on the mine, her violet eyes dulled by the sunset, transforming into a canvas of mingling warm and cool hues. Were it not for the blemishes on her neck from mosquito bites, the beauty would have remained unmarred. It is difficult to assault. Rhaegar recalled how one of Aegon's wives, Visenya, had uttered similar sentiments. Historically, it had been breached only once. Rhaegar elaborated in due course, recounting how the clever Lanny, ancestor of the Lannister family, had tricked the Castamere family into relinquishing the castle. Of course, such a feat would be unthinkable now, as the Lannisters are often populated by the astute. Noticing Myra's unwavering gaze upon Castle Rock, Rhaegar queried, "You cannot possibly wish to lay siege to Castle Rock, can you?" Mira straightened, looking down at Rhaegar and replied, "Is that not permissible?" Rhaegar pondered, offering a deliberately ambiguous response. It seems that a considerable number of dragons would be required. Mira reached for her ruby headband and lightly tapped her chin with it. Those familiar with Mira knew that this noblewoman from Valyria had a peculiar habit of tapping a metallic object against her chin when she was engaged in rare moments of thoughtful planning. Rhaegar retrieved a water skin, intending to moisten his lips. "Would 100 suffice?" he inquired. Uft. Rhaegar tilted his head back, staring incredulously at Mira, his azure-violet eyes wide with disbelief. "What? Mira, have you truly contemplated this?" Rhaegar recalled a rumor that the dragonlords of Valyria never honored their promises. "Some do," Mira quipped, hurling the headband at Rhaegar's head. "I simply cannot manage more. I can only procure 100 adult dragons." "Adult dragons? Adult dragons." Rhaegar, undeterred by the headband striking his head, repeated his incredulous question. Mira nodded, pressing her lips together as if she were a determined little girl intent on smashing her piggy bank. "There won't be enough gold to go around." Slap. Rhaegar smacked his forehead. He tilted his head back once more, tentatively asking, "Does Vostell face a financial crisis?" Mira shook her head nonchalantly. "Not that I know of. Among the 40 dragonlord families, none are experiencing monetary troubles." "Why?" "They simply desire to wage war," Mira replied casually. "War?" "Indeed." As if her enthusiasm had waned, Mira patted the silver-scaled dragon's body. The drowsy silver dragon lifted its head and rose. "To Kaelin City." As dust and smoke billowed, Rhaegar beheld the large, lavender-hued form before him, lost in contemplation. War. Rhaegar reminisced about what he had learned of Vostell during his time in Valyria. The initial sword-wielders among shepherds were sparse in number, their status derived from warfare. Did Vostell's dwindling population necessitate a genuine conflict to solidify its standing? Yet, as Rhaegar gazed at the colossal dragon soaring towards the sleeping lion's great rock, he recalled the tumultuous encounter and dialogue from the previous night. Did Valyria truly require a war? Mira. Rhaegar had spent too little time in Valyria to accurately assess its internal circumstances and was unaware if war was indeed needed. However, his tenure in Westeros had been sufficiently lengthy for him to understand its conditions, even if it were a millennium ago. Westeros could not withstand 100 dragons. Aegon conquered the historically ancient Seven Kingdoms using merely a third of his life. Born 27 years prior to the conquest, died 37 years post-conquest, at the age of 64, thereby ending the incessant strife among kingdoms. His greatest assets were his 2 wives and 3 dragons, a total of 3 dragonlords. Merely 3 adult dragons. At that time, Balerion was approximately 100 years old. Born in the freehold of Valyria, Rhaegar was slightly younger, born 51 years before the conquest, and perished 130 years after. While Meraxes fell between the two, noteworthy is the fact that the skull of the nearly century-old Meraxes surpasses that of the deceased Rhaegar, who lived to the age of 181. With these 2 entities, Aegon achieved the monumental feat of conquering Westeros and unifying the continent. The numbers 3 and 100 resonate in Rhaegar's mind, requiring no effort to ponder. Their significance is abundantly clear. When waging war on Westeros, Rhaegar recalls no historical intent from Valyria regarding the western lands of Westeros, as the dragonlords focused their energies on ruling the eastern continent and internal strife, with their only action in Westeros being the establishment of a stronghold at Dragonstone. Was it due to Dorito? Or was it because of me? Anxiety began to grip Rhaegar. The concerns quelled in their conversation the previous night flared anew, like a rekindled bonfire, raging once more in his mind. What if it was indeed his fault? What if he inspired Meraxes to contemplate an assault on Westeros? Regardless of who acted as the catalyst, if war were to truly unfold one day, would everything in the future vanish entirely? King's Landing, the Iron Throne, the 7 great houses, the King's Road. Would those ancient families be left with naught, utterly consumed by the inferno of Dragonfire? The Tullys, the Hightowers, the Durandons, the Lannisters, the Starks, the Martells, Martell of Dorne. A fragment of legend from the annals of history suddenly came to Rhaegar's mind. The warrior Queen Nymeria of the Rhoynar led the last remnants of her people, mostly the elderly, women, and children, across the narrow sea on 10,000 warships, landing on the shores of Westeros. This legendary queen wed Mors Martell, and together they conquered Dorne, chaining 6 Dornish kings in golden shackles and sending them to the wall. The Second Spice War, which prompted Nymeria's crossing, occurred a millennium ago, precisely 1,000 years prior to the conquest, thus confirming Rhaegar's temporal context in relation to the conquest. Rhaegar struck his own head in frustration, yet a smile broke across his face. Rhaegar, you truly are a fool. The greatest fool in the world. He mounted his steed, now hoping to reach Casterly Rock before the Lion's Gate closed. Chapter 39. Lannister. Fortuitously, Rhaegar managed to enter Casterly Rock before the Lion's Gate sealed shut. However, it mattered little. Had he failed to arrive, Meraxes would likely have compelled the Lord of Casterly Rock to reopen the gate. After all, Meraxes was the true host of the evening. Rhaegar's tardiness was indeed due to her influence. They lingered at Casterly Rock for an extended period, awaiting the awakening of Silver Arrow. The hungover Ares informed Rhaegar that the slumber of Silver Arrow was induced by a potion inherited from a forebear of House Reyes. If the records and effects were accurate, Silver Arrow should awaken after a full day of sleep. Fortunately, as a dragon, Silver Arrow possessed a robust resistance to such potions, and thus, the awakening time was significantly less than a full day, enabling Meraxes to attend the banquet prepared for her by the Lord of Casterly Rock. In the absence of dragons, griffins, or giant eagles, the only 2 paths leading into Casterly Rock are quite distinct. One is the majestic Lion's Gate, a natural cavern towering 200 feet high on the southern face of the castle. The other is a vast cave at the western base, carved out by the relentless waves of the sea, with several naturally formed openings ample enough to serve as the harbor for Casterly Rock. Rhaegar strolled along the road beneath the Lion's Gate, a passage reputed to accommodate 20 horses abreast. This route has been meticulously widened and refined over centuries by House Lannister, rendering it a well-established thoroughfare that requires no further alteration. Scattered at intervals throughout the cavern are torches, ignited to guide Rhaegar, who arrives late for the banquet. The scent of burning oil wafts through the passage, not overly pungent. Rhaegar gazed upward, observing that this colossal cavern appeared unchanged by the passage of millennia, just as he had perceived from the outside. The lower sections, being closer to the sea, retained a hint of moisture, while the higher reaches grew increasingly arid. He approached the rock wall and scrutinized the ancient chisel marks, recalling the legends shared during his last visit to Casterly Rock when he conversed with Cersei and her companions. It was said that humanity was not the first to inhabit this fortress. Perhaps these marks were left by the children of the forest or even giants. Your Grace, how may I assist you? Inquired Prince Kosovo Lannister, the younger son of the current Lord of Casterly Rock. It's nothing, Rhaegar replied, brushing dust from his gloves, his silver hair shimmering in the flickering light. Before this ancient stronghold, I find myself reflecting on some tales I encountered along the way. Kosovo straightened, his pride evident in his tone. Indeed. Please, take your time to observe. I assure you, Casterly Rock is undoubtedly the most formidable, the most magnificent, and the most impregnable castle in Westeros. Rhaegar smiled at the young prince, reminded of his own brother Viserys. At the time of Rhaegar's demise, Viserys had been but 8 years old, and Kosovo, though seemingly no older than 10, bore a striking resemblance to him. The boyish eagerness to adorn himself with a sword, despite his youth, also evoked memories of Jaime. Although they differed in appearance, their proud demeanor was reminiscent of both Jaime and Viserys. That won't be necessary, Rhaegar gently declined. I shall explore further upon my arrival. I have long yearned to behold the Hall of Heroes and the Golden Gallery, famed across the narrow sea. In truth, he had glimpsed them a millennium later, though the chatter of Cersei and her companions had somewhat marred the experience. Of course, the youthful Golden Lion's azure eyes sparkled with excitement. I shall provide you with a detailed account of every suit of armor in the Hall of Heroes. Rhaegar responded with a smile. I shall look forward to it. The sound of hooves echoed in the cavern as the torchlight flickered, casting shadows that danced ominously. The guards followed silently behind the two princes, leading a silver-gray mare from the Riverlands, which had never ventured into such darkness and thus feared the shadows. Oh, one of the guards exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm as he gestured wildly. The guard awkwardly smiled and pointed at Jaime, explaining that he had unintentionally received a bite. Jaime, brandishing his youthful claws, shouted at the guard, while his visibly anxious brother, Rhaegar, stood behind him. Rhaegar kindly advised, they are quite intelligent, as long as you do not harbor ill will. You may play with them freely. Indeed, 2 little bears from the Stormlands. Rhaegar elaborated to Kosovo that they were initially prey for the Storm King, later gifted to him. The brown one, the elder, is named Jaime, while the larger one, though the younger, is called Rhaegar. Noticing Kosovo's evident interest, Rhaegar affectionately patted his golden head. Let us get acquainted tomorrow. Okay, Sir Rhaegar. After a moment of hesitation, Rhaegar chose to conceal the fact that he had once been a knight, stating, there is no need to call me sir. I have yet to be knighted. In Westeros, I am still a commoner. Rhaegar could sense the boy's disappointment, much like the Riverlands. The Westerlands are steeped in chivalric culture. Disheartened? Sir. Oh, I mean Mr. Rhaegar. Yes, somewhat, Kosovo replied honestly. Your famous tournament against the Prince of the Riverlands, where you broke dozens of lances over 27 rounds, is well known throughout the Westerlands. Both Aerys and I consider you a knight. Who is Aerys? My brother. Fear not. Rhaegar intended to pat Kosovo on the head, but opted instead to place a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Soon, I shall earn renown as a knight. Kosovo's blue eyes sparkled anew. Indeed, Sir Rhaegar, this lord is unlike any other Valyrian we have encountered, remarked one guard. He appears to embody the essence of a perfect knight, replied another knight. It was a long time before Rhaegar beheld the sky once more. At that moment, the silver moon and stars filled the heavens, with the rock lion's head serving as a splendid observatory. Beneath the radiant starlight, a tall youth clad in golden robes awaited quietly along Rhaegar's path. The autumn breeze tousled his golden hair, and his eyes mirrored those of Jaime Lannister, a vivid green. Brother, Kosovo called out excitedly. Even outdoors, the melodious strains of orchestral music could be heard. The golden-haired youth approached amidst the music and stars, bowing slightly. Welcome to Casterly Rock, Lord Rhaegar. Rhaegar could perceive a myriad of emotions within his gaze: respect, longing, admiration, akin to the feelings he had observed a millennium later at the tournament in Lannisport when he encountered another Lannister with the same hair and eye color. Yet, there was one notable difference: the hint of animosity that flickered in the youth's eyes as they fell upon Rhaegar's waist. Lord Roland Lannister sends his regards, Lord Targaryen. Chapter 40. The Knight of Lannisport, have you heard? What? A drunken man inquired of another equally inebriated fellow. In a modest tavern at Lannisport, Jimmy, having known his drinking companion for less than an hour, exclaimed, "The heathen has arrived, that dragonlord." "Who?" Hunter perked up, his voice inadvertently rising. "That woman from the eastern continent?" "Indeed." With a smug grin, Jimmy relished having captured his friend's attention. "The silver-haired lady." Hunter was thoroughly intrigued, proclaiming loudly, "I've heard she is more beautiful than any noble maiden." "Undoubtedly." Hunter slammed his palm upon the small wooden table, causing it to tremble as the solitary shriveled onion rolled away. Jimmy shook his head, chuckling. "The queen of love and beauty, huh? To be crowned by a foreigner. The softies of the Riverlands dare to call themselves knights." Their volume escalated, culminating in a near roar. "Oh, brother." Hunter comforted Jimmy by patting his shoulder, seemingly unfazed by the outburst. Despite their brief acquaintance, it was well known that Jimmy bore no surname. Anyone who had frequented the Oak Tavern at the Lannisport docks would recognize him. After all, few could engage in lengthy, spirited discussions while drinking without their vocal cords faltering. Named for its enduring tables and stools, the Oak Tavern was a place where patrons seldom grew weary of such boisterous souls. In their own words, was there a better accompaniment to drink than this? It cost not a single copper. Thus, the fishmongers outside the tavern loathed the loudmouth, as his antics diminished their earnings. They would often toss the stinking entrails of fish beneath his feet upon his drunken exit. Should he stumble, the vendors would cheer in excitement, and, the following day, would feign deference to the so-called hero, but only once or twice at most. For many patrons, this was one of their meager joys in life. Another familiar patron approached and sat at Jimmy's table, slamming his wooden cup down, splattering cheap ale across the surface. "Jimmy," Jory exclaimed, draping an arm around Jimmy's shoulders. "What mirth have you brought me this time, you jester?" Of course, of course." Jimmy seized the cup Jory had brought and took a hearty swig, the sour taste of fermentation only fueling his enthusiasm. "Let us discuss that Rhaegar Targaryen." "Isn't it Targaryen?" Jory interjected, suspecting Jimmy had again misspoken. "Impossible," Jimmy retorted loudly, his spittle landing in Hunter's cup, along with the froth that Hunter unwittingly consumed. "It must be Targaryen." All right, Jory said, showing no interest in the foreigner's surname. "Do tell me how that softy from the Riverlands lost to the Easterners at that tournament." "Just a month, can you be certain?" Hunter expressed skepticism regarding Jimmy's accuracy. "Rest assured." A grimy, hairy hand patted Hunter's shoulder. At this moment, Hunter realized he was surrounded by a circle of burly men, each clutching a cup. Primarily dockworkers and boatmen, their bodies reeking of dirt, sweat, fish, livestock, and excrement, creating an atmosphere that was already foul now unbearable. That rascal Jimmy, with his trumpet-like mouth, had a knack for uncanny revelations. One could only wonder where he garnered such information. Indeed. "Hey, Jimmy, what are you dawdling about? Speak up before the Dragon King swoops down to devour you." "Indeed. Fool, dare you test that again?" "Humph." Jimmy let out a drunken belch, setting his cup down as his bleary gaze drifted toward the window. Framed by the ledge, the view revealed half a colossal shadow of rock, and the other half was bathed in a deep azure canvas. The city of Kagan, Jimmy knew, was the imminent destination and residence of two foreign guests. "A month ago?" "Just a month ago," Jimmy exclaimed, and the surrounding crowd fell into an evident hush. The Lord of the River Bay had orchestrated a grand tournament for his daughter in the Harvest Festival. Gradually, his voice rose, echoing through the tavern's rough-hewn oak structure. The drunkards held their breath, forgetting to lift their cups. Jimmy, exhilarated, involuntarily began to gesticulate. At that moment, the Dragon King had entered astride a colossal dragon. Do you understand? A dragon, a magical dragon, far larger than the great lions of the mountains, the sea monsters of the depths, or the griffins of the valleys. The audience felt parched, their imaginations bubbling up like boiling beer, a commodity seldom employed throughout the year, akin to the moon tea of House Targaryen. They were unaware of the glimmer in Jimmy's eyes tonight, only recognizing that his storytelling surpassed even the finest bards of Lannisport. At the climax, Jimmy raised two wooden splinters he had pried from the table. In the 27th round, the two premier knights had raised an uncountable number of lances, and their steeds charged towards each other. Under the gaze of numerous eyes, Jimmy snapped the splinters in his hands. Both knights fell almost simultaneously. By the 7th, Hunter marveled at this legendary bout, pondering whether our little Prince of the West could endure 27 rounds in place of that green-handed knight. "Who knows?" came Jory's reply. "Those fellows from the River Bay possess endurance surpassing that of mules." A youthful voice unexpectedly piped up. "I want to be a knight like that." "Ha." A dockworker ruffled the child's golden hair, asking, "What are you doing here? This isn't a place for children." The burly men shoved the child out of the human wall, returning to their discussion of the legendary tournament. Naturally, no one cared when the child squeezed back through the crowd. If you ask me, it's surely those soft-hearted fellows from the River Bay whose skills are lacking. That's why it took a full 27 rounds. You, the son of a soft-hearted fool, can't fight. Who are you cursing? You soft-hearted dwarf. The proprietor stood behind the bar crafted from entire oak trunks, smiling as he observed the customary entertainment found in every tavern. The young boy, noticing the drunks beginning to brawl, pouted and returned to the bar. "Father," he said to the owner, "I wish to become a knight." The owner affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and replied with a smile, "One day, when you grow up, there will be plenty of opportunities." "Hunter," he said, as the latter shielded his drink and hurried to the bar, "where did that fellow Jimmy get his information? Is it true?" "Yes, indeed." The owner shifted his gaze from the crowd, feeling a twinge of boredom, and began conversing with Hunter about Jimmy. That man had no remarkable tale to tell. Like every ambitious young man in Westeros yearning for glory, he saved up to procure a set of armor and then sought to become a mercenary, traversing various battlefields. He hoped that some noble lord would notice him, leaving a favorable impression, and perhaps in the aftermath of war, bestow upon him the title of knight, thus allowing him to squeeze into the ranks of the nobility. He aspired to earn the lord's favor through his bravery and valor, raising his ancestral sword to his shoulder as he swore his oath. Naturally, it would be even more splendid if it were the king. Just as the youths learned from tales and ballads since their childhood, everything went relatively smoothly. He neither perished nor became maimed. But what then? Until he was struck in the knee by an arrow from bandits before achieving knighthood. The owner stuck out his tongue and remarked, and thus, his dreams were snuffed out in their infancy. He pointed at Jimmy's right leg, likening it to that of his yet-to-be-seen son. The father and son exchanged glances, their identical pupils reflecting the image of one another. The father awaited his son's inquiries, while the son was absorbed in emotions he had never before experienced. "Let us discuss that, Rhaegar," he suggested. "Certainly." Chapter 41. The King of Casterly Rock and his offspring. "May I inquire who you are?" "I am the heir to the stone beneath your feet. Greetings, Prince. And to you, esteemed guest. Please, follow me." Roland turned and led the way in silence. Kosovo, observing his brother's noticeably altered demeanor, nervously gripped the reins until a servant assisted him down from his horse. "Brother," Kosovo inquired, looking up at Roland, "are you not pleased?" "Not at all," Roland replied, though the dwarf would not believe him. Kosovo thought to himself, pouting. Rhaegar followed closely behind Roland, and neither spoke. Gradually, the group drew nearer to the source of the music, even able to discern the cacophony of conversations intermingling with the melody. Slowly, Rhaegar could even catch the sense of wine and perfume. He beheld the grand, gilded cedar doors, where two knights clad in golden, intricately adorned armor stood, their posture erect and meticulous. In truth, their decorative purpose outweighed their protective function, as the guests within were mostly more formidable than they. Upon seeing Roland's figure, one of the attendants rushed to the rope at the door, while the other opened a tray bearing bread and salt. The customary rights of guests were upheld, and Rhaegar navigated the process with ease this time. Roland cast a glance towards the attendant, who promptly tugged at a nearby golden cord. A melodious chime echoed through the hall, soft yet sufficient to capture the full attention of the guests towards the grand entrance. Who could it be? Jaina Lannister whispered to her companion. "It is the victor of the Highgarden tournament, the guest from across the narrow sea, the companion of the Dragon King, the handsome Valyrian. Rhaegar Targaryen." "Ah, yes, and my elder brother and younger sibling as well." "Oh, it is the champion rumored to be even more handsome than the Prince of the Riverlands," exclaimed Janita Baker. "I have heard he possesses the same beauty as that Dragon King. I wonder if it is true." Jaina followed Janita's gaze, spotting Mira, who appeared visibly relieved once the surrounding nobility dispersed. "It seems she is not quite suited for such an occasion," Janita remarked. As Jaina observed Janita's elongated neck, she recalled the beautiful swan they had hunted yesterday with Uncle Dorado, which also boasted a splendidly white neck. It must have been devoured by Uncle Dorado by now. Perhaps one swan is not enough for him. He always has such a hearty appetite, Jaina mused. Suddenly, Janita gave Jaina a sharp pat on the back. Jaina nearly spewed the honey cake she had consumed that evening. "Jaina, look quickly. He is coming, he is coming. Your father has brought him over." Jaina raised her emerald eyes, not harboring much expectation. Having grown up in Casterly Rock and Lannisport, she found it hard to believe that anyone could surpass her beauty, or that of her brother Roland. This notion had been deeply ingrained in her before the banquet began. The latter thought was equally entrenched until that very moment. "This beautiful maiden," Lord Balon Lannister introduced Rhaegar, "is my daughter, the Princess of the Westerlands, the fairest golden rose of House Lannister, Gina Lannister. Greetings, fair princess. In this moment, Rhaegar could not help but recall his previous encounter with Cersei Lannister. Back then, Cersei held the title of the Guardian of the West, while this Gina, despite her striking resemblance to Cersei, now bore the title of princess and was older than the 10-year-old Cersei he had met before. Yes, and you too, my lord, replied Gina. I am not a lord. Oh, my sincerest apologies. It is quite all right. So, Lord Rhaegar, do you indulge in wine? Me? I do partake in wine. Good heavens, this is a disaster, Rhaegar thought as he gazed at the fair-haired, pale-skinned woman before him, reflecting that she could not even compare to Cersei in this regard. Praying for the Seven to have mercy. Rhaegar truly did not wish to squander his precious time mingling with the women of House Lannister. He had finally managed to quell those impractical thoughts, relinquishing the pursuits he once held dear, and gradually accepting that he was no longer a prince, choosing instead to embrace the life that belonged to him. But is that damned Westeros not cursed by the gods? Rhaegar thought in anguish. Time in Westeros is a futile concept. What are you saying? Nothing. Rhaegar hastily changed the subject. You look truly radiant today, esteemed princess. Thank you, Gina replied politely, naturally adding, what about your traveling companion? Rhaegar felt as if a sharp object grazed his skin on his back. Good day, Miss Myra. Rhaegar observed the sudden appearance of Myra, adorned with a golden hairpin, realizing that the earlier sensation was no mere figment of his imagination. Go, Myra said casually. Mingle with the men. This place is filled with women. Leave the rest to me. Rhaegar had never found Myra so enchanting, save for their first encounter. Yes, milady. It appears the ladies do not welcome you very warmly. Lord Rhaegar, jested Lancel Lannister, observing Rhaegar as he distanced himself from his daughter. Roland remained silent, not casting even a glance in Rhaegar's direction. Conversely, Kosovo genuinely expressed delight at Rhaegar's arrival. Being unwelcome is perhaps preferable, Rhaegar remarked wryly. Love can often be a source of pain and bloodshed. That is indeed a profound truth, Lancel chuckled, just like my two wives. My two wives, the mothers of my children, one with green eyes and the other with blue. King Kevin gazed at his three sons. Aerys Lannister, the youngest of King Kevin, for years junior to Kosovo, could not quite control his emotions upon meeting Rhaegar, exhibiting considerable excitement. It is evident that you cherish them dearly. Of course, just as they love me. This statement was compelling, despite his unkempt appearance. The redness of his face from drink and the thick beard, Rhaegar could still discern that this king, nearing 50, had once been a figure of considerable charm. At the very least, he was superior to his own father. To be frank, although I had long understood the nature of my father and anticipated the absurdities he would commit, I was still taken aback when I entrusted Lyanna to Arthur and returned to King's Landing only to see him again. Gaunt, disheveled, emaciated. He was entirely a different person from the charismatic, handsome, and valiant youth who had initially ascended to the throne. More troubling was his mental state. This man, dubbed the Mad King, was perpetually consumed by the belief that someone sought to assassinate him, a notion that ultimately led to his ruin. Stripped of his crown and filthy robe, he bore no resemblance to the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, but rather appeared as a beggar king from a flea-ridden lair. His hair was tangled and disordered, cascading past his shoulders, and his nails twisted like those of a witch. Out of fear of any sharp object that could inflict harm upon him, he had ceased to trim his beard and nails. Ironically, he still insisted on sitting upon that throne of swords, forged from blades. Perhaps he had forgotten how the third king of his dynasty met his demise. As Rhaegar gazed at the king before him, he pondered. My father was only around 45 years old when he passed away. Chapter 42. The Night Banquet. Music. A banquet is akin to a verbal brothel. Wealthy nobles, in a setting more opulent than the finest brothel, find themselves amidst women of unparalleled beauty and grace, engaging in exchanges that are more precious than the finest gold coins, all in pursuit of wealth and pleasure. Therefore, we are all noble courtesans and male prostitutes. Have you had too much to drink? Janos Sterling remarked to the inebriated Trey Baker beside him. Our forebears and esteemed foreign guests are conversing not far away, Trey. Janos scowled, nudging Trey's shoulder. In the name of the Westlands Knights, I must warn you. If you dare cause any trouble, my sword will reach your face swifter than Lord Ongai's whip. Understood. Trey poured himself another glass of Dornish summer red, the jewel-toned liquid swirling in the crystal glass, gradually reflecting a face that could still be deemed handsome. I am not foolish. You've merely built a nest for birds upon the bookshelf. What is wrong with being intoxicated in knowledge? You should rather be found intoxicated in the grass after a fall, or at the very least, in the embrace of some courtesan. Curse you, dear virgin knight. If your lance could wield as well as the one nestled in your trousers, That would be impressive. Trey raised his crooked finger towards the group at the center of the hall. It would be best to emulate him. Janos observed the group, fully aware of whom this scoundrel referred to. Unfortunately, your lance cannot be broken. Janos sprang to his feet. He needed to distance himself from this imbecile quickly, lest he find it difficult to restrain himself from throwing a punch or drawing his sword. Watching his childhood friend depart, Trey chuckled as he poured himself another glass of Riverbend Red. My friend, I hope your father has not solely imparted martial skills and knightly virtues to his heir. Trey mumbled, that would cause significant trouble. After all, nobles always resolve issues with words rather than lances and swords. Trey turned his gaze back to the host of the banquet, observing a cluster of silver-haired individuals surrounding a dazzling golden-haired figure. He is quite skilled with words, is he not? He seems to wield his lance as adeptly as rumored. It appears you are not only proficient with a lance, the young prince of Kosovo praised Rhaegar, but you also possess musical talent. You flatter me, Rhaegar replied with a smile. To be precise, I play the harp and compose. Would you grace us with a performance? Implored Gina, as she entrusted Mira to her friend Janie. With golden hair and striking blue eyes, her sweet visage was adorned in luxurious, radiant garments that accentuated her slender figure, blossoming like a rose. The request of such a beautiful and innocent maiden could stir compassion even in the coldest of hearts. It is said that in Westeros, no man could refuse. I apologize, but I have not brought my instrument. Yet Rhaegar, at this moment, was a man of Valyria. Gina's pleading gaze shifted towards her father. King Cayenne Wong Lancel lightly snapped his fingers, and as the attendant departed, he approached Rhaegar and spoke. Esteemed guest, I implore you, in the name of a father, to grant my daughter the privilege of listening to your music. Before Rhaegar could politely decline, a melodious voice interjected. I must confess, I was unaware of this. Mira stepped beside Rhaegar, her gaze piercing into his blue-violet eyes filled with resignation. You never mentioned your talent for music, particularly with the harp. Pointing at the panting servants who had brought forth a collection of harps, Mira eagerly inquired. Well then, may I have the honor of a demonstration? My friend. Reluctantly, Rhaegar felt compelled to acquiesce to this request, for the situation had rendered his will inconsequential. It was reminiscent of times past. As he approached the servants to select a harp, he mused that perhaps, in his princely days, he could have refused. Yet, during his tenure as a prince, he had performed for them nonetheless. Rhaegar selected a harp crafted from olive wood, its design strikingly similar to his beloved silver-stringed harp. With a few claps from King Cayenne, the guests fell silent. An attendant brought forth a comfortable chair for Rhaegar to sit in the center of the hall. The crowd spontaneously formed a circle, arranged by rank in concentric layers. All eyes and lights converged upon the extraordinarily handsome, silver-haired man. Before commencing, Rhaegar gently plucked the strings, reassuring himself, it is nothing to fret over, Rhaegar. You have performed in Cayenne City before. Nothing untoward transpired then. He had long since forgotten the piece he played back then, vaguely recalling that Cersei and the other ladies of the West were enraptured, with the 10-year-old Cersei particularly standing out. At least my employer has acknowledged me as a friend to the king. Rhaegar recalled playing the harp in numerous places. Spears and swords were mere afterthoughts. Books and music, wisdom and art, had been his first loves. In his youth, he had been solitary and melancholic, wise yet naive. He had squandered his talents, seeking admiration, awe, and support. That was his way of life, as was expected of noble heirs. In King's Landing, the Summer Hall, Cayenne City, Eagle's Nest, and Harrenhal, he had performed for many. Family, specters, nobles, dear friends, lovers, and himself, entwined in vanity and joy, solitude and art, accompanied by that cursed prophecy. I once believed I could participate in the grand melody of that song of ice and fire as a composer or its lead. But now I realize, I must live solely for myself, Rhaegar. As the gentle music filled the air, the ladies found the sound sweeter than honey, while the men, though the melody was lively and not solemn, clearly found Rhaegar's lyrics to be quite captivating. Is it a narrative about some legend or the history of kings? The audience is deeply intrigued. A comet streaks across the sky, weeping, as red as the dawn, adorned with the tears of maidens embedded within armor. A dragon grows 3 heads, soaring majestically. The path ahead remains uncertain. The king is engaged in a hunt, while the sea monster retreats to the depths of the ocean. The gardener by the riverbank plants roses. The axe sweeps across the city-states of the kings, toppling the scales of justice that once stood firm. The erudite among them speculate that this must be a song of historical significance, a notion echoed by the surrounding nobility. Until the next verse. Until the lament of 1,000 dragons. The stag sprouts dragon horns, and the sorrowful maiden, bereft of her father, weds the one-handed general. The ancient kings and their sons are charred alongside the fields and wheat, nourishing the earth for the last time. The great dragon circles the high tower. In the dawn, stones melt away. The king kneels, presenting his crown, transforming into a rusted throne. The audience begins to overturn their previous assumptions, perceiving this song as an elegy for a fictitious apocalypse. The king succumbs to a stroke, the uncle, the throne. The prince perishes at the hands of his uncle, struck down by a crossbow, cut short in life. The kingdom falls to power struggles, civil war, and fierce flames. The throne is forged from war, lost souls, sharp blades, and dragon fire. The king is shaped by might, wisdom, lineage, and loyal friends. Indestructible, unfathomable escape. No one knows the epitaph, save for the weeping of the maiden when she becomes a mother. Fragile as a blossom, fleeting as dew. 300 years. Chapter 43, Night Talks. If you were a dragon, reveal your blood and fire. Rhaegar ceases to play, feeling utterly mad that such a nonsensical tune could be sung. The hall is filled with cheers and applause. Quite commendable, remarks King Kyan first. Indeed, Gina concurs, her gaze fixed intently on the performer. I am quite fond of the melody of this song. Is it a tune of myth and prophecy? Treth ponders, clapping in unison with the crowd. Though the lyrics elude comprehension, the melody is undeniably exquisite. The audience erupts in applause for the guest's performance. Men smile and clap, while women shower flowers. Rhaegar bows to the audience. Mira approaches Rhaegar, surveying the handsome man as if meeting him for the first time. You truly possess this talent? Rhaegar smiles in response. I have long since mastered it. I once composed pieces even more splendid than tonight's. Mira places a golden rose at Rhaegar's collar. This is your reward. Rhaegar inspects the golden rose adorning his collar and inquires, is it appropriate to pass on a gift from King Kyan to me? Quite fitting. Mira raises her hand, waving the golden hairpin she holds. They are quite generous with their gifts. Rhaegar secures the rose to his collar, lifting his gaze towards the golden lions ahead. Aside from Roland and Gina, who displayed a certain discontent, the rest of the Lannisters exhibited no unfriendly demeanor. Let the feast continue, Rhaegar declared, acknowledging the host's considerable effort in arranging this gathering in your honor. Mira responded with a weary hum, her golden hairpin lightly brushing her lips. The nobles were indeed warm, perhaps overly so. Her gaze drifted to Rhaegar's waist, where the sound of metal clashing resonated, a symphony of steel and gold. What do you think? Mira asked, a subtle smile gracing her features. What will they discover afterward? It is best they remain unaware. That is uncertain, Mira replied, for upon learning, they may even be relieved that I have claimed only a single life. Shall we wager? Rhaegar declined. I have little interest in gambling. Then what do you prefer, magic or blades? Music. Humor. Mira scoffed. I would rather tame beasts. Continue your taming. And perhaps one day you might successfully train a creature slightly less formidable than a dragon. For instance, a Sauron Longwing, which could carry you aloft. Realizing Rhaegar was training 2 bears, she amended, given your success with the cubs, your chance of taming a Sauron giant ape seems more plausible. What is a Longwing? Rhaegar, not fully grasping Myra's jest regarding the Sauron beast, merely knew that Sauron was a perilous land, yet unclaimed by humanity. Westeros's scant understanding of that realm came from the ramblings of distant sailors and the brief records of Queen Nymeria's fleet from a millennium past. Few remnants of those accounts survived, and even the Dornish had no greater insight into Nymeria's exploits than their Westerosi counterparts. A flying lizard, far inferior to dragons, Rhaegar reserved his judgment on Myra's assessment. Upon returning to Valyria, remember to read extensively, Mira advised him. I shall. The feast persisted, the melodious orchestra resuming its enchanting melodies. Casterly Rock was akin to a treasury. Its master might be foolish and cowardly, but he was certainly not miserly. Bright candles illuminated the hall, rendering it as bright as day. The Lannisters extravagantly adorned the space with gold and red gold, the hall sparkling under the finest candlelight, exuding unparalleled opulence. Guest, Roland approached Rhaegar, his golden hair reflecting the same luxury. May I converse with you? Certainly. Rhaegar glanced around, noticing that the king of Casterly Rock was entertaining Mira with a group of people. Here? Of course not. Rhaegar followed Roland outdoors. It was a night of the full moon, and the stars danced playfully, peering into the meager nightlife of mortals. Roland led in silence. Had Rhaegar not observed his lack of a sword, he would not have ventured this far with him. Most of Casterly Rock's structures lay within this mountain, with few observable from the outside. Rhaegar had never been to the highest point, rumored to be a tower and a watchtower. The former was used by the scholars to rear crows, while Roland led Rhaegar to the latter. The Night's Watch soldiers were scattered by Roland, their voices silenced with gold. When the glow of their torches faded entirely, Roland did not speak immediately, but instead gazed up at the full moon. There were 4 torches atop the watchtower, 2 at the staircase and 2 at the lookout windows. Naturally, 2 soldiers took 2 of the torches, leaving the remaining ones at the windows, casting half the tower into darkness and rendering it perilous. Between the 4 lookout windows, Rhaegar and Roland occupied every alternate one. The moon hung serenely in the sky, luminous, round, and pristine. Within the walls of Keller, a legend spoke of the origin of dragons. According to this tale, there were once 2 moons in the sky, one of which resembled an egg and shattered from prolonged proximity to the sun. From the rupture, countless dragons emerged, endowed with the ability to breathe fire, as they were imbued with the sun's magic at their birth. Rhaegar pondered this. Roland broke the silence first. "You know, noble Valyrian," he said, glancing at Rhaegar's waist where the lion's claw rested, its steel scabbard adorned with the double-tailed red lion emblem of House Reyes. "Until yesterday, I lived in Castamere." Roland ceased supporting himself against the lookout window and turned to face Rhaegar. "As a squire, Sir Duerdain treats you well, does he not?" Rhaegar also turned to face him, adopting a demeanor more formal than when addressing the nobleman of the vast kingdom of Casterly Rock. "Of course," Roland replied. "There was even a time he drunkenly jested about gifting me the entire Castamere." He reminisced about Duerdain's playful words. "After all, we have been kin since your ancestor, Rhaegar. Have we not? It feels like just yesterday, yet what transpired yesterday was merely a hunting trip involving 3 of us, with a swan as our quarry. Tell me," Roland inquired, "how did he meet his end?" Rhaegar removed the lion's claw from his waist and placed it on the windowsill, the hilt facing his dominant right hand. "Decapitation," Rhaegar answered, "a death befitting nobility." "No," Roland suddenly erupted in fury. "The savages of the north would personally behead even the crows atop the wall. That is hardly a death suitable for a loyal vassal." "Yet it is the truth," Rhaegar replied. "You care too much for him, and thus you begin to act foolishly. It is not your place, you who are merely a jester, to entertain Our Lady, to cast judgment upon me." Rhaegar's tone remained unchanged. "I play for the poor just the same. I was far more joyful than in performing for you. The true distinction lies in your self-proclaimed status as the wealthiest nobles of Westeros. Yet you offer not a single coin in reward." Rhaegar tugged at his collar, the golden rose swaying gracefully, still resplendent in the night. "This is the only reward I have garnered, aside from applause and flowers. And it comes from the lady you speak of. As I perform for you, I find myself unable to summon even a single worthy thought, utterly eclipsed by the sensation of facing the crowd on the streets, where my inspiration shines as brightly as the stars this evening." In response to Rhaegar's counterattack, Roland finds a strange calm. "Very well, musician, you speak the truth," he remarks, brushing aside the strands of golden hair clinging to his forehead. "I shall refer to you as such, musician, not much better than an actor. If you care for such trifles, perhaps you should become a courtesan in the city of Essos. Frankly, your face is indeed worth a considerable sum of gold. So what?" Rhaegar gradually perceives this conversation as a futile endeavor. "Do you truly wish for a courtesan to gain the honor of beheading the esteemed Count Dury de Reyes of the West? You have no right to utter his name." "Nay." Rhaegar unsheaths his lion's claw, the patterns on the darkened blade shimmering in the moonlight as if bestowed with life, rippling like a genuine river. The sword's edge halts Roland's advance, and he defiantly states, "I do." "What right do you possess to express outrage over his death, Prince Roland?" Rhaegar counters. "In the name of a future king? Or as a mere servant?" More sweat beads upon Roland's brow, his demeanor becoming increasingly disheveled, his speech and actions far less refined than when he first encountered Rhaegar. Rhaegar taps the blade, producing a melodious sound from the Valyrian steel, clear, resonant, and enduring. "Sir Aerys has repeatedly refused my attempts to return this sword. I deem him far more princely than you." Rhaegar sheaths his weapon and turns away, feeling that this individual is completely squandering his time. "Farewell, Prince." Darkness envelopes most of the watchtower, with moonlight replacing the torch's glow. The remaining torches flicker in the night breeze, and the last prince remains silent in the dimness. Chapter 44. The banquet concludes. "What have you been up to?" Mira inquired. "Dealing with a fool," Rhaegar replied, intending to seek a drink to soothe his throat. "That prince?" "Indeed." Rhaegar swallowed a mouthful of Dornish summer red, recalling that he had once served as the attendant to that Count Reyes, and they had been quite close. "That explains it," Mira remarked to Rhaegar. "Let us depart tomorrow. This place leaves much to be desired. The entire west is nothing but stone, far less entertaining than the riverbend. By the way," Mira added, "these nobles reside in caves. The odor is unbearable, either musty or foul. The scents within the mines and quarries are certainly unpleasing." Rhaegar carefully compared his 2 visits to Kaigang City. Both Kaigang City and Castine were established within mines, and their ventilation and drainage systems were woefully inadequate, resulting in a rather unpleasant ambience. And exceedingly dull, Miro observed, scanning the hall and noting the temporary absence of any surrounding company. Here, aside from the wealth of gold that even tempts me, there is nothing to satisfy. I find myself yearning for Valyria, even for the air thick with the scent of sulfur. At least there is no stench of excrement. Actually, there is, Rhaegar silently mused. In the slave market, one can detect the odor of waste from across the globe. It merely wafts from a higher elevation. Rhaegar replied, indeed. The faint scent of sulfur in Valyria brings me joy. Miro was pleased with Rhaegar's assessment of the Valyrian air, saying, well then, upon our return, I shall take you to the 14 flames to revel in it. I would be delighted. Meanwhile, you fool, Bancel scolded. Roland, with his golden hair dampened by sweat, hung his head, appearing quite disheveled. If only he could wait just a little longer, everything would pass safely. Bancel gazed at the air before him, suppressing the urge to act out violently. What on earth are you thinking? What are you doing, Roland? Roland lifted his gaze to his father, responding, for an answer. For an answer. Humph. Bancel let out a complex laugh. If you were to say it was solely for Dorito, I might still hold some admiration for you. Bancel recalled what he had recently heard from Mira, dealing with a fool, aside from gold. The king of Casterly Rock sat heavily in his chair. Take this. Bancel produced a Valyrian steel key and handed it to his brother. Roland looked at the intricate key in his father's hand, recognizing the unique magical aura of House Lannister that clung to it, almost palpable. He understood its significance. It embodied the wealth amassed by the family over millennia, sufficient to easily purchase 2 riverlands. This key had been personally kept by the patriarch until news of the Dragon King's imminent arrival. Roland realized his father had made a choice akin to that of Lord Dorito. Very well. Prepare a ship that can set sail to the eastern continent at any moment, whether to Loina or further east, just as long as it is far from Valyria. Bancel chuckled self-deprecatingly. I should have done this long ago, instead of foolishly harboring false hopes. Go now, my foolish son. Bancel leaned back, ready to face destiny alongside his father. The king knelt, offering the crown. After his son departed, Bancel recited the lyrics that Rhaegar had sung not long ago. If you are a dragon, please show your blood and fire. Bancel rose and approached the wall, where a magnificent golden sword sheathed in an ornate scabbard hung. He drew the sword, its well-maintained blade sliding smoothly from the perfectly fitted sheath. The hilt was a golden lion's head with ruby eyes, and the blade, adorned with the hallmark wave patterns of the world's most precious metals, was interwoven with beautiful designs of gold and red gold. Undoubtedly, the artistic value of this sword far surpassed its practical worth. Speaking of which, Bancel's emerald eyes reflected the hues of gold and ash gray. I have yet to wield you properly. The days of peace in the West have lingered too long. Before Aegon conquered and unified Westeros, the 7 kingdoms were often embroiled in conflict, with at least 2 or 3 kingdoms at war at any given time. This period, around 1000 BC, saw Dorne still fragmented and the Riverlands not under the dominion of House Harlaw from the Iron Islands. Rather, they were governed by the independent and frequently changing rulers of the River Kingdoms rather than the Kingdom of the Isles. Blancel recalls these years primarily as a time when the Dornish folk clashed with the savages of the Stormlands. Despite the odds being stacked against them, battle was inevitable. In the Grand Hall, Trident slowly opened his eyes. His hands, dangling beneath the table, flexed and contracted in a futile attempt to summon strength and restore his mobility. But to no avail. Perhaps I should not have sent the servants to fetch me a book. I now recall that it was a rare manuscript from 3 centuries prior. Trident mused with his alcohol-soaked mind. Never mind. Surely someone will come to my aid. Resigning himself, Trident decided that spending a night in the banquet hall would suffice. He heard the soft rustling of his servants tidying up the banquet area. Splendid. I can finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Trident closed his eyes, allowing his mind to ease. You may all leave. Upon hearing this voice, his previously tranquil mind surged back to alertness. Roland? With the sound of footsteps and the closing of a door, only 3 breaths remained in the vast hall. Kosovo glanced around, posing a question to his elder brother. Brother, what is it that you wish to convey to me here? Trident again attempted to rouse himself, urging, come on, get up. This time, he endeavored to invigorate his entire body, but the result was merely a stirring of his stomach. Concerning the doom of House Lannister, Trident held his breath, opting to feign the demeanor of an ordinary inebriate, even if it seemed foolish. Take this. What is it? The key to the resurrection of House Lannister. I do not comprehend. Listen closely, Kosovo. You are about to embark on a long journey into distant lands, alone. I implore you to remember your mission. Why? Do not be alarmed. Hear me well. Kosovo Lannister. You are my brother, the Prince of Casterly Rock, and soon you shall become the hope of House Lannister. In time, you will be one of the great kings of Casterly Rock chronicled in history. But the title of King of Casterly Rock belongs to you, brother, because I am foolish. Take this and place it on par with your very life. I shall provide you with a sufficient retinue of servants, each of whom is the most loyal vassal of Casterly Rock, the greatest knights, and even my closest friends. They will swear the most stringent oaths in the name of the Seven to protect you. Is it because of Lord Rhaegar? Partly. Those who wish to do so have never ceased since we took Casterly Rock. However, now there is finally someone capable of putting it into action. Valyria, do you understand? My brother? Yes. Once again, the sound of footsteps and the creaking of a door echoed through the air. Trey felt as though his fate, along with that of the Tabek family, was sealed. Oh, 7 gods. I swear that for the remainder of my days, I shall keep alcohol far from my lips. The footsteps began to encroach upon Trey. Oh, 7 gods. I vow that if I am granted the gift of life, I shall become your most devout follower. At dawn, noon, and dusk, I shall wield the sword of the 7-pointed star and the prism to pray on your behalf 7 times. I shall uphold justice with my very life, maintain a pure-hearted compassion, and steadfastly embody courage and loyalty. A hand, adorned with golden-threaded gloves, clapped upon Trey's shoulder. I know you haven't slept. The flickering candlelight revealed a perplexed expression on Trey's face. He stammered, why? I need you to bear witness. Tomorrow, remember to swear before my father and me. As for tonight, you shall manage to sleep here. With that, the footsteps faded, followed by the sound of the door closing. Trey's taut muscles relaxed. Akin to a sail stretched to its limits in a tempest, now slackened. A soft release escaped him. His body relaxed, including his intestinal muscles. He let out a prolonged sigh. Chapter 45. Farewell. This is my token of appreciation, esteemed King Kyan. Rhaegar presented a simple dagger, elegantly wrapped in ribbons, to the Kyan family across from him. Mira, beside Rhaegar, scrutinized the bouquet of golden roses offered by the Kyan king, noting that she refrained from cradling them due to their weight. This moment marked Rhaegar's exchange of gifts with his host before his departure. Upon returning to Westeros, Rhaegar had paid visits to numerous nobles, yet this occasion marked the only complete observance of the guest rights protocol. What is this? Bancel inquired, examining the dagger. A piece forged from Valyrian steel. It was indeed a precious gift, though it seemed rather ordinary for a noble of Valyrian descent. It appeared somewhat disproportionate compared to His Majesty's bouquet of golden roses. Trey mused as he made do at the dining table for the evening. This is my spoils of war, Rhaegar elucidated. Its former owner was Yara Hall of the Iron Islands, claimed during the Battle of the Redmander River. Trey understood. The recent clash had indeed subdued the Iron Islands significantly, with the pirate leaders Hall and Greyjoy having fallen into a notable silence of late. Thus, it was, in truth, a rather commendable gift. Trey leaned in slightly, scrutinizing the dagger, curious about its origins and the manner in which Hall had procured it. The tiger stripe pattern and the fierce tiger-shaped hilt suggested it had been seized from some noble of Volantis, yet he dismissed this thought. Surely, the Iron Islands were not devoid of blacksmiths, especially not one like Hall. Perhaps it was favored by that dark-haired wench. As Trey pondered, Bancel had already completed his well-wishing. Under the watchful gaze of the majority of the Westlands nobility, a dragon took flight, and the tall man with silver hair mounted his silver-gray mare. A gift from the Gardner family. Trey found his gaze irresistibly drawn to it once more. Oh, dearest gods, what an extraordinary maiden she is. Observing Rhaegar's other white stallion incessantly approach and flirt with the mare, Trey could not help but feel it was only natural. Indeed, he mused that had he been that white horse, he would have behaved similarly. The soldiers of Storm's End had set their sights on the reclusive lady of Highgarden. A chuckle escaped Trey as he considered this, envisioning the thunderous roar that would erupt from the Storm King upon learning of such a development. Lowering his head, he pinched his thigh. Hold it together. Under normal circumstances, nay, even just yesterday, he would have laughed heartily, sharing his humorous musings with the nobles, allowing it to circulate as a delightful jest. But today was decidedly different. One glance at the farewell ceremony, which bore the somber air of a funeral, made that abundantly clear. The nobles were often well informed. Even if King Casterly attempted to suppress the news, 2 days was ample time for them to uncover why Lord Reyes, the most significant guest at previous Lannister feasts, would be absent from this important banquet near his own lands. The ominous tidings from Casterly Rock heralded the arrival of a tumultuous autumn. As Trey reflected on the solemn vow he had made to King Casterly and his son that morning, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Rhaegar urged his steed, urging the horse named for his friend to gallop faster, inspired by the name his daughter, Rhaenys, had given to her little black cat, Valyrian. The paths within Casterly Rock were steep and ill-suited for riding, yet Rhaegar had no alternative. The scene as he departed resembled a field of sunflowers. With silent figures lost in their thoughts, most gazes icy and filled with hostility. The unity among the Westland's nobility matched their wealth, ranking among the highest across the vast regions of Westeros. Rhaegar maintained a steady trot on horseback, glancing back occasionally. Despite the Lannisters' diligent renovations over millennia, this road remained perilous, prone to mishaps. Both of Rhaegar's steeds were imposing chargers, and he pondered whether a smaller horse might have been more appropriate for such treacherous terrain. The cloak billowed as he charged fearlessly, swift as the wind, yet lacking in agility. Rhaegar feared they might stumble on the lengthy downhill stretch, thus opting to ride on the clever and nimble Sea Smoke, hoping her usual intelligence would see her through unscathed. As they trotted along, the sound of iron horseshoes clashing against the rocky path echoed, reverberating through the caverns, sometimes outpacing Sea Smoke herself. Sea Smoke was a bright and agile mare, and as they caught sight of the Lion's Gate unscathed, Rhaegar thought to himself, "My lord." He halted Sea Smoke, pleased to see his cloak catch up with his dream mare. The black and white swords, previously rattling due to the jostling on horseback, finally ceased their clanging, securing the iron cage holding Jaime. Rhaegar gazed at the golden-haired man before him and said, "Greetings, my prince." A sleepless night found Kosovo responding, "Greetings, Lord Rhaegar. You seem to have matured somewhat." Rhaegar scrutinized the handsome boy, who had appeared so innocent and lively just the night before, now looking considerably worn. As people often say, the transformation of boys into men occurs with astonishing rapidity. A bird that flies too swiftly is prone to collide with the hunter's net. Yet, one must choose to soar quickly for some reason, mustn't one, Lord Rhaegar? Kosovo approached the Sea Smoke, resembling a stable boy attending to horses rather than a prince. Moreover, "I am a lion. It is too early. That does not bode well," Rhaegar sighed. "I have bestowed upon your father the dagger I acquired during the battle at the Mand River as a parting gift. Our guest relationship has reached its conclusion, my child. I regret that I cannot fulfill our agreement from yesterday." Rhaegar reminisced about their initial meeting just the day prior. If not for the brothers' reluctance to part, he would have gladly asked for Kosovo's assistance in caring for James. "Perhaps I could tend to both together." "Forget it, Kosovo." Rhaegar grasped the reins once more. A gift from a friend who had hunted it personally. Possessing two would almost amount to a betrayal. "And I do not wish to betray the Lord of Wind Whisper Keep again. Furthermore, you are no longer a boy. My recent actions could indeed be perceived as a slight against a man, for which I owe you an apology. There is no need, Lord Rhaegar." "Very well." Rhaegar observed Mira, who had been waiting outside the lion's mouth, commanding Silver Arrow to poke his head in, clearly anxious for his arrival. "Farewell, Kosovo. Please extend my regards to your brother. I regret not having had a proper conversation with him yesterday." The silver stallion charged into the sunlight with its rider, accompanied by a white horse that was equally swift in short bursts. The final farewell echoed like the howls of bear cubs upon encountering a fully formed dragon. Farewell. Chapter 46. Entering the Riverlands, a remarkably handsome, silver-haired man rode through the Western Territories. The journey was fraught with rugged mountains and scant flatlands. His long silver hair billowed as he rode a tall, robust white stallion, with a collection of belongings secured in the saddle: 3 exquisite swords, a beautifully crafted box, a change of clothes, and 2 blankets. In his arms, he cradled a bouquet of magnificent golden roses, gleaming with high purity. A colossal dragon with silver wings soared freely, its dragon rider maneuvering it to cast a vast shadow over the 2 horses racing alongside, attempting to play a small jest. "Here we go again," Rhaegar thought, gazing at the white underbelly of Silver Arrow. "How fortunate it is to have a dragon. It has traversed the Riverlands thrice and still arrives ahead of me." Although Rhaegar possessed some understanding of the Valyrian war princess he served, he often felt exasperation, even anger, at her whimsical thoughts and actions. "This is provocation." Rhaegar tightened his cloak and turned to glance back at Golden Tooth City. It stood as the gateway to the west, belonging to House Lathered, guarding a road leading directly into the heart of the Western Territories. Under ordinary circumstances, any adversary from the Riverlands aspiring to launch an offensive against the Westerlands must first seize control of Casterly Rock. Its significance extends beyond mere military prowess. The Lannister family's ascendance to dominance in the Westerlands and its status as one of the wealthiest families in Westeros is inextricably linked to the gold produced by Casterly Rock. This location serves as a gateway from the Westerlands into the Riverlands. Rhaegar, having changed horses, mounted the pale mare and galloped towards the seemingly flat terrain, devoid of towering mountains. He was formally entering a realm characterized by unstable governance and frequent shifts in royal authority, its environment, conducive to agriculture, and its advantageous geographical position made it a kingdom where various families possessed robust martial prowess, yet frequently suffered defeats, the Riverlands. At this juncture, the ruler was the king of the Trident, or the king of rivers and hills, belonging to House Tully, whose sigil is a silver trout on a field of blue and gold. The Tully family, having existed for a mere 3 centuries, garnered little attention from the ancient houses of Westeros, many of which had been established for millennia. Its founder, Benjen Tully, unified the Riverlands 30 years after his coronation, discarding the title of bastardy. Renowned for his sagacious rule, he earned the epithet Benjen the Just, endowing his lineage with the name Tully. The transformation from illegitimate son to king sounds quite inspiring. Mira, toying with a golden rose, remarked, "So? Why does no one pay much attention? Isn't that rather intriguing?" The answer is straightforward. Rhaegar led 2 horses to the riverbank, where the Red Fork, a tributary of the Trident, flowed. The chroniclers hesitated over their parchment, uncertain how to characterize the downfall of this river king. Meanwhile, the astute lords drew their swords and inscribed the conclusion, "Weakness." You assert weakness? Having spent some time in Westeros, Mira, having witnessed numerous events, understood that this land was not merely a simple pastoral realm. In terms of martial capability, its inhabitants were all imbued with vigor, harboring a fervent admiration for formidable warriors. Kings were often a blend of bandit lords and the mightiest fighters in the realm. In pursuit of sufficient martial strength, they entrusted civil governance, military strategy, and the forwarding of correspondence, matters that could significantly influence the fate of their families and kingdoms, to a scholar they may have known for no more than 3 days. Why had these kings not met their demise? Because the ancient kingdoms that eschewed such practices and the other undull kings had been reduced to mere counts. The families of Westeros could trace their lineage back hundreds of generations to kings. Martial strength was the sole authority to which these Westerosi savages would submit. Perhaps they recognized that an exclusive focus on martial prowess was indeed unwise, rendering them akin to those barbaric cultists who proclaimed, "We do not farm." In response to this perception, the people of Westeros, grounded in the culture of the 7 gods, developed a chivalric ethos, draping the essence of their barbarism in the resplendent capes that fluttered over armor, lances, swords, and sacred oils. Order was required to dispel the appearance of savagery. This was because the Tully family was undeniably feeble. Rhaegar, wetting his brush, awkwardly began to groom his beloved steed. The founder's ability to overcome the other minor kingdoms of the Riverlands stemmed from his wisdom and his status as a bastard. Is it not true that Westeros holds bastards in disdain? Mira set down the rose, her interest piqued. His parents hailed from the 2 most contentious houses of the Riverlands, the Blackwood family, who worshipped the old gods, and the Bracken family, who revere the 7. Rhaegar straightened his back, patting the shoulder of his cloak, signaling it to play aside. They are also among the mightiest families of the Riverlands. Understanding this, Mira redirected her attention to the golden bouquet, pondering whether she could create something novel with it. Thus, they are incapable of fighting. You are entirely correct. Rhaegar gazed at the silvery gray fur of his steed, Sea Smoke, with some concern. He had spent far more time riding it than using it as a pack horse, resulting in the latter being considerably dirtier. Such a coat, if not cleaned properly, could become quite unsightly. So what comes next? Shall we visit the so-called Fair House? My suggestion is to first head to Riverrun for some rest, and then proceed to the Fair House at 3 Rivers. However, I am in your employ, so naturally, the itinerary is yours to dictate, to be altered as you see fit. 3 Rivers, a city of my own creation, is situated at the confluence of the Trident, between the Green Fork and the Red Fork. It was constructed over approximately 200 years, only to be destroyed by the raiding of House Hollard and the ensuing conflicts between the Blackwood and Bracken families. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Mira plucked 2 golden roses from the bouquet, twisting their stems together. After all, you are my guide. I am honored. Rhaegar continued to groom Sea Smoke, his movements considerably more adept than when he had cleaned the cloak. Sea Smoke tossed his head, releasing a long breath, showing satisfaction with Rhaegar's ministrations. Mira extracted 2 more roses, adding them to the golden crown she was crafting. Her slender, pale hands raised the crown, the sturdy green leaves unfurling, revealing delicate veins. It was evident that the goldsmiths of Casterly Rock were the most skilled artisans of gold on the continent, so adept that their craft evoked visions of the divine, creating life itself. Sunlight filtered through its blossoms, yet Mira was dissatisfied that her crown was solely gilded. For exquisite Valyrian rubies were embedded at the heart of the roses. This is much more pleasing, Mira declared. Truly, I am remarkable. Art is created for the purpose of admiration, with the creator being its foremost observer. Rhaegar, Mira called to him, having completed his grooming. Come here. Put on this crown and let me see. Rhaegar approached and offered a simple assessment of the golden crown. It is beautiful. Come. Let me see if my masterpiece lives up to my status and aesthetic. Mira raised the crown high, insisting, lower it a bit. Rhaegar slightly bent, lowering his head. The ruby crown settled upon his silvery hair, a splendid interplay of gold and jewels. I am genuinely curious, Rhaegar, Mira remarked, glancing from side to side, carefully inspecting her creation and noting how perfectly the crown suited Rhaegar's head. He possesses an innate nobility, as if the enigmatic man before me, who has captivated my attention since our first encounter, was destined to ascend the throne. What sort of life have you led? Chapter 47. Riverflow City, a rather splendid life. Rhaegar replied, though its master is a fool. A candid response indeed, Mira nodded. So what exactly does such a life entail? Answer me. I could tell you. But not at this moment. Nonsense. Mira removed her crown, truly perplexed by what you might be concealing. Never mind, it matters not. Mira had no intention of pressing Rhaegar for answers. Instead, she placed the crown atop a bouquet and handed it to him. Let us proceed to Riverflow City. I yearn to fish and paddle a small boat. I have grown weary of the filthy great pool in Valyria. Ah, bathhouse, is it? Seeing that Mira did not intend to pursue the matter further, Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief and thus shifted the conversation. It is a lake, once quite popular, now frequented mostly by citizens. Is there really a lake within Valyria? Riverflow City once again reshaped Rhaegar's understanding. Those raised in Westeros generally perceive lakes through the lens of the god's eye, a sight steeped in countless tales since the conquest. Outside the city, the meticulously planned blackstone walls are not easily dismantled. One would hardly expect a lake to exist beside the fervent and active 14 fire peaks. Let the slaves excavate it, Mira remarked nonchalantly, stepping onto the silver arrow's dragon wing. Indeed, Valyria has expanded Rhaegar's horizons. That lake, Rhaegar hesitated to inquire. How large is it? Mira contemplated a suitable comparison. About the size of Highgarden Castle. The silver arrow lowered its body to facilitate Mira's ascent onto the dragon saddle. Off we go. The great dragon spread its wings and soared. Rhaegar's mind continued to wander. Excavated, he thought of Harrenhal, built on the northern shore of the God's Eye, where no one can ascertain how many corpses were cast into the lake during the 40 grim years of Harren's tyranny over the riverlands. Excavating under the scorching sun of the 14 fire peaks is unimaginable. Rhaegar could hardly fathom the number of lives lost in the process. Silently, he adorned his steed with its saddle. One should not indulge in fanciful thoughts while riding. As the steed galloped, the golden rose swayed in the wind, cradled by its rider. The rustling, dazzlingly bright. For each rose crafted in this bouquet, a golden-haired Westerlander transforms into a silver-haired Valyrian. In the Riverlands, at the confluence of the Tumbling Stone and Red Fork rivers, lies Riverflow City. A colossal silver dragon, with a wingspan of 50 meters, circled above the castle's sacred grove. Below, Count Jax Tully and the fish-like creature beside him gazed up at the magnificent dragon. How grand! The former princess of the Three Rivers, now Countess Osha, clasped her husband's hand tightly, striving to provide him with support. I am untroubled. Jax gently released his wife's hand. Go. Let me alone venture outside the city to gather more livestock. I shall greet our distant guest. The nearly 50-year-old count adjusted his bearskin cloak, reflecting on the passage of time, realizing that he was indeed aging, donning fur garments so early in the autumn. Violent, the count called out to his captain of the guard. Prepare the training grounds and find some wood that smokes well to light a fire. Very well. High above, Mira observed the black smoke rising from the castle's vacant expanse and remarked with a smile, quite clever. Unlike her previous visits to the castle, Mira's journey through the west was far from tranquil. Merely visiting 2 castles had led her away from what should have been the most gratifying experience in the west. Her meticulously planned itinerary had been disrupted. Mira circumvented Goldtooth Castle, heading straight for Riverrun, bypassing her old rival to avoid sending word to the castle. Initially, she intended to circle above Riverrun before sending a greeting after Rhaegar arrived, but it appeared that this Turi was rather astute. The silver dragon folded its wings and descended slowly. Welcome, Dragon King of Valyria. Mira dismounted and, with practiced ease, took some bread and dipped it in salt. The flavor was a tad inferior to that of Highgarden. The old count chuckled in response. That is to be expected. The fertile lands of the Riverlands surpass the Seven Kingdoms. Even the grains here are sweeter than elsewhere. Jax inquired, "Might I ask where your traveling companion is? How long until he arrives at our humble abode? My family is equally curious about him and your great dragon. We parted ways at a tributary of the Red Fork." Mira explained, "He rides slower than I, but his 2 horses are quite fine. He should catch up with me shortly. Just prepare for 2 guests." With that, Mira waved her hand dismissively. "No need for you to fuss, my dear elder. I will remain here with my dragon." After flying from the west to the Riverlands, "It is truly weary." Of course, the Count readily agreed. "The provisions for your dragon comprise cattle and sheep that have grazed upon the verdant pastures of the Riverlands. I hope it will find satisfaction." The Count entered the triangular main keep, which mirrored the shape of Riverrun itself. "How is it?" his anxious wife, Osha, inquired as she awaited his return within the spiraling staircase of the keep. Their years of companionship allowed him to easily grasp the essence of her brief inquiry. "Well enough," he assessed simply. "Easier to get along with than your father. She does not employ the political maneuvers one might expect." True to the rumors, she had merely come to explore Westeros, and the incident at Casterly Rock appeared to be a mere accident, leaving their safety unthreatened henceforth. After a moment of consideration, the old Count added, "She does seem somewhat unsettled." Just as the rumors suggested, she preferred not to stray too far from her dragon. It was said that during her stay at Highgarden, her silver dragon rested by her window. However, he continued, "It is evident that Riverrun lacks the accommodations to meet such a need. After all, I have never heard of a dragon that would slumber in the water." Jax approached the window by the staircase, concealing himself in the shadows as he keenly observed Myra's actions. The dragon lay languidly in the training yard, as Mira had just remarked, truly appearing quite fatigued. The silver-haired beauty stood quietly beside the massive dragon's head, repeatedly caressing its scales, exhibiting a palpable sense of boredom. It seemed she was awaiting her knight, her champion, who had yet to earn the title of knight. Indeed, my old friends were curious about who would be bestowed with the honor of knighthood. I suspect the children were equally eager to know. The old Count reminisced about his 7 children, and by the grace of the gods, for had survived, 1 son and 3 daughters. A splendid combination that alleviated concerns over the inheritance of titles and ensured ample progeny to solidify alliances with neighboring lords. For this, he was grateful to his 2 wives. Chapter 48. Conversations by the water's edge in the Riverlands. There lies Tully, one of the most trusted noble houses. Indeed, it could even be said to stand alone in that regard. This illustrious family traces its origins back to the time of the Undul invasion. Of course, nowadays, no one would refer to that period as an invasion. The First Men and the Unduls had long since merged their peoples within the 7 Kingdoms. Even the Stark family, renowned for its pure First Men lineage, could not claim an entirely untainted bloodline, for the First Men wielded bronze weapons while the Unduls introduced iron tools. One need only observe that Winterfell now boasts a round fortress. Prior to the arrival of the Unduls, the First Men constructed square fortifications. It was only after their arrival that Westeros began to feature circular architecture. During that era, the original Edmure Tully pledged his loyalty to the penultimate king of the last First Men dynasty, King Trystane Mudfor, famously known as the Hammer of Justice. In the King's 100th battle, he faced a coalition of 7 Undul kings. Regrettably, the mighty king, who had achieved victory in 99 encounters, could not secure triumph in that final confrontation. Following the defeat of the Mud family, Edmure Tully swore fealty to an Undul conqueror of the time, later being granted lands. Edmure's son, Brynden Tully, ultimately constructed the triangular red castle of Riverrun, positioned strategically between the waters of the Tully River and the Tealstone River. Through its advantageous location, the Tully family garnered the favor of numerous rulers in the Riverlands, as the ancient silver trout leapt between the Red Fork and the Tealstone. As millennia flowed by, their steadfast loyalty to their responsibilities allowed them to withstand the incursions of the Kingdom of Carock into the Trident. Generations of River Kings recognized the Tully's significance to the entire Riverlands, leading to their gradual accumulation of wealth and power. Remarkably, amidst the tumultuous shifts of royal power in the Riverlands, the formidable Tullys never claimed the crown for themselves. Family, honor, responsibility. Rhaegar spoke to Mira aboard the ship, recounting the simplest family maxim of Westeros, which the Tullys had upheld for over a millennium without alteration. Indeed, Mira murmured, gazing at the fishing rod in her hand. Loyalty is intriguing. Upon hearing these words, Rhaegar could not help but inquire, Mira, is Valyria truly as the outsiders proclaim? Mira, seemingly indifferent, replied, What rumors do you speak of? Filled with bloodshed, conspiracy, and immorality, devoid of any loyalty among its people? Not at all, she continued, raising her fishing rod to attach another small worm. In fact, among the dragon lords, loyalty is lacking, yet their respective families exhibit considerable fidelity. Thus, bloodshed, conspiracy, and immorality are ever present. With her back turned to Rhaegar, Mira remarked, but no one cares. It has been this way for thousands of years. Did not the 40 dragonlord families remain intact? Rhaegar stood behind Mira, gazing at her silver-haired silhouette, uncertain of what to say. Mira lifted her rod. Ah, a trout. She casually tossed the silver little creature back into one of the prongs of the Trident River. What I truly desire is a tuna, Rhaegar. In ancient Roman and Greek cultures, the tuna was regarded as a symbol of strength and dominion. The Red Fork River is freshwater. Such fish do not inhabit these waters. Valyria is a peninsula, and there they thrive. Rhaegar looked at her, and she turned to meet his gaze. It is difficult, as you say, for 4 millennia. Countless deities have perished, yet the dragonlord families have remained at 40. No one dares to seize a tuna that would hardly satiate one's hunger, risking the ire of the other 39 dragons. You are mistaken, Mira corrected him. One need only vanquish a third. The remaining third will naturally submit, while the last third will yield to my reign, remaining silent. You are well aware, Mira, that for 4,000 years, many have sought to do just that. Yet none have succeeded, and none have met a favorable fate. I am acutely aware. The best outcome for any was to be reduced to ashes alongside the dragons. There are always those willing to take the chance. Why should it not be me? Mira threaded beef onto her hook and cast her line once more. The sky was just right, and the birchwood boat was tethered beneath the shade of a tree. Such tranquil spots for leisurely conversation are hard to come by. Mira secured her rod to the side of the boat and reclined leisurely. After all, Valyria lacks them. Mira observed Rhaegar, the enigmatic man before her, who clearly hesitated. She decided to raise the stakes. The sound of her lavender-tipped fingers tapping against her exquisite leather boots resonated softly. With a delicate hand, she slowly removed her footwear. Her playful toes dancing in the sunlight filtering through the river, casting a mesmerizing glow. The 10 dainty, fair toes, meticulously cared for by their owner, were smooth and exquisite, adorned with hints of lavender beauty. The river water caressed the delicate ends of her body, while the fish hesitated, wary of approaching. The green leaves and tree shade entirely concealed the handsome man and beautiful woman, creating a secret corner that imbued their emotions with an exquisite thrill. Oh, how delightful it is to recline. Mira unfurled her crimson cloak upon the deck of the ship, the vibrant fabric contrasting strikingly with her silver hair and porcelain complexion. Turning her head to gaze at Rhaegar, she interlaced her fingers behind her head, her slender form arching naturally, revealing her flawless curves. I require your assistance, Mira declared to the man before her. Rhaegar's Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze fell, seemingly attempting to penetrate the wooden planks beneath him. A soft chuckle escaped Mira as she closed her eyes. I possess an even better bargain. Following a brief silence, within the bustling city of Flowing River, a colossal silver dragon soared into the sky, its vast wings outspread, emitting a resonant roar. Dracarys. A violet flame burst forth across the horizon, illuminating the day like a fiery tree. Feast on small fish, the dragon's body arched and twisted, its wings folding as it dove downwards. With a thunderous splash, water erupted, cascading even into the heart of Flowing River. The surface remained tumultuous, and among countless ripples, a significant wake approached the small vessel. Rhaegar discerned the immense creature beneath the water, its silver form with wings tucked at its sides, and a delicate lavender dorsal fin displaying the same grace underwater as it did in the air. Its long tail occasionally breached the surface, gliding smoothly, utterly shattering his shallow understanding of dragons. The creation of fire could also conquer the realm of water. At that moment, Rhaegar recalled a brief passage from his family's ancient texts, which he had perused while residing on Dragonstone as a prince. It stated that dragons had not only conquered the skies and land, but their dominion extended even to the oceans. Many inhabitants of Dragonstone had witnessed dragons descending from the heavens into the sea, sometimes in pursuit of schools of fish, at times hunting whales, and occasionally battling unknown sea monsters. The dragon's head emerged from the water, its jaws parting slightly, revealing a mouth teeming with fish. Mira maintained her supine position, brushing droplets from her face with her right hand, then caressing the silvery crest at the tip of the dragon's jaw. Rhaegar met her gaze, those eyes shifting from indigo to a deep violet. I can sense the yearning within your soul, just as I perceive your emptiness and confusion. I can feel it. Rhaegar stood transfixed, staring into those two pairs of eyes, one violet, the other pearl white. The slit pupils reflected his own bewildered expression, while the other mirrored the sealed depths of his heart. I can offer you a dragon. And even myself. Chapter 49, Loyalty, even myself. Good heavens. This was hardly distinguishable from a proposal. In the guest room of Flowing River, Rhaegar lay on the bed, murmuring to himself. To join or to decline. To join. Facing the pinnacle of Valyrian dragonlords, approximately 300 dragons. To decline, to leave Vostil alone, and perish in some nameless corner. Rhaegar pondered silently. Perhaps it was best to contemplate the consequences first. After that recruitment, Mira spoke to the silent Rhaegar. As she had said, conspiracy, blood, assassination, dragons. The flames of my adversary. Loyalty, belonging, death, dragons, my dragon. It appears that fleeing may be the most prudent course of action. Rhaegar closed his eyes, reminiscing about the experiences of a millennium ago. A mere few months, indeed, just a fleeting few months. This duration is hardly significant when juxtaposed with the 20 years of my early life and the uncertain length of what lies ahead. I must cherish this stolen time from the stranger. It has imparted lessons that cannot be gleaned from the tomes of the Citadel. Yet, this wretched existence. Clearly, fate has compelled me to endure a life akin to violation. Yes, indeed, akin to violation. There is no hint of pleasure to be found. I can only grimace in acceptance until I become a wretched creature accustomed to this torment. Damn it. It is only in moments like these that I recognize the undeniable truth of my lineage, the madness that courses through my veins as the son of the king, imbued with dragon blood. Transitioning from prince to commoner is not insurmountable, nor is the shift from Westerlander to Valyrian. Rhaegar descended from his bed, unsealing a bottle of wine. So, do you truly desire all of this? To forsake everything of the past, kin, friends, responsibilities, in exchange for a chance to begin anew? What sort of fool would yearn for such an experience? By the heavens, I have 3 children. Rhaegar repositioned the chair, wine bottle, and glass by the window. In truth, upon my return to the past, I longed to meet the stranger directly. He gazed at the moonlight cascading through the window, raising his glass towards it. Can you fulfill my desires, O goddess of the moon? Irregular patterns of light danced across Rhaegar's face, cast by the reflection of the glass. Perhaps not, dear goddess. You are a sailor-esque deity, not mine. The final madness and catharsis came to a close. Rhaegar rummaged through his belongings, retrieving the attire worn at the feast in Casterly Rock, common in design, yet of decent quality, with only the slightly deformed golden rose affixed to the collar adding a touch of opulence. Mira, the solitude of recent months, the shared adventures, the beautiful warrior maiden, noble lineage, formidable heritage, a generous dowry, lofty ambitions, independent, strong, confident, and exquisite. Yes, it has become abundantly clear. The outcome is evident. Indeed, she is deserving. Rhaegar arranged his garments, grasped his sword, inhaled deeply, and strode resolutely out of the door. The corridor lay silent, with but a few flickering lights illuminating the shadows. The city of Dorne, bordered by water on both sides, enveloped him in a mist that mingled with his breath as he walked outdoors at night. Darkness had long descended, and the moonlight seemed capable of penetrating the ancient castle, allowing Rhaegar to discern many details of the corridor, the replaced bricks, hidden cobwebs, moss in the corners, and youthful scratches. Night. Rhaegar bent down to examine the hasty scrawl upon the stone. Loyalty. Knock, knock, knock. Mira, enter. Warmth and fragrance enveloped the air, intoxicating beyond compare to the untouched bottle of wine that lay before Rhaegar. I knew you would come. Mira sat gracefully before the hearth, her back turned to Rhaegar. But have you perhaps taken too long? As you can see, Rhaegar replied, as I have mentioned before, I am a fool. That shall soon change. Mira rose, stretching her somewhat stiff limbs. I shall direct you towards the righteous path, your strength, your talent, your wisdom, your silence. Mira stepped before Rhaegar. Even your visage shall be included. That is permissible. Rhaegar knelt, placing 2 swords before them, one representing the past, and the other the present. My queen, this is the ritual of fealty sworn to Westeros, witnessed by all gods from Westeros to Essos and across the known world. Rhaegar gazed up at the woman he was destined to serve, Mira of Valyria. I pledge to you. I shall devote everything to you after this oath, my sword, my skill, my life. I shall become the iron plow that furrows your path, the shield in times of war, the saddle upon your journey. I will forever trail behind you, chasing your silver silhouette across the lands traversed by your dragons. I shall wield my sword against all who threaten you, honor all whom you respect, and care for all whom you cherish, executing each of your desires. The blade shall resonate alongside the dragon's flame, inseparable. Loyalty is my vow for the remainder of my life. I shall be devoted to you, from this moment forth, until death do us part. Excellent. Mira grasped the sword with both hands. My vassal, I shall safeguard you. Rhaegar felt a sulphurous kiss upon his cheek. The oath was thus established, a two-way bond of obligations and responsibilities that both must uphold. Mira smiled at Rhaegar. I shall ensure you a permanent place by my side. Whether in Valyria, Westeros, Essos, on land, sea, or sky, it shall be so, it must be so, it will be so. From this day forth, you are mine. Indeed. My queen. A melodic tune arose, a Valyrian lullaby hummed by Mira. Rise, my vassal. As you command, my liege. Mira lifted the sword from the ground and handed it to the rising Rhaegar. Next, I shall issue a command. Rhaegar quickly planted the twin swords he had not yet secured at his waist into the ground, one in each hand, their differing heights rendering a comical sight. Maintain your previous stance. I find that version of you more pleasing. Very well, Mira. Just so. Now for the second command. Return to sleep. Your future queen is already weary. Do not allow anyone to disturb me before lunch tomorrow. As you wish. Chapter 50. The morning of Runflow City. Do you appear to be in high spirits? Indeed, somewhat so. The morning light streamed into the hall, bathing the walls adorned with trout banners in a golden hue. Rhaegar responded to Earl Tully, seated at the head of the long table. I feel as though life has regained its direction. That is indeed significant. The elderly Earl nodded in agreement, the morning rays glinting off his bald head, momentarily blinding. In my youth, my ambition was to revitalize the family. But I later realized that the Tully family would not decline as long as the gates remained unbreached by those from the west. Thus, my current aim is merely to safeguard this legacy and ensure its steady passage to the next generation. A noble aspiration. Ha ha ha. No need for your consolation. The Earl chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. What young person would align themselves with such an unexciting life? Many strive from youth to old age precisely to attain the mindset you now possess. Ha ha. The Earl laughed at his nearby servant. Go. Fetch the bottle from the innermost part of the wine cellar, the one with the golden label. The golden wine. Rhaegar was well aware of its implications, and he raised his glass in gratitude. Thank you for your consideration. It is my pleasure. Tully cleared his plate and cutlery to make room for the upcoming uncorking. To be frank, I admire young men like you. Yes, I hold you in high regard. Thank you, Rhaegar replied politely, accustomed to such compliments. And your companion? Is she unwell? The Earl inquired, concerned. If so, I wish to prepare accordingly. Not at all. Mira merely wishes to sleep a little longer, Rhaegar explained, adding, moreover, members of the dragonlord family are rarely beset by illness. Indeed, Jax realized how foolish his previous question had been, reflecting that he was indeed growing old, having forgotten such a basic truth. Additionally, I wish to share something with you. Rhaegar straightened his posture, his expression turning serious. Last night, I formally pledged my allegiance to Mira. What? Jax's eyes widened in astonishment as he accidentally knocked over his plate. Yes, the fealty customary in Westerosi relations. There is nothing surprising about that, Rhaegar continued with a smile. I find my lady most deserving of my loyalty. After regaining his composure, Jax resumed the morning conversation. I had thought no Valyrian would associate with such a term. Of course, I never anticipated that I would be on the side of offering fealty. Let alone to a woman, the Earl mused. Such are the whims of fate. Rhaegar concurred. Indeed, the world is ever fickle. Oh, my wine has arrived. Jax gazed gratefully at the bottle of golden wine, as though it were a battalion arriving to offer support in times of war. Please, do savor it, Jax proudly declared. This bottle has been a treasure of mine for a full 42 years, and today, it emerges from seclusion for a guest of such esteemed elegance. It is a great honor. Although Rhaegar had savored numerous exquisite golden wines on various occasions, it was evident that the intentions of the host were the true measure of a wine's worth. Very well. Let us allow this not-so-young little treasure to awaken for a while. Jax took down the seahorse sword and cork and picked up a piece of bread to chew. Before this, I must adequately prepare for its arrival. For the drinking process of golden wine, one may refer to the similarly hued tokaji sweet wine from Hungary. Chewing bread serves to cleanse the palate and eliminate any unpleasant tastes. The crystalline liquid in the wine glass was extraordinarily precious, exhibiting a captivating golden hue. Its aroma exceedingly sweet. It is regarded as one of the finest wines known for its aging potential, once exclusively reserved for the highborn Targaryens as a diplomatic gift. After indulging in a glass, the enamored Count Jax chose to honor his instincts and inquired, I beg your pardon, dear guest. Upon further contemplation, I wish to pose a question. Rhaegar set down his wine glass, feeling the alluring fragrance carried in his exhalation. Of course, you may certainly ask. To be candid, Jax pointed to the empty seat beside him. My children are quite curious about you. You see, Your duel with the Prince of Highgarden has already become legendary across Westeros. Both young men and women alike are filled with admiration and intrigue towards you. I still fail to comprehend why someone of your caliber would offer such a rare loyalty to a woman of Valyria. Furrowing his brow, Jax continued. I can see you are undoubtedly the kind of man who honors his promises, much like a true knight. My lord, I reiterate. I believe she is worthy of my loyalty, Rhaegar stated earnestly. She is no less than any man. Forgive my presumption. Jax quickly rose to apologize. I am truly blind in my old age. It is quite all right, Rhaegar replied. I do not believe you are the first, nor will you be the last. I suppose I must grow accustomed to it. Rising, Rhaegar lifted his wine glass, the golden liquid swirling within. Observing this, Jax approached to clink glasses with him. Shall we discuss your children? Certainly, certainly. The room. The corner glimmered with a resplendent purple light until it gradually faded, releasing its master from the realm of dreams. The bed was not particularly soft, the ventilation was lacking, a sense of security was insufficient, and there were too many mosquitoes. Yet, the sleep was truly delightful. As the purple light dissipated, Mira returned to wakefulness, retracting her gaze from the neighboring room. Honestly, I do not know why I remain here, guarding your master. Oh no. The Lord. Yes, it is indeed referred to as the Lord. Yet, that seems incorrect. Mira lightly tapped her chin with her finger. I have no land to bestow upon him. Can he still be called a lord? Perhaps I should find him a piece of land upon returning to Valyria? That seems troublesome, as any land of value in Valyria was divided millennia ago. Then again, what of searching for a parcel by the Lorne River? Never mind. I shall think on it later. Mira pondered to herself, questioning why one would be so concerned about that individual, as it appeared to suggest a certain desperation for companionship. Valyria, after all, was not lacking in devoted followers. Upon her return, she would still have to contend with her elder brother over that chair, which was indeed a bother. Approaching the window, she pushed open the paint-chipped frame, marred by the mist of two rivers, and extended her hand to touch the fog. It would be wise to further refine her plans in Westeros, as finding a place like Riverflow City, free from the repugnant gaze of those fire sorcerers, was rather challenging. Retracting her hand, which had been testing the effect of the vapor, she picked up her headband and lightly tapped her chin. With Rhaegar as an ally, many matters would become considerably easier. In the hall, he remarked, as I previously mentioned, my wife hails from the royal lineage. Indeed, I possess some knowledge of the fair family from Three Rivers. Last night, Osha, under the protection of my captain of the guard, Veron, journeyed to her maternal home to inform the king, ensuring they are prepared for your forthcoming visit. To be honest, Miss Mira, your arrival took me quite by surprise. We had anticipated that you would linger in the Westerlands for at least a month. Jax poured another glass of wine, lamenting the diminishing contents of the bottle. It was surprising that their journey had been shorter than the time spent at Riverbend. I fear that Casterly Rock may acquire a reputation for poor hospitality, Rhaegar commented, adding that the king of Casterly Rock had indeed made earnest efforts to entertain, but unfortunate events had transpired. Let us hope you can truly appreciate the beauty of the Riverlands without allowing such negative impressions to tarnish our king's name. That should not be the case. The Riverlands are a splendid region. I am grateful for your consideration. That sentiment should be expressed by me, Rhaegar said, raising his glass once more. And they both savored the exquisite wine. Thank you for your hospitality. Chapter 51, Journey to Three Rivers City. This is a gift for my esteemed guest. I hope you will accept it. Thank you. Mira took the exquisite tapestry that Jax offered, then stepped aside to admire the woolen textile. Leaving the duty of engaging with their host to Rhaegar, Rhaegar presented a Valyrian ruby to Count Tully, a pouch full, which Mira had just handed to him. Throughout the journey, she had regarded these gifts as tokens of gratitude. This is my return gift. After a flurry of farewells and well wishes, the old count watched as the two departed from Riverflow City. Rhaegar took the solitary land route, while Mira mounted Silver Arrow, soaring directly towards the current capital of the Riverlands, Three Rivers City. Jax returned to the stronghold of Riverflow City, ascending to the highest point. Standing beneath the banners of red, blue, and silver, he watched as the dragons gradually transformed into white birds, and the noble steeds vanished into the distance. It was only when the objects of his gaze had disappeared beyond the horizon that the old count murmured, "Did that Valyrian woman seduce you in my castle, Rhaegar? This is hardly a glorious act of fealty," he grumbled, clearly having misunderstood the situation. Rhaegar, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that his first act of allegiance, grounded in reason and promise, was perceived by others as crude, vulgar, and a disgrace to dignity and chivalry, as he knelt in subservience. He now pondered the fate of the city of the Riverlands, which, a millennium hence, would be reduced to nothing but shattered tiles. Upon careful reflection, Rhaegar realized that his lineage bore scant mention in the annals of history, with even the ancient lineage of King Mud faring better in record. Despite the complete loss of their castle's name, at least remnants of stones, foundations, and a royal tomb endured. There was even a connection to the Targaryen family, which birthed a tale of romance. The downfall of the fair people eluded Rhaegar as he sought its cause, only to be met with perplexity. How could the marauders of the Iron Islands have failed to seize anything of worth? Surely they would not have plundered timber without taking stones, leaving not even a foundation behind. Perhaps it was best to explore the capital of the Riverlands, where not a trace remained. Yet, he mused, it seemed unlikely he would witness the day of its true obliteration. With this thought, Rhaegar eased his mind, choosing to abandon the quest to unravel the mystery of the fair people's castle's demise. The Hall family completed their dominion over the Iron Islands and the Riverlands approximately a century before the conquest, spanning 3 generations: the Ironhand Harwin, his son Harlick, and his grandson Blackheart Harlan. While the duration of Harlick's reign remains uncertain, it is clear that Harwin passed at the age of 64, and upon Harlan's ascent, he devoted 4 decades to erecting Harlan's Keep. Prior to this, the Riverlands did not belong to the Riverfolk, but rather to the Stormlands Durrandon family for nearly 3 centuries. Pushing back further in time, about 4 centuries before the conquest, a significant historical event known as the War of the Six Kings transpired, featuring the Tyg family and the Durrandon family as central figures. A century after the fair people's extinction at the hands of the Hall family, an adventurer of unknown origin, Torrhen Tyg, amassed gold through plundering the West and subsequently summoned mercenaries from Essos to venture into the Riverlands. After 6 years, he was crowned the king of the Trident at the town of the Whispering Wells. Historical records indicate that the Tyg family's reign was fraught with instability, with the 4th monarch dubbed the weary and beleaguered Co. Tyg. Thus, the Tyg family tenuously governed the bountiful Riverlands until one of their kings endeavored to suppress the ancient faith of the old gods with the backing of the faith militant. This incited rebellion among their vassals, including the Blackwood family of Raventree Hall, the Vance family of Atranta, and the Tully family of Riverrun. Though the rebellion appeared formidable, the Tyg family was adept at handling insurrections from the Riverlands lords. Just before the ultimate victory, Lord Roderick Blackwood sought aid from his son-in-law, the Storm King, Aegon Durrandon III. The climactic battle of this war, ignited by the clash of new and old faiths, culminated at the peaks of the Boobies. Ultimately, the unified regime of the Storm Kingdom emerged victorious. In the realm of Riverrun, the Tyg family has witnessed the demise of 5 kings, transitioning from king to the 3 sons of a king, and ultimately to the king's brother. Once again, the land of Riverrun has lost its sovereign. Through an exploration of the current state of the Loina civilization and the warrior Queen Naemilia in Valyria, Rhaegar deduces that he is likely situated around the year 1000 before the conquest. The War of the Six Kings approximately took place in 400 BC. Combined with the Tyg family's reign and the known 3-century rule of the Fair family, along with the ensuing century of chaos following their downfall. Thus, Rhaegar concludes that he should not witness the demise of the Fair family. Over the course of a millennium, 4 kings have reigned, 2 foreign dominations have occurred, and countless minor dynasties have risen and fallen. In contrast to the Riverlands, the Westerlands and the Vale have enjoyed stable rule for over 1,000 years, prompting Rhaegar to reflect on the tribulations of the Riverlands. 300 years, 300 years. 300 years. Suddenly, Rhaegar recalls that the Targaryen rule has also endured for 3 centuries. No wonder he feels a sense of calm. History proves to be invaluable. In the following days, Rhaegar visited the Blackwood and Bracken families along the banks of the Red Fork. These 2 families currently hold immense power in Riverrun, second only to the king. However, this is far from the pinnacle of their status, as they were once kings themselves. Due to various historical legacies, they have been embroiled in constant opposition throughout time. Many kings have sought to ease tensions between the 2 families for the stability of their rule, yet even during the Targaryen era, the 2 families remained at odds, frequently causing disturbances. Both families have left little kind words for each other in their records, and their long-standing grievances seem nearly irreconcilable, irrespective of the mediator. Perhaps the only chance lies before Rhaegar. Welcome, guest from Valyria. A handsome man with chestnut hair beamed warmly. Welcome to the kingdom of the Trident. I am Lord Burner Fair, king of rivers and hills, and I bestow my blessings upon you. The golden scales flag, adorned with a blue border, fluttered above the castle. Situated at the confluence of the Trident, between the Red Fork and the Blue Fork, a silver dragon descended gracefully as Rhaegar spurred his horse forward. The 2 strikingly handsome men strode past the honor guard to stand before the King of Rivers. It is an honor to finally meet you, Your Majesty, King of Rivers. Rhaegar said. Chapter 52. The ambition of the fair family. Since our inception, our family has harbored a singular dream. The voice rose fervently. To permanently reconcile the relationship between the Blackwood and Bracken families, proclaimed Prince Lars Fair of Riverrun. A commendable aspiration, Rhaegar concurred. Yet, judging by the subsequent relations of these two families, the Fair family, like other rulers of Riverrun, has not succeeded. A lamentable fate, Rhaegar mused. The Fair family, the one most likely to reconcile the two, encountered the zenith of the Ironborn's power. As Rhaegar observed the brown-haired prince before him, he pondered the situation. The already inebriated Lars noticed Rhaegar's gaze and quickly donned a courteous smile, raising his nearly empty wine glass in a toast. In Westeros and Valyria, it was customary for welcome feasts to be held in the evening. By now, it was the hour of the wolf. Lord Rhaegar, Lars set down his glass. I am acutely aware of the significance of my ascent to that position. My father and grandfather dedicated their lives to solidifying our dominion over the Trident, constructing Riverrun, and striving to extend our reign across the Riverlands. Once I become king, I shall definitively resolve the age-old discord between my brother-in-law's house and my grandmother's lineage. As if reaching a crescendo, Lars's voice gradually softened until it became a mere whisper. I have one more goal. A good prince, I know. Rhaegar surveyed the surroundings and beckoned a servant. Take your prince to rest. He is intoxicated. What have you uncovered? Mira inquired, having moved from the main table to the secluded spot chosen by Rhaegar and Lars. If it weren't for me, you would witness the wrath of the Dragon King. You have no notion of how troublesome that River Lord can be. Nothing at all, Rhaegar replied. I believe he is the most convincing drunkard I have encountered. It hardly feels like an act. Such a nuisance, Mira sighed, her voice tinged with fatigue. The Storm King is far more manageable. His cooperation is straightforward. So, Leo outright refused you? Rhaegar regarded Mira as if seeing her anew. That fellow shows more interest in my dragon than in my proposals, Mira lamented, resting her silver hair upon the table. Even that Lord of the Riverlands was no different. I spent so long in his company, yet he offered no indication. Mira then stood and said, let us take a stroll outside the castle. Very well. You shall call me queen. Yes, your grace. In another chamber, River Lord Berna inquired of his son, have you learned anything? Nothing. Lars shook his head. That fellow is tighter-lipped than I am. I gleaned not a single piece of information. All my drinking was in vain. Troublesome indeed, Berna lamented, resting his forehead in thought. That Valyrian woman was no better. She failed to extract anything useful and merely probed me with nonsensical inquiries. Support? Huh. Anyone can request money. I excel at lending without repayment. Then, father, Lars whispered. Should we report this to the Loro family? Report what? What nonsense? Berna's irritation was palpable. Do they think we would become their hounds for a mere 100,000 gold coins? What absurdity! If it weren't for the insufficient funds for constructing Riverrun. But father, Lars interrupted with conviction, the deadline approaches. Whether overdue or in arrears, the consequences are too great for us to bear. You must make a decision tonight. Alas, why must it be now? If only I were granted a few more years, just a few more years. Bernard resembled a despondent gambler, utterly drained of vitality, slumped in his chair as he waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they first settle the debts. He gazed intently at the intelligence reports laid before him, his expression suggesting they contained hidden treasures. This was a compilation of all information regarding Mira, meticulously gathered by the Fair family since her arrival. Mira Vostel Valyria Lars stood beside him, refraining from urging his father, patiently awaiting his decision. He understood well the multitude of troubles besieging their family, issues of governance, financial constraints, and factional alignments, among others. These burdens had compelled his father, still in the prime of life, to don a wig to mask his fatigue. Many matters, despite his father being the king of one of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, remained beyond resolution, leaving him to weigh the pros and cons before making a choice. All he could do was embody the role of a scholar, standing quietly by his side, occasionally offering counsel. Larry, as he was affectionately known, observed his heir and instructed. Tomorrow, take them to the forks to examine our plans. Extract whatever information you can from them. Anything will suffice. Inform them that we are willing to embrace Vostel, provided they regard us as allies rather than subjugates. After a moment's hesitation, Bernard clenched his jaw and continued, even vassal families will do, as long as they are not treated as slaves. Indeed, my king, replied Larry. Understood, your majesty, Rhaegar nodded, summarizing so. You seek a stable family that is resistant to the influence of other dragon lords as an ally, correct? Mira kicked a stone into the Blue Fork River, affirming, precisely. The division of power within Valyria has long been established, which is why I ventured to Westeros. However, I have nearly traversed all 7 kingdoms, and none of the kings seem inclined to agree. The Stormlands appear disinterested in Valyria's affairs. The Storm King seems intent on waging war against the inhospitable southern desert. The strength and influence of the Riverlands are commendable, yet they are rife with internal and external troubles. The king himself is a complication. Even after my assistance in dealing with the Ironborn, he has shown no gratitude, appearing to favor you instead. Myra's agitation was palpable, especially considering both families' limited capacity for overseas warfare. Valyria had yet to descend into chaos to overlook their sluggish arrival. Despite their minimal assistance, I must endeavor to win them over. It would be unthinkable to seek the Hall family. Their devotion to the so-called drowned god renders them as repulsive as dragon vomit. Would it be flesh or dragon fire that emerges? Faced with such a dire situation, Rhaegar attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Both indeed. What is consumed is flesh, while what is witnessed is dragon fire. A night breeze swept across the river, cool and moist, traversing the 3 principal tributaries of the Trident River. With silver hair billowing, Mira exhaled deeply and said to Rhaegar, "Tomorrow, we shall make one final attempt to gauge their stance." Chapter 53. The castle at the forks of the river between the Red Fork and the Blue Fork of the Trident River. 2 white horses stood side by side on a gentle hill by the river, their tails swaying gently as they grazed on the lush green grass by the water's edge. Lars extended his hand towards his family's castle, exclaiming, "My lord Rhaegar, please take a look." Rhaegar, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless replied, "Three Rivers City." Indeed, Lars thought, laying the groundwork. And continued, "Now, if you would cast your gaze to the other side." Following the direction of Lars's arm, Rhaegar lifted his eyes to the opposite bank, where the confluence of the Trident River revealed the Blue Fork and the Green Fork. Rivers, confluences, plow oxen, or merely a stretch of flat land? You see it clearly. My lord, what I refer to is indeed a stretch of flat land. My lord, I have heard you are quite familiar with Westeros. Is that true? That is no exaggeration. I am indeed well acquainted with this continent. Rhaegar countered. In what regard? The Riverlands, the Prince of the Riverlands replied. Bountiful, comfortable, prosperous. No, he retorted. North, south, east, and west, barley, wheat, chickpeas, all in disarray. Lars gazed along the banks of the Trident, where the verdant landscape was interspersed only with the shimmering reflections of water, not a single patch of bare earth in sight. Waterfowl took flight as livestock approached, and those fortunate enough might glimpse a bird clutching a small fish in its beak. This land is second only to the Reach in its capacity for grain production. You need not spare our feelings. The son of the River King urged his horse down the hill toward the Trident. In truth, we are not much worse off than the Reach, but the trouble lies in its abundance, its chaos, and the multitude of surrounding nations. The Reach is threatened on all sides by the Ironborn, Stormlands, Dorne, and the Westerlands. Lars recounted slowly, yet the threats that plague the Reach also afflict the Riverlands. And what the Reach lacks, we possess as well. Rhaegar timely interjected, the Vale, the North. Even the slavers of Essos, Lars remarked. Squinting at the glistening water as he continued, Dorne remains a disunited mass, still a heap of shifting sands. So, Lars dismounted, walking to the edge of the Red Fork, and dipped his hand into the autumn-chilled waters. The Riverlands have no king. Hence, my ancestors made themselves kings. The Riverlands have no natural barriers. So we must construct a barrier, encasing the Riverlands like an iron barrel. It begins here. Rhaegar followed Lars's gaze to where he indicated, Three Rivers City, the very place referenced at the start of their conversation. And there, another location mentioned at the beginning. Rhaegar regarded his companion with astonishment at this depiction. The circumstances of the Riverlands are unique. Its strategic significance is immense, a true battleground. Throughout history, no one has been able to maintain stable dominion over this fertile land. Lars began to unveil the Fairman's family plan, which has endured for a century. There, we intend to construct another three-river city, connected by a bridge between the two castles, whether of wood or stone. As long as the plan proceeds smoothly, within a mere 2 centuries, we could gradually exert control over the entire Trident River while harmonizing the Blywood and Bracken families. By constructing fortifications along the river, akin to the defensive shield islands of the bay, we could ensure the protection of the Riverlands by dispatching a contingent of standing soldiers to each family at a moment's notice. At that juncture, we would be able to utilize the Trident River to connect the entire Riverlands, facilitating the flow of food, troops, and populace, much like the Mand River. Rhaegar listened intently, contemplating the feasibility of this grand design. You astonish me, my lord. I never anticipated that such a name, long obscured in the annals of history, could bear such vast ambitions to unify and safeguard the entirety of the riverlands. Lars rose, extending his arm as the waters of the Trident flowed from his hand, which held both quill and sword, cascading back into the river that had borne the hopes, ambitions, and ideals of the fair family for 3 generations. The site for the standing army camp had yet to be determined, as it entailed numerous complexities. It would only be made public to the vassals once the constructions of 2 castles were completed. Why reveal this to me? Rhaegar inquired. Because we require both time and resources, Lars replied. As I mentioned earlier, the situation in the Riverlands is intricate, and we cannot afford to implement this project at a leisurely pace. The first city of the 3 rivers was completed by my grandfather and father, the dual monarchs of the river. Its scale is comparable to that of the main keep of Winterfell. The challenges encompass not only materials and labor, but also the need to combat the Ironborn ascending the river, invasions from neighboring kingdoms, and rebellions from our vassals. Consequently, we have exhausted our finances and energy. Then, Rhaegar ventured cautiously, "Are you seeking our assistance in this matter?" I could indeed take the lead. Lars, as if finally unburdened from his toils, knelt on one knee. "We actually wish to pledge our loyalty to you, the Valyrian Voster." "What?" The grass of the Riverlands bent beneath Lars's knee as he unsheathed his sword, placing it before him on the verdant ground. "I wish to represent the fair family and the next generation of the river in pledging fealty to you, the Voster from Valyria. I shall fulfill all the responsibilities expected of a loyal vassal, demanding neither wealth nor status from you, solely to achieve our family's modest goal." Rhaegar quickly sidestepped to assist Lars, speaking urgently. "Please rest assured, I can fully represent the lady's interests. Do not worry. I can also fully represent the stance of the River King's family," Rhaegar proposed. "Perhaps we should convene again tonight for a formal discussion." Lars readily agreed. Calm returned to the banks of the Trident River. Within the castle, in the guest room, Mira inquired, "What? Are you saying they voluntarily pledged their loyalty to me?" Without even discussing terms, Mira began to ponder the current situation, reiterating her doubts. "Are you saying they presented you with a plan that appears to require 200 years for completion, and yet, the moment you voiced your thoughts, they were exceedingly eager to pledge their allegiance to me?" Indeed, Rhaegar was equally bewildered, but circumstances had unfolded to that point, and the 2 envoys had no choice but to return to their respective homes. No, Mira resolutely refused to believe such a fortuitous occurrence could simply drop from the sky. Yet the opportunity lay before her, and she must strive to seize it. "In truth, I do not possess much time." "What?" Mira did not respond to Rhaegar's inquiry, but countered with a question. "How long has it been since we departed Valyria?" "Approximately 3 months. There is still time." Mira made her decision. "Tonight, we shall engage in a thorough discussion with them." She instructed Rhaegar, "Remember to don your armor." Chapter 54. Allies. They may very well be my first allies in Westeros. Mira adjusted her ruby headband before the mirror. "It is imperative that we present ourselves formally. Do you understand?" "Understood." Rhaegar adjusted the chainmail beneath his woolen jerkin, ensuring it would not chafe his skin due to wrinkles in the fabric. "Should an unforeseen event arise, I will direct Silver Arrow to breach the castle, and you will protect me as I mount the dragon, taking you with me. Be cautious, so that Silver Arrow does not incinerate you." Mira reminded him to keep a safe distance from the wall that could be shattered by the dragon. "Thank you for the reminder." At this moment, Rhaegar was quite satisfied with his allegiance, having a clear objective, a plan, and decisive action. "I shall protect you with my life," he thought to himself. In truth, dying would not be a concern, as it could be considered a glorious death. 2 swords hung securely at his waist, and through relentless practice, Rhaegar had become quite adept at wielding dual blades. Though he was still far from the level of his dear friend Arthur, who demonstrated unparalleled skill, perhaps he would witness what reincarnation might entail. Speaking of reincarnation, the ancient prophecy of Asha that accompanied him throughout his life explicitly stated that the protagonist would be the reincarnation of the great hero Azor Ahai. Aside from that detail, the remainder of the prophecy was as varied as the multitude of interpretations offered by countless mouths. Rhaegar now wished to distance himself from such notions. "Knock, knock." A soft voice from outside the door called out, a gentle reminder from the maid. When the door opened, the maid stood frozen in place, nearly fainting. She had never encountered such extraordinary beauty. Indeed, it was breathtaking. The only resemblance she could find in her brief life was the statue of the Virgin Mary in the church's altar. The 7 gods bear witness. The young yet devout believer could only whisper such reverent thoughts, her eyes wide and reflecting a mesmerizing purple hue alongside vast silver, her freckled youthful face displaying astonishment, awe, and trepidation. Faced with such a visage and demeanor, she felt utterly inadequate, as if in the presence of divinity. After Rhaegar and Mira departed, the small devotee hastily knelt upon the ground to pray to the gods, attempting to erase the thoughts that had just crossed her mind. Her fingertips trembled against the silver seven-pointed star. No, it cannot be. Those are the cries of heretical degenerates, blasphemers. The sound of prayers resonated through the air. A corner of fabric swept down the corridor, vibrant as flames, while beeswax candles burned, emanating a subtle scent of honey that wafted gently into the nostrils of the two men, led by a maidservant, the fragrance soothing and mild. The youthful town of Sanha appeared tender and pristine in many places. Above the wall sconces, no dark residue had accumulated, touching the walls. One could almost perceive the fervent energy of past times. The stonework had yet to be veiled by the passage of years, retaining its sharp features, vivid hues, and clear textures. This very texture could enrich the childhoods of young ones. Merely from this imagery, children could conjure visions of wondrous creatures and legendary scenes from distant realms. As those images danced vividly in their minds, the three individuals remained silent, a tacit understanding of tranquility enveloping them. The sound of their footsteps rendered it nearly impossible to discern the presence of three. They proceeded straight, turned corners, descended and ascended stairs, losing track of time, as the corridor seemed interminable, akin to a journey both forward and downward. Silence deepened. The sounds of the Red Fork and the Blue Fork rivers had faded away. It was silent enough that Mira began to worry whether the silver arrow could breach through, so quiet that Rhaegar placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. At last, they arrived, the two guests. The maid gently tapped on the door and gestured for them to enter. Upon opening the door, Mira found not the feared bows, swords, or armored brutes, but rather bright candlelight and the same sweet scent of honey she had encountered along the way. Alongside a pair of regal figures, father and son, sitting upright with solemnity. Before closing the door, Rhaegar cast a glance at the candle in the maid's hand and noticed it had burned only a short distance. Could it be that such a brief time had passed? After exchanging greetings, Burner politely inquired of Mira, "Would you care for a glass of wine?" "Thank you." "But no," Mira declined with a wave of her hand. "Nor will I," Rhaegar echoed the gesture. "Then let us discuss the matter at hand." Burner raised his palm, and Lars placed a sheet of paper upon it. "This encompasses all my demands." Rhaegar took the paper and skimmed through it, noting it contained rules that Westeros had tacitly agreed to adhere to upon forming a vassal relationship, such as never betraying, responding to calls for arms when necessary, and so forth. It appeared unproblematic, very basic conditions. Mira took the paper from Rhaegar's hands and scrutinized it closely. Lifting her gaze to the opposite side, bewilderment began to blossom. There were no monetary demands, no calls for war, no requests for status, only a singular, straightforward plea for protection and stable development, with a guarantee of timely submission of funds and resources upon the completion of the plan. In other words, the Voster family needed not to offer anything in return, merely to lend their name, while a king willingly transformed himself into a duke. Swearing fealty to a distant family across the seas, after confirming the terms on the paper multiple times, she could no longer restrain her curiosity. "Have you landed in trouble?" "That is rather close to the truth." Clearly, Burner and his son had no intention of dilly-dallying, as they promptly produced another document. A loan agreement? Rhaegar was genuinely astonished that the ruler of the fertile Hajin region was in such dire financial straits. Could it be true, as Lars had previously mentioned, that their coffers were exhausted? "As you know," Berna smiled, "life is replete with surprises." It was evident that airing familial grievances was hardly comfortable. The king's smile was strained. Myra's focus diverged from Rhaegar's, as she turned her attention to the section listing the names of the borrowers. "Lolo," she began slowly, "it appears that the Valyrians seeking your assistance are not solely after me." "Indeed," Lars replied simply, "they seem acutely aware of our family's financial situation, having approached us with precision following the troubles we encountered due to the Iron Men's plunder. Their intent remains unclear, but their methods thus far have been relatively mild. It seems they merely wish to extend their influence into Westeros." Mira continued to scrutinize the two treaties, gently tapping her chin with her headband as her thoughts began to formulate, to wrest resources from Lolo and his covetous ilk. "Under my identity, and in the name of the entire Voster." The room fell into silence, save for the sound of breathing rising and falling in unison. Berna was the first to grow impatient, drumming his fingers on the table. Lars kept casting meaningful glances at Rhaegar, urging him to arrive at a decision swiftly. "Mira?" Rhaegar inquired softly, "What is your perspective?" Taking a deep breath, Mira rose to her feet. The sound of her ruby striking the floor echoed, resonating in the hearts of those present. "I cannot consent to the terms laid out on this parchment," she declared, holding up the allegiance contract. The king and his son felt as though the room had suddenly filled with water, rendering them breathless. I require the king's son exhaled in relief. As long as they were negotiating terms, it indicated that discussions were still viable. I shall grant you a sum of gold. Chapter 55. Relations with vassals and subordinates. I shall add 400,000 Valyrian gold coins. Mira gazed intently at her counterpart, her demeanor serious. What I seek from you is true fealty, in the traditional sense of Westeros, complete obedience and unwavering loyalty. Very well, Berna replied succinctly, for he had no better alternatives. The most effective way to deal with the dragonlord family was to ally with another, more formidable dragonlord family. Will any rituals or tokens be necessary? No need. Let us keep it simple. Thus, a fealty ceremony that was entirely incongruous with the stature of both parties unfolded within the small chamber of the Three Rivers city, witnessed by none other than Rhaegar himself. Once the ceremony concluded, both parties rose and affixed their signatures to the parchment contract, each retaining a copy as a token. From that moment on, the fate of Hugien was under the dominion of the Valyrians. Rhaegar began to contemplate that perhaps Mira's ambitions could indeed be realized. The following day, Mira awoke early. When Rhaegar encountered her, a servant was just removing the dishes from her side. This maid was the only individual in the hall, apart from the River King and his son, who had not participated in the previous night's events. After her departure, Lars placed a stack of papers before Mira. You have arrived. Mira wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and settled beside me. Rhaegar caught the enticing aroma of bacon frying. Lars began to recount the details documented on the stack of papers in front of Mira. This one is the loan contract of the Loros family, which you perused last night. This one contains the records and inventory of losses from the recent invasion by the Ironborn. And this one is a comprehensive account of all significant expenditures incurred over the past century for the construction of Riverrun. The vessels of these texts varied in age and size. One by one, Mira impatiently sifted through them, ultimately relaxing her brow in confirmation of a singular fact. You have long been targeted by the Loros. It is no wonder. As if fully aware, Berna maintained his composure. What do you intend to do next? I shall write to my father, urging him to send another letter to the Loros, enclosing the ear of the woman favored by the head of the Loros family yesterday. It sounds somewhat promising, yet feels futile. Berna replied directly. Moreover, my lord, I must speak candidly. This approach seems more fitting for the Red King of the North and the brigands of the Iron Islands, and does not align with your esteemed identity. The Red King of the North, the Bolton family, is infamous in Westeros for their cruelty and terror. Their stronghold is aptly named the Dreadfort. Their notorious deeds involve flaying. This is also their sigil. The long-standing rivals of the Stark family, the Kings of Winter, have battled for millennia, with many a Red King meeting his end at the hands of House Stark's Iceblade, and many a king in the north flayed by House Bolton. This method is most effective. Mira replied bluntly, asserting that this was the Valyrian way of resolving troubles. You need only adhere to your so-called oath. With all due respect, my lord, Rhaegar interjected. This method is far superior to that of the so-called Red King of the North. Observing their attitudes, Berna readily yielded. It was my offense, my lord. It appears I must take the time to understand Valyria better. Perfectly timed. Mira clapped her hands and proposed sending your son to accompany me in Valyria for a while. Berna turned to his son, hesitating. It ultimately depends on my son's wishes. Lars remained silent, offering only a smile in response. Berna grimaced. I humbly request that you take good care of my son. He is my sole heir. Mira gestured reassuringly. I hold some sway in Valyria. What followed was a tedious exchange of inquiries and answers, as Mira, in her capacity as the new lord of the Riverlands, probed into various matters concerning the governance of the region. The Riverlands are quite troublesome. Initially, Mira inquired about the two most formidable supporters of the fair folk. Berna proceeded to spend half an hour providing a cursory overview of the long-standing feuds between the House of Blackwood and the Bracken family. Beside them, Rhaegar, bored to distraction, glanced at Mira, who seemed equally lost in thought. It was evident that Mira's impatience was intensifying, yet she was powerless to express her frustration. Rhaegar could succinctly summarize the few segments he had overheard during the dull exchange, grasping the significant role of the fair folk in the Riverlands. Blaewood and Bracken, the most renowned adversarial duo of Westeros. Their enmity and hatred are intricately entwined, rendering it nearly impossible to discern right from wrong between them. The passage of a millennium has eroded the rationale, transforming grievances into deep-seated resentments. The sharpness of swords and the weight of prejudice have been inscribed into their very bones, perpetuated through generations. Even if one were to extract these sentiments and cast them into the Trident River, centuries of animosity would remain unscathed. Amidst a flurry of blades and bloodshed, Rhaegar discerned that this was merely the fair man's increment in their dealings. While he could not ascertain the effect on Myra, the persuasive power it wielded over Rhaegar was undeniable. The notion that only the fair man could gradually resolve the feud between their families was further entrenched in Rhaegar's mind. Then came Tully. Of course, there was little to be said, as long as the River King conducted himself as a man of honor. Before Berna could fully articulate the significance and futility of the merrills of the Stormlands to the Riverlands, a hasty knock and urgent calls interrupted. Upon opening the door, a scholar from Three Rivers hurriedly approached Berna, clutching a letter and tugging at his robe. Rhaegar noticed the wax seal on the envelope bore the emblem of a soaring eagle. Could it be? The suddenness of the situation rendered Berna without a letter opener. It was Lars who unsheathed his sword to slice open the envelope. By the seven, Berna exclaimed, rising abruptly, addressing the scholar with haste. What are you dawdling for? Have you forgotten what the Citadel taught you? Go. The empty envelope fell to the ground, and Rhaegar observed that the eagle seal had but one wing intact. Berna continued with the half-uttered curse that had yet to escape his lips. Damn those ironborn. Lars swiftly read the letter, his expression growing grim. He handed the letter to Myra, at which point the silver-haired pair noticed several blood smudges upon the parchment. The ironborn had invaded once more. Chapter 56. The son of the warrior Logan had always taken pride in his silver-plated armor, complemented by a long sword adorned with a star-shaped crystal in the pommel and a rainbow-hued cloak billowing behind him. It had been 7 years since he voluntarily chose to forsake lands and castles to embrace the honorable path of a warrior's son. Also known as a knight of the Holy Sword Order. By the gods, what a splendid number. Indeed, 7, the finest of numbers. It was hard for the 35-year-old Logan not to wonder if one day the 7 would bestow upon him, a devout follower, some divine and glorious decree. For his faith was unwavering. Logan harbored 2 wishes. First, that this day would not arrive too late, as he could feel the creeping signs of age, with his sword hand occasionally trembling. Second, that this moment worthy of chronicling in the annals of the church would be conveyed by a monk wielding a crystal prism radiating with the colors of the spectrum. Beyond this, he sought nothing more. Soon, an opportunity presented itself to the venerable Logan. It came in the form of a foul mess. Unfortunately, it was not the easily clean droppings of sheep or birds. It was human waste. After the fury subsided, Logan soon sensed something amiss while searching the plains. What was that falling from the sky? He looked up. Was a giant eagle descending to feast upon men? No, what was that at its beak? He shielded his eyes with his hand and gasped, a dragon. The cry echoed across the fields. Once he discerned that it was a magical dragon, everything became clear to Logan. He could easily identify what was at the dragon's mouth and understood precisely the origin of the foul matter raining down. Logan found a small stream and plunged his well-maintained helmet into the water, watching as the current washed away the filth, revealing the silver beneath. He sighed in relief and began to wash his face. Days later, upon returning to the sanctuary, Logan learned from the monks about the dragon's origins. Those incestuous Valyrian heretics. Logan cursed, nearly compelled to unsheath his sword and emulate the legendary deeds of Ser Savon, the Mirror Shield Knight who once slew a dragon in the tales of Westeros's heroic age, though the knightly order had not yet existed at that time. The title was later bestowed by the people. The monks urged Logan to refrain from actions that could tarnish the relationship between Valyria and Westeros. They successfully persuaded him to escort a devout believer to the starry sanctuary, claiming he must be tired, thus providing an excuse for Logan to retire for the night and relieving him of several days of guarding the sanctuary. To ensure Logan remained placated and did not seek trouble, the monks had evidently prepared well. Upon his return to his quarters, the table was laden with food. Yet, after devouring a large platter of bread, a bowl of thick soup, a bottle of wine, and a roasted chicken stuffed with onions and carrots, his desire to confront the dragon only intensified. I cannot relent. I must go? For the glory of the 7. Logan slammed the table and shouted, "To hell with it." The monk rushed in upon hearing the commotion, halting Logan just as he was about to mount his horse. "You fool. What do you intend to do?" "To hell with it," Logan reiterated, "to vanquish those heretics from the eastern continent. I would rather deal with you first." Fortunately, being of cavalry origin, Logan skillfully evaded the monk and several companions who were sons of soldiers. He set off in pursuit of the Valyrian dragon rider. Thus, Logan sat atop a pile of debris, speaking to a young squire who was attentively listening. "I have tracked her from the riverbend to the Riverlands. Thankfully, she did not linger in the Westlands, or I would have had to traverse the lion's domain." The squire, busy tending to weapons with oil, continued the conversation. "My lord, Did you not say you were once a respected lord? Indeed, Logan replied, casting his gaze towards the distant Three Rivers city. Then why did you choose to abandon your lands after becoming a lord? The squire pondered, unable to comprehend why anyone would forsake their territory when his own life's ambition was to possess a piece of land. Is it not splendid to slowly build a castle upon your lands, eventually dying by the hearth? For faith, Logan answered without hesitation. Faith. The squire lowered his weapon, pointing towards the nearby cathedral still under construction. Is that the place where the monks and nuns reside? Oh ho ho, Logan chuckled ominously. What makes you think that, child? Is faith not the domain of the monks and nuns? Logan realized that the knight this child served must be as foolish as he, equating faith with material possessions like money and bread. Logan felt compelled to enlighten this dimwit on the true essence of knighthood. Allow me to recount my tale, he began, narrating to the young squire why he forsook his lordly status to embrace the life of a warrior's son. He recalled a time when the name Logan had not yet been preceded by the term old. At the tender age of 7, he resided in a prosperous village near the river Bay, a place blessed with wealth. The village boasted a small chapel adorned with 7 masks representing the 7 gods, alongside religious paintings so faded that only the monks could recite their meanings. Logan's memories of that place remained vivid. It was there that he was anointed with holy oil by the elder monk upon becoming a knight. The breezes of River Bay were gentle, and the weather often pleasant, rendering his 7 years of childhood a prolonged summer, filled with companions for joyous play. From that time, his father, mother, sister, and grandmother instilled in him a deep and sincere gratitude, urging him to uphold the faith in the 7 gods. He clung to these teachings through the brief, 14-month winter, vowing to adhere to them for life. In summary, his childhood could be deemed quite blissful, save for the few who cast him into dung pits, a most infuriating occurrence. And not merely once. From the ages of 6 to 12, this transpired a staggering 7 times. 7 times? Oh, thank the 7 gods. As for why his family did not seek retribution, his devoutly fervent grandmother considered it a test from the 7 gods. Fortunately, her faith was rewarded when Logan ascended to knighthood. And what happened next? What other mischief did they inflict upon you? Nothing worth mentioning. Really, they are all dead now. Logan replied with a bitter smile. When I returned, I was the only one left. The villagers hailed me as Lord, not Logan. Damn those Iron Men. Logan cursed vehemently. Iron Men. Just then, the sound of a horn echoed. Logan pointed towards the silver beast soaring over the walls of Three Rivers City. Behold, those are the 2 Valyrians who intend to assist us in vanquishing the robbers, invaders, and heathens. Descending from the pile of debris, Logan took his long sword from the squire's hands. Sunlight glimmered upon the crystal handle, casting a spectrum of colors. If we meet again, I shall reveal to you why I chose to be a warrior's son. The squire watched as the rainbow-hued cloak merged with the throng heading towards the ships. Amidst the ebb and flow of people, every man clad in that garb was met with reverence, cautious deference. Even knights accompanied by 2 or 3 attendants shared the same respect. Chapter 57. The Battle of Blue Fork River history is a multifaceted die, perpetually cast. Previously, Rhaegar engaged in battle at the Mand River, encountering the Ironborn. Now, he finds himself at the Blue Fork River, facing a decisive confrontation against the same adversary. Yet, the situation still resembles an ambush, such is the nature of combat with the Ironborn, entirely unforeseen and exceedingly vexing. A mere cavalry charge can shatter their ranks into fragments. Yet the Ironborn seldom muster sufficient organization for a large-scale cavalry assault, preferring instead to raid coastal and riverside regions, only to retreat swiftly after their plunder, leaving no chance for pursuit. As for launching an attack on their stronghold, the Iron Islands, it proves to be both arduous and futile. The Iron Islands are not a hive yielding honey, but rather a massive wasp nest, resulting not in sweet rewards, but in worthless debris. Even more disconcerting is the ease with which the wasps can escape encirclement. The gray-haired priest of the drowned god clutched his throat and collapsed, his lion's claw tilting, blood soaking the deck. Enraged followers surged forward, intent on slaying Rhaegar. He skillfully maneuvered backward, striving to avoid confronting more than 4 Ironborn at once. This battle fared slightly better than the last. His forces were robust and ready, their morale high. In contrast to their previous encounter, the enemy's command and individual combat capabilities had evidently diminished. Upon felling the 6th Ironborn, Rhaegar felt a measure of reassurance in the current, riverine conditions. Rhaegar, a furious dark-haired woman, leaped between 2 vessels, brandishing a one-handed axe in her right hand while her left ended in a metallic hook that emanated an eerie blue light. How could this madwoman return to the battlefield so soon? Rhaegar tightened his grip on his shield, for he was more accustomed to its use than that of a longsword. "I shall flay your skin," Yara cursed as she swung her axe, her expression a blend of reckless fury. "You killed him. Kill him." Rhaegar refrained from responding with words. With a clang, Yara's axe fell to the deck, leaving her with only a wooden handle. The blade severed her formidable weapon, and Rhaegar coldly stated, "And you?" He felt no pity for her. Such emotions were a waste upon the Ironborn, a desecration of the mother. Any literary depiction of the Ironborn's malevolence pales in comparison to the reality witnessed during their raids. The Ironborn are not worthy of compassion, never deserving of it. They are inherently brigands, born pirates, and natural traffickers of human lives. After witnessing the grim aftermath of the Ironborn's plunder following the battle at the Red Man River, Rhaegar truly embraced this sentiment. He silently vowed that he would slay this wretch today. Even without her weapon, Yara's desire for vengeance remained undiminished, fueled by the fire of her wrath, propelling her into a frenzied pursuit of retribution. The balance of power had shifted irreversibly. The foul stench emanating from the right shoulder was met with a swift strike, a gift from the young lion of Reyes from the Western realms. The advantage brought forth by this encounter was unmistakably evident, as the lighter Valyrian steel sword allowed Rhaegar to wield his weapon with greater speed and agility. Valyrian steel holds an absolute supremacy over ordinary weaponry. The recent strike from Rhaegar had even sheared off a portion of the metal axe's back, let alone its impact on flesh. A grotesque mixture of fabric, flesh, putrid meat, and bone fragments fell with a dull thud. Rhaegar lamented not severing her head outright. Yara emitted a primal roar, unlike any human sound, and her next move was astonishing. She fiercely hooked her left hand's iron claw into her own body. Rhaegar surmised that this woman had perhaps succumbed to madness in her futile quest for vengeance. The iron hook stirred the bloodied wound, carving deeper lacerations. The poison hook, concocted by Yara herself, contained a toxin derived from a jellyfish near the Iron Islands, one of its effects being paralysis. In this desperate maneuver, Yara's breaths began to wane as she charged at Rhaegar, wielding an axe handle and a hook, the former devoid of its axe head. Upon seeing the black blood seep from Yara's wound, Rhaegar grasped the extent of her madness. Truly, she was deranged. He regretted his earlier hesitation when he had the opportunity to eliminate her without remorse. He silently hoped it was not too late, for he still needed to assist other ships. The flying hand axe embedded itself in his shield, and witnessing Yara's concealed tactics fail only heightened her frenzy. Yet her attacks became increasingly agile. This time, her defenses were even weaker, clad merely in a thin leather armor, while she was nimble. Such attire on the battlefield was tantamount to courting death. For Rhaegar, fully armored, the situation merely prolonged the inevitable conclusion of the conflict. Was it possible that even the cunning Hall, influenced by love, would lose his reason? Rhaegar pondered. Yet, he failed to notice that amidst the battle, Yara occasionally cast her gaze toward the sky, murmuring, "Soon, soon," her eyes drifting to a small hill nearby. Villagers fleeing the Ironborn were gathered, watching a battle that would undoubtedly shape their future. "How magnificent the dragon is," one man remarked with awe. Indeed, several others eagerly concurred. The man observed the silver dragon soaring above both fleets, unleashing silver-gray fireballs, seemingly sparing the Lord's vessels. Not a single ship harmed. The group's spirits began to lift. "Will we win? We will win," the man exclaimed. "The dragon is simply invincible." The villagers relaxed, continuing to watch, convinced that victory was inevitable for the Riverlands. Boom. Until the silver dragon dove once more. A colossal splash erupted, with the highest droplets soaring to twice the height of the tallest mast in the river. The complete manifestation of the sea monster's tentacle was of the same length. The sea monster, the soldiers cried out, a cacophony of joy and sorrow filling the air. The tentacle strategically positioned itself in the path of the soaring dragon, ensnaring it like a bird caught in a net, the dragon entangled by one slippery tentacle after another. Warm blue blood splattered onto the warriors who had ceased their combat, the source being the sea monster, with wounds inflicted from the dragon's forceful impact. Wails of agony arose from those warriors rolling on the deck, scalding red dragon blood searing their bodies, the cause being the enormous sharp iron hooks tethered to the ends of the tentacles. On the battlefield, aside from the sounds of water, the labored breaths, and the anguished cries of the dragon and soldiers, only Yala's exaggerated laughter remained. History is an exceptional playwright, remarkable for its lack of repetitive scripts and its continuous evolution. Chapter 58. The sea monster battles the dragon. The two colossal beasts clashed upon the water's surface. The war momentarily shifted from humanity to the silver dragon and the gray sea monster. The silver dragon frantically flapped its wings to avoid plunging into the depths. Spewing forth torrents of silvery flames, the waves of heat, and the scent of charred flesh palpable even from several ships away. The dragon's claws, sharp as daggers, could easily overturn vessels and eviscerate a woolly mammoth, lifting earthly creatures effortlessly into the skies. Yet it was powerless against the tentacles that relentlessly inflicted pain upon it. The more it struggled, the deeper the iron hooks embedded themselves. The dragon began to roar. The surface of the sea monster's tentacles was slick and resilient, adorned with white suckers, its vacant eyes seemingly rotting, a foul stench emanating from its being. Strangely, even as its body cracked from the dragon's flames and charred flesh, the deep-sea behemoth persisted in its attempt to drag the dragon beneath the waves, as if devoid of a soul. The foul scent transformed into a charred odor from the dragon's flames, prompting the soldiers of the Riverlands to cover their noses and retreat from the battlefield. The Iron Men, initially intent on slaughtering, quickly succumbed to retching from the stench and were subsequently slain by the Riverland soldiers. The battle raged on. Rhaegar noted that this sea monster bore an uncanny resemblance to those described in the tomes he had read, yet, according to the records, such creatures predominantly resided in the deep sea, rarely surfacing to capsize fishing vessels, and certainly never daring to venture into inland freshwater rivers like the Blue Fork, nor exhibiting such fearless defiance against the searing flames, battling the king of the skies. Rhaegar raised his sword, pointing it at Yala, roaring in fury, "What have you done?" "Ha! Me?" Yala stepped back, evading Rhaegar's advance, and pointed to herself with a mocking grin. "I am enacting revenge. Ha! Did you see? I have triumphed. I have triumphed. That dragon, that woman is doomed." Like a madman, Yala's maniacal laughter abruptly shifted to a furious bellow. "But you killed him, killed him. He reached the palace of the drowned gods before me." Yara screamed in rage. "Why have you Valyrians come to Westeros? Why? With a far superior Essos at your disposal. What compels you to invade Westeros?" Madness. Rhaegar recognized the woman before him as a lunatic. Yet she was currently the most probable source of knowledge regarding the anomaly of the sea monster. Thus, he pressed on. "I shall grant you one final opportunity to divulge how to vanquish that beast. Interested?" Yara mocked, her hook hand gesturing lewdly at her groin. "Come, indulge me. Satisfy me, and I shall reveal what you seek." "What do you say?" "That scoundrel Darren has already gone ahead to enjoy the company of the mermaid. I must find some amusement for myself." The veins in Rhaegar's sword hand bulged as he realized a crucial truth. She relished the thrill of vengeance. She was stalling for time. She was toying with him. Amidst their standoff, a plume of silver-gray dragon fire erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of terrified dragon wails. Rhaegar cast aside the heavy shield from his left arm, drawing his black sword with urgency, determined to prevent this woman from obstructing him any further. "Perhaps I ought to amend my propensity for conversing on the battlefield. Great warriors typically remain taciturn in the heat of combat." Yara evaded the sweep of the lion's claw, but could not avoid the downward strike of the black sword. The poisoned iron hook severed her treacherous head before it fell to the ground. Rhaegar had no time to contemplate her demise. His concern lay with the battle raging not far away. "Mira." After a brief moment of contemplation, Rhaegar sheathed his swords, discarded the black sword, and removed his plate armor. He stripped away his chainmail, using his sword to fashion a sturdy iron chain, which he secured around the hilt of the lion's claw. Rhaegar had never felt such swiftness before, leaping and bounding across several decks until he reached a vessel perilously close to the colossal beast's battlefield. The ship was ablaze and listing dangerously. The mast had been shattered by errant flames from the silver arrows, collapsing much of the deck alongside the sea monster's flailing tentacles. A primal force surged within his veins. Even as the searing heat ignited his tunic, Rhaegar moved with remarkable agility, even finding a peculiar comfort in the chaos. The soldiers had long since fled. Such intense heat was nearly unbearable for any mortal. The confrontation between the silver arrows and the sea creature was gradually faltering, its vigor unmistakably waning as it drew nearer to the water's surface. The creature's maw ceased belching flames, resorting instead to gnawing at the sea monster with its razor-sharp teeth, much like a human might tear at leather. Beneath the waves, the beast's beak-like mouth opened and closed, claiming a hapless soldier who had fallen into the water. The creature's tentacles ensnared him, and he was devoured whole, armor and all. On the dragon's back, Mira struggled to maintain her grip on the saddle as the uncontrollable jolts from the silver arrows threatened to hurl her into the tumultuous Blue Fork River. Should the saddle's securing mechanism fail, or if Mira were to exhaust herself and plunge into the river, her survival would rest solely upon the whims of the Valyrian gods regarding Westeros. Rhaegar inhaled a breath of the scorched, smoky air, seeking opportunities even as he retreated. As the tumultuous battle between the two colossal beasts drew the focus away, Mira turned her head, locking eyes with her companion. Amidst the chaos, there existed a semblance of order. Rhaegar observed the entangled tentacles of the sea monster, noting that as the ship sank, the severed tentacles, charred remains, and the tightly coiled appendages of the creature formed a precarious staircase. Clad in little more than tattered trousers, Rhaegar began to accelerate, racing forward. He dashed, quickened his pace, and surged ahead, traversing the bodies of the sea monster and the dragon, breaking through the smoke to reach higher ground. The sea monster's body, soft yet resilient, presented an odd sensation, while the surface of the silver arrow was adorned with scales, sturdy, warm, and stable. As Rhaegar climbed the creature's form, his leather boots fulfilled their purpose, igniting as they plunged into the azure waters of the Blue Fork River. The only piece of equipment he possessed was a lion's claw, its hilt bound with a slender iron chain, which had nearly slipped from his grasp into the depths. The half-length of the sword was ill-suited for such disorder. Yet Rhaegar feared that his long sword would lack the strength to breach the sea monster's defenses, compelling him to take risks. The creature's skin was astonishingly thick. Even as the blade sank deep, its insides remained concealed, the surface peeling back to reveal only pallid flesh emitting a foul odor. Upon embedding the Valyrian steel sword into the beast, Rhaegar felt a distinct resistance, affirming that his choice of the lion's claw was indeed wise. Thus, he dangled from the grotesque head of the sea monster, swaying precariously. Silver Arrow, Mira commanded. Hold its head. With a short, piercing cry, Silver Arrow leapt at the hideous gray head of the monster, ignoring the pain of iron hooks embedded in its flesh. Its membranous wings enveloped the creature's pale eyes, half of its body submerged in the river, blood dripping and releasing a plume of white smoke. With the assistance of Mira and Silver Arrow, Rhaegar managed to stabilize his position, gently rocking back and forth until he lay flat upon the creature's head. He exhaled in relief, his heart racing with exhilaration. There was little to grasp on the sea monster's body. He could either forge a path with tools or dig his fingers into the rough edges of barnacles and other parasitic organisms. His music-playing fingers clung tightly to the barnacles, which could easily inflict cuts. The lineage of dragon blood conferred many advantages, yet protection from cuts was not among them. And soon his fingers and wrists were a bloody mess. The brief ascent from the nape of the neck to the crown felt interminable as Rhaegar crouched upon the beast's head, gasping for breath. After a moment of respite, he swung his arm, tautening the delicate iron chain around his wrist, and with renewed effort, he soon retrieved a smoky gray sword. Its hilt gripped firmly in his blood-stained hand. Closing his eyes to compose himself, he slowly rose. The battle between the two titans captivated the attention of all present. Rhaegar raised the lion's claw, meeting the gazes of the onlookers, and with a sudden thrust, he plunged it downwards. Chapter 59. The aftermath. He was nothing short of a demigod. So declared Lars, the fair man. He had witnessed firsthand the abyssal beast collapse with a resounding thud. Once again, I witnessed the silver-haired demigod severing the shackles of the colossal dragon with a sword forged to vanquish malevolent beasts. In that moment, the dragon unfurled its wings behind him, soaring back into the heavens. Lars gazed at the carcass of the sea monster being dragged ashore by soldiers. Its ashen, lifeless eyes stared blankly at the sky, seemingly still fixated on its recent adversary. Lars attempted to lift the iron hook entwined at the end of the creature's tentacle, only to be astonished by its lingering heat, even as river water coursed over it. Fiery essence surged within, and its azure blood dripped from the wounds, staining the verdant grass along the riverbank. It was as if the Age of Heroes had returned, with colossal beasts imbued with magical essence battling recklessly among humankind. More valiant heroes unsheathed their swords to confront these formidable creatures, enacting the proud ballads that have echoed through human history. Another verse was added to the song. Lars observed Rhaegar, who was surrounded by soldiers and engaging in jovial conversation while strumming a harp. It seemed he had already become a part of the tale. This fellow Lars chuckled resignedly and directed the soldiers to turn the sea monster over. He wished to bring its beak-like maw back to show his father. Quite impressive indeed. Was it not enough to gain renown in the river bend? Mira stood on tiptoe, applying herbal remedies to the wound of Silver Arrow, exclaiming, clearly, "You and I are the true heroes. More have fallen beneath our hands." Silver Arrow emitted a loud snort, affirming its rider's sentiments. Indeed, now he had transformed into the hero, while we have become the rescued, the vulnerable. Mira watched Rhaegar sing, feeling a surge of indignation, her previously awkward gratitude shifting. Educated from a young age to maintain control over her subordinates and to never appear weaker than them, she had believed such circumstances would not arise until today. This was a sensation she had never experienced, despite her strong-willed nature. Frankly, it was quite uncomfortable. If such a situation were to occur, her father's counsel would be Mira. Overwhelmed by a cold war of emotions, embraced herself as the autumn rivers might surged around her. The scorching dragon's body pressed against her, and her damp clothes instantly released steam. In that moment, her worries dissipated, replaced by an internal warmth. There was no need for concern. Mira reassured herself, after all. I still have you. She caressed Silver Arrow's glistening scales, feeling a wave of reassurance. My strength should manifest through the dragon and dominion. Should I, then, forget our pact? After all, the Dragon King never abides by agreements. Myra's heart began to wrestle with this dilemma. No, the dragon must be delivered. Trust cannot be shattered, or everything would collapse. At least not now. Gazing at Silver Arrow's belly, a resolution formed within her. A dragon egg is still a dragon, after all. The queen? What? Mira abruptly snapped back to reality, standing up and stammering at Rhaegar, who approached holding a blanket and a cup of water. What brings you here? Rhaegar remained silent. Lifting the items in his hands, Mira pushed back the silver arrow, baring her teeth at Rhaegar. Thank you. You're welcome. So is there anything else? Mira inquired as she accepted the hot tea and blanket. No. Well, she gestured towards the corpse of the sea monster, where nobles from the Riverlands, led by Lars, were gathering to assign tasks to Rhaegar. Go, establish a good rapport with them for our future endeavors. Yes, my queen. Strangely, Mira began to feel a sense of shame at the title of queen. Hurry along. All right. As Rhaegar approached the sea monster's remains, he noticed soldiers harshly kicking and shouting at a few civilians in disguise. Speak. What are you doing here? No. Rhaegar stepped aside, curious about the situation. Upon seeing Rhaegar, several soldiers flushed with fervent respect. My lord. One soldier stammered, taking a while to articulate his thoughts. Just a few commoners. Rhaegar understood that these civilians were merely spectators who had unwittingly been caught by soldiers looking to vent their frustrations post-battle. Fortunately, having just changed his clothes and with a few coins in his pocket, Rhaegar handed over several silver coins, saying, The war is over. They are just commoners. Let them go. After a few soldiers departed, the civilians, unable to tend to their wounds, eagerly approached Rhaegar to express their gratitude. Thank you so much, my lord. One man stuttered. You were incredibly brave. Thank you for the compliment, Rhaegar replied, picking up a piece of clothing draped over a nearby shrub, which appeared to belong to the man. Is this yours? The man nodded enthusiastically. Rhaegar returned it, discreetly slipping a few silver coins inside, saying, Go back and rebuild your village. As he watched them run off, Rhaegar recalled Myra's instruction to build rapport with Lars and the others. Oh well, it's not the first time. He considered it a form of atonement. Rhaegar had performed similar acts in King's Landing, receiving positive responses, though those were soon overshadowed by discussions of his talents and the songs that celebrated them. He was acutely aware of his deep transgressions, having directly instigated the war that plunged the Seven Kingdoms into chaos. Once war erupted, stability was unattainable for the Riverlands. Now his only concern, aside from his family and friends, lay with the common folk of King's Landing. He could only hope that Robert would not take his ire out on the populace. Surely he wouldn't, Rhaegar thought. That esteemed father of mine wouldn't act so irrationally. But who could truly predict? A sigh was swallowed by the victorious atmosphere of the battlefield. Chapter 60. Aftermath in Westeros. I never imagined he could achieve such greatness, proclaimed King Leo of Storm's End from his throne. Winning the tournament championship is not enough. Repelling the Ironborn once is not sufficient, Leo remarked to the bachelor Kelvin, expressing his astonishment at having repelled an assault once more. Having even slain a sea monster capable of dragging a dragon into the depths. By the seven, he exclaimed, this fellow appears to have greatly enhanced his martial prowess. Kelvin concurred. Indeed, according to intelligence reports, Lord Rhaegar leapt from a burning vessel onto the entangled dragon and sea monster, thrusting his sword into the creature's skull. A peculiar, astonished laugh escaped Leo. Truly remarkable. He drained a flask of strong spirits and spoke slowly. Next time, I shall engage him in a proper duel. Kelvin chuckled resignedly, expertly covering his ears. The iconic, thunderous laughter of the Storm Kings echoed from their ancestral castle, lingering in the skies and mocking the storm god, who had yet to achieve victory after millennia. In the Riverlands, your friend astounds me more. King Menon of the Riverlands once again discussed the recently renowned foreigner, Rhaegar Targaryen. With his heir, to be precise, it is yet another occurrence. At least in Highgarden, it seems so. Indeed, Menon declared. placing a letter from Lord Berna of the Riverlands upon the table, gesturing for more to take a look. They bared their teeth in a predatory grin. Allegiance? Merely an ally. Menon plucked a bud from the labyrinthine wall behind him, indicating that the noble maiden from Valyria intended to achieve something monumental. Even venturing to Westeros in search of allies. Contemplating the bud in his hand, Menon mused, Valyria is on the brink of transformation. Father, what do you mean? Mor inquired. Uncertain of his father's intentions, unsure whether he wished to echo Lord Berna's sentiments or to reject them. It was difficult to discern, as the cost of refusal was significant. While support risked establishing an adversary in Valyria, Menon's fingers danced, observing the fragile life at his fingertips sway to his will. If Valyria were to exert even half its strength, we would be undone. Do you mean to refuse? Mor asked. No. Menon met Mor's gaze with unwavering resolve. We shall accept. Westeros cannot remain isolated indefinitely. We will inevitably come into contact with Valyria, be it now, in 10 years, a century, or even a millennium. A flicker of green light emanated from his fingertips as the bud blossomed into a small green flower. We must act swiftly, at the very least. It should be while we still hold value. Yes, father. Mor bowed and departed. I shall attend to it at once. In a chamber within Highgarden, Marjorie served Rhea a glass of pomegranate juice. Margot, Rhea turned, pointing to the lines she had transcribed from a bard. Is this our hero? Indeed, Princess, Marjorie affirmed. That is our champion and hero. One who beheads a sea monster, rescuing both dragon and maiden, playing the ancient harp upon the creature's corpse, celebrating for 3 days, singing merrily over the cadaver. Rhea remarked, it sounds rather far-fetched. Margaret responded, expressing a profound sense of unreality. Margot, how much credibility do you believe remains in this poem? Stripped of the bard's embellishments? I doubt that the silver-haired hero, who aided us in repelling the Ironborn, would serenade atop a pile of corpses. After a moment's contemplation, Margaret drew upon her own life experiences to continue. It is also improbable that one could feast upon the dead for 3 consecutive days. The squid we captured would begin to smell after merely half a day in a box. It must be processed swiftly. Even though it is autumn, the carcass of a sea monster could not possibly endure 3 days in the open air. With a shrug, she held her tray steadily, not a drop of pomegranate juice spilling. Unless, of course, they were consuming Ironborn who were naturally cured by the sea salt. A chuckle escaped Rhea, who reached out to accept the pomegranate juice. Thank you, Margot. You truly are delightful. Heroes, Rhea mused, gazing vacantly out the window, honoring their valor. She raised her glass towards the window, the vivid pomegranate juice shimmering in the sunlight, as translucent as blood. In the city of Casterly Rock, the golden-haired king of Casterly Rock discarded the report detailing the latest circumstances of Mira and Rhaegar. It was, at least, some good news. Her dragon is injured and will remain grounded for a considerable time, Lancel explained to Roland. The king of Casterly Rock unsheathed his dagger, the ash-gray metal producing a crisp sound upon its release. The Ironborn have their uses. Roland proposed to Lancel, perhaps we could support the Ironborn to disrupt the enemy's movements. That is unnecessary. Lancel tossed a letter from the Riverlands to Roland. Upon seeing the wax seal adorned with a balance, Roland felt a wave of despair wash over him. In the Vale of Arryn, at Eagle's Nest, the young king adorned with the falcon crown of House Arryn inquired, where do you believe their next destination will be? Will it be here? Indeed, child. I am certain of it, the lady replied. The Vale has the merit for such a visit. It seems we must prepare to go to Moondor Castle early this year. Eagle's Nest is unsuitable for wintering, nor can it accommodate such a large party. Chapter 61. Aftermath of the turmoil. Valyria, indeed, proved to be an incredible adventure. So what? Dorne Serine retorted to Vorner with a stern expression. That does not change the fact that one of my 2 heirs nearly perished in that rural part of Westeros. I do not care how astonishing this so-called adventure may be. My sole hope for her is that she does not die outside, embarrassing me before she proves herself stronger than Sudal. Well, there is no need for such harshness, Vorner shrugged. At least we have demonstrated that our judgment is quite sound. Rhaegar is a remarkably capable individual. He stood aside, remarking, it seems he has absorbed all the virtues of that land of Westeros, which certainly qualifies him to be an excellent subordinate. Yet he remains a Valyrian. Dorsai Serine does not concur, considering him a highborn Valyrian of mysterious origins with dragon-riding blood. I cannot place my trust in him. Dorsai Serine reclined against the opulent metallic chair, continuing to scrutinize him. It is quite vexing. Our number of fire sorcerers is insufficient. Those foreign fire sorcerers are excessively greedy, demanding exorbitant prices. The rationale? The young ladies have traversed many regions of Westeros where water elements abound, complicating monitoring for the fire sorcerers, necessitating more materials and slaves. Vorner elucidated that they seem to have gauged our situation accurately, setting their prices exceedingly high and displaying little respect in their discourse. Too few, too few, too few. Dorsai Serine irritably activated the flame switch on his chair, fiery brilliance flowing forth. If only our family had a few more members, I would handle this myself. Why should they be the ones to negotiate with me? Dorsai Serine waved his hand in frustration. Satisfy them. After uttering this, he seized a cup from the table, downing a dark, viscous concoction before shifting the topic. What news from the council? As always, no single word is worth more than a random slave in the market. Utterly useless. Is there not a whisper regarding Lorna? Dorsai Serine asked again, unwilling to relent. Regrettably, my lord, there is none, no tidings concerning Lorna. Vorner produced a small note from his robe, glanced at it, and continued, there is no news from Volantis either. It seems Lorna has returned to the time before the confrontation with Valyria, devoid of any trace of war, with men and women still reveling in song and dance. Dorsai Serine sighed in frustration, his palm gliding over the exquisite Valyrian steel chest upon the table. When might the clarion call of war be sounded once more? In a certain roofless high tower of Valyria, the situation at the council remains unremarkable. Sulril approached the shaded table and chairs, where a silver-haired beauty clad in delicate attire was savoring her afternoon respite. What say you? Sulur remained unmoved, languidly replying. Is it still a heap of drivel and dinner invitations? Or something even more tedious? Worse than that. Sulril lifted a chilled goblet of fine wine from the table, finding it devoid of any substance. Not a thing. Indeed, it appears trouble is brewing. Sulur exerted herself, her upper body rising slightly. A nearby servant promptly adjusted the reclining chair's height for her comfort, facilitating a conversation. Underlying currents are hardly good news. The absence of news is the worst kind. What are they all preoccupied with? The other families? They continue their pursuits, just as before, eating, attending plays, hunting, and reveling. Sulril replied, as if this century-long standoff had never occurred. Who cares about them? Sulur's countenance darkened. You know precisely whom I refer to. Has the perpetually absent Vostel made any movements? None. Sulur irritably scratched his silver hair, his only action in recent months being the relentless pursuit of that formidable woman heading to Westeros. Why would she venture to such a rural place at this time? Was she truly so afraid of her brother? Sulur scoffed, equating her to those women outside, who could only weep and wail. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What of that man, the one you were to investigate, who had unexpectedly appeared in the vicinity of the Vostel family? That Rhaegar Targaryen. No news as of yet. Discussing this matter only vexed Sulur further. There was less information than in a useless council meeting. Intrigued, Sulur pondered, could he truly be an outsider? Perhaps, Sulur conceded, which is why I chose to abandon the investigation. He is merely a minor figure, not worthy of attention. You may well be correct. Just as Sulur intended to steer the conversation back to Loina, she spotted a familiar servant emerging from the staircase. It was a Valyrian half-blood with silver hair and dark eyes. Sulur recalled him as the watcher and messenger dispatched by Sulur to oversee the family's intelligence chief. The half-blood appeared flushed and breathless, evidently having run up from the depths of the tower. Nevertheless, he dared not overstep, immediately adopting a respectful posture upon reaching Sulur and Sulur, holding a letter aloft above his head. Sulur was the first to inspect its contents, exclaiming in astonishment several times. Look here, she grinned. This is quite relevant to our recent discussion. Observing the identical expression of mischief on his sister's face, Sulur felt a wave of unease. Throughout their childhood, whenever that look appeared, it often heralded his own misfortune. Westeros. With a sense of foreboding, Sulur began to read. Westeros? Hadn't he the only mention of it just been concerning Rhaegar? That Rhaegar. What did it mean that a dragon was nearly ensnared by a sea monster? What did it mean that Mira almost perished in Westeros? What did it signify that Rhaegar vanquished that sea creature with a single sword? Sulur raised his gaze from the thin slip of paper, witnessing his sister's smile as she remarked, indeed, he is but a minor figure. My foolish brother. Chapter 62. Twisted. It had been 3 months since they last triumphed over the Ironborn, and during this time, Rhaegar remained in Three Rivers City, keeping Mira company as she recuperated from her injuries sustained by the silver arrow. That poor silver dragon bore scars of varying severity. Hooks affixed by the Ironborn to the creature's limbs had punctured several deep wounds, some exposing bone at the joints, which had yet to fully heal. The skin at the wound sites had just begun to mend, with scales sparse and uneven, rendering it a rather unsightly silver crater. The other areas, spared from piercing, were no better, riddled with countless scratches, both deep and shallow. By dragon standards, Silver Arrow was now a beauty marred, leaving it in a state of despondency. Unless the Silver Arrow undergoes a complete transformation of its scales, it can scarcely regain its former allure. My poor Silver Maiden. Mira felt a pang of sorrow as she caressed the wound of the Silver Arrow. Rhaegar, clad in a dark outfit, stood nearby, assuming the role of a guardian. My lady, is it truly unnecessary? Observing Mira's distressed demeanor, Rhaegar inquired once more. Consider it a small assistance towards your endeavors. Listening to the suggestion from the only person she could trust in Westeros, Mira turned to see Rhaegar once again producing a cerulean glass vial. Her heart a tumult of emotions. The droplets of sweat upon his green hands. Mira silently recited its name in her mind, fully aware of its remarkable efficacy. Even against the creations of blood and fire, the dragon, its effects would remain unparalleled. Valyria had expended vast sums to procure and study it over the years, yet failed to replicate its extraordinary results, resorting instead to blood magic and the lives of slaves to concoct a lesser essence of vitality. The masters were perplexed, pondering what treasures lay buried within the bloodline of that legendary figure from the ancestral lineage of the Riverlands, who bore antlers. Ultimately, those masters in the arcane unanimously concluded that this was the finest healing elixir in the known world, originating from the fringes of that world. Mira was undoubtedly aware of the profound impact this medicine could have on the Silver Arrow's injuries. Yet she would rather allow the creature to heal through mere sustenance over months than seek Rhaegar's assistance. Was it truly ignorance of the remedy's efficacy that held her back? In truth, it was merely a matter of pride, a reluctance to abandon the elevated stance between herself and Rhaegar, a desire to avoid proving her own limitations. The funds she had allocated to the fair folk for constructing a castle left her unable to openly spend thrice the market price to procure the healing elixir that Rhaegar possessed, which was, under the circumstances, a perfectly reasonable predicament, right? Incorrect. It was merely a convenient rationale to persuade herself, a facade, concealing the tender heart beneath her stubborn exterior, hiding the truth that she was not as resilient as she wished to appear. What is essence? It is perfectly natural to require assistance from one's subordinates, with no need to remain reticent. Perhaps it was the denial of her reality, that she was indeed a girl in need of others' help. The silver-haired dragon lord was reluctant to admit that, although soaring through the skies, she could easily be pulled into the depths below. No. Mira reiterated her refusal, receiving the same response from Rhaegar as before. Why? I have dispatched letters in the name of the River King to the Riverlands, and I expect a reply soon. Mira rose, turning her back to Rhaegar. If all goes as anticipated, I shall acquire yet another formidable ally, and at that time, your small offering shall be rendered unnecessary. Isn't that a gift from your friend Moore? You may keep it, she replied. It is now mine, and I shall wield it as I please. Rhaegar continued to hold aloft the green vial, asserting that no remedy was intended for mere collection. Mira, why do you refuse me? Mira did not turn back. She felt her legs weaken slightly, as if she had risen too soon and should have remained crouched a while longer. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you. Why then do you hesitate? Rhaegar stood tall, his right hand holding the hilt of his sword in a gesture of respect. Such behavior hardly befits one destined for greatness. Are you mocking me? No. Rhaegar was perplexed by Mira's perception that he was being sardonic. He believed he was merely fulfilling the duties of a competent subordinate. With a deep sigh, Mira resolved to seek solace in a cup of wine within the castle to calm her nerves. There is no need to follow me. Rhaegar, clutching a glass bottle, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He turned to glance at the silver arrow basking in the sunlight by the riverbank, and they exchanged a fleeting gaze. Do you detest it? Rhaegar inquired, raising the bottle towards the silver arrow. The creature, with its vast pearl-white eyes, remained unmoved. Ah, yes. I must employ High Valyrian. Rhaegar reiterated his question, pondering if the arrow's indifference stemmed from a dislike. It seems you disdain me. Perhaps your master feels the same. Rhaegar tucked away his friend's gift and mused against the autumn breeze. I seem to have blundered once more. Unlike his previous ambitions, Rhaegar had chosen to support a living individual, a person embarking on a venture that no one had undertaken before, a venture likely destined for failure. In contrast, Rhaegar mused that it would have been simpler to unify Westeros centuries earlier as a conqueror. No, he thought. The only motivation urging him to live earnestly lay in that Valyrian beauty. He needed to devise a plan. I have perused countless tomes, yet regrettably, none have taught me to fathom the thoughts of a capable woman from the perspective of a subordinate. Perhaps I should consult others. Chapter 63. The so-called everyday life. I had presumed that someone like you knew everything. Lars chuckled lightly, addressing Rhaegar, who had come to inquire. That is quite an exaggeration. Rhaegar was aware of his considerable abilities and striking appearance, but he had never anticipated hearing himself referred to as omnipotent by another. By the Seven. That is quite the flattering demise. You know, Rhaegar took a seat, attempting to justify himself through the Undull's more palatable faith in the Seven. The Seven do not directly bestow perfection upon humanity. Rather, they teach us to cultivate those admirable qualities. Naturally, even the most devout of believers cannot possess all of their favored attributes simultaneously. Thus, I cannot claim to be omniscient or omnipotent. My friend, that is a gross misrepresentation of my character. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree, Lars replied. I owe you an apology. It is of no consequence. Did you not already offer a gift of apology prior to our last hunting expedition? Do not jest. The mere mention of Lars elicits a chuckle. What significance does a little squirrel, frightened out of its tree hollow by a dragon, hold as a gift? After all, it was our sole quarry, a rather meager prize, yielding nothing more than a small, crumpled hide and a piece of meat scarcely the size of a hand, insufficient even for the hound's needs. Lars smiled, reminiscing about the delight of the old huntress in the castle, who had spent the entire day preparing to receive our hunting spoils. I had not anticipated that Silver Arrow's recuperation would deplete the surrounding beasts entirely. Rhaegar defended the main culprit, asserting his expectation of at least a wild boar or two remaining. You must acknowledge, those two little bears share in the blame as well, Lars remarked, indicating that you cannot evade responsibility. You too are culpable. By the Seven, I have never witnessed such veracity. Perhaps they will grow into formidable beasts in time. Rhaegar was momentarily rendered speechless by the memory of Jaime and Gregor's dining habits. Well then, let us put this amusing topic aside for now. A jovial Lars chose to return to the matter at hand, requesting a bit of wine, allowing you to elaborate on what issue prompts your inquiry. Would you prefer the wine warm or at room temperature? Warm, please, with a hint of cinnamon, thank you. Unbeknownst to them, the brief autumn of Westeros was already half spent, and the weather was beginning to cool. Rhaegar desired a warm drink. Were we in Essos, perhaps Valyria would still be sweltering at this time. So, are you finally preparing to embark? Not just yet. Very well, my belongings are on the verge of mildew. I can only hope we do not cross the narrow sea in winter. That may be manageable for our lord who rides a dragon. Merely a matter of donning additional furs, but for us, his subjects who must take to the ships, it presents considerable inconvenience. Before long, a fragrant wine infused with cinnamon was placed upon the table between them. So, what is it you wish to inquire about? Let us dispense with the formalities and delve into matters of substance. Once the wine was poured, Lars opted for a straightforward approach. That sounds agreeable, Rhaegar thought. To be candid, I have encountered some minor discord with my lord. I find myself unable to grasp her sentiments. Resting his elbows on the table, Rhaegar wore a contemplative expression, his hands clasped over his mouth as he chose to speak frankly. I truly lack proficiency in such matters. In other words, I am deficient in the ability to serve my lord as a loyal subject, to fathom her thoughts and support her actions. It seems you may have once held a position of prominence? Lars did not respond directly to Rhaegar, but instead expressed his perplexity. He never regarded Rhaegar as a mere fool skilled only in swordsmanship. Even a child raised in the humblest of farmsteads would possess the ability to read the room, to infer the thoughts of their parents, elders, or the village chief, individuals of a higher station. This is not an endeavor that requires innate talent. Although one cannot reach the pinnacle solely through diligent study, it stands to reason that everyone, after experiencing a normal patriarchal family life, could learn at least a modicum of such skills. Could it be that Rhaegar is without a father? No. Lars felt a pang of shame for his thoughts about his colleague and friend. To shift his perspective, Lars first considered that Rhaegar was born a king or someone of high status. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why he had not learned the essential lessons that lead to greatness. Could it be that you, Rhaegar, the silver-haired, violet-eyed Valyrian, are also a prince? Lars jested, intending to lighten the mood. However, Rhaegar, why do you not smile? Rhaegar, well, he lifted his face, his hands flailing in the air, as if attempting to grasp an invisible sprite or merely moving his hands. I was pondering why Mira would not accept my assistance. I apologize, I seem to have missed what you just said. It's all right. Lars furrowed one brow and chose not to elaborate further. Please, tell me in detail what assistance Mira declined. Rhaegar began to recount the events that transpired this morning in the wilderness outside of Three Rivers. After reiterating the specifics, Rhaegar's thoughts became clearer, yet he remained perplexed as to why Mira was so resolute in her stance. Perhaps I simply do not understand women at all. Lars concluded after some contemplation that the issue lay with Mira. By the way, do you spend much time with women? I have no wife. Only a betrothed from the Braywood family. My father does not permit me to dally, and I am not particularly knowledgeable about women. Not much, it seems. Rhaegar calculated carefully. Even if I were to live my life again, I would barely be 25 now. At 20, I entered a political marriage with my wife, Elia Martell, and before that, the woman I spent the most time with was my mother, Queen Layla. After marriage, I was preoccupied with fulfilling a prophecy and having children, which, to be honest, is rather unfair to my wife, who is not in good health. The relationship between us cannot be described as passionate, it is rather mundane. Prior to that, my leisure activities mostly consisted of playing the harp in the summer hall, practicing swordplay with Bollistan and Arthur, and lounging in the library with books. Later, I became acquainted with the Northern Rose, Lyanna Stark, for about a year, but the smiling knight cannot be equated with ordinary women. Rhaegar lamented, when I think about it. I have indeed spent more time with books than with women. Then you are quite doomed, Lars remarked without mercy. No wonder you cannot comprehend women. Chapter 64. The so-called philosophy of women. Lars stated, the gods exerted equal effort in creating both men and women. He asserted this. Of course, the 7 gods never uttered such words, nor did the ancient gods in the sacred grove across the neck. In fact, no one knows which deity is responsible for humanity's origin. Lars waved his hand dismissively. I believe the divine wishes for men to delve deeply into war, creation, and slaughter, while women are meant to bring forth value in love and flowers, kindness and nurturing. Rhaegar nodded in agreement with Lars's words. You are truly a genius, Lars. This statement could seamlessly find its place within the pages of any philosophical tome, effortlessly elevating one to the status of a philosopher. Yet, how does this relate to my own perplexities? Lars refilled the half-empty goblet for Rhaegar, gesturing confidently and smugly for him to remain patient. The prologue of a grand narrative invariably hinges upon the encounters of the protagonist with each minor character. Our current discourse is no exception. It appears that Lars is eager to formally broach the subject and impart something of substance. Rhaegar straightened his posture, preparing to take earnest notes. You wish to comprehend how to serve your liege, the formidable female dragon Lord Mira from Valyria, do you not? This is akin to using a fork while consuming soup. Humph, do not be hasty, my friend. Lars, undeterred by Rhaegar's sarcastic retort, felt assured that he could swiftly regain the upper hand. We must understand why, given your intellect. There exists doubt regarding your female superior. Why? Is it due to a lack of valor? A deficiency in loyalty? Or perhaps it is your appearance? With these 3 probing questions posed, Rhaegar internally answered a resolute negative to each. Very well, it is evident that you are not someone who shuns their reflection. The discussion deepened and found its rhythm, prompting a smile to break upon Lars's face. Your extraordinary qualities are acknowledged far and wide, from the riverlands to the distant river bend. And it is clear that this cannot possibly be your shortcoming. Do you recall what I just mentioned? By uniting Lars's words, Rhaegar easily discerned which phrase it was. If memory serves, it was the assertion that the issue must lie with Mira. Precisely. Do you see? As I perceive it. You are certainly no fool. Lars, satisfied with his insight, continued. So why does our mutual liege distance herself from you, her most capable and trustworthy vassal? A mediocre ruler fears the prowess of their subjects surpassing their own, while a great monarch fears that their subjects may fall short. Though our acquaintance has been brief, I can discern that Mira, if not the latter, undoubtedly occupies a position between the two. Moreover, considering you saved your liege with your own hands just 3 months ago, Lars paused, adjusting his breath and granting Rhaegar a moment for contemplation. Were I in your liege's position, possessing a beast with a wingspan capable of overshadowing a significant portion of the training grounds in 3 Rivers while you did not, then, given the current circumstances, you would certainly present no issue. On the contrary, as a subordinate, you are exceptionally qualified. In a moment of enthusiasm, Lars abruptly struck the table. Bang! The wine in the goblet before them rippled with purple waves. Rhaegar lowered his gaze to ponder Lars's words, realizing they indeed held merit. Yes, Mira commands a dragon and is adept in dragon warfare. I lack a dragon, pose no threat to Mira's status, nor harbor ambitions of rebellion. Thus, as a subordinate, I am indeed competent. Therefore, the issue must reside with our liege. Lars, witnessing his success in persuading Rhaegar, felt a surge of satisfaction. Please, the great hero who vanquished the colossal sea monster with a single sword stroke acknowledges his thoughts, feeling an undeniable sense of satisfaction in having successfully guided such a renowned figure from Westeros and beyond the narrow sea. Perhaps it is due to the moon's cycle affecting my lady, Lars casually remarked. It is said that women often experience a period of abnormality during their monthly cycle. I do not believe that to be the case. for I have contemplated the matter of bestowing the silver arrow potion upon her on 3 separate occasions, each with considerable time between them. What we should focus on now is how to restore Mira's trust and favor towards you. Your words make me feel as though I am a man who lives by the king's favor, metaphorically speaking. Lars jested, suggesting that perhaps you should sneak into Myra's bed at night, which would be beneficial for both you and Mira. A woman of her age from Valyria would likely not refuse. No, I cannot do that. Rhaegar vehemently declined, asserting that this is not the time for jest, as it concerns my future, which is of utmost importance. Do you recall what I mentioned at the outset? I am not adept at dealing with women. Your lady may be experiencing significant troubles due to her cycle, while my fiancée has yet to begin hers. Lars began to evade the topic. My understanding of women is limited to my deceased mother, with the remainder derived entirely from the bargain women of the nearby Three Rivers city, where after our encounters, I could never ascertain whether I should pay them or they should pay me. Lars shrugged, indicating his inability to assist further. Three Rivers City is still under construction. Even the brothels pale in comparison to those in other places, their odors reminiscent of poorly fermented fish sauce. You understand, this cannot serve as a reliable reference. My suggestion is that you seek counsel from others. Lars lifted his goblet, gesturing towards the window, perhaps my rather unfamiliar aunt. Rhaegar turned to gaze outside, where the view revealed half of the cityscape of Three Rivers and half of the vast green fields along the Trident River. From this vantage point, one could see a flag fluttering atop a building in Three Rivers City. It was not the golden scales of justice on a white background, but rather a leaping silver trout. It appears she has not yet departed. If you were to go now, you might still engage her in a detailed conversation over dinner. Chapter 65. Lady Tully, knock. Who is it? It is I, my lady. The door creaked open, revealing the visage of a beautiful brunette woman. Osha glanced towards the 2 figures standing at the threshold. One was her husband's captain of the guard, Valyria, tasked with protecting her and their children, while the other was none other than Rhaegar Targaryen, the most renowned man in the Riverlands and indeed all of Westeros over the past few months, who had single-handedly slain the Ironborn sea monster. Valyria stood tall, his broad chest nearly straining against his leather armor, his imposing figure occupying much of the doorway, subtly forming a protective stance that kept Rhaegar at a distance from direct contact with Osha. My lady, Valyria said in a measured tone, this lord has come alone, stating he wishes to speak with you. Osha raised her gaze to Rhaegar, her eyes glistening with a blend of youthful charm and womanly allure. The waters of the Trident River nurture the soul, and the women are delicate and smooth. Madam, may I have a word with you? Rhaegar smiled amiably. Osha peered from behind her waist, her charming little face emerging. Mama, is that the guest from Grandpa? Indeed, go out and play, Osha replied, gently stroking her daughter's head. Remember to tell your brother to return early to meet his idol. All right. Valyria shifted his body to allow the youngest trout of the Tully family to swim between the adults. Well then, adults, please proceed. Osha turned back to the room to fetch a clean cup for Rhaegar. What would you like to discuss? Rhaegar, wishing to keep his cards close to his chest, replied succinctly, some private matters. Private matters. Valyria contemplated the term, as if he were a toddler learning to speak. Should I take my leave? In fact, I was just about to suggest that, Rhaegar said. The command from Count Tully is to protect the lady at all costs, including my own life. Valyria positioned himself before Rhaegar, his towering frame effectively blocking Rhaegar's path, to thwart any potential threats. Sir, I believe I do not fall into that category. Rhaegar regarded him without anger, more perplexed than anything. Given his reputation in the Riverlands, there should be no one to obstruct him. Why was this knight, who appeared relatively young, so obstinate? This could hardly be called dedication. It bordered on rigidity. It's my duty. Valyria finally relented. You may converse, provided I remain present. That may not be feasible. Rhaegar felt a sense of resignation. Why? I do not think my reputation is so poor as to warrant this. It's my duty, Valyria reiterated. By the 7 gods, Rhaegar sighed. All right, Valyria. Osha interjected. Let Mr. Rhaegar in. It's merely a conversation, and there will be no trouble. Valyria's face twitched, clearly wishing to voice something. Ultimately, he merely closed the door slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Rhaegar. I beg your pardon, my lord. Osha lifted a delicate white porcelain teapot, pouring steaming red tea into the freshly retrieved glass cup. I did not anticipate visitors and could not prepare in advance. No matter. Rhaegar raised the glass goblet filled with scalding tea, finding it somewhat amusing. I should have visited long ago. I simply never had the opportunity for a formal introduction. Speaking of which, when did we last meet? It seems it was at that welcome party 3 months ago. Indeed, my lord, Osha replied, lifting a porcelain teacup that matched the set on the table, specifically for ladies. However, I noticed you conversing amicably with Miss Myra and my brother, nephew. So we chose not to intrude. And who might we be? My two stepsons, Osha introduced simply, Dickon Tully, the eldest, and my daughter, Benny Tully. I see. I recall discussing them with your husband during my visit to Riverrun. They hold you in high regard. Osha smiled gently and remarked, unfortunately, I must return to Sana City to inform my brothers. Otherwise, I would have been delighted to personally host you and Miss Mira. It is not too late now. But I wonder why I have yet to see them in Sana City. Unlike you, my stepson did not emerge unscathed from the battlefield. He sustained some injuries and has only recently been able to rise from bed. He is currently engaged in some mild training, which I find rather regrettable. As Osha lifted her teacup once more, she inquired, is this visit solely for our conversation? Of course not, Rhaegar replied, setting down the unfamiliar glass cup, which seemed more suited for wine. Thankfully, the Targaryens are not averse to heat. Otherwise, this cup could indeed be quite torturous. Rhaegar glanced around, assuring himself of their surroundings. Rest assured, Osha interrupted his surveying, this place is quite safe. The stone walls of this area in Sana City are thick, providing excellent soundproofing. Well, I must admit, I feel a bit embarrassed. Rhaegar began to articulate his confusion, carefully choosing his words to avoid sensitive topics. Ultimately, the issue he presented to Osha was simply a quest for advice on how to navigate the emotional fluctuations of a female superior. Have you and Miss Mira been at odds recently? Osha's calm demeanor began to falter, her incredulity palpable. Could such matters truly be shared with someone as thoroughly external as herself? What a farce. Surely, they wouldn't resort to silencing her. She certainly did not wish to return to the Trident. Her gaze involuntarily drifted to the sword at Rhaegar's waist. She understood all too well the nature of that formidable weapon and did not desire to become its first target after it had tasted the blue blood of sea monsters. Such an honor would be no honor at all, but rather a painful fate. What do you think, Lady Tully? I would rather not see. She replied with a forced smile. Well, that is. Osha raised her teacup, only to have the reddish-brown liquid splash upon the carefully applied eye makeup she had spent so long perfecting. I believe, first and foremost, it is an issue of emotions. Rhaegar nodded, reflecting on the wisdom of age. You are absolutely right. Emotions are indeed paramount. Next, we must pay attention to each other's states. For instance? Well, for instance, Osha set down her teacup, the porcelain clinking melodically as it met another. Has the other person exhibited any unusual behaviors that deviate from the norm, such as reluctance to speak, signs of tension, or sighing? Therein lay the wisdom of experience. A few short sentences from her were worth more than Lars' lengthy discourse. Although conversing with Lars was indeed beneficial, Rhaegar felt notably lighter after their discussion. And then, he continued to inquire, though he sensed Osha was not entirely at ease herself. Why are you also tense? Nothing to worry about. I am merely concerned for my daughter and the others. That is reassuring. This is your family home, the capital of the Riverlands. Nothing will go amiss. And then, Chapter 66, Enlightenment. What more can I say? Osha maintained her smile, once again lifting her teacup, and took a sip of air. Now, I hope you will abandon the pursuit of answers from me, and instead engage in your own contemplation. After all, this dilemma lies between you and your lord. Rhaegar nodded. Indeed, my lady, you are correct. This is my predicament and should be resolved by me. Ah, my great hero. You are still aware, I see. Osha maintained a smile, unwilling to involve herself in the affairs of the Valyrians, fearing the entanglement in any trouble, and even less inclined to choose between dragon fire and steel. Is it not enough for me to live a tranquil life with the Tullus? Who is it that recommended him to me? Osha was certain that someone must have given a recommendation. Otherwise, Rhaegar would not have approached a complete stranger like her, a married woman, to discuss matters concerning his lord. Curse it. I hope I remain unaware, lest I compel Violin to send you early to the Trident. It was still an emotional conundrum, Rhaegar concluded. The timeline began 3 months prior. It seems you have drawn a conclusion, have you not? Osha inquired with a teasing smile. Is it related to the Battle of the Blue Fork? It should be. While it would be advantageous to pinpoint the exact onset of the anomaly, Rhaegar truly could not fathom why Mira appeared so perturbed. Could the issue stem from that very battle? Rhaegar believed that the engagement at the Blue Fork had gone rather well. The Ironborn fleet suffered significant losses due to Myra's strategic use of Silverwing, employing fireballs, dragon roars to instill fear, and even seizing Ironborn longships to hurl them down. The river became severely congested, rendering the majority of the remaining Ironborn unable to retreat and nearly all succumbing to the depths of the Blue Fork. Ultimately, the spoils of victory were bountiful. A sea monster's carcass, countless Ironborn bodies, several drowned priestly figures, and the morale of the Riverlands. In the aftermath, Rhaegar had simply treated his injured fingers and serenaded the soldiers with a ballad honoring Mira and her dragon's contributions. Rhaegar believed the song to be commendable, played with fervor, and it certainly earned Mira a modicum of fame. The soldiers assured Rhaegar they would promote Mira upon their return, hailing from various corners of the Riverlands, each aligned under diverse banners. Rhaegar could recall places such as Crow's Nest, Derry, Harrenhal, Riverrun, and Pink Maiden. According to the conclusions drawn from his recent discussions with Lars, Mira should be quite satisfied. Reputation, status, belonging. Mira's troubles in ruling the Riverlands were entirely resolved after that battle, with the Riverlands now firmly under the control of House Tully. Aside from the topic of ruling the Riverlands, Rhaegar earnestly expressed his confusion. Osha too was puzzled. So, this well-intentioned outsider to the battlefield merely sought to capture the attention of that Valyrian lady? How peculiar. Yet, Osha had no choice but to feign understanding and align with Rhaegar's narrative. I believe you should make your lord aware of your significance. Yet you must not allow Lady Mira to feel entirely dispensable. Why is that? Is it not preferable for a vassal to be stronger? That is our Westeros. Osha, with a sense of resignation, remarked that vassal independence is indeed commendable, as it alleviates concerns for the liege lord. However, as a Valyrian, you are aware that the great slave masters of Valyria are accustomed to tightly controlling their subordinates, whether they be slaves or not. A flash of realization surged through Rhaegar's mind. He suddenly comprehended everything. He gazed at the silver locks cascading down his shoulders and scrutinized the essence of his soul, which had been shaped in Westeros. Rhaegar understood that he was, in truth, still a Westerosi, merely under the illusion of being a Valyrian. Yes, I am a Westerosi molded in the form of a Valyrian. But what does that make me now? A hybrid? Quite aptly so. Regardless, if I am a Westerosi, then so be it. I shall navigate this existence and focus on resolving the issues between myself and Milla. Being a Westerosi is nothing to be ashamed of. Following this line of thought, Rhaegar inquired, then, how do we address the issue of possessiveness? Make Miss Milla feel that you need her. That life would be untenable without her. Osha had now regained her composure, perceiving Rhaegar as one of those young women who routinely come to consult about their husband's alleged infidelities. Thus she felt entirely at ease. Alternatively, allow Miss Milla to sense your need for her, accompanied by actions that demonstrate this. Is that so? Rhaegar mused, believing he had already undertaken numerous such gestures, both before and after becoming Milla's vassal. Lady Tully, as you can see, I believe I have shown ample proof of my loyalty, and I am confident that no one in Westeros can rival me in this regard. Yet, why does Milla still exhibit the lack of possessiveness you mentioned? Osha lifted her cup, pondering for a moment, with her mind now unencumbered by previous distractions. A coherent thought process regarding Rhaegar's predicament began to emerge. If you truly act in this manner, then Miss Milla would undoubtedly have no doubts about your loyalty. However, the issue may lie in the fact that what Miss Milla truly cares about extends beyond mere loyalty. Osha smiled gently, intending to guide Rhaegar towards his own conclusions. For instance, status, authority, and a sense of security. A sense of security? Rhaegar contemplated. Osha's smile, illuminated by candlelight, exuded an air of enigma. In fact, your formidable liege lord may lack a sense of security. At times, an intense desire for control can also be a manifestation of insecurity, something I have experienced profoundly. Milla lacks security? It would be wise not to take my words at face value. Women are like water, sometimes fervent, sometimes calm and steady. Circumstances are ever-changing, requiring you to open your eyes and observe keenly. To be frank, Rhaegar's thoughts were somewhat muddled at this moment. Milla, possessiveness, security, authority, status. Milla's rejection of my assistance. Loyalty is not the sole means of demonstrating allegiance. Perhaps I should ascertain what would convincingly convey my submission to Milla. Perhaps so. Obedience akin to that of a slave. Never rising above Mira, never betraying her, entirely under her dominion. You are somewhat extreme. Osha replenished Rhaegar's chilled glass with tea. How about some red tea to calm down? Thank you. Rhaegar raised the glass and consumed the warm red tea in one swift motion. Why not give it a try? Osha suggested amiably. I have never witnessed a situation quite like yours and Miss Mira's in my lifetime. I can only offer advice, much like a learned scholar. A mature king always heeds the voice of his own heart, resolutely wielding the sword that points towards his goals. Why not engage in a heartfelt conversation? Most tragedies in this world can be alleviated through such means. If one were to take personal action, tragedies would be nearly eradicated. You are a sage. Rhaegar rose, presenting a ruby and bowing slightly to Osha in respect. I retract my assessment of Lars. You are the true philosopher. I am immensely grateful for your words, which hold value for me akin to that of a dragon's egg. Osha smiled and waved farewell to the hasty Rhaegar, astonished by the power of her own words. There was another matter that surprised Osha. It was that rascal Lars who led him here. Chapter 67. The beginning of reconciliation after departing from Lady Tully under the icy gaze of Varon. Rhaegar felt the cool breeze from the Trident River was refreshingly pleasant. The conflict lay between the Valyrians and the Westerlanders. Rhaegar concluded, along with the slave owners and knights. Rhaegar exhaled deeply, sincerely reflecting. Thanks to Lady Osha. She is truly a sage. The memories of the past 3 months flipped through Rhaegar's mind like pages in a book, each event now making him feel like a fool. He almost wanted to laugh. He felt a similar sentiment towards Mira, but refrained from expressing it. How should one reconcile? Returning to the present, Rhaegar pondered how to approach a conversation with Mira. Should it be formal or more casual? Ultimately, Rhaegar opted for a casual encounter with a touch of formality. Approaching the gates of Riverrun, he casually greeted the familiar members of the guard, receiving a flurry of hurried breaths in response. Exiting Riverrun, Rhaegar gazed into the distance and indeed spotted a gleaming silver hue along the banks of the Red Fork, distinct from the shimmering waves of the sunset. He had found it. Rhaegar strolled slowly outside the city. Instead of stabling his 2 horses, he chose a lush spot by the Red Fork to let them roam freely. Greetings, my lord. Which of your horses would you like? The white one. With Rhaegar's loud call, the white mare trotted over, carrying the scent of a day kissed by sunlight. A young lad, hired to tend to the horses, hurried over to offer the saddle. No need. Rhaegar was reluctant to waste time harnessing the horse gear as dusk approached. Grasping the mane, he deftly mounted the steed with a few nimble steps. The silver dragon lying in repose. The evening breeze caressed his flowing silver hair. Mira gazed at the wound on Silver Arrow, a sigh escaping her as she recalled the lack of news from Riverbend. Perhaps I should have a word with that fellow. Silver Arrow gently turned its head, its muzzle brushing against Myra's body with a tenderness akin to that of a mother, as if handling a rare treasure. Just as Myra's thoughts were entwined with her silver maiden, the silver dragon's head suddenly pivoted, its previously relaxed eyes narrowing in an instant. A low growl emanating from its throat, signaling a threat. The sound of hooves approached, 1 horse. Mira deduced that someone had come to summon her for dinner. She patted Silver Arrow's neck to reassure it. A white horse. Silver hair? Mira murmured, Rhaegar Targaryen. As she beheld the approaching figure, she could not help but marvel at his perfection. He was so valiant, described by the people of Westeros as a warrior descended from the heavens. On the battlefield, he wielded his long sword with such prowess that he could single-handedly turn the tide of war, fulfilling every fantasy one might hold of a knight. Miraculously, he also possessed remarkable musical talent. When he played the harp, a serene melancholy enveloped the air, his fingertips weaving exquisite melodies, revealing an intriguing depth of emotion. Mira had to concede that even when she soared above, watching the man chase her on horseback shrink to the size of an ant the moment she touched the ground. His radiance would eclipse her completely, overshadowing even the brilliance of the last 2 heirs of the powerful Velaryon family. He was neither an ordinary Valyrian of lesser status than the dragonlords, nor a subordinate one could disdainfully command at will, nor a wretched slave under her dominion. Once she descended from the proud lineage of the dragonlords, who commanded the skies with their majestic dragons, and stood eye to eye with him. She would realize that she was significantly shorter than he, by about 10 centimeters. Not much, but enough to look up at her. Humph. Mira watched the handsome man stride across the verdant grass, a self-deprecating smile crossing her lips as she remarked, Really, why be so tall? Rhaegar dismounted, and the battle-hardened steed, accustomed to the great dragon, wandered over to graze nearby, indifferent to Silver Arrow's watchful gaze. My lady, he addressed the silver-haired beauty leaning against Silver Arrow. I wish to speak with you. Of course, Mira replied, rising and leaving Silver Arrow to continue observing the bold white horse grazing beside the dragon. It should be fine. Don't worry, it ate plenty of sheep this morning and shouldn't be hungry now. The 2 walked side by side across the grassy expanse. At that moment, the sunset was splendid, the vast fields along the banks of the Red Fork transformed from autumn's yellow hues interspersed with green patches to a pure, deep green, complementing the darkening sky beautifully. The pristine white marble walls of Sana City have been adorned with a vibrant orange-red hue, resembling the most striking embellishments in a picturesque landscape painting. In the artist's depiction, it would typically represent a water mill or the like. Perhaps it should be titled The Evening Glow of Hajin Land. Mira inhaled deeply. Such scenery was absent on the Valyrian Peninsula, where the presence of the 14 fire peaks rendered the expansive greenery of the Sanha Valley impossible. What would you like to discuss? Mira mused, finding comfort in their leisurely stroll together, her spirits buoyant. Rhaegar pondered for a moment before stating slowly, "My lord whom I serve." His tone echoed the elongated lament of a tragic protagonist from a Valyrian theater, which made Mira feel somewhat uneasy. "Do you feel any discomfort?" he inquired. "Not at all," Mira replied without hesitation. "That is reassuring," Rhaegar responded casually, his expression unchanged. "There is a rebellious thought," Rhaegar continued. "Have you ever witnessed my acts of loyalty towards you?" "Why pose such a question?" Mira queried. "Just asking. Is that permissible?" Rhaegar turned to Mira with sincerity, presenting it as a reward for his loyalty. "Is that acceptable?" Mira met his deepening violet gaze and answered, "Of course." She then turned her attention forward, her speed quickening as if spotting a ferocious beast. "Where shall we begin?" "Dragonstone." "Indeed, Dragonstone, that outpost." The conversation commenced, spiraling into a vortex, unstoppable once set in motion. "At that time, you were a rather insecure fellow, perpetually lost in thought, seemingly devoid of any desire to persevere." "That was true. I merely existed, without intentions of dying, yet lacking any motivation to live." "Until when?" Rhaegar understood Myra's inquiry. "After choosing to pledge my allegiance to you," he replied. "I intend to procure that Valyrian tuna for you." Chapter 68. Reconciliation. That was something I mentioned in Flood City. "Yes, it has been 3 months since then." 3 months. Rhaegar continued. "It seems that the rift between us has also existed for 3 months. Mira did not respond directly but remarked, "You are here to discuss this." "I most certainly am not." "That is fortuitous," Mira interrupted Rhaegar's defense, her violet eyes locking onto his momentarily stunned azure violet ones. "As it happens, I wish to address this as well." To elaborate, Mira confidently walked ahead of Rhaegar, reminiscent of her emergence following that battle. "The specifics began when you took up the harp to play music for those bloodied soldiers while I observed from a distance. I cannot quite articulate the feeling, but it was most uncomfortable. It is truly ineffable. This emotion is more intricate than the most convoluted fire spells I have ever witnessed." Having expressed her thoughts, Mira felt a sense of relief, beginning to untangle that complex array of emotions. Is it akin to a little girl's possessiveness over her toy? Or perhaps discontent over the fact that you, who have claimed more lives than I, receive greater affection and acclaim among the soldiers? Or perhaps it is the inexplicable emotions arising from your remarkable excellence. It could indeed be a combination of both. Human nature is inherently complex, and even at my age, I remain uncertain of myself. Mira chuckled softly, her laughter fading into the embrace of the encroaching night. "It is quite amusing. I assent it, my liege." "No, my sovereign." Mira responded with a light-hearted smile. "That is for the best." With a playful flick of her finger against her chin, she arrived at her conclusion and continued to address Rhaegar. "Ultimately, this is still your fault." Rhaegar, initially immersed in the intimate exchange between ruler and subject, found himself momentarily stunned by Myra's assertion. He extended his right hand, pointing at himself, his eyes conveying a blend of confusion and disbelief, slowly bowing his head to inquire. "Me?" "Indeed." Mira extended both her index fingers towards Rhaegar. "Yes, it is you." Lowering her hands, she approached Rhaegar, gesturing for him to bend his head. "Why stand so tall? Bow your head for me." Complying, Rhaegar lowered his gaze, his long hair cascading to obscure half of his face, yet he remained focused on Mira, awaiting her next words. Observing the half-exposed visage before her, Mira hesitated to respond immediately, instead marveling at its perfection. "What is the purpose of your excellence? Is there a throne at home that you are destined to inherit?" "My excellence," Rhaegar replied. "Yes, I must concede, you surpass me in merit, akin to your superiority over nearly all in this world." Mira gestured broadly, her tone a mixture of exhaustion and resignation. "I have come to realize that your brilliance has instilled in me a fear of being unable to possess you fully, and this has bred a rift between us. It feels quite liberating to voice this." "So, my excellence is the root of your recent peculiar behavior?" "Not entirely, but it is close. It is precisely due to my own merit that I have become your subordinate. You chose to recruit me to serve you. Yet, this very quality has now become a part of the chasm between us. It is somewhat amusing," Mira sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. "I once held complete trust in you. I nearly regarded you as my most dependable aide, until I could no longer perceive you as merely a trustworthy subordinate." Mira elucidated. "My ability to master your confidence is derived from my identity and its implications." Following the direction of Myra's finger, there lay the silver dragon, now appearing as a dark silhouette against the night. Or rather, the source of confidence among all the dragonlords of Valyria is found within them. Rhaegar grasped a crucial aspect, and one of the conditions of your recruitment was a dragon. Indeed, given your performance in the bloodline assessment, there is no need to worry about a dragon overlooking you. Should that be the case, my pride in you would entirely dissipate. For upon my return from my duties at the outpost to Valyria, I must contend with my brother for our father's position. Lord Darrell's fiery chair, perhaps? Indeed. It is the very seat that symbolizes the patriarch of the Valerian family, that chair of flowing flames alongside the Valyrian steel sword simply named honor, and the everlasting position reserved for us in the Valyrian Great Council. I might meet my demise. For typically heirs will employ every means to compel their rivals to relinquish their claims. Mira fumbled in the darkness before settling down, the plants around them rustling against one another. Most who deemed themselves unworthy would choose to withdraw early, and ultimately, even the closest of kin are left with no choice but to draw their swords against each other. This means that the identity which could elevate my status will soon exact the ultimate toll upon me. Myra's voice emerged from the grass, and after a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar opted to sit beside her. Perhaps I shall indeed perish. All Rhaegar could see was that gradually sharpening visage of beauty. That was the crux of it all. Oh, speaking it aloud has clarified my thoughts. Mira gazed at the stars coming into focus, responding, I suppose I am simply afraid of death. You are the final gem embedded in the sword of survival I have forged over these 19 years. I fear that you, a person woefully ignorant of Valyria, might ultimately choose to plunge into that very sword, potentially costing me my life. Her long, pale hand reached out, palm empty. Yet it appeared as though she were grasping something. I must hold on tightly. Rest assured. Rhaegar shifted his posture, kneeling on one knee. As I have mentioned, you are now the anchor to my tenacious survival. My original ambition was to secure for you a status in Valyria that is nearly impossible. And now it is only natural that you first attain that chair of flowing flames. Why is that? Mira rose, sitting on the grass, gazing at the tall man half kneeling before her. I lack the confidence to accept you as my subordinate, yet here you are. Rhaegar replied with a smile. The Knights of Westeros uphold loyalty and bravery. I believe this is a code of chivalry I must adhere to. Do you know? I initially intended to deny you a dragon, and in my ludicrous pride, I contemplated the ignoble act of offering you a useless little dragon egg. An egg that would take at least 20 years to become of any use. Well, even a single dragon egg, raised to maturity, would be quite splendid. The scent of fresh grass wafted through the darkness as Mira chuckled, saying, I truly do not understand what you are thinking. I myself am unclear as to what has won you over. Valyria can provide a family with 40 adult dragons and countless dragon eggs. Your earlier words have already won me over. Rhaegar articulated his reasoning. Only the greatest among us dare to confront their innermost selves and openly share it with the world. But what if we are never able to reconcile in this lifetime? Then I wish to share a story with you, Rhaegar began. I have an ancestor known as the Peacemaker. He dedicated his life to resolving the conflicts among several factions under his rule, and through his wise endeavors, he succeeded. Consequently, when he passed, both his followers and adversaries wept for him, mourning his loss. So, do you know what enabled him to achieve reconciliation? Rhaegar gazed at Mira and smiled, saying, Rely on time. Chapter 69, Lights. Rely on time. By the gods of Valyria, this is hardly different from a marriage vow, Mira reflected. Silver arrow. Mira caressed the searing scales beneath her, pondering where this peculiar creature had emerged from. Silver arrow let out a low growl, indicating that even the dragon was uncertain. What do you expect me to say? How should I know what that male creature is? It hatched from an egg, just like any other. If you desire it, go ahead and capture it. I shall assist if need be. Silver arrow raised his neck, shaking it to loosen his muscles. He is not prey. You cannot capture him that way. The gentle caress turned into a firm pat. Settle down and simply sleep. At these words, Silver Arrow quieted, leaving only the sound of his deep breaths on the grass. Quite troublesome, indeed, Mira mused, recalling Rhaegar's earlier words. Speaking of it did bring some relief. Yet the challenges remained daunting. How should Westeros support Valyria without disturbing the citizens? And regarding Loiner, I heard before departing that Volantis was not behaving. I must take a look. What kind of dragon egg should be prepared for Rhaegar? Let us just give him a dragon, after all. Our Voster dragons outnumber the people. As for her brother, that was manageable, if all else fails. They could resort to open conflict and see who was fortunate enough to evade the dragon's flames. For now, she would focus on preparing to confront her brother, savoring the remaining 6 months in Westeros, and observing who would falter with the arrival of winter. The myriad of tasks laid before Mira was indeed quite vexing. She rose and descended from Silver Arrow's back. The bright moon hung high, and the surroundings did not seem dark or foreboding. The autumn breeze was chilling, and Mira had no intention of spending the night outdoors. She made her way towards Riverrun, where warm yellow light still emanated from the windows. She began to anticipate what sort of dinner Rhaegar would prepare for her. Perhaps commanding him to prepare a meal was not the wisest idea. Such trivial tasks seemed more suited for a subordinate. However, he was quite clever and would likely understand that it was a request stemming from her desire for solitude as his liege. Indeed, that's right. But I must remember to elevate Rhaegar's status in the future. Yes, he deserves it, does he not? Certainly, he is worthy, Mira murmured. She scanned the path ahead, ensuring safety before closing her eyes and proceeding through the darkness. Autumn, naturally devoid of insect chirps, was particularly silent here, as they were near the neck. And beyond lay the north, a true land of bitter cold. In the depths of darkness, her other senses heightened. The wild grass rustled against her boots, and the autumn wind brushed against her exposed skin, stealing warmth away. Mira felt a chill, a temperature rarely experienced in the perennial warmth of Valyria. She softly hummed a tune, an ancient song from Valyria. The shepherd gathers the red flowers, which the sheep adore. The young maiden presented flowers to the sheep, and the lead ram guided her to the greatest treasure. A dragon emerged from the stone, encountering its first companion. We befriended the kin of the young dragon and forged a bond. We tended to our flocks, and in due course, we nurtured the dragon. Once again, we gathered blossoms, scattering salt in our wake. A gentle lullaby resonated across the fields. As the song lingered, Mira opened her eyes, and the lights of the Three Rivers city drew ever closer. So close, in fact, that she could catch the aroma of the fish soup prepared for dinner. She was well acquainted with the delicacy of fish. River fish possessed a distinct flavor different from that of the sea, and Mira hoped the chef would add a touch of olive oil, which would infuse this dish with a hint of her homeland's essence. The sound of hooves echoed once more. It was the male servants sent to escort her. Mira felt a pang of disappointment. The dragon lords were indeed capable of riding horses, as it was often swifter than being carried by slaves in a sedan chair. However, they simply had not mastered the skill, which required extensive training. Typically, the dragon lords relied on their slaves for transport, and ordinary horses lacked the sentience of their dragons. Those obstinate steeds could be troublesome to control, sometimes resulting in perilous situations. "Dear lady, this is a gift from Lord Rhaegar," one of the servants announced. Mira approached the horses they had brought, which were indeed sent by Rhaegar. Sea Mist, a lovely mare with soft, silvery gray fur, was a parting gift from Rhaegar's friend made in the Riverlands. Quite frankly, she was exquisite, so beautiful that even a greater dragon would find her appealing. The greedy dragon adored hoarding all treasures, and she was a part of that collection. "Sea Mist," Mira softly called, "do you recognize me?" The silver mare nodded her head gently, remaining silent and still. It seemed she did remember. Mira mused to herself, rummaging through her memories of how Rhaegar had mounted her. She recalled the sequence, stepping into the stirrup, grasping the saddle, and swinging herself onto the horse. The motion was not entirely fluid, yet it was not flawed either. This perspective was new to Mira. It offered an expansive view, elevating her above the ordinary. Yet, the sensation paled in comparison to riding a dragon. With these thoughts, Mira began to guide Sea Mist forward, and the experience felt pleasing. She stroked the mare's neck. The soft fur was a stark contrast to the rigid scales of a dragon. She could feel the pulse of life coursing through this creature. Of course, it was not as exhilarating as riding a dragon. With a gentle sway, Mira returned to the castle, assessing her inaugural horseback riding experience as rather enjoyable. Upon seeing their esteemed guest, who had resided in Three Rivers City for 3 months, the guards promptly opened the heavy wooden doors. It was not until the warmth from the hearth kissed her face that she realized her cheeks had grown somewhat cold. Mira removed her cloak and seated herself at the table. The attendant, having received prior notice, hurried to inform the kitchen to bring forth the hot soup. "Not bad," she remarked. "What? I cannot say. Let us first indulge in the soup, for I have specifically instructed the chef to enhance it with a touch of Valyrian essence. I hope it is infused with olive oil rather than fish sauce." Chapter 70. The Vale. It is truly astonishing how diverse the realm of Westeros is. From the arid sands of Dorne, the millennia-old snow of the north, the mineral-rich Westerlands, the bountiful Riverlands, to the barren yet resilient Iron Islands, and the naturally secluded Vale. Such a plethora of distinctive landscapes would be difficult to find all at once even on the vast continent of Essos. Yet in Westeros, they are melded into a chaotic melange of diversity. In contrast, the land of Sithorios, rife with monsters, plagues, and enigmas, appears far more appealing despite its dense, unexplored jungles. Returning to the topic at hand, the known continents of the world are shrouded in mystery, even the most developed regions of Essos. There may yet exist new species and civilizations yet to be discovered and comprehended. Across the globe lie enigmatic black stone edifices and ancient ruins of forgotten civilizations. The mysterious ancient culture, untouched by human foot, in the jungles of Sithorios. The tales from the lands beyond speak of the last ruler of the Dawn Kingdom. The Bloodstone Emperor's queen being a tigress. A scholar from the Iron Islands speculates that the base of the lighthouse inhabited by the sea-dwelling Hatal may originate from deep-sea dwellers, potentially serving as the prototype for the Iron Islands' worship of drowned gods. Legends from the Crab's Claw Peninsula in the Crownlands suggest the existence of a monster with scales and green fangs. And stories of Sir Clarence Kleber's battle against this creature still circulate in those parts. The world is indeed brimming with enigmas. The Vale is mountainous, and Rhaegar and his entourage tread cautiously along the rocky paths. Among them are Rhaegar, accompanied by the soaring Mira, the only heir of House Hightower, Prince Lars, and a retinue of knights, male servants, and squires dispatched by Lord Baron of the Riverlands. Additional members of their party are traversing the waterways towards Seagull Town, governed by the Grafson family in the Vale, to scout ahead while loyally awaiting Prince Lars's arrival. The winding paths of the Vale snake through the folds of the Moon Mountains, covered in gray-white gravel. Not a soul in the party refrains from lamenting the state of the road. Rhaegar and his companions must wrap cloths around the horseshoes to prevent them from slipping on the damp moss and lichen after the rain. The rocky trail is treacherous, with the steepest sections requiring them to cling closely to the rock face. On one side looms a sheer, ancient cliff, where one can still discern the faint runes etched by the Vale's ancestors, the wildlings that inhabited the region long before the Undulls arrived. The other side drops into a bottomless fog valley, where the wind whistles as it sweeps through the gorge, carrying the scents of pine needles and earth. Occasionally, a soaring eagle bursts forth from the mist, clutching a mouse, a wild hare, or simply the air itself. Perhaps this is why House Arryn chose the moonlit falcon as their sigil. Lars, panting for breath, inquires if the most arduous part has come to an end. A knightly guide from Bloodgate Castle nodded, indicating that this was indeed the most arduous stretch of the journey. Thereafter, the path would become considerably easier. Grateful to the seven gods, he spoke truthfully, for as he stated, this was indeed the most challenging segment. The distance ahead promised a more leisurely trek, allowing the travelers to indulge in the rare beauty of the valley's scenery. Soon, they reached a level expanse, prompting a silent consensus among the group to pause and rest. Lars, unable to contain his curiosity, navigated around the cluster of resting Bloodgate knights to approach Rhaegar. "Rhaegar, I have a question," he said, brushing away the dried bird droppings from a stone behind him before sitting down to voice his inquiry softly. "Why not simply take a boat through the valley directly to Seagull Town? Surely that would be less strenuous." Rhaegar appeared somewhat surprised. "I had assumed you were aware." "Regrettably, I am not," Lars admitted, mirroring their current actions. Rhaegar gestured around, not intending to provide a serious explanation regarding their formal audience with the valley's young king and regent. "Very well," Lars nodded in understanding. Rhaegar countered, "Did your father perhaps neglect to inform you?" "Perhaps. Yet, I didn't disclose my intentions to visit the valley to him either." "Understood," Rhaegar replied, realizing that Lars seemed eager to explore the valley. The valley. Lars picked up a stone and tossed it ahead, contemplating the wild men, knights, and falcons, all soaring high in glory. "Curious indeed," he remarked, turning to smile at Rhaegar. "I feel similarly about Valyria." Rhaegar chuckled in response. "You shall not be disappointed." Moongate Castle, a bastion guarding the throat of the valley, stands as its sentinel, nestled at the foot of the Giant's Lance. It lies strategically between Bloodgate and Eagle's Nest, larger than the latter and constructed prior to it. Its moat, square towers, and dual fortress walls exemplify its defensive nature, while moss envelopes the stone walls. Behind it, a lush forest of pines and spruces thrives, with signal towers within capable of rapidly conveying messages, akin to neural nodes connecting the two locales. This serves as the second line of defense for Eagle's Nest. Eagle's Nest itself perches atop the summit of the Giant's Lance, its white stone walls shrouded in mist, with 7 spires piercing the heavens. Below lies an unfathomable abyss, where those who misstep are swallowed whole before their screams can dissipate. Here, it stands as both the residence of House Arryn and a symbol of the valley's supreme authority. Moongate Castle, like a jewel embedded within the valley, remains unyielding despite the ravages of time. Flags flutter on the walls, whispering tales of past glories. Within its confines, the courtyard is spacious and orderly, with stone houses arranged harmoniously. It is evident that significant events are unfolding. Servants scurry anxiously, while the overseer barks orders for swifter movements. Soldiers stand tall, patrolling every corner to ensure the safety of the impending banquet. As the winter residence of House Arryn, the valley's ruling family, Moongate Castle holds immense importance. In the winter, The already dreadful transportation routes through the valley become completely severed. During this time, the grand yet inadequately secure eagle's nest is temporarily abandoned, awaiting the return of House Targaryen in the forthcoming summer. Welcome, esteemed guest from Valyria. To greet Rhaegar is a middle-aged man with a bald head and a scruffy beard. His tall stature complemented by several distinct scars adorning his face, likely inflicted by various weapons, a testament to his trials through iron and blood. Rhaegar notices the emblem pinned to his chest, a cluster of pebbles between two lines of runes on an orange backdrop. It is an honor, Lord Royce. The honor is mine, Lord Rhaegar, replies Rickard Royce, gesturing for Rhaegar to follow him. Lars, observing, joins in, feigning the role of Rhaegar's attendant as previously discussed. After completing the necessary formalities, the impeccably dressed Rhaegar enters the moon door of the valley, where he is to meet the King of the Vale. Upon entering the hall, Myra's eyes light up at the sight of Rhaegar, discreetly setting down her knife and fork. Beside her stands a middle-aged woman with chestnut hair, her figure lush. And though she bears a few wrinkles, her allure remains undiminished. "Welcome, my esteemed guest," the Queen of the Vale exclaims, her face brightening at Rhaegar's presence. "Welcome to the Kingdom of the Vale." Chapter 71. The King and the Queen. The youngest scion of House Targaryen, a well-known fact across Westeros, derives from two primary reasons. Firstly, the male heirs of House Targaryen have not been particularly fruitful. Secondly, the problem of the wildlings looms large. Each king of the Vale has been compelled to confront the insurrection of the wildlings personally. However, the wildling issue is currently insurmountable. It can only be alleviated, relying on the Knights of the Vale to repeatedly venture forth and slay those lurking in the Moonshadow Mountains, akin to a relentless harvest of wild leeks. It is indeed a formidable challenge. Young King Atticus Targaryen, adorned with a diminutive falcon crown, confides in his idol Rhaegar about the wildling predicament plaguing the Vale. The wildling issue is indeed a concern for the Vale. "It is a matter I have even heard about across the narrow sea," Rhaegar casually remarks. Yet it is the truth. One of the four largest port cities in Westeros, Gulltown, lies within the Vale, serving as a crucial point of external commerce, frequented by numerous merchants from Essos. While confronting foes beyond the Bloodgate poses little difficulty, dealing with the wildlings within the Moonshadow Mountains proves to be an arduous task, rendering the matter easily discernible even in Essos. "Do you have any solutions?" the young king inquires earnestly, convinced that the true hero Rhaegar can assist in resolving this persistent dilemma that has plagued House Targaryen since their arrival in Westeros. "After all, you are the great hero who personally vanquished the sea monsters of the Iron Islands." Observing the young king's shining eyes, Rhaegar comprehends that, to this Lord of the Vale, this is not merely a formal audience with a distinguished guest from across the narrow sea, but rather an unexpected meeting between a fervent admirer and his idol. In light of this, he cannot merely be regarded as a king. Rhaegar pondered his words carefully. "I regret to inform you, your majesty, that I fear I am unable to alleviate your troubles." "Why?" The young king felt a genuine confusion, unable to comprehend why the mightiest knight in his imagination could not vanquish the wildlings. Had not his mother stated that they were merely a group of savages incapable of wielding even a decent iron sword? "Yet, you are not." The young king sought words to bolster his perspective, but before he could finish, his mother, the regent of the Vale, Lady Lyanna, interrupted him. "My king, I kindly ask that you spare our guest," the 30-year-old sovereign of the Vale said, a polite smile gracing her lips. "They are quite fatigued." "Very well, mother," the young king replied sullenly, appearing less than pleased. Lady Lyanna smiled at Rhaegar and said, "Please forgive us, esteemed guest. Perhaps I have indulged him a bit too much. A king's education should indeed be more rigorous." To this, Rhaegar, as an outsider, could only respond thoughtfully. It is true that a king ought to receive the finest education from a young age. Of course, both Lord Rickard and I share that sentiment. Lady Lyanna's smile widened further. "Look, there is Lord Rickard himself, the loyal advisor chosen by my poor husband for young Aegon. We have already discussed sending young Aegon to Lord Rickard as a page once he matures a bit. By the way, my lord, do you know what a page is?" The queen's excitement was palpable, her tone quickening unnaturally as she leaned closer to Rhaegar. "Thank you for your kind intentions, your grace." Rhaegar averted his gaze from the queen's fervent eyes, a gaze he had encountered in many others, which generally held no benevolent thoughts toward him. "I am quite familiar with the chivalric traditions of Westeros, and there is no need for your assistance." What a pity. It appeared that Lady Lyanna genuinely felt regret, even letting out a sigh in Rhaegar's presence. "Alas, I can only converse with men about such matters. Topics such as hunting, falconry, and swordplay are beyond my realm of expertise. Perhaps we could discuss something else, such as music. I possess some understanding in that area. That would be splendid. Lady Lyanna quickly realized her misstep, cleared her throat in an attempt to regain her lost composure. I mean, please, do begin. You first. I am eager to hear the Vale's perspective on music. As Lady Lyanna began to speak of the music of the Vale, Rhaegar seized the moment to glance at Mira, only to find her also observing the exchange. When their gazes met, Mira made no move to assist Rhaegar, merely gesturing for him to manage the situation himself while she chose to remain a spectator. Well, it seems our host is not yet satiated with discussion, making it rather inconvenient to engage in serious matters with our guest. Observing this woman, who spoke passionately of music and bore little semblance to a politician, Rhaegar found himself intrigued by a singular matter. Is it possible that she does not possess complete authority? Perhaps the highest power in the valley does not reside with her, but rather with others? For instance, the stoic Lord Royce, who is quietly dining nearby. Rhaegar cast a glance at Mira before shifting his gaze to the formidable Earl Royce, the strongest military presence in the valley. Mira, understanding his unspoken thoughts, contemplated probing the reticent Lord Rhaegar to ascertain the current state of the secluded valley. Regarding the matter of dealing with the Empress Dowager Buma, Mira found herself powerless. As for Lars, he was even less reliable, currently serving as Rhaegar's attendant. He was not even permitted to sit at the same table as Rhaegar and the others, rendering him unable to assist in this moment. Indeed, an attendant who is not a knight. It appears you possess a discerning ear for music, Rhaegar remarked with a socially practiced smile, directed at Empress Dowager Buma. And you as well. I did not anticipate that you were knowledgeable in music. I initially believed those rumors to be unfounded. It is astonishing that someone as accomplished as you truly exists. After a brief exchange, Buma was convinced that the rumors were not mere fabrications. Thus, the visions conjured in her imagination were indeed real. Knights who, after mastering unparalleled martial skills, could also wield music. Their hands that once held swords to vanquish foes now capable of playing melodies that touch the heart. It was almost unbelievable. Buma stared at Rhaegar, as if he were a figure from her dreams. What are you saying? Buma murmured, realizing that Rhaegar had not fully grasped her previous words, his attention wandering. Their conversation had been flowing well until she found him lost in thought. To avoid any misunderstanding, Rhaegar quickly turned his gaze towards Earl Rhaegar, coinciding with the crescendo of the musician's performance. Rhaegar genuinely had not comprehended her words. No, Buma replied with a composed smile, lowering her gaze to adjust her lavish gown slightly. Let us discuss your technique instead. As you wish. Chapter 72. The solitary Empress Dowager. What a handsome man, the Empress Dowager mused. He seemed like the favored child of the gods. Buma sincerely reflected on this. The Valyrian people are renowned for their striking appearances and their ability to command dragons. Yet it seems their beauty is even more celebrated. After all, dragons are seldom seen, residing within the colossal volcanic ranges of their peninsula, while the Valyrians expand their influence through the might of their formidable nation. Indeed, gazing upon the captivating visage before her, Buma recalled her childhood, when she was a young lady of Heart's End, living in innocence and carefree joy. A Valyrian once visited, personally entertained by her father, and after dinner, he played with her for a while. Yes, indeed, he possessed a face of remarkable handsomeness, yet it was evident that the one before her now surpassed it. In retrospect, those moments felt dreamlike. Was I intoxicated? Everything seems hazy, indistinct, and forgotten. This is troubling, Buma. Once, your remarkable memory earned you a modest reputation in the city of Shinshu. Yet how is it that you now so easily forget? How could such a skill have slipped from your grasp? Reflecting upon it, Bulma was astonished to realize the multitude of vows she had silently made, approximately 5 or 7. A considerable number indeed. She had pledged to the 7 gods to forever cherish that image, to hold dear those days. And what of it now? Oh, 7 gods. How could I have forgotten? Bulma gently caressed her well-maintained hands, only to be struck by the realization that they had begun to grow rough and yellowed. As her hands traversed her face, they still retained a certain delicacy. Yet, that softness was merely a facade, a result of the cosmetic powders she had applied. High-end products from the Riverbend region, pleasantly fragrant and exquisitely textured. Alas, they could not mask the signs of aging. So it was. 7 gods. I have come to understand that I have grown old. It is truly disheartening. Raising a glass of red wine to her lips, Bulma drank deeply. When she opened her eyes again, they appeared hazy. If one were to look beyond the layer of powder, they would find that beneath it. Her skin momentarily returned to the youthful state she had just reminisced about, flushed with vitality. Returning from memory to the present, Bulma had encountered many Valyrian women who became wives of kings at the bottom of the valley, yet none could compare to the one from her memories. nor to the one before her now. Every movement was poised and elegant, captivating, entirely devoid of the distasteful arrogance characteristic of Valyrians. There was a quiet melancholy about him. Yet his exterior exuded a comforting sense of reliability, a harmony between appearance and essence. His deeds had long since proven that his towering physique was no mere ornament. Your Majesty, are you still listening? Of course, I have been attentive all along. That is reassuring, Bulma replied with a smile, pouring wine into her and Rhaegar's glasses. Please, indulge a little more, do not hold back. Thank you. Rhaegar lifted his glass, eager for the conversation to delve into more pertinent matters. Bulma glanced toward another Valyrian guest across the room, seemingly intent on seeking answers from Lord Rhaegar, who undoubtedly possessed a beauty that inspired envy, as well as a keen intellect, aware that power in the valley now rested with that nobleman. The Royce family had always been trustworthy, deserving of confidence. Unfortunately, that nobleman was a true loyalist. The power in significant matters ultimately lay in my hands. Little Esculent was the most obedient. He did precisely as his mother instructed. After all, if it was in my son's hands, was it not also in mine? Was there truly a distinction? Bulma smiled with satisfaction, sipping her red wine. Having thoroughly discussed music, perhaps we should shift our topic? Rhaegar suggested. Or perhaps we could change the subject of our conversation altogether, say, to Lord Rhaegar? Bulma replied nonchalantly. Do our guests find me tiresome? Certainly not. Then shall we speak of your matters instead? Bulma gazed intently at the silver-haired man before her, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the rim of her cup. My little king holds you in great esteem. Yet all his knowledge of you is derived from the tales spun by bards. I wish to truly understand you, to hear your deeds recounted from your own lips. Consider it for the sake of young Atticus. Rhaegar, feeling somewhat exasperated, acquiesced. Then, where shall we begin? Perhaps from the moment you arrived in Westeros? Certainly, it would be my honor. Endless. Mira observed Bulma with exasperation, pondering whether this old woman would ever tire of her discourse. Alas, she sighed inwardly, feeling frustrated by the slow progression of their conversation. Her companion was a stubborn rock, troublesome, pedantic, and utterly inflexible. Although Rhaegar engaged in prolonged dialogue with the old queen, making little headway, at least there was some movement. Yet, on her end, they had barely progressed beyond the exchange of names, akin to the very first stage of constructing the Valyrian road, an interminable endeavor. Mira, feeling resigned, realized that to make any breakthrough, she would have to let Rhaegar navigate through the old woman. Truly formidable. Bulma expressed her heartfelt admiration. You are indeed a warrior descended from the heavens. Overstated. Rhaegar replied wearily, never having found conversing with a woman so exhausting. The hour was nearing the eel's time. While it was not uncommon for banquets to extend until midnight, circumstances must be evaluated individually. It was already quite late. The little king had been asleep for about 2 hours, and the attendees were visibly fatigued. Guests who traveled from afar should ideally rest early, rather than being kept awake by their host. Your Grace, Rhaegar rose and stated coldly, the hour is late. You ought to retire. Mira, surprised to hear Rhaegar voice this sentiment first, looked at him. Ah yes, rest is indeed warranted. Bulma stood, and the attending servants quickly wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes, announcing the conclusion of the banquet with a loud proclamation of its end. Some sighed in relief, while others expressed gratitude. Rhaegar rose to bid farewell, following Mira closely. Along the way, he roused Lars, who had dozed off in the corner. Moongate Keep, the royal couple's private chamber. The maidens efficiently prepared the room, bowing gracefully before departing. Bulma set down her mirror, feeling that although age had slightly dulled her beauty, she still possessed a certain allure. Before succumbing to slumber, Bulma did not, as was her custom, go to see her beloved son. Instead, she sat alone before the fireplace, allowing the flames to warm her knees, contemplating a man who was neither her husband nor a blood relative. What a transgression! I should descend to the depths of hell, Bulma mused as she closed her eyes. Oh, Rhaegar. Quite splendid indeed. A handsome man, like a flower that is intoxicatingly addictive. A beautiful foreigner. Chapter 73. The widow of the veil. That old woman seems to have taken a fancy to you, Mira remarked to Rhaegar. Just emerging from his chamber early in the day, Rhaegar appeared somewhat dazed. Do you need me to be more straightforward? That matron of the valley, that old woman, desires your company. Rhaegar, regaining his composure, glanced around to ensure their surroundings were clear before replying. There is no need for such bluntness. Mira set down her goblet and sighed deeply. You shall converse with her tonight. Tonight? Alone? Can I decline? Rhaegar asked earnestly. Perhaps we could exert ourselves further with Lord Rhaegar, avoiding this course of action altogether. Seduction is hardly a prudent strategy. I regret to inform you. That is futile. Mira sighed again. That fellow is as unyielding as stone, utterly impenetrable. Our considerable efforts yesterday to aid in vanquishing the savages bore no fruit. So I can refuse? Rhaegar seized upon the crux of the matter. Indeed. Then all is well. Rhaegar relaxed, his stomach suggesting a craving for smoked ham. So tonight, I shall engage with her and see if we might resolve this matter amicably. It must be addressed promptly. Myra's gaze drifted toward a colossal eagle soaring in the distance above the valley, and Rhaegar noted that the eagle clutched a young goat in its talons, indicating a bountiful morning feast. The early bird catches the worm, the early eagle dines on goat. A brilliant silver glint flashed, tracing a downward arc, revealing the eagle amidst the shimmering light. As a gust of wind swept by, Rhaegar discerned that the silver flash was an arrow aimed at the hunt. Yet, it was consumed by a dragon. Mira rose from her seat. It appears it has enjoyed a fortunate breakfast. The goblet was set down, half filled with red wine and half with morning light. We have no time to squander. The valley issue must be resolved swiftly, lest our previous endeavors be in vain. I understand. If that old woman refuses again. Mira approached the railing, where from this vantage point, she could see a beast spewing flames in the spruce forest behind Moongate Keep, with fallen saplings revealing its descent. Flames erupted from the dragon's throat, and in an instant, the eagle and goat were charred to a crisp, while nearby guards were sent tumbling to the ground in terror at the descending dragon. Look, my dragon sets an example for us. Nightfall descended. Buma sat alone in her chamber, softly humming a tune as she combed her silky brown hair. This one, or that one. Her fingers danced between two adornments. Buma was torn. The sapphire comb crafted from valley gems was her favorite. Yet she was uncertain if her impending guest would find it appealing, as she had heard that Valyrians favored rubies. However, the hairnet embellished with several rubies seemed ill-suited for the occasion, lacking in refinement and potentially counterproductive. Ultimately, Buma opted for the sapphire comb. She regarded her reflection in the mirror, thoroughly pleased. You charming widow of the valley, Buma mused to her reflection. The notion of descending into the depths of hell weighed heavily on Bruma's mind. The flames of the fireplace danced fervently, releasing a fragrant aroma of fruitwood that enveloped the room. The sole source of illumination came from the candelabra on the table, its flame flickering gently, casting an intimate ambience. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Madam, your guest, Rhaegar Targaryen, has arrived as scheduled, came the announcement. Please, come in, my guest, Bruma replied hurriedly, approaching the door to personally welcome Rhaegar. Welcome, she smiled, instinctively adjusting her hair adornments, eager to leave a favorable impression. Her demeanor radiated the innocence of youth. I apologize for interrupting your evening rest, she added. It is of no consequence, Rhaegar responded, remaining just outside the threshold, surveying the interior. His initial impression was one of an unusual warmth, suggesting that Lady Bruma was sensitive to the cold. The sweet scent of fruitwood wafted from the fireplace. The room featured a grand bed, adorned with an exquisite long sword hanging on the wall, and a shadowy pelt of a lynx by the fireplace, all amidst an array of unkempt cosmetics and jewelry scattered across the vanity. The decor hinted at a shared living space. I believe, Rhaegar began, addressing Bruma, that it is inappropriate to discuss the matters at hand in such an intimate setting. This is your private domain with your husband, a man of great respect. Rhaegar subtly reminded her, hoping the widow would act with some semblance of rationality, considering her late husband's untimely demise. I see no impropriety, Bruma replied, seemingly unfazed by Rhaegar's words. It is sufficiently quiet and safe here. She turned, gracefully swaying towards the table. And no one shall disturb us. What do you think? Her tone exuded the calm assurance of adulthood, a commanding presence that brooked no refusal. After all, you would not wish for our discussion to falter before it even begins. Bruma pulled out a chair, draping her fur shawl over its back. A delicate golden necklace entwined with vine patterns adorned her alabaster collarbone, while her bare arms glimmered in the firelight, exuding vitality. The esteemed lady took her seat, extending a hand to beckon her guest to follow suit. What say you, my noble and fearless hero? She inquired, her laughter deliberately lowered, yet unmistakably joyous. Chapter 74. Strategy. Surviving safely, I wish to say nothing, Rhaegar thought, reluctant to lower himself to the whims of a desperate older woman, thereby tarnishing the esteemed upbringing instilled in him over the years. It would be a disservice to the learned masters of the Red Keep, who had diligently nurtured a prince only to see him debase himself to the role of a mere male courtesan. How then shall we converse? Rhaegar closed his eyes, seeking to recalibrate his emotions. Upon reopening them, clarity dawned upon him. Based on the previous accounts I have heard in the court, The woman seated opposite me embodies a rather straightforward and ambiguous desire for intimacy, which is rather benign in nature. Her intentions appear uncomplicated, her approach gentle, and one might even describe her motivations as innocent. Yet, one must also be prepared to encounter peculiarities and eccentricities in others, adapting as necessary. After all, you are no longer a prince, devoid of a mad father's authority to alleviate some troubles. And there is no longer a throne that inherently bestows respect and value upon your allies and subordinates. Life unfolds before you, and it is imperative to confront it. One cannot solely rely on wrath and violence as solutions. Even the venerable Aegon did not always resort to the black fire and the Targaryen legacy to resolve his conflicts. Rhaegar smiled warmly. "Let us engage in a sincere discussion, Lady Catelyn." "Of course," came the reply, as Brienne also smiled. "My esteemed guest." At the moon door, in Miranda's chamber, Miranda inquired of Lars, "What do you think will transpire?" "May I ask what you mean?" Lars replied, slightly puzzled. Miranda shook her head, gathering her thoughts before asking again, "What is Rhaegar's current situation?" It could either involve indulging in pleasures, basking in the allure of older women, or continuing a tedious conversation through the night, competing in endurance to see who would abandon their principles first. Upon hearing this, Miranda pressed further, "Which do you believe it will be?" Lars, deep in thought, observed his fidgeting fingers. "I am uncertain." Miranda's eyes twitched in irritation. Before her expression could shift further, Lars hastily continued, "It ultimately depends on Rhaegar's inclinations. You see, that Lady Aelin is merely 30 this year. In terms of age, she is quite the favorite among many." Thus, Miranda's anger dissipated, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. "Will Rhaegar despise me? To be honest, I feel somewhat remorseful about this matter." Suddenly standing, Miranda grew increasingly convinced that perhaps it would be best to incinerate them all. To put an end to it once and for all, perhaps I should simply set fire to them. "My lady, please remain calm," Lars interjected, rising swiftly to prevent her from acting rashly. "Your response is rather extreme. Why don't we delve into Rhaegar's true sentiments instead? Then please, take a seat, and let us continue." Lars wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, gently guiding Miranda back into her seat. "Ultimately, it depends on the circumstances. The principle remains the same. It hinges on him. After all, that lady is exceptionally well preserved. From my observations at the banquet, her figure is quite commendable. She hardly resembles a woman who has borne 2 children." Silence. "Very well." Lars fell silent, his gaze drifting toward the dried meat laid out for supper. The unfortunate notion that he might help Miranda relax had become a jest, revealing himself as a fool. "Please, do remain composed," he implored, disregarding Miranda's earlier outburst. "If the supporters of the Riverlands wish to extend their assistance to you, the Vale is an inescapable factor, even disregarding their potential status as allies. We cannot allow the Vale to descend into chaos, at least not for the time being. Your most loyal vassal has taken considerable risks to negotiate on your behalf, and I earnestly advise you to remain level-headed." Mira felt a sense of frustration. If it were not for that stormy fellow's refusal, King Leo would have made a grave error. Lars replied, hesitatingly inquired, "What will you do once the internal family matters are settled?" "If I prevail, I shall continue the ancestral strategy, confronting Loin and awaiting the next spice war." Mira cast a glance at Lars, stating that until this prolonged standoff of 2.5 centuries concludes, I cannot devote significant energy to Westeros. You may rest assured in your repairs to Riverrun. Thank you for the information. Hearing this, Lars felt considerably reassured. "Trust me, my friend will remain safe," Lars sincerely reassured Mira, for after all, he would not suffer any loss. "Trust me, you shall not incur any loss." In the former chambers of Bruma and her husband, Rhaegar addressed Lady Aelin. "Is this what you seek?" "Yes. We merely require you to command your vassals to lift the surveillance over Crab Bay, allowing the vessels of the Riverlands to pass through." Bruma donned her shawl and attempted to settle herself. "Is this your intention, to take advantage of our vulnerability? What will we do then?" Bruma endeavored to maintain her composure, adopting her husband's manner of discourse. "I cannot stake the safety of the entire Vale as my bargaining chip." At the mention of bargaining chip, Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly uncomfortable. That phrase sounds rather peculiar. Rhaegar coughed lightly, bringing his thoughts back on track. "I fully understand your concerns, which are entirely valid. Therefore, my lord and I shall act as guarantors for this transaction, ensuring your peace of mind." "Truthfully, I remain quite uneasy." Bruma regarded the unfamiliar visage before her, feeling a sense of strangeness. No, it was already inherently strange. 7 gods, I must be losing my mind. Bruma clutched the sapphire hairpin she had recently removed, recalling the moment her husband gifted it to her. "This is not a decision I can make. The High King of the Vale is my son, not I." That is easily resolved. Rhaegar felt a wave of relief. Matters seemed to be taking a turn. Tomorrow, I intend to invite Lord Rhaegar to discuss this matter once more. How does that sound? Very well. Chapter 75. The transformation of the veil. So, she had previously refrained from giving a formal response merely to keep you in suspense, rather than hesitating for the future of the veil. Indeed. Thus, she was entirely unaware of your true intentions, simply seeking to leverage you against her. It seems she lacks foresight, or perhaps her mind is filled solely with images of your entanglements. Do not jest. Rhaegar casually picked up a piece of dried fruit from the table and tossed it to Lars, indicating that there was little to discuss with her. Lars caught the fruit and, upon tasting it, found it lacked the sweetness of the produce from Huggian. Haven't you rested since your return? How is it that you still seem so fatigued at midday? Rhaegar wearily closed her eyes and began to explain. Last night, I exerted considerable effort to persuade her to calm down and listen to me. I spent half the day ensuring she comprehended our purpose and significance for coming to the valley, speaking until my throat was parched, only to finally earn the opportunity to convene with the entire valley for a discussion. Now, I must take a moment to rest. I need to gather my strength for this evening's meeting. As you wish, Lars replied, nodding and slowing his pace as he left, gently closing the door behind him before entering another room. Upon entering, Mira inquired, "How did it go?" Without waiting to sit down, Lars responded, "Your loyal subject is currently only weary from last night's endeavors, harboring no grievances towards you. My friend is a clever man. He understands your thoughts and circumstances and knows well what he is doing. Thus, he bears no resentment towards you, and his loyalty remains unwavering." Mira let out a gentle sigh, her taut nerves gradually relaxing. "That is splendid news." Now, Lars approached the table and seated himself. "I advise you to prepare in advance for the important discussion that Rhaegar has secured for this evening. Although my friend has not exerted himself physically, it is likely that the energy he has invested in that lady is no less taxing than a night's labor." "You are right," Mira nodded, gesturing for Lars to leave. "Can you find a quieter place now? I need to regain my strength for tonight's meeting." "As you wish." Thus, before the chair could register the warmth of Lars, distinct from that of the valley's inhabitants, he left the room once more. Chuckling softly as he walked away, Lars remarked, "You all speak the same words. May you have sweet dreams," he added, strolling leisurely, intending to take a nap before sending a few letters to his father, containing information gleaned from Mira. As dusk settled, the mist over the valley dissipated. With autumn in full swing, the evening brought not a refreshing coolness to the residents of Westeros, but a biting chill. "Mother, how long until I can see snowflakes?" the young king asked, tugging at the sleeve of his mother, Bruma, from behind. "Soon," was her brief reply. "I've never seen snowflakes." In truth, he had, but he was too young to remember. Bruma calculated in her mind that young Atticus was now approximately 8 years and 7 months old and gestured to indicate how much he had grown. Realizing he had reached her chest in height, she came to the realization that her child had seemingly grown up, yet she was still binding him, using him. Bulma caressed the thin yellow calluses on her child's delicate hands, a testament to his recent initiation into the rudiments of knightly training. It dawned upon her that it was time to let go. "Let us proceed," she declared, taking young Atticus's hand, who, as always, leaned heavily upon his mother. Bulma gazed at the small whirl of hair atop Atticus's head, memories flooding her mind, reminiscent scenes replaying vividly before her eyes. The most striking of these memories was that of her husband's funeral. They had often attended significant gatherings in the valley together, and he, being so small, would invariably lag a few paces behind her. Those few paces made Bulma feel as though she were the true sovereign of the valley. She released Atticus's hand, and the child looked at her with confusion. "My king," Bulma said softly, "you must forge your own path. I cannot guide you throughout your life." "Why?" he asked. "You are the king, and that is the reason." "All right, mother," she could see his discontent. Yet, she did nothing but stand silently as he followed the scholar from Moongate Manor to the hall to address the recent incident of a wildling attack. "You have become somewhat unfamiliar to me." Rhaegar emerged from the shadows, approaching Bulma with a look of stark bewilderment on his face. "I had expected you to become my adversary, yet it seems you have come to realizations in a remarkably short time. What is the reason for this?" Faced with Rhaegar's query, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. What could she say? That after being rejected by a renowned handsome man, she suddenly awakened to the reality of her transient power and could no longer cling to it? It felt rather absurd. After a moment's hesitation, Bulma responded, "You need not concern yourself. Your duty is to protect the king and the valley." "You are correct," he replied. "May I inquire about your preparations for tonight's meeting, which may significantly impact the fate of the valley?" Rhaegar's expression turned serious, and he responded in a formal tone, All has been prepared. The outcome now rests upon you. In the face of Rhaegar's earnest demeanor, Bulma felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. For the first time, she began to scrutinize Rhaegar's weathered face, realizing that he too was a person worthy of reliance. Soon, night descended. The metal instruments outside collected the night's humidity, becoming damp and moist. After waking, Rhaegar shook his head, and once slightly more alert, he gathered his long hair into a ponytail at the nape of his neck. Long hair or short hair? He pondered this in a daze, disrupted from his rest. As long as it did not impede the wearing of a helmet, it would suffice. After finishing his preparations, Rhaegar met Mira at the end of the corridor. She stood beneath a grand portrait depicting the moment when Sir Aedys Arryn of the Arryn lineage triumphed over the last king of the Mountain Men, the Griffin King. This marked the first significant victory of the Undulls over the ancient inhabitants of Westeros. Legend has it that the winged knight Aedys Arryn soared atop a giant eagle to the pinnacle of the giant's lance, engaging his foe in battle and slaying the Griffin King. The expansive canvas dwarfed Mira, rendering her small and solitary beneath its imposing presence. "How did you sleep?" Mira inquired. "Satisfactory," came the reply. Mira nodded, opting for silence thereafter. Guided by a servant, the two traversed a stretch in quietude until they reached their destination. Once the servant took his leave, Mira spoke again. "I apologize for my actions yesterday." Rhaegar, perplexed, responded, "I do not believe you have erred. Regarding my being offered to that elderly woman," she clarified, "it was merely an unavoidable political maneuver. Lady Arryn happened to take an interest in me. So do not dwell upon it. Truly, it does not trouble you? Please, regain your confident demeanor. It is of utmost importance. You genuinely will not hold it against me? By the gods, I assure you. Moreover, I implore you to restore your wise and self-assured appearance. That is the countenance worthy of our loyalty. Your current hesitance is difficult to rally around." "Understood." Myra's lips curled into a slight smile, and after a brief response, she commanded, "Now, please, open the door." "Very well." Chapter 76 concludes, Nocturnal Discourse. What was the outcome? Lars, who had just leaned against the wall, stepped forward to inquire upon seeing Rhaegar and Mira emerge. Rhaegar's expression remained impassive as he answered directly, "Incredible." "What?" "Everything proceeded smoothly," Mira supplemented. "All our requests were granted, and they did not even present a single demand of their own." Lars, filled with skepticism, questioned, "Is it truly feasible for the Vale to allow us passage for troop movements without ulterior motives?" Rhaegar replied, "Theoretically, yes." Mira added, "Yet reality seldom unfolds strictly according to words. We should return and discuss this thoroughly. Both Mira and I are quite curious about what prompted their unexpected compliance. The time was too brief, and we were ushered out before we could fully contemplate it. Let us go together." In Rhaegar's chamber, the three convened for a meeting. Rhaegar, perhaps in a state akin to that of an eel, was navigating the intricate web of power and deception, far removed from the anticipated conclusion Mira had projected. The progression of this affair had been alarmingly effortless. Mira summarized, given the gravity of the matter, it was illogical that they reached a decision in a mere half-day. Even if only two individuals were truly responsible for the resolution. "Perhaps Lady Arryn has grown fearful," Rhaegar posited, noting how visibly composed she had appeared that evening upon realizing our true intentions for coming to the Vale, though her speech lacked conviction, starkly contrasting with her earlier demeanor. "That is a valid point." Mira expressed her agreement, acknowledging that she did not seem like someone capable of accomplishing much, not even adept at controlling her own desires. Lars reflected on his recent observations of that lady and concluded that the assessments made by Rhaegar and the others were likely accurate. The lady aspired to be a good mother, a queen, and a devoted wife all at once. Could one truly possess familial bonds, power, and fame simultaneously? Such fortune is rare indeed. She is not a principal character. It would be best to relinquish any illusions. "There is nothing more to discuss," declared Mira. "What of the Royces? What compelled them to yield to us so readily?" Lars adeptly shifted the conversation. "Ah, him," Mira replied. "His motives are somewhat more commendable than that of the old woman." Rhaegar remarked, "It stems from a sense of responsibility. If he were not our adversary, he might actually be quite admirable." Mira complained, "Indeed. I suspect even Dragonfire would struggle to melt the fine stone atop the valley." Reflecting on the legendary bronze armors neatly arranged in Rinsmith City, Lars chuckled. "Perhaps they would merely turn into a heap of bronze. One wonders if those runes possess any real magic." Mira casually responded, "Even if they did, it would not withstand Dragonfire. After all, armor is designed to deflect blades, not flames. To guard against Dragonfire, even Dragonhide would be ineffective. Just a few minutes of exposure to its heat could reduce them to a molten bronze pie. Long live my lord." Enough with the flattery. You ride dragons, certainly. That is not flattery. Mira inquired, are you not a prince? Why then do you speak so glibly, like a court jester? There is no choice, Lars replied, raising his hands in resignation. My river kingdom has its own circumstances. Unlike Durlanden or Stark, I must learn to wield a bit of authority, employing subtler tactics alongside brute force to govern. Rhaegar had no retort. Consider yourself fortunate. No worries. Lars maintained an optimistic demeanor. Once the construction of River City and the Trident barracks is complete, all shall be well. I am laboring for the sake of my descendants. In a century or two, the situation in the Riverlands will surely transform. Lars opened his heart to his two Valyrian friends, sharing the ambitions he had long buried. To them, he chose sincerity and loyalty, one worthy of service and allegiance, the other deserving of friendship. In time, we common folk shall become the gardeners of the Riverlands, akin to the Starks and Lannisters. Rhaegar gently applauded, while Mira, resting her head on her hand, listened intently, unperturbed by his digression during the meeting. That would indeed be pleasant. I sincerely wish for your family's success, Rhaegar from the future remarked. May your words prove prophetic. Rest assured, success is imminent. Loro has temporarily abandoned your cause. I guarantee that no one will disturb you again, whether you choose to construct a city or a barracks. Feel free to do as you please. Thank you, my lord. Your brilliance shines like the sun. Silence. Very well. You rascal, Mira sighed. How did we stray so far from our original topic? Rinsmith City, the Roy's family, Rhaegar reminded. Indeed. It is that very Rickard who has kept me occupied these past few days. By the way, what is their current status? Are they still in that secluded chamber? Please be patient, my lord. I have sent several capable scouts from the Riverlands. I trust we shall receive news shortly. Shall we indulge in some wine while we wait? I prefer it chilled, as I am unaccustomed to warm drinks. I shall have mine hot, and do remember to add a pinch of cinnamon. Before our late-night repast had even reached its midpoint, news arrived. Lars set down the note and declared, Lord Rickard has fled. Rhaegar, tearing strips from his jerky, responded, fled? Indeed. My men observed him hastily departing, seemingly heading back to his stronghold of Stonehold. We shall need to ascertain the specifics. I recall that Stonehold lies along the shores of Crab Bay. If our soldiers are not merely passing through, but intend to assault the Vale, he must urgently return to fortify his defenses and prevent us from overturning the alliance. Truly, he is a seasoned general. Please pass me more jerky. Thank you. Lars, your venison jerky is quite delectable. Here you are. This is from the Riverlands, fresh stock from this year. I shall have a piece as well. Mira accepted the plate from Rhaegar, taking a piece of jerky, and stated, from here on, matters shall be simpler. Valyria, I have returned. Chapter 77. Preparations for return. The journey is nearing its end. I intend to return to Valyria ahead of schedule. Rhaegar raised a question. Are you no longer considering the North and the Stormlands? There is no need for that. Mira replied coolly, with the support of 2 prosperous realms among the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. That is ample. More would only serve as a burden. Moreover, my brother will no longer afford me the luxury of time. Rest assured, Lars assured Mira. The Riverlands will support you. My queen. Mira waved her hand dismissively. I am not a queen. Close enough, Lars remarked. But I would advise you to make a trip to the north. Mira inquired. Why? The north is the harshest and most inhospitable region of Westeros. Even during the long summer, many perish from the cold or starve due to insufficient food, let alone in winter. Thus, when winter descends, there is a tradition among the elderly and some younger sons to venture forth to seek death. Often arriving in the southern realms, where the harvest festival has long passed, crops have ceased to grow, and the kingdoms are primed for war. At times, they can be troublesome, and at other times, a boon. Should you venture to the north now and forge a modest pact with House Stark, you would gain a formidable force of around 1,000 strong. While the soldiers may be aged, they possess ample combat experience and the courage to face death. Although the northerners are unaccustomed to warmth, everywhere becomes northern territory once winter arrives. After a pause, Lars added, though the winters of Essos may be milder than those of Westeros, it is still manageable. My lord, the temperature has begun to drop, and daylight is growing shorter. Conservatively estimating, there remain less than 3 months until the arrival of the winter demon. Mira raised her hand to interrupt Lars. There is no need to rush. That would indeed provide me with significant assistance. And what might that be? Mira inquired, turning to Rhaegar. Rhaegar responded with a term familiar to the Essosi, a band of mercenaries, inexpensive yet formidable, and difficult to control. Ah, now it is clearer, Mira mused, lightly tapping her chin with her wine glass. She contemplated the potential of this army, weighing whether hiring them would be worthwhile. She already had the support of the 2 most productive grain-producing nations in Westeros, So did she truly need to expend effort sustaining such a band of old warriors? When winter arrives, no faction would disdain an abundance of food. If she were to hire them, how much food and coin would be required? Lars announced a figure. Rhaegar regarded it with an air of indifference, offering no advice. He understood that the one he served was no fool, merely ruminating on a segment of history, the winter wolves. With a decisive thud, Mira set her glass down, the remaining liquid sloshing within. She had made up her mind. Plans would shift toward the north to recruit this army. For the time being, they would remain in the north, awaiting her summons. As for how to retain their loyalty, I will make a trip to the north, Lars. How long can the provisions you have stored keep this army content? Under conditions that do not jeopardize the people of the Riverlands, approximately a year. Can you make that decision? Certainly. Is it worth it? Rhaegar finally spoke. Mira responded resolutely. It is worth it. Lars chuckled. My lord, are you not concerned about such resources going to waste? Remember, aside from food, the equipment and wages for this 1,000-strong force will come from your own coffers. Mira offered no reply, merely glancing at Rhaegar. Rhaegar interjected, sufficient funds. Our lord possesses considerable wealth. Then, I am curious, why would you agree to my seemingly futile suggestion? A smile graced Mira's lips. Would you like to know? Of course. Mira elongated her tone, as if playfully toying with the prince of the Riverlands. Lars craned his neck, adopting a scholarly demeanor in pursuit of knowledge. Rhaegar leaned in, eager to discern Mira's reasoning. Loina, I plan to help you seize a great fortune. Rhaegar and Lars's pupils dilated in surprise. You understand? I am merely a possibility at the gaming table. In the end, one either wins or loses. There is no middle ground. Mira yawned, slowly articulating, once. I was quite concerned about him, worried that I would be cast into the heap of failures in this grand play of Valyria that unfolds every few decades. This is the price we must pay for our status. Being a millennium-old second place, one cannot rely solely on a single horn. Lars discreetly glanced at Rhaegar, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Can I truly hear this? Why has she suddenly begun to unburden her soul? What is her intention? I merely intended to support Mira. To forge a friendship, not to be irrevocably tethered to your Valyrian vessel. Rhaegar, oblivious to Lars' unspoken signals, remained fixated on Mira. I had maintained an air of indifference, fearful that the other vultures of Valyria, lurking like predators, would swoop in before I could meet Balerion. My brother had been no different, ultimately. He chose to cling to Beleris's favor. Mira scoffed derisively, exclaiming, how amusing. No wonder that wretched dragon seed would take a shine to him. As Mira brushed her silver hair away from her forehead, Rhaegar noticed a flush on her cheeks. Is she intoxicated? Both Rhaegar and Lars thought simultaneously. Eventually, I grew weary of it all, and thus, you see. Lars responded, so you ventured to Westeros. He then inquired, so you are. Mira replied with a faint smile. As you can see, I have no fear of him. Rhaegar grasped the implication. So your choice to travel to the north and enlist their services is in anticipation of the forthcoming spice war. Astute. That is an army. And their struggle for the chieftaincy holds little significance. Quite frankly, even in Westeros, the efforts of two nations may prove futile. However, for all of Vostral, it is indeed invaluable. If one can lead the capable fighters of Westeros into the next war against Loinor, then the path to that elusive dream becomes ever closer. What do the annual gatherings of the two Valyrian governors matter? Merely a squandering of time and resources. 4,000 years, exactly 4 millennia since the dragons were tamed, Valyria has witnessed countless individuals brawl over a mere fragment of power each year. Amusing, indeed. If one must act, one ought to aim for the grandest of ambitions. Mira slumped forward on the table, contemplating this notion. Chapter 78. If Mira were a man, Rhaegar quietly exited the room, followed by Lars, who slowly shut the door behind them. After a brief discussion, both felt utterly devoid of sleep and decided to meander to Lars' chamber, intending to engage in conversation while finishing the remaining bottle of cinnamon-spiced wine. Once seated, Rhaegar spoke first. It seems I must trouble our benevolent host to arrange another sleeping quarter for me. Rhaegar chuckled. What sort of wine is this? How could one become so inebriated without noticing? Lars expressed his confusion. It's rather ordinary. I was puzzled myself. We were enjoying a pleasant chat when suddenly she shifted to discussing personal ambitions and familial matters. Perhaps Mira truly is intoxicated. Are you suggesting that alcohol brings forth the truth? Perhaps, he mused. The timing feels too apt. It doesn't seem like genuine intoxication. It could be that Mira is not truly drunk. She certainly doesn't appear to be. Lars pondered. You have followed our lord longer than I have. Is that statement truly accurate? Rhaegar contemplated for a moment before responding. The matter concerning Mira and her brother is indeed true. Upon her return to Valyria, she will not be greeted by the warm embrace of her kin, but instead, she will face a conflict where only one may emerge victorious. The sin of fratricide, Lars remarked, a crime most abhorred by the gods. Perhaps the family that governs war can only resort to such measures. Was that heartfelt confession genuine? Lars continued to question. Is it truly wise to so simply reveal one's vulnerabilities? Is it an attempt to alleviate her emotions? He mused, feeling that while the timing of her words seemed fortuitous, it was likely mere coincidence. Perhaps it is because our Lord is a woman, necessitating an outlet for her sentiments. Rhaegar considered, that may indeed be the case. Even in Valyria, a significant disparity exists between men and women. Male citizens undoubtedly wield greater power and status than their female counterparts under equivalent circumstances. Leaning back in his chair, Lars gazed at the ceiling and slowly remarked, it appears that even dragons cannot alter this disparity. Suddenly, Lars seemed to have an epiphany. Springing to his feet like a fish out of water, and asked Rhaegar, what would happen if our Lord were a man? Rhaegar, intrigued by the notion, contemplated, if Miro were a man. After a brief reflection, he arrived at a conclusion that astonished him. If Miro were a man, he would not have chosen for me to accompany him to Westeros. According to what was just said, he would not have elected to station himself at Dragonstone. He would not have chosen the Silver Arrow, as it is neither grand nor formidable enough. Instead, he would likely remain in Valyria, consolidating the remaining Targaryen family, even vying for the same woman as his brother to win over the Valyrians. Frowning, Lars remarked, that existence seems rather unexciting. He then expressed his gratitude, saying, thus, I must thank the Valyrian gods, whom I do not believe in, for bestowing upon Mira the gift of femininity. With his hands clasped together, he tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and murmured, I apologize, constrained by my family's devout belief in the faith of the Seven. I cannot offer you any tokens of piety, be it wealth or livestock. Once again, I am grateful, and I hope our interactions concerning faith will cease. Seven above, I thank you. Have you also indulged too much? Rhaegar inquired, picking up the wine bottle to inspect its contents. Did the witch stomp her magical, foul feet upon the grapes during fermentation? Do not jest, Lars retorted, seizing the bottle to pour himself a drink. I was present during the winemaking. The ones treading the grapes were the youngest and most beautiful maidens of 3 rivers. Returning to the topic at hand, Lars added, thus, we ought to be grateful for our Lord's femininity. Undoubtedly, we should express our gratitude. At that moment, as Lars reflected once more on Myra's words, he felt an entirely different sentiment. There is nothing inherently wrong with being a woman, at least. Her recent words were quite pleasing to hear. Rhaegar adjusted his posture and shifted the topic. Have you ever been to the north, Lars? Of course not, Lars replied, taking a sip of red wine. That wretched place beyond the neck is utterly inaccessible to any man. Even the Northmen require the guidance of the marsh dwellers to lead their armies across the neck. To confront the Northmen, one must either wait for winter when the neck freezes, or hope that the Northmen come down themselves, or adopt the maritime approach like the Iron Islands. In any case, the few times I have encountered Northmen were always during winter, when they descended south only to meet their demise. Rhaegar inquired once more, what manner of man is the current king of the north? The king in the north, you mean, Lars said, striving to recollect any information about the northern folk. He appears to be a peace-loving individual, having refrained from waging war throughout his decades of existence, content to remain in the north. Do you aspire to visit the north or Valyria? That's a given, Lars replied without hesitation. Valyria, of course, the heart of the summer sea, the crown of human civilization. The largest city known to the world, a civilization that commands the skies. Aside from the institution of slavery, who in Westeros would wish to witness it? At this point, Rhaegar recalled an incident that transpired when he first traversed back to the year 1000, an event that intertwined him with House Targaryen, which pertained to the north and slavery. What? Lars exclaimed incredulously. Say that again. Rhaegar leaned back, evading the spittle and wine mixture that Lars had inadvertently sprayed. Yes, Rhaegar reiterated, a slave trader somehow managed to capture an adult giant, draped in mammoth hide, from the lands beyond the north. Those fellows are truly remarkable, Lars said. His expression stunned as he struggled to digest the information. A mere slave trader from the eastern continent ventured to the wall, a place where no Westerosi dare tread, and returned with a giant unseen by any Westerosi. Once he regained his composure, Lars's interest was evidently piqued. Quickly tell me, how much did this giant cost? Will I be able to witness it upon arriving in Valyria? Rhaegar answered candidly, 100,000 Valyrian gold pieces. Good heavens, Lars gasped at the figure, equating it to 200,000 Riverlands gold. Rhaegar, bemused, chuckled and asked, You showed no reaction to the cost of maintaining an army of over 1,000. Yet you are astonished by the price of a giant? Lars waved his hand dismissively. It's not the same. How much would you spend to reclaim your family's heirloom sword? Listening to Lars's example, Rhaegar's smile gradually faded. A great deal. Then how much for a sword of identical materials and craftsmanship? Half that amount. Exactly, Lars asserted. The value of money varies in different contexts. When I become king, I shall spend without a second thought on an army of 10,000 in the Riverlands. Yet I will still be astonished to hear of someone expending their own funds to maintain over 1,000 soldiers. Indeed, Rhaegar conceded. Chapter 79. Dream. Cragen awoke from his slumber. This time, he beheld a magnificent dragon exhaling silvery gray flames. Even through the hazy veil of a dream, Craig could palpably feel the searing heat. It was almost unbearable. He sensed his skin cracking under the intense heat, its surface gradually transforming into a charred, hardened shell, while his internal organs and muscles turned pale and well done, oozing with fluid. To make matters worse, he seemed to be lying in mud, unclear as to why he did not flee or roll away in the dream, leaving him in a state where one side of his body endured the scorching flames while the other enjoyed merely a temporary reprieve from the soil and water, thus remaining relatively unscathed. It was nothing short of torture. Even more horrifying was the fact that he had endured this torment 4 times. The first instance merely involved witnessing himself transform into an eagle, soaring with a young goat clutched in his talons. Suddenly, an enveloping darkness descended upon him, and he awoke. Lacking any real pain, Craig decided against informing his father of his recent preoccupations in preparation for the impending winter. Although the Northern Territory had enjoyed a decent summer harvest, he knew that ample food was essential to fend off the looming invasion by the wild men organized by the king from beyond the borders. He hoped this winter would not stretch too long. He truly wished to spare the elderly companions who had grown up alongside him from perishing in the harsh snow. The second dream saw him transformed into a raven. Similarly, it bore little in the way of pain, only a tedium from the monotonous flight within the dream. With black wings flapping, he soared on the currents of air, traversing a valley rich with verdant waters and grasses, passing over marshes and wetlands. Eventually, he began to recognize the snowstorm ahead. It was the harsh chill of the northern winds. Then, he perished from the cold. In his final moments, he saw his fellow ravens diligently continuing their flight northward. This dream was exceedingly dull, and after experiencing these 2 pain-free dreams, Craig found himself oddly looking forward to the next fantastical transformation into an animal. He longed for something more exhilarating. He regretted not confiding in his father after the conclusion of the second dream, for his father had yet to organize the autumn hunt and had ample time to offer guidance to his son. In the third instance, Craig quickly succumbed to slumber upon lying on a bed adorned with soft furs. The first sensation he experienced was one of stimulation, a wave of unbearable agony. He struggled through the intense pain to open his eyes, only to discover that he had become a rabbit. However, a man had captured him, one hand gripping the edge of his fur while the other clenched his neck, exerting force in opposing directions. He realized with clarity that this was nothing but the act of skinning a rabbit. He had done it himself before, albeit with a small knife, carefully separating the skin from the flesh to preserve its integrity. But who was this bastard who skinned him alive? Who taught you this? Those despicable skinners? The pain is excruciating. Cragen emitted an anguished cry. Having previously only heard from the old hunters in the castle that rabbits make a piercing sound when gripped by extreme terror, he had not anticipated such a sound. Is this truly necessary? A man inquired. A sense of unease enveloped Cragen. Was this not excessively cruel? Another man spoke, his tone reminiscent of the melodious bard who had graced Winterfell with his songs that summer. I concur with Lars. Amidst the excruciating pain, Cragen could barely discern that the second speaker possessed bright, silvery white hair, distinct from the others. With a sharp sound, Cragen felt his pelt severed from his being. It was a clean, brown hide. What sort of craftsmanship is this? My tale. What technique is this? In a fresh wave of agony, Cragen could barely ascertain from the voice that it belonged to a proud young woman. The tail cannot simply be ripped away. There are only a few locations for the bleeding, and even a slight alteration in flavor would be detrimental. What does this mean? Cragen sensed something amiss. Let me handle this. He felt slender, elegant hands take over from the rough, large ones. Bring some lemons. What? Lemons? Cragen was bewildered by the woman's intentions, but the instinct for survival compelled him to writhe vigorously. Quite spirited, indeed. A chill spread across his muscles. Cragen twisted even more fervently. Stay still. The coolness began to shift. Beneath the agony of being skinned, Cragen hardly registered the new pain, instead feeling a warmth enveloping him. After several rounds, Craigan gradually began to calm. It was not that the pain had ceased, but rather he felt a cooling breeze upon him. This should be enough, he thought weakly. Cut me in half. What are you planning to do? Chilled juices dripped onto his increasingly cold body, provoking a miraculous reaction. The frigid form began to blaze with heat. What are you doing? If you intend to kill me, then do so. If you wish to eat me, then eat. What purpose does this lemon juice serve? Oh, this rabbit still possesses vigor. It can still twist. It can even cry out. It seems healthy, otherwise it wouldn't be so lively. Indeed, it must be a robust rabbit. May the seven bless it. May the seven bless your grandmother. I send my regards to your mother in the name of the old gods. Give it to me. Place it in the heart of the embers and roast it slowly until the skin is perfectly cooked. Then remove the entrails and mix in the spices I provided, remembering to coat the skin with olive oil. Damn Valyrians. In the final moment before closing his eyes, Craigan caught sight of the individual dripping lemon juice onto his wounds, who similarly possessed strikingly bright hair. In comparison to the other man, he could discern that it was silver. No wonder it is only those practitioners of blood magic who would resort to such cruelty. Those detestable Valyrians. Craigan jolted awake. The first sight that met his eyes was his bed, adorned with furs, most of which came from the game he had personally hunted, predominantly rabbits, which were easier to catch. Craigan's eyes widened in surprise as he tossed the furs to the ground. Soon after, he heard the steward of Winterfell calling out, "My prince, please come down for breakfast. You have kept us waiting too long." Craigan exhaled deeply, picked up the furs, casually brushed off the dust, and returned them to his bed. As he made his way to the dining hall, he repeatedly reminded himself that it was merely a dream, just a dream. It was all over. "My prince, this roasted rabbit has been specially prepared for you." The memories. Chapter 80. Winterfell. This castle holds the distinction of being the oldest in Westeros. Founded by the builder Bran the Builder after the Long Night, some 8,000 years ago. Since its completion, it has served as the ancestral home of House Stark, the residence of the kings of the North through the ages. The ancient kings of Winterfell were born and laid to rest within its walls. The most renowned structures within Winterfell include the Keep, the Great Hall, the Crypts, the Godswood, and the Glass Garden, along with various conventional buildings such as the Library Tower, the Watchtower, the Bell Tower, and the Crow's Nest, connected by a bridge between the Bell Tower and the Crow's Nest. It is so vast that this area, encircled by two walls and spanning several acres, cannot simply be described as a castle. Its interior encompasses valleys, woodlands, gardens, and fields, with a winter market outside the gates, accommodating the surrounding populace during the autumn and winter months. The Great Keep of Winterfell is built atop a natural hot spring, with warmth conveyed through pipes within the walls. It is evident that this was the reason Bran the Builder chose this location for Winterfell. It is a testament to the harsh North's benevolence towards its inhabitants. It is difficult to fathom why the perpetually frigid North would host such a peculiar phenomenon, and why this singular gift exists solely beneath Winterfell. Legend has it that this grand structure, as monumental as the wall, was completed under the dual influence of giants and magic. Perhaps 8,000 years ago. The ancestors of the giants who aided in constructing Winterfell once soaked in these warm springs for comfort. Considering the Godswood within the castle, which boasts over 10,000 years of history and spans 3 acres, it is conceivable that the forest children, now long vanished from human sight, once enjoyed the same privileges. Today, the King of Winter, Rhaegar Stark, opened the Great Hall, which had remained closed for an extended period. He had not utilized it in ages. Its purpose was to host guests and facilitate feasts for the Starks. With winter approaching, Rhaegar was reluctant to expend valuable resources on hospitality unless absolutely necessary. It was still autumn, and with a bit more effort, he hoped to gather the last of the winter supplies before the harsh season arrived. The castle steward, Benjen, bellowed commands, directing the servants in their duties. He is nearing 50, yet remains remarkably robust. In his youth, he served as a loyal guard to the previous king in Winterfell, known for his attentiveness and reliability, earning the steadfast trust of House Stark. Servants erected a platform, extending their frostbitten hands to cleanse the sturdy door that faced the castle courtyard. They worked with utmost caution. This grand entrance, forged from steel and oak, should not have been subjected to cleaning at this time. Although Westeros had yet to officially enter winter, the north had already begun to succumb to snowfall. The premature winter is as vexing as a tardy spring. The servants, stretching their arms, gingerly wielded brushes against the formidable door, fearful that a misstep might provoke it to snap at them. Rhaegar stood at the edge of the castle courtyard, perfectly positioned to observe the hall. The northern wind tousled his long, dark brown beard, while snowflakes had already settled upon his bare fur cloak. As the clouds dispersed, he knew if he did not brush away the snow before the sun reappeared, it would solidify into ice with the next fierce gust. Father. Rhaegar snapped back to reality, pulling his thoughts from the troublesome logistics like unearthing a field mouse. Cragen, the king in winter, replied to his son, watching his expression shift from longing to trepidation, then to hesitant silence. What is it? There is something. Their dialogue, reminiscent of the cold exchanges of past kings of the north, bore an air of chill, even lacking the warmth of inquiry. It was as frigid as the northern winds, as unyielding as the timber, and as stifling as the ice behind Rhaegar. Hesitating about Cragen, he feared his father would be angered for wasting his precious time, particularly since King Rhaegar's time was of the essence. What is it about? Rhaegar inquired coolly. About a dream. A dream? The expression on Rhaegar's face softened like the thawing waters of spring. What dream? Is it a dream about animals? Please tell me. Cragen had never witnessed such emotion from his father. Since the passing of his mother, Rhaegar had worn a perpetual frown, speaking as if he were a child learning to articulate, devoid of inflection, rendering his emotions undetectable. It is a dream where I transform into an animal. Cragen elaborated on his recent dreams, particularly those of becoming a rabbit and wallowing in the mud. As his emotions surged, he animatedly gestured with his arms, his expression reflecting the exuberance typical of a 12-year-old boy, and his volume naturally escalated. Rhaegar stood there, listening intently to his son's enchanting tales, his face betraying a mixture of contemplation, joy, yearning, and concern, the most astonishing being the hint of a smile that even his beard could not fully conceal. Since the queen's passing, Ben remarked to those around him, His Majesty has not smiled in such a manner. It was uncertain what the prince had shared, though it seemed to be a matter of delight. Indeed, it must be so. As Cragen became aware of the extent of his conversation with his father, he realized that he had entirely forgotten his earlier resolve to avoid wasting too much of his father's time. Had he finished speaking? For a fleeting moment, Cragen felt as if the familiar father he knew had returned, while the previous version seemed but an illusion. You are more formidable than I. A large hand clad in leather gloves rested upon Cragen's head. It dawned on Cragen that his father was referring to himself as being superior. What? He stammered. Rhaegar found both humor and sorrow in his son's bewildered expression. Cragen, my son, you are indeed more capable than I. Rhaegar smiled once more. At 12, I had not yet become a wolf spirit. In fact, I still have not. Not far away, a horn sounded. Rhaegar furrowed his brow in displeasure. Of all times, he muttered. Observing his son's perplexity, Rhaegar reached out to ruffle Cragen's dark brown hair, which was interspersed with his mother's chestnut locks. Guests are nearly here. I shall explain everything in due course. Rhaegar then grasped the sword belt slung over his shoulder, swung it, and the ancestral sword, cold as ice, slipped into his hands before being handed to Cragen. Carry this for me, Rhaegar instructed, leaving his final words hanging in the air. The massive sword rested in Cragen's embrace, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. His myriad of questions coalesced into a singular anticipation for their next conversation. Prince, the castle steward called out loudly. His Majesty summons you to the hall to prepare for the guests. Very well, I shall come at once. Chapter 81, Stark. Perhaps this king of Winterfell is not inclined to welcome us, Rhaegar whispered to Mira at his side. Mira nodded slightly in agreement. I have encountered many individuals whose faces seem devoid of muscle, Lars remarked in a hushed tone. The Northerners are known for their boisterous nature and disregard for trivialities. Even during banquets hosted by their king for esteemed guests, they do not shy away from raising their voices. In fact, within the hall, one occasionally needs to project their voice to be heard. Thus they are untroubled by the notion of the host overhearing their indiscreet remarks. They persistently wear expressions as if someone owes them money. Much like him, Rhaegar tilted his head toward the black-haired man seated at the head of the table, whose face bore a tense expression, seemingly lost in thought. About that, Lars casually dissected the meat on his plate, lamenting its lack of tenderness compared to that of the Riverlands. Rhaegar lifted his gaze, noticing that the king, who ruled over the largest dominion in the Seven Kingdoms, remained fixated on his plate, lost in contemplation. Poor chef, Rhaegar mused. He may very well believe that his diligent efforts are being scorned by the king. Indeed, Mira interjected. Having taken no part in the dialogue between the two men, her interest piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. This was Mira's first experience of witnessing snowflakes in the autumn of her life. Mira sensed the disdain emanating from the silver arrow. Ever since crossing the neck, this feeling had intermittently plagued her, sapping her spirit and significantly diminishing her appetite. She understood what her companion meant. It was profoundly displeased with the frigid environment of this icy realm. Crossing the neck and passing the indigenous dwellings perched upon the floating islands deep within the marshes felt like entering an entirely different world, the North. Mira silently contemplated this geographical term, which broadly referred to all regions north of the neck in Westeros, commonly denoting the northern territory ruled by House Stark. Predominantly inhabited by the First Men, it was the most desolate region of Westeros, excluding the lands beyond the Wall, where the First Men were driven north by the Undulls, clinging to their final territory thanks to the neck. The North was impoverished, and naturally, its king was no exception, especially when compared to other monarchs. From Mira's observations, although the hall they occupied was comparable in size to those in other kingdoms she had previously visited, its details spoke of a rich historical essence, characterized by a rustic style and robust lines. Despite the North's vast expanse, longest coastline, and abundant animal and forest resources, its people remained destitute. Lars quietly inquired, "Are we to simply sit here?" Mira reached for a piece of honeycomb, breaking it apart and drizzling the golden honey over the meat before her. Finally, she spoke. "There is no choice. It is evident that our hosts do not welcome us. Two foreigners from Valyria, an unidentified Undull noble, and a retinue that appeared far from ordinary." Lars assessed their party's standing in the king's eyes. Furthermore, there was a formidable beast, capable of consuming enough to sustain an entire village in the north. In other words, for every day we linger, a village in the north faces starvation or freezing. We arrived in this season of scarcity with so many mouths to feed, presenting as a gift a Valyrian ruby the size of a pigeon's egg. Its value to them was likely less than that of your dragon's dung, at least that could be burned. Frankly, we ought to be grateful for his current demeanor. The Northerners are not accustomed to our civilized ways, and the king's treatment could be considered courteous. As Lars spoke, Rhaegar recalled the northern folk he had encountered, particularly Brandon Stark, the elder brother of his beloved Lyanna Stark. When Rhaegar presented the winter rose crown to Lyanna at Harrenhal, Brandon's gaze was far from merely unfriendly. Rhaegar earnestly remarked, "Indeed, this can be considered a courtesy." Mira, lifting a honey-drizzled piece of meat, suggested, "Then I believe we should bring additional gifts for this rather impoverished king. How about addressing the issue of pensions for 500 Northerners?" Rhaegar replied, "I believe that could be arranged." After finishing the meal, the taste of northern honey truly delighted the palate. At this moment, King Rhaegar of the North pondered on how to teach his son to harness his innate talents, yet he felt utterly unqualified for the task. Rhaegar was consumed by his worries, troubled by how to transform the knowledge he had acquired into valuable guidance. His father, a shapeshifter, had imparted his wisdom without issue, but Rhaegar himself was not gifted in the same way, leaving him uncertain whether his teachings would lead to success or failure. This was not merely a matter of training with swords, nor was it akin to taming a spirited steed. He dreaded the potential mishaps that could arise from the sole memento left by his wife. What was to be done? If only someone could lend a hand. Rhaegar continued to fret. After the meal, the hall fell into a hushed silence. "Is this the reason you have come to the north as winter approaches?" pondered King Rhaegar Stark, seated upon the throne. Mira replied coolly, "Indeed. Is it to send my kin to their deaths?" "No. It is to ensure that more of your kin may live." Mira leaned away, evading Rhaegar's thunderous outburst, fearful of his spittle. As Rhaegar calmed, his brow furrowed. Lips pressed into a thin line, his steely gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Mira. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "I do not trust you, slaver from Essos. My household only purchases slaves. We do not sell them." Rhaegar's eyes widened, his body shifting in the chair, producing an excruciatingly loud noise in the otherwise tranquil hall. It was but a jest. Mira brushed aside her silver hair with a smile, adding, "Lars was right. The Northerners possess no sense of humor." Rhaegar and Lars relaxed their grips on the sword hilts. "Humph," Rhaegar snorted, "ignorant and arrogant southerner. So do you agree?" "Answer me," Mira inquired directly, her smile vanishing. Rhaegar was torn. The issue of famine in the north was undeniable and had never been resolved. Were it not for the scarcity of resources to combat the bitter cold, which northern man would willingly send their elders into the tempest? Moreover, this Valyrian before him seemed markedly different, offering conditions that could be deemed charitable, even providing advance provisions as a form of wage. The scales of deliberation tipped. "I agree." "Excellent." Mira maintained her composure, presenting a piece of parchment. "Sign here, and let your blood seal the agreement." Rhaegar complied. Suddenly, he spoke again. "I must send someone with you to prevent any mischief from your people. A reasonable condition." Mira smiled faintly. "You shall soon witness the arrival of the first shipment of grain. Ensure your men are prepared with their gear. For those olive-skinned Lannister soldiers are formidable foes. I have one more condition." As Mira prepared to depart, she turned back, asking, Teach my son to master the art of animal manipulation. What? Chapter 82, The Shapeshifter. This is part of the arrangement. In the sacred woods of Winterfell, Mira spoke to the figure of Cregan Stark standing before her. What? We have struck a deal with your father. Rhaegar stepped forward to elucidate, informing Cregan that he could inquire further from his father, one of the stipulations being assistance in completing his training as a shapeshifter. Upon hearing this, Cregan, perplexed, retorted, You expect these newcomers to Winterfell to instruct me in the ways of the shapeshifter? Cregan's mind swirled with questions. Why would his father, the esteemed king in the north, allow 2 Valyrians and a southerner to guide him in acquiring the legendary shapeshifting abilities? Why had he specifically warned Cregan the previous night to avoid angering them and to show them the same respect he afforded his father, despite their disregard for the old gods and nature? Why was he urged to observe these individuals closely, scrutinizing their actions, personalities, and thoughts? Cregan was inundated with inquiries, yet, as this was his father's decision, he resolved to comply. He found himself baffled by his father's intentions, yet Mira interjected, Listen here, young man. Rhaegar moved to stand by an ancient tree, its age surpassing that of Valyrian civilization by 15-fold, while Lars settled down on a fallen log, idly counting the discernible growth rings at its broken end out of sheer boredom. According to our understanding, shapeshifters can essentially be regarded as a unique trait of your northern heritage. Cregan scoffed inwardly, discontent that Mira would refer to such a distinctive human ability as merely a specialty, which reminded him that this striking silver-haired woman, who made him blush, was indeed a pagan with enslaved followers. Though the North did not place excessive emphasis on matters of faith, Mira paid no heed to the boy's inner turmoil and continued to articulate her perspective on shapeshifting. The most rudimentary manifestation of a shapeshifter is the ability to enter the body of an animal, controlling its actions and acquiring abilities and insights beyond human reach. In this regard, you forge a connection with the animal, akin to our Valyrian practice of taming dragons. Perhaps this is the reason he requested our guidance in your training. Mira gestured toward her resting silver arrow nearby, adding, Of course, dragons are in a league of their own. Cregan followed Mira's gaze, spotting the colossal beast that had left him speechless upon its descent near Winterfell. Consequently, he had missed the feast held in their honor, which saddened him deeply. He had envisioned standing beside his father, clutching the ancestral sword, ice, to observe how he engaged with esteemed guests and to discern their intentions for venturing into the north. Alas, he had been absent. Cregan believed this unfortunate circumstance was not of his own making, attributing it instead to the haunting dreams. The instant he beheld the dragon, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his back, akin to being scorched by flames. Fire, burning, mud, 3 figures. Gazing at this unusual trio, Cregan began to grasp a flicker of realization. Could it be them? After a dream concludes, the memories of it do not bury themselves deeper with the passage of time, as they do in reality, waiting for us to painstakingly unearth them. Instead, they gradually dissolve like a snowman under the gentle caress of spring sunlight, ultimately vanishing without a trace in the most subtle manner. Does it not feel somewhat different? Craig continued to reminisce, yet the dreams seemed to grow increasingly hazy. A sharp sound broke his reverie. One must listen attentively, without allowing the mind to wander. Craig withdrew his hand from the wound, redirecting his thoughts to the present. Harboring no resentment towards Mira for striking him with a branch moments prior, Mira felt a sense of helplessness. This northern child resembled a half-grown wolf cub, hesitating to attack the formidable adult hunter, instead baring its still immature fangs in a slight snarl. This little creature was obstinate, unyielding, only heeding the commands of the alpha wolf. So be it. This was the only way to instruct him. After all, who was she to desire a modicum of military strength? With a bitter expression, she resolved to continue teaching. What choice did she have under Valyria's command, where she lacked soldiers? Valyria's only standing army was comprised of women, a realm in which she could scarcely interject. By accepting this band of over 1,000, she could at least command a genuine army, thereby enabling her to seize more spoils upon breaching Loina. Certainly, their reliability surpassed that of the mercenaries in Essos, who would betray their employers at a moment's notice. It was undoubtedly preferable to the tedious negotiations over drinks. With a wry smile, Mira mused, Let us proceed. Now, let us discuss how to wield control over the psychic bond with our animal companions. Our Lord's temperament is remarkably amiable, capable of enduring such demands. After counting a small portion of the annual rings, the impatient Lars remarked upon Mira's lesson with Craig. In any case, I could never manage it. Those northerners are obstinate and stubborn, akin to a block of ice. We southerners, at our core, hold them in disdain, particularly the Undulls. who looked down upon those whose ancestors migrated from the south to the north. Myra's temperament, good? Rhaegar recalled their interactions, riding upon a great dragon to Wind's Rest, then hastily making his way to Highgarden, only to be tasked with retrieving a tournament champion upon their first meeting, initially resisting the Ironborn at Highgarden, only to soar away in silence to obliterate the defeated fleet at Shield Islands, beheading Count Reyes in the Westerlands, silently enduring discord for 3 months in the Riverlands. Perhaps her character is rather self-centered and assertive, desiring a higher status and greater power. Overall, she presents a compelling figure, worthy of my service and loyalty. It sounds quite promising, Lars remarked, but with a tinge of regret. Regret about what? If our lord were a man, all that you have said would be considered virtues. Have we not discussed this? Mira, as a woman, is our finest choice. I merely meant to comment, without any disdain. Lars chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. However, women, after all, are generally ill-suited for endeavors of conquest. In this regard, our lord is indeed somewhat at a disadvantage. Let me be her sword. What a heartfelt confession. How had I not realized before that you possess such a sense of humor? That merely signifies that your discovery came late. Lars jested with a smile. Or perhaps it indicates that I revealed myself too late. To speak candidly, accompanying you on this outing surpasses the discomfort of being a river prince, which is indeed far from pleasant. You are all well aware of my circumstances. It is uncertain when I might lose my princely title. Honestly, I find this princely identity rather uncomfortable. Perhaps it is my status that taints the experience, and perchance the lords of Cayenne City or Highgarden might find it more agreeable than I do. Rhaegar chuckled softly, refraining from stating that he felt similarly. Comparing a prince preoccupied from birth with stabilizing his vassal lords and safeguarding the realm to another who arose from tragedy, with his vassals in turmoil and his family's grip on power faltering, it's difficult to determine who truly has it easier. Moreover, I have committed numerous foolish acts. Rhaegar reflected silently. In truth, the current situation is not so bad. The two remained silent, listening attentively to Mira's admonishment of the young prince from Winterfell. Though it might be futile, it was still somewhat entertaining. Chapter 83. The Northerners, do you think it worthwhile for us to journey all the way to the north for such a meager force? It is indeed worthwhile. Autumn arrives, and the north is besieged by relentless snow and wind. Lars donned an opulent and warm black mink cloak. The thickness of the soft woolen sweater beneath it sufficient to fend off the subpar stone arrows of the wildlings. Lars and Rhaegar stood before a modest dwelling in the north, where an elderly veteran, wariness etched on his face, cradled a child in his arms. The child was leisurely chewing on the jerky Rhaegar had offered. The old man, appearing to be around 50, fixed a steely gaze upon Rhaegar and Lars, more precisely at the swords sheathed at their waists. His unloved hands gripped a heavily worn axe, frozen yet unwavering, as he addressed the two peculiar foreigners who had unexpectedly appeared before his home. Leave. Leave. The two exchanged glances, slowly retreating in response to the elder's command, raising their hands to their chests in a gesture meant to dissuade any rash actions. Very well. Observing the old man's hostility, Rhaegar and Lars had little choice but to withdraw. After all, those who survive to such an advanced age in the north often possess considerable skill, perhaps even being adept with a flying axe. Both had witnessed the formidable power of such weapons. Northerner, Lars scoffed, brushing the snow off his lavish black mink cloak. Rhaegar too removed the snowflakes from his wolfskin cloak, a gift from the Stark boy. The cold of the north is severe. One cannot endure the outdoors without a substantial cloak. They had underestimated the harshness of the northern winter. Within just a few days, the temperature had plummeted once more, revealing that autumn in the north could be so frigid. Their party, in haste to advance, had not brought sufficient furs. The north had imparted a stark lesson in its severity. Snow cascaded down from the birch trees, and Rhaegar lifted his gaze downward. It was not until the old man retreated into the woods on the hillside that he finally consented to move, the axe in his hand firmly gripped, refusing to relinquish it even upon entering the dwelling. Such is the stubbornness and insularity of the Northerners, Rhaegar mused, having witnessed it firsthand today. The adage that each place nurtures its own people holds true, given the harsh conditions and frigid climate of the north. One can hardly expect to encounter virtuous souls while venturing outdoors, merely two foreign oddities. It is no wonder he remained so vigilant. Lars recalled the sights encountered along their journey, the bitter cold, the snowstorms, the maladies, and the hunger. Such an accumulation of hardships could easily compel individuals to resort to desperate measures to survive the winter while the roads remain passable. Indeed, once winter truly descends, even brigandry would yield little reward. Reflecting on the arduous path they had traversed, Rhaegar sincerely lamented the vastness of the north. The combined territories of the six kingdoms scarcely compare to the expanse of the north, and this does not even account for the lands beyond. In thinking of the six kingdoms, Rhaegar was reminded of Dorne. Has it yet to achieve unification? Not yet, Lars replied casually. That wretched land is only marginally better off than the north and the Iron Islands. A few castles encircle a handful of oases, rendering the prospect of unification exceedingly difficult. Who do you think stands the greatest chance? It is unclear, Lars pondered. Perhaps it could be Ironwood, or Elian, or even Dorne. Indeed, there are plenty of kings there. At least 6 of considerable stature, with an uncountable number of lesser ones. Lars scanned the surroundings, eager to see when Creggan would arrive. Let them squabble, he thought. With the Stormlands and the Riverlands keeping watch, they shall never breach the frontier. Speaking of which, Rhaegar proposed, perhaps we should preemptively distribute provisions and wealth. Or at least consolidate them. Otherwise, by the time winter arrives, many may perish along the way to gather. An astute suggestion, Lars concurred, noticing several dark figures moving across the hillside. Help me discern if those are Creggan's men. Rhaegar closed his eyes, clearing his mind of distractions, and summoned the esoteric energies within. Upon reopening his eyes, the bluish-purple orbs deepened in hue. The glaring light reflected off the north's snow illuminated Rhaegar's eyes, which briefly shimmered with violet luminescence before fading into the brilliant daylight. It is he, along with several soldiers. Your ability is quite impressive. I only recently mastered it. Rhaegar admitted. I truly envy you. Magic is indeed a remarkable gift. Lars sighed, lamenting his lack of talent. I simply cannot grasp it, and thus cannot revel in such extraordinary capabilities. Here, a gift for you, Rhaegar said, retrieving an object from his pocket. Lars inquired as he received the small item, measuring approximately a few inches in length. What is this? A Valyrian lens, Rhaegar responded. One I acquired in Valyria. I have grown accustomed to carrying it with me. Lars curiously examined the brass tube, wrapped in fabric. Thank you. Oh, I can see it clearly. Perhaps this is also the reason for the waning of magic. Rhaegar silently contemplated. Lars continued to watch Creggan until he reached a point discernible to the naked eye before cautiously tucking the lens into his garments. How many more treasures remain in Valyria? Do not inquire of me. You must seek it out for yourself. We must first address the matters at hand. Lars suppressed his excitement and yearning, resolving to complete the task at hand. Rhaegar turned, casting a final glance down the hillside at the small dwelling before the last vestiges of his power dissipated. The old soldier observed us from behind the door. Perhaps he was once a scout. We must earnestly consider their potential utility. Lars responded, gesturing widely with his arms. Hey, over here. The soldiers of the north, when properly equipped, possess combat prowess that rivals the most elite warriors of the Riverlands. We must also arrange for their transport away from Westeros. Securing ships and gathering supplies will be imperative. Once we arrive in Essos, it may prove challenging to establish them there. This burden shall rest upon our lord's shoulders. My immediate concern is how to extricate them from the north. Ultimately, we must rely on the name of House Stark. Rhaegar produced a map. They were currently near Winterfell. With only a single village nearby, the inhabitants had all relocated to the winter market outside Winterfell. The solitary old man remaining had once served in the military, and both of his sons now served in Winterfell. He had sufficient supplies, which explained his decision to stay. Rhaegar's gloved hand traced the map, revealing the distribution of personnel throughout the north: Winterfell, White Harbor, Hornwood, Dreadfort, and Deepwood Motte. Lars calculated briefly, arriving at a disheartening conclusion. The estimated duration of their stay might extend by an additional 2 months. Would they truly have to traverse the narrow sea in winter? Rhaegar folded the map, resigned to the outcome. Let us pray, Lars. With a sense of resignation, Lars touched his thumbs successively to his fingers, forehead, lips, and heart. Yet before he could complete the 7-pointed star, an important thought struck him. Here in the north, the 7 gods were perhaps the old gods. Oh, let it be the old gods, he mused, gesturing toward a nearby grove of weirwood and oak trees. In the grove, the leaves of the heart tree blazed a fiery red. Ravens cawed into the sky, their cries echoing in the gray-white heavens. Chapter 84. The snow beyond the wall. Every structure in Winterfell had borne witness to the melting of the north snowflakes 1,000 times. The summers in the north are unpredictable, while winter seems perpetual. Perhaps the chill from the distant land of the frost god has blown in. In the Winterfell council chamber, Rhaegar Stark waved away the guard from the distant wall, indicating that he had heard his appeal. Return. The wall still needs you. As Rhaegar and his companions returned to Winterfell after their investigation of the northern veteran, they chanced upon the Black Raven departing, locking gazes momentarily. Mira, who had been comfortably sipping honey tea in Winterfell, had just joined Rhaegar and his group. Upon hearing their opinions on the way to the hall, she expressed no objections, and the prospect of a 2-month delay elicited no particular reaction from her. With an expression of calm and composed demeanor, she displayed no hint of the impending death dance, even engaging Rhaegar with curiosity about the formidable figure clad in black. "Is this the Night's Watch?" "Indeed," Rhaegar responded as they walked, explaining that they are one of the few standing armies in Westeros, boasting the most elite cavalry of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet they seem unremarkable. Did I not hear that they recruit criminals from all over Westeros? It appears these convicts would not make for exemplary soldiers. While they may not rival your Valyrian guard, composed of noble-born men, in terms of combat prowess, their resolve is unmatched by any renowned army in history. The lord of the castle interjected appropriately. The harsh winds and snow of the north, alongside the vows of the wall, will forge them into competent members of the Night's Watch. Seated regally upon the throne in the hall, Rhaegar's countenance was one of displeasure, evidently having overheard Myra's doubts regarding the Night's Watch. They are held in high regard throughout the north. "I beg your pardon," Myra stated lightly before taking her seat, her melodious voice wafting upwards with the dark smoke from the tallow candles. "I merely developed a sudden curiosity about them. Please forgive my audacity." Rhaegar replied stiffly. "It is of no consequence. However, I have a small inquiry." Myra lifted a cup of hot tea from the table. "And if they prove inadequate? What if your so-called wins and vows fail to mold them into the finest army? Pray, be more explicit." Both Rhaegar and Lars sensed the unease in the air. "For instance, deserters. They will be apprehended and executed by the lords of the north." "Ah, a glorious death," Myra chuckled, nudging Rhaegar with her elbow. "You see, a fitting end for nobility." Rhaegar furrowed his brow, stating, "Not every member of the Night's Watch is of noble birth, yet each one deserves respect. Even a deserter? Then he shall no longer be a respected member of the Night's Watch." "Very well," Myra set down her cup. "I wish to inquire about the equipment of the Night's Watch and the source of their supplies." Rhaegar's expression relaxed slightly. He realized that this woman, who had forged a significant alliance with the North, did not intend to provoke him over the Night's Watch, but rather held a genuine interest in them. All kingdoms bear the obligation to supply the wall, and they may also engage in farming, hunting, and trade in the vicinity of the wall. The Northmen, who revere the old gods, often contribute voluntarily, and nobles bring a portion of their wealth when they join the Night's Watch. "And what lies beyond the wall?" "The lands of the free folk," Rhaegar replied tersely. "And further afield?" At this question, Rhaegar's brow furrowed once more. He was uncertain of Myra's line of thought, yet answered honestly, "The lands of eternal winter." It is said that this region falls into darkness during the winter. However, no one has ventured there to confirm such tales. Rhaegar corrected. "Beyond the Great Wall, winter is an interminable and dark season, far more complex than merely being a land of eternal frost." "And what of the surroundings of the wall?" "The sea," Rhaegar succinctly replied. Rhaegar and Lars exchanged a silent glance, each perceiving a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. How long would it take to reach the Great Wall now? "What?" Rhaegar leaned forward, tilting his head towards Myra, as if he were an elderly man struggling to comprehend. "Are you intending to visit the Great Wall?" Lars could not restrain his curiosity. "Why?" Rhaegar inquired. Myra's expression remained impassive, revealing no emotion. "Someone presented me with a gift this morning." Myra slowly revealed it, capturing the attention of the group. It was a single leaf. A fish leaf? This was a familiar sight for the people of the north. Unbeknownst to me, it had found its way to my pillow, unnoticed by the magical wards I had set. And there is this. The group leaned in for a closer look. It was a snowflake resting atop the fish leaf. At room temperature, it showed no signs of melting. Perhaps this is the true gift. Myra pinched the deep crimson fish leaf between her index and middle fingers, her wrist twisting to let the sizable snowflake tumble onto the table. The vivid leaf quivered in her grasp. "This is merely a package." Myra found amusement in the sight of several grown men fixated on a tiny snowflake upon the table. "Do you remember what I taught you the day before yesterday?" Noticing Myra was speaking to him, Rhaegar nodded slowly. "Use it on this." Rhaegar cautiously extended a finger, channeling the magic within him. Flames ignited at his fingertips. A small, steady flame flickered, its hues of red, orange, and yellow emanating warmth and light. The flame licked at the snowflake, yet the hexagonal crystal remained steadfast on the table, even as the surface began to char, showing no signs of change. "There is one more thing. It is inviting me." Myra lifted the fish leaf and tossed it upward. "I have thrown it 9 times, and the result has always been the same." The star-shaped leaf landed, its blood-stained palm pointing decisively in one direction. North on the map, the northernmost point of the north, the Wall of Despair. "My dragon has expressed unease about that place. What are your thoughts?" Perhaps it is a suggestion from the old gods. Do you truly wish to go to the wall? I am reluctant to do so. Mira poured herself another cup of hot tea, adding honey delivered by the servants to create a soothing honey tea. Taking a sip, warmth spread from her stomach, and she displayed a look of pure enjoyment. I am disinclined to go. Mira reiterated her reasons for not wanting to venture forth. If it is this cold in Winterfell, how frigid must the wall of despair be further north? I grew up in Essos. I simply cannot endure such a harsh climate. Moreover, Mira casually gestured towards the wall, from beyond which a roar echoed. My dragon, unaccustomed to the frigid climate of the north, conveyed to me an overwhelming sense of dread towards the direction of the wall. Can you comprehend the terror that emanates from one of the most proud and ferocious creatures on this planet? It displayed no such emotions when I led her to vanquish dragons larger than herself. I have no desire to perish amidst the biting cold. I wish to meet my end in a blaze of warmth. Rhaegar pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps this is a warning from the old gods, delivered through the tempest and the fishbone tree. Beyond the wall lies a plethora of sinister entities. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing there. Is that the reason you constructed that edifice, said to soar 700 feet high and stretch for 300 miles, to defend against those malevolent beings? Essentially, Rhaegar answered candidly. However, its primary purpose now serves to protect against the wildlings beyond, rather than any supernatural threats. Wildlings? Lars interjected. To us southerners, they are merely remnants of the ancient inhabitants beyond the wall, few in number, poorly equipped, and lacking in martial prowess, as they do not even forge iron. Then what was the purpose of your construction? Mira inquired, perplexed. As far as I know, you began its construction over 7,000 years ago, and countless members of the Night's Watch have since fortifying it with blocks of ice. Was it solely to defend against those wielding bone weapons and wooden shields? Rhaegar closed his mouth, eager to interject. Yes, precisely those individuals. Beyond the wall, there are indeed those who can smelt metal, albeit with the long-abandoned tools of bronze. Rhaegar corrected Lars's minor oversight. In the cellars of Winterfell, remnants of those ancient weapons can still be found. I am certain that my ancestors did not erect this ice structure merely to combat the wildlings, as they contributed to its construction as well. Giants. Indeed. Rhaegar satisfiedly lifted his teacup. And for what purpose? Many in Essos ponder the same question. Mira reiterated. I believe that even if those wildlings had a 1,000,000-strong army, they would pose no real threat, as they lack the capacity to command such forces. We have never feared them, although they have scaled the wall. Their total population certainly does not reach 1,000,000. The reason they can muster 100,000 warriors is that half of them are spearwives. So what, then, was the reason for building the wall? White Walkers. The others? That is the term you Southerners use. Lars posed a question. Do you believe in this legend? In our South, it is merely an ancient tale, seldom mentioned, appearing only occasionally in the records of scholars in the Citadel. Are you suggesting that I should believe my ancestors, who constructed Winterfell and Last Hearth, along with all the ancestors of the present folk, were fools? Truthfully, we are rather skeptical about these legends ourselves, Rhaegar admitted, scratching his face, somewhat embarrassed. Beyond the Great Wall lies a realm of terror, inhabited by savage beings who feast upon flesh and commit fratricide, as well as fearsome beasts capable of dispatching hundreds in their slumber, all amidst the biting, silent winds. Yet, such horrors do not warrant the monumental effort invested in constructing the wall. In any case, it is advisable for you to refrain from venturing there. The soldiers you require have already begun to assemble, and I must ensure your safety. In that case, you ought to prepare a greater quantity of honey for me. We have no shortage of it. Honey is a vital resource for the northern folk during winter. Would you prefer it sourced from the Glass Garden or the banks of the Whiteblade River? Either is acceptable. The honey here possesses a distinctive flavor, unlike any other. Thank you for the compliment. As the conversation concluded, Mira and her companions took their leave amicably. Thus, what purpose did the construction of the Great Wall truly serve? This remains unclear. This question also perplexes Rhaegar. Even a millennium later, after the Grand Valyria has vanished, the answer remains elusive. I perceive it merely as a place of exile for criminals, or perhaps a manifestation of the madness induced by the cold upon the northern folk. Lars remarked that the ancient families of Westeros adhere to the tradition of sending prisoners and supplies to the wall. New nobility, such as my family, disregard this rule unless they reside in the north, treating it as mere air. Perhaps in a few centuries, even the prisoners will no longer be sent there. It is far more convenient to carry out executions and floggings on-site rather than dispatching individuals to the north. What are your thoughts on that, Leaf? The mysterious prophecy of the old gods of the north? A useful compass. Rhaegar and Mira simultaneously turned their gazes toward Lars. Well, a northward compass. You truly are remarkable. Lars, I must concede, you are a genius. Thank you for the praise. Mira sighed softly, reflecting on how the relatively diminutive Westeros, compared to Essos, is indeed teeming with talent. Once the northern veterans have gathered, we shall set forth back to Westeros, allowing those individuals to sail to Essos from the riverlands. Lars timely interjected, I will write to my father to prepare the ships. Then all will be well. We can properly enjoy this damned cold. Both individuals sensed Myra's sudden pause with intrigue. Turning, they found her gazing blankly at the sky. They followed her gaze and beheld the purple wings beating against the gray-white heavens. A silver arrow. It was the first instance Lars had witnessed Mira display such a disheveled expression. Mira repeatedly called out anxiously for her dragon companion, and Rhaegar sensed her urgent summons echoing through their spiritual connection. Yet, it was futile. The vibrant purple in the sky, oscillating in size, receded rapidly. Its wings flapping with an urgency uncharacteristic of a dragon in flight, which typically maintains a high frequency of wing beats only during takeoff and landing. Unusual circumstances denote battle or flight. Soon, the swiftest breed of Valyrian dragon vanished from sight. What is this place? Mira exclaimed loudly, a tone of anger or perhaps unease resonating in her voice, a sound Rhaegar had never heard from her before. To the north. Rhaegar pushed through the gathering townsfolk of Winterfell. Is this also a sign from the old gods? Rhaegar tossed the heart tree leaf Mira had brought, and it carved a vivid crimson arc through the air, landing upon a patch of white snow, strikingly conspicuous. The blood-stained leaf seemed to convey the message of the deceased, urging one to journey to the northernmost reaches of the civilized world, the Wall. Chapter 86. The Path of Wind and Snow, The Reluctant Journey. I care not whose divine guidance this is, Mira shouted. All I know is that my dragon has flown to that dreaded, frigid realm against my command. What sort of cursed place is this? Lars, somewhat bewildered, pondered aloud. Perhaps the northerners constructed the wall not out of madness from the cold. Rhaegar stood, entranced, watching the uncontrollable dragon fade into the distance. In all the tales of House Targaryen he had studied, the only dragon that defied its rider-esque commands while they were conscious was the fearsome Balerion, the Black Dread, leading to the untimely demise of Princess Arya. That ancient beast might merely wish to revisit its birthplace, while Arya could have been powerless to restrain Balerion's long-held desire to return to Valyria. But what of Myra's silver arrow? The mammoth? Rhaegar found it hard to believe that the desolate lands held any allure for it. The snowflakes that would not melt, the heart tree leaf that, when tossed, pointed northward. The uncontrolled dragon taking flight. All these thoughts tangled in Rhaegar's mind. Why did the silver arrow fly away? Why did it evade Myra's control? What compelled it to head north? Was there someone urging them toward the wall? What troubles awaited them there? Why were they chosen? And what gave him the authority to command a dragon? And what of the heart tree leaf and the snow? Was it magic? Who had sent it? And for what purpose? Was it connected to the one who caused the silver arrow to take flight? Moreover, why had they altered their course to venture into the north? A multitude of clues and entangled mysteries left Rhaegar feeling like a moth ensnared in a spider's web. Eventually, he spoke. I shall attempt to retrieve it. There's no need. Mira responded, closing her eyes. After a few deep breaths, she opened them and declared, prepare for departure. We shall journey to the far north. Esteemed King of Winter. Mira addressed Rhaegar. I hope you will permit me to hire a contingent of your soldiers. Rest assured, I can pay any price. The crowd is of no use in this weather, and there is no need to worry about bandits on our path. I am prepared to provide you with 40 men, 35 from my guard and 5 experienced old hunters. As for the commission, please replace the highest mercenary rate with an equivalent value in provisions at 3 times the market price. Thank you for your generous kindness. I shall make proper use of it. Rhaegar waved his hand, expressing only a hope that you would ensure their survival. Mira did not respond but turned to Lars, saying, Lars, you stay behind and prepare to accommodate those from the north. As you wish, may you travel safely and find all to be well. Mira gazed towards the north, murmuring, this is hard to say. Dark clouds loomed from the direction whence the silver arrows had departed. It resembled a great gray beast, slowly unfurling its wings. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon us, exhaling a chilling white gale. Everyone sensed the cold descending from the endless frozen expanse of the north. An invisible, snow-white specter poised to extinguish any life that dared to cross its path. According to the experience of the northerners, it was an unsuitable time to venture out, let alone embark on a long journey. The impoverished would meticulously calculate their firewood reserves, deliberating on whether to add a few more logs. Meanwhile, the affluent would carefully consider the quantities of honey and firewood, cautiously adding another spoonful of honey to their tea. then advising their servants that the tea need not be brewed too hot in the future. You must wait before departing. Rhaegar said after estimating the expanse of the ominous clouds. A storm is descending. Should you choose to leave Winterfell now, I cannot guarantee your life. Your dragon may swiftly traverse those clouds, but my cavalry cannot. I must prepare provisions for your journey to the wall in one go, while also worrying whether you might become lost in the tempest. Rhaegar glanced at the patch of heart tree leaves on the ground, pausing before continuing. I hope you can ride. In this weather, there are no roads fit for a carriage. Remember to dress the 2 horses we brought for you in extra layers. They are not as accustomed to the cold as your northern steeds. It seemed that the storm had brought a calmness to Meera, who appeared serene. I cannot allow it to perish in this wretched place. How absurd, a frozen dragon. That would make me the subject of ridicule for a millennium in Valyria. Meera addressed the northern sky. It has followed me for 16 years. I must retrieve this disobedient creature. And you, would you accompany me to face death? Meera inquired of Rhaegar. It is but death, Rhaegar replied. I have heard that freezing to death is not too painful. That is good, Meera said, as if relieved. I am pleased that you are willing to do so. To be honest, I consider myself fortunate to have encountered you. If I can return to Valyria, I must express my gratitude to Vorner. Indeed, I must thank him properly. Accompanying a like-minded individual to death is, after all, a rather noble way to perish. Rhaegar thought to himself, what is there to fear for one who has already tasted death? Moreover, he had no kin to share the journey of life, to breathe, to experience joy alongside him. Rhaegar merely hoped that freezing to death truly was a more comfortable demise. Once the storm abates, we shall depart. May I? Rhaegar asked Rickard. It should be permissible. Very well, Rhaegar, Lars, come inside, let us converse. Rhaegar bent down to pick up the heart tree leaves from the ground and followed suit. Lars, meanwhile, sighed as he watched Rhaegar's retreating figure. A sigh was soon swallowed by the whispering winds, and footprints were cloaked beneath the falling snow. Meera poured a cup of hot tea for the 2 of them, allowing the suffocating silence to stretch. It was only when the tea in Meera's cup had cooled that she finally spoke. I will write a letter to my father. Lars, remember to find a trustworthy person to deliver it to Valyria, and ensure it is handed directly to my father. In the letter, I shall seek his assurance that he will fulfill my promise to you. There shall be no further family disturbances in Valyria. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Lars rose and bowed to Meera. Believe me or not, I genuinely wish to support your endeavors with all my strength. Then reserve that strength for my return. I shall await you in Winterfell until the next spring. That shall suffice. If only we could disregard the current dismal situation. Meera stood and gazed out the window. This journey will be the most remarkable experience of my life. If I truly believed in the gods, I would kneel in utmost reverence to thank them for allowing me to encounter all of you during this voyage. Chapter 87. Bone-chilling Coldsome boast that Valyria's steel swords are the sharpest in the world. The old hunter, Roel, turned his back and exclaimed loudly to Rhaegar. He must never have witnessed the winter storms of the north. What did you say? I said, my lord, beware of the wind and snow. Yes. I. After speaking, Rhaegar paid no mind to the chattering old hunter and lowered his head, sealing his mouth tightly. The few words he had just uttered allowed several gusts of frigid air to invade, and truth be told, Rhaegar felt quite uncomfortable. To describe it, it was akin to a novice sword swallower being compelled by their master to swallow an icicle freshly plucked from the eaves. Rhaegar bowed his head, letting the cloak, made from the white horses of the Stormlands, carry him onward, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. The Targaryens were unafraid of illness, save for the shivering sickness. Undeterred by heat, and possessed striking beauty, yet such attributes did not grant them immunity to the cold. The group trudged through the snow in their conspicuous black garments, the essential sounds of their passage swiftly frozen and scattered by the wind. Only during brief lulls in the storm could they gather together to discuss their forthcoming route, a testament to their ability to converse. This was not merely due to the biting cold robbing them of warmth, but also the profound solitude of the vastness surrounding them. Rhaegar came to understand the essence of the Northmen. Their hearts, minds, and emotions ran far deeper than what they outwardly portrayed. The North imbued them with resilience akin to moss and steadiness like solid ice, while their humanity allowed for love, joy, and song to flourish within. The merciless winds and snow buried countless things. How much longer? Meera could not help but inquire. Before the next nightfall descended, Rhaegar turned and drew back his mask, stating, as long as no unforeseen events occur. Meera, understanding, pulled her hat brim down once more and extended her arms to embrace the neck of Hayyan, the gray mare hailing from the river bay, hoping to mitigate the assault of the wind and snow. At the outset of their journey, She had intended to maintain a semblance of the ancient nobility's reserved demeanor, sitting upright upon Hyan, chest out and gaze fixed ahead. However, a sudden gust nearly unseated her. The consequences of falling from the saddle in such dire circumstances would be far graver than at any other time. A chilling wolf howl echoed. The silently marching company came to an abrupt halt. The leading horse grew restless, its legs pulling free from the snow only to settle back down. The eye mask, designed to protect its vision, had become a hindrance, obstructing its broader perspective as a herbivore, which only heightened its anxiety due to a diminished awareness of the surroundings. Behind the lead horse was a string of steeds tethered together, as several seasoned hunters swiftly advanced to soothe the anxious animal. Rhaegar, too, felt a surge of tension, surveying the area from his elevated position atop the horse. They now traversed a desolate expanse, perfect for a wolf pack's ambush. To the left loomed undulating valleys, while to the right stretched an endless expanse of the frigid northern woodlands. If Rhaegar recalled correctly, they were in the wolf-infested forest that extended to the far reaches of Heathfire, not far from their intended target, the lands of House Stark, soon to be granted anew. In the interest of time, they had chosen to cross the northern wolf woods. Rhaegar couldn't help but scoff at the irony. Encountering wolves in a wolf forest was a scenario so reasonable that even the most pedantic scholar of the Citadel could hardly find fault in it. Old gods, let it not be a pack of wolves that have not stored enough provisions for winter. Silence. Another wolf howl resounded, yet even Mira, who had never hunted, could discern that the sound was drawing nearer. The crowd instinctively formed a circle. As the experienced hunters gathered their precious horses in the center and secured them tightly with ropes to prevent the terrifying possibility of losing any mounts. Rhaegar scanned his surroundings, feeling a measure of relief. They were a formidable company of 42, comprising 35 seasoned soldiers, 5 adept hunters, and 1 fully equipped cavalryman capable of dispatching half the company while frightening the other half. There was no reason to fear a mere pack of wolves, not even if they were the Arctic wolves that had once numbered in the hundreds. Each northerner in the troop prayed for the wolves to be ordinary, hoping they would mistake them for a herd of elk. Old gods, even a herd of bison would be preferable to a pack of Arctic wolves. Rhaegar donned his leather armor, forcing himself to relax. Is there a leader? He inquired. Silence fell over the group, indicating the absence of one. I shall lead. Any objections? A bearded veteran spoke for the assembly. None. They understood the legendary nature of the individual they were escorting. Once more, the horses were scrutinized. They must not falter. Rhaegar's voice rose with intensity, piercing through the wind and snow to reach the ears of the 41 individuals present. Should the Ice Plains wolves appear, there must be no panic. Rhaegar's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. Remember, 10 of you are to tend to the horses. Do you understand? Do you have any suggestions? Speak up if you do. 10 is insufficient. Once again, the bearded man responded to Rhaegar's query, insisting that at least half of the group should be allocated. He could not resist licking his chapped lips. Regardless of how fine the steeds may be, the scent of the Ice Plains wolves would send them into a frenzy, and 10 men would not suffice to restrain them. Then let us divide the group, Rhaegar added, sending forth those capable of calming the horses. If it truly is the Ice Plains wolves, I shall handle it. The crowd began to stabilize, placing their trust in this champion of the Highgarden tournament, the conqueror of the young hands, the unparalleled rider of Westeros, the slayer of Hall and Greyjoy, the vanquisher of the Black Sea monster couple, the nightmare of the Ironborn, the Silver Dragon's fair-faced hero, the legendary figure who personally dispatched the sea creature, Rhaegar Targaryen, who was deemed capable of perpetuating his legend in the north while simultaneously safeguarding their lives. Amidst the horses, Mira, employing her dragon's soothing magic to calm 5 steeds, looked upon the assuaging Rhaegar with a swell of pride. Turning to glance at the steaming pile of horse manure on her boots, Mira found herself at a loss for words to articulate the profound emotions stirring within her. You are indeed a hero, ever protective of me. A purple glimmer appeared at the corner of Rhaegar's eye, slowly traversing the perimeter of their protective circle. His demeanor was serious, meticulously scanning the surroundings, cautiously discerning any potential hiding spots of the wolf pack. Internally, he expressed gratitude to Mira for taking the time to teach him magic. As moments slipped by, the once ferocious wind and snow began to subside. Howl. Chapter 88. The Hungry Wolf Pack. These accursed beasts seek to wear us down with the storm. The bearded man growled. The men of the north fear not this chill. Rhaegar remained silent, a sense of unease welling within him as he observed the cunning of these sharp-toothed creatures. The dark clouds began to disperse, autumn sunlight piercing through, rendering the biting wind considerably milder. Yet, Rhaegar's anxiety intensified. Why should he fear? They are merely wild wolves. Have they not slain enough within the royal forest? Rhaegar questioned himself. Though clad in naught but leather armor, he wielded a Valyrian steel sword. Even without a trusted army beside him, he had a formidable 40 at his side. There was no reason for trepidation. Another wolf howl echoed, and Rhaegar discerned its origin from the woods to the right. Prepare. The soldiers unsheathed their long swords, removing the protective covers from their spears. Those closest to the woods held their breath, steeling themselves for the impending assault of the wolves. Even those positioned near the mountains shifted their focus towards the thicket. Howl! The woods trembled, and a few archers in the ranks swiftly knocked their arrows, ready to unleash their volleys. Though the trajectory wobbled and twisted, it remained largely on course. Enhanced by magic, Rhaegar's acute hearing caught a mournful howl. Shortly thereafter, several gray shadows darted from the underbrush. By the old god's grace, the bearded man's demeanor relaxed, his previously crouched vigilance now extended. Merely a few emaciated wolves, appearing malnourished, posed no significant threat. With a buoyant tone, he proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." With that, he seized the spear of a nearby companion, brandished his steel sword, and dashed forth. Come forth. The short span of mere hundreds of meters required only a fleeting moment at full speed. As they closed the distance to approximately 30 meters, the bearded man hurled the spear from his grasp. Aside from Rhaegar and Mira, the others merely witnessed the northern warrior running and casting his spear, oblivious to the blossoming crimson flower that followed. Before any formal engagement, the bearded man showcased the formidable strength of a guardian of the north, dispatching a famished, lean wolf. "And there are two more," he called out, raising his long sword as he charged at the remaining elder wolves. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, 2 more lives extinguished in the frigid expanse. "This fellow is remarkably swift, having taken down all 3 wolves." "There were 4, Rhaegar corrected. "Your eyesight is commendable, my lord," praised the old hunter Raoul. "Now that the snow has ceased, should we rest or seize the moment to press on? We are not far from our destination." The choice between resting or continuing warranted careful consideration. "Hey, look!" the bearded man exclaimed with excitement, raising both hands aloft, proudly displaying his trophies. "This fellow truly knows how to make an impression. Hey, don't forget my spear. There's still one more in the thicket. Retrieve it for me," called out the northerner who remained behind, his face alight with joy. Yet, Rhaegar sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. However, he felt powerless. As the current situation clearly presented a splendid opportunity to uplift morale, he had no justification to hinder their moment of joy. Just as the brief lull in the wind resumed its relentless vigor, it felt as though some unseen force urged it to labor diligently. "By the old gods, these 2 beasts together must outweigh me," the bearded man gasped, observing the 2 elder wolves, their fur thin even at the tail end of autumn. "These old rascals dared to ambush us? Winter has not yet arrived," he muttered, hoisting the wolf corpses and treading over the snow to retrieve the discarded spear. "One more?" As he grasped the spear's shaft, he glanced back toward the thicket. That fleeting glance sent a chill down his spine. The gusting cold wind rustled the underbrush, and amidst the shifting branches, a pair of vividly green eyes locked onto him. No. Having spotted the first pair, he realized the second would soon be revealed. Brown. Blue, brown, green. The Arctic wolf, with its piercing gaze, slowly retreated, internally urging itself to remain composed. "Fear not, do not flee. You cannot outrun a pack of Arctic wolves. Behind you stand 39 capable men. You shall return alive to Winterfell." Taking a deep breath, the man tightened his grip on the spear and cautiously backed away, his eyes fixated on the pair of green eyes hidden within the thicket. "Something is amiss." "What do you mean, my lord?" "There are more wolves." Rhaegar's words captured the attention of all present, and soon others began to notice that the man's demeanor was not that of a hunter. "2 of you, come here," Rhaegar commanded. "Make sure you can ride." The man kept his gaze locked on the pack of wolves before him, estimating their numbers to be around 10, including 3 Arctic wolves. The wind and snow obscured the sound of Rhaegar's horse's hooves, yet the man could discern movements from his companions behind him based on the actions of the wolves ahead. He continued to retreat slowly, biding his time for the right moment to flee. 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters. He could distinctly hear the sound of hooves approaching from behind. "Huzzah! I am alive." The man swiftly turned, discarding the wolf carcass from his shoulder, and sprinted back. It was Lord Rhaegar. He was grateful for his willingness to come to his aid. "And I must also thank that old rascal Raoul," the man mused as he ran. "What is that?" As he dashed backward, his gaze fell upon the undulating valley behind his comrades, where several small dark shapes were moving swiftly. A chill ran down his spine. "Wolves." Rhaegar saw the man collapse in panic, raising his hands and shouting. "Wolves! Arctic wolves. What? Behind us. What? A pack of Arctic wolves. Rhaegar glanced back, realizing the cunning adversaries they faced. You go save him. Rhaegar shouted to the rider beside him. I must return. Rhaegar struggled to rein in his horse, which had already quickened its pace, striving to rejoin the group. Steady the horses. Rhaegar called out, his voice carried away by the wind, as the steed sensed the terrifying scent that filled the air. My lord, why return? It seemed he was saying something, but it was inaudible. Let us move closer to the woods and see if we can hear better. A good idea. The soldiers turned, and from behind the small hill they had been observing, a small gray shadow darted out. Watch your backs. Behind us. The sharp fangs effortlessly pierced the soldier's neck, blood gushing forth. Having struck successfully, the gray shadow showed no hesitation, darting into the already tense group of horses like a foal desperately searching for its mother on the plains. Arctic wolves. Rhaegar could not prevent this premeditated ambush. Chapter 89. Heavy casualties. Rhaegar sat in a daze upon a solitary boulder amidst the snow, beside the lifeless body of the old hunter, Roel. The toll of battle had been devastating. His gaze drifted toward the distant figures of several horses, frantically fleeing, and a singular thought consumed his mind. This thought encompassed not only humans, but also wolves and horses. The ground was strewn with corpses, with wolves and men entwined in a macabre embrace. Horses. Their bellies ripped open, nestled against wolves whose skulls had been shattered, while a wolf's fangs remained lodged in a human cervical vertebra, and a dagger was firmly embedded in the ribs of another wolf. Rhaegar could not recall how many tundra wolves or ordinary wolves he had slain. It felt as though they all succumbed to rabies. The wolf pack had successfully disrupted the formation of the entire troop following a sudden assault, sending the startled horses into a wild frenzy. The men had not even had time to remove the blindfolds from their eyes. These horses had become the greatest variable in this chaotic skirmish between man and beast. The chilling howls of wolves echoed from all directions, driving the frightened horses to dart across the battlefield, their hooves trampling on white snow, crimson snow, red blood, and shattered brains. The pack numbered over 100, half of which were tundra wolves, adept at herding horses to attack humans. Madness reigned. Exhaustion coursed through Rhaegar's entire being, and the only flicker of attention his fragile spirit could muster was drawn to Meera, trembling and curled up amidst the rocky crevices of the hillside. A glance around revealed that none of the Northmen who had accompanied him remained standing. The wind and snow intensified, scattering their mournful cries. Rhaegar's silver hair, stained red and white, fluttered in the icy breeze, which offered him a meager semblance of vitality. He resolved to rest for a moment, hoping to regain some strength before reuniting with Meera and seeking out any remaining survivors to contemplate their next course of action. How? Rhaegar thought wearily, recalling those wolves on the periphery driving the horses. As he surveyed the battlefield, a despairing realization struck him. It was over. Their leader was still alive. On the hillside, a vantage point overlooking the entire battlefield, the massive white adult male tundra wolf let out another long howl. Rhaegar understood that this fearsome creature was summoning its surviving kin. As anticipated, several tundra wolves began to converge from the surrounding terrain, appearing relatively vigorous, their fur still smooth and pristine, save for a few ice shards clinging to them from their sprint. The white tundra wolf leader possessed a pair of crimson eyes, from which Rhaegar discerned no sorrow for the loss of its pack. It trotted down from its high perch, occasionally emitting a low howl, to which the gathered tundra wolves responded in kind. Meera. With great effort, Rhaegar struggled to rise. He could not remain idle, for Meera's position was precisely along the path the tundra wolf leader would tread. It was too late to move her now. He hefted Raoul's lifeless body and prepared to cast it down the slope. The corpse would soon plummet heavily, creating a resounding noise sufficient to capture their attention. Thud. Lars dropped the burlap sack from his shoulder. Lars let out a sigh of relief and said, "The last pack. Your Grace, you have worked hard." "It's nothing," Lars replied, accepting the coarse towel handed to him by the nearby veteran. After briefly wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquired, "Ruin, has the last batch of grain been stored in the granary?" The balding, brown-haired old Ruin respectfully answered, "Indeed, my lord, I witnessed it myself. Everything is in order." "Well done," Lars remarked, looking at the humble old Ruin with a smile as he patted his slightly hunched neck. "Straighten up. I am not your lord. There is no need for such formality." "You are far better than that scoundrel," Ruin replied. "What do you mean?" Lars, not quite grasping the capable old man's words, urged him to stand straight and speak clearly. "I mean, Lord Lars, you are wise and formidable." Lars raised his right hand, fingers together, palm facing outward in a gesture of refusal. "No flattery directed at me. I am not the leader. Hiring all you northern veterans was not my idea. I am merely a laborer." "You mean the Valyrian Dragon King?" Ruin straightened his back, hesitating. How could anyone in Winterfell be unaware? Yet, I see that the Southerners transporting this grain show you great respect. I am also a Southerner. My apologies, my lord. I was wrong. I beg you, Lars interjected, halting Ruin, who was about to bow. It's fine. In truth, I also refer to you as Northern folk. Now, get back to work. Lars waved, signaling Ruin to depart. Remember, I am not the leader. That Valyrian dragon king who has left is. Understood, my lord. I grasp it well. Good, now? Return to your duties and assist the newcomers with explanations. Understood, my lord. It is indeed quite troublesome, Lars mused, wondering where Rhaegar and the others might be at this moment. I hope they return safely. In Winterfell, the king's study, Ricard silently listened to the report from the captain of the guard. Still no news from them? Your Majesty, there were no letters from Lord Amber among today's correspondence. Notify the Raven's Nest to remain vigilant for any messages from the last hearth. Ricard commanded. You should also inform others to alert those at the winter market to keep an eye out for any frozen ravens around Winterfell before the weather fully turns to winter. Understood. After the captain departed, Ricard approached the window. This year, the northern storms were more severe than in previous years. With winter's official arrival, the cold could intensify further. Let us hope this winter is not prolonged, he contemplated, gazing at the snowflakes whipped by the frigid wind. The king of the north, Ricard, thought, winter is coming. Chapter 90. The objective, the wall. Thank you immensely for your assistance. It was a minor matter. I could easily say I did nothing. The Earl of the Last Hearth, Hamid Amber, waved his hand dismissively. You are guests of the king, and naturally, guests of the entire north. Moreover, you have rendered me a tremendous service. Hamid gestured towards the mountain of wolf carcasses piled upon the sled behind him. These beasts began to gather since autumn, although hunters had spotted them at that time. I deemed it not a matter of great concern. Every autumn, the lands of the north are visited by creatures that fail to survive the winter. Hamid sighed, a lingering sense of dread weighing heavily upon him. Throughout the autumn, I prepared to confront them, yet I was perpetually thwarted by various troubles. Consequently, they amassed into such a formidable horde and brought harm upon you. This is entirely not your fault. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance in retrieving my horse. Rhaegar rode up beside Hamid, leaving Mira, who was mounted on Sea Smoke, to gradually recover from her physical and psychological injuries. Thank the gods, the two horses gifted by my friend have not perished. This pack of wolves is quite abnormal. How so? Hamid, intrigued by Rhaegar's explanation, realized that the territory of this giant wolf pack overlapped with both his and House Stark's lands. And a careless misstep could lead to great trouble, especially given the magnitude of the incident. Old gods, how many have perished at the borders of his lands in the company of the king in winter? Please elaborate. This is of great importance to me. Rhaegar recalled their reckless behavior during the battle, akin to a death wish. The pack consisted of both dire wolves and ordinary wolves, though I did not tally their number. It surely exceeds 100. My men calculated it to be approximately 120. Hamid remarked, observing the wounds, about 20 of which you personally dispatched. As he spoke, Hamid's gaze instinctively drifted towards the two bloodied long swords at Rhaegar's waist. As the rumors suggested, he bore 3 exquisite swords, one of which was a Valyrian steel blade from House Reyes. Valyrian steel lives up to its reputation. Alas, I cannot afford such luxury, Hamid mused enviously. On another note, noticing the amicable exchange between the two, Hamid unconsciously posed the question that had long perplexed him. How is it that after slaying a dozen wolves, you still had the strength to continue and dispatch 4 of those enormous dire wolves? When I arrived, you had not even wiped the blood from your sword. A mere token from a friend. He must be a companion worth cultivating. Hamid, sensing the delicate nature of the conversation, fell silent and returned to the previous topic. You suggest that these over 100 wolves are abnormal, correct? Indeed, Rhaegar replied, shaking off his memories. Their behavior does not appear to stem from hunger. With casualties exceeding half, even the most disciplined of armies would not choose to press their assault. Yet that pack does. Hamid concluded, I have observed them. Dire wolves, ordinary wolves, male, female, adults, juveniles, elders, sickly ones. Every variety, all deceased, with not a single survivor in sight. A chill swept over Hamid, and he instinctively touched the back of his neck, unaware of the draft he felt. I had assumed you merely encountered a pack of wolves that were shifting their hunting grounds. It was they who ambushed us. Rhaegar began to recount to Hamid the strategies employed by the wolf pack in their assault. They would use howls to drive them, leaving them to falter in the biting cold between the snow-laden slopes and the woods. A few elder wolves would divert attention to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack from behind. Their aim was precise, prioritizing the disruption of the horse herd. And amidst the ensuing chaos, They would surge forth to assault the scattered northern soldiers. Finally, the Wolf King would personally ensure the conclusion of their onslaught. Had it not been for the precious drops of sweat from the gifted green hand of Mole, Rhaegar might have found himself buried alongside Mira in the snow of the north, entombed in the homeland of winter roses. Rhaegar's right hand brushed against the wound on his left chest, inflicted by the colossal fangs of the Wolf King, though it had healed. It still throbbed with an echo of pain. He bore no ill will towards Hamid for failing to eradicate the wolf pack beforehand. Judging by the circumstances, even if Hamid had led 100 men himself, they would have been unable to thwart them, as long as the Wolf King escaped, come the following summer. An even more fearsome pack would emerge. Someone wishes to see us dead, Rhaegar stated. Someone has taken control of this wolf pack. A shapeshifter? Hamid pondered. Yet I have never heard of such a shapeshifter possessing the ability to command an entire pack. The Wolf King is not our sovereign. It cannot dictate the life or death of the whole pack. Can it not control but a mere 6 beasts? Perhaps. Rhaegar exhaled a cloud of white breath. It is a secret. The last hearth. Mira was far from pleased with this castle. Half of her discontent stemmed from the stark disparity between its name and the harsh reality of its surroundings, which were considerably colder than Winterfell. The other half was rooted in the negligence of its lord, causing Mira to feel for the first time in her life the chilling proximity of death, a name unbefitting its essence. What? Mira sighed. Let us leave as soon as we replenish our supplies. Ultimately, it was her lost silver arrows that weighed heavily on her mind. She had inquired with the lord of this place, who had reported seeing a vast white shadow flying north, likely her silver arrows. Rhaegar picked up the teacup from the table, intending to sip some warm tea to soothe his spirit and warm his body. Would you care for a cup of honeyed tea? Never mind. Indeed, Rhaegar hesitantly speculated. Are you still contemplating the Wolfpack's attack? Not quite, Mira replied, deeply ensconced in the bearskin chair by the hearth, simply disinterested in tea. Do not concern yourself with me. If you wish to inquire why I drank so much earlier, I shall tell you. It is a small dragon taming technique passed down through our family, allowing the dragon to feel what its rider feels. Mira reached into the crackling woodpile. Sight, sound, touch, taste, joy, and much more, very useful. The silver arrow is rather averse to the cold of the north, so I employ this method to make it more comfortable. Otherwise, how could I possibly teach that ice wolf pup the ways of a shapeshifter? Rhaegar expressed his concern. Mira, you seem somewhat unwell. Mira withdrew her hand from the fire. The grime accumulated during their previous encounter with the wolf pack, now entirely erased. Is it that obvious? She mused, laughing at her own inquiry. Do you require anything? Silence. Thank you, came the reply. As Rhaegar closed the door, Mira turned to the hearth and inquired, what lies ahead? The Wall of Despair, he answered, unsurprisingly. Chapter 91. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. This edifice stands as the grandest in the annals of Westerosi history. It may not be the oldest, but its size is indeed impressive. Lord Commander Stephen Stark, the 868th of the Night's Watch, introduced himself to Rhaegar and Mira. He was a rather unconventional Night's Watchman, and even more so as a Stark, exhibiting a humorous and loquacious demeanor in their presence. I had not anticipated your arrival, he remarked. His black cloak dusted with pristine snowflakes, a small gift from the biting winds beyond, carrying with it the essence of what the free folk termed freedom. Given your imposing presence, I assumed you would be making the rounds to visit all the kings of Westeros, leaving little time for us at the Wall. Yet, who would have thought that from the newly arrived brothers of the Night's Watch, I would learn that your stay in the Westerlands was so brief? Such a pity. The miners there are always the wealthiest. You ought to have lingered a few more days. There are ample gold coins in their vaults that you could have feasted upon. How do you find our north? He continued. Though it is dreadful, it still possesses a certain flavor, does it not? Mira replied coolly, it is indeed dreadful. Stephen placed a hand on his forehead, feigning sorrow. That is rather hurtful. I beg your pardon. Rhaegar felt compelled to step forward and apologize. My lord has been rather melancholic of late. I understand. Each year, many southern recruits struggle to endure the chill of the north, especially considering our esteemed guests hail from the volcanic lands of Valyria. Rest assured, it is quite comprehensible. The situation may be more intricate than you presume, Mira interjected. Is it that my stiff, clumsy brother has failed to care for you? Far worse. The candlelight flickered as the dry wood blazed in the hearth. Rhaegar and Mira sat at the ancient table, recounting their bizarre experiences over the past days, akin to a tale spun by a venerable matron. That is more severe than I had envisioned, Stephen remarked, his gray-blue eyes, mirroring those of the King of Winter, reflecting profound light. Recently, word from the Shadow Tower claimed that someone there professed to have witnessed the fabled ice dragon. Stephen chuckled bitterly. I thought it merely the ramblings of a drunken man. but it seems that may indeed be your dragon. As you can see, Rhaegar leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on Stephen. We require the assistance of your rangers, and in return, we shall fulfill all your desires. The Night's Watch requires nothing. Stephen furrowed his brow in refusal. We remain steadfastly independent, beyond the reach of the kingdoms south of the wall, as we have for millennia and shall for millennia to come. Rhaegar gazed at him, only now realizing that this tall, dark-haired man before him was the brother of the king beyond the wall. We have no intention of jeopardizing the relationship between the Night's Watch and the other kingdoms of Westeros. Rhaegar contemplated his words carefully. Perhaps you might consider this a form of employment. And where might your destination be? Stephen inquired, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. To Shadow Tower, perhaps, or to the lands we cultivate. He scoffed. Let us be serious. Your aim is undoubtedly north of the wall, in the domain of the free folk. The commander mocked. How convenient that you would urge my finest soldiers to abandon the wall, just as the king beyond the wall mounts his invasion. Since when could the Valyrians be hired by the wildlings? Pray tell, what is the payment they offer? Stinking pelts or filthy bones? Or, more directly, those savages from the untamed lands? Ah yes, to you, they are merely coins yet to become slaves, selling their own kin to you. At this juncture, the previously jovial Stark's countenance twisted with fury, reminiscent of a mourning dire wolf. Is sending slave catchers across the narrow sea not sufficient? Rhaegar could only offer a strained explanation. Please believe us, we are not involved in the slave trade. Stephen disregarded Rhaegar's explanation and Mira's fiery glare. Shifting the conversation to another matter, my icy brother has, rather unusually, written to me recently. Stephen, his anger subsiding into a leisurely tone, continued. It seems I must share this with you. He pinched his throat and spoke in a high-pitched voice. My household only buys slaves. We do not sell them. Like a volcano on the verge of eruption, tension swirled in the air. Suddenly, Mira stood, slamming her hands on the table, her face contorted in extreme anger. Feeling deeply insulted, reluctantly, Rhaegar felt compelled to interject. The sound of another sword being drawn resonated through the room. Madam, the commander of the Night's Watch slowly pushed aside the ash-gray blade pointed at him by Rhaegar. Do not be so hasty. Everything can be discussed. Coincidentally, I have a contingent of idle rangers who can assist with your investigation. Provide some funds and a bit of food and iron, and they will be ready to set out at once. I could even help you hire a band of free folk as guides. Let us hope so. Rhaegar sighed in relief, hastily sheathing his sword. I shall not keep you overnight. It would be prudent to depart while there is still light. Mira exhaled deeply, a mixture of anger and relief washing over her. Money is not an issue. She turned to leave, casually tossing a ruby over her shoulder. The spherical gem rolled across the table, eventually settling into a recess, prompting Rhaegar to place a pre-prepared pouch of northern gold atop it. I trust you will make the necessary arrangements. Of course, I also hope for your safe return. As Rhaegar turned to exit, he grabbed the fur cloak that Mira had forgotten. The iron-bound oak door creaked shut. As he stepped outside, the biting cold wind enveloped Rhaegar in a chilling yet fervent embrace. Mira stood nearby, lost in the vastness of the winter snow's embrace. Rhaegar hurried over and draped the heavy cloak around her shoulders, his lips moving, uncertain of how to console her. Should he tell her not to be angry? How could one hope to quell a volcanic eruption? Or perhaps he could use the cold outside as an excuse to urge her back indoors. Never mind that. It was best to simply stay by her side. The wind whipped the flurries of snow across his face, like icy blades scraping his skin. Beneath his feet, the great wall loomed like an ancient behemoth, solidified in the northern frost. Each crevice of the wall was embedded with millennium-old ice, mingled with the lifeblood of wild folk. Rhaegar gazed into the distance, where tumultuous gray clouds churned, the horizon compressed into a blurred line. The mingling of black and white rendered the trees of the ghostly forest devoid of their green essence. It was said that further north, even the wind carried a wailing tune. Perhaps it was the lament of the wild folk echoing through the ages, but it mattered little to Rhaegar and Mira. Beyond the bleak great wall lay their imminent destination. The horn of the Night's Watch murmured distantly, and a handful of crows took flight, their wings slicing through the leaden sky. Perhaps there were wild folk attempting to scale the walls once more. The etchings on the wall had been smoothed by the relentless wind and snow, and finding no conversation to engage in, Rhaegar studied them closely, discovering the names of soldiers from an unknown era inscribed there. After a long silence, Mira finally spoke. Go prepare yourself. This damn north is truly freezing. Chapter 92. Beyond the wall, how did we descend to such depths? You ought to ask the gods themselves. Better not to. Mira replied listlessly. I could never pledge my faith to those supernatural beings. My lords, the guide of the Night's Watch Rangers interrupted their sacrilegious exchange. I believe there is something ahead that may pique your interest. Rhaegar lifted his gaze to see a grove of sacred trees outside the Great Wall. With the central heart tree being a fishleaf tree, nearly extinct in the south, the team scanned their surroundings. The most elite of the Night's Watch Rangers circled the heart tree, ultimately conveying a signal of safety to their captain and guide. Then, the Night's Watch collectively dismounted, treading through the snow as a gesture of respect towards the old gods. Rhaegar and Mira approached slowly, observing the colossal markings of this sacred grove. The fishleaf tree bore the solemn visage of a face. Stoic and unyielding, it had stood vigil for millennia, and it would undoubtedly continue to watch over the desolate plains until the next millennium. This face had likely witnessed scenes that other fishleaf trees had not, including the descent of a Valyrian fire dragon. Mira cast a deep glance at the face, feeling an involuntary shiver of discomfort. Yet soon, she redirected her focus entirely to the gnarled ancient trees surrounding them. Amidst the relentless wind and snow, the sentinel trees, which have stood undaunted for a millennium, lay shattered, their sturdy forms now reduced to splintered remnants. The ironwood, once so robust it could serve as a formidable shield, is left with naught but its trunk, while its branches have fallen upon the neighboring oak. Beside the heart tree, several birches remain rooted, their forms resembling charcoal. Yet it remains uncertain whether the biting cold has spared them. Flames, immense in size and unfathomable in strength, surrounded by an eerie silence devoid of any signs of descent from the heavens, and bark scorched and blackened by blood. It is evident that we have located your dragon, the guide stated calmly, though a slight tremor laced his voice. Truly, it is a fearsome beast. It is wounded. Mira peeled away a piece of blood-stained ironwood bark. The injury lies upon its chest. Rhaegar could discern the quiver in Myra's voice as she spoke. Originally, she had intended to incinerate it, but her injury thwarted that plan. Mira navigated through the debris of the sacred grove, advancing to the center of this waterdrop-shaped mark. Its target is you. Mira's eyes, radiating with a purple glow, glared fiercely at the bloodied eyes of the fishbeam tree, the only instance in history where the tree's eyes have been stained red by dragon blood. It is gravely injured. We must locate it swiftly. Mira stifled the urge to ignite something, aware that the group surrounding her, previously bought off with her gold and now engaged in discussions of their own beauty, were in a rather unsettling mood. The sacred grove lay in ruins, decimated by an alien's malevolent pet. The destruction of nature is indeed a sacrilege against the ancient gods. We have strayed far from the Great Wall. Must we accompany this pair of incestuous lovers deeper into the quest for a dragon? The wildlings have not retreated yet. Was it the birch trees that the dragon sought to incinerate, or was it the fishbeam tree? Can one still find pleasure in death? The harlot from the mole village last night was certainly no match for her beauty. Valyrian steel, the weapon of heroes who slay sea monsters. Rhaegar inhaled deeply, maintaining a measured tone as he spoke. I am profoundly grateful to all of you for accompanying us on this journey beyond the borders. You may now finally choose your paths. Rest assured, the promised remuneration can be dispensed immediately. One by one, the members of the party opted to depart, none choosing to remain. Before leaving, the guide, after collecting his fee, offered Rhaegar a piece of advice. If you wish to return alive with your companions, I strongly advise you to turn your steeds back towards the Great Wall. The outer lands are perilous, and I trust you comprehend this. I have heard tales of your exploits. To mention the Icefield wolves, it is not uncommon to encounter packs exceeding 100 in number beyond the borders. I am aware. I had thought you to be a man of wisdom. Wise men often engage in foolish acts. It seems I am the fool, then. No, in my eyes. You are quite astute. Thank you for the compliment, the guide replied, his beard lifting to reveal dark teeth. He then handed the reins of 2 Northgallen horses to Rhaegar. These horses may not rival your own, but they shall serve well as pack animals, are indifferent to snow, and are better suited to the harshness of the outer lands. I wish you luck. May you not perish beyond the borders. Rhaegar held the reins, watching as the cloaked crows departed, feeling that the commission was not entirely in vain. Mira, do lend a hand and transfer the supplies and equipment onto these 2 horses. To Winterfell. Would you care for a story? The raven-haired girl standing before Lars eagerly nodded. Very well, little princess. Lars sighed softly and set down the ledger of supplies. I believe I have recounted enough tales of the fair family. Shall we switch to another? Doria Stark promptly nodded, for she was not particularly captivated by the entrepreneurial saga of the fair family and would gladly listen to anything else. Shall I tell you the tale of Whispering Castle? Whispering Castle. Indeed, Whispering Castle, Lars repeated, intending to weave a more eerie narrative to pacify the little princess. It is an ancient fortress constructed during the Age of Heroes. I have heard of it. A somewhat juvenile voice emerged from outside the door. Brother, Doria greeted stiffly, having little affection for her half-brother. Their relationship was slightly better than that of strangers. Lars rose from his chair and casually acknowledged him. Greetings, Prince. Craigen's gaze flicked between his sister and Lars. Are you telling a story? Yes, it is an ancient castle upon the Crabclaw Peninsula. Crabclaw Peninsula? Craigen was familiar with that place, inhabited by the same ancestors as they. Now under the dominion of the fair family ruling the Riverlands. Their grandfather had urged him to remember all places where the ancestors gathered south of the neck. The little wolf princess urged, do not mind him, please continue. Craigen, regaining his composure, maintained his self-proclaimed serious demeanor and addressed Lars. Pray, do continue. Very well. It was evident that this northern heir had come to Lars for a purpose, and coincidentally, Lars wished to evade such complications. He already had a fiancée. Entangling with another northern wolf maiden could lead to significant trouble. Whispering Castle was the ancestral seat of House Claybor, perched atop a cliff. Constructed from massive stones uncoated with mortar, with a lighthouse situated about 50 feet below and a large cave entrance behind it. Legend has it that Sir Clarence Claybor, for every life he claimed, would bring back the head to the castle, allowing his forest witch to kiss the lips of the severed heads to resurrect them. But what if it becomes tedious? The heads could only pass the time by conversing with one another. Since there was only one head, the voices could not be particularly loud, yet they never fell silent. Thus, the fortress acquired the name Whispering Castle. The little wolf girl pressed her lips tightly together, masking her fear. Silence, terrifying, Craigen concluded, feeling himself quite the mature philosopher. Much like the lands beyond. Silence, terrifying, Lars echoed, comparing Whispering Castle to the imagined lands beyond. Perhaps so, as you say, the lands beyond are indeed of a similar ilk. I cannot ascertain how they are faring in that desolate place beyond the wall. May you be safe, my lord. So too do I wish for your safety, my lord. I borrow your auspicious words. Lars is uncertain about this matter, forcing a smile at the auspicious words of the northern princess and prince. Chapter 93. The pale creature following the trail marked by dragon's blood, Rhaegar, with his hand resting on the hilt of his longsword, surveyed the path ahead and declared, the silver arrow should be just there. Another grove of sacred trees. Mira expressed her agitation as she gazed into the deep, serene woods nestled in the valley, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within her. Why is it this again? They are pervasive in the south as well. Ancient castles often encompass equally ancient groves of sacred trees, Rhaegar explained, though lacking the fish-leaping wood. The central heart tree could be an oak or something similar. As he spoke, Rhaegar recalled the sacred grove at the Red Keep. A sprawling expanse of trees dominated by a colossal oak amidst elms, alders, and poplars. Rhaegar scrutinized the area ahead, confirming whether the silver arrow truly lingered within that grove. Mira, he called, observing the conspicuous depression at the center of the sacred grove. Can you sense your dragon? Yes, Mira fixed her gaze upon the grove, her eyes ablaze with intensity. It is right there. My little one, Mira whispered softly, akin to a maiden making a wish during a festival. I hope you are still alive. The journey was shrouded in silence, the weight of snow bending branches and trunks alike, the frozen flakes encasing the forest. With no snowfall in recent days, perhaps the heavens were favoring them. The pristine snow was soon disrupted by their horses, for in total, traversing the once undisturbed surface. As Rhaegar's boot, clad in animal skin, struggled to extract itself from the snow, he noticed a thin layer of ice forming on the tip of his nose, prompting thoughts of how a beard might provide warmth. It would likely be a bit cozier, he mused silently, though that was the extent of his contemplation. A horse's tail swept across a pile of stones, leaving marks of a brown liquid splattered upon it, likely the handiwork of the wildling tribes. They passed sentinel trees, clearing a path through obstructive soldiers' pines, and finally rested against an ironwood tree. A gust of wind blew, chilling him to the bone, and Rhaegar's nose, feeling detached as if it were a separate entity, suddenly detected a scent that did not belong to the frigid wilderness. He could discern the odor, and, employing magic to enhance his sense of smell, it became clearer, a sulphurous aroma, tinged with an intense heat. It is right there, Mira exclaimed excitedly. Unbelievable. I have truly found it. Come back to me, my darling. What is its condition? Rhaegar inquired. I still have some of the green sweat from my hands. There is much left of this gift from Maul. It is alive, Mira stated, closing her eyes, but its state is very troubling. As if it has been struck by a sleeping curse, completely unresponsive to my calls. Mira crouched down. Put on your armor. Understood. Rhaegar felt a wave of unease. The poor diet of recent days had left his stomach unsettled, and now, he was besieged by waves of cramping pain. He was acutely aware that this was a psychological effect, yet presently, he could only endure it. Rhaegar removed his cloak and, constrained by his attire, could only awkwardly don a layer of leather armor and gauntlets. While not entirely secure, it would suffice to fend off wild men or beasts. After meticulously planning their route one last time, Rhaegar took the lead, urging Meera to focus on their rear, remaining vigilant against threats from behind. The danger drew ever closer. No matter how harsh the environment, it could not entirely conceal the fervent essence of life, a remarkable radiance, a silvery glow, majestic, grand, and formidable. These were the most beautiful and magnificent creatures in the world. Silver Arrow Meera fought to suppress her urge to rush forward, sensing that something was amiss with her dragon. Slowly, she approached Rhaegar and said, "I can feel it now. It is distressed. My dragon feels the cold, even fear. I must awaken it." Rhaegar exhaled deeply. "Let us proceed. After all, death is the worst that can come." The thick snow crunched beneath their slow, deliberate steps. Rhaegar felt as though he were not in contact with the earth at all. The surroundings unsettled him. The dark trees loomed menacingly, casting shadows that allowed only a few rays of sunlight to pierce the snow-covered ground. The blood-red eyes of the fishleaf tree gazed down with a sorrowful countenance. Silence enveloped them, reminiscent of a distant, unknown realm of the dead or the small rooms where souls linger after life. The outline of the dragon became increasingly distinct. Rhaegar could perceive the rise and fall of its chest, the vast wound on its breast caused by a forced descent, and the red ice crystals frozen at the edges of its curled scales. The surrounding silence deepened, with even the occasional soft sounds fading into the gaps between autumn snowflakes. Rhaegar attributed this stillness to the dragon's innate pressure upon lesser beings, driving them away. Beyond the border, an unimaginable coldness and silence seemed to prevail. "Did you hear that?" "What?" A low growl rumbled. "Ah," Meera gasped, her anxious words cut short as an unseen force tripped her, rendering her unable to rise. Rhaegar stood frozen, his astonished gaze capturing a scene he had never conceived in his life. The thick layer of snow shattered, revealing arms of a bluish hue, or some that bore no flesh, as if resurrected from the earth, fingers flexing to grasp the sunlight. An unnameable shriek pierced the air as a pale face emerged from the snow, its skin ghostly, and its eyes a deep, icy blue. Following this was a sudden drop in temperature, accompanied by a tall, emaciated figure clad in an armor unlike anything Rhaegar had ever seen. In its dark palm rested a short spear, equally peculiar, resembling a child's broken icicle paired with a delicately carved ice sculptor's staff, forming a weapon that appeared fragile to the touch. It bore a humanoid shape, yet both Rhaegar and Meera, with a single glance, could ascertain that this was undoubtedly some form of monstrous humanoid. Meera continued to scream in terror. This entire occurrence was far beyond her expectations, and the cold only intensified her fear. As Rhaegar fell to the ground during his tactical retreat, he stumbled upon the decayed skull of the corpse demon, the gauntlet of his hand crushing it as he struggled to rise. In the next moment, a blue, translucent spear, exuding an icy aura, silently pierced through the cloak he had left behind. "What manner of monster are you?" Rhaegar exclaimed, anxiously tearing away the cloak and shouting at the creature before him, his right hand hastily reaching for his waist. The familiar sensation in his grasp was unmistakable, the sword he knew best. Drawing it, he charged forward. The pale creature expressed its disdain in silence, while the blue-eyed corpses continued to emerge from the snow, leading one to suspect that this place was once a burial ground for savages. With a swift motion, the creature unsheathed its long sword, fearlessly advancing. Or rather, it seemed indifferent. The sound of their weapons clashing was unlike that of ordinary steel. It resembled a piercing, shrill noise, almost transcending the limits of human hearing. With another clash, the creature, appearing disinterested, slowly retreated, its footsteps silent, leaving no trace upon the snow. The language of the ice wraiths was incomprehensible to Rhaegar, yet he could ascertain that this being was no mere monster. It possessed an intellect akin to that of humans. The creature spoke again, its tone tinged with mockery. Almost immediately, its pale figure surged forward with a speed rivaling that of any skilled opponent Rhaegar had faced. Its footfall shifted, and the peculiar armor shimmered with ever-changing patterns and colors, adapting to its surroundings in an instant, embodying the essence of the forest or the moon. The translucent long sword arced through the air as Rhaegar raised his frost-covered black sword to meet it. With a resounding crash, the black sword shattered. Meanwhile, Meera, having finally escaped the grasp of the corpse demon, witnessed this unfolding scene. How could this be? Rhaegar's eyes widened in disbelief as shards of his steel sword grazed his cheek. He could hardly fathom that the creature's slender, ice-blue crystal sword had effortlessly severed his finest blade. No, that is not right. It didn't merely sever it. Rhaegar quickly retreated, examining the broken sword's edge, which resembled shattered glass. In a moment of desperation, he hurled the remaining half of his sword at the enemy and reached for his back. Fortunately, he still had 2 more swords. The lion's claw was drawn, its sound ringing clear. Gripping the gift from the King of Storms tightly, Rhaegar plunged it into the ground before drawing it forth. "This isn't over yet, monster," he roared as he charged ahead. The creature, finally displaying signs of fatigue, began to grasp its sword with both hands. Rhaegar let out a sigh of relief. He noted that while the creature was swift and powerful, its technique was, like his, confined to the realm of mere mortals. Thus, there was little to fear. He suppressed the urge to cover his ears, continuing to engage in battle despite the eerie, piercing sounds of their clash. What in the world is this creature? Mira began to feel overwhelmed. What on earth was this place called Westeros? The whites quickly surrounded her, and Myra's gaze shifted from the battling Rhaegar to the snowy ground beside her. The dark blade stood out conspicuously against the white snow. "I have had enough of this nonsense." With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, Myra's eyes blazed with fury, driven to the brink. Flames ignited, melting the frost on the blade. The intense heat radiated outward, casting a crimson glow, as the blue in the white's eyes seemed to diminish. This was the manifestation of Myra's wrath. "Let me see if you corpses fear fire." Flames leapt high from the broken sword, its length now perfectly suited for Mira's use. She swung the sword with determination. The white's throat, with its gaping hole, was pierced by the flames, producing meaningless groans. Rhaegar, startled by the flames rising from his sword, turned his attention to the source of this spectacle. Gasping for breath, Mira pointed the broken end of her sword at the burning corpses below. "They fear fire." Rhaegar, observing the dissipating frost on his half-sword, realized Mira was right. They indeed feared fire. The expression on the white's milk-white face corroborated this fact. With a shriek reminiscent of shattering ice, Mira urged, "Come on." The flames danced along the blade, creating a halo of light akin to the sun. The ice sword was so slender it was almost imperceptible when swung. Utilizing her agile movements, Mira systematically dispatched one mindless white after another. Bang! Rhaegar's white sword shattered. Even the flame's protection could not save it from its fractured fate. It seemed that fighting them required Valyrian steel. Rhaegar mused silently, pondering the grim fate of those without it. Now he had discerned the nature of these monsters, formidable in strength, decent in speed, but lacking in skill, with the real trouble lying in its sword and the chill surrounding it. Rhaegar raised his lion's claw, understanding that an opportunity to eliminate it might arise. The creature roared once more, and Rhaegar resolved to finish it in one blow. Fighting it was not only cold, but also a torment to the ears. The whites continued to emerge from the ground, while Mira had already dealt with those on the surface using fire. Overcoming her fear of the dead, she found it quite easy to handle these half-decayed entities. As Mira watched the two still engaged in battle, she rubbed her sore arms and slowly retreated, raising her broken sword like a hammer to strike down on the head of a white still trapped in the snow, yet to emerge. Why are there still more? Mira wondered. Was this place originally a burial ground, or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? A piercing shriek interrupted Mira's thoughts, revealing the monster's demise. Rhaegar was using the guard of his half-white sword to block a glass-like azure longsword, flames still rising but gradually subdued by the cold. The Valyrian steel sword he had gifted to Rhaegar pierced through the peculiar armor of the pale creature from below, the tip emerging from its back, as bluish liquids sprayed from the wound. Do their insides resemble those of humans? Mira, with a curious mind, recalled having witnessed similar deaths of humans in the Valyrian arena, where wounds would also spurt forth liquid in a similar manner. She contemplated whether to suppress her nausea and delve into dissection for research. However, her hopes of achieving fame and recognition soon dissipated. The pale monster's armor, along with its body, gradually diminished, melting away like a candle enveloped in dragon flames. The only insight Mira gained into the creature's internal structure was that its bones were translucent, resembling milky glass. The flames engulfing the sword extinguished entirely. The skeletal remains knelt before Rhaegar, soon to dissolve completely. The lone pool of liquid vaporized into mist, leaving behind an unusual chill that hinted at the creature's monstrous origins. Is that all? Mira felt as though the events had unfolded like a nightmarish vision. Indeed, it seemed so. Rhaegar instinctively reached out to touch the lion's claw. Through layers of glove and gauntlet, he could perceive a chilling sensation. What manner of beast is this? It is a servant of the outer gods. Not far away, beneath the shadows of the trees, a diminutive figure emerged, wielding a rudimentary black dagger. Its voice was that of a mature woman, possessing a unique and melodious cadence that belied her slight stature. Both Rhaegar and Mira turned to gaze at the figure, which possessed a pair of red eyes. Chapter 94. The child of the forest that was a servant of the god of cold. The offspring spoken of by the ancients, the little squirrels referred to by giants, pointed their smoke-emitting black dagger at the remnants before Rhaegar and Mira and the decaying matter surrounding them, responding thus: servant, attendant, slave, countless servants. A mere fraction of the stars in the heavens, a few strands of snowflakes in the winter realm. Allow me to introduce myself. My name translates to whisper of the stream in the common tongue. As for my kind, humans now refer to us as the children of the forest. In our ancestral language, we call ourselves the singers of the earth. It is a pleasure to meet you, children of fire from the east. Neither Rhaegar nor Mira had ever encountered such a tone, exquisite and far surpassing all the singers of the Valyrian great theater. It bore a strange cadence that humans found difficult to replicate, soft and serene, yet imbued with an undercurrent of sorrow. Likewise, they had never seen such a peculiar race. Children of the forest? As dormant memories stirred, Rhaegar recalled his experiences in King's Landing and the Valyrian library, remembering the fleeting sensation of being watched on the Isle of Faces. May I inquire if you have kin residing on the Isle of Faces in central Westeros? What manner of creature are you? And is your presence the reason we have been drawn to this cursed place? A shift in events occurred once more, and Myra's emotions surged. What is it with these bizarre entities? What in the world is Westeros? With a calm demeanor, the stream of words flowed gently, responding to inquiries with a tone attuned to nature. Indeed, although they are fewer in number, they live there in secrecy, and the green men have always safeguarded that sacred land. After answering Rhaegar's question, the stream returned the dagger to its wooden sheath at her waist. Regarding the lady's concerns, we cannot deny that your recent tribulations are unrelated to us, and for that, we express our sincerest apologies. Hence, I stand before you. Rest assured, we shall provide appropriate recompense and clarification. Mira, suppressing her impatience, exhaled a puff of white vapor from her nostrils. Very well. Her voice seemed to squeeze through her teeth. Although Rhaegar yearned to engage in a conversation with this legendary figure, the green-eared creature, discussing ancient myths, the pale monstrosity, and the tales of the fabled others, as well as the prophecies of ice from the Targaryen saga of ice and fire, it was evident that the moment was ill-suited, as the chill from his sword had yet to dissipate. My apologies, Rhaegar buried his curiosity. We must take our leave, and as for compensation, we shall forego it. Mira evidently concurred with Rhaegar's sentiments, bypassing the stream to approach the silver arrow beneath the fish beam. This concerns your safety, the stream observed the fish beam. The minions of the frost god will soon arrive. We have dragons, Mira retorted without turning back, reaching for the small glass vial Rhaegar offered, its emerald liquid untouched by the frigid air of the outer lands. I am familiar with this magic. I have heard of its origins, she remarked, gazing at the green liquid as it dripped onto the wound of the silver arrow. The firstborn of the High King of the Ancients. A remarkable magic, albeit less potent than in days of yore. Do you still know the Gardner family? One of their ancestors once slaughtered many of our kin. Indeed, their days of yore likely refer to the time when the ancients entered Westeros, when Dorne's arm was still connected to Essos. Another nearly forgotten legend. Rhaegar thought to inquire further with Maul. As the liquid dripped, the frozen wound of the silver arrow radiated with a green luminescence, the red ice melted, and the fiery blood of the great dragon flowed forth, scorching the snow beneath and creating small pits, thoroughly dispelling the cold essence of the outer lands from the living being. Rhaegar firmly pressed the wound closed, while Mira applied the remaining liquid, as if mending foreign porcelain with cowbone glue. What a miraculous effect, Mira mused, turning to the equally curious stream with a hint of irony. You claim the effect is inferior to that of your. Do you assert that the efficacy of that time surpassed this? How can you be certain? Have you witnessed it yourself? The daughter of fire, my name is Mira Vostell. Miss Mira, I certainly have not witnessed it with my own eyes, the stream replied, her crimson gaze unwavering. But I have seen it, through another set of eyes. In that time, they used the same treasure to heal a king of the ancients, torn asunder by giants. You possess another set of eyes? Rhaegar and Mira could not help but scrutinize the diminutive figure before them, their attention momentarily diverted from the tale surrounding the dismembered king of the ancients. The concept of the green vision intrigued them. If you are curious, I can take you to see it, came the invitation. Yet, my greater curiosity lies in why my dragon remains in slumber. That is the magic of the ice god, inherently at odds with it. Were it a tad older, such magic would hold no sway. However, it is still young, merely a juvenile, and must free itself. Then tell me, Mira tightened her grip on Rhaegar's broken sword. Did my dragon's journey to this desolate place beyond the Great Wall involve you, or that so-called servant of the ice god? It concerns us, she replied. Her gaze cast downwards, her squirrel-like ears drooping slightly. This is our burden. Flames erupted anew as Rhaegar raised his sword helplessly. I believe we need not be enemies. Shiyu drew her dagger, not for retaliation, but for clarity. Rhaegar discerned that it was an obsidian dagger, one that no inhabitant of either the north or south would wield. Our true adversaries are the minions of the ice god, who roam beyond the borders as the eternal foes of the living. You see, while you battled the others, I too vanquished one with this very dagger. For now, it seems you are our foes, Mira exclaimed, her frustration directed at the diminutive figure responsible for bringing her dragon to this frigid expanse. Tell me, why have you led us to this cursed place? I do not know, she replied. What? I do not know, she reiterated. The servants of the ice gods suddenly surrounded us. They commanded us to observe you and find a way to lead you beyond the protection of the Great Wall. Though her fury had somewhat abated, Mira remained incensed. So you are innocent? Are you suggesting we should meet our demise? That is why I am here. Just you alone? I am not weak. I can shapeshift, becoming the mightiest snow bear of the tundra, and I am also a wood dancer. One day, I may even become a green prophet. What are a wood dancer and a green prophet? The wood dancer serves as both hunter and warrior within our tribe, while the green prophet is our leader. I can take you to see him directly. Never mind. I genuinely have no interest, Mira dismissed with a wave of her hand. But he is right here. What? Shiyu pointed towards a nearby fishleaf tree. Chapter 95. The green prophet Rhaegar and Mira simultaneously turned their gaze towards the fishleaf tree. Right there, towards the south, Shiyu indicated. The two exchanged a glance, and Rhaegar grasped the lion's claw, cautiously advancing. As he parted the withered grass that obscured their view, he discovered another visage upon the tree, a small face resembling Shiyu's features. He is the green prophet of our tribe, Shiyu responded, adding that the prophet's name had been lost when he became part of the fishleaf tree, and that they should simply refer to him as the prophet. Mira stepped forward, questioning. So, have you become what you call the green prophets by sacrificing yourselves to a tree? She found this method perplexing. Sacrifices typically involved offering slaves or captives, not oneself. It is not a sacrifice, replied Shiyu, shaking her head. The Uliangmu is the abode of the gods. We merely employ a different means, distinct from traditional offerings, to connect with the divine and gain wisdom. Mira gazed at the pale bark of the Uliangmu, contemplating its sap, reminiscent of blood. Perhaps, she shrugged, noncommittal. Rhaegar crouched down, observing the wooden visage, where branches seemed to embrace the body of this leader of the forest children, barely recognizable. Is he still alive? The prophet is very much alive, capable of conversing with us freely, she responded, not mocking Rhaegar's seemingly foolish inquiry. Would you like to speak with him? It is quite simple to arrange. Did you not mention that those otherworldly beings are approaching? Rhaegar stood, redirecting his questions toward Shiyu. Why the lack of urgency to flee? Do you not have kin in their grasp? Shiyu shook her head. As long as you are here, they need not expend energy guarding my people. The minions of the frost god have long scattered, lying in wait at the locations provided by the prophet. Hence, I was able to slip away to find you. Upon hearing this, Mira crouched beside the wooden face, remarking, in that case, he does possess some morality. What is it that you seek? What could possibly warrant such effort from you monsters? Rhaegar shared her confusion. Mira's questions echoed his own concerns regarding their dire situation. Is this about the resurrection? The prophets are aware, Shiyu reiterated. Do you wish to speak with him? It seemed unavoidable. Mira rose, approaching the still sleeping silver arrow, prying open its heavy eyelids to scrutinize its vacant gaze. What do you truly desire, monsters of Westeros? Mira felt a wave of frustration. In my home, we would not dally this long over sacrifices of slaves and captives. Why not just tell me the direction of those so-called servants of the frost god? The prophet wishes to converse with you, child of fire, Shiyu said, her crimson eyes shifting from Rhaegar to Mira. This is for your benefit. Mira exhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. I shall speak with him. Rhaegar unsheathed his sword from his back, handing the lion's claw hilt to Mira. Be cautious. Mira opened her mouth, but no sound emerged. How do I engage in this conversation? Please, sit properly, Shiyu instructed Rhaegar on how to commence this unconventional dialogue. Akin to a bandit claiming a bride. Place your hands on the roots of the Uliangmu, adjust to a comfortable position, and then rest. Is it truly that simple? Indeed. I hope you will awaken me in due time. Rhaegar leaned against the sturdy roots of the weirwood tree, feeling as though he might merge with the ancient essence of the tree, much like that of the prophet. The Targaryen from the future caressed the bark with his left hand while resting his right upon the two broken swords, one black, and one white. Not far off, a massive black raven silently observed the scene. Behind Rhaegar, the weirwood began to emanate a green luminescence, illuminating his features, which seemed sculpted by the gods themselves. Legends tell that the gods fashioned humanity in their own image. Perhaps this is how mortals envision the divine. Welcome, savior from a distant land. I am not a savior, he replied. Standing within the library of the Red Keep felt like a journey back to the future. Rhaegar addressed the diminutive figure seated at the table before him. That is merely a prophecy, and certainly not one that belongs to me. Do you still hold that belief? The aged son of the forest pushed a tome across the table toward Rhaegar. We both know the truth. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and a chilling darkness shall engulf the world. In that terrifying hour, a warrior shall draw forth a burning sword from the flames. That sword is the harbinger of light, the red sword of heroes. The one who wields it shall be the rebirth of Azor Ahai, and he will banish the darkness. This is the prophecy from the ancient texts of Ashai. The green seer pointed to the tome facing Rhaegar, even though he deliberately averted his gaze. The origins of its lore remain obscured, and even though I can perceive many historical enigmas, their beginnings elude me. I trust you have read it more than once. The green seer remarked, gesturing toward the signs of its previous perusal. Yet, Rhaegar refrained from touching it, recalling vividly the sensation of first encountering the book. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. This is your destiny. You were born amidst tears and flames. Upon your birth, your father ascended to kingship, and thus you became the dragon prince, hailed by the people. All that remains is to find that sword, and you shall easily extinguish all darkness in the world. That is merely a tragedy that ought never to have transpired. Rhaegar coldly replied, if given a choice, I would prefer not to be a prince, for then none of this future would have come to pass. Such is fate. The green seer straightened his hunched back, his green eyes locking with Rhaegar's fading blue-violet gaze. You are the prince foretold in the prophecy. The prince of the prophecy. Rhaegar scoffed, wherein the term prince is gender-neutral and could just as easily refer to a princess. What makes you so certain I am that prince? The existence of my kingdom is in question. It has indeed fallen. The chimes of the 7 crystal towers of the great September of Baelor echoed within Rhaegar's heart. He had thought himself indifferent to such matters. You may witness it for yourself. The green seer relented, seemingly conceding his efforts to persuade Rhaegar to accept his princely identity. Just beyond that door lies the truth. Rest assured, this is the future that is to come. Rhaegar stepped forward slowly, trembling as he pushed open the familiar door. The sensation of reality enveloped him. A complex, nauseating stench. Flames, rioters, slaughter, chaos, death. The utterly silent populace of King's Landing, the once thriving streets now desolate. The sanctum with its tightly shut doors, the golden robes lying prone on the ground. The Prime Minister enters King's Landing once more. The deceased Mad King upon the Iron Throne. He cannot believe it. My friend has slain my father. He has murdered the king he vowed to protect. Chapter 96. The tragedy begun by Rhaegar gazed upon the Kingsguard seated alone on the Iron Throne, the youngest in Westeros, accomplished and handsome, his reputation preceding him. His golden hair still gleamed, and his white cloak bore little evidence of blood. Rhaegar found that he seemed to be meeting this gallant golden lion for the first time. The green seer watched silently, clearly intent on sparing Rhaegar further torment. Rhaegar exited the throne room, traversing through the panicked crowd, leaving the Red Keep behind. He continued walking, observing the citizens of King's Landing cry out in desperation, witnessing the capital of Westeros descend into turmoil, watching terrified people scatter as if fleeing from some great beast, fleeing from an army bearing the Golden Lion standard. Rhaegar had once contemplated the fate that awaited King's Landing should he fall, yet he had never imagined it would be destroyed by the hands of a former prime minister. In the name of Robert Baratheon, slaying these foolish Targaryens. Quick, seize the spoils. Thank you, Lord of Storm's End. The great Robert. Haha. Rhaegar wandered the streets of King's Landing in a daze, witnessing soldiers adorned with the sigil of the Westerlands plundering in the name of Robert Baratheon. Very well, Rhaegar mused bitterly, there is more than one madman. Neither the 7 nor the old gods have taught humanity to burn, kill, and pillage. Then what is the purpose of all this? Perhaps the gods truly know each other. How fitting this all is with the doctrine of the gods scorned by the mainland's faithful. The bells toll. Their source unclear, whether the monks of the great September of Baelor or the benevolent of the lesser shrines. Rhaegar recalls the battle reports from his dear friend Jon. Utterly futile. Wooden doors cannot withstand steel swords. Very well, gods, you are indeed of no use. I should have won that battle. No, I should have simply dispatched that self-proclaimed clever fool. Rhaegar Targaryen, you are a fool. Rhaegar continued onward, passing by a series of atrocities. Several times he was tempted to intervene, yet ultimately chose to close his eyes. He felt the urge to draw his sword, but realized all was but an illusion. Rage consumed him. Upon whom would the dragon's fire be unleashed? The true culprit? It is oneself. His gaze lingered on the objects along the way that could serve as weapons, his fists clenched a few times before falling powerless at his sides. The city guard's sword was embedded in the golden robe, a massive gash marring its surface. Blood flowed from the chest of a scholar onto the gilded cauldron, as soldiers relieved themselves into it. The bell-tolling monk fell to the ground, an arrow piercing his heart. "Oh, divine being, I do not comprehend," he uttered. "What is this?" "Parchment," came the reply. "What does it inscribe?" "Prophecies." "As good as waste paper," he scoffed. "Indeed, prophecies are but a cunning ruse," George R.R. Martin penned. "Rhaegar Targaryen, you truly understand nothing." The prince traversed the capital of his realm, King's Landing, moving as if he were a specter, until his gaze fell upon Rhaegar Clegane, wielding a colossal sword, cleaving 2 innocent civilians in a single stroke. The sword had rested upon his shoulder. A knight whom I had personally anointed was now mercilessly slaughtering the populace, betraying his oath. Indeed, mused the Green Seer, contemplating deeply, before ultimately deciding that Rhaegar had the right to know the truth. "That monster also murdered your wife and children." "What?" Rhaegar's expression dulled, disbelief washing over him momentarily. "Your father, in pursuit of aid for the Desert Kingdom, forcibly left them in this doomed city. The means were cruel. It might be best for you not to witness them." The Green Seer halted his pursuit of Rhaegar. The scene froze, capturing the image of the mountain wielding a sword, typically handled with 2 hands by knights, as he severed the innocent. Blood stained his gauntlet, while a grotesque grin twisted beneath his heavy helm. This mad, bloodthirsty hound relishing in the ecstasy of violence. The surrounding imagery shifted, akin to an exquisite painting marred by the chaotic strokes of a mischievous child. All fell silent. And under the shroud of darkness, the emotionally shattered Rhaegar could only discern the diminutive figure before him. He collapsed to the ground, wholly unhinged, disregarding the facade of divinity and status. His silver hair brushed the marbled floor, faintly revealing noble figures. His back bent low, as if in profound repentance, and his throat emitted involuntary sobs, resembling a caged beast, a condemned soul. Yet, he was a husband bereft of his daughter and wife. The man spiraled into a vortex of extreme emotions, hatred, remorse, fury, rendered speechless. A repressed essence emerged, a manifestation of a fool whose servitude masked a self-destructive inclination hidden beneath a grand adventure. The hand that played the ancient harp suddenly seized his throat. "You cannot perish yet." Chapter 97. Your mission, the Green Seer articulated, is to combat the darkness, as foretold in that prophecy. It is your calling. The Green Seer, appearing as an aged child with deep chestnut hair, continued, "Since the day I merged with the Weirwood, my mission has been to safeguard the future of the living, to ensure the survival of human civilization, to assure their future." The Green Seer released Rhaegar's wrist, his four-fingered hand gesturing in the air, and the scene transformed. A massive fleet lay quietly anchored in the harbor, 3-headed red dragon banners billowing. The last vestige of Targaryen strength rested at a solitary fortress amidst the sea, Dragonstone. Rhaegar's ancestral domain. Is that the royal fleet? Rhaegar barely extricated himself from the tempest of emotions, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Whom am I to protect? Who remains for me to safeguard? Answer me. Your bloodkin. The Green Prophet waved his hand, and the scene shifted once more. In a tranquil chamber on Dragonstone, a silver-haired noblewoman lay exhausted upon her bed, forever asleep. Outside, a tempest raged, churning the sea and sky, while tearing apart the fleet anchored in the harbor. Rhaegar knelt by the bedside, the lingering ache of pressure still evident at his throat. His mother, the once vibrant princess, had passed into eternal slumber. The 8-year-old Viserys gazed with bright violet eyes, the recent hues of worry fading, now overwhelmed by the disorientation brought forth by the profound shift between life and death. Has she fallen asleep, mother? The aged nun felt a wave of sorrow at the young prince's inquiry, tears cascading down her cheeks as she fervently prayed to the Seven. Why does no one answer me? Oh, my poor prince. The nun gently caressed the prince's silver locks, attempting to impart the concept of death to young Viserys, striving to help him come to terms with the reality. Yet, this was clearly a futile compassion. Merely 9 months prior, his father, who had once held his hand and led him through the throne room to admire the Targaryen dragon skulls, would no longer do so. The elder brother Rhaegar, once idolized and yearned for, had fallen beneath the hammer of the usurper, leaving behind only a location on the map known as Ruby Beach and the memories of many. She would not respond to me again, would she? The nun's heart ached further, her tears more tempestuous than the storm outside. Oh, my poor prince. Helpless. The old nun could only grasp his hand and guide him towards the weeping infant who had ceased her cries. Please, look closely, my prince. This princess is your only remaining kin. Viserys regarded the wrinkled, unattractive little being, softly uttering the name his mother had spoken of long ago, Daenerys. Rhaegar cried out in anguish, calling for his brother. Viserys. The tall warrior's form, though strong, appeared fragile and suffering. Rhaegar knelt by the bed, weeping, resting his head upon his mother's hand, tears streaming forth, saltier than the sea brought by the tempest. His mother could not feel the longing of her only healthy adult child. Through tear-blurred vision, the delicate yet resilient figure of his mother seemed to materialize before him. It was before his departure, the final moment they had shared. She had yet to show her pregnancy, her beauty far surpassing her present state, though she too appeared weary. Countless births and the relentless torment from their father had aged her beyond her years. She was, after all, the sister of the Mad King, a Targaryen princess, who had once experienced a romantic love with Ser Bonifor Hasty, a man who crowned her as the queen of love and beauty long before her brother, who did not cherish her. The Green Prophet stepped forward. Her full title is Daenerys Targaryen, born of the storm, the princess of Dragonstone, who had recently attempted to take her own life, gently caressing the tender face of the infant. As for the rest, the Green Prophet chose to remain silent. They are the ones you must protect. The Green Prophet regarded Rhaegar, weeping profusely, and continued to explain why he must become the prince foretold in the prophecy. The goddess of fate spun her delicate thread, initially without a hitch, yet capriciously cast a seed belonging to the future into the past. Originally, everything could have progressed smoothly, yet fate rarely unfolds without turbulence. Had events transpired as intended, the tale devoid of your presence would render this millennium seemingly inconsequential. The army of the deceased would not breach the Great Wall until many years after your demise. The perilous wall stands poised for its inevitable collapse. While the selection of the prophesied prince remains uncertain, the tide of magic begins to rise, barely emerging from the depths. In the storm of icy rain, earthly kings vie for supremacy. An unknown darkness brews beyond the borders. Until your arrival. Once the Green Prophet concludes his tale, Rhaegar's emotions claw their way back from the abyss of despair. Should you desire, I could allow you to repeatedly witness fragments of your family's past in the future, but time is of the essence. The scene shifts once more. Before you stand your future adversaries, pale monstrosities array themselves in orderly ranks. Grotesque corpses obediently stationed behind the spectral figures riding colossal ice spiders. Among them, one can observe skeletal packs of ice wolves, eviscerated snow bears, wildlings wielding bone spears, ancestors armed with bronze weaponry, and even giants mounted upon shaggy mammoths. At the forefront stands a shadowy figure clad in black, adorned with a crown of black ice. Seated upon the throne of ice and corpses, cradling a beautiful woman with porcelain skin and azure eyes. He is the Night King, once the commander of the Night's Watch, now the most loyal servant of the Lord of Winter. He was once a member of House Stark. The Green Prophet elaborates on the army of the dead. Yet Rhaegar abruptly interrupts, unable to endure the incessant prattle. What is it that you wish of me? Why must it be I? In the face of Rhaegar's fury, the Green Prophet responds calmly, because fate decrees it, because the gods have willed it. Indeed, your interpretation of that prophecy is not entirely misguided, as you surmised. Targaryen embodies the fire. Fire signifies life, while ice signifies death, not the ancient ice wolves. Ice and fire. This is the essence of all things, the very nature of the world. The elder speaks slowly, his green eyes fixed upon the dragon prince, revealing the ultimate secret, the song of ice and fire. Chapter 98, The Mechanics of the World. The grand symphony of ice and fire unfolds, and thus the world operates. Two wisps of smoke materialize, one red and one blue, intertwining in the air, transforming into shapes Rhaegar has never before witnessed. These are patterns from the ancient East. The Green Prophet gestures towards the swirling red and blue yin-yang, declaring it ancient wisdom that points directly to the essence of the world. The world is a grand symphony of cycles. The two mightiest primordial deities, the Lord of Winter and the Lord of Flame, are the principal musicians, while the remaining segments are contributed by the pantheon of earthly deities. This is the most fundamental interpretation of ice and fire, two eternally opposing divinities. Rhaegar remains kneeling, enveloped in sorrow, unwilling to absorb any further words. Yet these utterances invade his mind with the ferocity of violation, occupying the scarce remnants of his thoughts like a bandit claiming his mental territory. The Green Prophet continued. Do you comprehend? You are destined to devote yourself to the cause of light, to become the hero who dispels the long night. For all those you hold dear, whether or not you are that prince, you must confront the frost god. With a hand brushing away his tears, Rhaegar rose. Embracing the fate he had sought in his youth. In a tone tinged with melancholy, he inquired, Then I need a worthy adversary, is it not that Night King? Not only him, the Green Prophet elucidated with care. The minions of the frost god will not be confined to the smallest of the 4 continents. Nor will there be merely one Night King. He is but one among many of his servants. And his power is far more complex than the cold and death you have witnessed. He is an ancient, otherworldly deity, with innumerable followers, wielding authority that can be likened to half of the world itself. And what of the Light King? Rhaegar mustered his spirits, momentarily suppressing his emotions, as he queried the Green Prophet about this indispensable conductor of the unfolding spectacle. What assistance can that deity provide? The power of fire, the power of light, the power of shadows, the power of life, the power of faith. If you choose to believe in him, these treasures, unattainable to mortals, will be yours for the taking. With faith, one can resist the legions of corpses. Rhaegar nearly let out a bitter laugh, pondering why he had never witnessed the miracles of the light god since his birth, only encountering a band of charlatan fire sorcerers. Wait, a thought struck Rhaegar like thunder. Is that tragedy in the summer hall connected to the so-called red god you speak of? I do not know, the Green Prophet replied, acknowledging the limitations of his powers. I cannot foresee the actions of the deities. A prolonged silence ensued as the Green Prophet allowed Rhaegar's piercing gaze to traverse the scene. Then I ask you, Rhaegar responded. Akin to a violated maiden surrendering to despair, I must probe the depths of these 2 gods. Why is there no trace of their conflict in the history I know? How can you assure me that all you say is not merely to eliminate the others and the corpses living beyond the wall? The magical energy is currently at a low ebb. Thus, they will not act. The Green Prophet continued. Their history of opposition predates even the records etched in stone by our ancestors, familiar to one another to the point of transparency. In a final shift of the surrounding scene, Rhaegar found himself back in his residence within the Red Keep. The Green Prophet sat before him, recounting the secrets of the deities at a languid pace. The frost god collects corpses to strengthen the ranks of the White Walkers and forge ice weapons. The red god strives to dominate humanity, wielding religion as a weapon. While the collection of wild men's corpses may be slow, what of it? His adversary is equally frail, relying solely on faith to garner supporters. Both sides are unhurried. Strategy holds no significance for them. The weaknesses of the corpses are numerous. Salt, fire, light, dragonglass, Valyrian steel, and all metals imbued with magic, as well as the courage of the living, the unity and wisdom of humanity. These may suffice against mere mortals, yet they prove inadequate against the descendants of heroes who once shone with immense brilliance. Humanity possesses numerous weaknesses, which can be somewhat alleviated through the embrace of religion. The red god sows seeds, waiting for them to sprout, rather than presenting them like the cold god, neatly arranged amidst the frost. Thus, his miracles remain hidden. Rhaegar seized a hefty biography from the nearby shelf, striking his head with it, yet his thoughts remained muddled. There was another pressing question. Setting down the ancient tome, Rhaegar exhaled a long, heavy sigh, pondering how the others had fixated upon him. The deities remain indifferent to worldly affairs, residing far above the universe. However, you have emerged. Do you recall my words? The world resembles an ever-repeating grand symphony. The cycles of ice and fire persist, civilizations rise and fall. Your appearance is the most jarring discord in this otherwise harmonious ancient performance, a note of dissonance. Those green, godless eyes gazed at Rhaegar, lips barely moving, yet he heard the message clearly. You ought not to be here. When a single note falters, the entire harmonious symphony produces an undertone that cannot be ignored. This is sufficient to awaken all musicians. You are alive, inherently belonging to the realm of the god of death's adversaries, especially since you bear the expectations of the gods of volcanoes, with the strength of dragons coursing through your veins. This alone could compel him to command his servants to obliterate you. The Green Prophet gestured to himself, indicating that to locate you, one would require an individual capable of reaching beyond the wall, which is also my opportunity, the prophesied prince. Exhausted, the Green Prophet leaned back in his chair, resembling a gnarled, stunted tree. I have laid everything bare. Is your lengthy discourse born out of a sense of duty? Indeed. The Green Prophet hesitated momentarily before continuing. If you wish for the safety of your family and friends, It would be prudent for them to seek refuge in the lands of the Red God, at least in Westeros, where the Cold God wields considerable power. Let them journey to Essos, for it will ensure their peaceful existence. Furthermore, my motivation for sharing all this extends partially from guilt. I hope you can remain safely within the domain of the God of Light until you possess the strength to confront the ultimate darkness. Kin, friends, wealth, love, power. He will always find that which you cherish. After a prolonged silence, Rhaegar began to pose his final question. If you can foresee my future and are so concerned about the so-called Cold God, why not provide me with clearer guidance instead of rambling like a tedious old man, laboriously drawing me out to the wilderness to deliver a plethora of words? The Green Prophet showed little concern for Rhaegar's understanding of why he and Meera had ventured beyond the wall. I cannot see your future. Who can predict how a flawed song will be played? The elder seemed reluctant to speak further, having shared more than he had in the past few centuries combined. We do not foresee the future, we merely bear witness to it. The elder offered his final piece of advice. Remember to visit Winterfell. There lies a sword that suits you well. Chapter 99. Dragon riding. You are finally awake. Meera sighed in relief, returning the lion's claw to Rhaegar. Why do you not take it? Wait, you seem a bit off. There is nothing amiss. Rhaegar supports the wounded soul, invigorating the soundness of the body. I have just received some sorrowful news from the Green Prophet. You, Meera, retract the sword you offered, your lips parting and closing, the scant experience rendering you unable to utter words of comfort at this moment. Are you well? The moment the words escaped your lips, Meera wished to slap herself. Rhaegar let out a faint sigh. With each breath, the chill within his throat reminded him that he had returned to reality. We must depart. Those cold figures are watching me. How can you be certain they have fixed their gaze upon you? Meera seized upon the flaw in Rhaegar's words. What precisely did the Green Prophet convey to you? Faced with Meera's inquisitive gaze, Rhaegar closed his eyelids. Dark tidings. Meera gazed intently at Rhaegar, ultimately placing the sword into his embrace. It is this again, Meera murmured as she turned away. My silver arrow has awakened. Would you care to join me? Of course. Indeed. Rhaegar opened his eyes. The silver-haired woman turned from him, caressing the ivory horn of the silver arrow. It is my honor. It is my fortune. Shiyu stood aside and inquired. How did your conversation with the prophet go? Not very well. The prophet is indeed not the most eloquent. Shiyu replied with a hint of indifference. I must apologize to you. It is of no consequence. Rhaegar, reluctant to speak further, recalled that if memory served, she still had kin nearby, with the others lurking about. It would be prudent for her to protect them. They are safe. Shiyu declined Rhaegar's suggestion, feigning ignorance of his true intent. But you may not be safe. Shiyu extended her hand, pointing towards the distant ashen clouds. Snowflakes began to fall. Winter was approaching. A formidable adversary to the living was on the way. The Night King. Shiyu did not deny it, turning to gaze at Rhaegar. Is it recorded by the Starks? It is the prophetess recounting. Rhaegar recalled a scene from his recent dream, the bone-chilling cold assailing him from that direction, bearing the scent of heresy. He was certain they needed to flee swiftly. Rhaegar steeled himself and proclaimed, he imparted much knowledge regarding that ancient abomination. We can no longer afford to be passive. Life is paramount. His indifference to death did not equate to a desire for it, nor did he wish to perish beyond the wall, becoming one among the throng of walking corpses. If that were to occur, many years hence, he would likely be mistaken for a tall, silver-haired elder after being shattered by the Night's Watch or wildlings. Meera. Rhaegar turned and called out, prompting Meera to release her hold on the massive dragon's eyelids. What is it? Quickly prepare to leave. What? The army of corpses and the others is approaching. What? The cold wind whipped around them, causing Meera to shiver. Instantly, her eyes erupted with brilliant violet light. Silver arrow. Awaken now. In the face of impending doom, Meera disregarded all else, raising her foot to kick the silver arrow's face. Awaken. I know you can. If we do not awaken soon, we shall perish in this desolate countryside. Under the urgent dual summons of both spirit and body, the feeble silver dragon stirred from its slumber and began to rouse itself. What? Very well. That is acceptable. Meera turned to extend her hand towards Rhaegar. Could you spare me a bit more? The silver arrow is still weak. Its wounds have only just ceased bleeding, rendering it incapable of flight. Is this sufficient? Rhaegar produced the last 2 vials from his possession. That should suffice. While Meera attended to the silver arrow, Rhaegar cast his gaze towards the outskirts of the sacred woods, where 4 horses accompanied them, a kind gift from others as they ventured deeper into the wilderness. Farewell. Rhaegar glanced down at the child of the forest, politely inquiring about her intentions. The stream of whispers reassured Rhaegar that they need not concern themselves. We have thrived beyond the borders for millennia. The claws of the frost god cannot eradicate us, so please do not worry. Then farewell. A low growl escaped the silver arrow as it raised its head. We are ready to depart. Mira exclaimed gleefully to Rhaegar. Riding upon the giant dragon is an extraordinary sensation. The creature beneath him radiates warmth and vitality, beautiful yet deadly. It is one of the greatest beings in the known world. The Valyrians, through mastering them, acquire the right to command the entire realm. No pyramid built from the sweat of slaves can soar as high as a dragon, nor can any regiment of free men match its might, nor can the harpies rival its resplendence. They easily vanquished the once oppressive Guy's empire, forcing them into a lifetime of remorse for their past transgressions, ensuring that the world forever remembers this silver-haired lineage. Rhaegar, with his arms wrapped around Myra's waist, glanced back. The earth transformed into a canvas painted solely in shades of white, rendering even the oldest trees indistinguishable from mere saplings. Flight instills pride. The silhouette of the child of the forest had long vanished within the sacred woods. In truth, once Rhaegar mounted the silver arrow, she became nearly invisible. The child of the forest stood as small as a child. The cold wind tenderly embraced Rhaegar and Mira, mingling with the wild snowflakes. The winds of the sky stung their cheeks, the chill far surpassing that of the ground. Fortunately, the dragon's elevated body temperature provided a measure of comfort. The biting cold grew ever more unsettling. The cheeks knew from whence the chill came, but could not fathom why it pricked at them so sharply. Where are you? Rhaegar's eyes glimmered with a violet light. He saw it. He perceived clearly. The indistinct patterns of black and brown were not the earth, but rather a vast army of corpses. Remembering the strange armor worn by the slain wight, Rhaegar became certain that they were mingled within the ranks. Their color-shifting armor aiding in concealing their forms, poised to seize the most precious of all possessions from the living, life itself. A gasp escaped Mira as she inhaled sharply, the cold air constricting her throat uncomfortably. After a few coughs, Mira turned her gaze to the shifting colors and spoke. What on earth is this place? The dragon soared through the sky at a leisurely pace, barely a quarter of its usual speed. The sweat from the green hand was proving effective, the medicinal properties lingering at the wound, while the silver arrow cautiously flapped its wings, fearing the injury would burst open. Do not worry, Mira reassured Rhaegar, who was staring vacantly at the pile of corpses. This is the sky, and the dragon has always been the sovereign of this realm. We are quite safe. I can't shake this feeling of unease. It must be your imagination. Mira understood Rhaegar's apprehension, so she spoke again. The sky belongs to the dragons. Unless those ghastly creatures can hurl a spear into the heavens, we will be absolutely fine. Mira proclaimed with unwavering confidence in the dragon's dominion over the sky. Wait. Rhaegar suddenly stretched his neck, a disquieting thought creeping into his mind. Is that a bird? What manner of large bird could possibly be flying in such weather? What? At his words, Mira turned her head and let out an uncontrollable gasp. Run. As the flying creature moved, Rhaegar, aided by magical vision, discerned what it truly was. Its enormous size, sufficient to carry a passenger, was complemented by wings twice its body length, glimmering membranes, and an imposing presence. A dragon, Rhaegar exclaimed in shock. Myra's composure shattered once more. This cursed, wretched place. How can there be a dragon here? Chapter 100. The dragon's flight. Where on earth did that adult dragon come from? Mira lamented, turning to regard the unknown creature with an eerily familiar silhouette. Whose dragon has strayed this far? Ugh. Mira spat out the silver hair that had drifted into her mouth, her gaze shifting forward once more. Damn it. It appears to be quite a beast. Silver arrow. Run. The silver dragon let out a wail as its wound tore open, blood spilling into the air. Rhaegar kept his eyes fixed on the creature behind them, gauging the distance between them. It's still approaching. Rhaegar shouted, that thing is getting closer. Damn it. Mira buried her face in her scarf, unleashing a torrent of curses in pure Valyrian. The dragon was fleeing, desperate in its escape. It's still coming closer. The distance is diminishing. Rhaegar felt a sense of foreboding. As time passed, his unease deepened, his heart sinking to the depths. The exaggerated length of those wings, even from this distance, was easily discernible as immense. Rhaegar rifled through his memories, the only comparable scene being from before he left Valyria, when he witnessed the Grand Theater retract its awning. It seemed Rhaegar was arriving at a grim conclusion, his heart not only sinking, but also seemingly weighted down by falling stones. Its wingspan must be even greater. What did you say? Mira inquired, her gaze still fixed ahead. The wind is too strong. I didn't hear you. I said, run. Mira finally comprehended the situation, as if it needed reiteration. Leaning to the side, she examined the wounded area of silver arrow, as the life-giving dragon blood cascaded like a waterfall. gradually congealing into ice shards in the frigid air scattered by the wind. Feeling the biting cold, despair began to creep into her heart. A severely injured, starving young dragon barely managing to fly was being pursued by a seemingly ancient dragon amidst this icy wilderness and howling winds. If I survive this, I certainly. Halfway through her thought, Mira resolved to abandon such an unrealistic notion. At this moment, the gods were of no more use to me than a mere loaf of bread. Mira sensed the agonized thoughts emanating from Silver Arrow, acutely aware of its increasing struggle to remain airborne. Gripping the dragon's saddle tightly, she decided to take a bold gamble. By Balerions' britches. Who fears whom? Mira gritted her teeth, commanded, turn around. What? Rhaegar momentarily failed to grasp Mira's words. I said, let's take a chance. The silver dragon slowed the rhythm of its wing beats, its body swiftly turning under Mira's guidance, and then, disregarding its worsening injuries, began to ascend. Are you certain? Rhaegar, startled by Mira's audacious maneuver, quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. In the annals of dragon warfare he had studied, there was only one instance of a smaller dragon triumphing over a larger foe, the battle at Goddess I Lake in 130 AC, where Bloodworm Clark had barely replaced Vagril. Yet he was certain that the size comparison between Bloodworm and the founding mother dragon was nowhere near as exaggerated as that between Silver Arrow and the colossal ice-blue creature trailing behind. Absolutely. Silver Arrow was the swiftest breed of dragon from Valyria. Once it reached maturity, Mira would dare to engage any Valyrian rider in aerial contests, comparing bloodline purity and resilience to flames. But clearly, this was not the moment for such bravado. Damn it, I've never heard of dragons growing larger in cold environments. After venting her frustration, Mira estimated they had reached an adequate altitude and warned Rhaegar, hold on tight. Hearing this, Rhaegar hastily freed his left hand to grasp a protrusion on the edge of the saddle. Mira conveyed her command to Silver Arrow mentally. Dive towards that beast. Overwhelmed by weakness, Silver Arrow did not emit its usual roar in response. Its pupils constricted, and a translucent membrane enveloped its eyes. As Rhaegar experienced an unusual sense of suspension, Silver Arrow folded its wings, arching its body like a dolphin, causing its frozen wounds to rupture anew. The silver figure traced the outline of peaks in the sky, with its wings pressed against its sides. The silver dragon plunged downwards like a razor-sharp spear into the desolate expanse. Its scales glistened with fine ice crystals, the gaps filled with chill. The dive left behind a sky devoid of clouds or snow. Mira crouched low, with Rhaegar sprawled across her back. The massive ice-blue dragon adjusted its body, the ice crystals on its surface producing a piercing, brittle sound as they rubbed against one another. Without flinching or retreating, it hovered midair. It is uncertain whether it was the creature itself or the peculiar patch of differently colored scales upon its back that captivated them. Mira and Rhaegar struggled to open their eyes a mere slit, attempting to discern the nature of the entity pursuing them. The frigid winds sweeping across the snowy expanse carried shards of ice, but beneath the immense shadow, the ice dragon hung suspended beneath the leaden gray sky, its semi-translucent wings unfurling like a monochromatic aurora frozen at the horizon of the north. Each scale was embedded with crystalline ice, or was, in fact, pure ice, refracting a bleak light. According to legend, its body surpassed even the largest of fire dragons. Although Mira had never encountered this tale before, she would undoubtedly believe it upon hearing it again in retrospect. Its pale blue, crystal-like eyes bore no warmth. It unhinged its jaw, and a blue glow emanated from its throat. Not flames, but an arctic breath infused with shards of ice surged forth, causing the snowflakes mid-air to freeze into icicles, while even the wind seemed to crystallize into delicate shards, gaining weight as they plummeted from the sky. As its wings flapped, icy particles scattered, seemingly affirming that it was colder than this inhospitable environment itself, as if embodying the very chill of the snowy plain. How could something so vast exist? In that fleeting moment, Mira contemplated abandoning the dive. The size of the monster below surpassed her expectations. Currently, the largest dragon of Valyria was an elderly male giant from Voster, commanded by none other than Mira's father. She had visited that old beast at 14 Fire Peaks numerous times, each encounter leaving her in awe of its colossal form. The known world typically regarded the largest creatures as residing within Valyria, while the Valyrians believed they existed in Voster, specifically in the most prime location at 14 Fire Peaks. Damn it, what an absurd miscalculation. Mira felt as though she were on the brink of madness from the trials of this time. As the distance closed, she could even sense the frigid breath emanating from the ice dragon. Patience, she silently chanted, narrowing her eyes and focusing ahead. Drawing nearer, She observed the muscles in the creature's neck contracting. If it truly was a dragon, then Mira understood that the moment had arrived. Ascend. The cerulean currents surged upwards, freezing the air and sky in their wake. Silver Arrow strained to beat its wings, flicking its tail to maintain stability in flight. The dragon's back heaved violently, and Rhaegar clung tightly to Mira. Both of them huddled low on the dragon's back, too fearful to make any movements. For one who rode a dragon for the first time, Silver Arrow's actions were decidedly unfriendly. Another moment of weightlessness passed, yet Mira did not cease her commands. Silver Arrow. Just as when vanquishing that foolish white dragon. Silent, Silver Arrow continued to tear through the air, executing Mira's directive. Its streamlined form cleaved through the cold winds, its surface flowing with the essence of speed. After executing a sharp halt, Silver Arrow once again traced peaks across the sky. The distance was short, and thus time was fleeting. A sudden gust swept in from beyond the borders. The trembling silver fish plunged into the depths of the sea. The Silver Arrow once again dives downwards, targeting its prey that had merely lowered its head to cease its breath, heralding the impending impact with its frail neck. Dragon Flame. The silvery gray assault nearly melds into the backdrop of the sky, as the column of fire strikes the massive ice dragon's nape with precision. Unlike the continuous dorsal fins of ordinary dragons, the ice dragon's back is adorned with irregular rows of icy protrusions, jagged and sharp, some crafted from true ice, while others are composed of an unknown substance that constitutes its colossal form. For the first time, high temperatures descend upon this frigid creature, which, unaccustomed to such heat, emits a cry, a sound reminiscent of howling winds, laced with a sharp, piercing wail. The force of the flames and the intense heat instantaneously shatter the natural frost that had crystallized upon the ice dragon's nape, banishing the chill and revealing the true color of its skin, a chaotic pallor akin to an eternal frozen wasteland. Fly forth. Land upon its back. This was Mira's objective from the very beginning. A mere contest of dragons, even if a dozen silver arrows were unleashed, could never vanquish the foe. Yet, Mira never aspired to win this battle. Her desire was simply to retreat strategically for a time. Once she resolved the matter with Valyria, she would see whose dragon would ultimately reign supreme. An ancient adage speaks, a gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought in haste. As for now, she aimed to eliminate the reckless rider upon the ice dragon's back. Bang! The Silver Arrow's claws exerted force, gripping tightly onto an ice column, while the other claw wedged itself into the gaps between the dragon's massive scales. The ice dragon's back erupted in chaos, broad enough to accommodate 3 silver arrows with space to spare. Sensing the unwelcome heat radiating from behind, compounded by the audacity of an opponent daring to rest upon its back, the dragon's fury ignited, its body thrashing wildly as it twisted its neck in an attempt to incinerate the little adversary. Mira did not grant it the opportunity. Dragon Flame. Ignoring the toll it would take, the silver arrow opened wide towards the humanoid figure beneath. The sharp, piercing clash of ice blades resounded. Quick move. The strike was precise, and there was no time to linger. Just as the silver arrow's form departed from the ice dragon, a path of frost separated the still lifeless white and the colossal dragon. This time, the only thing frozen by the dragon's assault was the vapor rising from the white's lifeless body. Ha. Cough, cough. Mira's exuberant laughter was abruptly stifled by the merciless hand of the wilderness. Only then did Rhaegar dare to straighten his back slightly. Remarkable. Rhaegar sincerely praised. A true work of art. Oomph. Mira, having learned a lesson, merely emitted a smug hum. When Rhaegar glanced back, he was perplexed to find that the enormous creature, which had just been pursuing them, had chosen not to follow, but instead, turned its body to soar in another direction. Rhaegar patted Mira's waist, signaling her to look back. What? Mira questioned. This is different. I assenti it. As soon as the rider perished, he fled. Could it be that the beings beyond the wall were devoid of emotion? Nevertheless, after watching the ice dragon depart, both individuals exhaled a sigh of relief. Rhaegar, perplexed, inquired, "What transpired?" Mira replied, "I am uncertain. For now, it is prudent for us to flee." Regardless of her concern for the silver arrow's wounds, she had to command the nearly frostbitten dragon to continue its flight. Upon confirming their return trajectory, Rhaegar realized that the ice dragon's path aligned with the direction where the silver arrow had been located. Were they returning? Rhaegar recalled that this direction led to the advancing army of the White Walkers. Could it be that the true master of the creature was, in fact, the Night King? Who is the Night King? He is the leader of those pallid monstrosities, a figure of legend. With no immediate threat, the silver arrow's speed diminished, and Rhaegar gradually recounted to Mira the information relayed to him by the Green Seer concerning the White Walkers, the Night King, and certain aspects of the Cold Gods. This also served to conceal the peculiarities he had experienced upon awakening from his dream. As Rhaegar completed his narrative, the Shadowlands forest loomed before them. Mira, momentarily lost in thought, finally spoke. What manner of absurdity is this? How many times have I uttered this phrase? Why are there so many bizarre entities in Westeros? Did you not grow up in Westeros? How much do you know about those beings? Rhaegar replied candidly, not much. They were merely bedtime stories, akin to the little demons lurking beneath the bed. The only individuals who truly believe in the existence of these White Walkers are the ancestors of the North, after all. They are the ones who spent millennia constructing the wall and exerted the greatest effort to support the Night's Watch. Mira recalled the imposing structure that entirely sealed off the lands beyond the wall from the Seven Kingdoms. Wait a moment, she suddenly realized a discrepancy. If those monsters possess dragons, why bother building a wall? Indeed, Rhaegar noted this significant flaw. How could there be a structure that a dragon cannot traverse? Surely, those creatures cannot be that foolish. It seems improbable. Chapter 102. The Night King of Long Night Castle. Oh, old gods! The commander exclaimed dramatically to the two disheveled Valyrians before him. You have truly returned alive. It appears that, despite the difficulties, this can be deemed an adventure that was perilous, yet ultimately safe. Perilous yet safe? Mira laughed bitterly, tearing off her soiled and disheveled cloak and tossing it fiercely onto the face of the dark-haired Stark. I nearly lost my life in this wretched place. Stephen, reluctantly removing the cloak, found his gaze lingering upon the magnificent silver creature behind Mira. What a majestic dragon, he mused, his demeanor growing increasingly humble. Pray tell, do you have any further needs? Rest assured, due to your assistance to our Night's Watch, we shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. There is nothing amiss, yet there is, Mira asserted. Recalling those ghastly entities, Mira's ire subsided slightly, allowing her to temporarily suppress her negative sentiments towards the Night's Watch. We need to discuss something with you. To be frank, Mira still harbored some discontent regarding these sentinels. However, upon reflecting on the formidable responsibilities of the Night's Watch and the adversaries they would soon confront, her grievances dissipated entirely. She even felt a twinge of inclination to contribute some funds to their cause. Nevertheless, these cloaked figures were not in dire need of money. Their weaponry and equipment were provided by the lords of Westeros, and thanks to the lands granted and the bountiful catches from the Sea of Dorne, they could sustain themselves to a considerable extent. With so many men, such high autonomy, and a membership comprised predominantly of individuals who had undergone military training, hunger was unlikely to plague them unless one were truly deranged. You wish to converse? Certainly. Stephen shifted his gaze from the enormous bonfires, where the silver dragon voraciously consumed meat, to the curious onlookers of the Night's Watch. As you wish. They returned to the chamber with the iron-bound oak door, where the tallow candles emitted steady flames. What? Stephen's eyes widened in sheer horror. You encountered those fiends, and even vanquished two of them. Rhaegar sidestepped to avoid the red wine spewing from the maw of a black white. Indeed, those pallid monstrosities. Merely recalling them elicited a sense of discomfort in Rhaegar, as if those pale, humanoid beings lingered in the shadows, patiently awaiting an opportunity to manifest, wielding nearly invisible ice blades amidst the flickering shadows of their armor. The White Walkers. For heaven's sake, do not utter that accursed name so brazenly. Stephen closed his eyes and gestured for Rhaegar to cease his words, seemingly reluctant to accept the grim reality of their resurgence. I had presumed my task was merely to safeguard this black-clad legion, unaware that I might be the one to doom it. Do you not have any thoughts regarding the Ice Dragon? Mira found satisfaction in Stephen's displeasure. If the enemy possesses a dragon, fortifying the wall an additional 700 feet would be futile. In truth, Stephen's demeanor shifted to seriousness, as if the exaggerated expression he had just worn was not his own. The Ice Dragon is not a concern. Half of the materials constituting the wall are ancient, unmelting ice. The icy breath of the dragon would merely serve to reinforce this edifice. The Ice Dragon cannot shatter the wall, nor can it transport the White Walkers and Whites across. The wall is imbued with magic that deters the undead, a net woven by the builders that extends even beneath the ground. With this thought, Stephen's mood improved slightly. In fact, our concern lies in the possibility that the White Walkers may force the wildlings from beyond the wall to rally together, compelling them to assault it. Contemplating this, Stephen's spirits sank once more, a storm cloud gathering between his brows. The wall can only defend against the dead. It cannot protect against the living, can it? Mira interjected, echoing Stephen's sentiments. By this reckoning, your legion appears to be somewhat adequate. A millennium of vigilance. This is our duty. In truth, I do not fear death. Yet, there lingered a sense of uncertainty. Stephen smiled, his demeanor not resembling the loquacious charm of their first encounter, nor that of the Night's Watchman who occasionally revealed the stubborn, resolute nature of the North. A subtle vulnerability was evident. They, you see, nearly all Southerners believed them to be mere legends, and even many Northerners shared this sentiment. Their disappearance had been so abrupt, and for far too long. It is only human nature. Rhaegar turned to Stephen and inquired, "May I ask you a question, esteemed commander? When was the last time you encountered them in your records?" "I am uncertain," Stephen replied, meticulously recalling the vast archives of Long Night Castle, yet finding no definitive answer. The Night's Watch had been established for 7 millennia, with a lineage so orderly that even a scholar dispatched from the Citadel would struggle to comprehend it all in a lifetime. All I know is that the rangers sent beyond the wall occasionally go missing, and there are always those pale figures lurking among the reasons for the wildlings' assaults on the wall. Then, have you heard of the Night King? Old gods, where did you hear that name? Stephen exclaimed, astonished that such an ancient title would emerge from the lips of Rhaegar, a man of Valyria. From one who lives beyond the wall. I suppose you need not concern yourself with that. Rhaegar hesitated briefly before choosing to withhold the existence of the Green Seer. I wish to understand his origins. I too desire to know the particulars of those pale creatures. Mira observed the northern man before her, who was imbued with the characteristics of his ancestors. She could discern no resemblance between him and the pale monstrosities, puzzling over Rhaegar's claim that their leader had once been human, specifically the ancient king in winter of House Stark. On the return journey, though Mira remained perplexed as to why those creatures had lured her beyond the wall, one thing was clear. The so-called Green Seer was undoubtedly an accomplice. The chaos wrought by the silver arrows and that immense wolf pack could not be dissociated from him. It seemed that the leader of the Children of the Forest did not speak entirely in truths. Those damned aberrations. You speak truly. Stephen nodded in agreement with Myra's curse. Since you too have encountered those creatures, and even slain 2 with your own hands, I believe we can converse openly without reservations. Where shall we begin? Perhaps from the source? Rhaegar and Mira simultaneously proclaimed, from the Night King. I am pleased to witness such harmony between you two. Stephen complimented habitually, his gaze fixed upon the table. As he rubbed his fingers together, he commenced recounting the ancient tales of the North. Indeed, it seemed a distant memory. If the records are not mistaken, it was a time shortly after the wall had just begun to take shape. The Night King was the commander of the Night's Watch, and both House Stark and the accounts from Long Night Castle clearly indicated that he was the 13th commander of the Night's Watch. His true name has become difficult to ascertain, but legend speaks of a formidable warrior of noble birth who fell in love with a woman whose skin was as pale as the moon, her eyes resembling blue stars, and her flesh as cold as ice. He brought her back to Castle Black, indeed, the very castle in which we find ourselves. The Night King crowned her as his queen, ruling over the Night's Watch with an iron grip. Through some malevolent and arcane sorcery, he ensured that the most elite soldiers of Westeros remained steadfastly loyal, maintaining his reign as the King of the Wall for 13 years. Until the Northern King and the King beyond the wall, Joramun, united to vanquish him. Upon closer examination, the veracity of this legend may be questionable. Have you noticed? 13 commanders presiding for 13 years. We have always assumed this number was a mere coincidence. Such synchrony seems implausible. The specificity of both the duration of rule and the titles passed down through the ages casts doubt on the authenticity of these records. Chapter 103. A Day in the Life of William. The new recruit at Castle Black today marks the first day of William, the new recruit, as a member of the Night's Watch. More precisely, it is his first day at the wall. As one becomes a member of the Watch prior to arriving at this formidable bastion, William is a red-haired lad from the Riverlands, merely 17 years of age, and his physique has yet to fully develop as he dons the black garb of the Night's Watch. Regarding his new role, William harbors no grievances. Unlike the aristocratic young lord who arrived alongside him, who seems rather embittered by his fate, William feels no such discontent. Though embracing the life of a Night's Watchman necessitates forsaking one's past, who among us can truly achieve such a feat? The brother in black hails from a prominent family in the Vale. William has heard whispers that he belongs to House Royce of Pebbleton. This brother, disenchanted with the prospect of a mundane existence following his elder sibling's inheritance of the castle, resolved to don the black and forge a new path, aspiring to gain a command among the 19 fortresses of the wall. According to him, this endeavor would honor the swordsmanship he has honed over the years. A far better fate than languishing in obscurity on his ancestral lands. William struggles to comprehend this mindset. He cannot fathom why one would disdain a life and death on land that bears their own surname. In truth, he would welcome such a fate. Regrettably, his family possesses no means to sustain such a life. In the village by the banks of the Red Fork, they cultivate but a small parcel of land, which, in fact, belongs to the local knight. There are 4 members in his family. His father did not survive the last winter, resting now in the village's holy ground, while his brother is a diligent worker. His sister is betrothed to a tenant farmer with 2 sets of plows, awaiting her first moon to be wed, hoping that her culinary skills will endear her to her future family. In his youth, William aspired to be a hunter, but as he grew older, he found the surrounding woods devoid of game. Consequently, he relinquished his handmade bow and took up the hoe. However, their land could not sustain 2 men on the brink of marriage. When the recruitment officer of the Night's Watch arrived in their village, his mother, in a bid for survival, had no choice but to send him off to become a black-clad brother, allowing his elder brother to continue laboring for the night. William was initially filled with resentment. What honor lay in donning the black? He could not grasp its significance, only recognizing that it meant from henceforth the only purpose of his manhood would be to relieve himself. By the 7, this is a complete affront to human nature. In truth, it was only after William arrived at the wall that he learned of a portion of the functions of Mole Village from the lips of a seasoned Night's Watchman, which thoroughly quelled his grievances. Thus, William became a new recruit of the Night's Watch, respected in the north, a stark contrast to the south where the crows were not held in high regard. In fact, he himself had little respect for them. William, you red-headed fool from Riverlands. What are you daydreaming about now? The veteran training the recruits bellowed, his wooden sword whistling through the cold air. Apologies, instructor. Get back to chopping with that other imbecile in front of you. What? Do you intend to wait until you're out on patrol to train with those wretched things? Yes, instructor. The instructor brandished his wooden sword, striking the backs of the 2 distracted recruits. Understand? Hurry up. William and his fellow recruit, Jack, grimaced in unison, unable to resist the urge to slip their icy hands beneath their clothing, until the instructor was called away by an officer. Cold and invigorating. It was said to still be autumn, and the white crows of the academy had yet to reach the nation. Yet the snow at the wall was thicker than any winter William had ever known, as if the snowflakes were larger too. Of course, it was also colder. A gust of frigid wind swept in, carrying a few snowflakes into the open collar of his clothing, and William mused that no matter how much time passed, he would never adapt to the damned weather of the north. William, Jack flashed an insidious grin at him. You're thinking the same thing, aren't you? What? William pondered, though he expressed a different sentiment aloud. What are you talking about? You're thinking what I am, right? Jack nudged his chin in a certain direction. I bet those 2 have been tangled up together since last night. William followed Jack's gaze and caught a glimpse of a silhouette. The silver-gold hair did not stand out against the backdrop of the snow-laden northern sky. Are you referring to those 2 Valyrians? William glanced around to ensure their surroundings were safe before feigning a gesture with Jack, whispering, 7 gods. You'd better watch yourself. Their admirers could make your mother the wealthiest in Mole Village overnight. Jack scoffed, aware that William's words rang true but feigning indifference. I'm just saying. It's no big deal. Then go tell that to the big guy, Vyr. William gestured toward the red-haired giant who had just knocked a companion down. You have no idea how excited he gets knowing that foreigner Rhaegar is here at the wall. Just a little spark could turn you into a mushroom. Jack endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance. We're all brothers in black. He can't take me down. He could break your legs, William retorted, recalling a story the instructor had told about the slippery ice staircase carved out of the wall itself, and added the remark. One could easily push you down the stairs while you ascend, claiming it was your own misstep, ensuring that there would be no witnesses. Jack gazed at the staircase he would have to crawl up to reach the summit, a look of fear finally gracing his features. Please, brother, do not speak of this to that detestable giant. Rest assured, William replied. Jack's eyes darted around as he intended to engage William in conversation about topics that men generally find intriguing. Let us not discuss that, Rhaegar. What do you think of the other woman? Jack lowered his voice, excitement seeping through his words. By the 7, if I could have but a moment with her, I would gladly offer everything. You could present a chicken to the 7, should they desire it. Of course, but first, let me fulfill my one true wish. If you wish to become roasted meat, then so be it. Speaking of roasting, William couldn't help but envision the monstrous beast voraciously devouring lamb. That dragon could roast you to a crisp in the time it takes to slice bread. Upon hearing this, Jack's repressed lascivious thoughts vanished completely. Damn that dragon. Even without it, you would not stand a chance, William retorted. Occasionally, he pondered whether his mother and brother had grown weary of his natural talent for mockery, leading them to send him to become a night's watchman. 5 of you combined would not be enough to contend with that great hero. In fact, 5 of you might not even be able to defeat the giant Vale. After William's remark, Jack fell silent, resuming his training. The sound of wooden swords striking grew noticeably louder, which pleased William. Perhaps this was the reason he had been sent to be a night's watchman. Time slipped by during training. William eventually set down his wooden sword, feeling a hint of reluctance. After all, in the village, such weapons were reserved for the young lords of knightly families. He began to anticipate the day he would wield the real thing. Yet, even after the training concluded, the instructor did not reappear. William observed as the quartermaster approached one of the new recruits, speaking to him. Soon after, the recruit loudly announced to the others, "The instructor has commanded us to continue training. More practice? Hasn't today's training already elapsed? Why? I am nearly exhausted. Hey, what is the reason? Because winter is coming." The messenger recruit reiterated, echoing the North's most famous phrase. Chapter 104. Reflections on the return. A lively tune from the Riverlands drifted through the air. "My lord Lars, you appear particularly cheerful today. Is there something that brings you joy?" "Indeed," Lars replied, smiling as he ceased his humming. "I received a letter. Its contents as vibrant as spring itself." Upon hearing this, the seasoned northern soldier, Ruin, immediately responded with a smile. "May the old gods bless you, my lord." Just as the first breeze of spring carries tidings of green. "No need for further flattery," Lars said, still smiling, as he waved away Ruin's unspoken blessings. Once more, "Reuven, we do not require many, and your old comrades are truly inadequate." "Indeed, my lord." Reuven sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of remorse towards his old companions. "Let that cup of ale serve as your treat for my free indulgence, for I doubt I shall return." The winter wolves march south, and few manage to survive until the next spring to return home. It is a journey destined for demise. Reuven, along with the other seasoned veterans from the north, perceived little difference between heading south to Westeros and crossing over to Essos. After all, they were merely mercenaries. This time, however, the old gods favored them with a generous benefactor, alleviating concerns about their families receiving their due. Lars paid no mind to Reuven's sentiments, interpreting his discontent as stemming from the absence of bribes from the old soldiers. Such occurrences were commonplace in Riverrun, where those procuring materials for fortifications often engaged in such practices, leaving Lars somewhat desensitized to it. Lars realized he must take this letter to King Rhaegar. Old Reuven watched Lars depart, pondering that this winter had brought forth a good soul, albeit the weather was colder than in previous years. The wall and castle black. The flames of the hearth blazed brightly. This marked the 5th day that Mira and Rhaegar had stayed at Castle Black at the behest of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. How much longer must we remain? That remains to be seen. Rhaegar calculated how long it had been since they set forth from Winterfell in search of the silver arrows. Now taking refuge at Castle Black, approximately a month. It was likely that snow was beginning to fall in abundance south of the neck. Mira reached into the fire, retrieving a glowing ember to toss into her cup. The ale hissed and bubbled within the vessel. After experiencing the biting cold of the lands beyond the wall, Mira had developed a fondness for warm beverages. Indeed, the environment alters one's preferences. Once the Night's Watchmen dispatched by Stark ascertain that the others shall not invade, and once my silver arrows are in better condition, we can depart. Speaking of which, Mira lifted her steaming cup of hot ale, her tone lighthearted as she reflected, "Thankfully, Lars assisted us in resolving the affairs of those northern soldiers. Otherwise, we would have to linger in this wretched place longer." Knock, knock. Lord Commander Stephen Stark politely rapped on the door, awaiting permission to enter. "The weather grows increasingly frigid, just as your house saying goes." "Thank you for the compliment. Alas, I am now a proud member of the Night's Watch, not a Stark by blood." "That is debatable. Even royalty, even the Night's Watch, cannot entirely sever the ties of blood." Rhaegar had a stake in this conversation, for there were indeed Targaryens among the Night's Watch. A brief silence ensued. "Very well. No more idle chatter." Stephen appeared rather impatient, hastily concluding their discourse. The commander clapped his hands, signaling for those outside to enter. "This individual is one of our new recruits in the Night's Watch. He discovered this during his inaugural patrol today." The towering figure of Vyr looked on, exhilarated to behold his idol, nearly breathless with excitement. Under the urging of the commander, Vale extended his trembling hand, presenting the object he had discovered to Rhaegar. It was a finely crafted saddlebag adorned with a 3-headed dragon emblem, unfamiliar to the assembled men of Westeros. Rhaegar recognized it. He had once hung it on the left side of his beloved horse, the Sea Smoke, before it had been discarded in the Godwood while fleeing from the army of whites. Amidst the gaze of the onlookers, Rhaegar opened the bag, revealing only a pale branch of weirwood. A serious expression crossed his face, concealing a flicker of hope within. Where did you find this? On that horse, Vale replied, his voice trembling, along with another white horse outside. The group stepped into the swirling snow, the Night's Watchman marveling at the two magnificent steeds standing quietly beside the dragon. They are truly beautiful. Look at those hooves. What splendid horses they are. How is it that they are unafraid of the dragon? As the Night's Watchman observed with curiosity, Rhaegar made his way through the crowd towards the horses. The glossy, dark eyes of the steeds reflected the contours of the man before them. Rhaegar reached out, caressing the necks of the two companions that had journeyed with him across much of Westeros in pursuit of the dragon. Thank the gods, Rhaegar murmured, affectionately stroking the cloak and sea smoke's neck, a smile gracing his lips. You are still here. After the joy, a sense of perplexity settled in. Why were they still alive? And why had the children of the forest gone to the trouble of returning them? With these questions lingering, Rhaegar rummaged through Sea Smoke's other saddlebag, hoping to uncover something of significance. Unlike the one Vale had brought, this saddlebag contained items whose nature Rhaegar could discern without even opening it. What else is in here? Rhaegar turned to display the saddlebag to Mira. Those two swords of yours, Mira remarked, eyeing the broken blades within the bag. Did the little men return them? Presumably, Rhaegar replied. But why would they send these back? I had thought them lost. The darkness of the northern night had crept in unnoticed. Rhaegar recalled the Green Seer's methods in his dreams. And then the weirwood branch within the bag. Uncertain. Is it truly so? Indeed, came the reply. Chapter 105. The Autumn's in Night, let me see. After confirming the saddlebag posed no issues, Stephen intended to approach, curious about what these miraculous steeds had brought back from beyond the wall. Just two broken swords? He remarked, pointing at the white blade. Do you need our craftsmen from the wall to help fix these? We may not be able to fully restore the black one, but this one we can manage. Thank you for your kindness, Rhaegar said, offering the sword for closer inspection. Yet, the crux of the matter was never about repair, but rather the mystery of why this sword lay broken. Old gods, Stephen exclaimed, taken aback as he grasped the broken blade, unable to contain his astonishment. By the gods, did those monsters do this? Rhaegar did not respond directly. Instead, he picked up another sword for Stephen to examine closely. Meanwhile, Mira recalled that memory she had vowed to obliterate, clenching her fists with a serious demeanor. I will eventually incinerate it. Upon hearing this, the curious Night's Watchman gathered around to observe. What is different about this? I do not see it. Would you believe me if I said a fine steel sword shattered like a biscuit? Of course not. 7 gods above. It feels as if it were frozen. Oh, 7 gods, protect us from the malevolent forces, those chilling entities that wander the shadows of the haunted forest. Commander, could it be them? Stephen did not respond to the officer's words. He instinctively touched the brake, his palm resting on the sharp edges. A mere gentle pressure caused crimson droplets to emerge from his calloused hand, varying in size, solidifying the moment they appeared. Their quality even surpassing the Valyrian rubies Mira had given to Rhaegar as gifts of courtesy. The officer of Long Night Castle inquired. Perplexed, what could have caused this ghastly phenomenon? Cold. The scholar of the wall furrowed his brow, stating, a cold capable of freezing steel. It is the others. Stephen denied the scholar's claim, speaking in a tone akin to that of a condemned man facing the gallows. Prepare yourselves, lads, Night's Watchmen, crows of the wall. Winter is coming. As night fell, the hall of Long Night Castle was ablaze with light. Commander Stephen commanded the scholar to dispatch all crows from Long Night Castle. He intended to summon the remaining commanders from the castles of the wall to convene at Long Night Castle to discuss the Night's Watch's forthcoming actions. Before departing, he borrowed Rhaegar's white sword, a gift from the guest of Wind's Rest. Rhaegar assumed he would not reclaim it, allowing it to remain at the wall as a fitting conclusion. Yet he needed to contemplate what gift to prepare for Leo. If the others chose to continue their advance southward, Rhaegar felt certain they would meet again. Alas, what a tumultuous autumn. Mira echoed his sentiment, reflecting, this autumn has been more eventful than any I have ever experienced, both good and bad surging forth like the fish of the Lorne River, dazzling and chaotic. It leaves me feeling quite disoriented. As they walked back inside, Mira remarked wearily, damn it, if this continues, I truly must consider whether to seek out a deity for solace. Those who worship seem to bear no burdens. Treading upon the exposed earth where the Night's Watch recruits had walked, Rhaegar remarked, I believe that faith in a god does not truly grant inner peace. Rather, it provides an authoritative interpretation of the world through religion, compelling one to adhere to their theories while merely remembering to protect their interests, thereby forgetting to think for oneself. Quite reasonable, Mira mused briefly, finding some merit in Rhaegar's words. In this context, do you believe that religion can render its followers foolish? Rhaegar ascended the staircase of the king's tower at Long Night Castle, which was designated for the reception of esteemed guests. Legend has it that the king, deceived by a rat cook into consuming his own son, once resided in this very tower. Today, it serves to host 2 guests hailing from the dragonlord lineage. The deities still rely on the wisdom of their scholars to educate their devotees. The 2 ascended the spiral staircase at a leisurely pace, with torches flickering quietly along the way. The once neglected king's tower had been meticulously cleaned by the Night's Watch over the past few days, now appearing tidy and orderly. Indeed, I have never seen a god personally compose a doctrine for their followers. Mira recalled an elderly nobleman from Valyria who spent entire days in the Grand Library, dedicating his life to spreading the faith of the Valyrian gods. Before leaving Valyria, she heard he had finally deceived a dragon lord into sincerely offering his faith to the Valyrian deities. She resolved to discover which fool it was when she had the time. Such pretentiousness, and yet he truly believed. With this thought in mind, Mira inquired, "What are your views on the gods?" "I do not wish to see them," Rhaegar replied as he pushed open the great door, warmth enveloping him, accompanied by the intoxicating scent of malt. Mira removed her heavy cloak. "What do you mean by that? I truly do not understand." "Well, quite literally. I do not wish to encounter those so-called gods. I have never worshipped them, nor have I seen them, yet they have unceremoniously complicated my life." Rhaegar shed his cloak and reclined backward in a bearskin chair. "Arrogant and impudent. Listening to you, these gods truly seem malevolent, as rotten as a moldy loaf of bread. Your upbringing is commendable. Rest now. We are likely to remain at the wall for quite some time." Suddenly, Mira laughed, recalling something. "What is it?" "The reason I came to Westeros was to garrison Dragonstone, to man a forward outpost built by some deluded ruler. I initially planned to spend half of my year probing the intentions of the kings of Westeros. If they consented, I would disembark for a face-to-face discussion. And if they did not, I would remain imprisoned on that wretched island. Yet now, I have spent more time at the wall than on that dismal island. And I have traversed all of Westeros, which I had not intended to explore in depth. Fate, indeed, is capricious and rather amusing. On this point, I wholeheartedly agree and shall never deny it. To fate. To fate. Chapter 106. The Green Prophet's Intrusion. You have disturbed my rest. Rhaegar surveyed the familiar surroundings of the Red Keep Gardens and addressed the green dwarf beneath the shade of the trees. "I had intended to visit the top of the wall tomorrow. Now, I require ample rest. There is no time like the present," the Green Prophet replied, shaking his head. "Do you wish to wait for the whites to approach the wall? If not necessary, the White Walkers would not choose to come directly near the wall. Their minions can extend only as far as the haunted forest, because of the magic woven into the wall of despair. Indeed, the children of the forest and the ancestors of the first men have jointly infused it with enduring enchantments. It appears the commander-in-chief was not mistaken. It is indeed the duty of the Night's Watch to be familiar with their adversaries." Speaking of which, Rhaegar found a chair and sat down casually. "How did you escape the encirclement of the army of the others?" "Because of you. Us. Do you recall the ice dragon that pursued you? It lost control." "What?" Rhaegar straightened, puzzled. "Are you suggesting that the ice dragon saved you? It can actually aid the living?" "Yes. The others currently lack the ability to fully control the already liberated spirits of ice. The others are unable to command the ice dragon." "Does Larlo possess fire dragons as well?" "Well," Rhaegar had no words in response. The Green Prophet calmly continued to elucidate. "In the ebb and flow of the magical tide, only the most essential elements can forever shine. Dragons, fish leather wood, the green vision, the blood of heroes, oaths sworn to the gods, all belong to this category. The others once wielded the ice dragon in battle at will, but now they cannot for this very reason. The magical tide rises and recedes. All beings are equal, and the magical powers available to the others are quite limited. Thus, they can only employ unstable and malevolent magics to indirectly control the ice dragon. The magical tide rises and recedes. All beings are equal." Rhaegar silently repeated this phrase. "Because you dealt with the others general who commanded the ice dragon. I and you can remain safe and sound." After the ice dragon returned to the sacred wood, it unleashed its icy wrath upon the army of the dead, annihilating numerous minions of the frost god. Though ultimately repelled by the Night King, this intelligent spirit of ice chose to head north and assault the city of the others. At this point, congratulations are in order. For the time being, you need not worry about wildling invasions. This is indeed good news." Upon hearing this, Rhaegar sincerely breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we can grasp the tail end of autumn and strive to reach Valyria before winter arrives. Furthermore, the Green Prophet raised his four-fingered hand. "I have a few trifling matters to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead," Rhaegar replied cheerfully. relaxing and picking up the teapot to pour a cup of red tea for the Green Prophet. The surroundings shifted, revealing a snowy expanse. The weight of the teapot vanished from Rhaegar's hands. I must apologize to you. Rhaegar's raised eyebrow had yet to settle. His right hand, maintaining the posture of holding the teapot suspended in midair. There is no need for that. Not regarding this matter. The Green Prophet stepped forward slowly, stopping before a small mound of snow. This is what I ought to apologize for, concerning my befuddled old friend. The Green Prophet's hand delved into the snow, which reached Rhaegar's knees, and as his hand moved, beneath the snow lay a pair of blood-red eyes, unblinking. It is the Icefield Wolf King. It once inhabited the Forest of Shadows, relishing the woods and freedom, coexisting with a gifted young man from the tribe of my old friend. The Green Prophet's hand raised once more, and the scene shifted accordingly. The backdrop is an unadulterated forest, where a white silhouette hovers like a fish in midair, and a colossal albino direwolf bears upon its back the joyous child of the forest. My old friend succumbed to the final trials of time, unlike me, who still clings to existence. Rhaegar furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" The Green Prophet's once clear green eyes shimmered. "I beseech your forgiveness for that foolish, reckless youth. He has met with a fate akin to mine at the hands of the others, and more tragically, he not only failed to save his companions, but also lost another." Rhaegar cast his gaze downward at the rigid wolf carcass, its neck marred by a gaping wound, a testament to his own handiwork. From this perspective, it seemed that the young man too had endured similar anguish. "What reason do you have to expect my forgiveness of him?" "Your steed, knowledge of the frost god, future aid for our tribe, and an ice dragon egg." Upon hearing the mention of the ice dragon egg, Rhaegar could no longer maintain his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated his condition for forgiveness. "I wish for neither of us to cross paths again. Should you agree, I shall grant clemency to this unfortunate soul. Forgiveness is indeed peculiar. It's worth fluctuating like the tides. Rhaegar, it appears, could easily absolve a near assassin, thanks to the weight of time and a generous offering. Had the weary and desperate Rhaegar heard such words back then, he might have retaliated with a punch, irrespective of the identity of the offender. In retrospect, the role of that young man seemed to be that of an executioner. Of course, I shall oblige. I thank you for your magnanimity." Magnanimity, however, is hardly the word. Rhaegar shook his head, his gaze shifting to the jubilant child of the forest. The wolf must have shared a profound bond with him. Typically, the relationship between shapeshifters and their possessed animal companions is quite harmonious. Rhaegar found himself comparing their bond to that of Mira and Silver Arrow, discovering a striking resemblance. Even among ordinary individuals, a profound friendship forged since childhood seldom leads one to sacrifice their life for another. This direwolf was willing to traverse south of the wall to assemble a pack, merely to await the opportunity to slay a human. In hindsight, its actions were likely guided by the original wolf spirit. Had the intended victim not been Rhaegar himself, he might have felt a pang of sympathy worthy of a ballad. Rhaegar turned to face the Green Prophet. "Where lies the ice dragon egg? It is of great importance. Thus I did not carry it upon my steed to the wall. It now resides in the sacred grove where the Night's Watch recruits take their oaths. Just outside the wall." "The sacred grove of Long Night Castle?" "No, that of Black Castle. Finding a secure and specific location is no easy task. The only area around the wall that meets these criteria is the sacred grove of the Fishbeam trees, the closest of which is that of Black Castle. It is not far from here. You may ride or choose to have the Dragon King carry you there." "Esteemed Prince." The Green Prophet mimicked human etiquette with a slight bow. "I shall take my leave. This is my first intrusion and will be my last. I hope that when next you encounter the Fishbeam trees, you will realize I shall visit you in the dreams of that day. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to support your noble endeavor against the cold and darkness. May you have sweet dreams." Chapter 107. The Harvests of the Northern Realm. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your vigilant watch at the wall. The esteemed Commander General is too gracious. Please, do not belittle your contributions. Although brief, your vigilance bears profound significance. Stephen sincerely expressed his thanks to Rhaegar and Mira, with the commanding officer from the nearby Night's Watch castle and a multitude of black-clad warriors standing behind him. On behalf of the Night's Watch, I offer both of you my sincere appreciation. By the authority vested in me as the commander of the Night's Watch, I swear that you shall forever be our friends." Rhaegar stepped forward to engage in discourse. The atmosphere remained harmonious, as if the previous discontent had been entirely forgotten, perhaps in an effort to mend relations. The affluent Night's Watch bestowed upon Rhaegar and Mira an abundance of gifts. Dozens of precious walrus tusks, heaps of seal skins, several massive tusks from the woolly mammoth, a few narwhal teeth, and the head of a peculiar beast that Rhaegar and Mira had encountered before. The appearance of that colossal beast's head even astonished the other commanders, underscoring its rarity. According to Stephen, it belonged to the unicorns that inhabit the Frost Fangs and Skagos Island. From the Night's Watch's observations over the past century, this goat-like giant had already become extinct in the Frost Fangs, with living unicorns now only found in the territory of the Rock Tribe. Roughly calculating, the value of merely the unicorn's head far surpassed the remuneration proposed by Mira. Unable to contain her curiosity about these wondrous creatures, Mira stepped forward to caress the serene forehead and immense horn of the unicorn. It seems that Essos also possesses legends of unicorns? Mira recalled the tales from her childhood. In response to Myra's musings, Stephen did not provide a direct answer. Perhaps, it is possible, the children of the forest once roamed Westeros. Rhaegar suppressed his curiosity about the unicorn and pondered a more precious treasure, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he addressed Stephen. Thank you for your generosity. You are too kind. This pales in comparison to the aid you have rendered us. Mentioning assistance prompted Stephen to reflect deeply. The intelligence received from the wildlings undoubtedly reaffirmed the reliability of the impending threat. The Night's Watch, steadfast and resilient in their defense of the wall against external dangers, found themselves overshadowed by two Valyrian individuals from Essos who had, for the first time in a millennium, vanquished the White Walkers. By the heavens, this cast a shadow on our own diligence. Stephen was not alone in such thoughts. The commanders informed by him, and some of the Night's Watch who deduced the events also shared this sentiment. With a puff of white breath, Stephen instructed the Night's Watch to properly package the gifts to ensure their safe transport by Silver Arrow, thereby avoiding any chance of loss. Farewell, wondrous strangers. Silver Arrow grasped the enormous parcel and soared into the sky, the strain on its wounds causing its facial muscles to twitch in pain. Where's the Black Castle? Over there. That is the wall. As she gazed in the direction pointed out by Lars, Doria Stark responded clearly, inquiring about the purpose of their destination. Lars waved the letter in his hand, stating that his two companions were soon to return to Winterfell, and if all went well, they would embark on their journey once more. Is that so? Doria murmured, lowering her head and crushing the snowflakes beneath her toes. Congratulations, Lars. This time, the little princess refrained from addressing Lars as Sir. Lars paid no heed to this omission. His primary duty was to relay the news to the king in the north, rather than to a princess he encountered along the way. Farewell, princess. I suppose I haven't had much time to regale you with tales lately. Lars pondered the unresolved matters in his mind, hoping to settle them all before Myra's return. Time was of the essence. He wished for her to make the most of this period to enhance her skills, as the nun had expressed dissatisfaction with the delay in her needlework education. Before Doria could respond, Lars strode ahead, leaving only footprints and the chill of the wind as her companions. A sensation akin to having crushed 100 lemons filled Doria's chest, a sourness that even threatened to spill into her eyes. Far more painful than the prick of a needle while embroidering. She was acutely aware that this charming southerner was returning to his homeland. Goodbye, sir. Oh, how she wished to replace that title, imbued with respect and longing, with something more intimate. Such words, if they were to escape her rosy lips, would surely be sweeter than the honey produced by the most industrious hive in the glass garden. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered into the gods' wood. Standing before the heart tree, were the old gods watching her? Were they attentive to their distressed devotee? The old gods remained silent. The gods' wood was devoid of howling winds. Only the rustling of the vibrant red leaves of the fishleaf tree could be heard. She recalled the scene not long ago, where a pair of enamored souls exchanged vows beneath the heart tree. They were lovers from disparate lands, the man a resident of Winterfell, and the woman from a mountain clan far removed from the north. Their home was so distant that, by all accounts, they would likely never set foot in Winterfell in their lifetimes. If such distant souls could fall in love, then the distance between Winterfell and the Riverlands seemed insignificant in comparison. The little wolf princess bowed her head and closed her eyes before the fishleaf tree. Oh, old gods, I beseech you. Snowflakes settled upon Doria's thick, flowing black hair, yet the devout girl remained unfazed as she prayed earnestly. The pale visage of the heart tree gazed down upon her shadow. Rhaegar reached down to unearth a package from beneath the tree roots. Is this what you made a detour to retrieve? Indeed, it is. Rhaegar cautiously unwrapped the parcel from its leaves and animal hides. Trust me, you will appreciate it. What could it possibly be? What has the green seer, who I know not what looks like, revealed to you in your dreams? Mira, bending at Rhaegar's side with her hands resting on her knees, questioned. Consider it a surprise. I am eager to see if this object is sufficient to compensate for the terror I experienced at the hands of those wolves. As the wrapping fell away, a magnificent egg was revealed before Mira, The familiar, scaled surface of the shell unmistakably indicated to her that this was a dragon egg. Yet its extraordinary size and shimmering icy blue exterior conveyed an undeniable truth. It was the egg of an ice dragon. Filled with delight, Mira crouched down to caress it, and the vibrant life force emanating from within assured her that this was no lifeless shell, but rather an invaluable treasure, worth more than imagination itself. Within Valyria, in the known world, Rhaegar reached out to touch the dragon egg, but his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Do you remember our earlier plans? Mira continued her gentle caress. Yes. Of course, I remember. The time has come. Lars signed his name on the document, and their journey to Valyria was about to commence. Lars casually discarded the quill, stretching his back as the bones cracked in a series of pops. At long last, the moment has arrived. To be honest, I have awaited this for far too long. The paperwork had caused me considerable strain. Fortunately, the rewards have been quite satisfactory. Chapter 108. Farewell to the North. Farewell to Westeros. Let us conclude our journey here. In the north, on the eastern bank of the White Knife River, at Wolf Esten Castle, Doria Stark concealed herself amidst the crowd, observing her brother, Cregan Stark, bidding farewell to the guests. Farewell. Doria lowered her head, burying herself in furs and wool, silently repeating her farewell to that esteemed guest. The northern winds howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. Silver Arrow sensed Myra's anticipation of returning home and became exhilarated. Momentarily liberated from the cold's adverse effects, frolicking in the sky, Rhaegar stood on the ship, perusing the written materials Lars had prepared for the northern veterans during their absence. Truly, he has worked hard, Rhaegar mused. As the last cargo was hoisted aboard, Lars concluded his conversation with Prince Cregan. These two princes had spent a considerable amount of time together, and could be deemed friends, albeit reluctantly. Parting ways. Cregan felt a pang of sadness at the absence of a peer. However, the thought of Lars, that silver-tongued man from the Riverlands, leaving his sister brightened Cregan's spirits. Farewell, Lars. Farewell, esteemed Prince Cregan. The sound of wood creaking behind them signaled the poor quality of northern ships. Rhaegar, without turning, knew it was Lars. Lars, you have truly borne much hardship during this time. It was nothing. Lars downplayed the labor of these past weeks with a casual remark. Speaking of this period, I am certain your tale is far more profound than the few lines on paper suggest. Indeed, there is much to recount. Then let us hasten to share it. Speaking of which, we resolutely departed from Winterfell. They had completely left. After Craig turned away from watching the ship sail into the distance, he addressed Doria, stating that he had completely departed. I advise you to abandon those unrealistic notions, Doria. You bear your responsibilities. Winter is approaching, and we all have duties to fulfill. With a sigh, Craig realized that the already strained sibling relationship had developed yet another crack. Winter is coming. What? What did you say? Lars raised his voice. What did you and Mira encounter? White walkers, ice dragons, and even animated corpses. Rhaegar replied with a tone as nonchalant as if he were recounting a casual glass of red wine from the previous day, despite Lars's astonishment. Wait. Lars covered his head, still unable to believe that Rhaegar and the others had truly experienced such bizarre events. Although their journey prior to venturing beyond the wall had been far from ordinary, the White Walkers were mythical creatures that had last appeared 7,000 years ago, and now Rhaegar casually claimed to have slain one a month prior. Lars leaned closer. You must be pulling my leg. Rhaegar responded with a smile. Well, I would prefer that you were deceiving me, Lars said, resting his elbows on the ship's railing, his demeanor resembling that of a boneless creature. So it's all true? Indeed, I swear it by the honor of my ancestors. Lars staggered back to the cabin, resembling a drunken man. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the deck, exclaiming, but wait. If what you say is true and the White Walkers are at our doorstep, why are we heading to Valyria at this juncture? Perhaps, Rhaegar continued. There is more to the story. He recounted the tale of slaying the White Walkers and encountering the children of the forest, explaining how their leader had revealed in a dream that the White Walkers were the enemies of all living beings. He spoke of the relentless pursuit by the colossal ice dragon and concluded with the Night Watch's perspective on the impending threat of the White Walkers. Later, the Green Prophet entered my dreams once more, informing me that the White Walkers' advance had been momentarily halted by the ice dragon. With various factors at play, Mira planned to return to Valyria to resolve familial disputes in order to amass greater strength to confront the White Walkers decisively. Having shared his thoughts in one breath, Rhaegar felt a sense of relief. During his time in the north, so many extraordinary events had unfolded in such a short span that he truly yearned for someone to confide in. Lars nodded. I have one more question. Why would the White Walkers go to such lengths to lure you, Mira, and Silver Arrow beyond the wall? I'm uncertain, Their language is beyond our comprehension, Rhaegar replied. Perhaps Lars ventured a guess. Could it be that they intend to incite a war between Westeros and Valyria, seizing the opportunity to breach the wall? That is quite possible. Rhaegar refrained from divulging his origins from the future. In the following days, the fleet sailed smoothly, gradually reaching Seagull Town along the coastline of the Vale. The long-awaited arrival of the group from the Riverlands sparked great excitement, and they eagerly surrounded Lars, cheering jubilantly. Until this moment, the veteran soldiers from the north were astonished to discover that the handsome young man from the Riverlands, who had lived among them in Winterfell for quite some time, was indeed the heir to the River King. Several Northmen, who had previously jested about the Riverlands, were nearly struck with terror. Lars stepped forward with a smile, clarifying that he had not gone to such lengths to hire them merely to frighten them. After securing ample supplies in Seagull Town, the fleet set sail on a day barely suitable for navigation. Under the watchful eyes of Count Royce and the Valley nobility, the Silver Arrows ascended towards their birthplace. Rhaegar stood once more on the deck, embracing the sea breeze. As for how to withstand the biting cold, he relied on magic while Lars donned thick, precious warm clothing. Reflecting on the journey, it felt profoundly significant, with the days spent in Valyria seeming like a distant dream. 2 temporarily nameless bear cubs and sea smoke awaited in the cabin, the ship swaying gently. Rhaegar glanced down at the Valyrian steel sword at his waist, and then at Lars, who was eagerly anticipating Valyria, recalling the ice dragon egg safely nestled in their quarters. "Are we not to bid farewell?" Rhaegar inquired. "Neither you nor I," Lars retorted. "Say farewell to Westeros, Rhaegar." "Very well, farewell, Westeros." As dawn broke, piercing through the tempestuous storm clouds, one day, a sky that resembled flames suddenly appeared in the distance. The hues of yellow, orange, and ash mingled wildly, a vibrant tapestry. The Riverlander and Northmen aboard the ship crowded onto the deck, eagerly discussing the extraordinary sight. "Look," Rhaegar pointed ahead to Lars, "that is Valyria." Chapter 109. Heart of the Summer Sea, go, greet her return. Indeed, the black wings rose from the volcanoes, while the seagulls of the summer sea took flight from their nests in search of fish. Valyria emerged from the 14 fire peaks of the peninsula, which extended from the continent of Essos into the summer sea. From a map, it appeared as the very heart of the summer sea, its vibrant colors and searing heat indeed worthy of such a title. The colossal volcanic range continuously belched thick smoke, rendering the sky uniquely tinted. Here dwelled the Valyrians, a proud people who looked down upon the world. Their history quietly began thousands of years ago, when they were not yet the center of the civilized world, and the Valyrian peninsula was devoid of the grand tower cities adorned with black stone. Their ancestors were nomadic tribes of the peninsula, living by shepherding. It was rumored that the forebears of the dragon riders had perhaps engaged in unspeakable acts with sheep or goats. Influenced by this history, Valyria still retained the council system of its original nomadic tribes. At that time, the leaders of the shepherding clans traversed the mountainous regions of the 14 fire peaks, laboriously evading flames, extreme heat, thick smoke, and fireworms. When they paused, they often carried with them a few pieces of or collected along the way, striving to reach the gathering point of the tribe to deliberate on the migratory routes for the following year. The sumptuous delicacies offered to the chieftains upon the table are rather modest, perhaps consisting only of cheese and olives. The competition for pastures, water sources, safety, and prey engenders numerous reasons for conflict among tribes. However, due to the relatively abundant resources and sparse population of the peninsula, coupled with the looming threat of slave raiders from the ancient empire of Giscari, the intensity of these frictions remains manageable. Among these silver-haired, violet-eyed individuals exists a commendable sense of national spirit. The various factors both within and outside the peninsula compel them to unite. The only benevolent gift bestowed upon the Valyrians by the 14 Flames was perhaps the more temperate winter climate of long summer in comparison to other regions. Had Valyria, like other nations, developed gradually, they might have, after countless years, extracted high-temperature ores from the searing strata to forge superior metal tools, thereby following the inherent trajectory of nomadic peoples towards external plunder. Yet, fate bestowed upon them dragons. Since the Valyrians discovered the lairs of dragons amidst the 14 Flames, the shepherds' livelihoods transitioned from tending sheep to becoming guardians of these majestic creatures, thus remaining true to their original purpose. Under the dominion brought forth by the might of the dragons, the peninsula underwent significant development. The Valyrian cityscape, crowned with black stone towers, rose majestically, concealing innumerable corpses beneath its grand edifices. The most wretched among the deceased were those Giscari who once enslaved others. The wings of dragons shrouded the skies, compelling even divine authority to temporarily yield. With the searing flames of the dragons, the ores extracted at the cost of countless lives from the volcanoes were forged into Valyrian steel, a process that demanded more than mere craftsmanship. The garments worn by the shepherds transformed from coarse wool to exquisitely refined and soft fabrics. Delicately combed fine wool was often interwoven with threads of gold and silver to enhance their opulence. The lightweight, breathable linen became a favorite among the peninsula's inhabitants. The most coveted were the luxurious silks produced in the eastern lands of Essos, an exquisite import reserved for the most esteemed nobility. Suddenly, Valyria loomed like a giant upon the western edge of the world. Currently, the populace harbors dread of the wars it incites. Who will be the next target of this insatiable dragon, with its voracious appetite? The people of West Essos are acutely aware. There is no need for inquiry. It is only the ancient and elegant Water Kingdom. The escalating atmosphere of war casts a shadow over the skies of West Essos, and the foreseen tragic fate of Loiner is known far and wide, from the Iron Kingdom in the far west to the City of Secrets in the far east. Oh, Water Kingdom, your territory, your nation, your grace and prosperity, all that you encompass lies in the embrace of your mother river. But what of the blood-soaked and fiery peoples? O children of the waters, I tell you this, across the vast expanse of the world, whether it be the populous, ancient, and expansive Essos, or the isolated and seemingly insular Westeros, even amidst the savage wilderness of Sithorios, rife with disease and beasts, or the enigmatic realm of Ulthos, far beyond human comprehension, from the mainland to the islands, from rivers to oceans, as long as civilization retains even a fragment of its essence, the scaled beings shall etch their unique marks upon the world. Beneath the dragon's wings, only lamentations remain. This is Valyria, Rhaegar Targaryen introduced to his companion, Lars Fairman. Even if one has perused their chronicles and envisioned their magnificence, Lars gazed upon the city where the fleet was about to dock, and only now, upon witnessing it firsthand, did he realize the stark contrast. It is even more beautiful than I imagined. What are you saying? This is merely a southern port city, not Valyria. I am well aware of that. Lars remained silent, his gaze fixated on the exquisitely sculpted, roofless towers adorned with sphinxes. From the maidservant, I could discern the beauty of the one she serves. Very well. Rhaegar turned to oversee the stevedores as they unloaded cargo, ensuring that the precious items brought back from the wall would not be damaged. I hope you can, envision the beauty of its mistress. The fleet docked. Crew members rushed ashore, particularly those Northmen who had never set foot on a ship in their lives. Under the captain's command, they transported goods and sought artisans to mend the vessel's damages. The captain himself engaged in more pressing matters. Your esteemed dragonlord, it is a pleasure to see you. You are as beautiful as on any other day. Silence. My deepest apologies, revered dragonlord. The captains hastily knelt. May I inquire where we are? This is coin. Now be gone. Yes, yes. The captain scrambled to retrieve the fallen purse, scuttling away. Rhaegar found the scene peculiar. What is amiss? Upon seeing Rhaegar, Myra's displeasure faded. That was a Valentine, constantly fawning over me aboard the ship, utterly vexing. A Valentine, you say? Oh, it is nothing, merely an annoyance. Mira suppressed her ire, puzzled by her own easily provoked temperament. Perhaps it was the feeling that he disrupted my mood for returning home. Indeed, Rhaegar and Mira turned their gaze towards the source of the frivolous voice. A portly man, reeking of liquor, greeted them with a smile. Welcome home, my lady. And of course, to you as well, Lord Rhaegar. My master and I sincerely thank you for all you have done in Westeros. Chapter 110, Sudal, the Dragon Eater. No need for courtesy, it is my duty. The rotund steward, Vorner, appeared unchanged, broad and corpulent yet as nimble as a cat. Dear sir, humility is a commendable trait. However, should everyone be excessively humble like you, the world would be in peril. Vorner chuckled at Rhaegar. My master has prepared a gift for you, and I hope it brings you joy. Once again, welcome back, my lady. May your time in Westeros be a delightful one. Mira gently pinched her chin, pondering. It must be quite delightful. At least the gains have far exceeded my expectations. Speaking of gains, I must hasten to find my father. There are numerous matters to discuss with him in person. Of course, I only hope you can endure the relentless journey, came the reply. Then let us proceed swiftly. As for the individuals I brought along, let them be. Before she could finish her sentence, Mira abruptly turned her gaze skyward. Who is that, miss? That is another individual come to greet you. Vannier responded to Myra's inquiry with a shrug. However, you have never been fond of him since childhood. Rhaegar followed Myra's line of sight, observing the small black wings flapping in the distance, originating from the direction of the continent of Essos. Is that from Valyria? It is my blood relative, Mira replied, her expression unreadable, troublesome. I must confront that sour visage immediately upon my return. The black wings grew larger, nearly engulfing Rhaegar's field of vision. A bell tolled from somewhere in the city, and those at the docks scattered upon catching sight of the black wings descending. Silver-haired guards appeared from nowhere, swiftly filling the dock area, directing the accompanying slaves to clear a space. Honored Dragon King, the captain of the guards approached Mira, having tidied his appearance. I apologize for not welcoming you upon your arrival, and for having you tread upon this lowly ground. Begone, Mira waved dismissively at the captain, who bore a striking resemblance to a Valyrian. It was no wonder her mood had soured since their arrival. The captain slowly moved aside, his smile unwavering. Yet his gaze scrutinized Rhaegar. A sulphurous gust swept through the air. The enormous foot of the black dragon landed heavily, its forelimbs folding as its fierce gray-white eyes roamed momentarily over Mira and Silver Arrow. Soon, the dragon's head lowered, its neck arching, a foul wind escaping from its gaping maw. A rope ladder was lowered, and a handsome man with silver hair and violet eyes, a whip at his waist, descended from the dragon's back. Look who it is, Sudiel stepped forward with a smile. My sister, welcome back. How fared you in the land of sunsets? Quite well. With abundant rewards, Mira replied, her demeanor cold. That is splendid to hear, Sudiel's smile widened. I hope it proves to be a journey you will cherish forever. Now, back to the matter at hand. Are you prepared for your demise? The crowd instinctively retreated further, eager to avoid any trouble. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the two central figures, mentally rehearsing the forthcoming actions. Mira maintained her icy demeanor. Such a loquacious one you are. By the way, why does your breath reek so? Have you forgotten to brush your teeth after consorting with that old woman? Or did you just crawl out from beneath her skirts? Slap. Mira. Sudiel bellowed her name, drawing his whip and striking the ground. The massive black dragon behind him glinted with a bloodthirsty light, its once relaxed neck muscles tensing as if poised to strike like a venomous serpent. Mira remained resolute, fully aware that now was not the moment for a complete falling out. It seems you have succumbed to the influence of those rustic folk. Sudiel sneered, his hand gripping the whip with restrained fury. I must administer some discipline to you. The young master. Vornier floated gently between the two siblings, cautioning against the repercussions. Humph. Sudiel snorted disdainfully, slowly retracting the whip from the ground. Rhaegar released his tight grip on the hilt of his sword. Before mounting the back of the black dragon, Sudiel cast a scornful and furious glance at Mira. She could decipher its meaning. Valyria observed, hoping you would adeptly manage that filthy draconian beast. The black dragon ascended slowly, its head defiantly fixed on the tense Silver Arrow until the very last moment. Even Rhaegar could perceive its reluctance. Had it not been for Sudiel wielding the long whip to spur it on, the black dragon would likely have delayed even further or displayed some even more outrageous behavior. That fool remains as foolish as ever, Mira mocked her brother's retreating figure, attempting to control a draconian beast with a mere whip. A draconian beast? A whip? Mira patiently replied, a dragon that feasts upon its kin may be fierce, but it is hardly a matter of great concern. As for that whip, it is akin to a horn for another breed of dragon, meant for controlling giants. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Mira's lips. That fool has been insufferably foolish since childhood. When I chose the Silver Arrow during the dragon selection, he rushed to find the Silver Arrow's brother, awkwardly trying to flaunt his choice, only to later disdain the Silver Arrow's kin after witnessing our triumph over other families' dragons. Just as a draconian beast wandered into our territory, before our father could slay it, he hastily fed his dragon as if it were livestock. Clinging to that dragon-taming whip, he barely managed to mount the dragon's back. Rhaegar listened, dumbfounded, as he combined this with the knowledge of Sudiel's attempts to seduce women from other dragonlord families. He gradually constructed a character profile of Sudiel in his mind, somewhat ruthless and utterly shameless. Thank you, my lord. Lars stifled a laugh beside Rhaegar. It dispels my illusions about Valyria. This obsequious yet pompous farce is evidently also enacted in Valyria. Chapter 111. Welcome to Valyria. Under the murderous gaze of the captain of the guard, Lars chuckled as he departed from the port city. After such an affair, Rhaegar, seated upon the back of Storm's steed, jested with Lars. How do you now envision the beauty of Valyria, the 4,000-year-old maiden? From divine to mortal? Lars laughed. This only intensifies my desire to meet this maiden. Then go swiftly. The path lies beneath your feet. Rhaegar pointed to the black asphalt road below. In truth, we still require a guide. This city is, to me, a serene and dignified maiden. If that is the case, do we not become mere patrons? Rhaegar laughed heartily. Lars, remember to consider your betrothed. Lars responded with a smile. You too. The sound of hooves echoed, the sky a tapestry of red and yellow. Vornir lowered the lifted curtain. Not bad, he remarked, a commendable young man, albeit a foreigner. It appears the lady has indeed reaped a bountiful harvest from the land of sunsets. He caressed the pristine ivory and supple seal skin in his hands. The immense tusks protruded from the sides of the palanquin, drawing the attention of passers-by, who might have mistaken this for some new fashion from Valyria. Touching the dark brown hide, Vornir could almost feel its life as it glided through the ice layers. This was a gift from Mira, precious even to him. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the tightly wrapped cargo. Vornir estimated that if the ladies' haul could be successfully liquidated, and every last bit used to cultivate relations with the remaining dragon families, it would garner substantial support in his confrontation with the young master. However, if all that was available were these rare items, their total worth would indeed be significant. Vornir reflected on the ivory with a sense of longing. The issue lay in the fact that they would not sell in the short term. The caravan from Lolo had only recently returned from the Thousand Islands, where the Ibans had peddled items akin to those Mira had brought back. The market was already saturated with Iban whale bones, walrus ivory, and seal skins, many of which remained unsold. Vornir thought of the young master, who would go to great lengths, even to the point of madness, to achieve his goals. And as for the young master, selling these would be even more challenging. The steward of Voster sighed softly, sensing that the young lady would not hold much advantage in the impending struggle. As the war between Valyria and Loinor approached its climactic battle, the Voster family, masters of the conflict, would become the focal point for all remaining dragon lords. The internal power shift within Voster was one of the main acts on this stage. The protagonist was present. What of the other? Beleris. Few outsiders could meddle in Voster's affairs, and Beleris was among them, leaning against the soft cushion. Vornir discerned that it would be exceedingly difficult for the young lady to triumph, unless the young master were to suddenly go mad, mounting a dragon to fight ferociously alongside her. Who could predict such things? No one could ascertain what the young master was contemplating. Vornir supported the young lady. Yet this was futile. Until the dust settled, he could only observe. I hope you can perform a miracle, you extraordinary man. In the sky, a purple dragon soared. Its back to the sunlight, its scales resembling amethyst. Upon its back, a silver-haired man stowed away the mill lens. What on earth did that woman Mira bring back from the land of sunsets? Sorrel pondered, furrowing his brow, for the prolonged vigil had nearly drained his patience. Yet, recalling the ominous prophecy collectively divined by the fire sorcerers of his family, he had to suppress his agitation and commanded his purple dragon, Sierra, to continue the pursuit. You Vosters have dragons aplenty, Sorrel anxiously remarked, observing the sluggish caravan below. You saved her life once. Why hasn't that rascal Mira given you one in return? Ride. Still riding here. Sierra, slow down a bit more. The purple mother dragon gently growled in response to her rider's command. Taking a deep breath, I opened my nasal passages and made a concerted effort to relax my chest muscles, my fingers curling tightly as I grasped the sky's fabric. Though discomfort lingered, I maintained a posture akin to that of an eagle in flight. Ah, good girl, just like that. Keep going, do not lose heart. The wind, laced with the scent of sulfur, brushed against my cheeks, while the silhouette of the 14 flames peaks loomed like a colossal deity. The sound of iron horseshoes clashing against black stone resonated crisply. The northerners, unable to resist shedding their heavy garments during the voyage, now yearned to reclaim their primordial state, reveling in the warmth of the long summer lands as the gentle breeze danced beneath them. The soles of their shoes trod upon the countless barefooted slaves who stumbled along the chain-clinking black stone path, a place so distinctly unique that it felt as if the god of winter had paused in his tracks. The long summer lands lived up to their name, exuding warmth that rendered them a world apart from other regions. Ash from the peninsula's volcanoes accumulated, fostering fertile land. Low-growing plants dominated the landscape, with shrubs abundant and trees rare. The grasslands exhibited a semi-arid appearance, their greenery sparse, akin to an infant's head. Along the Dragon Road, one frequently encountered the silver-haired, violet-eyed Valyrian traders peddling their wares, fresh slaves, even fresher Valyrian olives, candied fruits, and various textiles fluttering in the breeze amidst the underbrush. They were the undisputed masters of the Valyrian Peninsula, where citizens, born to land, could even receive protection from members of the city guard riding on dragons. The bandits on the Valyrian Peninsula might be the only ones in the world who could face immolation by dragon fire for the mere theft of an olive. Beyond this, the scenery along the way could be described as desolate. The river folk lamented the warmth that failed to nurture even a blade of grass, while the northerners rejoiced in the perfection of the place, their only complaint being the absence of trees, which rendered the creation of sacred groves impossible. Of course, they all muttered quietly about Valyria's system of slavery, their grievances serving as a form of distraction. Until, quite suddenly, a city burst into view. The black walls loomed like a coiled serpent, rising abruptly from the depths of the wasteland, a serpent that could only coil beneath the dragons. The walls, constructed from peculiar stones resembling obsidian, stood tall and wide, with certain areas thick enough to rival the wall in the far north. Rhaegar had glimpsed it only once before, and at that time, it had left an impression strong enough to suggest a place where dragons might rest. Indeed, it had been designed with that purpose in mind. The walls gleamed with a harsh, cold light under the yellow sun, their surface shimmering, adorned with intricate dark patterns that echoed the shapes of dragon fire and the breath of stone. The walls reached skyward, far surpassing the black walls of Volantis. In both height and breadth, they imparted a profound sense of awe to those who approached, a raw shock of national strength, the impact of a colossal structure. Yet, it felt less imposing than the wall in the north. Rhaegar cast a fleeting glance at the distribution of the city guards and watchtowers before diverting his attention. The rest stood in stunned silence. The cultural landscape was the true essence of the peninsula. "Come, turn around, let me take a look," commanded a silver-haired guard, half-bare and brandishing a spear, addressing the convoy. "Oi, seriously, we welcome outsiders." After handing a Valyrian silver coin to the gate guard under Vanyl's direction, the citizen smiled and proclaimed, "Welcome to Valyria." Chapter 112. A show of authority, such a multitude still remains, Rhaegar mused. Lars, pointing to the kneeling or shackled slaves around them, inquired, "Has it always been this way? I have never witnessed a slave market before." "Indeed, it has always been thus. To be honest, I was equally taken aback upon my first sighting a year ago." Rhaegar recalled the experiences of the past. "Most slaves are captured from overseas. Our path to Valyria has been the same as theirs. By the seven hells. Oh, seven gods. Old gods. I find myself yearning for the cold winds of the north. Slavery, this is blasphemy, pure blasphemy." The accompanying Westerlanders bowed their heads in prayer, lamenting, or simply closed their eyes to avoid the sight. "But what purpose does that serve? Do you expect to find a clean white cloth amidst a cesspit?" The slaves stood out so starkly in the crowd that they could be perceived without the need for sight. Their knees, backs, bones, and even their gazes were all softened by despair. For one raised in Westeros, witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly evoke discomfort. Rhaegar gazed at a proud Dothraki warrior tethered by the neck at the roadside, his long braids adorned with jingling bells at the ends. According to Dothraki tradition, a warrior reduced to slavery would have lost every last braid. Yet from a merchant's perspective, leaving the braids intact evidently yields greater profit. I feel utterly nauseated. Inhaling the repugnant atmosphere surrounding him, Lars experienced a wave of nausea stronger than when he first slit an enemy's throat. "Oh, seven gods. Why would Valyria place such a place near the city gates?" "It is a matter of economy and urban planning," Rhaegar explained. "As Mr. Rhaegar mentioned, slaves are primarily transported by sea to Valyria. It would be impractical to exert effort moving them to the far side of this great city." Warnil descended from the palanquin. "Allow me to introduce myself once more, Mr. Lars. I am Warnil, the current steward of Vostell. You may simply call me Warnil, no need for formalities." Warnil smiled in a rather jesting manner. "After all, I am not of noble status." "Greetings, Warnil." Lars felt an odd sensation, suspecting that the rotund man harbored ulterior motives. "I am Lars Fairman from Westeros." Warnil chuckled lightly. "Forgive me, Mr. Lars. It was merely a touch of humor. I am aware of your lineage. You are a prince from the distant land of the sunset." Rhaegar stepped between Warnil and Lars. "Please, no more jesting, Mr. Warnil. Lars shares the same choice as you, supporting the same individual." "Yes, indeed." Warnil offered Lars a slightly apologetic smile. "Since you share my choice, we are colleagues now. I hope we can coexist pleasantly in the future." "Certainly. By the way," Warnil seemed to recall something of significance. "Please keep an eye on those individuals." He gestured towards the Westerlanders. "After all, you would not wish to find them next time at a market stall, would you?" The plump yet calloused hand gestured toward another stall. The Valantian slave, adorned with intricate tattoos on his face, gazed at Vornir with eyes full of longing. "Please continue forward. I shall ensure your accommodations are arranged. By the way, Mr. Rhaegar, my master is eager to see you again. In the Valyrian city of Vostell. At the tall tower by the square, I trust you no longer require my guidance." Indeed, the staircase seemed interminable, and the chill within the tower made Rhaegar shiver slightly. Upon entering, it felt as though he had stepped into another realm, isolated from the clamor of the outside world. "Mr. Rhaegar, might you share the events that have transpired during your journey?" Vornir paused, pressing his hand against the wall's crevice. Honestly, I am quite curious. Even the most emotionless prose can convey extraordinary, enchanting experiences. Do you still enjoy drinking? Rhaegar did not respond directly, instead posing a question back to Vornir. At this, Vornir merely patted his protruding belly. Can you hear the clinking within? He asked. I would like to invite you to converse this evening, perhaps over tales accompanied by drinks. I couldn't wish for anything more, Vornir smiled. Rhaegar intended to ease the somewhat hostile atmosphere between Vornir and Lars. As his calves began to ache slightly, the door appeared before Rhaegar. This time, he took the opportunity to observe its appearance. It resembled any ordinary door, without distinction. Thus, he pushed it open. Dole City's Saran remained seated in that iron chair, his complexion pale. The room still bore the peculiar scent of foreign herbs, stifling and dry, inducing discomfort. Rhaegar discreetly surveyed his surroundings, noting little had changed. The arrangement of tables and chairs mirrored that of a year ago, and the decorations on the walls remained the same: beast heads, weapons, maps. The only alteration was a box placed atop the table. This intrigued Rhaegar, for it was clearly crafted from Valyrian steel, potentially sufficient to forge several lions' claws. Dole City's Saran raised his eyes to the young man. A year had passed, and he seemed unchanged yet somehow transformed. After a moment's hesitation, the patriarch of Vostell spoke. I have heard that the aspiration of the Westerlanders is to toil their entire lives for a piece of land bearing their name. Coincidentally, our family has recently acquired a substantial tract of land in the lands of Long Summer, promising good yields, albeit with considerable risk. I wonder if you might be interested. Chapter 113. The fee. Mr. Rhaegar, do you recall what I said when we first met a year ago? After exiting the room, Vornir asked with a smile. Now is the time for remuneration. Additionally, I have a small gift for you. Due to the need for customization, I would appreciate it if you could accompany me later. I hope you will be pleased with these two small tokens. Rhaegar held a metal plate inscribed with the clear boundaries of his land, his expression somewhat dazed. Of course, I am quite satisfied. What could possibly displease me? The territory located in the land of Long Summer is nearly equivalent in size to a Lys. Rhaegar harbored doubts that the content of this land was solely acquired as claimed by Saran of Dorrell, suspecting that a portion may have originated from the lands previously held by the Voster family in Long Summer. From a Valyrian commoner to the esteemed Lord of Long Summer. Good heavens, what a sudden turn of fate. Yet, was it truly so casual? He had barely entered the room, without even enjoying a cup of tea. Rhaegar picked up the metal plate and scrutinized it closely. The land certificate appeared evidently newly minted. Smooth and warm to the touch, composed primarily of a copper alloy. The inscription, written in High Valyrian, meticulously detailed the land's expanse, the topography, the distribution of rivers, and the name of the surveyor responsible for measuring the area, Inar Beleris. Beleris, again, the Beleris. Had their influence extended into the realm of land division? Ownership of land was indeed one of the defining criteria of the Valyrian aristocracy. With land, Rhaegar was entitled to voice his opinions at the Great Council of Valyria, thus wielding the power to shape its direction. And what of the Beleris? They possessed the authority to fabricate the rights of citizenry that granted the privilege of speech. Enough of this. Pondering such matters was futile. Rhaegar focused his attention once more on the copper plate. According to its records, the land lay between the western shores of the Sighing Sea and the eastern side of Volantis. Along the coast, near the Valyrian Road, was a vast bay. Yet the primary sources of economic income stemmed from agriculture and pastoralism, alongside the sales tax from merchants within the territory. The land could be inherited by offspring or a designated heir. Tax payments were to be remitted annually, overseen by appointed officials. As for the tax rate, it was surprisingly reasonable, remaining stable even in times of war. If Rhaegar was not mistaken, Saran of Dorrell had an identical ancient parchment on his table, containing information that matched the metal plate in his possession. It seemed there was no intention of relinquishing it. Rhaegar understood that Saran's choice of metal over parchment signified something profound. Unlike fragile paper that could be torn at will, metal was undeniably more enduring. I must safeguard it well. Should it be lost or improperly managed, this copper plate would represent a humiliation he could never erase from his life. Under the sunlight, the grooves on the metal plate glimmered with golden light, as if beckoning Rhaegar to seek true wealth within. It appears you are indeed satisfied, Worniel smiled now. I implore you to take a well-deserved rest after your arduous journey. Only with ample repose can one soothe both body and the weary soul. You speak true, Rhaegar replied. As memories of the past year washed over him, a wave of fatigue surging through his body, prompting him to quicken his pace. Rest was indeed necessary. By the way, Mr. Rhaegar, Worniel lingered at the door. I eagerly anticipate tonight's gathering. I believe it shall be most delightful. Rhaegar stood on the staircase, glancing back with a smile and responding, "Of course, I shall not disappoint you." Shortly after Rhaegar departed, Mira, exuding a fragrant essence reminiscent of a post-bath serenity, hurried up the tower. "Hey, father, what is the matter?" Mira did not reply, her gaze fixated on the Valyrian steel box on the table. "I want this." "What?" Dulcity's Saran seems to have worsened to the point of not hearing clearly. "Could you repeat that?" Vornir, standing at the door, appeared equally astonished. "Miss, might you be acting a tad hastily? Not only is the young master alive, but your father is as well." "I want it," Mira reiterated, her fingers tapping insistently on the box. "I believe this should pose no issue." Rhaegar's small abode was interrupted by a knock that roused him from slumber. Having tidied up the company of fellow Westerlanders, Lars was invited to Rhaegar's quarters. "What is this?" "My reward." The copper coins lay securely on the table, the sunlight cascading over them, reflecting like an enticing aroma of delectable fare. "Let me take a good look." Generally, Westerlanders do not engage in the study of High Valyrian. Yet Lars, with a modicum of familiarity with the language, managed to glean the essence of the message inscribed on the coins in a brief glance. "Wait a moment. Is this serious?" Lars pointed to the rudimentary map on the coin. "He chose to place your territory between Valyria and Loinor?" Rhaegar clarified, "To be precise, it is between Volantis and Valyria, in the looming shadow of war. I am aware. The risks have been outlined by Myra's father, and I choose to accept. This is the land of the long summer." Rhaegar silently pondered the land of the long summer before the cataclysm. "Very well, as long as you understand," Lars mused, arms crossed in contemplation. "What are your plans for developing this territory?" "It is quite a sizable expanse with commendable conditions. I intend to personally visit when time permits. Gather some materials to erect a castle, ideally to house the Northmen we have recruited." "Indeed. At least you need not worry about being ensnared and sold into slavery within the city of Valyria." Lars nodded before inquiring, "When do you intend to depart?" Rhaegar replied, "Once Mira and her brother's matters are resolved, I imagine it shall be soon. I hope to be of assistance then." "You will be," Rhaegar reassured him. "By the way, I have invited some to join for drinks tonight. You must come." "Certainly. I happen to have brought some wine." "Who is it? A friend of yours from Valyria?" "The steward, Vornir." Chapter 114. Memoirs of the Northmen ruined before that day arrived. I could scarcely have imagined that my life would be filled with such extraordinary experiences. In retrospect, I feel compelled to document it. Indeed, this constitutes the greatest wealth of my existence. Reclining upon the featherbed in his castle, nestled in the land of endless summer, old Ruin of the North addressed the scholar he had summoned. "Esteemed scholar, I beseech you to record the words I am about to impart. In the common tongue of Westeros, please, in the common tongue." "Certainly, it is no trouble at all. I was raised in the land of sunsets and am well versed in 3 languages, Valyrian, the common tongue of Westeros, and the old tongue," the scholar assured him. "Excellent, excellent." Ruin sighed with relief and relaxed, the grimness of his expression gradually softening. "Shall we commence?" The scholar, fair-skinned, retrieved paper and a quill from his satchel. "I have ample time, but you may not, so we must be swift." "Very well," Ruin nodded in agreement. Despite his esteemed status, the ingrained respect for those who wielded a pen remained within him. "Where shall we begin?" "Perhaps, from your encounter with those 2 lords?" the scholar suggested. "Ah, yes, indeed. That is where we shall start." Slowly, the tale of Ruin's life flowed from the ink of the quill, transcribing his fragmented memories onto the pristine paper. "That was in my youth. It was late autumn, and I was but 39 years of age. On that day, as I was chopping wood, my grandson suddenly informed me that 2 lords had arrived outside the yard. Old gods." Ruin closed his eyes, reflecting. "I believed that winter would mark the end of my days, yet it turned out to be merely the beginning. The stories that unfolded thereafter were beyond the realm of my imagination. I resided in Winterfell for 2 months, indeed, just 2 months. During that time, I frequently assisted Lord Lars, a good man. Old gods, in retrospect, I was quite bothersome, yet Lord Lars never raised his voice at me. Then, we sailed to Valyria. I remember the increasing warmth as we journeyed. As I recounted my tale, Ruin's words flowed with greater ease. We embarked from the coastal town of Seagull's Vale, and I recall our last meal before departure, a stew of white salmon served with black bread, after which I did not taste a warm meal for quite some time. We entered the summer sea, and most of the northerners aboard felt utterly nauseous. Save for me, none could even lift a finger. Thus, I tended to them, which earned me their support and the position of a squad leader. Of course, my axe played a significant role. There's a reason the Ironborn wield axes. They prove remarkably useful aboard a ship. Eventually, we reached Valyria. By the gods, it was warm there. The landscape lacked woodlands, appearing quite desolate. The road of Blackstone was easily traversable. I had heard that it stretched all the way to Slaver's Bay, though I knew not what Slaver's Bay entailed. Merely that it was a lengthy journey. By the gods, when might the North also possess such a road? It would surely save countless lives during the winter. And then there was the city of Valyria. Old gods. I felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and pray before it. Its gates loomed taller than the wall, and the creatures atop the gates appeared to be alive. In the city, all is well except for the slaves, resembling a divine dwelling of the southern faith in an unknown realm. Soon, we arrived at this land, the realm of endless summer, truly living up to its name. I envisioned that if I were to survive, I would reside here and cultivate an abundance of trees. Thus, my territory is now adorned with trees, many of which are seeds I had specially brought back from the north. Given the opportunity, I aspire to plant a sacred fishwood. I shall establish the first grove of divine trees in Essos, akin to the sacred groves of the north. After a surge of emotion, Reuven began to wane, clearly exhausted from his recent outburst, which had drained what little life essence he possessed. According to Lord Larys, this territory was a reward from Lady Myra's father to Lord Rhaegar. Following a brief respite, Reuven continued to speak softly. Eventually, as Lord Rhaegar resided predominantly in Valyria, Lord Larys managed the land most of the time, especially with the emergence of more minor lords like myself. This was because Lord Larys was the Prince of the Riverlands and had to return to the Trident. A territory cannot remain ungoverned. Lord Rhaegar did not trust the cunning officials of Essos and opted for the governance methods of Westeros. In reality, those who managed us became the lords of the garden under Prince Mor's domain. Prince Mor is also a good man. Noticing Reuven lost in memories, the scholar interjected, chronologically. The next event would be the War of Loina, during which you acquired your territory. Indeed, that was the war, Reuven replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. Had it not been for Lady Myra, we would still be freezing in the north. My brothers are all grateful. She is our Azor Ahai. We received treasures. Yet the beginning of it all came from Lady Myra losing her most cherished possession. We could all feel her heartbreak. Oh, heavens, we too mourn this loss. Yes, that tragedy, the scholar noted, clearly familiar with the tale. What transpired next? What did you do to lift Lady Myra's spirits? What actions did you and your comrades undertake? The scholar leaned forward, eager to hear Reuven's whispered recounting. Coughing heavily, Reuven turned his head, laboriously expelling the phlegm from his throat. We forcefully seized the city of Loina, slaughtering its inhabitants in hopes of finding something worthy to present to Lady Myra. I did everything within my power to bring her joy. The elegant and beautiful Sahawai, a magnificent harbor crafted from pink stone. Reuven nodded slightly. Indeed, it is stunning. The scholar, with dark hair and blue eyes, casually discarded a quill that had accidentally broken. Please, continue. Subsequently, we exchanged our plunder for gold, and the Valyrians marveled at our selflessness, declaring us far more virtuous than those mercenaries. Then, we all know. The scholar interrupted. I could recite every detail in order. Reuven furrowed his brow, displeased by the interruption. You must understand that what followed was the true legend. Reuven scolded the scholar in a lordly tone, then began to recount the story of his later years, until age rendered him forgetful of his own tales. Where was I? You acquired territory after the war and constructed the Northwind Fortress. Indeed. At this, Reuven beamed with pride. Do you know? One's mood can truly influence their appearance. At 40, I appeared as though I were 50, yet by the time I reached 60, people insisted I looked merely 50. Of course, it made a difference. Before turning 40, my only pride stemmed from my son reaching adulthood and serving the Stark family in Winterfell. Now, I take greater pride in having established such a vast estate. All thanks to me, solely me. You cannot imagine how, after winter's end, I brought them to the land of long summer and pointed to the ground beneath my feet, declaring, Behold, this is what I have earned. Their expressions. Cough. Cough. After a fit of intense coughing, Reuven continued, I tell you, that very expression extended my life by at least a decade. Thinking of his sons, old Reuven could not help but murmur the same words he had repeated countless times while bedridden. Those two scoundrels, had it not been for their father, I would possess none of this estate. Yet, when they see me ill, they no longer care. The scholar smiled and set down his quill, just run out of ink. What? The scholar leaned close to Reuven's ear and whispered, The loiner sends you belated greetings. The loiner's blade pierced the veteran's heart. The year you plundered Sahoy. I was but a child. The scholar dipped his quill and continued to document the truth. Reuven Silverarrow, the first lord of Northwind Fortress in the land of long summer, met his demise at the hands of Kola River Thistle, a loiner. For revenge, a revenge stemming from the orphan of the Lorne River. The old count, too engrossed in his pillaging of Sahoy, had overlooked a son of the Lorne River capable of remembering. Thank you, Mother River, for allowing me to fulfill this long-delayed vengeance. That child, a naturally pale-skinned half-breed of Westeros and Loyner, is Cola River Thistle. All these words inscribed in the old Count's blood. Subsequently, this tale underwent numerous publications, and the descendants of Northwind Fortress found themselves powerless to contest it. This story came to be known as the Revenge of the Half-Breed. Throughout the millennia, though it never graced the opulent theaters, it has always found a stage in the alleyways and markets. Thus, the Revenge of the Half-Breed, though belated, has arrived. Chapter 115. The Feast at the Canopy Venue. Make sure to adorn your face well. I require you to hold up my end. In the small courtyard of Rhaegar's cottage. Rhaegar, perplexed, picked up the ornate garments from the servant's tray. Is there a banquet? Indeed. Mira stepped toward the stone table in the center of the courtyard. The space was modest, with a small table and only 2 chairs. Lars turned to Mira with a gentle smile, understanding, and rose. Curiosity piqued. He observed the other 2 slaves who had brought a tray covered in red cloth. Mira took her seat. It is truly difficult to refuse an invitation from that bothersome bunch. Rhaegar cleared away the scurrying young bear cubs beneath the table, remarking, "Are you in such a hurry?" Not even granting a moment's respite. "It seems my brother exerted himself in bed," Mira nonchalantly replied. "His abilities are rather limited. The woman from Beleris is spearheading this, along with Lolo, Zaldrizes, and the people from Arley, which complicates matters." Mira elaborated, "However, there's no need for concern. The worst outcome would merely be Sudal choosing to take direct action against me, arranging an assassination or poisoning. Just trifles." Rhaegar ran his hand over the Valyrian-style gown, already aware of the responsibilities he would shoulder at this banquet. "Rest assured, I will keep a watchful eye on them. Indeed, I shall also find a few companions," Mira said, her nose twitching slightly. "By the way, why does it smell of alcohol all over the table?" Rhaegar picked up the remnants of last night's invitation for Vornir to join for drinks. "Vornir?" Mira questioned, not understanding how they had grown close enough to invite him casually for drinks, considering Vornir was quite busy. Perhaps it is a matter of shared interests. "It seems he possesses little else to occupy his time." Mira nodded, no longer concerned. "It appears I am not included." Lars thought this but felt no regret. He, too, desired some personal time to savor the ambience of this demigod city. Moreover, it was the Dragon King's banquet. Outsiders should tread carefully to avoid being scorched by a plume of dragon fire. Mira gestured for a slave to bring over the tray. The pallid, sweat-drenched slave seemed relieved and hurried his steps. "Lars, I need you to keep an eye on this tonight. It cannot be left unguarded." Mira lifted the red cloth. "Is this the one from Lord Serin's table in Dole City?" Rhaegar pointed to the familiar Valyrian steel box. "Goodness," Lars marveled as he circled the box. "It is entirely forged of Valyrian steel. Why is it still warm?" Rhaegar pressed his hand against it. "Indeed, why is it warm?" The reason became evident. Slender, pale fingers gently tapped the surface of the box, revealing intricate red patterns, beautifully enigmatic and layered. "I enlisted the finest pyromancer from my family to inscribe the spell. Valyrian steel is the most exceptional material, particularly effective in magical applications, far surpassing silver or gold." "What a grand investment," both Lars and Rhaegar exclaimed. Rhaegar inquired, "What is its purpose?" "For refrigeration," Mira replied. A drop of blood fell from her fingertip onto the circular, spiraling dragon motif beside the box's handle. Mira opened the box, unleashing a rush of white frost. At the center of the steel box lay a tranquil ice-blue egg, surrounded by the softest silk, with a thick layer adhering even to the side of the box. The method employed to create low temperatures draws inspiration from the pyromancers of the Temple of the 14 Hills, who utilized fire and blood magic to extract the life fire from within slaves. This technique appeared quite impressive. Mira closed the box, stating, "The effect is remarkable. It requires no specialized maintenance, but the box must have a reliable guardian." Lars nodded, indicating his understanding of the task at hand. The doorbell at the entrance was carefully pulled. The strikingly attractive maidens lingered at the threshold, burdened with an array of cosmetics. Just in time, Mira gestured towards Rhaegar. "Prepare him properly. I have use for him tonight. I must confront that wretched woman, whose taste is as deplorable as her demeanor." In the heart of Valyria, within the Balerian Reserve, stood the tallest of the open-top towers. A brilliant crimson flame rose from its pinnacle, summoning the dragons in response to the invitation. The dusky sky, resembling a curtain dipped in molten gold, loomed over the Valyrian peninsula, tinting the tower in warm hues of red and casting the entire city in an amber glow. Perhaps it could be dubbed the City of Twilight. The tower, constructed of black stone, was adorned with spiraled columns reminiscent of dragon horns, entwined with exquisite metallic embellishments, evoking the might of dragons and the elegance of swords and crowns. Every crevice was inlaid with tiny, sparkling gems, twinkling like stars amidst the dimming light. The summit bore no canopy to obscure the view. A bare platform featured long tables arranged with meticulous order, allowing ample space to move. Lavish decorations, fine wine, and fresh flowers adorned the setting, a rare sight for the citizens of the peninsula. A warm breeze, laden with the heat of the 14 fire peaks, swept across the platform, stirring the black and red silk drapes embroidered with dragon patterns, fabric that Balerion had spent a fortune commissioning from distant lands, retrieved with the personal aid of a vacationing dragonlord. The drapes glimmered with a mother-of-pearl sheen under the waning light, a testament to wealth and power. In the distance, the roar of dragons' wings echoed as silver shadows sliced through the twilight sky, followed by a second, then a third. A dozen dragons, bearing their dragon lord, soared from beneath the clouds, the gust from their wings causing the drapes to flutter. The silver-scaled dragon arrived first at the tower's apex, hovering gracefully above the elevated platform. On the platform, the Sphinx smiled subtly, its garnet eyes watching the approaching guests with benevolence. The dragon lords arrived in a procession, black, green, white, and copper-hued. Clad in resplendent robes, the pinnacle of Valyrian power wore ruby rings that reflected a cold light amidst the twilight, while gold was the most mundane of adornments. From below, the harmonious strains of harpists blended with the deep, rumbling hum of dragons, weaving a magnificent melody unique to Valyria beneath the dusky sky. Dragon claws landed steadily on the undulating platform, as slaves hastily brought forth steps suitable for the height, their attention fixated on the dragons. Wary of their hunger for a morsel, "We have arrived." Mira gazed ahead, her appearance regal like a princess, her demeanor commanding like an empress. The servants at the tower's summit bowed in invitation. "Esteemed dragon lord, welcome to the banquet beneath the twilight dome." Laughter and fine wine danced together. The demigods would remain awake this night. Chapter 116. The young dragon lords. "Ah, is that not Mira? I heard you nearly perished in that rural place known as Sunset Land, nearly drowned by a sea monster. How amusing. What is it? Are you now looking to recruit more people to set the land ablaze?" Humph. Seeing that Mira remained silent, Ashlyn Veros smiled smugly. "What? Did I hit the nail on the head?" "Indeed, you did." Mira hastily approached the host siblings, who were watching the spectacle. "Hey, would you be interested in engaging in a thrilling dragon battle in Westeros once I assume power?" "What?" Sulliel scrutinized Mira from head to toe. "I initially thought you were merely a formidable madwoman, but it seems that prefix can be discarded." "Are you serious?" Sulliel inquired, frowning. "And you, what brings you here?" "Rhaegar Targaryen." Before Rhaegar could speak, Sulliel continued, "I must admit I misjudged you. You possess some degree of capability." Reflecting on the rumors surrounding Rhaegar, Sulliel's gaze fell upon the red gold gauntlets and longsword at Rhaegar's waist, deciding that during the ensuing conversation, he should exhibit the decorum befitting his lineage, avoiding any display of arrogance. "Your lord has lost his mind. According to the customs of Westeros, shouldn't you attempt to persuade him otherwise?" Rhaegar released his grip on the lion's paw, slightly lowered his head, and calmly met Sulliel's gaze. "Master Sulliel, I am pleased that you still remember such a minor figure as myself after a year. However, I believe your conversation with your sister lacks decorum. My lord is perfectly sane, and his words are grounded in rational consideration. Westeros, like other uncharted virgin lands, harbors secrets worthy of your personal exploration. As for my presence at this banquet, I am now a member of House Valerion." Mira replied with composure. "Perhaps, in the future, I may even change my surname." This revelation left Rhaegar astounded. What? Rhaegar understood the implications of Mira's statement. Frankly, it would be quite normal for their relationship to deepen. However, Rhaegar had no such intentions, nor did he wish to squander a woman's finest years once more. A dragon has 3 heads, not 3 wives. Rhaegar had yet to interpret the prophecy to that extent. This cursed thing has caused enough ruin, far exceeding just one wolf maiden. Sulliel couldn't help but reveal a slightly mocking smile. "Ascending to such heights is quicker than my climb onto a dragon's back. It took me a full 11 years from taming it to riding it. Let us go?" Mira appeared unperturbed. "Let us not disturb the host's enjoyment. By the way, please remember to convey a message to that brother of yours." Mira smiled politely. "I once encountered a walking corpse in Westeros, and it seemed far more intelligent than him. Also, do ask him to choose his method of death promptly. I could accommodate any request." Watching the two depart, Sulliel felt perplexed. What on earth is that madwoman talking about? Could it be that love has clouded her judgment? "So, sister, what do you plan to do?" Sulliel withdrew his gaze and pondered whether to continue supporting that elusive figure, who was even more difficult to grasp than the most deranged sorcerer. Let it be. I find Mira more troublesome than whatever reaction he might have. Sullier shrugged and raised a glass of Volantis sweet wine. In her youth, before she became so peculiar, that woman had proclaimed her ambition to be the first empress of Valyria. How do you still remember? Surely, you harbored some sentiments for her. It must be said, the resemblance between the siblings is quite striking. Sullier set down her wine glass. Sullier, ah, the music swelled, and the guests lamented the undeniable superiority of House Beleris. Even their sound apparatus surpassed that of others. Behold this tenor. It seemed as if the source of his voice was right beside them rather than emanating from below. As for why Miss Sullier appeared as fierce as a dragon, and Master Sullier wore a visage of torment, one might as well inquire of the 14 fire peaks. Ascending them in a step-by-step manner reveals true devotion, surely to move the gods and entertain the masses. On the other side of the banquet, look. The exquisite goods brought back from Loina. Brunley Isha showcased the items in his hands to his circle of friends, the brothers of the feast. What purpose does this serve? Kasarli questioned. What do you intend to do with that sheep intestine? To use it against us? Do not be hasty, my friend. Brun smiled enigmatically. This merely resembles a troublesome sheep intestine, but in truth, it is not. Mukden Zaldrez hesitated before deciding to examine it closely. He scrutinized it from every angle, turned it over, peered inside, and even infused it with a hint of magic, yet he found nothing amiss. So what? Now it is merely a sheep intestine that has mocked the Dragon King. By your mother. On the opposite side of the banquet, a quieter atmosphere prevailed. The spirited orchestral music now resonated softly. I firmly believe that the current political structure of Valyria is a significant hindrance, obstructing the great Dragon Kings from leading Valyria towards greatness. Calvin Sapides was the first to conclude idle chatter, sharing his political insights. Indeed, I concur, Vioso Pruderus echoed in agreement. Calvin, noticing the approval, especially from the well-read Viasop, appeared even more animated. Were it not for the inefficiency of the council, Valyria's issues would be significantly alleviated. Feeding the great dragons need not involve the arduous task of foraging for cattle and sheep, which dampens our spirits while we await departure. Riding dragons would be far more convenient, allowing us to bypass the obstacle of Loina and directly reach the land of sunset. Volantis could seize complete control of the Lorne River, expanding our influence and channeling more wealth and goods our way. Yes, these are indeed advantages, Viasop nodded. But what wisdom do you propose? We could initiate a reform. If Valyria were not governed by a parliamentary system, but rather by a royal authority akin to that of the lands of the exiled or sunset, we could have dominated the western continent 2 centuries earlier. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Ryandochthus wore a sardonic expression. And what, pray tell, is your solution? Shall we now approach the magistrates to present your grand sage's brilliant ideas? If you wish, I can certainly introduce you to him. I could refer to that somewhat beleaguered governor as uncle. When it comes to practical matters, Kelvin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It is evident that the illustrious Kelvin lacks the capacity to resolve the issue at hand. In truth, we are all aware of the problem, and we know that the individual capable of addressing it has yet to be born. Chapter 117, Matters during the Assembly in the West. The daylight pales in comparison to the brilliance of the banquet's lights, and while the melodious tunes may be slightly inferior to the deep and dignified dragon's roar, we revel in this twilight, which is eclipsed by the radiance of the festivities, much like the exhilaration of soaring through the skies atop a majestic dragon. It leads us to ponder, what in this world could possibly deter us? We are demigods among mortals, indulging in divine privileges. I believe you must become accustomed to this identity, Rhaegar. Vioso Fruiterus remarked in the presence of the other heirs of the Dragon Lords. You are truly exceptional. You are destined to achieve great feats and carve out a legacy. Even without dragons, you are worthy to stand alongside us. Hence, I urge you to embrace this identity that scorns both mortals and deities alike. My friend, behold how splendidly you adorn this attire. It is akin to the moon descending upon the earth. I could almost call you prince, should such a title exist in Valyria. Vioso Fruiterus gestured towards Rhaegar's black and gold embroidered gown, with its evenly distributed silver dragon patterns exuding pride, and the 3-headed red dragon emblem on his chest possessing an inexplicable aura of mystery. Together, they rendered him extraordinary. My friend, you must realize that one day you will rise above the masses. You cannot forever remain a mere guard or a decorative vase sponsored by a dragon lord. This statement bordered on incitement. Rhaegar did not take pleasure in Vioso Fruiterus's flattery. Your words, I must respectfully decline to accept, he replied. I understand. You are still lacking something crucial, Usurper said with a calm demeanor. You need a young, vigorous dragon, which is no trouble for me. What color do you desire? You may choose from Pruderus's dragons, save for silver and purple. Thank you for your kindness, Rhaegar replied as he rose, surveying the crowd with poise. Farewell. May you enjoy the forthcoming night. Usurper watched the young man, who had initially sought a moment of tranquility, return to the clamor after only a brief respite. Just a pretty face, he muttered. Kelvin similarly observed Rhaegar's departure. What merits such praise? Ryan expressed his confusion. What is there to be loyal to about that tempestuous woman? Mira? Or is it that the great hero Rhaegar, who vanquished the sea monster, has been marinated in the supposed loyalty of Westeros? Perhaps it is more than that. Usurper mused, recalling Rhaegar's fleeting demeanor. I remember that Westeros is a land ruled by monotheism, where the undull people fervently worship their deities, intertwining religion with governance. Observe his gaze, my friends. I fear my judgment may have been flawed. He has long been one of us. What do you mean? Ryan asked Kelvin, who explained. It means he holds disdain for all worldly matters. Or rather, he simply does not care. TCH, Kelvin displayed an air of indifference. What if he was capable? What if he was tall and handsome? He was merely a beautiful, yet foolishly loyal simpleton. One must understand that dragons are everything. Ryan chose not to respond to Kelvin's remarks. Instead, he seemingly casually inquired, Master Sapidus, what is your opinion on the silver treasures of Vostell? Particularly the swiftest Vicer dragon of Valyria? Kelvin quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Ryan's words and dryly replied, of course, quite impressive. Vioso continued to fixate on the remarkably distinguished individual before him, asserting, indeed, dragons are everything, just as gold represents wealth. You are correct, Mr. Vioso. Ryan gently applauded in agreement. Mankind uses gold to symbolize ethereal riches, yet in reality, gold is merely one of countless minerals in this world. And gold is by no means true wealth. Yes, sir, I am glad you comprehend my sentiments. Vioso raised his cup in a smiling salute. Thank you for your presence. Mr. Ryan, the scenery is more enchanting with you, and the wine is more fragrant because of you. Kelvin, feeling irritable, gulped down a mouthful of wine. Cursed be this. Meanwhile, Mira, engaged in casual conversation with her long-lost acquaintances, sensed someone approaching her. Weren't you supposed to meet some fellows? Upon realizing it was Rhaegar, Mira felt puzzled and stepped away from her friends to approach him. My foolish brother isn't here, so you have ample time. Why return so soon? Well, those gentlemen over there. Rhaegar carefully chose his words. Their demeanor is rather unsuitable, so I took my leave. Mira bent slightly at the waist to peer around. The necklace around her neck slipped down to her fair, heaving bosom, rising and falling gently. Oh, those two who have been rumored to possess clever minds since childhood. She gently patted Rhaegar's shoulder in comfort. Do not mind them. Those who consider themselves clever often behave this way. Suddenly, Rhaegar noticed a guard in traditional Valyrian light armor in the corner, giving him a thumbs up. Two swords. Their design quite familiar. 7 gods. It was Facem. Rhaegar felt an inexplicable discomfort. Miss, I believe you ought to see this. A handsome attendant passed by Mira. She clearly recognized him. What is this? Rhaegar relaxed his vigilance slightly. The butler had instructed him to deliver it. Mira opened the small note, her expression changing abruptly. We must leave, she declared, hastening toward the platform that led to the tower's summit. What has happened? Lars. What? In the moonlight, the silver arrow flapped its wings. The wound on its chest had healed under the gifts sent by the king of the riverbend, leaving only fresh, tender scales remaining. Lars. Rhaegar hurried into his small courtyard. Inside, several bodies lay on the ground, remnants that had yet to be cleared, while a few slaves were busy cleaning the bloodstains. The messenger butler, Vorner, was conspicuously absent, evidently preoccupied with other matters. Last night, at the table where jovial drinking and conversation flourished, Lars sat there, leaning on his longsword. His return was swift. Rhaegar, with a hint of anxiety, inquired, Lars, are you well? Mira, arriving a step behind, added, How are you, Lars? The River Prince raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems I still hold a place in your hearts. Your concern truly touches me. My lord still has friends. Chapter 118. Just garbage, rest assured. These fellows are nothing but rubbish, Lars replied with a smile. In terms of martial prowess, we Westerlanders are still quite formidable. Mira chuckled, relieved. I wholeheartedly agree on that point. What exactly transpired? Lars gestured to the surrounding evidence and the box at his feet. Clearly, your brother engaged in some rather unscrupulous dealings for this Valyrian steel box. You have my gratitude for enduring this, Mira consoled. I will hold him accountable. Then I appreciate your assistance, Lars said, smiling, before turning to Rhaegar. How was the banquet of the dragonlords? Do share your tales. Rhaegar stepped over a masked corpse on the ground as he approached a stool. Thanks to you, I made an early exit, which could be deemed fortunate. The opulent attire, adorned with black fabric and gold and silver dragon motifs, was carelessly draped over bloodstains by its owner. Also thanks to you, I managed to protect the grand secret of the dragon eggs, while also discerning Myra's brother's capabilities. Of course, I still hope you remain unscathed. Mira lowered her gaze to the Valyrian steel box, which had once housed the family heirloom horn. It appears that Steward Vorniel has truly divulged not a whisper of information. Does he believe my father would forsake our family's millennia-old tradition for me? Lars speculated. It could merely be a test. One who can kill me can surely contend with you. They are skilled, yet not professional assassins. One even let out a battle cry, which is quite unprofessional for a killer. Fortunately, this allowed me to delay until the guards arrived. Mira pondered for a moment and concluded, they are merely gladiators. That fool Sorrel has always favored those who shout and bear themselves in the arena. With the 14 fire peaks above, why does he not dare face me directly? Is there not a more civilized approach? I had hoped to maintain some semblance of dignity. Myra's expression grew weary. Since he prefers simplicity, I shall indulge him. What do you intend to do? As Mira exited the small courtyard, outside, Silver Arrow raised its head, its silver-gray dragon eyes reflecting the faint moonlight. Its metallic scales still resplendent. In the distance, the tops of the towering spires flickered with flames. Melodious music wafted through the air above the vast city, enticing both residents and travelers to speculate on the myriad of grand events quietly unfolding that night. Here, the night was no longer merely night. The flames cast an eternal glow. Amidst the struggle for power, from the 40 dragonlord families to every individual within those families, an unending battle raged on. Venomous and cunning, treacherous and faithless, often steeped in blood and cruelty. Trust is more precious than even that of a slave or a dragon. Valyria, the most resplendent place on earth. Here, wealth accumulates, as does power, along with bloodshed, terror, and inhumanity. We can acquire everything with ease. In the sky, a shadow of a great dragon glides by. Myra's eyes brim with purple light, her silver brows furrowed. Flames or blood, he must choose one. The 14 flames. The Voster Palace. You worthless lot. Within the brightly lit palace filled with the scent of sulfur, Sorrel angrily shattered the crystal goblet in his hand. Merely a peasant. A rustic from the land of sunsets, a peasant. You, whom I paid a fortune to procure from the arena, could not bring him down. A pack of useless fools. It seems I must summon that giant from Westeros to deal with Myra's hound. Speak. I don't recall a time when the arena removed your tongues. My esteemed master. The tallest of the gladiators reluctantly began. I deeply apologize for failing your task. That prince from Westeros possesses formidable skills, and the courtyard is not vast, preventing us from fully exerting ourselves. Is it still my fault then? The gladiators hastily knelt, exclaiming in unison, we dare not. Sorrel's hand repeatedly hovered near his whip. Yet considering the gold spent on acquiring these star gladiators, he restrained his fury. Exhaling deeply, Sorrel inquired once more, what of the chest? Why could you not retrieve the chest containing the horn? My lord, the guards arrived too swiftly, as if they had conspired beforehand. The gladiators feared their careers were nearing an end. Continue. Yes, my lord. The gladiator felt a surge of relief. As long as there was reason, there was a high probability of survival. Quietly, the gladiator offered a small prayer to the divine. Thank you, great Vormisol, for not turning your gaze upon my master today. Speak quickly. Yes, esteemed master. We barely exchanged blows in the courtyard with that foreign prince when our brethren outside hastily signaled us to flee. The chest lay at the prince's feet. We had planned for 3 brothers to deal with him while the rest secured the perimeter. Who would have thought he was already clad in a layer of Westerosi chainmail? 2 of our brothers fell at once. Before we could rush in, the guards poured in, forcing us to slay a few guards and escape. There was one more reason the gladiator did not articulate. We had initially gauged that foreign prince based on your combat prowess, never anticipating such a disparity. Of course, the gladiator dared not voice this, bowing his head in silence as he awaited his master's command. Get out. Yes, yes. The gladiators hastily arose and fled. Humph, nothing but refuse. Suler cursed, feeling his anger still simmering after his outburst, and continued to vent. They are all worthless. After a moment, he concluded his contemplation. His arms, propped up by his face, had begun to feel numb. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Reflecting on the handsome man who, even in Valyria, would catch the eye, along with the legends surrounding him, coupled with today's lackluster assassination attempt, Suler realized that the path of assassination would be fraught with difficulty. Poison had proven ineffective. And now assassination seemed futile as well. It was clear he would have to rely on the dragon. Rising to his feet, Suler resolved firmly. It appears I must take action myself. Chapter 119. The Valyrian steel sword belonging to Rhaegar. This is the remainder of your wages. Vorner remarked with a smile. Had it not been for that ill-timed banquet, you could have commissioned it yesterday, avoiding a prolonged wait. Gazing at the forge of Vostell, Rhaegar let out a wry laugh. Who would have thought that just one day after my return, I would be summoned to a feast? Who could have foreseen that on the second day in Valyria, I would be targeted for assassination? Lars chuckled teasingly. Mr. Lars, on behalf of Vostell, I once again extend my apologies to you. Vorner turned to Lars. This was a low-probability incident. Please do not take it to heart. I hardly mind, Lars shrugged. Assassination is but a trivial matter, especially considering you have presented me with such a grand gift. Lars surveyed the stone workshop before him. A wave of heat engulfed the space, the volcanic warmth radiating throughout. Sparks flew between the hammer and anvil. Molten iron flowing slowly into the stone mold via the clay trough, gradually cooling and solidifying into the shape of a sword. The winter in Valyria was not cold. Beads of sweat adorned the bare shoulders of the blacksmiths, rising and falling with their muscular movements until they dripped down. The apprentices were still in the stage of assisting, busy yet unaware of the reasons for their busyness, entering and exiting with palpable urgency. Only upon noticing Vorner did they momentarily abandon their laborious metallurgical tasks. Roused from their focus, this truly complements Valyria, Lars thought, his eyes sparkling with the glow of the forge. The cacophonous clanging now rang in his ears like a maiden's song. Perhaps the 14 flame peaks are the forges left behind by the gods? The abundant minerals beneath the volcano are materials the deities have yet to utilize. Perhaps so, for such a vast volcanic cluster is rare in the world. Amidst the clattering backdrop, Vorner remarked with a smile, the dragon kings, flying through the skies, have traversed the world for 4 millennia without finding its sister. The 14 flame peaks are truly unique. Without them, there would be no present-day Valyria. Valyria is indeed a city of volcanoes. Welcome, Lord Vorner. A robust middle-aged man, impeccably clean and tidy, emerged from a small room beside the forge at the call of the apprentice. His clothing still bearing droplets of wine that had not yet rolled off. I apologize for not being able to greet you promptly. Despite his words, the owner of the forge did not display any overt signs of panic. That is certainly of no consequence. Warnier did not intend to engage in pleasantries. He extended a hand to introduce the 2 individuals beside him and straightforwardly conveyed his purpose to the blacksmith Vasha. They were esteemed guests of the entire family. Of great significance, Vasha rubbed his curly white hair, curiously observing these 2 peculiar figures. One appeared to be quite an astute foreigner, with brown hair and attire that suggested he hailed from the land of sunsets. The other was a strikingly handsome and robust High Valyrian, likely of noble descent. Were they seeking to commission 2 swords? Indeed, Warnier added with a smile, 2 Valyrian steel swords. Otherwise, why would I trouble you? Warnier turned to face Rhaegar and Lars. I have some minor matters to attend to. Please feel free to proceed as you wish. Rest assured, this is an internal smith of Vostell, and the value is of no concern. Make your selections freely. Before departing, Warnier specifically reminded Vasha, remember, these are esteemed guests. Very well, Vasha readily replied. But once Warnier had completely left, he slumped slightly, lazily inquiring, what are your requirements? What style of sword would you like? I can accommodate anything. Noticing that Vasha was addressing him, Rhaegar pondered briefly before responding. A great sword in the style of Westeros, adorned with rubies. This was a weapon Rhaegar had envisioned for some time. After this journey, he had come to appreciate the advantages of wielding a sword with both hands, and the techniques taught by Arthur were now well practiced. It became evident to Rhaegar that, in his case, possessing 2 swords was indeed superior to one. Given that the upcoming battlefield of Loinor would likely be predominantly urban, Rhaegar surmised that his favored spear might not serve him well. Thus, having an additional sword would be advantageous. In this era rife with magic and extraordinary powers, it was time to replace both of his swords with Valyrian steel. Vasha found it peculiar that a Valyrian noble would desire a great sword in the style of Westeros. Was it truly something an ordinary person could wield effectively? Nevertheless, he acquiesced, as they were esteemed guests. As for the length, he intended to measure this noble's specific physical dimensions shortly. And you? This should be a longsword. Vasha speculated internally. A longsword. He guessed correctly. Vasha felt a swell of pride, but the thought of the forthcoming process soon dampened his spirits. Forging a Valyrian steel sword, even without regard for the secrecy of craftsmanship, would require at least half a month with the aid of apprentices. And considering these two swords were custom orders with numerous demands, it would take at least 3 months without respite. Reflecting on this, Vasha felt a twinge of discomfort in his waist. Alas, he lamented, I should not have worked so tirelessly in my youth. Now, even this modest task feels burdensome. Damn it, after dedicating half my life to rise from a struggling apprentice to a master with a shop, I still find it so arduous. Rest assured, I can manage it all. Vasha smiled. Please proceed to the other side, esteemed guests. I must record your remaining requests and detailed physical parameters. If all goes according to plan, you will possess your very own Valyrian steel sword in just 4 months. Very well. Both Rhaegar and Lars nodded in agreement, finding this time frame rather unsurprising, as crafting a fine sword in Westeros typically requires a similar duration, especially for a Valyrian steel sword that could be passed down through generations. The three of them, under the curious gazes of the apprentices, followed Vasha to a small chamber. Upon entering, they beheld a long table, one half laden with bottles of wine and various poultry dishes, while the other half was strewn with shards of gray-patterned steel and precious timber. I apologize for the disarray, Vasha remarked, swiftly clearing a space on the table and retrieving paper and charcoal from a nearby cabinet. Please, begin by articulating your desires regarding embellishments and patterns. Rhaegar gestured for the eagerly awaiting Lars to proceed first. Very well, let the length match this sword, Lars declared, producing his long-utilized sidearm. That is acceptable. And what of the patterns on the guard and counterweight? Please refer to the scales of justice, Lars requested, taking a sheet of paper to sketch the sigil of the Fairman. Is it possible to craft the guard in the form of a golden scale? Certainly, Vasha replied, understanding this to be Lars's family crest, a common practice among the Westerosi when forging weapons. After quickly settling the requirements, Vasha appeared much more at ease and turned to Rhaegar. And you, sir? Rhaegar pondered for a moment before responding. A silver guard, with the counterweight embedded with rubies. The guard should be fashioned in the likeness of dragon wings. He paused briefly and added, furthermore, could you please form the center of the guard into this emblem using rubies? Rhaegar took the paper and pen from Lars. As Vasha leaned in for a closer look, he saw a peculiar 3-headed dragon depicted, a black background with a red dragon bearing 3 heads. Chapter 120. The 14 Temples of the 14 Hills. The layout of Valyria bore resemblance to that of King's Landing, a long wall encircling the city, with undulating terrain and 3 prominent hills. The populace was diverse, led by the silver-haired, violet-eyed elite of Valyria. The citizens of King's Landing predominantly adhered to the faith of the Seven, brought from Andalos by the Undals. After a day's labor or when feeling discontented, they often gathered to pray fervently at the Great September of Baelor located on Visenyaz Hill. Which one is the mother, and which is the father? The smith seems to know. Is it the one wielding the hammer? Their understanding was limited. They could merely hear the monotonous sermons from the marble pulpit and observe the fair-skinned sisters, along with a few elderly individuals calling out. Perhaps they had succumbed to fervent prayer. But still, the grandeur of the great city, with the incense and resplendent gold within the sept, left the faithful in a daze. In essence, the Seven were one, and the people could pray as they pleased, whether at the golden statue or elsewhere. Valyria, however, diverged from King's Landing, not in the fervor of its people, but in the nature of their devotions. In Valyria, a polytheistic nation, even the official faith fails to dominate in a city where slaves vastly outnumber citizens. After all, the official belief in the 14 gods is itself a polytheistic faith. The 7 gods of Westeros, though referred to as 7, are merely facets of a singular deity, and one wonders if the constant prayers of so many have driven him to madness. From a certain perspective, this may indeed be the deliberate design of the dragonlords. The cohesion of religion surpasses even that of wealth and women. The freehold advocates for religious tolerance, which naturally divides adherents of differing beliefs, preventing them from uniting in rebellion under monotheism. This notion holds considerable merit. Rhaegar Targaryen reflects upon nearly 3 centuries of his family's reign, recalling the incessant troubles wrought by the faith of the Seven, which only began to improve when Maegor suppressed the militant faction of the faith, and King Jaehaerys sent one of his daughters to serve as a sister. Only when the Targaryens lost their dragons and the devout Baelor constructed the sept bearing his name did the church find true stability. Yet, from Rhaegar's perspective, that king, who possessed immense esteem among his followers, appeared more unhinged than his father, the Mad King. He expelled the whores of King's Landing along with their children. He prayed for half a year over dragon eggs, only to receive naught from the Seven. He sought to replace ravens with carrier pigeons. Such madness. Appointing a dim-witted stonemason and an 8-year-old boy as High Septon? What folly was it to have a noble wash the feet of lepers? That unfortunate nobleman bore no blood of the dragon, rendering him vulnerable to affliction. Rhaegar's face contorted several times as he read of this king's misadventures. In contrast, his father, though not yet entirely mad, seemed far more palatable. Faith, to me, has always been a realm best left untouched. Yet, it is a necessity. Faced with an invitation to the Temple of the 14 to discuss matters with Alec Rikia, Rhaegar silently scoffed. Sailors often cling to some belief. Alec spoke in a calm tone, as if recounting a trivial tale. In the ocean, we are truly alone, surrounded by undrinkable salt water and a treacherous environment. Beset by capricious weather. I am the least favored child of my family, for until the age of 18, I had tamed no dragon of my own. By tradition, I had to forego the life of a dragon rider, following the great fleet on long voyages, and instead chose to manage a small fleet independently. That was during a voyage last year, as we prepared for one last journey before the onset of winter, seeking the means to survive the cold months. Although Valyria does not suffer the most lethal of winters, poverty is equally perilous. Rhaegar listened intently to Alec's narrative, recognizing it as the chosen method of preaching after the feudal glorification of the divine. In the midst of a storm that threatened to capsize the ship, in the dimly lit cabin, we clasped our hands together, united under one banner. We fervently prayed, and for the first time, there existed no prejudice among us, no hierarchy, nor fear or flattery. We have survived. Upon our return, after offering a prayer to the divine, I ventured alone to our family's domain at the summit of Mount 14 Fire to tame a colossal dragon and embrace the role of a devout dragon king, serving as a priest of the temple. Undoubtedly, this is the result of sincere faith. I earnestly invite you to join me in revering him. Alec turned to face the statue, indicating it was the deity he worshipped, the god Logonos, representing the ocean, travel, and expansion. However, this deity does not resonate with me. Having heard this tale, Rhaegar politely declined, pondering when they might address more pressing matters. Very well, I hope you can wait for a deity worthy of your faith. Alec's tone was tinged with regret, clearly believing that Rhaegar's statement implied he had another divine preference, one that did not favor his chosen god. Rhaegar let out a sigh of relief and quickly inquired, "What decision has your family made regarding my lady's proposal?" Alec, somewhat reluctant, entered the realm of formalities. Regarding the opening of ports and the acceptance of matters under Miss Myra's command, our family has deliberated and expressed agreement, with the only stipulation being that Miss Myra must triumph over her brother, sounding the war horn on behalf of Voster. Those lesser deities vying for dominion over the waters alongside the great Logonos have long deserved their demise. Alec's tone bore a hint of disdain. We shall patiently await the arrival of that holy war to cast the glory of the 14 gods upon the fertile banks of the Lorne River. This is not merely my sentiment, but a shared conviction among the other 13 temple priests. At that time, the high priests will rally all citizens to partake in the sacred conflict, clad in the traditional priestly robes of Valyria. The Dragon King personally escorted Rhaegar through a side exit of the temple. Stepping out of the dimly lit temple, his gaze fell upon half of Valyria City. More precisely, it was the lower quarter, populated by slaves and commoners. Like King's Landing, the nobles preferred elevated locales, thus congregating in the heights. Naturally, the greater nobility favored even loftier heights, constructing towering edifices to reside within. 3 hills arose, one serving as a simple gathering place for citizens, known as the Hill of Merriment. At its peak stood the circular Valyria Grand Arena, followed by the Valyria's premier theater, the Loro Lust Garden, butcher shops, and baths built upon volcanic springs, along with several small arenas and opera houses, most entertainment facilities converging here. Another hill was where the rulers assembled, with the apex housing the center of power, the Valyria Council Hall. Massive black stone columns supported this structure, which towered even above the city gates, resplendent and intricate, entwined with dragons. Valyria poured its unparalleled stone masonry craftsmanship into this edifice. Though named a hall, it was in truth a grand palace, where each newly elected governor would reside. Apart from the central venue for citizen assemblies, the remaining areas, guarded by the governor's personal elite, were opulently luxurious. As time passed, what was once merely a hall had transformed into an immense complex of black palatial buildings. Another remarkable edifice is the Temple of the 14 Gods, which stands at the feet of Rhaegar. Its summit is adorned with 14 small artificial mounds, a clear homage to something grand and magnificent. Since these structures honor the divine, they cannot merely be called peaks in reference to the majestic 14 fire peaks. Thus, we find ourselves with a landscape of 14 hills atop the temple. The Temple of the 14 Gods rises majestically, with priests and citizens entering and exiting, each seeking a spiritual refuge. It is indeed a sight to behold. Rhaegar, moved by the grandeur, could not help but gaze for an extended period. Gradually, however, he began to feel drowsy, before his spirit succumbed to silence. Rhaegar descended the lengthy steps of the temple and, in a secluded corner by the temple's side, fortuitously discovered a bench. After ensuring his surroundings were safe, he could no longer resist the urge to sleep beside the temple dedicated to worship and communion with the divine. Nearby, the small idols in the niches of the temple walls seemed to gaze upon Rhaegar. The gods watching over your slumber will surely accompany you into your dreams. Chapter 121. Valyria's 14 Gods, a Chaotic Dream. Rhaegar had never experienced such tumultuous dreams before. Initially, he found himself in the Red Keep. In a daze, he witnessed once more the death of his father. The Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, sat upon the Iron Throne, with droplets of royal blood from the slain king falling upon his golden sword. The king's corpse lay at his feet, having previously wept for his kin. Rhaegar had replayed this nightmare multiple times. His emotions somewhat calmed. He even found the leisure to ponder the motivations behind Tywin Lannister's actions. His father, Aerys, had often spoken ill of Tywin's wife and had ridiculed Tywin himself. The sycophants, eager to curry favor with the king, had vied to insult the then revered and accomplished hand of the king. At that time, Tywin always bore a stern visage, his expression commanding respect, his lips tightly pressed. In retrospect, the seeds of betrayal had long been sown. Yet, Rhaegar remained perplexed as to why that stern and responsible king, who had once received adulation from the people of King's Landing, would choose to destroy a city to which he had devoted half his life. A contemptuous thought flickered through Rhaegar's mind. The Mad King's friend is also a madman. The scene shifted, and Rhaegar remained composed, finding the clarity of the vision inferior to that of the Green Seer. A somewhat tidier throne room appeared, where the man who had slain him, Robert, materialized. The second son of the North, Eddard Stark, fostered by the Protector of the Vale, engaged in a heated argument with Robert Baratheon, the leader of the rebellion, regarding Tywin's atrocities against the Targaryen dynasty. As he cast his gaze upon Jaime, the Kingslayer, Rhaegar did his utmost to avoid looking at the bodies swathed in crimson cloth. Next, he witnessed Robert's coronation and his wedding to Cersei. The purpose of these images eluded him. Finally, a tower emerged, illuminated by an almost tangible sun. In that fleeting moment, Rhaegar comprehended his current location, Dorne, the Tower of Joy. Rhaegar hesitated, standing motionless, confronted by the death of his dear friend, Arthur Dayne. The anguish was profound, yet tears refused to flow. He mourned the loss of his companion, and beyond that, there was naught else. Even the slightest attempt to extract a semblance of sorrow proved futile. His emotional sponge had been tightly squeezed for far too long. He had lingered in this realm for a full year since arriving a millennium ago, and within him, all that had transpired resided in the realm of the deceased, unseen and untouchable. Only longing could be his solace. Perhaps it was they who should have perished 1,000 years hence, rather than him. Rhaegar stared vacantly at the fallen, neither noble nor dignified, Kingsguard Dawn. After a considerable pause, he followed Eddard's footsteps to ascend the Pleasure Tower, where he would lay Lyanna to rest. Upon entering the chamber, he witnessed the woman he had once cherished draw her final breath. At that moment, as Rhaegar crossed the threshold, he realized he had once again become an unworthy father. Vinshinsha, the superstitious seer he had once been, had believed that Lyanna would bear a daughter. But no. His gaze fell upon the dark-haired infant between her legs. "My child, you shall be named Jaehaerys." Rhaegar approached slowly, his palm brushing against Lyanna's gradually cooling hand. In truth, he felt no warmth. Lyanna, the instigator, felt an oddity. The scene dissipated, the surroundings melting away like frozen flames, leaving only a hazy white fog. Rhaegar stood amidst the swirling mist, his expression of sorrow unchanged from the past 20 years, indistinguishable, devoid of differentiation. Why must we choose this? The reason eluded him. Confusion lingered, an unknown presence whispering in the air. Why had he not yet crumbled? Confronted with the loss of kin, the forfeiture of status, the collapse of a dynasty, how could he remain unmoved in the face of a departed lover and the bloodline that emerged? Mortals were ensnared by emotion. At this moment, they ought to be enveloped in profound grief. The deities found it perplexing. "My people," it resonated like a dragon's roar, like a bell's toll, like the crashing of waves, like the wailing of the departed. The echo reverberated, layered and overlapping. Rhaegar knelt on one knee, curling up and covering his ears, his senses assaulted by a cacophony far more unbearable than the howling of the North's white walkers at death. "Cease, as you wish." The sound subsided. The white mist was stirred by an unseen hand, flowing and converging, rising into the air, splitting into 14 streams. The 14 great wisps of smoke danced momentarily, gradually forming shapes. First, a head, a neck, the head refining into eyes, a mouth, and scales. As the visage transformed, it became increasingly recognizable, both human and dragon. A fusion of the two. The demeanor took shape, embodying an essence that even the finest craftsmen of history could never capture. In total, there were 14, each bearing distinct expressions. The majesty of kings, the tranquility of artists, the wrath of generals, the arrogance of lords, the kindness of mothers, the avarice of merchants, the jealousy of women, the cunning of officials, the enchantment of dreamers, the resilience of navigators, the joy of children, the equanimity of sages, the determination of hikers, the madness of avengers. Towering in grandeur, even the head of the dragon surpasses the walls of Valyria. A mere bow of its head evokes a terrifying pressure that compels one to kneel in reverence. And then there are the colors: black, white, bright green, copper, yellow, pale green, yellow, purple, deep blue, gold, white, silver, pale blue, black red. Belerion, the deity of dominion and power. Miracis, the goddess of art and knowledge. Vagaril, the goddess of war and flame. Womizar, the god of pride and fury. Sarasis, the goddess of abundance and fertility. Slykus, the goddess of greed and jealousy. Lenoso, the god of cunning and deceit. Dramos, the god of dreams and illusions. Flumen, the god of ocean currents and monsoons. Fortunacis, the goddess of wealth and fortune. Agricu, the goddess of agriculture and time. Fatum, the god of fate and change. Logonos, the god of the sea, travel, and expansion. Mortia, the goddess of frenzy and indulgence. Vengeance and slaughter and death. When they fully manifested before Rhaegar, a mere glance revealed their divine names and roles in his mind. 14 dragon mouths opened in unison, and 14 voices resonated, proclaiming the same words: "We are gods. We appear for you, Rhaegar Targaryen." Chapter 122. The origin of all things. Rhaegar rose, the buzzing in his mind dissipating. "So, you are the deities of Valyria?" Multiple voices responded in chorus. "Yes. The gods belonging to Valyria. True gods, singular in essence. The protectors of all Valyrians. We are your masters." Rhaegar took a deep breath and met the gaze of the dragon-faced gods. "Very well, I believe you are gods. But why do you appear before me? For salvation. To save us. The gods of Valyria. I command you. Remember, obey." It seemed no one had taught them the etiquette of not speaking while others were addressing them, as such behavior was exceedingly impolite and inefficient. These deities were quite noisy. One deity noticed the commotion, and thus the central massive black dragon head spoke with a volume greater than its peers. Silence. Gradually, the gods quieted. The colossal black dragon head continued, "One by one, convey our divine will." Its pitch-black slit eyes fixed intently on Rhaegar, a mere mortal who seemed insignificantly small before it. "Listen closely." The furious Womizar was the first to speak. "Mortal, our servant. Heed your mission." Lenoso spoke next. "It concerns everything about you, all that you are." Agricu began to speak in an ethereal voice, soft as the mist on the edge of the world. "It is we who have brought you to this present moment." Fatum opened his brilliant crystal eyes. "We have pried open fate and manifested miracles." Although it was anticipated, the reality before Rhaegar still astonished him. "Why?" After a long pause, Rhaegar slowly inquired. This question had haunted him for ages. Why? Why him? By what right was it him? To shatter fate. To perpetuate glory. For eternal fire and conquest. We were meant to possess everything. The scythe of vengeance dripped with venom, and below were not other gods. This era's earthly splendor awaits our harvest. The reins of destiny are in my hands and must follow my will. Fate still has a place reserved for us. Wealth should not be held by others. The crown remains upon my head, the sword unblemished. The black giant spoke word by word. "I shall reign over the world, forever." Rhaegar understood. These deities were but the restless spirits of a great civilization long fallen, unwilling to accept their demise, vengeful spirits seeking retribution. Their divine might was merely the last gamble of a gambler. His suffering, his struggles, his unrest, all stemmed from this. That civilization perished 361 years before Rhaegar's birth, 102 years before the conquest of Aegon, yet its vengeance was chosen 700 years prior, with the blade of retribution being the last true dragon, Rhaegar Targaryen, who would die a millennium later. Why was it me? The nurturing goddess of fertility began to narrate, her tone so gentle it nearly lulled Rhaegar into slumber. "My people, you are the prophesied one, the prince of prophecy. We need a clever individual, one who learns swiftly and adapts quickly. The god of cunning and trickery was the most approachable among the 14 deities. Naturally, it is best to possess nothing, to have no burdens. Upon finishing, a semblance of mockery appeared on Lanasso's grotesque face, with wrinkles undulating, hideous, and terrifying. Enlightenment dawned upon Rhaegar. Thus, is the tragedy of my life somehow related to you? Rhaegar suddenly raised his head, glaring fiercely at the gods. Laughter, anger, mockery, benevolence, and frowning expressions were exchanged until the black giant spoke first to clarify. It is all unrelated. The androgynous god of fate elaborated. Your fate should have been severed, yet we have extended it. You ought to kneel in gratitude and offer all you have. Mortal, ungrateful for the gifts. You must remember your mission and serve us. Rhaegar chose to accept this explanation. Very well, pure exploitation or not, at least resurrection is real. Although living again was not his intention. To be reborn 1,000 years earlier was far from the life he desired. Yet, one thing still eluded his understanding. Why must it be me? Why must it be me, a person from a millennium later? The current Valyrians are deemed inadequate. The deities patiently elucidate. The modern Valyrians hold no utility for us. United, we have decreed the fate of Valyria's annihilation upon the threads of destiny, irrevocably. We must introduce genuine variables, stirring the currents of fate to salvage a glimmer of hope. Thus, I have been chosen. Rhaegar comprehends anew. This is not merely a gambler's unwillingness to concede defeat, but a perilous gamble of utmost stakes. A profound sense of relief washes over him as he grasps the origin of it all. Indeed, a visceral anger and weariness arise within him, for both the future and the past. Very well. What more can he possibly articulate? What is my task? Chapter 123. The mission bestowed by the gods. The deities nod in satisfaction. Your mission is to eradicate the gods. Slay them all. Unleash the flames. Plunder everything. Vengeance. War. Such a multitude of gods is truly irksome, akin to the croaking of frogs. Rhaegar inwardly sighs, drawn from the future to the present by this cacophony of deities. And now burdened with the task of attending to their future affairs, monumental matters akin to the cataclysm of Valyria. It is finished. It is all over. This life is entirely forfeit. More tragically, he is unlikely to escape. Alas, let us merely endure. Observing the current situation, they seem incapable of fully monitoring Westeros. Once he assists Mira in achieving her dreams, witnesses the splendor of a millennium past, and experiences a life devoid of regrets. Perhaps he might seek out the White Walkers in Westeros for a valiant struggle, thus earning his place as a hero. This life shall be deemed sufficient, at least. Splendidly so. As for now, let it be regarded as merely another superior to answer to. Does this imply a direct allegiance to the king, bypassing the Lord? The voices of the gods dissipate, leaving behind a resonating tapestry of emotions, echoing against the walls of dreams. Rhaegar discerns clearly from whence each deity's sentiment emanates. Returning to the matter at hand, Rhaegar inquires about his adversaries, or rather, the opposing deities. Who are they, and is there any hierarchy among them? Naturally. The god of dark dominion nods, while the fervent voice of the crimson and black goddess exclaims with excitement and ire, Vengeance! Vengeance! Let us rain divine retribution upon them, dragging them into the abyss to deliver death unto us. Slay Lorne, and let the long night descend once more. Vengeance, frost god! Bring an end to the biting winds of winter. Rend the plains, leaving noble steeds maimed. Incinerate the sanctuaries, casting that cowardly seven-faced deity into the inferno of perdition. Until the end, I shall personally extinguish the summer. The god of art steps forth before Rhaegar, gazing down with calm eyes. Fear not, nor be troubled. Ice and fire, water and sea, the seven gods, the horse god, the gods of the lands beyond, the wild gods, and the feeble deities. Though your adversaries are numerous, they lack strength and unity. The goddess of war then interjects. Unification, war. Unify the mortals beneath our feet. Obliterate all heretical beliefs. Except for the origin. All other deities require worship. The cunning Lenosu smirks. Eradicate the followers, shatter the idols, usurp their merits, attribute suffering to them, and ascend to their place as the sole deity. We shall unleash calamities. The silver giant's head spoke, while the other dragon-faced gods either nodded, remained silent, or laughed heartily in approval. I too shall bring forth nightmares. Reclaim wealth, destroy fortune. The storm rages on, the ocean howls. The seeds of greed spread. The contagion of jealousy infects. Arrogance supplants humility, wrath replaces reason. Abundance fades away. Agricultural disasters abound. Rhaegar stood frozen, helplessly listening as these titans conspired to unleash misfortunes upon the people under the dominion of all gods. They abuse their power, scorn life itself. following these deities. The future seems destined to be forever stained, firmly nailed to the pillar of the greatest shame in history. Alas, it would be better to become a monk, praying to the seven gods. With my current state? The questioning tone interrupted the gods' plotting, eliciting their displeasure, though their faces betrayed none. I lack even a dragon. Unable to touch the skies. My magical power is feeble. The flames I conjure tremble before the cold winds. My martial prowess is insufficient to conquer all adversaries. If I cannot attain invincibility in battle, how can I embark on a divine slaying expedition? Rhaegar intended to secure some advantages first. The god scoffed, mocking the foolish short-sightedness and cowardice of the chosen one. We have accounted for every contingency. All-knowing we are. The goddess of war and flames first descended in brilliance. A colossal fire tree blossomed before Rhaegar, reaching the size of a giant's eye in an instant. The towering black-red flames dissipated after a few blinks, leaving behind a hollow, pitch-black long spear, resting silently, its surface unmarred by any signs of scorching. The spear appeared to be forged from a single piece, the shaft uniformly thick, adorned with intricate patterns of dragons and flames, resembling a work of art more than a weapon, measuring approximately 4 meters in length. It closely matched the lances Rhaegar commonly wielded from horseback or in military formations. The shaft was smooth and straight, the tip diamond-shaped with flame-like barbs. Judging from these characteristics, it closely resembled the long spears Rhaegar had only encountered in books, and with its hollow design aimed at reducing weight. The gods seemingly intended for Rhaegar to wield it as a thrown weapon. Overall, it was a weapon that harmoniously combined the traits of both spear and lance. Rhaegar resolved to call it a spear. The voice of the goddess of flames resonated, revealing her pride in her creation. Behold, mortal, the creation of the gods. You may throw it. Rhaegar slowly grasped it, feeling warmth in his palm. It was lighter than he had anticipated. A few casual swings confirmed its perfect balance, and its hollow structure not only facilitated movement, but enhanced it. It possessed 3 remarkable attributes: indestructibility, the ability to summon flames, and guaranteed accuracy in battle. The proud goddess even smiled, far surpassing all earthly weapons. Thank you, goddess. Rhaegar bowed in gratitude. Next, there emerges the deity of art and knowledge. I bestow upon you an indelible memory. I shall eradicate your pride and wrath. I grant you a body abundant and flourishing. I endow you with an insatiable insight, tinged with greed and jealousy. I bestow upon you the discernment of cunning and deceit. I grant you calm waters in your domain. I bestow upon you fortune. Time shall forget you. Fate shall favor you. I grant you a smooth journey across distant lands. I grant you the certainty of vengeance. Finally, there stands the ever-composed black dragon-faced giant. A pure radiance emerges from the center of the giant's brow, piercing through the black mists, diminutive yet resplendent. This is the condensation of miracles. At the lowest ebb of magical power in the world, during the waning phase of the moon, amid the tides of existence. At the dawn of day, in the deepest hour of night, an unparalleled artifact, the quintessence of pure magical energy, the most wondrous and all-encompassing mystery, the primal axis of the world's operation, crafted by us over 3 centuries following the great cataclysm. Even the other gods would be consumed by greed upon witnessing it. As the radiance descends, its visage unveils itself before Rhaegar, a gem of the purest nature, crystalline and translucent, polished to a sheen akin to air. Rhaegar unconsciously cradles this palm-sized perfect oval crystal. Smooth, sleek, and lustrous, it is so exquisite that it unwittingly evokes a desire for eternal possession. A chill sweat breaks out on Rhaegar's back, his heart quaking violently. This is not right. Rhaegar raises his gaze, sensing an unusual thought among the 14 towering peaks. Pride? Self-satisfaction? This is their ruse to control me, and the manifestation of my own greed. From this moment forth, you are the chosen of the 14 gods. Your words shall be our will. You may boldly declare to the temple priests that you are the child of the gods, the embodiment of divine intent. The child of the 14 gods. Chapter 124. The future? The future. Remember your mission. As the last sentence of the 14 gods resonates, Rhaegar opens his eyes and awakens from the dream. Remember your mission. Rhaegar sits upright on the bench. Looking down, he finds his palm cradling that oval crystal, brimming with infinite temptation. At this moment, it does not emit light of its own accord, yet it remains captivating and mesmerizing. He chuckles softly. The prince, ensnared by vengeance, laughs lightly and sets it aside. As for the triple-blessed war artifact, Rhaegar is indifferent to its whereabouts. What does this signify? He silently questions himself. Just deserts? Rhaegar remains seated for a prolonged period, long enough for the faithful to disperse, long enough for the clamor to fade, long enough for the night to descend, long enough for him to contemplate the future, to ponder the luxury known as the future. A goal, Rhaegar softly muses. A damned task, he silently recites in his mind. Then he raises his gaze, focusing on the statue in the niche. He lifts his hands, gently opening them, palms facing outward. This posture symbolizes an open heart, expressing the fervor and supplication of the faithful. The eyes, transformed into a profound shade of purple, are clear, resplendent, and enigmatic. Gazing upon the divine statue, the expression is solemn, perhaps tinged with sorrow. Silvery strands of hair dance in the wind, with a few delicately resting upon the lashes, yet the observer remains unmoved. From a distance, the harmonious chants of the devotees echo, ethereal and ancient, embodying the most exquisite poetry and the most distant faith, the will of the gods. An imperceptible gaze fades away. Rhaegar inexplicably feels a sense of relief. The twilight of Valyria is not shrouded in darkness. Perhaps this is one of its grand facets, the city that never sleeps. Rhaegar reclines backward, lying on the bench. At this moment, Rhaegar realizes that since his journey to 1,000 years past, he has scarcely taken the time to truly rest, to engage in simple pleasures, to behold the scenery, or to cultivate his passions. How long has it been since he last played the piano? Rhaegar softly inquires of himself. How long has it been since he played for his own sake? Reflecting on it now, it seems the only time that could be deemed relaxing was those few days at Windrest Fortress. At that time, he had not yet chosen to follow Mira. He bore no burdens, was oblivious to the truth of his current existence, and was devoid of a mission. His mind was empty, and his actions were purely driven by the will of others, with life or death being of little consequence. Is this still you? Perhaps I should contemplate my own needs. Yet upon careful consideration, he quickly dismisses this thought. It feels a bit too extravagant for him. At the very least, he must wait until Myra's dreams are fulfilled. By the way, is becoming the Emperor of Valyria truly Myra's dream? Over the past year, his thoughts have been muddled. In retrospect, it's likely that even Mira herself was unclear about her desires or merely expressed them in a light-hearted manner, akin to the jesting of children. In youth, words are often spoken carelessly, without understanding the weight of silence. To become the emperor, the first sovereign of such a vast realm, and as a woman, how grand, how absurd. Yet, can this not be considered the most authentic of dreams? However, Mira did not err in one of her statements. Upon reflection, Rhaegar smiles faintly. I can fill that void. She indeed filled the emptiness and confusion within me. After more than half a year, Rhaegar contemplates once more the reasons for following Mira. Times have changed. Should he wish, he could conjure 100 reasons to part ways with her. Owing to the identity bestowed by the 14 gods, even if Rhaegar desired to establish the 41st Dragon King family, it would be effortless. He need only kneel in prayer for a moment, and once the divine presence manifests, all the priests of the Valyrian temple would rush to support him, with at least half of the city's citizens calling his name in unison. Among the remaining citizens, half are non-believers, while the other half intends to wait and see, offering their support only when the situation becomes clear. Yet, there remain countless slaves who have not awakened, their faith divided among the remaining deities, perhaps exhausted to the point of losing their spirit to believe. In this light, it appears that the deities indeed possess utility. At the very least, the future seems to stretch out before us like a smooth pathway. Perhaps. I digress. Rhaegar shook his head, pulling his thoughts back into focus. Loyalty must persist. Rhaegar had no reason to betray Mira. She stands among the most eminent women of our time, possessing an unparalleled identity, status, and beauty, almost beyond reproach. Even from a pragmatic perspective, following Mira is undoubtedly the wisest choice. If what Mira speaks of regarding her dream is indeed true, and she genuinely intends to strive towards it, aiming for the unification of Valyria, even the 14 gods might intervene personally to unite him with Mira. Wait, could it be that their initial serendipitous encounter at the slave market with Vorner was also orchestrated by the deities? It seems so. Rhaegar found no reason to refute this notion. Alas, it appears he has been calculated against from the very beginning. The only unforeseen element in the plans of the 14 gods might be the Green Prophet from beyond the borders. Speaking of the Green Prophet, Rhaegar recalled he had mentioned something about Winterfell, but what was it? What could it be? How could he forget? Rhaegar felt his mind swollen, as if ensnared in a web, muddled and confused no matter how he thought. Enough of this. He could not recall the Green Prophet's words, but he remembered the promise of a future visit. Perhaps he would inquire then. Rising to his feet, he stretched and picked up the low-tide magical crystal. The distant stars dimmed, while the horizon blazed like fire. He sought to think of nothing, indulging in a moment of ease. Time to return to sleep. Chapter 125. The Fire Peak. How have you become so formidable? Gasped Faisum, panting heavily. It had only been a year, just a year. The instructor from Voster knelt on the ground, his two proud swords reduced to one still clutched in his hand, the other lying discarded nearby. Having clearly not been cast aside by Faisum himself. The same location, the same opponent, yet an entirely different outcome. He, Faisum, whose footsteps had traversed the colonies of Valyria, whose renown stretched from the northernmost reaches of Essos to the Slave Bay, a former leader of the legendary mercenary group, the Scorpion Tail, and a man who had emerged from the Valyrian Colosseum like a true warrior. Yet now, he was vanquished thrice by a fellow who just a year prior could be easily bested. How is this possible? Faisum looked up, his right hand tightly gripping the Valyrian steel sword that had accompanied him through much of his life, his tone rife with incredulity. What have you consumed this past year? How have you become so powerful? Ordinary sustenance. The divine blessings were not easily shared, so instead, he replied, awakened magic and gifts from friends. Ah, in that case. Upon hearing Rhaegar's response, the once curious Faisum's enthusiasm waned, replaced by a sense of regret as he lamented, alas, I possess no magic, unable to wield it, lacking the talent. Is it fire magic? Confronting the adversary who once bested him, Rhaegar relinquished his lion's claw, raising his right index finger with a victorious smile gracing his lips, fire magic, as he observed the exquisite blue flames delicately rising from Rhaegar's fingertip. Faisum felt as if struck by an arrow to the chest, collapsing straight down. You are indeed formidable. You flatter me. I accept my defeat. Once his breathing steadied, Faisum rose, suppressing his sense of defeat. I shall serve as your sparring partner until you fully adapt to wielding both swords. Rhaegar extended his hand with a smile. I look forward to your guidance. The banter was lighthearted. Faisum grasped Rhaegar's hand, using it for support to rise. Mumbling under his breath, applause erupted. The silver-haired, portly butler, Vonier, stood at the edge of the Black Market Square, clapping. Vonier? What a spectacle! Approaching the two, Vonier continued to applaud, exclaiming, what a splendid duel. Enough with that tone, Faisum scoffed. Master Vonier, I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking in a manner that straddles the line between sarcasm and praise. This is truly unjust. I swear by the great 14 fire peaks and the recently revealed wonders of the Vaggerl Temple that my compliments are sincere. Spare me, Faisum retorted, as he unfastened his wine pouch to pour himself a drink. Speaking of the 14 fire peaks, Vonier turned to face Rhaegar. Mr. Rhaegar, does this concern me? What? Do you wish to explore the 14 fire peaks? The dragons take flight from the volcano, enveloped in swirling ash, forever bearing the unmistakable scent of sulfur. The 14 fire peaks stretch across the neck of the Valyrian Peninsula, resembling a necklace or a slumbering giant of molten rock, lying in repose for millennia. Its back shrouded in gray-purple mist, its fury quieted yet occasionally manifesting grandeur. By day, the numerous volcanic craters atop the peaks faintly glow red, sporadically releasing columns of scalding gas, the acrid scent of sulfur carried by the wind, coalescing into everlasting clouds in the air. The volcanic craters belch dark crimson tongues of fire, scorching the rock walls into flowing patterns of lava. When night descends, the orange-red flames spill forth from the peaks, dyeing the entire sky in molten iron hues, akin to the ancient gates of hell. The distant sky is perpetually veiled by a faint red halo, with few birds daring to linger, their absence filled only by the howling winds sweeping across the volcanic rock. Subtle tremors from the earth intertwine with this symphony. The Beleriand volcano reigns supreme among the peaks, a towering and majestic presence among the 14 fire peaks. Its conical shape is perpetually cloaked in thick gray smoke, and with each gust of wind, fine volcanic ash drifts down, forming a dark gray carpet upon the ground. At the mountain's base, layers of black basalt formed from cooled lava rise in defiance, where stubborn patches of yellow-green moss bravely emerge from the crevices, showcasing remarkable vitality amidst the stillness. Rhaegar bent down to observe closely, astonished to discover a few delicate white flowers of moss. A resilient spirit, he remarked. In the harsh winter environment, flowers bloom. Winter's rose. Perhaps I am overthinking it again. Rhaegar shifted his gaze elsewhere. Several geothermal springs along the roadside exhale wisps of white steam, their waters meandering between rocks, staining the stones in vibrant hues of orange-red and deep green. Since the great dragons delineated this land, the goats no longer come to lick the stones. In the distance, hot water converges around a colossal volcanic spring, having already accumulated into a lake. Beneath the city of Valyria, several such giant springs exist, sustaining a metropolis of over 1 million inhabitants, reliant on these and numerous other volcanic sources for its vitality. This has given rise to many renowned hot spring baths, one of the city's most celebrated features. Additionally, a portion of the water is transported by slaves from a nearby river, favored within the city for its significantly milder taste compared to ordinary spring water, with the rights to its management held jointly by several dragonlord families. The 14 Flames Peak, the source of Valeria's glory. This is indeed the 14 Flames Peak. Lars mused, his newly forged Valyrian steel sword, named Fairness after his family surname, hanging at his side. Having spent 2 months in Valyria, he wondered why it took him so long to arrive here. He had been preoccupied with meetings involving various dragonlord families and others, busy planning the development of his own territory, and had scarcely had the opportunity to explore the Valyrian peninsula thoroughly. Indeed, Rhaegar nodded in agreement, contemplating how much longer it would be before he could behold his own Valyrian steel sword. Both received word from Mira, urging them to accompany her to the royal palace at 14 Flames Peak. According to Mira, she intended to confront her brother, who had been hiding in the volcano for 2 months. The wound of Silver Arrow had healed completely, and the forces obstructing her within the city had momentarily ceased. It was time to make a decisive move. Prior to this, Silver Arrow had been compelled to remain at 14 Flames Peak to absorb the volcanic heat for recovery, while Mira was ensnared in the city, entangled in mundane affairs. The daily assassinations and the unpredictable attitudes of other families had left her in a state of agitation, and the countless banquet invitations wasted a considerable amount of her time. Just considering Silver Arrow, the effort required to transport cattle and sheep daily consumed substantial manpower and resources, necessitating vigilant oversight to guard against Suitor and his dragon-eating black dragon plotting any mischief. Unable to take to the skies to alleviate her mounting frustration, Mira had reached her limit. Burn them all, she had thought, and even uttered in a fit of rage when provoked by an ally of Suitor, leaving Rhaegar sleepless that night. Fortunately, Mira remained composed. So, Lars asked, tilting his head, how much longer do you think Mira will be? Rhaegar gazed at the swiftly moving silver silhouette in the sky, answering candidly, I do not know. Chapter 126, Dragon Combat. Suddenly the silver dragon sword. As it passed 2 tall men adorned with swords at their waists, Silver Arrow involuntarily released a joyful cry, and Mira on the dragon's back echoed her exhilaration. I've been cooped up for too long, she reflected amidst the thrill of flight. A delicate blush of pink and purple brushed the horizon, sometimes folding and sometimes unfurling, akin to butterflies gliding up and down, agile and ethereal, swift yet lethal. It is the swiftest of the Valyrian dragons, with a lineage that instinctively yearns for the exhilaration of leaving all things in its wake, reduced to mere shadows. Its silver-scaled hide has become synonymous with speed, all owing to its ineffable swiftness. The scent of sulfur mingles with the searing winds as they swirl through the canyon. The silver dragon glides low over a volcanic spring lake, its shimmering scales reflecting the fiery glow of the nearby crater, and its slate-gray eyes brim with delight. After indulging in play, it plans to rendezvous with Rhaegar and the others at the palace to seek out Suitor. Mira scans her surroundings warily, advising Silver Arrow to fly lower to avoid any ambush from Suitor concealed within the clouds. Upon a thorough inspection, Mira confirms that the skies around them are devoid of any great dragons. As Silver Arrow descends, she glances toward the location of Rhaegar and his entourage, positioned just across the canyon. If Suitor and his dragon are hidden within this canyon area, Mira muses, before chuckling at the absurdity of her own thought. She had seen nothing in the sky moments ago. This canyon was formed from the cooling and solidifying of a vast amount of lava following a volcanic eruption, having endured the passage of time and the erosive force of rain, collapsing into this V-shaped igneous rift that measures barely over 100 meters at its widest. Such a large dragon could hardly conceal itself within this narrow space. It barely accommodates Silver Arrow, and the black dragon's size is considerable. Only the largest section would suffice for its movement. Clearly, she is overly anxious, Mira reassures herself. Ultimately, Silver Arrow chooses to traverse the canyon. The atmosphere within the canyon is tranquil, and Silver Arrow swiftly covers most of the distance. Now approaching the widest part of the gorge. Nothing amiss. Ahead, she can see Rhaegar and Lars waiting at the canyon's exit, and Mira completely relaxes. She had frightened herself unnecessarily. Silver Arrow's body swayed as it dodged a loose volcanic rock for reasons unknown, as its wings brushed against the rock face. The wind stirred up fine debris, the sound echoing throughout the vast canyon. A low, rumbling call emanated from Silver Arrow's throat, an inexplicable unease settling in. The bond between dragon and rider is profound, and Mira resolves to ascend out of the canyon. Suddenly, a shadow expands abruptly from a fissure in the upper rock wall, akin to a summer storm descending without warning. The black dragon surged forth like a beast emerging from the abyss, its obsidian wings unfurling to obscure all light visible to Mira and Silver Arrow. The black dragon roared, its frayed wing membranes beating rapidly, sealing off the escape route of its prey. Its claws glinted with a cold, iron-like sheen, executing no superfluous movements. Its massive head lunged forward. Sharp fangs aimed directly at Silver Arrow's neck. This unfolded in an instant, a deadly ambush, as precise as the dagger of an assassin. By the time Mira and Silver Arrow realized the peril, it was too late. A searing pain radiated from the neck as silver scales were torn apart, blood dripping onto the parched traces of the canyon, rising in a shroud of white mist. It roared in terror, its chest heaving as if to unleash a torrent of dragon fire. Yet the colossal claws of the black dragon rent asunder the organ that housed its fiery essence. The other claw struck mercilessly at its throat, effectively stifling the Silver Arrow's breath of flames. The weight of the black dragon bore down with brute force, pressing it into the valley, the fierce winds bending the wild grasses beneath their might. The rugged volcanic rocks scraped away many of the silver scales, and despite its struggles, it could not free itself from the relentless gnawing of this foul, ravenous dragon. It could only twist its neck with great effort, turning its body to shield Mira from being crushed into a pulp. A dull thud echoed as a heavy body fell. The Silver Arrow thrashed violently, its long tail sweeping through the air, but only dislodged a few charred stones. In its panic, the strikes against the black dragon were rendered utterly ineffective, absorbed by the vast expanse of its rough, dark scales. Accompanied by Sudiel's raucous laughter, the black dragon released its mighty jaws, unleashing a torrent of black flames, not directed at the Silver Arrow, but aimed at Mira behind it. The Silver Arrow was compelled to halt its advance, attempting to shield Mira with its outstretched wings. This action was precisely what the black dragon had anticipated, seizing the moment when the Silver Arrow's body stiffened. Its claws lifted, piercing into the shoulder joint, tearing away a large swath of silver-scaled hide, flesh and blood erupting in a spray, the sanguine fluid vaporizing into crimson mist in the intense heat. The silver dragon's anguished cries reverberated through the canyon, but the black dragon remained unfazed. It had grown accustomed to such wails, only further igniting its inherently frenzied, bloodthirsty heart. The brief burst of dragon fire ceased. The black dragon's massive head then seized the Silver Arrow by the nape, transforming its pull from backward tearing to a downward force. With a resounding thud, the silver dragon's head was pressed into the ground, coated in dust, its expression one of bitter defiance. One hind leg and one foreleg anchored it in place, while the other hind leg and forelimb pressed down harshly upon the Silver Arrow's back and its uninjured wing, fracturing several spines and breaking half of the wing bones. It was too swift, so rapid that Mira could do nothing as she registered the unfolding events. The movements were decisively crisp, a testament to the monster's growth through devouring dragons. Mira loosened her belt, her countenance darkening. Thanks to the Silver Arrow's protection, she remained unharmed, escaping the fate of being burned alive. Yet, she knew that this reprieve would soon come to an end. Very well, Mira sighed, her hands raised in resignation. Sudiel, you have triumphed. Sudiel threw back her head in wild laughter, only pausing when a slight ache began to creep into her face. Ha! Mira, my foolish sister. It is I, Sudiel. She too unfastened her restraints, rising to run along the black dragon's lengthy neck to its head, one hand gripping a horn, the other gesturing wildly in a display of triumph. It is I, Sudiel, have won. I have triumphed. Ha! I am the heir of Vostel, the bearer of the war horn. Ha! You, Mira Vostel, are the true loser. Look at you, look at yourself. Sudiel was nearly compelled to leap down and stand before Mira, dancing atop the back of the subdued silver dragon, unabashedly performing a jubilant dance before her sister, unbothered by the movements, unconcerned with decorum, simply reveling in the joy of the moment. However, such behavior would be exceedingly irrational. One must exercise restraint. Ha! How can one possibly endure this? How can one possibly endure this? Suitor adjusted the dagger at his waist and leaped directly from the dragon's head, disregarding the sharp pain that shot through his ankle. With a remarkably sprightly gait, he traversed the neck of the Silver Arrow and approached Mira. The silver-gray dragon's eyes, peering through the dragon's head, fixated intently on Suitor. Oh, look at you. Suitor's lips curved into an exaggerated grin. Mira remained seated upon the dragon's saddle, her expression impassive as she gazed up at Suitor. It is precisely this expression. Suitor emitted a shrill cry reminiscent of a soprano's wail. With a resounding thud, he collapsed before Mira, his neck elongating like that of his black dragon. I simply wish to witness you display such an expression. Surtur's eyes gleamed with an unprecedented clarity. This expression of envy directed at me. Humph, heath, ha, ha ha ha. Chapter 127. Mira, the one who lost her kin, are you envious? Are you? I have triumphed. I have triumphed. Just like that, I have won. Surtur rose to his feet, having seemingly twisted his ankle, feeling a twinge of pain. But it matters not. Do you understand? Surtur approached Mira, ensuring he was out of her reach, while simultaneously conveying a command to the dragon to restrain the silver arrow. Once he confirmed everything was safe, Surtur grinned and spoke. I have envied you since childhood. I know. No, you have no comprehension whatsoever. Like a horse startled by an unexpected touch, Surtur bellowed at Mira. Mira Vostiel, you truly understand nothing. It is as though I have opened a box of memories, sifting through letters cloaked in dust. You are a calamity, a mere nail of the Mordias. Your mother perished upon giving birth to you. You never knew her. Not a single day of existence did you possess any memory of her. You cannot fathom the value of such a treasure. Yet, what was the outcome? It is you. You who have taken her from my side. If my memory serves me right. Mira smirked, still composed. I have apologized to you before. Surtur's expression suddenly turned frosty. Here we go again. Here we go again. You always do this. Look at how exceptional you are, from the moment you could walk. Never requiring the aid of any family. Effortlessly pushing away anyone who approached you, including me. At 4, you could tame a wild dragon. While I was still vying for a place in our mother's embrace, you vanquished your opponents in dragon fights, subsequently defeating 3 colossal dragons. And what of recent events? Very well, you have once again successfully conquered several nations in the land of sunset, all on your own. Your mother perished for you. Your father dotes upon you. Surtur's countenance grew utterly frigid. I have witnessed your cold visage for 19 years, until I could bear it no longer. And this is not even the crux of the matter, truly. Surtur's hand grazed the dagger at his waist. Mira, answer me. Since when did you intend to seize that fiery throne? I must correct you. Mira appeared unperturbed by Surtur's words. It is impossible for me to accomplish this alone. And neither can the silver arrow. Well, you are right, Surtur nodded. And we must include your little pretty boy, correct? Sighing, Mira felt weary. I have nothing to say to you, Surtur. You are simply a lunatic, always have been, a twisted and reclusive madman. Be quiet. Mira raised her hand to wipe away the saliva on her face. Admit it, we are alike, both introverted and withdrawn. In this regard, we are truly the same. Surtur's lips trembled, yet he could not muster a retort. Indeed, aside from their appearances, this was the only aspect that revealed their undeniable sibling bond. In that moment, Mira gazed at Surtur and slowly spoke. You have always remained a child, your life frozen in the year our mother passed. The Valyrian steel dagger nearly slipped from Surtur's grasp. His expression remained calm, though his eyes flickered. It appears you are indeed superior to me, Mira. Surtur began to reminisce, from secret affection to quiet comparisons, and later hostility. Mira, you should not be so exceptional and driven. This is the root of it all. It is your fault. Indeed, it is all your fault. Myra's eyes locked on Surtur, who was lost in self-deception and comfort, as she adjusted her stance, preparing to seize the dagger from his hands. Oh, my blood relative. Perhaps we once had the chance to interact like a normal pair of siblings, akin to the twins of Beleris. Our mother would have wished for that. After all, she loved me so dearly. Had that been the case, we might not have arrived at this juncture today. Surtur seemed genuinely engrossed in his fantasy. If I had won, I would have found a way to capture that outpost of Westeros and send you there to flourish. If you had won, Mira feigned attentiveness, but her legs were taut, arms tensing, firmly planted on the dragon saddle. She merely awaited the opportunity. Everything hinged on that. But I am the victor. Laughter erupted once more, echoing through the canyon. Surtur lashed out, delivering a fierce kick to Myra's shoulder, shattering her sole chance for escape. Honestly, Surtur raised the dagger, gripping it tightly. I never intended to commit fratricide. Farewell. What is that? You shall not deceive. A sharp sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter pierced the air, followed by the crackling of flesh engulfed in flames. Surtur only reacted upon hearing the noise, his consciousness returning to his body as he beheld the burning metallic tip erupting from his chest. Ack! The anguished cry of the black dragon resonated, as the silver arrow broke free from its confinement, ready to thwart any subsequent assault from the black dragon. Yet there was no need for caution. The black dragon was consumed by its own suffering. As the silver arrow moved, Mira instinctively supported herself against the side of the dragon's saddle. Watching her brother's lifeless body plummet from the dragon's back, she leaned forward to inspect him, wanting to see the state of his demise. A burst of dragon fire cascaded onto Suitor's corpse, igniting his clothing and flesh in an instant. The black dragon, meanwhile, succumbed to its agony. A gaping wound at its throat, spewing forth a torrent of dragon blood, which fueled the very flames that consumed Suitor. As for why it belched flames, it is possible that this dragon species attempted to cauterize its wounds with fiery breath, yet the remaining vitality was insufficient to support any further actions. "Eliminate it," Mira commanded, her body swaying with the movement of Silver Arrow as she gazed toward the trajectory of the fearsome spear. In that direction stood a tall man with silver hair and violet eyes, retracting his throwing stance. "When did you?" Mira closed her mouth, shaking her head, feeling as though she was meeting these two individuals for the first time today. "Never mind. At least it is you. Thank goodness it is you." Chapter 128. All is concluded, yet another beginning awaits. "There is no need to explain anything," Mira remarked, observing the hurried approach of Rhaegar. "Speak when you feel ready." Rhaegar nodded, choosing silence after considerable deliberation, as he moved forward to extract the blazing spear embedded in Sulliel's body. Lars closed both his mouth and eyes, nodding to indicate his ignorance, vowing to reveal nothing. "What about those who followed?" Mira expressed concern that those individuals might divulge information. "Rest assured." Lars opened his eyes and began to elucidate. "Since you and Silver Arrow took flight in this area, Rhaegar and I have been trailing them. Initially, we thought they merely struggled with the mountainous terrain, but it now appears that they are likely your brother's prearranged insiders. Your whereabouts were probably leaked by them. I will deal with them," Mira stated as she approached the charred remains of Sulliel. "But what intrigues me more is how it managed to conceal a colossal dragon right beneath my nose." Beside the corpse, Rhaegar had just cleaned the traces from the spear of Vagharl, ensuring that upon its return to the Temple of the 14 Hills, no one would trace the blood back to him. This spear had materialized in the temple square after Rhaegar awakened, its blazing flames attracting numerous devotees to worship, the intense heat even preventing the Dragon Kings from approaching. This phenomenon further solidified the authority of the temple and its priests. Seizing the moment, the priests once again proposed a swift initiation of war against Loina, seeking to fulfill the divine mandate brought forth by this celestial spear, its considerable length clearly identifying it as a spear, despite its unsuitable cutting edges, as it was primarily designed for piercing. Since it had appeared in the square rather than a specific temple, the high priests collectively deemed it the will of the gods. "I declare that this is the will of the gods." The already fervent public sentiment, predominantly among citizens and nobles, excluding slaves, was further stoked into a fervor. Now, it seemed only a matter of time before the internal family drama of the Wastel clan concluded, allowing the victor to sound the horn of war and bring an end to this prolonged conflict. The remaining factions observed, prepared, and awaited their moment with impatience. "Everything concludes today," Mira sighed, clenching her fists. "Prepare yourselves." Valyria can hardly contain her eagerness. Lars bowed his head, performing the seven-finger salute, silently praying for Loina. He understood that this was not merely a war, it was the demise of a great civilization. Just like the ancient Guesca Empire and the mournful New Guis, who can assert with certainty that the New Guis and the Old Guis, established by those who mimic the legions and culture of the Guesca Empire, those who have forgotten the deities, the languages, and the rich tapestry of culture, and now speak a mishmash Valyrian with a Guis accent, are of the same civilization? One can only hope that Loina can preserve some vestiges of the Orthodox culture. Lars concluded his prayer. "Observe this." Rhaegar approached Mira, holding a charred metallic object. Mira took it, scrutinizing it closely while trying not to glance at the long spear in Rhaegar's hand, which was gradually extinguishing its flames. "This is a magical artifact of concealment," Mira realized, understanding at last how Suitor could hide right beneath her nose, eluding the gaze of a dragon capable of spotting a goat from a height of 1,000 meters. It was a simple principle of shadow magic, capable of concealing a dragon, yet so diminutive. What a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. Mira attempted to activate it. As she infused it with her magical essence, an invisible barrier unfurled. The extent was uncertain, but soon, a small lizard, frightened by the clash of two dragons, scurried out from the crevices of the rocks. Lars calculated that the lizard was approximately 300 meters away. It can conceal an Eastlia. What is Eastlia? The oldest and largest of the Valyrian dragons. Mira gazed at the black feather made of Valyrian steel in her hand, the quill adorned with a raven's head. "Beleris will settle the score with you all sooner or later," she declared, seemingly losing interest in it as she handed the artifact of concealment to Rhaegar. "Here you go." Before Rhaegar could respond, Mira walked over to the resting Silver Arrow. "My dear girl," she thought, pained to see Silver Arrow's injured wings and bloodied shoulders. This is just right. Silver Arrow perked up, nudging Mira gently with her snout. Mira placed her right hand against Silver Arrow's silver-gray shell and caressed her with her left. It's all right, you will heal. The pressing concern was how to leave this place. Night was fast approaching, and though dragons do sleep, leaving a young dragon, injured, in the volcanic wilderness, facing the potential threat from the Beleris family, was clearly an unwise decision. Sensing Mira's anxiety, Silver Arrow conveyed thoughts of reassurance. Although flying would be challenging due to her injuries, Silver Arrow insisted it was manageable. She was accustomed to it. I can still fly with one wing. To lighten the burden, Mira initially hesitated to mount her, but then reconsidered, knowing that other dragons in the vicinity posed a risk. Thus, she chose to ride, taking on part of the vigilance for Silver Arrow. The already underprivileged Silver Arrow wobbled during the takeoff, prompting Mira to nearly change her mind. Ultimately, it took flight. With several wing bones fractured on one side and the shoulder joint injured on the other, soaring at a velocity befitting a dragon. This was far beneath the expected prowess of a vicer. In moments like these, Mira would inexplicably ponder the notion that if Rhaegar possessed a dragon, he could confidently allow Silver Arrow to rest in place. He ought to be bestowed with a dragon. This was indeed one of the objectives of her journey, and it should have been addressed long ago. Chapter 129. Beneath the Fire Peak at the 14 Fire Peaks, the Beleris Volcano, and the Vostel Palace. As Silver Arrow alighted upon the platform, the awaiting servants hurriedly began to attend to the future master of the family. Even though they remained oblivious to the news of Sudal's demise, it was only at this juncture that Mira finally exhaled in relief. Quickly, summon all the dragon healers. Once all matters concerning Silver Arrow were resolved, Mira gazed towards the area where the family dragons congregated, mentally searching for a suitable dragon for Rhaegar, one that would also complement her needs. It should be mature, swift, and aesthetically pleasing, yet not merely a decorative piece. Meanwhile, Lars could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired about the fiery spear that Rhaegar had mysteriously produced. Is it the one from the Temple Square? That incident caused quite a stir. Even I, who have scarcely ventured out in the past 2 months, am aware of it. In response to Lars's question, Rhaegar had no intention of concealing the truth. He was resolved to be transparent with those close to him, even if it meant delaying the revelation slightly. Indeed, by the 7 gods, Rhaegar said, extending the spear. Would you like to see it? However, Lars, pointing at the spear, appeared thoroughly perplexed. Come on. I understand your noble status as the son of the gods. But are you seriously handing me something so scorching that even the mightiest of dragons would hesitate to touch it? Are you trying to eliminate me? Rhaegar smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, it is not hot. Lars remained skeptical. Are you certain? Don't deceive me. I promise. The flames danced fervently upon the spear, distorting the air around it, casting a warm, reddish-yellow glow that caressed Rhaegar's face, his silver hair shimmering with an ethereal radiance, as if lost in a dream. Lars perceived a hint of malevolence in that smile, reminiscent of a lake spirit from old tales, luring travelers into the depths with beauty, only to devour them whole. Let us take a gamble. Lars resolved to risk it, closing his eyes, and, at the cost of one hand, boldly reached out. To his astonishment, he emerged victorious. Lars had to admit that he had won the gamble. By the 7 gods, the sensation was utterly unlike the thrill of his usual clandestine escapades. Upon contact, a wave of warmth enveloped him, entirely contrary to his expectations of searing heat. Smooth and polished, the spear's 4-meter length belied its weight. Every intricate pattern and detail was simply exquisite. The sharp tip of the spear was capable of slicing through the mountain breezes, and the divided winds quietly traversed the hollow shaft, producing a sound akin to the roaring ascent of flames. Lars carefully lifted the spear with both hands, bending over to admire this true masterpiece with an almost obsessive reverence. Perfect, too perfect, he marveled, akin to a sailor beholding the enchanting form of a sea nymph. So beautiful. Rhaegar sensed an emotion named delight emanating from the void, presumably from the goddess Vagal. He resisted the impulse to gaze skyward and began to ponder why the goddess would find pleasure in Lars's admiration. Was it because Lars was a devout follower of the 7 gods? Ultimately, Rhaegar could not fathom it and grew indifferent to further contemplation. Here, take it back. Even after just a brief encounter, Lars had developed an almost obsessive attachment to the spear. As he uttered these words, he felt a powerful reluctance within him. Hurry, or I fear I may snatch it back. The instant Rhaegar grasped Vagal's spear, flames ignited along its length. With Rhaegar's thoughts, the spear returned to the temple square. Could there be an issue with it as well? Observing the profound reluctance expressed by Lars, Rhaegar recalled his own experience with the ebbing crystal. Greed and possessiveness are better left uncared. Rhaegar resolved to minimize his use of the spear. After all, it could materialize in his hand whenever needed, provided he constructed a sufficiently secure room for its storage. As for now, Rhaegar lifted his gaze, his violet-hued eyes scanning the massive black stone palace complex in the distance, where silver metallic adornments shimmered brightly, signaling that he was near his destination. Is that a person? Upon hearing Lars's words, Rhaegar looked in that direction and saw a few small black figures moving beneath the Voster palace. They were slaves. Upon hearing Rhaegar's remark, Lars retrieved the milt lens that Rhaegar had gifted him and peered down below. Indeed, slaves. I have heard that the metals used in Valyria's development are all mined from the subterranean veins of the 14 fire peaks, Lars remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. By the 7 gods, it's winter now, and yet it is so hot. How sweltering must summer be? They must work close to the magma deep within the 14 fire peaks. Lars could scarcely conceive of such hardship. Rhaegar could not imagine it either. Shall we go see? It's not far. We can make it. Let us go? Curiosity kills the cat. Until this moment, Lars had remained in the affluent highlands of Valyria and had never encountered slaves working in the mines. Thus he was quite intrigued. Let me witness the darkness of Valyria. After exchanging several Valyrian silver coins with the overseer, demonstrating fairness, the fearsome and intimidating giant overseers graciously permitted the 2 gentlemen to enter the mining area for inspection. How many slaves do you have? Gazing upon Rhaegar's handsome and imposing figure, the overseer responded with a courteous smile, esteemed citizen. We have but a mere 400 slaves in this mining district. Beneath the imperial palace, is this all there is? Indeed, the overseer hesitated, uncertain of the thoughts swirling in the mind of this elegantly attired gentleman, meticulously recalling the weekly tally of slaves. There are precisely 400. Is that so? The sound of pickaxes striking the rocky walls reverberated, both dull and piercing, as the mine had been excavated for an extensive duration, plunging to astonishing depths. The echoes barely reached the outside world, where Rhaegar could only discern faint murmurs. A fetid mix of dampness and the miner's odor wafted from the mine's mouth. An unbearable stench. Some coughed, their phlegm tinged with dark crimson powder. Others leaned heavily against the carts, gasping for breath with every push. Still others, baskets atop their heads, struggled to draw in air. Their tattered garments offered no coverage, and festering wounds had long since scabbed over. The only semblance of protection was the layer of grimy dust clinging to their skin. Lars had never witnessed such a scene in his memory. The most wretched he had encountered were the farmers who perished from the cold during winter alongside their families. Rhaegar, observing the nearly unrecognizable, emaciated slaves, spoke calmly to the overseer, "Take me down to see. You wish to enter the mine? Surely this dashing gentleman cannot be in his right mind." Rhaegar turned and fixed a gaze upon him. "Is there a problem?" The overseer, transfixed by Rhaegar's resplendent violet eyes, felt an inexplicable dread wash over him, reminiscent of the time he faced a marauding dragon at the mine. And no. The overseer, after a moment of frantic disarray, regained his composure and urgently called out to several subordinates nearby, "Hey, you lot, escort this esteemed gentleman below, but be exceedingly careful if harm befalls him. I shall hold you accountable." Rhaegar stood still, observing as the overseer's subordinates hastily cleared a path through the throng of slaves. Their fists swung as rapidly as whips. In an effort to ensure the comfort of their distinguished guest, an attentive soul produced a water flask, sprinkling water upon the ground to minimize the dust. The slaves gazed at the trickling murky water with longing, their parched, cracked lips unable to close. A silent plea, a yearning. "Water. Lars, do you wish to enter?" "Very well." Deep within the mine, the red ore glimmered dully under the lamplight, resembling congealed blood. The atmosphere felt akin to the veins of a hellish troll, stifling, sweltering, with a pungent stench. Lars could only advance a few hundred meters before he could bear it no longer, collapsing in despair as he fled outside. Rhaegar pressed on, feeling as though he had descended into the depths of hell. Suddenly, a pair of hands clutched at Rhaegar's pant leg. Startled, he raised the lamp to discover a child. The child's skin was equally filthy, and their eyes were too weak to open. "Please," the child barely managed to utter before collapsing into unconsciousness. Yet, Rhaegar understood the child's unspoken plea. He knew all too well what the incomplete sentence implied, a sentiment echoed by the hundreds of slaves outside. A cry for salvation. Or perhaps a request for death. Chapter 130. The night before choosing the dragon, solitary man and woman at last, you have arrived. Mira set down her knife and fork, raising her gaze to the 2 who had entered. "Had you delayed any longer, I would have been compelled to seek you out. Her invitation for them to take a seat faltered as she inquired with curiosity, "What has transpired?" Unlike his usual self, Lars remained silent. A stark contrast to his customary jovial banter that typically lightened the mood. His expression was even darker than that of Rhaegar, who often wore an inexplicable melancholic demeanor. Rhaegar managed a strained smile, the desperate plea for help still echoing in his mind. Nothing at all. Sighing, Mira lost her appetite. "Let us take a respite. I believe we are all quite fatigued today. Steward, please ensure they are well attended to." "Yes, my lady." At this, Mira, burdened with complex emotions, returned to her chamber without further correction or acknowledgement. Truly, he is nothing like Lord Sutter. The steward approached Rhaegar and Lars with a measured pace. "My lords, may I inquire if you have any requests?" Lars remained silent for a moment, then spoke. "Find me a quiet room and bring me some wine." "Certainly. And what about you, my lord?" Rhaegar took longer to ponder than Lars. The aged steward remained composed. "Take me to Mira." Is there a problem?" "Of course not. I hope you will. Enjoy your time with the lady." Mira's room. Having just completed a brief grooming, Mira, clad in a single layer of Valyrian-style robe, stared at the unfamiliar arrangement within her quarters in bewilderment. "Is this still my room?" Just as she contemplated inquiring with the steward, his voice resonated from outside the door. Perfect timing. "Come in, Rhaegar." Mira was taken aback upon seeing the person who entered. "What brings you here?" The steward bowed and withdrew, closing the door behind him. Just before the door clicked shut, the steward seemed to recall something. My lady, due to the exceptional lighting in your chamber. Lord Sutter had previously stayed here for a few nights. The decor has yet to be altered. If it troubles you, we can move to the adjacent room." "What is going on?" Upon hearing this, Mira immediately stood up and began inspecting the set of table and chairs. Fortunately, there was nothing amiss. Therefore, Mira seated herself again, gesturing for Rhaegar to do the same. "Why have you come to find me at such a late hour?" Rhaegar took a seat, facing a beautiful adult woman clad in attire so scant it could be likened to that of an infant. The beauty of the Dragon King is renowned, and Mira is a paragon among them. Her silver hair cascades like a waterfall, her stature is tall, and her unique demeanor is captivating. The silver-haired beauty reclined slightly, the delicate, smooth fabric accentuating her undulating form, while the belt defined her slender waist, creating an astonishing allure in contrast. The flickering lights brought forth an enchanting atmosphere, rising imperceptibly around them. Rhaegar took a few deep breaths to calm himself. "I must clarify the recent incident to Lars." "Oh, you came for this?" Mira straightened her posture. "Yes, precisely this. Even if it is for the dragon." Reality diverged from imagination, and amidst the disappointment, Mira muttered softly, "What a waste of such exquisite beauty. Yet you failed to bring me joy." "I did not catch that," Rhaegar remarked. "I said I intend to select a dragon for you." "Thank you, now I understand." Rhaegar chose not to delve into why Mira had changed her mind about the dragon egg. Given the current circumstances, a dragon ready for battle was undoubtedly preferable. "I appreciate your generosity." "No, I should be the one thanking you," Mira replied, regaining her composure. "I ought to have expressed my gratitude sincerely long ago. Without you, I doubt I would have survived to this day." "I could echo your words back to you," Rhaegar countered. "Then I truly must thank the goddess of fate. Perhaps I shall visit the temple to make a donation someday." Speaking of the temple, recalling the spear that had saved her life, Mira decided to conclude the topic. There is no need to dwell on it. Suddenly, the flame spear appeared, and the temperature in the room soared. "Wow," Mira exclaimed, feeling the intense heat and undeniable allure up close. As she accepted the spear, which Rhaegar extinguished under his command, she remarked, "It seems you have been chosen by some deity. Do share so I may witness." Chosen ones are rare, and the haughty dragon gods have been silent for over a century. Oh. Mira's exclamation shattered the silence. "Are you jesting?" Rhaegar opted for a demonstration. Blue flames danced at his fingertips, converging under his control into a blade. He drew the blue blade across his arm, and while a wound appeared, it healed almost instantaneously. This prompted Mira to place the spear upon her thigh, leaning over the table, nearly burying her eyes into Rhaegar's arm. After scrutinizing, she confirmed that the skin remained unscathed, with not a trace of injury. The blessing of Syrax? What else? It took Mira a while to accept Rhaegar's sudden designation as chosen by the 14 gods. She urged him to reveal everything in one go. "Quite a lot," Rhaegar began, recounting the blessings from the 14 gods, interspersing demonstrations of the fire-controlling properties of the Spear of Vagarel, incinerating the bed that Sudal once occupied with a candle's flame from a distance. Mira's caution was justified. Amidst the ashes, several metallic arrowheads lay scattered. After a lengthy narration and exhibition, Mira, still in a daze, bid Rhaegar farewell. By the way, coming back to herself, Mira suddenly recalled a pressing question. What had brought him to seek her out? Just then, the palace steward, having learned of the damage to Myra's bed, encountered her lost in thought against the door. Approaching, the steward bowed and smiled. It seems Lord Rhaegar is in fine form. Gazing at the steward's smile, Mira recalled a phrase she had once heard in the language of the barbarians, which seemed perfectly fitting for the situation. In the stillness of the night, a solitary man and woman find themselves in a shared chamber. The implications are inescapable. However, upon further reflection, one might muse. There is no inherent harm in such a situation, is there? Chapter 131. Morning at the palace. Observing Myra's smile, the steward realized his assumptions were correct. It seemed prudent to prepare some gifts. Yet, as he calculated the time, he noted that dawn, and thus the breakfast hour for the Valyrians, was approaching swiftly. Prior to that, he must attend to the morning meal, being mindful of the preferences of his two companions. Yes, my lord. The steward had not anticipated that his master would voice this first, thus elevating the importance of the two men in his estimation. The winter sun was slow to rise, and after a brief slumber, Rhaegar made his way to the palace dining hall. And Lars? He inquired, still recovering from his hangover. Mira expressed understanding, having recently learned the reason for Lars and Rhaegar's somber demeanor last night. The scene they had witnessed was indeed rather grim. The mine you visited produces dragon steel, Mira remarked, her spirits lifted by the morning's light conversation. It would certainly be inappropriate to establish a mine before the palace. It would mar the aesthetic, disrupt harmony, and undermine dignity. Yet, dragon steel was a rare commodity, with only a few places across the entire 14 fire peaks capable of yielding it. It's worth rivaling that of the finest Valyrian steel. Mira lifted a metal cup filled with diluted wine. It is undoubtedly worthy of our exception. Dragon steel? Rhaegar was nearly unfamiliar with this metal. However, upon reflection, given Valyria's vast dominion across much of Essos and its reputation for metallurgy, it was plausible that they possessed more than just Valyrian steel as a magical metal. Thus, Rhaegar grasped the low-tide crystal through his garments, pondering whether it too was among the treasures that vanished with the tides of magic, akin to dragons, sea monsters, and the children of the forest. After taking a sip of the diluted wine, Mira felt considerably rejuvenated. Indeed, dragon steel. She grasped a piece of bread from the table, tearing it into small morsels to soak in her bowl. It is entirely normal that you are unaware. The only instances of this metal appearing outside of Valyria manifest as precious magical artifacts, invariably mixed in specific proportions that render them indistinguishable to the eye. Just like your and Lars's Valyrian steel swords, which, when forged to the highest standards, would invariably incorporate a measure of dragon steel, enhancing their quality and augmenting their magical attributes. Mira picked up a spoon and began to eat her main course. Unlike Westeros, Valyrian nobility seldom utilized knives and forks. Foods requiring cutting were typically prepared in advance by servants. Dragon steel mixed into Valyrian steel swords? Rhaegar was taken aback, expressing his gratitude. Pray tell, what is the value of this dragon steel? Mira swallowed her water-soaked bread. The same weight as Valyrian steel. My gods, she added after fully swallowing. Raw by the 7. No, by the 14 gods above. Rhaegar felt a sense of astonishment. What is there to be surprised about? Mira chuckled teasingly, remarking that mithril, in essence, is akin to Valyrian steel, both being metals imbued with magical properties. However, while Valyrian steel is crafted through the painstaking efforts of artisans and the application of enchanting spells, mithril is forged by nature itself, bestowed with its magic. In comparison, I find myself more inclined towards Valyrian steel. After all, mithril cannot be produced consistently year after year, whereas Valyrian steel, sourced from human endeavor, is virtually inexhaustible. Rhaegar acknowledged Myra's perspective, simultaneously realizing the necessity of further education. Recognizing that remaining in Valyria without understanding its fundamental aspects was counterproductive. Well, have you eaten? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar glanced down at the meticulously prepared Westerosi delicacies before him. Everything was impeccable, even the utensils, which included a knife and fork that remained untouched. Excellent. Let us depart and train the dragons, Mira declared, her ire apparent. Was it not her explicit request for the breakfast to reflect the flavors of Westeros? With a sense of resignation, Rhaegar understood that he would have to attempt dragon training on an empty stomach, hoping those fiery treasures would overlook such trivialities. Please save these for me. He gestured toward the untouched Westerosi fare. The steward nodded with a smile. As they walked toward the royal dragon stable, Mira began to enlighten Rhaegar about the intricacies of dragon training. Dragons, much like humans, possess distinct personalities and talents. Taming them is not merely about subduing the beasts, but also about them taming us. It is a mutual selection, not to be forced. Each dragon awaits its destined partner. And when a dragon and a human fight side by side, miraculous outcomes ensue. Just then, with Myra's arrival, the slumbering Silver Arrow awakened, stretching its neck toward her. When in her presence, Silver Arrow exhibited behavior far removed from that of a mere adolescent dragon, a fact Rhaegar had come to appreciate deeply. Myra continued. Some dragons are mere shells, grand in size yet lacking in combat prowess, often weaker than those of smaller stature. Such dragons bring shame to their kind. Others, however, are endowed with innate courage, talent, resilience, and indomitable spirit. These are the finest among dragons, the true nobility among humans. Naturally, if given a choice, we would prefer the latter. This is evident. At this juncture, a crucial question arose. Myra inquired of Rhaegar, would you prefer a nearly century-old dragon, having endured at least one previous rider, robust and fierce, yet with limited potential for training due to its size, or a young, pliable dragon, brimming with potential? Perhaps even a freshly hatched hatchling? Do not concern yourself with my preferences, speak your heart's truth. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar made his choice. I would choose the latter. An older dragon seems prone to complications, especially one with multiple former masters. Past experiences dictate caution. Wise decision, Myra gently applauded. Proceeding to impart the invaluable dragon-riding knowledge amassed by the Targaryen lineage. Dragons possess many wondrous traits, one of which is their tendency to align their personalities with that of their first or longest-standing rider. Certainly, it is also conceivable that the dragon has chosen a most akin rider, contingent upon the specific circumstances. Rhaegar silently reflected upon the examples from his own lineage, Visenya and Vhagar, Queen Alysanne and Silverwing, Aegon II and Sunfire. The essence and temperament of a dragon are nearly immutable, entirely shaped by the singular rider who holds a special place in its heart. In their interactions, regardless of how well-matched they may appear to be with the current rider, there will invariably be discord. Chapter 132. Dragon Training. These are the imprints left by the previous rider. Myra continued to elucidate. Thus, even though many families possess sufficient adult dragons, those with the privilege to be discerning will opt to rear a dragon from a young age. Much like Silver Arrow, the silver-hued young dragon drew closer once more. I often felt it was another version of myself. In the shadow of the dragon's stable, the silver-gray dragon's pupils dilated into circles, reflecting the visage of violet eyes. It was almost as if it embodied everything, willing to sacrifice all for it, unwavering unto death. Rhaegar, the dragon, is our other self, embodying our primal nature. Indeed, Myra gently caressed Silver Arrow's facial scales, selecting a dragon to truly see oneself. Understood. Rhaegar was profoundly shaken. The Targaryen family had not left behind such detailed and relevant guidance on dragon training. Only scant biographies of past dragon riders existed, mostly recorded by scholars who had only encountered a few dragons in their lifetime, often embellishing the accounts with superfluous exaggerations, rendering them of little practical value. They might serve as tales, but to truly believe in them would be folly. Well, it is time to put theory into practice. The area where the dragons of House Targaryen congregate. The slaves carefully carried the litter along the rugged volcanic rock path, wary of disrupting the good humor of the dragonlord. Rhaegar chose not to ride in the litter, opting instead to walk alongside, taking in the scenery. The molten rock beneath his feet blazed like fire, and in the distance, the towering peaks of flame loomed, standing amidst the most majestic of heights. Come. This is the first target I have selected for you. Myra dismounted from the litter, instructing the slaves to wait in place while she walked a short distance forward. There. That cave is our destination. Myra pointed. The Vastagar dragons outnumber the humans, yet you must naturally adhere to the highest standards. After careful consideration, this colossal dragon is the only one that meets the criteria. Following Myra's direction, Rhaegar beheld an entrance to a realm where magma flowed with fervor. Rest assured, with your bloodline of 7 stars, as long as you find favor, you may ride at will. In truth, Myra speculated that with Rhaegar's awakening magical prowess, the dragon bloodline would also ascend correspondingly. The extent of this enhancement remained uncertain, but even without an increase, with Rhaegar's 7-star talent, his impeccable upbringing, formidable strength, and divine lineage, what dragon would not respond to his beckoning? Myra held this belief with unwavering confidence. However, Rhaegar felt a twinge of anxiety. To be honest, he was quite nervous, so much so that he stood at the cave's mouth, uncertain of what to do next. Within the cavern, the youthful silver dragon detected a strange voice and sensed the alluring aura of a dragon tamer, illuminated by the glow of molten lava at the cave's entrance. dimly lit silver glimmers shifted. The young silver dragon of the Vishal lineage could discern that a being of almost unparalleled dragon-riding lineage stood before it. Just a glance revealed that this was a remarkable specimen among humans. Well, it was decided. It would approach and attempt to intimidate, permitting this individual to become its companion, provided they did not exhibit excessive timidity. Sunlight cascaded, causing the dragon's pupils to constrict and focus. Ah, there it was. By human standards, a remarkably robust figure, and, what's more, a practitioner of magic. An intriguing sight indeed. Yet, something felt amiss. Could a human possess such an abundance of magical prowess? Wait a moment. This was a divine blessing. The young dragon understood that such an opportunity might never present itself again. The last dragon that became a companion to a child of the gods was now comfortably residing in the finest territory across the mountains. It must contemplate whether this was its singular chance to encounter a child of divinity. There could be no hesitation. Child of the gods, child of the gods, child of the gods. The dragon hastily emerged from the cave. Rhaegar was startled by the sudden appearance of the dragon, nearly losing his composure and drawing his spear. Upon closer inspection, Rhaegar found that the dragon regarded him with an almost obsequious demeanor, reminiscent of a small dog gazing up at its master. Its throat quivering as it emitted low growls. Rhaegar, though unfamiliar with the dragon species, pondered whether a dragon would truly adopt such a subservient posture towards a mere human. He hesitated, as this situation exceeded his comprehension. Perhaps he should sing a tune in High Valyrian? Meanwhile, the silver dragon continued its observation. Oh, behold the overwhelming magical energy, which promised immense enhancement upon connection. Who could have imagined that a human could nourish a dragon in such a way? Observe these 13 blessings, fiery peaks. It was astonishing that a mortal had simultaneously received the blessings of 13 volcanic deities. But wait, there was more. This was a gaze of scrutiny. Could it be that he had simultaneously garnered the attention of all 14 gods? The silver dragon ceased its friendly growls and slowly lifted its head. Now, it found itself in a quandary. The implications seemed too significant to ignore. Sensing the extraordinary aura surrounding the esteemed child of the gods, the silver dragon began to retreat. 13 blessings, alongside one overwhelming gaze of authority. Wasn't there a total of only 14 deities in Valyria? The collective choice of the gods. Fear began to seep in. From whence did this mortal originate? How could such blessings manifest on a single individual? What vast and unfathomable schemes lay behind this? What if that terrifying gaze inadvertently fell upon it? What could it possibly do? Its lives were far too few to count. On the 14 fire peaks, dragons like this one are abundant. If one were to perish each day, it would take over 2.5 years for them to all succumb. The silver dragon experienced an instinctive urge to retreat, spiraling into an uncontrollable state. Rhaegar observed with confusion as the robust young silver dragon slowly backed into its cave, thereafter falling silent as if it had entered a state of hibernation. What could be the reason for this? Chapter 133. The failure of dragon training. What is happening? Mira inquired of Rhaegar. I have no idea, he replied, equally perplexed. The two exchanged glances, each filled with bewilderment. Did you frighten it? Mira asked. I didn't even utter a word. Could it be due to your status? She speculated, referencing the selection of the 14 deities. A title potent enough to intimidate even the mightiest of dragons. Although he had felt nothing amiss, the dragon's senses far surpassed those of a human. It might have perceived something beyond their understanding. Rhaegar recalled the dragon's initially obsequious demeanor. That might be the case. Well then, Mira sighed, there's nothing we can do. I can't very well go to the temple and beseech the deities to revoke their blessings. Shall we try another? She suggested. Do you prefer blue? I recall there is another, slightly less formidable one over there. That would be fine. Thus, they opted for a different target. Restricted by the high temperatures of the dragon's habitat, the slaves could not accompany them, so Mira had no choice but to walk. As they strolled over the shattered stones of lava, the ground occasionally erupted with sulfurous steam. Upon crossing a stream of lava, Mira cautioned Rhaegar to strike a rock to ascertain whether the magma ahead had solidified. This is the vein of the volcano, the very lifeblood of Valyria, Mira explained, pointing towards a flowing river of crimson lava. The dragon's immense strength is nourished by the volcanic magic. They breathe fire and are born of flame. Yet, even with the heat supplied by the 14 fire peaks, merely providing cattle and sheep for the dragons consumes a significant portion of our expenditures. At this juncture, Mira recalled the iced dragon egg, preserved in a steel chest with magical runes to maintain its low temperature. She pondered whether the egg could still hatch, given that they resided in a realm of fire. Occasionally, they had to transport ice from coastal cities at exorbitant prices. In an effort to ease Rhaegar's tension, Mira initiated a casual conversation. Dealing with the Loinas isn't merely about their pearls and seafood. It's primarily about completely dominating Eastern Essos. Any discerning individual can see that. She paused to confirm their direction. Our colony has long since established a blockade over the entire Lorne River. The war was essentially predetermined with the construction of Volantis centuries ago. By the time I return to inform my father of the situation, I will sound the horn to conclude everything. Rhaegar hesitated momentarily before asking, and what happens after everything comes to an end? Who will be the next target? Perhaps it will be the Kingdom of Sailor and the civilizations surrounding it. Since the Kingdom of Sailor has failed to unify these small states and eradicate the savage horsemen of the steppes, it falls upon us to fulfill this endeavor. The vast prairie is well suited for establishing a dedicated pastoral colony. Mira appeared quite ordinary, as if discussing plans for an outing next week. The alliance with the High Ones had ceased following the conclusion of the Fifth Giscali War. The silk-threaded armor and coal-black steeds, along with the chariot of blades, were meant to dominate the ground. The governance of the 51 city-states was exceedingly loose, and the Supreme King's authority had waned to nothing, rendering it impossible to contend with the dragon's flame. Throughout Sailor, only wealth could capture our attention, sealing the fate of their inevitable downfall. The Daughter of War continued her discourse on conflict, and Rhaegar was not surprised. If Rhaegar were to pose the question again, if the wars concerning the War of Loina were to end, indeed all wars ceased, what kind of life would you choose? Rhaegar sought to know if, after Mira concluded her struggle with Kin, achieving dominion over the earthly realm, she would still retain the spirited vigor she had displayed before him and Lars, continuing to advance that ambitious and seemingly fantastical enterprise. Mira chuckled lightly, expressing her delight. What troubles you? Are you concerned that I shall cease to be myself? I wish to seize that golden tuna. With a playful smirk, Mira declared, I shall plunge into the magma, bending low to seek treasures. The searing heat cannot harm me in the slightest. The fervor shall temper both my exterior and interior. Pain is like the wind, ever present. For this, I relish it. Thus, I shall offer my loyalty. You have uttered those words before, Mira replied with a smile. By the way, what do you think of the phrase I relish it? It is an idiom from the barbarian lands, and I find their culture quite fascinating. Perhaps one day, I shall have the opportunity to explore it, Rhaegar suggested. That is hard to say. They exchanged glances, both breaking into laughter. They continued on their journey, engaging in idle chatter at times, and enveloped in silence at others, all the while feeling at ease. In truth, there was something Mira had left unspoken. That thought lingered on the tip of her tongue, and just as she was about to voice it, she found it somewhat petty and swallowed it back down, feeling it unbefitting of someone poised to declare war and obliterate ancient civilizations. I observe your continual progress, akin to a pirate gradually unearthing a long-lost treasure. If not for the ambition to become the Valyrian emperor, how might I ever hope to command you? Such words, if spoken, would hardly reflect the aspirations of someone destined for imperial greatness. Rather, they resembled the sentiments of a maiden concerned about being forsaken. Oh, fortunate indeed that I refrained from uttering them. Mira smiled, gesturing ahead. The goal lies just ahead. Alas, failure struck. This time, the azure dragon was even larger than the previous silver dragon, yet its temperament was entirely different. It was not fearless, but rather timid. Fleeing through the cave's apex upon catching sight of Rhaegar. Bah! Rhaegar spat out the dust that had blown into his mouth. He had intended to sing a soothing melody to calm the dragon, but was met instead with a mouthful of grime. Is there more? There are still a few dragon tamers yet to be sought, albeit they are situated at a considerable distance. Mira suggested that these could be visited later, as there is a mature dragon nearby that once had a tamer, though they shared only a month together. You might consider attempting to engage with it first. Why only a month? I would recommend summoning the Spear of Divine Gift. Why? Its temperament is volatile, and during the battle with dragons, it became quite preoccupied, neglecting that unfortunate fellow. Understood. It matters not, Mira reassured, as there are not many dragons that have not encountered a tamer. Yet there are plenty that have had such experiences, allowing for a gradual selection. I appreciate your consideration. Chapter 134. The plan. Perhaps we should return to Valyria City. Rhaegar suggested with a sense of resignation. It is of no consequence if there are no dragons present. At this moment, 3 days had elapsed since his initial attempt at taming dragons. Within this time frame, he had endeavored with dragons of all ages, sizes, and colors. Yet the outcomes remained uniformly disheartening. It was difficult to fathom that so many dragons harbored disdain or even fear towards a mere human, excluding those that showed no interest from the outset. The remaining dragons that exhibited a willingness to cooperate were clever enough to retreat upon recognizing the unusual magical aura surrounding Rhaegar. while the less astute ones fled in a panic at the last moment, leaving Rhaegar standing alone amidst a cloud of dust, rather disheartened. So be it. Mira reluctantly concurred with the suggestion. On a brighter note, this at least proves that you possess a certain superiority over dragons. Mira attempted to comfort Rhaegar, suggesting that if one views it from this perspective, it becomes quite understandable. Given your strength surpasses that of dragons, there is no need to forge a pact with another. Very well. Such comforting words had a remarkable effect, akin to the storied history of House Fry. Though it would be prudent to have alongside a tome on the Starks or the Tullys for comparison, the impact was unmistakable. I am grateful, my lord, for your attempts at consolation despite your lack of experience in such matters, and for offering solace to one so disheartened. Mira, my friend, does the fact that I can vanquish nearly all individuals in this world imply that I require no subordinates? Rhaegar pondered the taste of rejection, thankful for the presence of friends to offer him comfort. In the palace. Ah, Rhaegar, have you once again faced failure? Silence, Lars. Lars chuckled as he took a bite of fried bacon. It has been 3 days, and those dragons still show no inclination towards you. You are not particularly popular. Are you? Be quiet. Rhaegar retrieved his coin pouch, calculating the amount owed. I shall pay you now. 3 days prior, following Rhaegar's inaugural failure in dragon taming, Lars, in an attempt to console him, had established a light-hearted wager. Before their return to Valyria city, should Rhaegar fail to tame a dragon, he would owe Lars a silver coin for each day. Conversely, if he succeeded, Lars would owe Rhaegar double. 30 Valyrian silver coins, thank you. Lars relished the small wager, chewing on his bacon with great delight. What are your plans moving forward? Return first to inherit the council position of Sir Serine of Dorne. Aegon took a seat and lifted his goblet. Subsequently, we may venture to observe my domain in the lands of summer, conveniently located near Volantis and Sahoy, which could potentially serve as a vital supply hub before the onset of war. We must pay it some attention. Furthermore, we ought to train those soldiers from the Riverlands and the northern winter wolves for a while. What of our adversaries within the walls of Valyria? Lars inquired, clearly recalling the ambush from 4 days prior. Mira seated herself and replied, everything must yield to the inevitability of war. Is it truly so urgent? What of the formidable opponents who might stab us in the back? Word from my contacts in Volantis indicates that those aligned with Loyner have already commenced gathering supplies. They could not wait any longer. As for the fellows from Beleriand, Mira delicately savored a piece of candied fruit. In war, opportunities often arise to resolve matters in one fell swoop. Lars nodded, understanding her intent. She wished to be the one to deliver the fatal blow. Aegon, seated nearby, reminisced about the accounts he had read regarding the Loyner War. Thanks to his wife, Elia, a true Dornish woman and legitimate heir to the Loyner legacy, he was somewhat familiar with the tales of Loyner. To resolve matters decisively, one must eliminate the Dragon King, Loyner, Namelia, and Prince Galen, the capital of festivals. Aegon stroked his chin, echoing Myra's sentiments, or perhaps engaging in a soliloquy. Opportunities invariably present themselves in warfare. A grand scheme began to formulate in Aegon's mind. To achieve unification, the power of those families must not be allowed to flourish. This notion is well documented in the annals of the conqueror Aegon's campaigns. Within the realm of the Riverlands, the most formidable power was forcibly dismantled, leading to the extinction of the time-honored Gardner family, and the descendants of the Greenhands were left in disarray. Although the extinction of the Gardner family may have been an accident, supporting the least deserving family, the Tullys, was undoubtedly a decision made by Aegon in pursuit of unification. History has vindicated this choice. Even by Aegon's era, the Riverlands remained fragmented, each faction pursuing its own agenda. The Tullys were staunch royalists, displaying unwavering loyalty to the Targaryen dynasty. Indeed, Lord Mace's year-long siege appeared rather inept and foolish. One wonders how it concluded. Perhaps in the end, they bowed once more beneath the banner of the crowned stag, a testament to ancestral legacy. Amused by this thought, Aegon felt a smile tug at his lips, though it seemed rather inappropriate. Aegon, what is it that amuses you? Lars observed Aegon's unusual demeanor, finally unable to contain his curiosity as Aegon's laughter broke forth. He laughed nonetheless. After all, he had witnessed the plundering of King's Landing and had repeatedly contemplated the death of his father. The Tully family's defection to Robb's banner was a trivial matter. Laughter was warranted. Throughout the entirety of the Usurper's war, Lord Mace's role paled in comparison to that of Lord Baelon, which was inherently amusing. Thoughts of friends crossed his mind. Which friend? Prince Lars of the Riverbend. Oh, Lars understood well. He had heard the tale of the champion and runner-up of the tournament joining forces against the monstrous couple from the Black Sea more than a few times. Yet, he found himself more intrigued by the specifics of that tournament, questioning whether it was truly as exaggerated as it seemed. So, are the allies of Westeros preparing to march? Well, it seems that might happen soon. Mira plucked a grape from the vine. Loina has already begun preparations. We cannot afford to lag behind. However, the winter's chill means it will take some time for our letters to receive responses. Indeed, it is winter now. Lars rose and stepped onto the balcony. Gazing at the warm sunlight that cascaded down, he glanced down at his thin attire, feeling the unseasonably warm temperatures that were far from typical for winter. I have never experienced such a warm winter. Truly, it is the land of the long summer. Once the war concludes, Mira promised, my friend, you too shall hold the title of Lord in the land of the long summer, and at that time, you may bask in this sunshine whenever you please. I look forward to it. Lars was eager, anticipating the spoils of war, the grand conflict that would span 2 continents. A monumental struggle that would irrevocably alter the world's landscape. How shall Westeros confront Loina? How shall swords cut through the rivers? It must be done with fire and blood. Chapter 135. Between father and daughter, it appears you have triumphed, my daughter. Indeed. Dorshi Serine struggled to lift his head, his movements slow. The once proud neck unable to support the silver-haired head that had yet to lose its luster. Did you slay him with your own hands? Not at all. You should have taken matters into your own hands. I wish to. Mira pulled the chair from in front of Dorshi Serine. Yet, he was the one who had a greater chance of standing before you. I nearly remained forever at the 14 Flames Peak. Who aided you? Rhaegar Targaryen. So it was him. Dorshi Serine panted as he adjusted the flame switch of his chair. A year ago, he stood before me just like this. I never imagined that one day, that peculiar young man would become my son-in-law. Myra's cheeks flushed slightly, and she refrained from retorting. Heh. As the flames rose, Dorshi Serine's complexion brightened, his eyes fully opened, their hue and texture resembling freshly unearthed amethyst. I am pleased that it was you who emerged victorious, my daughter. You still despise him. Confronted with her father's favoritism, Mira did not hastily shift the conversation as she typically would. Instead, she hesitated, choosing to inquire about Sudal. Father, when did you begin to loathe him? Oh, Dorshi Serine perked up. You have never asked this question before. Before he died, he spoke extensively, sharing many things he had never divulged before. I am quite curious. What did he say? He mentioned, Mira pondered momentarily, that he once aspired to be a good brother, much like the twins of Baelor. Heh, Dorshi Serine forced a smile. He is dead now. Mira, there is no need to speak on his behalf. I did not lie. Truly? Indeed. Perhaps I have never truly perceived this son. Dorshi Serine lowered his head. Is there anything else? He spoke of his mother. Indeed. He cherished the time spent with her, until you came along, and even then, I sensed his potential was immense. Is it merely because of this? Initially insignificant. Yet who could deny your superiority? At the same age, you were engaged in one pursuit while he in another. It seems he spoke the truth. What? Nothing. Very well. Dorshi Serine sealed his lips. The dwindling energy he possessed was insufficient to delve deeper. Ultimately, I must impart a piece of advice. Our family's history is intertwined with the chronicles of Valyria's wars, and our lineage is rooted in blood, fire, magic, and the sharp blade. These 2 elements must remain etched in your memory, regardless of how sparse our numbers may become. They must be held tightly. Understood. And one more thing. Mira gazed at her frail father. I am aware that the hereditary curse of countless vengeful souls may not necessarily manifest within me. Dorshi Serine shook his head. It is not that. Mira, our family is prone to obsession and stubbornness, often driving us to madness in the pursuit of our goals. This is an emotional hereditary affliction, far graver than any physical ailment. It is a double-edged sword. We have ascended to prominence through this stubbornness, earned our herald, and nurtured the Vissel line, allowing silver to become our emblem. Yet, Dorshi Serine laboriously lifted a finger to point at the bookshelf, where a row of bamboo scrolls clashed with the surrounding decor. The ancient tongue of the Ed is brittle and easily broken, like a splendid silver arrow. This trait has destined us from the outset to have no possibility of retreat. Understood. Dorshi Serine fixed his gaze upon his most exceptional descendant. Thoughts swirling. I hope you can truly comprehend this, especially at such a crucial juncture. Dorshi Serine muttered, slumped in his chair like an old man. Whatever you wish to pursue, go forth. As long as the Dragon King endures, this remains the original decree. Understood. I hope I truly understand. You may find happiness. Indeed. You know, I now have someone to rely upon. I am no longer solitary in my endeavors. He is quite remarkable, that young man. Achieving that alone surpasses my capabilities. Dorshi Serine closed his eyes, softly murmuring with a tone of melancholy. I could not achieve it. No, you have. The eyes of the newly appointed family had opened, glimmering like amethyst. You have always been my pillar of support. It is only right. That. Dalshi Siren lifted his arm once more, presenting the council appointment. Yes, that very document. Both consuls have signed, and now only your signature is needed. Mira held the ornate, gold-embellished parchment, gazing at her father. Thank you. His final words were, I am sorry for you both. Mira left her father with a sigh and a pair of shimmering violet eyes. The door closed, and the chair of flowing fire gradually extinguished. Those eyes truly resemble mine. And yours as well. Chapter 136. The inauguration of the Counselor Mira. How did your conversation with Mr. Saran of Dole City go? Mira, the daughter descending from the tower, instinctively rubbed the corners of her eyes. I apologize, I didn't quite catch that. Are you all right? I still bore witness to Rhaegar's concerned gaze. Recalling my recent discussion with my father, Mira chose not to feign strength. Not particularly well. What transpired? Please tell me. My father is in poor condition. My condolences. It's not quite at that point yet. Mira found herself comforting Rhaegar instead, urging him not to worry about her, but rather to focus on himself. She had never inquired about Rhaegar's family. Speaking of your family, I must admit, I am quite curious. It struck Mira as odd that, in their daily interactions, Rhaegar had never mentioned his family, even in the most casual of conversations. Is there a tragedy that has befallen your family? If so, I am truly sorry. No. Rhaegar had no intention of continuing the concealment. They have all passed away. I am sorry to hear that. It's all right. It is all in the past. After a moment's reflection, Rhaegar added, if luck is on our side, there are 4 still alive, though it seems we shall never meet in this lifetime. My condolences. Rhaegar shrugged. It is all bygone. I hope you do not dwell on it. Mira delicately turned the page on this rather somber topic. Indeed. The past is like the wind. We should focus on the present. Look at this. Mira shook the exquisite parchment in her hands. My counselor's certificate. Awaiting my signature before the governor in the assembly hall, akin to high-end ingredients awaiting preparation. Congratulations. Rhaegar offered a gentle applause, eager to shift the conversation away from the uncomfortable subject. Congratulations on your impending formal entrance into the hallowed halls of Valyria's supreme power. Then let us go? Mira casually waved the valuable parchment, ready to redeem this ticket of entry. To that palace, to partake in discussions. I hope my future colleagues and the governor will be amiable. As she awaited the slaves to carry her sedan chair, Mira quietly turned her head, gazing longingly at the familiar tower until her neck ached, at which point she turned back and ascended into the long-awaited sedan chair. Let us be swift. We cannot afford to delay. The Hill of Power. At its pinnacle lies a structure known as the Assembly Hall, which in truth comprises a multitude of palaces. Outsiders neither comprehend nor care for the historical significance behind Valyria's designation of it as the Assembly Hall. Most refer to it simply as the Valyria Palace or the Freehold Citadel Palace. The opulence of this hall far exceeds the imagination of the common folk, for it is the locus of supreme authority within the Freehold. Here convenes the council, composed of the Dragon King, fire sorcerers, and the devout. They are tasked with the governance of this vast empire, the expansion of territories, the erection of black stone edifices, and the extension of the Valyria Avenue. Akin to the growth of a burgeoning beast. Intense deliberations, endless contemplations. The legislators are distressed over how the land stained with dragon fire and blood might yield a continuous stream of income for the empire. They are troubled by the persistent existence of the unruly barbarians who refuse to perish, creating disturbances that waste their time meant for theatrical performances and gladiatorial spectacles. Oh, the burden of power can be quite vexing. Boundless territories and countless lives are subject to a mere thought. Within the opulent black walls of the council, innumerable conspiracies unfold in secrecy, and cruel, bloody schemes take form. Amidst laughter and conversation, countless destinies outside the palace walls are forcibly rewritten. What constitutes immortality? Within these walls, their exalted status appears unchangeable. The Dragon King shall not die, and 40 kings will share dominion over the mortal realm. This is an ironclad law, recognized by the divine. We are grateful for the favor of Fathom. In their eyes, fate has always been thus. The fated immortality of the freehold is assured. The Dragon King endures. Close to the palace's outer walls, servants and all non-legislators wait patiently. These dignitaries gaze upward, anticipating the arrival of a personage esteemed in the eyes of the powerful. They strain to decipher their thoughts, seeking even a fleeting glance from them. Standing on tiptoe, they hope to catch an early glimpse of the white robe edged in purple, suffused with the aroma of spices. The grand stone doors close seamlessly, opening and closing with a quiet fluidity, while the various stone dragon reliefs seem almost alive. And the imposing sphinxes face outward, their gems glistening. Clad in traditional Valyrian attire, the legislators deliberate on matters of state, departing amidst a throng of slaves. Rhaegar surveys these legislators, glancing at his own attire in the style of Westeros, and thinks it might be time for a change. The toga of Valyrian tradition appears quite refreshing. Ah, who is this? A young legislator from the Mystrian family strides toward Mira. Mira, do you remember me? I do not. Excuse me, thank you. The legislator's smile dissipates. I believe you might prefer to converse with me now rather than encounter me and my brother at a banquet in the future. Mira halts. Should you attend the feast with him, I shall personally attend to you throughout. Ashton's expression shifts to one of confusion. Mira adds, I promise to extend the warmest hospitality. Let Mira bear witness for me. As Ashton ponders this, he suddenly hears a slave's announcement. My esteemed master, another noble approaches. The new legislator looks up, his gaze drawn to the tall man accompanying Mira. He has heard whispers about this peculiar individual, rumored to be of Targaryen descent. Lacking substantial backing, yet quite formidable, caution is warranted. Ashton silently steps back, awaiting the other to speak first. May I inquire? Indeed, that is correct. The art of language. Striking first. Take note, commoner. Is the governor still in the council chamber? Do you not comprehend whom you are addressing? What? Did you not hear clearly? I shall ask again what? Ashton, now incensed, reacts with a sharp clap. A powerful hand rested upon the shoulder of the legislator. Ah, the sensation of strength. Ashton's fury subsided. If memory serves, the governor is currently in the vicinity of Syrise, and I hope Miss Mira encounters him in a timely manner. Lest important matters be delayed. That hand smoothed the pristine white fabric. Thank you. You're welcome. As they approached the grand entrance, Rhaegar noticed the seemingly youthful legislator had kicked over all the nearby slaves. Chapter 137, The Governor of Syrise. The legislators found solace in the calmness that followed the intermissions or conclusion of their meetings. Indeed, it was easy to find tranquility here, quite literally. A chilled air wafted from the crevices intentionally left in the walls, cascading down to create a curtain more ethereal than the finest gossamer. Upon entering this spacious and elegant room, Rhaegar involuntarily shivered. It was significantly cooler than outside. This was his conclusion when compared to Valyria. But in contrast to the present Westeros, it was still considerably warmer. The winter of summer's winter. This could aptly describe the ambience of Syrise. You have emerged victorious, which truly disappoints me. Reclining casually in a luxurious, plush armchair was a middle-aged man, one of Valyria's governors, Victor Beleris, unabashedly expressing his dismay at the failure of his supporter. I invested much in him, even persuading many who were originally mere spectators to rally behind him. Had it not been for your father's favor, I nearly contemplated selecting someone else to take his place in the contest. Who would have anticipated such an outcome? This reflects poorly on your judgment, Mira retorted boldly, gazing down at the nonchalant governor. After all, those who exist merely for amusement are hardly worthy of the stage. Especially not a pretty boy like my brother. Rhaegar stood straight, silently playing the role of a mute observer. Such a confrontational exchange was rare among politicians, especially when one faced an individual at the pinnacle of secular power. Rhaegar recalled the information Mira had shared about the governor during their journey. Not the firstborn. He actually ranked low among the heirs of his family. His temperament was anything but stable, leading to few wagers placed on him before the earlier heirs relinquished their claims for various reasons. He had a penchant for theatrics and had performed in comedic and tragic plays in his youth. In his quest for victory as a final contender for succession, he had solicited support from a woman he befriended early on, the details of their arrangement remaining obscure. It was only known that Victor cohabited with her for several years, displaying what could be deemed loyalty, until she perished in a family feud. Thus, aside from his role as a governor, Victor Beleris had once been an actor, indeed a genuine pretty boy. Ah, how he surpassed Sudal in both identity and thoroughness. In light of this, Myra's words were akin to an outright insult. The governor's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unperturbed. Actors possess their own remarkable qualities. If circumstances were reversed, they might excel beyond us. Perhaps, for instance, in rallying the populace, they may indeed wield greater renown than we do. Mira let out a soft scoff. That much is true. Speaking of which, Miss Mira has not visited the theater recently. Regrettably not. What a pity, Victor lamented, shaking his head. You have missed a splendid comedy. We can discuss that later. Mira slammed the appointment document onto the table. This is the matter at hand. Very well, you are right. This is indeed the priority. Victor smiled as he adjusted his attire and neatly groomed his beard. At present, the governor appears to be a coward, passively enduring insults, his verbal retorts remarkably restrained. Unlike Tywin, who confronts affronts with stern silence, lips pursed as he gazes at those who dare to speak out. Rhaegar understands why this governor displays such amiability towards Mira. The prestige of power lies in the control over others. Yet, Victor finds himself powerless against Mira at this moment, unable to risk a confrontation. Not even to hint at discord. The esteemed Mr. Targaryen, Mira's ally, is still very much alive. The last remaining heir of the Vostell family is Mira, and the war horn shall undoubtedly be sounded by her, commanding the masses. With war looming, the governor is surely aware of the recent movements of Loinor. He cannot afford to offend those who hold the reins of conflict during such a sensitive time. It appears that the power of the Mira family is exceedingly formidable. The rarity of heirs, a peculiar hereditary affliction among the dragonlords, has led to a brutal system of succession that leaves but one heir. Rhaegar suddenly perceives that these issues may be the price for safeguarding the horn, a cost paid to the remaining 39 dragon families. The resistance is formidable. Vostell has already acquired the right to command the war. Any further advancement will prove exceedingly difficult, far more so than for the other families. The War of Loinor represents Vostell's opportunity. Rhaegar, with foresight from the future, recognizes this as Vostell's singular chance to progress in 5 centuries. After 2.5 centuries of stalemate, Mira should certainly be aware of this. If one considers this, such ambition would likely be a shared aspiration among many of Vostell's past patriarchs. Wait, generations of searching and waiting, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to alter the status quo. The identity of a prince, after the long summer, confronting the re-emergence of the others. Thus, could it be that Mira is, in a sense, a prophesied prince? It appears so. In Valyrian, the term for prince is not gender-specific and can easily refer to a princess. Rhaegar nearly chuckled at this thought. Grateful he did not voice it. He admonished himself not to dwell on such notions. Instead, he should focus on Mira. For the opportunity to witness her ascendancy to the council is a rarity. As per your inclination, let us keep things simple, shall we? That would be most agreeable. Victor nodded, following Mira's suggestion to forego the assembly of counselors, religious rites, the proclamation of family honors, and the delivery of an inaugural speech in the assembly hall, thus bypassing the cumbersome protocols. For the first time since Rhaegar laid eyes on him, Victor's demeanor appeared grave, the scion of the ancient family, the Vostell. Mira stood tall, her right hand pressed against her chest. The atmosphere rendered Rhaegar, who was stationed as a guard nearby, equally solemn. In the name of the gods, you swear an oath. With the glory of Vostell as your testament, that from this day forth, you shall be a member of the council. Victor held the ceremonial staff with both hands. An object typically grasped by a guard. Rhaegar examined the staff closely. It was adorned with a long, nearly pitch-black Valyrian steel axe head, encircled by 40 rings of secret silver Valyrian steel. 40, a number Rhaegar did not need to count to understand the implication. The axe, a tool of death, combined with the staff, served as the most straightforward emblem of unity and power. To fulfill your duties with justice. To commit to the development of the freehold as your lifelong responsibility, to honor divine and national laws, and to never betray the Senate or the people of Valyria. Your oath, witnessed by the gods, shall be remembered by Valyria. From this moment forth, you are our colleague, sharing the duty of safeguarding the freehold. With the formal establishment of the appointment, Mira officially became a counselor, now wielding influence over the governance of the freehold. Once the ceremony concluded, Mira had no intention of lingering. Time was of the essence, as she still needed to clear away the remnants left by Sudal. Lastly, Counselor Vostell, I sincerely advise you to exercise caution. Victor's words caused Mira to momentarily falter. What does this mean? Must we be entirely at odds now? Victor disregarded Mira's thoughts and continued. The situation has escalated to a critical juncture, and one cannot predict what may transpire. Please, be vigilant. You and your companion here are quite well known in Loinor. Why am I involved in this? Rhaegar, who had been watching from the sidelines, was taken aback to find himself included in the conversation. Loinor? Us. Chapter 138. About your drama in truth, it is not just Loinor. Your names are equally renowned in Valyria. Why? Rhaegar questioned in confusion. I am merely a commoner, without any notoriety. How could I attract the attention of the citizens? Rhaegar could not recall a moment when he had gained any prominence in Valyria, though he knew that achieving fame was simple for him. Just to brandish a spear in the temple square, but the time for him to seek recognition had not yet arrived. Yes, our tale in Westeros, Rhaegar inquired. Clever. Victor gently applauded and gestured for Rhaegar to sit and converse. You may not fully grasp how well known the names Mira and Rhaegar have become within the city. Yet, it has only been 2 months since our return to Valyria. However, you have been away from Valyria for over a year, ample time for a merchant ship to make numerous round trips, allowing your story to ferment. In fact, in the past 2 months alone, Plays featuring your tale have been performed more than once in the Grand Theater. Victor closed his eyes, reminiscing about the leisurely time he spent watching Mira. The adaptation was rather commendable, at least in my eyes, and quite captivating, with two segments standing out prominently. Mira furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing Myra's silence, Rhaegar felt compelled to break the ice, ensuring their conversation did not falter. Pray tell, which two segments do you refer to? The tournament and the Blue Fork River. The citizens of Valyria challenged the kingdom's mightiest warriors for the sake of the dragonlord's daughter, ultimately facing a prince as their last opponent. In the end, the Valyrians crowned another dragonlord with a rose crown. How romantic. Would you not agree that this is the epitome of comedic material? Furthermore, the battle with the sea monster, culminating in your heroic stance as you plunged the Valyrian steel sword into the beast's body. Can you comprehend this? Such a tale unfolds at the climax of the impending showdown between Valyria and Loina, when a creature from the river meets its demise at the hands of the Valyrians. It is indeed hard to fathom that such a splendid story would present itself so fortuitously. Victor even employed formal speech with the seemingly unremarkable Rhaegar. Consequently, the arena hosted several small-scale Westerosi tournaments, which garnered positive responses, though they struggled to find enough knights and had to resort to localizing with a few tigers and wild boars, creating a somewhat incongruous spectacle, marred by several advertisements that detracted from the viewing experience. Rhaegar was left utterly astonished. Mira, while not entirely unprepared for this outcome, had not anticipated it would manifest in this manner. Loina had certainly taken note of their presence. This tale was likely common knowledge even among the most ordinary citizens of Loina, which could spell trouble. Victor appeared quite enthusiastic about the subject. Indeed, the version performed at the Grand Theater is splendid. That astute playwright, like a bloodhound, skillfully locates the intersection of art, reality, and rumor, crafting an exceptional play. As for the other versions I have yet to see, those performed in smaller theaters tend to be rather crude. Rhaegar managed a strained smile in response. I shall watch it, I assure you. The governor of Beleris, Mira interjected, directing her inquiry at Victor. Are these plays directly utilizing my name and that of my subordinates? Certainly. Then why have I not received any adaptation fees? Well, I cannot recall. It seems a visit to the Grand Theater is inevitable. A smile graced Victor's face. Let us set aside the matter of remuneration. The governor turned to Rhaegar. By the way, you, Rhaegar, might want to clarify something. What? Clarify the reason for your hasty departure from the Westerlands. As there is a scene that openly states it was due to you taking the Westerland princess's maidenhood, hence your urgent escape, which incited the Golden Lion family to muster their forces. What? You understand, the small theater cannot manage these matters. Victor chuckled, adding the tale of the widowed queen from the Vale. My lord, nothing transpired between us. Precisely that is what invites speculation. Such ordinariness hardly aligns with the nature of your journey. Reflecting on this matter, even a person of Victor's high standing could not help but laugh heartily in the presence of the two principal figures. Rumor has it that you once paid a peculiar toll to the widowed empress at the Eagle's Nest atop the valley heights. This has indeed set a trend. Slander. Rhaegar cast a glance at Mira and reiterated with greater volume. By the 14 gods, this is utterly slanderous. You utter such words. Yet those who have watched the play for half a year would not believe you. Victor spoke calmly, betraying no sign of the performance that had just transpired. I suggest you pen a book, perhaps enlist a playwright to bring it to the stage. Thank you for your suggestion, Rhaegar replied, settling heavily into his seat. I must ponder this thoroughly. If it ever sees the light of day. Victor smiled. I would ensure it graces the grandest stage in Valyria. I appreciate your regard. Suddenly, Mira rose, coldly stating, but I have no time to discuss theatrics. I have a debt to collect. The Chancellor stood, extending his hand in farewell. Farewell, Councillor Voster. You may proceed. Chapter 139. The prelude to the great performance that is precisely his nature. Mira appeared entirely unfazed by Victor's words. Historical accounts suggest he has always been thus, causing trouble in his youth, emboldened by the name of Baelor, with an arrogant demeanor and minimal consequences. After entering Parliament, he frequently employed such tactics to provoke his adversaries. As an actor, he is indeed competent, Mira remarked disdainfully as she walked away. It is evident that he has learned little in the first half of his life. Rhaegar reflected on himself and recalled their conversation prior to departure. What if he were not provoked? He often says that tremors create fissures, and fissures signify weakness. Does he merely seek a tremor? It seems so. Mira shrugged, appearing to find it effective, but to me, his surname is far more advantageous. If he desires to be an actor, the parliamentarians shall indulge him. Such behavior hardly befits a politician. And so what? Just look at his surname. The nobles will always be accommodating and deferential towards him. What can one say to those who judge by name rather than ability or character? I, too, became a counselor due to my surname and background, unrelated to my skills or achievements. Rhaegar nodded, suddenly aware of a gaze upon him from behind. This is a commonplace occurrence. It is better to contemplate whether to attend the play. Speaking of which, Mira pondered for a moment, approaching a group of so-called dignitaries waiting by the outer wall of the palace. In the name of Voster, you must answer my inquiries truthfully. Yes, my lord. By the name of the gods, I shall be forthright. What play is being performed at the Grand Theater today? The questioned individual paused, my lord. Is it the first Grand Theater? I assumed all Valyrians thought so. The dark-haired Valyrian stammered nervously. Yes, my lord, of course. May I have your answer now? Indeed, my lord. Today's performance will showcase a new play titled Mira, which will last approximately 2 hours. Very well, no need to elaborate further. Mira obtained the answers she sought and casually inquired about the name of the individual wishing to prove his Valyrian citizenship. My lord, I am Crick, a traitor by profession. He replied. Very well, I shall remember you. Thank you, my lord. Crick sincerely expressed that the 3 months of arduous waiting had not been in vain. Hurry and rise. You lowly slaves. Crick bellowed. Do you not see your master perspiring? Mira, however, was disinterested in the pursuits of those who sought her favor. She weighed the value of her time and energy against the prospect of attending a potentially awkward performance. Shall we go? She inquired of Rhaegar. Certainly, Rhaegar replied swiftly, noting the shift in Mira's demeanor, and added, I hope the playwright captures your illustrious deeds and radiant character without tarnishing this legendary tale. Mira approached the sedan chair, which the slaves had prepared, ready to depart at her command. So eager? Mira teased, you cannot possibly still be thinking of that old woman, can you? Of course not. Rhaegar hastily denied. There are far more women in Westeros who would welcome him. Who remembers her? Really? Mira questioned, by the 7. As she ascended into the sedan chair, she posed one final inquiry. Are you looking forward to what others say about us? Absolutely, he responded, much like I anticipate our future. It is difficult to imagine how splendid it will be. From Rhaegar's words, Mira discerned the answer to her question, and from his gaze, she gleaned an even more delightful response. You are quite clever, she acknowledged. People often say so. And what about me? You are the most exceptional one. Like a lily in a rose garden. With that, Mira closed the curtain. Rhaegar noted the hint of a smile on her beautiful face, the beauty and passion of roses, the noble purity of lilies. This was the true essence of love and beauty enveloped in nobility. At the Hill of Pleasures, the grandest theater of Valyria, greetings, my friend. May you be well. Indeed, and you too. May you be well. Hey, I have fresh goods from Ashai. Would you care for some? Bring them forth quickly. You commoner. Where's the honey on my honeyed olives? Look at that actor. Yes, indeed. By the 7, what a splendid physique. Quite impressive. What a marvelous creation. Let the show begin. Navigating through the bustling audience, Rhaegar meticulously sought out reviews of the upcoming performance of Mira amidst the din. While Mira watched Mira, Rhaegar sought to understand Mira. There remained factions within Valyria that had previously supported Sudo. Mira intended that they pay a price for witnessing this grand drama of succession. Seizing the moment before the news of Suitor's demise spreads, one must act swiftly to eliminate any potential sources of future trouble. Before the grand performance commences, all disturbances must be quelled in their infancy. Chapter 140, Mira. Have you heard her tale? Nonsense, otherwise why would I be here? For the first time, the name of Mira Voster, hailing from the esteemed Voster family, reverberates throughout Valyria, a legacy established 600 years ago. Prior to this, she was but an inconspicuous heir. Her future shrouded in uncertainty. A prodigious dragon rider with an illustrious record, she was known only within limited circles, having faced ridicule for her childhood ambitions. Often left in solitude. As life continues, it is premature to render a judgment. Now, she is a person intent on transforming dreams into reality. Who can comprehend such words? It matters not if they do not understand, as long as they can perceive the essence. Rhaegar reclined further, nodding toward his eyes. Bear witness, as the curtain gradually rises. It promises to be a splendid spectacle. Such high praise indeed. Dukaza shifted uneasily, feeling that this rickety chair was unworthy of his affluent status, while inwardly scoffing. This young man possesses a striking appearance and seems intelligent, yet his eloquence falls short. As a noble citizen, he has witnessed countless performances over the years. He has even attended illicit street plays, indifferent to the patrolling guards. Over time, he considers himself among the most discerning theatrical critics in all of Valyria. Far superior to those fools who haphazardly plaster nonsensical reviews around the square. Dukaza was not entirely unaware of the recently popular play, Mira. However, It was precisely this knowledge that led him to postpone his attendance. From snippets shared by friends at the square, he gleaned essential information: the triumph over a foreign prince, a coronation, the vanquishing of a river monster, and an exotic widow. The latter piqued his true interest. What is the most pressing matter for Valyria of late? War, particularly against the water folk. Clearly, this production resonates with the citizens' yearning for conflict. Dekaza waved his hand in conclusion, merely a comedy. It serves to amuse the populace. Delaying the onset of war. Patience is required. Soon enough, the desirable and visually appealing Loina slaves will be available, and the prospect of seizing the entire eastern continent lies just ahead. Alas, these legislators truly disappoint. Despite paying such exorbitant taxes, they dawdle over initiating war, likely taking just as long to engage with their partners in bed. Humph, were I a legislator. The sound of a flute interrupted Dekaza's reverie. On stage, the backdrop, symbolizing the blue skies of the land of sunset, was set in place. Amid the melodious strains of the bagpipes, masked actors entered, accompanied by a painted cloth representing a mighty dragon, heralding the beginning of the tale. In the guise of a mysterious wanderer named Rhaegar, who bears the surname of the Targaryens, he encounters a young maiden. Rhaegar rubbed the tip of his nose, troubled by the fact that despite his illustrious lineage, his identity remained unrecognized. Yet, one cannot simply change their name. As he journeyed to the land of sunset, beneath a cerulean sky, a glimmer of silver flickered, and mortals knelt in reverence to the Dragon King, filled with trepidation. Indeed, it was not an exaggeration. Many a Westerlander had succumbed to fear along the way. The backdrop shifted from blue to the verdant expanse of grasslands, adorned with crimson roses. Since the progeny of the Green Hand continued to thrive, it was only fitting that the firstborn of the Targaryens felt a sense of frustration. They must realize that eternity and everlasting victory belongs solely to Valyria. The brave and dauntless Rhaegar donned the iron shell of a foreign tortoise, mounted his steed, and faced the prince with unwavering resolve. The Valyrians indeed exuded an air of arrogance. As Rhaegar listened to the performers on stage, who mounted their horses and meandered aimlessly to stir the atmosphere, he quietly scoffed. What did the proclamation that eternity belongs to Valyria truly signify? Was it a slight against the enduring legacy of the Green Hand? And the tortoise shell? How unappealing the term. The full-plate armor of Westeros provided far superior protection compared to Valyria's lacking armors, including the armless chainmail, scale armor, segmented breastplate, and the fantastical muscle cuirass. Such disdain was palpable. Rhaegar flicked back his silvery hair, allowing it to settle neatly beside him. Yet there was little to be done. The reality remained that Valyria possessed that enviable prestige, accompanied by a troupe of horse-riding performers, who exaggerated their stances and sang triumphantly of Valyria's victories. The backdrop transformed to depict ships and rivers. An unsightly creature raised its greenish head, its swirling eyes and river-like patterns unsettling. Crabs and tortoises came forth to pay homage to the sovereign of the sea, saluting him with reverence. From beneath the stage, a peculiar entity, bound with foul-smelling octopus limbs and seaweed, slowly ascended, and upon closer inspection, the audience discerned that it was a person affixed to a simple wave sculpture. Blood ignited fervor. The Valyrians reveled in gladiatorial contests, relishing every moment. You wretched creature of the waters. The silver-haired performer raised his sword high, singing a verdict that resonated with terror. Fear seeped through the air. Those in close proximity to Rhaegar could even hear the muffled wails from the bound mouth. Blood gushed forth, and the audience erupted in cheers. Roar. Now this is thrilling. Oh, how splendid. Dekaza, initially indifferent to the spectacle, let out a wild laugh, rising to his feet and pumping his fist in exhilaration. The spectators in the back rows, catching the contagious enthusiasm, also stood, applauding the splattered crimson. You, being a creation of darkness and dampness, why do you dare to touch the radiant realm of mortals? Light and heat shall surely scorch you in due time. We shall ever sharpen our swords, awaiting your wretched arrival. The rivers shall weep for you, like a widow mourning her lost spouse. The rivers shall serve as your bereaved, endlessly lamenting. The eyes of children shall remember it all. Our riches shall be squandered. Son of the river, allow me to remind you, before seeking vengeance, kindly adjust the chains that bind your neck. Chapter 141. Reflections of the Past? Splendid. Why dost thou shout so loudly? Rhaegar subtly shifted to the side, evading the two boisterous, bloodthirsty spectators. Among the multitude of 1,000 onlookers, he was one of the few who did not rise to raise his arms in fervent cheer, with the exception of a handful who bore physical ailments. Slay them. Annihilate those foul-smelling wretches. They chanted. Such a magnificent performance. Truly magnificent. Why dost thou not join in the cheer? Art thou no longer a Valyrian? Look at the tattered rags thou art wearing. Dost thou still resemble an authentic old Valyrian? Surely thou art not a traitor? Speak. Unjustly accused, Rhaegar found himself compelled to stand and cheer for a fictitious character crafted by a playwright, even proclaiming the name that was rightfully his. It felt strained, even somewhat shameful. As the wave of applause subsided, the fervor of the audience gradually waned, leaving only flushed faces and buzzing ears. "Ah, this is serious." Dekaza wiped the sweat from his brow, evidently buoyed by the support of some prominent figures in the council. "Truly worthwhile." Upon hearing this, Rhaegar could not help but inquire, "Wasn't this segment included before? I had no prior knowledge of it." Dekaza expressed his complete ignorance of any such information and speculated that it might have been an order from a significant authority. Drama is but drama. In such a refined setting, slaughter is generally prohibited. In my opinion, this must be for the forthcoming War of Evaporation. War of Evaporation? Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback by this unfamiliar term, but after a brief contemplation, he understood it referred to the Valyrian colloquialism for the Second Spice War and nearly a century's worth of all the Loinar conflicts. How apt a name. Dekaza, however, seemed indifferent to its appropriateness. "What dost thou care for such titles?" "Very well, please continue." Rhaegar expressed his curiosity regarding what this robust middle-aged man wished to convey. "I have resided in Westeros all my life and have only recently returned to Valyria. I am indeed unfamiliar with the current sentiments regarding war." "Ah, I see," Dekaza brightened. "This promising citizen, art thou certain thou wishest to forego the opportunity to witness the play and instead engage with me, the talented Dekaza, in a discussion about the impending holy war concerning the great bastion of freedom?" Rhaegar glanced towards the upper box, limited by the angle to catch only a glimpse of a few silver strands of hair. Turning his attention back to the stage, he noticed the backdrop had already transformed. New Moon Falcon, High Mountain Gorge. Enough of the widow's rumors. Best not to watch any further. In that case, it would be more prudent to find someone to converse with regarding the Loinar Wars. Of course, your insights are evidently of greater value than the unfolding drama. Thank you for the compliment. Thou art truly a discerning sage. May fortune favor thee with more lands in the forthcoming holy war. Dekaza appeared quite exhilarated. "What are we waiting for, young man? Let us commence." In the tale of Loinar, nestled against the banks of the Nalan River, a population of millions thrives. Ignorant of propriety and etiquette, even the illegitimate offspring grace the halls. With skin of an olive hue, they are light of body and fond of song. Standing like a grapefruit pit, bowing before a massive turtle. How does this compare to my city-state, where citizens exude joy and vigor, with fair skin and beauty? Soaring on dragons? What is this fellow singing about? How peculiar. My apologies, Dukasar quickly interjected. "This is a poem from a friend of mine hailing from the lands beyond, an ode of the foreign realms." The lands beyond? Rhaegar had heard of them in sailors' tales. A nation nearly as renowned as Valyria, known as Essos. Valyria is the heart of the Summer Sea, while the lands beyond are the crown jewel of the Jade Sea. In the era of the Targaryen dynasty, the lands beyond have long lost their former glory. The emperor's power has waned. And in the realm of 1,000 gods and kings, 3 sovereigns now stand in equilibrium. The deceased yellow wizard sun, the enduring blue bull's blazing sun, and the newly risen orange-yellow ancestor Sunday. 3 suns in the sky, a magnificent spectacle indeed. Please, let us continue. Dukasar, relieved to see Rhaegar's patience, secretly lamented that this young man had yet to appreciate the splendor of poetry from the lands beyond. He mused quietly to himself. High art is often enjoyed by few. My friend does not deceive me. The civilization of Loinar, though equally ancient, is on the brink of extinction, a fact we all acknowledge. Yet, Dukasar felt a surge of anger. Their stubbornness is excessive, unwilling to humbly submit to the resplendence of the freehold, refusing to embrace the faith of the great 14 gods, even as countless lives were lost in defiance. Alas, you may be unaware. Before this protracted war began, the taxes imposed by Valyria were significantly lower. It is said that even an olive vendor in the square could live comfortably then, unlike the present. At this thought, Dukasar could not help but reflect on his own business and land revenues. With such high taxes, how much remains after each harvest? Not enough for a mere spectacle. With that, Dukasar sighed repeatedly, while Rhaegar nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, the overseas trade has ceased to yield the affordable river produce and floral goods from Loinar. Though I have never partaken, according to articles in the Daily Chronicle, that was indeed the golden age of Valyria. I have never experienced such a time. An era of low taxes, free travel, and carefree joy. Yet I know who has wrought its ruin. Dukasar raised his hand. Speaking emphatically, it is all the fault of the Loinar people. Quiet down, you foolish oaf. My apologies, sir. Dukasar quickly lowered his arm and leaned closer to Rhaegar. I believe that once our forces launch an offensive, all shall be well again. Valyria will surely usher in a more glorious era. Chapter 142. We need only one victory. Dukasar is convinced that securing a triumph in the battle to obliterate Loiner's civilization will restore Valyria to its most illustrious age, dominating the entirety of the western continent, the western part of Essos. After absorbing the resources left by Loiner, Valyria shall undoubtedly step into a new era of unparalleled brilliance, establishing the most magnificent civilization in history. Yet, the dilemma lies in Loiner's refusal to perish. Alas, such stubbornness will only lead them to a more lamentable fate. Dukasa even feels a sense of sympathy for Loiner's tragically predictable doom, his tone somber as he reiterates his previous viewpoint to Rhaegar. It is clear that surrendering to the great freehold from the beginning would have granted them a better life as a colony, yet they chose rebellion instead. The destruction of Loiner leaves Rhaegar at a loss for words. The mindset of the Valyrian citizens before him is indeed peculiar. You see, my friend, Dukasa muses like a literary figure. Humans are endowed with the ability to create. It is through this that we conquer the world. The Valyrians construct the grandest cities while the Loinarians craft the most beautiful ones. Even separated by 1,000 miles, we can envision the splendor of these cities through the written words of others. Dukasa closes his eyes, imagining a harbor city built of pink stone, a waterside city with green marble halls, a white city renowned for its flowers, a city of fountains surrounded by song, and a festive city with golden houses along the waterways. They appear as a group of enchanting sisters, ethereal, exquisite, adorned with floral crowns, clad in vibrant gowns, barefoot by the river, awaiting a rendezvous with those who long for them across the moonlit distance. Yet now, we are to destroy it with our own hands, obliterating any chance of reunion. The presence of Morosis renders this a veritable torment. Dukasa laments like a tragic protagonist. Rhaegar, astonished, marvels at the eccentric thoughts and linguistic contradictions swirling in this man's mind. Why, then, do the Loinarians resist? Would it not be simpler to serve as slaves? Rhaegar furrows his brow, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting, momentarily at a loss for words. Shall we continue to observe this spectacle? This tale of Rhaegar appears most captivating. Ultimately, Rhaegar manages to propose such a suggestion. Oh, very well. Dukasa sighs, clearly disappointed that this young man fails to appreciate his heartfelt performance. On stage, the final backdrop emerges, not the north, which Rhaegar envisioned as the final destination, nor the coastal town of Seagull, but Valyria itself. The dark crimson sky, dragon wings as a substitute for curtains, proud silver-haired men and women. The protagonist on stage sings exaggeratedly in praise. Why create such a magnificent city-state? It makes me yearn for you amidst my weary travels. I love you. Thus, I despise the distance and loathe the long journey. Which deity, amidst the ashes, unveiled your hidden brilliance? No one knows. You are the greatest healer, curing the most stubborn ailments. You, the bane of my existence, bring me joy. Yet the victims harbor no regrets, for there are no flowers like yours in distant lands. The name is Valyria, the accusation is Valyria, the heart. It possesses but one center, like the tether of a kite. Millions of souls, our love is one and the same. Fate has played a cruel trick upon us, separating us. But on the day of our reunion, I vowed to never part again. My love for you surpasses all else. What remains is the tale of Rhaegar and Milera's tangled affair. Rhaegar closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead. Such exquisite writing. As the stirring music played, Dukasa felt tears welling up. Indeed, this is how profoundly I adore Valyria. Unable to contain himself, Dukasa turned to Rhaegar and confessed, my friend, I must admit that I previously spoke in error. After much reflection, the true beauty lies right beside me. Good heavens, I am indeed a complete fool. How evident it is. What did you say? I said, it is quite apparent. Indeed, Valyria is the finest city in the world. What is wrong with this fellow? Acting like a madman. Rhaegar gazed at Dukasa's sweaty, bloated face with a sense of mild disgust. Best to watch the play. Rhaegar shifted his attention back to the stage, resolute in maintaining the decorum of a proper audience member, determined to witness the entirety of the performance. What? Peering at the lead actress who had inexplicably collapsed, Rhaegar leaned forward in confusion. The male protagonist, Rhaegar, wept loudly with the music, cradling the lifeless Milera. When did she pass? Rhaegar could not resist glancing up at the box seats, inexplicably eager to catch a glimpse of Milara's expression. Yet, there was nothing to see. Looking around, he noticed that the audience shared his bewilderment. Clearly, he had not dozed off. A sense of confusion arose. Why did the playwright force such a tragic ending? What nonsense! Dukasa nearly shouted. What a dreadful conclusion. Refund us. There's no need to continue watching. Rhaegar stood, politely requesting Dekaza to make way. Navigating through the noisy, chattering crowd, Rhaegar ascended to the second-level box, where a waiting attendant hurriedly guided him to Melara's chamber. In the quiet room, a man dressed in a loose outer robe knelt on the floor, his body trembling slightly, with a pointed quill pen stained with ink scattered nearby. Regarding this play, which could only be deemed rubbish, Melara surveyed the chaotic scene below and spoke slowly. You may pose any questions directly to him. The man, recently captured, looked up with a pained expression, forcing a smile. I am wrong, my lord. When simple inquiries were posed, the playwright did not shy away from revealing the truth. It was Mr. Sudiel. He instructed me to write this. It has nothing to do with me, my lord. Continue. Yes, yes. The playwright organized his thoughts and laid everything bare. Enough. This fool cannot bear to see me triumph. Melara felt exasperated. Had this ambush been orchestrated to savor the taste of victory, or merely to disgust me in the end? It must be clarified that I am not yet dead. Melara rose, contemplating whom to address first. Chapter 143. Parting, the land of eternal summer, my lord. I beseech you to grant me leave. For perhaps we must part ways for a time. Where to? To the land of eternal summer. This realm, universally acknowledged as the most exquisite territory on earth, holds true for lords, subjects, and even the enslaved. This land, perceived by outsiders as a divine gift, is situated on the Valyrian peninsula, vast enough to constitute nearly half of it, enclosed by the sighing sea to the west and north. The southern boundary is marked by the 14 fire peaks and the Valyrian city under the jurisdiction of the freehold. Its geographical position lies at the transitional zone between peninsula and continent, flanked by the sea, abundant in rainfall and warmth, with fertile soil and a remarkably favorable climate. The very name of this land hints at its extraordinary and formidable advantages. In this world, where seasons are distorted, the common folk can scarcely imagine the splendor of such a place. Agriculture flourishes unbounded by seasonal constraints. There is no anxiety over the unpredictable summer affecting planting schedules, nor the need to count the dwindling winter provisions, and clothing purchases are minimal. A perennial wardrobe suffices. This land, the richest on earth, is no mere title. It is one of the foundational pillars of Valyria's conquests, capable of sustaining the food requirements of populous cities and livestock without reliance on overseas supplies. The stability of the seasons and the abundance of food allow Valyria to direct its energies towards other regions, casting its gaze upon the entire world. And here, a portion of the land bears my name. Rhaegar, hands on hips, surveyed the vista with a sense of satisfaction. What a splendid beginning. If we are to survive, we must thrive. I have a plan. You speak, and I shall listen. Rhaegar unfurled a map. Lars, observe. His long, calloused fingers traced from Valyria on the paper to the western side of the sighing sea. My domain. Is it not right beneath our feet? Do you recall the reason for our arrival here? To train the army we shall command. And what purpose does this training serve? The impending war. Lars scrutinized this territory closely. Do you intend to profit from the war? Indeed, Rhaegar replied, gesturing towards the Valyrian road that leads to Volantis, the eldest daughter of Valyria. When war comes, the forces from the capital will undoubtedly embark along the coastline to Volantis. Lars considered the two roads. Choosing the alternate route would necessitate a detour around the sighing sea, and Valyria has long struggled with maritime logistics, unable to transport the entire army and supplies in one voyage. Precisely, Rhaegar affirmed, his finger shifting to the remaining cities on the peninsula. The vast quantities of supplies needed for the army and dragons during wartime could not rely solely on maritime transport. Overland routes would be essential to alleviate the burden of logistics. This is the opportunity, population, and the essential conditions for urban establishment. What attracts people? The temporary stationing and renovation of troops during wartime serve as compelling reasons. Once war is declared, even those with minimal preparation, perhaps buoyed by a modest supply of celebratory wine, can prosper. Moreover, Rhaegar, with the backing of Voster, is capable of mobilizing numerous resources and acquiring invaluable intelligence. Being well aware that time is of the essence, Rhaegar knows that the war will soon be instigated by the long-suffering Valyria, and the equally prepared Loiner will retaliate with a formidable army of 250,000, thus marking the commencement of the Second Spice War. Opportunities abound at such times, and preparations must begin forthwith, starting with the selection of a location. Rhaegar folded the map and surveyed his surroundings. The sea breeze caressed him. The azure sky adorned with white clouds presented a stark contrast to Valyria City, and Lars found great pleasure in this place. Rhaegar mused that it might even be developed into a tourist destination, as wealthy dragon lords may well yearn for the blue skies and the odorless sea breeze. Lars crouched down, scooping up a handful of fertile soil mixed with volcanic ash. Indeed, it is a splendid locale. Lars posed a thought-provoking question to Rhaegar. What will you do to manage this fine place once the war concludes? A warrior accustomed to such an appetite in the army could starve if he does not secure a stable livelihood before retirement. Rhaegar responded almost immediately, cultivate the land, tend to flowers, establish orchards, and transport the bounty of the Lorne River, whatever it takes. Should we abandon our efforts to spark a fire for fear of the cold that follows its extinguishment? Lars, I have never deemed you a coward. That bodes well. Lars stood up, addressing his dear friend. What remuneration do you propose for my assistance in constructing the city? Just to be clear, I am a prince, and my price will not be low. Rhaegar chuckled, extending his palm. Splendid. I am delighted to have a princely friend willing to lend a hand. Are you interested in helping the fair family establish overseas territories? I also wish to sire a son to create a noble lineage. Their hands clasped firmly. So, Lars smiled and inquired. It seems I will not be able to lead the soldiers of Hugin into battle. My friend, the rear must remain secure. You must consider the stability of Hugin. Rhaegar laughed lightly. More paperwork. Lars sighed gently. Very well, Rhaegar, you rascal, you must make it up to me. The map was slapped against Lars's chest. Choose as you wish. With a hum, Lars opened the map, his expression brimming with joy as he began to select, unconsciously voicing his contentment. Ah, the land of eternal summer. Chapter 144. The state of the territory. Welcome, future master of Pashere. May your physique remain eternally noble and healthy, ensuring your invincibility on the battlefield, with wealth that multiplies daily, and your esteemed lineage enduring for millennia. The sea breeze caresses gently, not with ferocity. Yet the moisture it carries compels farmers and slaves alike to squint perpetually, shutting their eyes to the world beyond, fixated on the ground beneath them. A verdant expanse unfolds, betraying no signs of winter. Indeed, a cluster of crops sways with impatience, casting disdainful glances at the orderly servants who stand rigidly, unyielding in their stance. Within the territory of Vostil, the overseer of the Pashere region leads a group of farmers and slaves in a synchronized bow before Rhaegar. Citizen, state your name. Esteemed lord. My name is Luca. Very well. Rhaegar gestures for them to rise. Luca, you shall accompany me. Let the others return to their duties. Yes, noble lord. Such formality is unnecessary. Understood, my lord. Luca, a taciturn middle-aged Valerian, boasts a mane of white hair still gleaming, though a unique sea of size has formed in the crown of his head. Luca. Rhaegar dismounts, and the mare from the Riverbend region affectionately nudges Rhaegar's back, perhaps the first of its lineage to venture into Valyria in 5 centuries. I need to ascertain the state of the territory, the condition of my soldiers who have gone ahead, as well as the revenue status and specific geography. The more detailed, the better. Your soldiers are encamped in the wild, with no issues reported. As for the condition of the territory, please follow me, my lord. Since their meeting, Luca has remained reticent yet agile in his movements. Impressive. Lars interjects, stepping forward to engage Luca. Greetings, Luca. I am Lars of Fairness. Luca nods respectfully. Good day to you, my lord. You seem quite capable. Why choose to work outside the city-state? Thank you for the compliment, Luca replies, as bland as a stew of Valerian lettuce without seasoning. I simply missed the opportunity in my youth, and this is how it is. Just like that? Indeed. Lars is about to speak further when Luca's next words perfectly interrupt him. My lord, we have arrived. Ahead stands a building that appears far more orderly than the other low structures. Luca swiftly opens the door and retrieves several stacks of inscribed parchment and a relatively legible wax tablet from within. The records of the territory over the years are contained herein. You can write? Rhaegar inquires, somewhat astonished. Not my own handiwork. Luca shakes his head. These are the efforts of my predecessor. And what of him? Rhaegar expresses curiosity about this individual. He has passed away, a casualty of a recent pirate raid. A pity. I mourn for that unknown individual's contributions. Rhaegar offers a brief lament for the fallen, subsequently expressing greater interest in the pirates. Are there still pirates near Valyria Avenue? War, my lord, as you are aware, often drives individuals to madness amidst chaos. As Rhaegar perused the records, he discerned that these pirates intended to seize a bounty from the affluent Valyria during the turmoil of war. Their audacity, particularly in murdering officials responsible for the Dragon King's estate, indicated they were no ordinary pirates. Perhaps they enjoyed the tacit approval or even support of the Loinar authorities. Such formidable adversaries required swift resolution. Lars also recognized the gravity of the situation. His fingers brushed over the golden guard of the Valyrian steel sword at his waist, sensing that the moment it would taste blood for the first time since its forging was drawing near. The yield of crops appears quite commendable, Rhaegar remarked, flipping through the records. The output, though less extensive than that of any count in the royal territory, exceeded it by several folds. After all, this was the land of perpetual summer. If one disregarded the land's limitations, one could cultivate it year-round without pause. By the way, what exactly is the royal territory? Lars inquired. The royal territory, Rhaegar replied, casually handing the records to Lars. It's merely a title I've adopted for the region south of the Riverlands. No need to dwell on it. Calling the Riverlands the royal territory? Lars pondered, bemused, yet he decided to let Rhaegar's whimsical nomenclature persist for that land. Adorned with the Golden Scales banner, would eventually belong to him. Once the Loina War concludes, that prime piece of land will rightfully be mine, Lars mused, reveling in the thought. I can only imagine how my descendants will extol my virtues a century hence, having secured such a bountiful land for them to inherit. While Lars indulged in his daydreams, Rhaegar finished reading the final entries left by the recorder. The wax tablet bore plans for the development of the surrounding wastelands. Articulated clearly in Valyrian, it appeared to be the work of an ambitious young man, for one does not attain literacy without possessing some measure of intellect. As for development, he currently had ample idle laborers stationed in the wild, perfect for initiating some cultivation after their daily training. A smile crept upon Rhaegar's lips, amused by this absurd notion. Yet, to convince them that clearing land was a form of relaxation would not be overly difficult. Simply offering a portion of the cleared land as a reward upon successful development would suffice. Rhaegar shook his head, pulling himself from fanciful plans. It was still premature to entertain such thoughts. The pressing matters at hand were numerous: selecting a site for the town, preparing for the reception of Valyrian soldiers, training his own troops, securing provisions and armaments for the army, procuring stones for construction, and finding skilled craftsmen. All these priorities took precedence over any notions of land cultivation. Thus, he concluded that clearing land would have to be relegated to a mere pastime. The criteria for acquiring land should hinge on plunder and military merit attained during the Loina conflict. He could not allow his soldiers to squander their energies on trivial land disputes. A deep sigh escaped him. The weight of responsibility was indeed heavy upon his shoulders. Yet, the joy within his heart surged, leaving no room for distress. Establishing a legacy to be passed down through generations was a pursuit that men regarded as their lifelong ambition. It required diligent stewardship. Unforeseen circumstances aside, this territory would undoubtedly bear the name of Rhaegar. Contemplating this, Rhaegar clenched his fists, feeling the burden was far too light. Insufficiently weighty. Lars, let us commence. Certainly. Chapter 145. The town rises from the ground, are you certain? This seems rather expansive. Indeed, it is sizable. But let us proceed with the construction. The craftsmen summoned to erect the walls pondered over the blueprints as they departed, muttering to themselves. What need is there for such a grand wall in this modest territory? Despite their lack of comprehension, the heavy Valyrian gold in their pockets was undeniable. They assumed the influential houses had some grand scheme in mind, one that did not concern a mere builder of earthen walls. Get to work, the foreman bellowed, kicking a slave who sat resting on the ground. The apprentices hurriedly emerged from the hastily erected shelter, tools in hand, awaiting their master's instructions. Listen closely, this was once Luca's modest abode. As the finest dwelling in Rhaegar's domain, it now temporarily belongs to Rhaegar and Lars. While Luca has chosen to reside at the mill, Lars, observe this size. Rhaegar leaned over the map, gesturing. Indeed, this dimension raises numerous concerns. Undoubtedly, Lars nodded in agreement. It's too small, insufficient. At this scale, we might not even accommodate the military courtesans. We must expand outward. Lars glanced outside. The craftsmen had yet to commence their labors. Which direction do you intend to extend? A decision must be made swiftly. Towards the sea. Do you truly wish to construct a port city? Lars cautioned. Though there is a natural bay here, the water depth and territorial position are far from ideal. It could at best serve as a small fishing port. Can I extend the walls to encompass the entire territory? Rhaegar placed his palm on the map, his fingers indicating a minuscule gap. Just this small portion, it matters not which way we build. Moreover, the soil on the other side is more favorable, conducive to solidifying the foundation. Then why not move closer to the main road? We lack that privilege. To build the city adjacent to the Valyrian road, even as a mere plan, could instantaneously conjure a king's landing. With the army mobilizing, proximity would be a capital offense. Mira, having only recently become a council member, had already lost her opportunity to engage in trade with the merchant convoy, since seizing a chance to earn a quick profit was no longer feasible. She had to exert effort at the garrison and supply transfer points, collecting taxes and tolls from merchants. Indeed, Lars concurred. Excluding the utterly rudimentary water skirmish at the Blue Fork, there had been little upheaval in the Riverlands since his birth. A battle as complex and multifaceted. He was sifting through his father's accounts as the River King for some knowledge of military maneuvers. Let us consider this an exploration. Yes, indeed, Rhaegar added, a mission. Rhaegar patted Lars on the shoulder. At least until the fall of Loiner, this place must not falter. Wow. Lars emitted an exaggerated gasp, exclaiming the burden was indeed heavy. Nevertheless, it must be borne. Consider your dominion. Rhaegar pushed open the wooden door, and warm sunlight poured in, complemented by the mild winter temperature. A perfect day to commence work. As dawn's mist still lingered, the sound of hammers striking stone roused the lands of Rhaegar. The early rising Rhaegar stood upon the freshly leveled foundation, observing 10 slaves bending to pry the first slab of limestone, transported from the quarry by the sighing sea. Its surface still coated in the dust and sweat of the journey. The old stonemason wound a rope around his sturdy arm, calling out commands as he directed the limestone into the foundation trench, while the master craftsman admonished the young apprentices that the foundation must be solid, otherwise, all subsequent efforts would be in vain. Wooden mallets struck wedges as stones cascaded down the slope into the earth. First, construct 3 layers of rammed earth. Then build the walls, Rhaegar instructed Luca, pointing at the markings on the blueprint. The wall's vast expanse rendered the construction of stone walls too time-consuming. Thus, a makeshift earthen wall would suffice for the time being. Luca nodded, clutching his whip as he went to instruct the craftsmen. They acknowledged him and, turning, grasped their wooden mallets, rhythmically pounding down with 2 other artisans. The wet clay emitted a dull thud beneath their blows. After every 3 strikes, an apprentice splashed a ladle of lime water onto the soil, the white streaks seeping through the earth's crevices like a delicate web woven across the land. Though winter had arrived, the midday sun still heated the stones. Following Rhaegar's orders, farmers brought large barrels of warm salt water for the craftsmen to share, the sound of their Adam's apples bobbing nearly drowning out the chisel's clamor. In the wilderness of the territory, unlike the fervor on the other side, this area, surrounded by trees, appeared tranquil. Sparse linen tents from the Westerlanders dotted the landscape, the campfires still smoldering, with several simple encampments clustering together in what seemed a close-knit formation yet remained distinctly individual. With continued training, we will soon develop a rhythm. Then, things will become easier. Rhaegar mused, observing the soldiers preparing under Lars's command. Fortuitously, the territory also required the establishment of patrols to safeguard both the citizens and the craftsmen. Rhaegar held high hopes for the contingent composed of soldiers from the North's winter wolves and the Riverlands. Meanwhile, Lars eagerly anticipated the arrival of the equipment promised by Mira. With those weapons, he could lead his men against pirates. Such prospects were truly exciting. Both men shared this sentiment. Chapter 146. How to Slay the Dragon. I often heard my forebears discuss the methods to slay a dragon. The consensus ultimately concluded that we must bind the creature's neck with the strongest of chains, ensuring it could not take to the skies. The cloth used to wipe the gear moved rhythmically with Zenodo's arm, his body rising and falling with the waves, as he spoke softly to his companions. Nearby, a younger warrior cradled the traditional silver-scaled armor and fish-shaped helm of Loina, gazing at the leader of this venture with admiration. Before them stood a robust and handsome young man of noble blood, his lineage traceable directly to the illustrious Prince Garen. His remarkable talents had swiftly captivated all aboard the 3 ships. Perhaps he could bind the heart of the Dragon King with invisible chains, forging unbreakable ties. Zenodo set aside his darkened turtle shield and began to hone the weapon in his grasp, a Valyrian steel shortsword and spear, known as Loina steel. Their brilliance and exquisite craftsmanship were undeniable, yet they fell short of true Valyrian steel. As the civilization that first mastered the art of metallurgy, the Loina people were reluctant to concede superiority to the Valyrians. Though lacking the aid of dragon fire, their unique water magic and rich, ancient casting techniques enabled the Loina to gradually uncover a method akin to the magical steel forging of Valyria. Zenodo raised the shortsword, showcasing its surface adorned with undulating water patterns to his companions. Behold, our Valyrian steel. As children of the Mother River, we shall not be overshadowed by those born of volcanoes. We merely require a bit more time. Observing his companions in enraptured admiration for Loina's steel, Zenodo felt a pang of introspection. Yet, it was evident that time was not on their side. Contemplating the prophecies of the water priestesses and the intelligence they had gathered, Zenodo clenched his fists, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. The 14 gods of Valyria had already delivered their oracles, and the searing spear lay conspicuously within sight of all Valyrians. The war prophecy, damn it! Did these unyielding, merciless deities not comprehend the virtues of forgiveness, compassion, and love? Zenotto clasped the shell necklace lovingly bestowed by his mother. Before it rested against his neck, she had cradled it while praying by the mother river for an entire night, beseeching blessings that her only son would return safely. Yet they both knew this was a futile hope. The destination his son was bound for lay far beyond the whispers of the mother river. A deafening roar reverberated through the skies, sending an immediate wave of tension among the crew of the 3 ships. Had they been discovered? Quickly, stow everything. O benevolent mother river, I implore you, Zenotto prayed, understanding that someone must confront the impending threat. Grasping a standard short sword, he darted from the dimly lit hold, gazing upon the relentless giant shadow. He felt as though he might collapse, but he could not. He must not allow even a hint of weakness. All is well, merely a coincidence. Everyone, return to your posts. Inside the hold, the young warrior trembled, his hands gripping the loinous steel short sword tightly. This is for one-handed use. Zenotto corrected his companion's anxious demeanor. Remember, we must not display even the slightest hint of cowardice to the enemy. Why yes, came the hesitant response. After a prolonged moment, the young warrior posed a question to Zenotto. Is that the dragon of magic? Indeed, it is, Zenotto replied. The most formidable and ferocious beast, colossal in size, with flames as searing as the sun. It is a terrifying foe, and our enemy. Do you know what the dragon looks like? Have you seen its portrait? The young warrior exhibited a visage of terror, even after merely hearing a roar. Yet, Zenotto would not chastise him. He was still young, merely a child, and fear was a natural response. I too once felt the same. Leaning against the ship's cabin, Zenotto reminisced about that afternoon when he was 8 years old. In his youth, his father, the prince, had taken his hand and guided him to the subterranean chambers of their abode. The people of Rhoyna lived in close communion with the mother river, relying on its bounteous gifts for sustenance. Although the vicinity of the mighty Lorne River was ill-suited for subterranean constructions, his father had nonetheless proceeded to excavate, solely to secure that skull safely. It was a beautiful creation, akin to black onyx. Within the hidden chamber, the surface of the dragon's bones was adorned with droplets of condensed water, evoking an uncanny sense of familiarity. Yet, that was merely an illusion, a sensation born from the fact that those droplets originated from the mother river. Gazing upon the portraits and the skull in the cellar, I was filled with dread. Beautiful yet terrifying, that was the essence of the dragon's bones, the embodiment of the monstrous dragon. Upon closer inspection, one could even feel the fire coursing through the dragon's remains. The hollow eye sockets cast shadows that were haunting, their gaze fierce and unyielding, as if perpetually ablaze, more tumultuous than water itself. These thoughts Zenotto would never reveal to anyone. As the son of the Prince of Galen, he was expected to embody resilience and fortitude. Having seen the portrait sufficed. The great dragon was a creature of flesh and blood, capable of bleeding, suffocating, and perishing when deprived of its head and heart. Zenotto reassured him. There was nothing to fear, for the sake of the mother river and for your kin. If we fail, those silver-haired demons would show no mercy to them. The young warrior nodded vigorously, gripping his short sword tighter, as if facing a malevolent slave master. When the time comes, you shall follow me. Assist me in achieving our objective, and then we shall retreat. Very well, Captain, may I inquire as to who our target is? There is no longer any need for secrecy. That is our target. Through the watery mirror rising from Zenotto's palm, a man training soldiers appeared before the 2 Rhoyna inhabitants. This is our objective. The priests of the Mother River have specifically instructed the prince to eliminate him before the onset of war. Captain, who is he? Is he a notable figure from Valyria? He is a chain belonging to the daughter of war. Thus, we hope to temporarily restrain the chaos of war. As Zenotto's fist shattered the watery mirror, the waters of the Lorne River scattered across the ground. At all costs. Chapter 147. Hanging upside down to gain wisdom. Humph. What tune are you humming? A melodious Targaryen court song. Is it pleasing? Even after finishing his humming, Rhaegar did not respond to Lars's query but instead leisurely inquired about Lars's impression of the song. It feels like a melody suited for a more solemn occasion, rather than our current circumstances. Is this environment not quite agreeable? The sea breeze wafts gently, and the beach gleams white. 2 chairs and a table sit upon the sand. The air is saturated with the pungent odor of shrimp and crabs, mingling with the stench of decaying fish carried by the wind. What constitutes comfort in this setting? Lars inquires earnestly, pondering whether the Valyrian nose has ventured into an inhuman realm, rendering them incapable of detecting such foul smells. After spending so much time acclimating to the sulphurous scent of Valyria, finally savoring a breath of fresh air, one would think it absurd to find the briny aroma of the sea appealing. Is it truly so? Rhaegar tilts his head back, inhaling the breeze that greets him. It is tolerable, not particularly offensive. Did you grow up amidst filth? Perhaps so, Lars quips, collapsing back into his chair, inadvertently tipping it over, legs aloft. A smile involuntarily graces Rhaegar's lips as he lifts his goblet, enjoying a drink alongside the sea breeze and Lars's lamentations. How delightful! The precious silver cup, carelessly placed upon the weathered wooden table salvaged from a seaside shack, seems out of place, akin to fresh black truffles paired with spoiled pork offal. And what of your sentiments? Rising, Rhaegar strides past the newly trained soldiers assigned to sentinel duty, approaching the shore. He observes 2 river soldiers washing winter beast skins by the Trident's banks, their antics involving ropes as they hoist the inhabitants of the seaside shack, subjecting them to the literal interpretation of turmoil. Lift them up. The weary soldiers, drenched in sweat, exhale in relief, while the gasping pirates manage a brief respite, only to choke once more in an instant. Still unwilling to speak? I declare, I cough. I will divulge everything, my lord. So will I? Cough. 2 near-drowning brown figures are unceremoniously tossed onto the rocky shore by the soldiers, disregarding their pain as they scramble to kneel and expel seawater. Goodness. Lars approaches, marveling at the volume they consumed. They appear quite lively. Perhaps they can drink even more. No, my lord, we cough. Have had enough. Then speak swiftly. Indeed. Following a display reminiscent of Odin's wisdom-seeking ritual, the previously obstinate ship watchers, pirate accomplices, and tax-evading fishermen, feigning amnesia, and morally bankrupt slave traders finally regain their wits and choose to speak the truth wisely. Their leader will return in 2 days with supplies. Excellent. I trust you speak sincerely. Rhaegar nods in satisfaction, extracting 2 Valyrian silver coins to reward the diligent soldiers who washed the pirates. Take these and continue the interrogation. What? Cough. Why? Separate them for questioning. If their stories diverge, continue the beating. No. Lars pats Rhaegar on the shoulder. The immersion was perhaps too brief. They may be concealing critical information. Was it truly brief? The entire process involved fetching tables and chairs, finishing a bottle of wine, and idly sitting for half the day. Estimating that if they remain submerged for a while longer, these 2 fellows will soon find themselves reporting to the deity of drowning in the underwater palace. One cannot ascertain whether this god would accept these seemingly unvaliant foreigners. Upon reaching the shore, they are able to converse, which only attests to the fact that the seawater has not yet penetrated their lungs. Lars, with fervent conviction, proclaims, I am a native of the Riverlands. Every summer, countless souls succumb to drowning. Trust me. Rhaegar, though he has never witnessed a drowning, has encountered many on the brink of death, yet none appear as vigorous as these 2. Indeed, Lars, you are correct. Should we not bring them back and let them linger a while longer? Perhaps it's best to let my 2 soldiers from the Riverlands stretch their limbs. That seems reasonable. Rhaegar reminisces about the recent news. Do you truly believe the leader he mentioned will arrive here the day after tomorrow? Uncertain, we shall have to engage. A wise notion. If it turns out to be false, our provisions will suffice for 3 days. Lars gestures towards a distant hill. If true, we can assess the fruits of our arduous training over the past month. Indeed, the soldiers must acclimatize to the Valyrian style of weaponry in real combat. Yet, Rhaegar ponders the true focus of their endeavors. What to do about the ongoing construction of Pashere? That is the crux of the matter. At least one among us must keep watch. Precisely, the pirates are but a minor concern. After careful deliberation, Lars concludes that he cannot place all his focus on the words of those 2 petty scoundrels. I shall personally interrogate them to seek more accurate information. We must engage. Forcefully. I shall accompany you. 2 scoundrels are more easily dealt with together. Chapter 148. Nightfall. A day later. Are those the ones? Lars muses. They do not resemble pirates. Observing the orderly landing of figures from several small boats along the shore, he feels they lack the disarray typical of marauders. Something feels amiss. Their formation is too precise. Crouched behind the cover, Lars grows increasingly uneasy. There is a problem, a significant one. Not 2 ships, but 4. These individuals do not appear to be pirates. Their landing is organized, swift, and almost silent. Rhaegar, I fear we are in grave trouble, regardless of the magnitude of the problem. It is too late to consider retreat now, Rhaegar replies resignedly. Over 300 individuals lie in ambush here, with 200 from the north concealed behind the cover, while the remaining 100 Riverlanders are stationed in small boats to prevent the pirates from fleeing. Approximately half of them don leather armor, each wielding a Valyrian-style short sword, well equipped for battle. The notion that such a multitude, crowded along the shore, is merely to confront 2 unremarkable pirate vessels is laughable, should they choose to retreat now. it would spell disaster. Having lain in ambush throughout the night, they would have let their adversaries slip away right before their eyes. Lars, should we proceed thus? Our credibility would be utterly ruined. It is insufficient to expect the loyalty of one's subordinates solely through wealth. The authority that compels soldiers to obey unconditionally is equally vital. In any case, we must not falter in our first engagement. That is indeed the case. The arrow is knocked, and it must be released. As they approach the modest cabin, the signal will be given. With that, Lars discreetly withdrew, preparing to lead the soldiers hidden in the small boats on the sea to block the enemy's retreat. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixed, intently observing the cabin where a fire had been lit as a signal of safety. It became evident that primitive interrogation methods still held some efficacy. Under the moonlight, the flickering flames before the cabin cast shadows that danced as figures gradually approached the fire. The numbers appeared to be around 20. Now, the tranquil night was abruptly shattered, and in an instant, flames erupted all around. The sounds of battle cries echoed from every direction, momentarily stunning the Loina soldiers searching for pirate spies. On board, Zenith, undeterred by the peril, rushed to the deck, shouting in Loina, "Run!" Like the rumble of thunder, the Loina warriors on the beach swiftly turned to flee, attempting to board the 4 conventional vessels to escape. In the next moment, the sparse archers drew their bows, and at Rhaegar's command, the flame's magic instantly enveloped the metal arrowheads. Aimed at the vessels by the shore, release. The soldiers, having undergone multiple drills, did not panic at the sudden surge of flames under the bright moonlight. They accurately aimed at the massive dark shapes lingering on the water and released their arrows in unison. Zenith, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, stood transfixed as he watched the increasingly fierce flaming arrows hurtling toward him. Even considering the second volley, the total number of arrows barely reached 30, fewer than the crew remaining on a single ship. Zenith stood at the bow, unyielding, as none of the arrows could harm him, nor did they directly injure any of his crew. Yet the flames, like a relentless curse, ignited the 4 vessels, and despite efforts to quench them, they spread like wildfire, instilling panic among the crew. "Bring up the water barrels. Quickly!" The order was shouted in a voice strained to the point of breaking, and Zenith, disregarding his sore throat, hurried to the other half of the ship to alert the remaining vessels. The captain's words instilled a sense of resolve in the warriors, who had just been startled by the flames, leading a group to crowd into the hold, forcing the ship deeper into the water. Water sorcerers. Extinguish the flames with the river's water. Yes, the wooden barrels were smashed open, and water from the Lahan River gushed forth, accompanied by the sorcerer's incantations. The water seemed to take on a life of its own, swiftly escaping the barrels and moving across the deck in a manner reminiscent of a manta ray, using its form to douse the flames. Effective. Splendid. Seeing this, Zenith breathed a sigh of relief and immediately drew his short sword of Loina steel. "Bring the ship closer. On shore, support our brethren." Zenith had just confirmed that the enemy on the beach numbered around 100, while his own side, including those who had disguised themselves as pirates to scout ahead, could muster a total of 100 elite fighters. A battle was indeed within reach. Regarding the retreat, considering the enemies behind and the compatriots on the shore, as well as the confidentiality of the mission, this notion lingered only briefly in Zenith's mind. For the sake of the mission, for the sake of Loina, onward. Yes. At Zenith's command, the Loina sailors, well versed in handling the vessel, swiftly regained their composure and maneuvered the ship to land. On the beach battlefield, Rhaegar, having just felled an enemy, glanced towards the sea, curious to see if Lars had successfully intercepted the remaining foes. However, he noticed something amiss. What is this? Instead of hastily fleeing, they intend to launch an attack against me? How intriguing. They do not aim to breach the sparse blockade of merely 100 men and small boats, but rather to confront me, outnumbered 2 to 1. Such audacity. These are no ordinary pirates. A heavy-handed response is required. Assembling. Rhaegar bellowed the familiar command to his soldiers, swiftly dispatching 2 pirates still capable of combat on the beach, and seizing an enemy spear, he hurled it at the last few remaining foes while awaiting the formation. Form a surrounding line, shields and spears at the ready. The fruits of recent rigorous training began to manifest, the formation taking shape amidst the chaos of combat and encroaching night. Advance. Let us first deal with those disembarking from the central ship. Rhaegar's eyes gleamed with determination as he noted one of the 4 enemy vessels distinctly taking the lead, likely to be the first to engage. If they could subdue even a quarter of their numbers, this minor skirmish could reach its conclusion. Rhaegar also observed that Lars was evidently preparing to flank the enemy, poised to strike from behind. Excellent. Once Lars initiates his assault, the enemy will find themselves besieged on all fronts, destined for annihilation. As he beheld the robust figure charging toward him with a raised short sword, Rhaegar raised his lion's claw, fully focused. Come forth. Chapter 149. Zenotto, you are Rhaegar. Upon recognizing the enemy commander, Zenotto felt a surge of astonishment and joy. You know me? Hearing this, had it not been for the fact that the individual was unmistakably a Loina, Rhaegar might have set aside his sword to converse and investigate any misunderstanding. You are the one I sought. At this moment, Zenotto disregarded the need for confidentiality, letting out a resounding roar as he charged forward from a distance of several meters. How perplexing, Rhaegar muttered, tightening his grip on the lion's claw. Intent on utilizing the advantage of his Valyrian steel sword to sever the opponent's weapon and perhaps capture him for questioning. A distance of several meters is but a fleeting moment for a robust warrior to traverse. Such proximity, whether mounted or running, could not be easily escaped. Bang! A sharp sound reverberated as the Valyrian long sword clashed with the Loina short sword for the first time. The contrast was striking. Yet the adversary's weapon did not shatter as Rhaegar had anticipated. Is this also Valyrian steel? This is Loina steel. What is this substance? Where has it emerged from? Rhaegar felt an urge to mock the unheard of Loina steel, but the battlefield offered no time for such indulgence. Whoosh! An arrow sliced by the side of Rhaegar's helmet. With a powerful thrust, he deflected his opponent, then retaliated with a swift strike that felled a Loina warrior attempting a sneak attack. The others, intent on ambushing, were intercepted by Rhaegar's selected guards. Raising his hand, he touched the spot atop his helmet that had just felt the vibration of the near miss. Truly skilled. To have accurately aimed at his helmet in the darkness. Alas, it was so close to leaving a mark on my helmet. Enhanced by the 14 gods, Rhaegar's stamina and perception had seen a significant improvement. That arrow had been aimed precisely at the only vulnerable spot of Rhaegar's full armor, the visor of his helmet. Driven by an inexplicable sense of danger, Rhaegar tilted his head just slightly, perfectly evading the arrow, leaving perhaps not even a scratch. Seeing that the arrow had failed, Zenotto was not angered. The night was inherently unfavorable for archers. Allow me to help you leave a mark. The blackened loiner turtle shield perfectly guarded Zenotto's core torso. As the youth recklessly charged forward, fixated on the target's neck. There, his loiner steel sword could pierce through the ordinary metal chainmail. With just one strike, an opportunity would arise. The novice on the battlefield gradually found his rhythm, targeting only the lethal points, each move sharp and brimming with youthful vigor. Too impulsive. Rhaegar silently lamented as he gripped his sword and forcefully sliced away a portion of the turtle shield. Fragments of the steel shield flew aside, allowing Zenotto to leap backward. Gasping for breath, observing his surroundings, he realized the situation was not favorable. Their numbers were lacking, and their equipment inferior to the enemy's. The slight advantage in skill was easily overshadowed by sheer numbers and gear, overwhelming him. On the battlefield, individual prowess seldom sways the scales of victory. Who are you truly? Noticing that his opponent was cornered, Rhaegar, after ensuring his own position was secure, began to inquire about the other's origins. Why travel all the way from Loiner to kill me, and how do you know me? You will find out once you are dead. Zenotto raised his half-shield and charged again. With a casual swing, Zenotto had to brace himself, sword and shield clashing. While Rhaegar hardly needed to exert effort in defense, his full-plate armor met the lightweight scale armor with ease. Had it not been for Zenotto's decent skill, Rhaegar would have captured him alive. The young man would have already faced death. So stubborn. Time was of the essence. He had to strike decisively. With a cry of anguish, Zenotto stumbled backward, his short sword and turtle shield clattering to the ground. His right hand futilely clutching at the space where his left hand had been. Still holding on. Rhaegar did not rejoice at his success. Instead, he sighed. Truly tenacious. The wound brought intense unease, followed swiftly by pain, as Zenotto trembled, steadying himself, his eyes filled with hostility. The Loina people, resilient as ever. No need for your words. Indeed. Rhaegar shifted the lion's claw to his left hand, his freed right hand rotating, flexing at the wrist. My ancestors have long paid the price for this. Bang. Thud. Rhaegar retracted his fist. A heavy blow, encased in gauntlet, was sufficient to send this indomitable youth into a deep slumber. The captain has fallen. Captured. If the prince pursues this matter, we are doomed. Run. Rhaegar seized the boy by the collar, his toes lifting the so-called Loina steel. Not bad. A few nicks after so many strikes. Slightly wider than Valyria steel. It indeed appears commendable. To forge such quality weaponry without dragon fire or fire magic is impressive. Yet one wonders about the production capacity and whether it can be mass-produced. It seems you are of far greater value than I had imagined. The prince is a formidable catch. We must spare his life. Zenodo's body dragged long traces across the soft sands, blood from his wrist flowing forth, painting an abstract tableau of red and yellow hues. Unhurried, he painted with the son of the Loina prince. The other hand was not idle either. The ash-gray longsword fell with each strike, decisively ending a warrior-esque combat life. The incapacitated Loina were swiftly taken by the encroaching soldiers to meet their demise. Before long, all soldiers loyal to Zenodo had perished, the blood on the beach increasing, bodies strewn haphazardly, a chaotic tableau. That invincible figure dragged along the prince's son, once held in great esteem among them, his silver and black armor now adorned with crimson streaks, his steps measured and steady. Those who beheld this sight trembled, eager to flee. At this moment, the panicked Loina cared not for tasks or missions. They only yearned to escape the ambush and evade death. How could there be an ambush? Run. This all concluded swiftly, as it ought to have, driven by the simple desires of the northern veterans for food and land. The combination of age-old experience and superior equipment yielded results far beyond expectations. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the Riverlands, clamoring for glory, proved to be the final straw for the Loina. No one would escape. The last straw's purpose was to utterly crush the camel, rendering it incapable of rising again. The end came indeed quickly. Lars, having failed to claim any trophies, lamented, "My sword has yet to taste blood." "Fear not, Lars," Rhaegar said, easily lifting the sturdy youth. "This one is a significant catch." Behind him follows a school of fish awaiting to be ensnared. Chapter 150. Interrogation. Rhaegar sat before the extinguished campfire, discarded armor piled at his feet, a loaf of bread delivered by Luca in hand. The blood on the armor had long since dried, yet with potable water scarce. The metallic armor could not be cleansed with seawater. It would have to remain thus until the remaining supplies arrived. This exemplifies the inconvenience of lacking attendance. While plate armor proves useful, it necessitates dedicated maintenance. Rhaegar had contemplated enlisting a few young servants, yet given the extended duration, he must reside in Valyria. A tradition born from the culture of Westeros finds no fertile ground here, thus he abandoned the idea. Returning to the present, Rhaegar must remain here for several days to attend to various matters. The recuperation of wounded soldiers, the consolidation of post-battle experiences, the clearing of bodies, and the gathering of intelligence, all while guarding against potential counterattacks. The assailants from last night were peculiar, despite their inferior numbers and equipment. They fought valiantly until their commander fell unconscious. Should they manage a secure landing, they could very well conjure significant troubles for him. Bring him up. Yes. The captured man from Loina struggled fiercely, his strength nearly allowing the two robust soldiers from the Riverlands to lose their grip. Let go. Bang. The captive's head was thrust into the remnants of the fire, gray ashes scattering, only to be swept away by the gradually rising sea breeze. The soldier forcefully hurled him forward, leaving the captive in a disheveled heap before Rhaegar. Zenodo struggled to straighten up, defiantly spitting out the ashes from his mouth. "If you dare, kill me. That is not your wish to fulfill. Speak, and tell me all you know. Get lost." Bound hands rendered Zenodo unable to grasp the bread near his mouth, but did not prevent him from spitting upon the food. "Fine, it's meant for you anyway." The marked bread was placed beside Zenodo's knee. "What is your name?" "Zenodo." "No surname?" "None." Stubborn indeed. Rhaegar had already experienced the interrogation process a few days prior and had no desire to revisit it now. This obstinate fellow before him was evidently not one to divulge secrets easily. Let us try someone else. This turn of events took Zenodo by surprise. He had anticipated a series of torturous methods, envisioning the prince's son steadfastly maintaining his integrity while the enemy, in desperation, resorted to futile violence. Ultimately, he, the proud Zenodo, upheld the dignity of the people of the Lorne River, revealing not a single secret. Let another person inquire. There is always one who is less discreet. Indeed, Zenodo, still in good spirits, was dragged away, and the soldiers thoughtfully took the piece of bread with them. Soon, several limping captives, missing limbs, were kicked forward. Their wounds, generally untreated, were bandaged with filthy scraps torn from their own garments, dark blood exuding an ominous aura. Most of them appeared unlikely to survive beyond 3 days. The inadequate bandaging rendered their lips equally unrestrained. Upon seeing Rhaegar, they eagerly divulged everything. "My lord, we have come to kill you." "Indeed, it is the prince's command." According to Zenodo, the order to kill you concerns the entirety of Loina. Rhaegar and Lars exchanged a glance, sensing that something significant was amiss. The surrounding soldiers could not help but share furtive looks, their minds racing with various thoughts. "Kill me?" Rhaegar extended a finger, pointing to himself. "What is my name?" "Your name is Rhaegar Targaryen," Lars responded, his demeanor shifting as he attentively absorbed the chaotic replies of several captives. Their names were pronounced accurately, each syllable intact. Lars gestured for his subordinates to escort the captives away. A grave situation had arisen. Rhaegar, you have drawn the attention of Lord Loyner. Do your utmost to keep them alive. After issuing his orders, Rhaegar dismissed his men, creating a somewhat tranquil environment upon the beach. It had been similar the previous night. Rhaegar recounted the events of last night to Lars. The nobleman named Zenith had immediately called for his death upon their first encounter. Rhaegar had assumed it was merely his personal sentiment, yet it turned out otherwise. As the sun rose, the soldiers shielding them from the wind departed, and the ocean breeze whisked away their words, making it difficult for Lars to hear Rhaegar clearly. I never expected it was Loyner who sought your demise. Rhaegar scooped up a handful of sand and tossed it at Lars. Keep your distance. I can hear you just fine without you raising your voice. I can't hear you clearly. I can hear you perfectly. Very well, I shall ask you. What do you intend to do? Kill. What did you say? Rhaegar raised his voice. Only kill. All right then. As the wind calmed, Lars was able to grasp the clarity of Rhaegar's words. It was indeed a decisive plan. The enemy was known, while he remained concealed, backed by Prince Loyner. There was no need to inquire which prince. The adversary was Loyner's kin. And against the backdrop of impending conflict, there was no alternative but to kill. What of the captive who possessed some knowledge? Killing him would be a pity. Perhaps he could divulge something valuable. Let us keep him alive and wait for him to speak. Understood. Damn it. Zenith glared at the tranquil, deserted sea and sandy shores, striking his fist against a stone intended for constructing a makeshift shelter. Crack. Blood erupted. Get to work. The overseer retracted his whip and spat curses. You wretched slave. Detestable Loyner scum. Zenith gritted his teeth, striving to avoid aggravating his wounds, and hoisted the stone once more to create barriers for any potential rescuers. For now, I shall endure and plan. Days passed under the covert watch of the Loyner. My lord. Rhaegar turned to find a group of seasoned Northmen and Riverlanders before him, their eyes shining in the twilight. We wish to inform you. Amidst the gathering of comrades, Reuven stepped forward and bowed. If anyone seeks to take your life, in the name of the old and new gods, we shall never allow it. The old and new gods. Rhaegar felt momentarily disoriented. Since arriving in the future, it was the first time he had heard this appellation. I remember. You are Reuven. Indeed, my lord. Reuven was genuinely astonished that Lord Rhaegar could remember his name amidst a throng of over 1,000 individuals. Are you truly afraid of my demise? Indeed, my lord. Reuven replied, representing the sentiments of many. It is not just you, but also Lord Lars and Lady Myra. None of us wish for the others to claim your souls prematurely. You have brought us to the land of eternal summer, provided us with sustenance, assisted our families through this harsh winter, and even promised us land. My loyalty lies with you. Such simple yet profound reasoning. I shall not perish. Rhaegar declared with a straightened posture, assuring them, I will lead you through every battle to come, evading the gaze of the others beneath their hoods, securing unimaginable wealth for you, ensuring that you endure every winter henceforth, with your bellies filled with fine wine and your barns overflowing with grain. In the name of the old and new gods, I swear this. Long live Rhaegar. Do not forget them. The soldiers raised their arms in unified cheer. Long live Prince Lars. Long live Lady Myra. Chapter 151. A message to distant shores to my friend, Prince Moore of the Bay of Westeros. Dear friend, it has been too long since our last meeting. Please accept my warmest greetings. A year has passed since we last crossed paths, and I hope you still recall the exhilarating tournament. I often reminisce about our battles along the Mander River, which marked my first experience of fighting not for personal gain, but purely for justice and the people. Each swing of my sword was imbued with conviction, striking down those unworthy of the Seven's forgiveness. How pure that was, a treasured experience in my life, worthy of remembrance until the roses wither and the hearth extinguishes. Friendship is a form of magic. As war approaches, both Myra and I express our profound gratitude for your support of the royal family of the Bay. To convey our appreciation, I, on behalf of my Lord Myra, cordially invite you to behold the splendor of Valyria. In the grandest theater of Valyria, a private box awaits your presence, and the baths offer excellent service to alleviate your travel fatigue. A banquet will also be prepared for you and all our friends and allies. I hope you will indulge in the unique flavors of Valyrian cuisine. As a friendly reminder, upon entering the city, you will pass through the slave market. I will arrange for a carriage, and I advise you not to draw back the curtains, for that scene left a lasting impression on me as well. Currently, I am diligently working on the development of my own lands and eagerly await your visit. Should you require supplies, you may dock at the port of House Rhaegar before coming here as a guest. If you choose to station your army here, you are most sincerely welcomed. Do not fret about provisions, as Myra, in her capacity as a Valyrian senator, can allocate resources from various military supply depots. And our stock of food and arms is ample. Furthermore, should you require a long-term encampment, please provide early notice. This is my territory. Attached is a map. I look forward to our reunion. Yours truly, Rhaegar Targaryen, Lord of the Summerlands of Pazir. A pale hand grasped the bubbling red wax over the fire. The container tilted, and liquid wax descended, spreading across the pristine envelope. A brand new greatsword landed steadily upon the wax, soon to solidify. As the greatsword was lifted, the extraordinary creature crafted from rubies at the center of the ornate guard reflected the sunlight, leaving behind a grand and imposing shape on the parchment. The wax rippled, forming a crest of 3 red dragons through its undulations. It must be dispatched promptly and in perfect condition. Yes, my lord. Off you go. The messenger departed, and Rhaegar placed the sword upon his lap, admiring his Valyrian steel blade. The length of the greatsword matched that of the long-lost Targaryen ancestral sword, Blackfire, both forged of Valyrian steel, resulting in a striking resemblance that pleased Rhaegar immensely. The crossguard was shaped like outspread dragon wings. One wing connected to an intricate relief of a Valyrian steel dragon, its head poised to strike, while its tail coiled around the hilt. On the other side, a shield-shaped recess of a darker hue, nearly pure black, was adorned with dozens of high-quality Valyrian rubies arranged to depict a gemstone red dragon, its tail encircling against a black background. The hilt was crafted from dragon bone, wrapped in leather, with a circular counterweight at the end set with a large ruby. The addition of precious mithril during the forging process enhanced its quality and magical properties, resulting in a smoky gray hue that differed from the black formed by dragonfire after Aegon's demise, even appearing lighter than the typical near-black deep gray of ordinary Valyrian steel. In years to come, it might also endure the scorching of dragonfire, its color deepening further. Rhaegar held this prospect with anticipation akin to his hopes for the future. Its name had long been decided, originating from the beginning of all things, Argentum Princeps, Valyrian for Silver Prince Princess. It served as a tribute, a commemoration of the Silver Prince and Princess. Rhaegar was in high spirits, humming a tune as he polished the sword until it gleamed as if brand new, though its sole flaw was its lack of history. In short, it was entirely new. Are you so pleased? Lars pushed open the door. Ah, your sword has arrived. Indeed, Rhaegar sheathed the sword and rose from his seat. Would you like to see it? Of course. Lars eagerly took the sword, marveling, goodness, what a beautiful little treasure. Just look at this emblem. It's simply exquisite. Oh, and this counterweight's ruby is a single piece, more substantial than all these smaller ones combined. Observe its eyes. After a prolonged admiration, Lars returned the silver prince to Rhaegar, saying, no wonder it took so long to reach you. With such fine craftsmanship, it likely cost more than my own. Rhaegar smiled in silence. All right, I see you are proud. Lars sighed in resignation. You've done well for yourself, building such a vast fortune. Ah, Rhaegar waved his hand. You too shall have your chance. The opportunity is at hand. By the way, are you interested in meeting another prince? Your friend from the Riverlands? Certainly. We have long been aware of each other. Lars shrugged, recalling how, prior to your and Myra's arrival at the Riverlands, many had often compared him to me. The fair sword sheath fell to the ground, the golden gauntlet glimmering in the midday sun. I genuinely wished for a chance to engage in a direct contest. Rhaegar lightly cautioned, do not let things escalate too far. Do I strike you as someone easily prone to impulsive actions? Lars retorted, my friend, it is evidently you who is susceptible to being swayed by emotions. Rhaegar was momentarily at a loss for words. This was a point he could not contest. Lars began to enumerate Rhaegar's illustrious deeds. At the Blue Fork, you charged across several burning warships to confront a sea monster capable of devouring fully armored knights. In the north, you unflinchingly followed Myra beyond the wall, vanquishing the White Walkers in a moment I regret not witnessing. At the 14 Flames, upon seeing Myra attacked, you rushed into the battlefield where 2 dragons clashed, conjuring forth that fiery lance as you ran. And I wager, unbeknownst to me, you have undoubtedly acted with similar impulsiveness before. Just as Rhaegar was about to use loyalty to his liege as an excuse to counter, he instantly shut his mouth at this remark. You are correct. See, Lars replied with pride, I was not mistaken. Indeed, you speak the truth. Rhaegar wished to brush past the topic, but such an amusing subject was one Lars could hardly resist. Quickly, tell me more. Well, those are tales of the past. That only proves you remember them vividly. Rhaegar stood up, tossing his sword into Lars's embrace, and hastened to the entrance of the newly erected Lord's office, pushing open the still rudimentary door. These are stories from afar. I believe we ought to focus on the present. A new batch of slaves has arrived in the territory, and I must ensure they are not mistreated by the overseers. Chapter 152. The gaze of water, give it to me. This? The young soldier shrugged off the wooden barrel on his shoulder. What use do you have for this wretched captive? It is the water from my homeland. Zenith's tone was almost pleading, a manner of speaking that felt like a humiliation to his entire family and to Loina. Please. Yet, within that unassuming wooden barrel lay the most precious treasure of hope amidst adversity. As fellow wanderers, I implore you. Very well. The soldier, observing Zenith's dirt-streaked face and pallid lips, nonchalantly replied, It is merely a barrel of water, perhaps even foul-smelling. Thank you. Zenith tumbled towards the barrel, fiercely cradling it in his arms, far more fervently than he had with that woman on the first night. Thank you, Mother River. Thank you, Fate. What a puzzling affair. The soldier muttered as he departed, intending to return and see if there was anything else to salvage from those 4 ships. Zeno's lips curled into a defiant smirk. Soon he would make these damned Loineans pay. Upon returning from his break, the overseer was infuriated to find the wretched slave sprawled on the ground, clutching a water bucket. His anger surged, surpassing even that of a volcano, as he raised his whip. You lazy captive. Crack. He shouted. What? Are you venting your frustrations on a wooden bucket because you couldn't find a ewe? You deserve a beating. With that energy, why aren't you working? The familiar sting seared Zeno's back, and in agony, he instinctively tightened his grip on the bucket. Get moving. The overseer stomped on the bucket, causing it to wobble. Water? Yes, yes. Zeno looked up, desperation in his eyes. I am so thirsty. I beg you, allow me to keep this bucket of water. The overseer, intrigued, noted that this was the first time in days that Zeno had shown any sign of submission. Very well. Zeno's heart raced with a surge of excitement, nearly grateful for the tormentor who had been relentlessly abusing him. However, his spirit sank. You must speak. What good was keeping the water when the priority was extracting information from this fellow to secure a promotion? Speak. Observing the youthful man beneath him, the overseer impatiently cracked the air with his whip, creating a sharp sound. Will you agree? Speak up. For the Loineans. Zeno gritted his teeth, determined to take a risk. Quickly, tell me what you know. Ah, you're finally talking about intelligence. Zeno straightened, nearly losing his balance. We were sent here on the prince's orders to sabotage the Valyrian road. Zeno selectively divulged their purpose for coming to this place as the destruction of the Valyrian road, while regarding Rhaegar as a personal assassination target issued by the prince, with a high bounty attached. Watching the overseer skip away to claim his reward, Zeno's lips twisted into a disdainful grin. Yet, the thought of having just nearly given him information soured his mood. This action set off alarm bells in his mind. He had to act swiftly, or he might find himself a slave indefinitely, risking exposure. No, that was unacceptable. This was about the Loineans. Revealing anything was out of the question. Zeno steeled himself, his gaze shifting to the bucket in his arms. The water from the Mother River, the source of the Loineans' magic. As long as he possessed it, Zeno could perform simple yet effective magic, grasping at hope with both hands. Time was of the essence. He resolved to take action that very night. At Lord Pacheret's mansion, Mira would arrive in a week's time. After reading the letter, Rhaegar turned to Lars, saying, It seems we are of great importance here. Lars took the letter and briefly read it, reflecting on how Mira had managed to abandon the troublesome affairs of Valyria. Yes. In her last letter, she mentioned that she had recently made those who supported Sutter pay dearly. The council must convene. The allocation of military supplies will necessitate negotiations with the dragonlord family, who control such matters. And she is also busy dealing with several powerful generals to seize command over a batch of the Imperial Guard. Enough said. Lars interrupted, expressing that with the over 1,000 individuals they currently managed, it was nearly impossible to sustain them all. It was beyond comprehension how Mira managed to acquire resources from the politically astute individuals in Valyria. Rhaegar nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of regret for not having learned more about political affairs during his time as a prince in King's Landing. Now, he found himself confined to this place, watching as Mira navigated the treacherous wolves of Valyria. In Westeros, the prominent families and powers could be counted on one hand. The Seven Kingdoms, the Faith, the Citadel, and the Blackfires. Even when including the secondary houses, the number barely reached a dozen. In contrast, Valyria boasted a figure that quadrupled this amount. When it came to religion, the Faith of the Seven worships a singular deity with a unified doctrine, whereas Valyria's 14 gods each possess distinct beliefs. Furthermore, it was within Valyria that the infamous god of many faces emerged, born from the despair of enslaved souls. Speaking of slavery, Rhaegar recalled a certain incident. At the precious Valyrian silver mine before the 14 Flames Palace, He had freed several slaves during his visit. He wondered how many had survived since then. Surely, the overseer wouldn't accept payment without performing his duties. Rhaegar found it impossible to fully relinquish the burden of slavery. The eyes of those enslaved reflected a longing for death rather than mere survival. Yet, Valyria was unlikely to forsake its slaves. Perhaps, in the future, he could provide them with a semblance of a path, be it to life or death. Convincing slave masters to relinquish their assets seemed an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps it was best to first seek out avenues of demise for the slaves. As Rhaegar pondered these matters, Lars returned quietly from outside. "What were you thinking?" he asked, retracting his hand that had been gesturing animatedly before Rhaegar's eyes. "Nothing," Rhaegar replied, coming back to reality. He ultimately realized that between life and death, the slaves had no choices before them. "What's the matter?" Lars inquired. The overseer mentioned that the noble captive who had remained silent revealed some information. He stated that they had arranged for pirates to come here to murder officials and stifle the spread of information, while the purpose of sending troops was to sabotage the Valyrian way. Lars took a seat. As for the assassination, the bounty was personally issued by that prince. "Do you believe it?" "No," Rhaegar replied. "The Valyrian way has withstood the test of a millennium, remaining operational despite the calamities following the cataclysm. Does Loina think a mere handful of men could undermine the foundation of the freehold? Perhaps coarse nightshade water has clouded his judgment. All right. Magic is now prevalent in the world. Those male witches might indeed cast curses upon those who insult them, bringing misfortune, though acquiring such magic may prove difficult. It's likely that the commands issued in a state of half-consciousness, akin to drinking opiate-laced water, are executed by their subordinates out of sheer obstinacy. It appears that the captive spoke falsely," Lars lamented. "It's troublesome. Since he chose to lie, he may very well be concealing some secret." "Yes, it is somewhat troublesome. It seems we cannot simply dispose of him. What then shall we do?" "Notify the overseer to continue the work and send someone to assist." "A splendid idea." Chapter 153, The Disputed Prince. "Did you see?" A man adorned in the garments of Prince Loiner inquired of the water sorcerer beside him. This man would later be known as the Great Galen. "My child is calling for my aid." The elderly water sorcerer remained silent, his murky eyes shimmering with ripples. The prince sought counsel from the sorcerer. "Should we rescue him? He is but a child." The sorcerer was silent, stirring the basin of water before them. "Yet he is also a commendable warrior," Galen mused. "For a warrior, the means of assistance is naturally a sharp spear." The sorcerer remained quiet, extending his hand. As the droplets fell from his fingertips, the surface of the water calmed, and the sorcerer gestured for the prince to observe. A portent from the mother river. His voice, deep and resonant, belied a youthfulness filled with wisdom. "Poor child." Upon witnessing Zenotto's grievous injury, Galen unconsciously rubbed his fingers together. "He is resilient." Observing Zenotto being lashed, the furrow of Galen's brow deepened. "He is astute." Watching Zenotto temporarily forsake his identity to plead with the enemy for a glimmer of hope, Galen remarked blandly, clenching his fist behind his back. "Nevertheless, I had hoped he would first eliminate that son of a god rather than demonstrate his wisdom in such a manner." The water sorcerer retorted, "He was captured. It is a common fate for a warrior. For a warrior, death is far preferable to captivity. Death is akin to wealth. The divine does not bestow it upon all. This is not the lesson imparted by the mother river. It is the wisdom life has taught me." The water sorcerer took a bottle of Loiner wine, poured it into the basin, and stirred. In the eyes of the two Loinerans, the ripples in the basin were neither water nor wine, neither transparent nor pale red. They were images on the verge of convergence. The tendrils of the mother river's magic extending outward. Behold, the eyes generously bestowed by the mother river, rare in their kindness, ever generous in their compassion. The water sorcerer bowed his head, immersed in those distant visions, his gaze drifting far away. The slaves of Valyria have received their swords, and the citizens gather in the square. Talia is drilling her troops. Officials from the free fortress begin to announce the enemy's positions, elucidating the horrific spoils of victory. The poisoners and assassins of Mantelis are devising fresh and efficient methods of murder. Their targets are very kin. The slingers of Tauros are equally relentless. The slaves serving as targets are already bloodied. The Illyrians on the islands have long been ferrying soldiers, slaves, and provisions onto ships bound for the mainland. And the opulent Oris, greedy merchants eagerly donating all they possess, hoping that the 40 avaricious dragons might grant them some meager remnants. Upon concluding these reflections, the water sorcerer, already in a lamentable state akin to the parched skin of a dehydrated olive, appeared even more desiccated, yet his voice resonated with greater intensity. "Galen, our primary concern must now lie in safeguarding every exceptional child of the Lorne River, rather than extinguishing the life of that inscrutable son of the 14 gods. The droplets of rain and the gentle streams are the very essence of the great river. Bang! The ancient ceramic basin shattered, revealing the pallid fish eye resting upon its tail, vacantly gazing at the heavens. Resistance is the rightful course for the children of the Lorne River. The prince stood before the esteemed water sorcerer and bellowed with fervor. Each and every child of the Lorne River should be willing to sacrifice everything for Loiner. The history of Loiner, from the self-taught ironworkers to the present, is so rich and profound that it is difficult to articulate. With achievements as numerous as the river's clams and fish, we are as resilient as flowing water, radiant and free. The long night cannot extinguish us, nor can the flames of the dragon destroy us. Our ancestors fought for 2 centuries. In a fit of passion, the usually dignified prince grasped the water sorcerer's collar. I cannot abandon this cause. I must not. I am the prince. Do you understand? Do you comprehend? If I forsake this, it will all be over. I must and can only fight. The prince's eyes widened with fury as he gradually loosened his grip, gasping for breath. Begone! The prince personally expelled the very mentor who once guided him. Go to Namelia, follow that woman, and pursue your path there. The water sorcerer was not taken aback, for such dialogues had transpired countless times before. However, this instance was particularly intense. For Zenotto, his last pupil, had chosen to defy the prince. I implore you. The exiled water sorcerer sank to the ground, his robe soaked with the waters of the mother river, mingling with the wine it produced. Save him. I lack the resources to send my already limited elite warriors across the ocean to rescue him. The prince refused to save his son. A soldier of Loiner, fully armed, could conquer all as long as he was within the mother river's domain and aboard a Loiner ship. Guyleen lamented to the water sorcerer, once his respected mentor. But what of sending them across the sea? When I was in Valyria, I dispatched 100 stalwart lads who had followed me for years, yet not one returned alive. They couldn't even bring back their helmets and armor. Do you think I wish to send them to their doom? Away from the mother river, we are powerless. Do you not see that Zenotto has become a slave? The water sorcerer sought one last opportunity for his student, with just a single word from you. Perhaps Zenotto could return. I must prioritize my precious soldiers for those of greater importance, such as that Rhaegar Targaryen. If I fail, all the children of the Lorne River will meet the same fate as Zenotto. The prince coolly interrupted this teacher, who had once instructed his son in the art of water magic. I am first and foremost the prince, and then Zenotto's father. Now leave at once. Go to Nasa Star. The elder rose in silence, refraining from argument, and did not disclose his departure to anyone. Leaving the island palace of the Heart Palace, he traversed the waterway past the golden-roofed houses, lingering one last time upon the Bridge of Dreams. Before departing from the city-state where he had spent the majority of his life, the water mage cast a wistful glance back at the enchanting city of Cheorn, the capital of festivities. No resentment lingered in his heart. The water mage understood that the prince was not devoid of emotion. He would feel sorrow for the familiar faces that had vanished, dread the grim future awaiting Loiner, remember that Zenotto was still but a child, and suffer at the thought of his most promising son reduced to slavery, compelled to serve the enemy. Yet, we must resist. Tears welled in the water mage's eyes. For 2 centuries, war had not been an ominous cloud, but rather a dragon's kiss looming ever closer. The acrid scent of sulfur lingered in the air. How many lives had been lost in Loiner, what price had been paid, and how profound was the fear felt. To the west lay the predatory Valyrian colonies, traversing the Lorne River basin as if Loiner were already under their dragon wings, left to their whims. Mother River, please protect us. Kneeling by the banks of the Lorne River, the water mage's eyes trembled with ripples as he closed them, refusing to look any longer. Tears fell. Those were the tears of the Lorne River. Chapter 154. An unsettling disquiet Mira would take the time to visit Pasheray tomorrow evening. Preparations must be made to welcome her. Lars, who had just returned from escorting supplies to the seaside, casually remarked as he closed the newly replaced wooden door and paused to admire its exquisite carvings. Indeed, it was quite splendid. He was thoroughly pleased with his new door. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Lars sat down, reflecting on how swiftly a week had passed. Rhaegar handed over a letter. Indeed, time flies. Even faster than the ice of Valyria melts. Let me have a look. Lars unfolded the letter, noting that Mira had chosen to stay only one night to avoid causing a stir and had specifically advised to treat her visit casually. However, there was still the matter of investigating those Loiner individuals. Precisely, Rhaegar explained. Do you recall those captives? Mira suspected that the quiet passage of 100 Loiner through the observation posts towards the land of eternal summer was amiss. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that even before our arrival in Valyria, several small contingents from Loiner had ventured to the Valyrian peninsula. However, they had been intercepted outside the city. thus drawing little attention at the time. By the way, there were several at the mithril mine we visited. Rhaegar was initially taken aback. Recording the latest population and tax figures of the territory while explaining to Lars, Sutter is one of the captains of the Valyrian city guard. They possess the authority to patrol on dragons. A few loiner, armed only with short swords, arriving around Valyria at this critical juncture, without any identification, would be seen by Sutter, riding his dragon, as an unexpected bounty. Sutter seized the opportunity and sent them to his own mine as slaves. The Black Dragon, slain by Rhaegar, must have been well fed at the time, which explains why a few managed to survive. It remains uncertain whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune for the enslaved Loinans. Oh, the whims of the Seven. Lars found the situation rather amusing. The convergence of fate's currents had evidently occurred long before, during the gentle babbling of the stream. All of this transpired much earlier than anticipated. Rhaegar sighed, remarking that it was time to return to the pressing matter at hand, namely, the issue of the captives. The interrogator I know is not particularly clever, but he possesses strength. Lars set down his goblet, noting that the only thing of value here is the Valyrian road. Hasn't the notion of using this as a goal been thoroughly debunked? The remaining captives should be amenable to questioning. An assault on the Valyrian road is, of course, out of the question. The true objective remains shrouded in doubt. And there is no urgency, nor can there be. The real issue lies in the scarcity of skilled interrogators. We cannot rely solely on brute force, as this approach will inevitably lead to their demise. Rhaegar pondered that he must dedicate some time to learning more magic. His reservoir of power was steadily increasing. Yet merely playing with fire felt stifling. I propose we explore other avenues first, such as how those Loinans managed to traverse the blockade, transporting so many to the lands of long summer. Haven't we uncovered anything about the route? Lars paused in his pouring. Could it be that the captives succumbed to plague? Indeed, many have perished, but it is certain that no plague was involved. So, not a single captive has uttered a word? Lars expressed disbelief. Were his subordinates truly so inept that they could elicit nothing? They may indeed be lacking, but they are not entirely without merit. Those who showed signs of speaking have already died. Rhaegar set down his quill and rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the discomfort from prolonged desk work. This task was far more exhausting than composing melodies. For now, we have not discovered who is responsible. Lars's expression turned serious. Is there truly such a matter? I have merely been away for a few days. Have we uncovered anything? Nothing has been found. Rhaegar was troubled by this predicament. Myra's arrival is imminent, and her safety must take precedence. Yet at this very moment, troubles arise in the territory, making it exceedingly difficult to manage. Just as you have returned, I need you to assist me in resolving this. Let us first investigate. Lars did not offer an immediate agreement. Very well, let us proceed. Rhaegar casually tossed aside his quill. I shall accompany you as well. The prison cells. Even from a distance, the foul odors surged forth, assaulting their nostrils. It was a noxious amalgamation, with the stench of mildew being the least offensive. Quite overwhelming. Lars squinted. Is this the place? Yes, indeed. Rhaegar, having visited several times, had grown somewhat accustomed to the wretchedness, though it left no trace on him. At least, none that I could discern. Here, right at this spot, death came by strangulation. The crude earthen structure was once a cattle shed belonging to a family. Viewed through the lens of Westerosi poverty, it might be considered a decent dwelling. However, in the bountiful lands of long summer, even local farmers would deem it suitable for such a purpose. Confirming it has not been processed? Affirmative. There is nothing here. Indeed. Immaculate, save for the grime. Have you examined that? Which one? The one, that one. Lars pointed at his eyes, the ones that change color. Perhaps this is the work of magic. I have used it. Rhaegar shrugged, a look of exasperation on his face. It is precisely because I have used it that I am so troubled. I searched this place thoroughly, enduring my disgust, yet I found no trace of magic being cast. As for the magic to remotely trace the source of the spell, Mira cannot do it, and he certainly cannot either. I have not uncovered the culprit, only that they are preventing me from obtaining information. Could it be their assistance? Lars suggested. Perhaps in these past few days, someone from the Loina has come secretly. Do you forget? The observation posts on the sea were all arranged by you. Rhaegar reminded him. Do you truly believe someone could silently approach under the watchful eyes of the river folk? That does seem unlikely. Indeed, how could it be without a sound? Suddenly, Rhaegar stiffened, as if struck by lightning. Without a sound. Sutter, the feather of concealment, a magical artifact from Beleris, still lies among Rhaegar's belongings. A person cannot approach soundlessly, no matter how cunning a thief. It is impossible, for this is an inhuman domain, a realm of magic. Magic is a universal phenomenon. An ancient saying goes, where the bandit can go, I can go too. The Loina might also achieve this. Lars, let us set this aside for now. Not investigating further? For the time being, let it be. Rhaegar clapped his hands, attempting to dispel the panic. It is more important to fetch Mira. Where shall we meet? By the seaside. It is less populated, and there are ready-made defenses. Right. Rhaegar solemnly instructed Lars to ensure the soldiers observing the sea remained vigilant, with no room for error. Lars's expression grew grave. Rhaegar, what are you worried about? Rhaegar gazed at the sun gradually sinking in the west, pressing his hand to his chest. I do not know. That is what is truly frightening. As night deepened, the moonlight illuminated the scene. The familiar lavender wings appeared on the distant horizon, contrasting with the silver scales reflecting the moonlight. It was a beautiful young dragon, though a massive creature in the eyes of ordinary folk, from any angle. The silver arrow was still a promising juvenile dragon. Its potential was boundless, yet to be realized. Chapter 155, The Approaching Child of Water. Did you miss me? Mira alighted gracefully from the wings of the silver arrow. Of course, it is a subject's duty. Lars. Rhaegar corrected him with resignation. Do not feign here. Lars stuck out his tongue, making a comical face. Just a joke. Very well. Mira smiled with satisfaction. I am delighted. It is wonderful to see you both again. Mira raised her arms high and stretched with a long yawn. Those troublesome fellows are as irritating as a decaying corpse, the kind that still writhes. The invigorating scent of the ocean filled Mira with a sense of tranquility. It is delightful to simply bask in the sea breeze, quite pleasant indeed. This is precisely what Rhaegar hoped for. He wished for Mira to remain within this fortified domain, far removed from the throngs and distractions of the bustling, still developing pasture. The panic that unexpectedly surged within him during the day had yet to dissipate, but here on the beach, he managed to find a semblance of calm. Perhaps the wind had whisked away his concerns. In the future, one might even designate an area here for the construction of a leisure palace. The sunset over this beach is quite splendid, a vivid crimson akin to blood. Soon, several nimble soldiers arranged the tables and chairs, eagerly watching their esteemed lords take their seats. Silver Arrow lay a distance away, approximately 200 meters, spreading its wings to shield its head as it slumbered. The wind blew gently from behind, and the faint, briny scent of the ocean mingled with the rhythmic crashing of the waves at their feet. How delightful! Mira leaned back. The splash of the waves beckoned conversation. Let us talk about something, or else we might easily succumb to drowsiness, Lars suggested. In his youth, the young prince had countless summer nights spent unknowingly dozing by the riverbank, fully aware of how such tranquil sounds could lull one to sleep. Mira posed a query. What topic is fitting for now? Rhaegar pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps something a touch more refined? Music? Power? Dreams? Under the starlit sky. The three turned to one another, exchanging glances. I thought you would mention that. Laughter echoed lightly, blending with the crashing waves that reached the soldiers' ears. The camaraderie among the lords is truly remarkable. The prince cherishes these two lords. You may not realize, but the prince has always lacked companions, the northern captain gently interjected. This is how we ought to express our respect. Thus, the soldiers of Westeros fell silent, standing still, their gazes fixed ahead. The sea lay shrouded in darkness. On one of the small boats tasked with monitoring the ships of Loina, two soldiers from the riverlands swayed gently with the undulating waves. The moonlight was sufficiently bright, negating the need for torches. One soldier kept a vigilant watch over the sea's surface while the other, wrapped in a blanket, slumbered. They bore surnames, which in Westeros denotes nobility. Their affluent backgrounds afforded them superior nourishment, sparing them from the common affliction of night blindness that plagued many commoners, thus enabling them to undertake this critical reconnaissance duty. One of them emitted a prolonged yawn. He nudged his companion. Hey, it's time to switch shifts. Wake up. Hey, hello? Oh, that was to be his final utterance in this life. The water sorcerer, silently standing at the stern of the boat, withdrew the flowing river water, stepped forward, and methodically dispatched each one with a dagger, all without the slightest sound, even in the absence of magic. As the river dwellers, the Loinai people, consider their boats as homes, this skill requires no specialized training. The water sorcerer gently stirred the river water that claimed the lives of two soldiers. On the surface of the sea, a larger vessel glided silently, its crew preparing quietly. At the bow, Baron, the most trusted subordinate and personal guard of Prince Gowan, steadied himself against the rail adorned with a fish face motif, while cradling an iron kin in his other hand. With a soft chime, the vessel sailed smoothly through the calm waters, propelled solely by the water sorcerers within the hold. The water surrounding the hull was not seawater, but the waters of the Lehen River. Such an endeavor came at a great cost, particularly in the domain of the sea god, yet it was deemed worthwhile. Suddenly, A droplet erupted from the once tranquil surface of the can, falling back into the depths with a resonating chime. Baron lifted the can and poured its contents over himself. "Prepare yourselves," he grasped his spear tightly, propelled by the silent call of his comrades who had perished, for he beheld the torches ignited by the foreigners. The flickering flames danced, shimmering upon the water's surface, reflecting light in a clever embrace of the authority of light woven by Rollo. This was the secret that allowed their vessel to glide until it could advance no further, becoming beached. Indeed, he had never anticipated returning alive. Dozens of spears flew forth, aimed at the soldiers closest to Rhaegar. The loin-eye vessel pierced through the darkness. The blackened weapons, dull and stealthy, struck with deadly precision. The flimsy leather armor of the Westerosi soldiers could not withstand the full force of these elite loin-eye warriors, who embraced the notion of sacrificing everything to fulfill the prince's mission. They were the prince's shield, the prince's spear, and indeed the spear of all loin-eye, destined to be drenched in blood. Next came the soaked and slender loin-eye, emerging like the fabled deep divers, suddenly surfacing from the ocean one fateful night, revealing their fangs to the land dwellers. A blazing light pierced the night. The fierce silver-gray dragon fire swept left and right, fanning out in a display of wrath, igniting the audacious attackers who sought to strike Mira. Yet, they were mere cannon fodder, composed of the elite's expendable forces. Their meaning in death lay in consuming the dragon fire of silver arrows. In prolonged standoffs, the loin-eye had long since discerned the breath frequencies, ranges, and intervals of dragons of all ages, breeds, and sizes. The invaluable experience gained through the cost of lives must be repaid in kind. Throw. With the fire column extinguished, the prince's personal guard captain bellowed. Another rain of spears descended, the interval between this volley and the last insufficient even to insert a single sheet of paper. "Dragon!" Baron shouted, hurling a heavy spear forged from loin-eye steel, delivering the most effective strike of this round of spear rain. The throat of the silver arrow was pierced by this spear, a manifestation of loin-eye's hatred and wisdom. The throat is where dragons produce their fire. The waters of the Lorne River, ejected from the hollow spear, utterly ravaged the dragon's relatively fragile mouth and throat, severing numerous wounds that incapacitated its ability to unleash fiery breath. Pain ignited the wrath of the silver arrow, which spread its wings and issued a hoarse, fragmented roar towards the invisible vessel. The silver arrow turned, surging towards the surface of the sea, splashing water, filled with a fierce desire to rend asunder those diminutive beings who had inflicted such agony upon it. Yet, another emotion swiftly quelled its fury. "Mira, you must leave at once, ascend to the skies." Rhaegar summoned the divine spear, its fierce glow illuminating the entire beach, finally revealing the ship concealed by light magic. A new wave of assassins emerged from the sea, their roles distinctly defined. A dozen rushed towards the three, while the remainder confronted the remaining guards. The sudden onslaught caught everyone off guard. Lars managed to block only 2 attackers. Rhaegar did not even draw his longsword, relying solely on a spear ill-suited for close combat to dispatch 3 foes. Sensing Myra's peril, the silver arrow intended to rush to her side. A few hundred meters, a mere few seconds for it. The water was swifter. The 2 bodies of water converged, their temperature and medium exchanging under external force in less than a second. The mixture of seawater and river water spiraled into a water vortex, toppling the mighty dragon. The silver arrow stumbled, panic setting in as it attempted to ascend away from the loathsome and fearsome liquid. Yet, it continued to strive towards Mira, just as she had once chosen it. It raced towards her. Unlike ordinary dragons, which required only a few steps to launch into the air like a nimble sparrow weaving through thorns, the silver arrow needed far more runway and initial flaps than its kin. An inherent flaw, an irremediable weakness, a sentence seemingly decreed by fate long ago. The guillotine descended. The whirlwind descended. A greater beast unveiled its gaping maw, entirely composed of water. Water, when fierce, is indomitable. When gentle, it infiltrates every crevice. These 2 states often coexist in a superimposed existence. In that moment, the mighty dragon resembled a helpless bird, futilely struggling within the hunter's net, unable to escape. Chapter 156. The Roaring Deluge Water. Seawater. Mixed river water. It swirled. The water vortex formed, its epicenter the silver dragon. Not too fast. This singular thought consumed Mira's mind. The initial onslaught of spear rain, followed by the deadly assassins, precisely dismantled the silver arrow's capacity for flame with that formidable spear. The second wave of clearly coordinated assassins, alongside a large-scale water technique that evidently required prior preparation, functioned like intricately interlocking mechanical devices. From the outset, The attack successfully designated them as the primary targets, with the silver arrow as the focal tactical elimination objective, swiftly dragging the fire dragon into the depths, extinguishing any thoughts of mounting the great beast to flee. Do not fear, do not fear. Enemies surround me on all sides, and Mira takes refuge in a distant area, far removed from the bloody melee, seeking solace. They remain unaware of Rhaegar's formidable combat prowess. The dragon is not so easily vanquished. Silver Arrow has traversed the legendary expanse of Westeros, encountering innumerable perils. How could it possibly succumb to this magical force that submerges the silver dragon in shallow waters? The water, heavy as 1,000 burdens, ensnares its feet and suppresses its wings. Silver Arrow emits a terrified wail, a sound more desperate than when dragged beneath the waves by the sea monster at Blue Fork. An astonishing maelstrom forms, birthed from the sacrifices of several water sorcerers of the Loiner, as mud and silt whirl upwards, raising the water level in the shallows, compressing Silver Arrow's proximity to the air above. At the heart of this breathtaking artificial spectacle lies the silver dragon, straining desperately to escape the choking vortex. The whirlpool exerts relentless pressure as the vengeful avenger, veins bulging, grips the throat of the enemy with unwavering determination, eyes wide with fury. The water courses through the ghastly wounds inflicted by Balon's spear, gradually staining the mingling waters a deep crimson. The force capable of rending mountains and shattering stones wreaks havoc upon the flesh, with results that are all too evident. Mira relinquishes her grasp on the fire magic. Rhaegar, once more, dispatches an assassin in black who attempts to seize the moment to strike at Mira, lamenting the seemingly endless tide of assassins. The sounds of battle resonate, shouts of slaughter, cries of anguish, pleas for mercy, the clash of metal, commands from the commander, and the sorcerers aboard, their orifices bleeding, maintaining an unbroken chant. And then, an ominous sound. Crack. The spine of Silver Arrow emits a foreboding noise, perceptible only to Mira, who has maximized her mental link with the dragon amidst the cacophony of the battlefield. No, not this. That was merely the beginning. Even the most resilient body cannot withstand the relentless force of the water. 1,000-mile dam can crumble from an ant's burrow. The steadfastness reaches its limits, and the moment of relaxation will herald unbearable consequences. The long spine contorts, the accumulated force concentrating at the already battered and fragile throat. The dragon's neck blossoms forth. For the first time, the loiners sever the head of a mighty dragon. A magnificent dragon. It is called Silver Arrow. Mira nearly faints. Death. The abrupt severance of their deep mental connection engenders a violent ringing in Mira's ears, her entire mind buzzing. Death. Unable to bear the weight of it, Mira collapses upon the soft sands. Her silver hair cascades down, obscuring her expression of numbness. Mira lifts her head. I want all the loiner to perish. A declaration of vengeance is made. Immediately, the fire magic reignites. The once tumultuous sea begins to calm, as Captain Balon swiftly navigates around the deep pit caused by the water vortex, crushing the splashes of dragon blood beneath his feet. He never anticipated that everything would progress so smoothly. We have succeeded. Warriors, we have slain a dragon, a living, breathing dragon. With this triumphant proclamation from Baron, all surviving Loina people became aware of this exhilarating news. Huzzah! Excellent! Do you see? This is the might of the Loina people. Still, they do not surrender. Eliminate that Valyrian. Baron pointed out the next target, a man wielding a flaming spear, to his comrades. Slaying the dragon was merely a necessary step in their mission. The ultimate objective was to vanquish the son of the 14 gods, that man, Rhaegar Targaryen. We shall end your life, Baron shouted, charging towards Rhaegar with a Loina steel spear in hand. For Loina, for the River Lorne. Meet your demise, son of the 14 gods. Baron surged forward, using his momentum to aim the sharp spearhead at Rhaegar, who was preoccupied with the renewed vigor of his opponents. Captain, hurry. Baron noticed a familiar subordinate kneeling on the ground, desperately clinging to the flaming spearhead, allowing his chest to become charred and bloodied. I shall remember your noble sacrifice. Baron silently vowed, gripping the spear's shaft with increasing intensity. The spear's tip pointed directly at Rhaegar's chest. Yes, kill him. Wait, why are you not afraid? A mere 20 paces from Rhaegar, Baron was startled to see no trace of fear in the man's violet eyes, which should have reflected the imminent threat of death. The tall, handsome silver-haired man regarded him with a cold stare, seemingly indifferent to the spear that was ensnared in his grip. Rhaegar observed the robust Loina charging towards him, curious as to why this fool chose to announce his intentions so loudly. However, he was not the main concern. The focus lay behind him. The silver arrow. It is dead. Alas, with a swift motion, the dark spear easily freed itself from the grasp of the fallen guard, leaving behind a mere shell of a lifeless body. Gripping the spear tightly, Rhaegar felt the warmth of the flames. He raised it high, channeling his intent and the magic within him, causing the flames to blaze brighter and fiercer, engorging the spear with a mantle of fire. His silver hair billowed, and with piles of corpses at his feet, Rhaegar was free to unleash his formidable techniques that required time to gather strength, unimpeded by those fearless soldiers. Rhaegar paid little mind to the seemingly formidable fool charging at him. Whoosh! The spear of Rhaegar soared forth, tracing an imperfect arc as it passed through several bodies ignited by the last breath of dragon fire from the silver arrow. The flames clung to the remnants, amplifying their ferocity. Rhaegar turned, standing tall, swiftly unfastening the silver sword at his waist. Unprepared for this turn of events, he had only brought this great sword with him. The sheer number of enemies had prevented him from drawing it earlier. Twisting his body, he thrust the sword, its sheath piercing the charred chest of the royal guard, temporarily immobilizing him. The colossal sword requires a moment to unsheath, along with some finesse or assistance. With a swift motion, Rhaegar pivoted and drew forth the gigantic blade. The mithril imbued this weapon with superior magical conductivity and carrying capacity. Flames ignited along the sword's edge, tracing a blazing crescent arc. Beren stood in a daze, witnessing the spearhead of Loin's steel lance soar forth, only to have the target of its charge transformed into Rhaegar's returning blade. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion erupted. Their vessel, which had ferried them to Pahir, was struck by the spear of Vagharl, detonating from within. Chapter 157, Prophecy of Our Demise. Just for you, flames erupted, casting a stark illumination upon the bewildered faces of those present. The grand ship, capable of carrying 200 souls and belonging to Prince Cheorn, was effortlessly annihilated before their eyes. What transpired? Even if a dragon had descended, it would have made its presence known, yet they merely saw a flash of fire before the vessel erupted. At this moment, many on the battlefield harbored similar questions within their hearts. The two fortunate enough to witness the entire sequence of events were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, with no inclination to elucidate the matter to others. Yet, the explanation itself is rather straightforward. A throw, a precise hit. The spear of Vagharl was endowed with such characteristics from the moment of its forging. A detonation, a display of fiery ferocity. This artifact's paramount trait was its ability to harness flames. In truth, this long and searing spear could also be regarded as an exquisite fire wand. Such simplicity, it was akin to fitting an elephant into a refrigerator. A sharpened piece of quality would thrust into the sand. With this, like a pole vaulting athlete, Beren barely managed to redirect his trajectory away from the rare Westeros giant, sword of the Essos continent. With labored breaths, Beren rolled and crawled away from this suddenly formidable beast, gasping for air as he glanced at the pointed wooden stick in his hand, then back at his adversary. He hastily discarded the stick and drew a short sword from his waist. Taking a deep breath, Beren relied on his superhuman physique to barely catch his breath, narrowly evading a heavy blow from his opponent. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Beren clumsily rolled aside, momentarily inspecting his surroundings and discovering that his grayscaled armor had unwittingly activated, blocking the opponent's sword strike, though a significant gash had been torn into his back. Even without the fire artifact, this man remained monstrous in demeanor, his face darkened, unrelenting in his onslaught. Damn it, it was just a matter of slaying one dragon. How many of our kin have you killed? Not even a moment of remorse, let alone a lingering impression. Sword after sword, the prince's guards wielded their short swords, left only with the option of retreat against the creature that wielded the great sword as if it were a dagger. Only then did Beren comprehend why the water sorcerers had advised him not to linger aboard the ship. He felt a profound sense of remorse towards those water sorcerers who had toiled the hardest on this journey, and he was deeply ashamed of his unfounded suspicions. Disembarking had indeed been the right choice, not solely for his life, but for the grand mission at hand. A monster requires a monster to confront it. Indeed, this creature, this abomination, I too am perceived as a monster in the eyes of the Loina. I must confront him, face to face, spear to spear, sword to sword. Life against death. I cannot remain like a fisherman casting nets from his vessel, passively awaiting the fruits of the Mother River's bounty. To combat such a monster, one must strike with the ferocity akin to that of a tiger prowling the dense jungle. For Loina, come forth, Beren roared, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him. Fortunately, he bore a Loina steel short sword, which would render the battle conditions relatively equitable. Moreover, to his surprise, a comrade at his feet graciously provided a Loina steel turtle shield. The Mother River shall remember his sacrifice. At the very least, Beren will remember. On the sea. A moment ago, a magnificent colossal warship had graced the waters, but in the blink of an eye, it erupted into a fiery explosion, leaving behind fragments of varying sizes scattered across the waves. The wreckage of Prince Galing's warship floated in this expanse, most engulfed in flames, defiantly burning amidst the seawater. Helpless and adrift, akin to duckweed upon a river. Cough. The water sorcerer lay prone atop a larger piece of debris, fortunate to have survived the initial wave of explosive fire and searing heat, ignoring the peril to his own life. The water sorcerer expended the last vestiges of his magical energy to enhance his vision, a thin film of water forming over his eyes, as he fixed his gaze intently upon the battlefield's most critical confrontation. Two warriors, their speed and strength far surpassing ordinary human comprehension, clashed in a relentless exchange of blows. With each passing moment, intricate maneuvers emerged that could elicit roars of approval from the thousands gathered in the Valyria arena, yet in the next heartbeat, even more astonishing techniques would be hurled forth, as carelessly as refuse in a market. The epicenter of the battlefield had materialized, the intensity of their struggle escalating to an extreme fervor, an unparalleled spectacle. Countless soldiers yearned to provide even the slightest assistance to their commander, yet all efforts proved futile. Setting aside the enemy's assaults, the sheer magnitude of their colossal swords, wielded with a grace unlike that of ordinary men, was lethally decisive. The swift, defensive sword and shield combination formed an imposing barrier, obstructing the common soldier's intervention. Truly a sight to behold. The water sorcerer mused. No wonder the Valyrians are so enamored with the spectacle of combat. Cough. Blood oozed from between his ribs, where a wound had been inflicted, the seawater saturating his innards. The water sorcerer wore a pallid smile, though not solely due to the winter-esque chill. Hope remains, hope endures. He understood that slaying a child of prophecy would not alter the grand tapestry of fate. Yet hope, akin to the precious drops of water from a parched well in the desert, accumulates drop by drop, heralding the promise of a new tomorrow. What is to be earned, what is to be fought for, is that very next dawn. The children of the Mother River are resilient, unyielding, and forever defiant, regardless of the circumstances. The people of Loinor shall not perish. The faith in the Mother River will endure eternally. We shall joyfully pass down our civilization, continuing the glory of the river's children. Remembering history as we stride into the next millennium, my vision began to blur. The two individuals were still engaged in battle. One was the finest warrior of Loinor, while the other was the unpredictable child of the 14 gods. With such a lineage, the inability to foresee the future is not so astonishing. We may not be able to predict your fate, yet the water sorcerer chuckled. With considerable effort, we can foresee our demise. Huh. Cheorn, the last court water sorcerer, released his grip on the edge of the debris. Beren, you must exert yourself. Prophetic magic drains both spirit and life. It requires immense effort to persuade you. After expending so much breath to save you, you ought to contribute. Your stubbornness is such that if you heeded some counsel, we wouldn't have to toil so hard, and you might fare better in the end. Warrior, I must remind you, we still have a chance. Loinor, relentless. Cheorn, the Palace of Compassion. Prince Galin observed the young man, trained by the remnants of the previous generation's loyal guards, praying silently to the Mother River within the defensively weakened palace. He prayed that the two warships would arrive at their destination promptly and safely. He prayed that all court water sorcerers would conjure the means to victory. He prayed that his elite guards could vanquish the child of prophecy. He prayed for the destruction of the Valyrian who would bring ruin to Loinor, the prince foretold in prophecy. Chapter 158, Reinforcements. Bang. Beren's short sword, riddled with nicks, shattered completely. The astonishingly resilient Loinor steel turtle shield teetered on the brink of fragmentation. He himself was a tapestry of wounds, his face flushed with exertion. This one-on-one combat was intense, impacting many on the battlefield. Several unfortunate souls who rushed to assist were inexplicably decapitated from 2 meters away by the colossal sword. Yet, it concluded swiftly. There was no miraculous victory. The enormous sword, when raised, could reach Rhaegar's chest, wielded against a short sword and a small shield. Without extraordinary circumstances, the inability to immediately subdue his opponent could easily be deemed Rhaegar's incompetence. Humph, victory seems within reach, Rhaegar thought, momentarily relaxing as he redirected some of his attention from the battlefield to concentrate on the formidable warrior before him, who occasionally shouted incomprehensible phrases. Such strength must be extinguished. The moment the silver arrow met its end, Rhaegar understood that the spark igniting the legendary Second Spice War was lit before him, heralding a terrifying shift in the tide of fate. much like that exquisitely crafted warship. Explosion. The war princess was on the brink of completing her coming-of-age ceremony, ascending the throne upon a million vengeful souls in the trials of blood and fire, poised to reign over the world as a queen. Alas, what a pity for the silver arrow, it was a noble dragon. Tell me. Rhaegar coldly inquired whether the spear that struck the silver arrow in the throat was cast by him. What was he saying? Bent over and gasping for breath. Balon could not comprehend what the mission objective was articulating. He was determined to become the sharpest spear of Loiner. Where would he find the time to master the cursed Valyrian tongue? Alas, Rhaegar sighed, recognizing the barrier of language between them. Rhaegar. Yes, Mira. Rhaegar turned, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. Kill him. Rhaegar had never witnessed Mira lose her composure to such an extent. It is him. He is the one who killed the silver arrow? Excellent. Another reason to slay you. And indeed, the most significant one. Fierce warrior, you should hasten toward your demise. With his massive sword raised high, the ash-gray blade ablaze with ferocious flames, the malevolent patterns shifting beneath his gaze grinned like demons. Balon attempted to raise his remaining tortoise shield in defense, only to suddenly realize he could muster no strength. Turning to look, he discovered that his right bicep had been cleanly severed, with blood gushing forth in torrents. As the adrenaline and passion for his devotion to Loiner faded, confronted by that flawless, warm visage illuminated by flames, Balon could only manage a bitter smile, devoid of the will to resist. Damn it! Hearing that sound, Rhaegar was unable to complete the final step of his kill, instinctively leaping aside to shield Mira, who glared at Balon. A familiar rain of spears descended upon the battlefield. The closest one landed at Balon's feet as he knelt on the ground. What is that thing? A soldier observing the situation shouted, pointing at the sea. A ship. A medium-sized war vessel, the anchor not dropped, its oars still in motion, causing ripples at the bow. It was a ship that Rhaegar found somewhat familiar. This vessel, both in design and material, mirrored the one Rhaegar had destroyed, the only distinction being the painted patterns upon it. Reinforcements? Why? On board, a familiar bodyguard of Balon shouted. Just a little late. Why? He felt utterly shattered. It was merely a matter of a brief delay. Tears were futile, as the bodies strewn across the beach and the debris floating on the surface of the sea starkly reminded him of the cruel reality that his comrades had perished. Damn the inspection. The soldiers cursed the Volantis inspectors who halted them for checks and demanded bribes. Had it not been for their interference causing them to arrive late, how could those fighting brothers have met their end? How could the water sorcerers have drowned in the sea? Loose the arrows, quickly, the commander ordered. Let loose all these useless arrows. What was the use of expending such great resources to carry so many supplies, only to waste time on inspections that led to the needless loss of those brothers' lives? Soon, wave after wave of arrows soared into the air, densely peppering the beach. The once certain victory was abruptly interrupted, even reversed, leading to an unfavorable situation for Rhaegar's side. Damn it! Hiding behind a makeshift barricade of corpses, bloodied Lars was in a foul mood. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying the sea breeze and engaging in light-hearted conversation when a barrage of spears nearly skewered him like a kebab, followed by a horde of black-clad figures emerging from the sea, shouting incomprehensible words and launching an assault. The scene reminded Lars of the stories told in the north. Was it not akin to the tales of goblins snatching children? Damn it! Such a sudden onslaught could terrify anyone. Fortunately, these assailants were not armored, otherwise he might have been in real trouble. Clad only in rudimentary leather armor, Lars felt a flicker of relief. Hey, Lars called out to Rhaegar across a pile of bodies. Can you do that again? No. Rhaegar was powerless in this regard. That spear had consumed nearly all of Rhaegar's magical energy, thrown with a feeble mastery of control and manipulation. And the only reason it had shattered a medium-sized Loina warship was due to the sheer magnitude of his magical reservoir and the artifact's automatic targeting effect, essentially, brute force. How many are left? Unknown. Well, that was a pointless question. In truth, surviving such a chaotic ambush was a stroke of luck, and it was somewhat unreasonable to ask Lars for a headcount at this moment. Rhaegar lowered his head, dodging a stray arrow. How is it? Rhaegar gazed with concern at the quiet Mira in his arms. I'm sorry, I couldn't kill him. It's all right. Myra's voice was muffled in Rhaegar's embrace. I will take matters into my own hands. I will annihilate the entire Loina. Very well. Just then, a spear flew past and pierced an unfortunate soul among the corpses. Rhaegar quickly cradled Mira and pressed her down against the beach. Wait, what did you say? Mira closed her mouth, unwilling to say more. The abrupt severing of their mental links still lingered, causing her head to throb painfully. They have reinforcements. Why don't we? Lars lamented. Boom. The prow of a Westerosi ship collided with the stern of the prince's warship, sending splinters flying. The relentless rain of spears and arrows immediately ceased. Sensing the change, Rhaegar cautiously peered out towards the sea. What? A massive fleet emerged on the horizon. Hey, Rhaegar, you look rather unwell. A stormy laughter erupted from the ship that had shattered the prince's vessel, resonating like thunder and capturing the attention of everyone present. It was hard to believe that a human could produce such a mighty sound. The Storm King, Leo, stood at the bow, leaning on his ancestral storm hammer, his dark hair billowing as his black cloak fluttered in the land breeze. I think you need some assistance. Chapter 159, in Leo. Rhaegar felt astonished rather than delighted. When did we ally with the Storm King? How was I unaware of this? Haha. The distance was too great for Leo to hear what Rhaegar was saying. But he caught sight of the tall figure greeting him from the battlefield, its shoulder-length silver hair shimmering in the firelight. His intuition told him that this was the handsome young man, Rhaegar, with whom he had once crossed paths. It seemed he had indeed grown considerably. Surveying the beach strewn with bodies and the ship of the Loina being suppressed by the fleet's firepower, along with the enormous corpse adorned with glimmering silver scales, Leo quickly deduced the dire situation Rhaegar had just faced. The ships on the sea were firing arrows, only to be destroyed, necessitating a landing for combat. The last remaining vessel continued its barrage. Something was amiss. What was the reason for that woman and Rhaegar's group to confront two warships by the shore? Why did those two medium-sized warships venture into Long Summer to attack the Dragon King and even slay a dragon? And why did Rhaegar not flee? Nevertheless, Leo dismissed these thoughts. Continue firing. He couldn't be bothered to think further. Victory would reveal all. After all, he had been relying on his identity as a subordinate of the River Bay forces, which felt somewhat shameful. On board the prince's ship, the Loina suffered devastating losses from the sudden ambush of arrows, leaving only a few fortunate souls huddled on the deck, raising their turtle shields in defense. Go around the ship. Morrill Gardner commanded the massive mixed fleet composed of the River Bay, River Interval, and Western Territories. Before the reckless king, whom he had only recently met, could leap into action, the River Bay fleet's arrows had already reached the Loina's ship ahead of Leo. Secure that vessel. This tactic was a naval maneuver Morrill had learned from the Iron Men during the battle at the Mand River. Deploy the planks, board the ship. Despite being the strongest contingent in this mixed fleet, it was the impetuous Storm King who made the first move. Reflecting on the Storm King's audacious entry with his forces, Morrill concluded that he should not be underestimated. Years of enmity. Well, perhaps not years, as the last conflict with the Stormlands had occurred over 70 years ago. In the intervening years, he had been preoccupied with the increasingly fierce Iron Men and the formidable Western Territories, occasionally taking time to discipline the dim-witted Dorne, while neglecting the thoughts of the Stormlands brutes. Still, one must remain vigilant. Hey, Morrill. His dear friend Medira Mandler yanked him from his reverie. What are you daydreaming about? Morrill snapped back to reality, realizing that without his friend's intervention, he might have had to withdraw prematurely from the Loina conflict, retreating in disgrace to Westeros. By the 7, Morrill glanced at the quivering arrow, still trembling in place. Medira, you saved my life. Not quite saving your life. Medira waved his hand dismissively. With your constitution, a single arrow wouldn't take you down. My friend, how could you say such a thing? You have saved me, and this is an undeniable truth. Naturally, I must treat you with the reverence befitting a savior. We shall discuss it later, for opportunities abound. Medira, however, remained unperturbed. The immediate priority was to seize the glory. You are indeed correct. At the mention of this, Morton was consumed by rage, the fear of his recent brush with death transforming into a fierce anger and newfound strength. With a swift motion, the blade of the Vine clan was drawn. Morton leapt towards Medira, intent on erasing the indignity he had just suffered. Medira smiled, glancing down at his robust physique, suppressing the urge to retaliate. On the beach. Hey, Lars. Rhaegar assisted Mira, emerging from behind a pile of corpses. Our reinforcements. From whence do they come? Lars squinted into the darkness, attempting to discern the indistinct banners. Where did they appear from? They are our allies from Westeros. Oh. Recalling the booming laughter that echoed across the battlefield, followed by indistinct shouts, Lars reluctantly accepted this coincidence. Was it not a tad too fortuitous? Mira voiced her skepticism. It feels like a meticulously orchestrated comedy, with us as the beleaguered actors and the audience reveling in the serendipity. Best to discuss this later. Rhaegar advised. Look at those soldiers, Mira, they are cheering. We must first secure victory before we confront this dreadful dilemma. Mira nodded silently, making her way toward the colossal dragon carcass, now drenched in blood, amidst the cheers of the surviving soldiers. I shall accompany her. Witnessing this, Rhaegar felt a pang of sorrow and cautioned Lars, "Remember to properly attend to our old friends from Westeros." Of course, Lars agreed cheerfully. Perhaps he would even encounter reinforcements sent by his father. Faced with an overwhelming situation, the last prince's guards had no hope of turning the tide. "Greetings." Lars selected a spot by the sea that would not disturb Mira, making an effort to compose himself as he awaited the arrival of his compatriots from afar. Were it not for Essos, Lars would almost never acknowledge this man as his fellow countryman. "Hello to you both, the prince and the king." Lars extended his greetings to the two figures at the forefront of the group. "My name is Lars Fairman, heir to the River King. I express my heartfelt gratitude for your timely rescue on behalf of all present." "It is our duty, no need for such formality," Mort and Leo replied, helping the bowing Lars to his feet. "Indeed," Leo concurred. "By the way, where's Rhaegar? Don't tell me he has perished." "Certainly not." Lars gestured toward the body that the assembled crowd had tacitly chosen to ignore. "Are they that close?" After a moment of silence, Leo inquired, having never seen the two together in his presence before. "There is nothing surprising about it," Mort replied nonchalantly. Signs of their camaraderie had begun to surface back in the Riverlands. At that moment, he crowned her, the crown forged from roses, with all the knights of the Bay of Ceremonies as witnesses. Regrettably, Mort sincerely felt a pang of sorrow for not being able to partake in the legendary journey that followed. Speaking of which, I too share that sentiment. Leo, impulsive by nature and a champion of freedom, often found himself pondering how different his life might be if he were mercenary Leo rather than King Leo, and whether such an existence would bring him greater joy. Yet, such musings were mere whims. He was destined to be the next king. His duty to safeguard the Stormlands and uphold the indomitable spirit that had persisted for 7 millennia. Thus, Leo laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Well, here I am." His laughter, a booming resonance, faded into the night. The sound of crashing waves echoed, the wind unfaltering, amidst the pervasive scent of blood. Flames flickered, as the living mourned the dead, harboring resentment in an unending cycle. Chapter 160. After the battle, Rhaegar, Mira softly called to the man seated beside her. "I'm here. Allow me a moment of silence." "Understood." Rhaegar rose and approached a few acquaintances he had met during his travels in Westeros. Along the way, he greeted those with whom he had shared fleeting moments. "Greetings, Ser Kyle." "Hello, Lord Rhaegar. A pleasure to see you again, Count Tully." "Likewise, my lord." "Good day, Lady Madeira. We shall converse at a later time." "Greetings, Hero of the Mander." "Greetings, Lord Rhaegar. It is a delight to see you again. I have often reminisced since our last parting, as though you had never truly left." "Thank you. I feel the same, Sir Jason." Pausing at the sight of a familiar golden-haired figure, Rhaegar halted. "It's been a while, Prince Roland." The cautious Roland Lannister bowed slightly. "It is an honor to meet you again, Lord Rhaegar. May we set aside our less-than-pleasant past and strive for the present?" "Indeed, that is certainly possible," Rhaegar replied blandly, offering a friendly reminder. "It would be wise for you to keep your distance from my lord. It is for everyone's benefit." "I am immensely grateful for your understanding and kindness." Rhaegar sighed softly, suddenly struck by the passage of time. All that was behind them. He only hoped they could truly let go of it. Leo and Mor stood nearby, silently observing the tall knight with silver hair, his sword stained with blood. Indeed, he was a knight. How could such a valiant and perfect being be anything else? If not a knight, then surely he must be a prince. The hidden Winter Wolf princess recalled the altercation from months prior in Winterfell, where her admiration for Lars had sparked a fierce debate with a companion enamored with Rhaegar. Rhaegar paused, surveying the assembly of young heroes from Westeros before him. It's been a long time. It seemed there was so much to say, yet only those words escaped his lips. 1,000 words, indeed, but it has been a long time. "Truly, it has been over a year," Mor said with a smile. Extending a greeting, "It is wonderful to see you. Glad to be here. And you as well." Facing Rhaegar, Leo expressed his gratitude for the assistance received, remarking on the exceptional quality of his sword with a light-hearted chuckle. Satisfied, Leo replied that functionality was all that mattered and invited Rhaegar to follow him. As Rhaegar gestured towards the barracks under construction in Pasherai, he noted that while the facilities were somewhat rudimentary, they were more than adequate to accommodate the troops. As they walked, Rhaegar introduced Lars, indicating that they were already acquainted. "That's good to know," Leo responded, "as we shall be spending considerable time together in the future. I merely hope that no conflicts arise." The members of the Westerosi royal family assured him that they would manage their subordinates well. However, Rhaegar felt compelled to clarify a matter. "Your Majesty, Leo, what brings you to Valyria at this time?" Leo wiped a drop of the exquisite arbor wine from his abundant black beard and let out a satisfied belch. "Ah, this fine vintage is a rare indulgence indeed. I have allied with Mor's father, and as allies, it is only fitting that I lend my support in military matters." "An alliance? When did this transpire?" Are you not at war with Dorne? Leo scoffed dismissively. Those soft-footed shrimp, the only thing that can rouse my senses is arbor wine. I chose to engage them merely because they are easy prey. In truth, it was the Riverlands and the Reach that posed greater challenges. Yet, as an aspiring king, one must engage in battles to ensure that one's epitaph is not bland and unremarkable. Given this, why not formalize an alliance with us and join our campaign against Loina? Rhaegar suggested. Absolutely. I have been eagerly anticipating this, Leo exclaimed, pleased by the notion. He happily stepped aside, remounting his horse to continue savoring the arbor wine. Just a month prior, Leo had arrived in Highgarden with a scant retinue, demanding an alliance with a brashness that bordered on foolishness. This issue had long plagued the King of the Reach. He could neither engage in battle nor neglect the hospitality required for a multitude of guests, who consumed far more than he could afford, especially during winter when supplies were scarce. Thankfully, he had finally managed to convene them. Off to Essos. Then, Mern III remarked nonchalantly. It's merely a matter of giving someone a ride. I wish you safe travels to Loina. May you be engulfed by dragon fire, you barbaric stormlord. Yet for Leo, such uninvited and rude behavior was of little concern. As long as he could secure a share of the spoils from Loina, he was capable of even more embarrassing actions. The outpost at Dragonstone loomed before Blackwater Bay. And although the reasoning behind Valyria's construction of such a potentially provocative edifice in western Essos remained unclear, Westeros needed to assert its stance towards Valyria. Fortuitously, Mira provided the perfect pretext. Leo was quite adept at warfare, and he felt it was a noble endeavor to exert effort on behalf of his descendants. Quite splendid. He thought contentedly, savoring the delightful arbor wine, which seemed to taste even better. More, and what about you? Rhaegar turned back and observed the fleet, its size exceeding expectations. With over half belonging to the Riverlands, most adorned with the deep purple grape insignia of House Redwine. With such a formidable fleet, should one not fear another invasion by the Ironborn? Not at all. The Ironborn have suffered 3 defeats before winter, leaving them without the strength to invade Westeros. The battles at the Mander and Blue Fork, and another? 3. Indeed, the battle at Lannisport. They fortuitously encountered the Western forces, freshly assembled and undergoing initial training. Even after such a long time, Mor couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the Ironborn's misfortune. Is that so? Rhaegar glanced at the visibly anxious Golden Lion Prince. Might I request Prince Roland to elucidate the matter later? Certainly. Roland affirmed solemnly, repeating himself. Of course, there is no need for such tension. Rhaegar thought to say, but the words lingered unspoken, as he noted the other's demeanor. Lars, please attend to these esteemed guests. Lars gestured reassuringly. I am somewhat fatigued, Rhaegar sighed. Alone on the battlefield, Rhaegar greeted the wounded one by one, directing the fleet's commanders and ship captains to steer clear of the dragon's corpse and the sorrowful maiden. They would have done so without his prompting. Rhaegar approached the blood-stained sea, the metallic scent of dragon's blood mingling with the ocean water, creating a strange, nauseating sweetness. Mira was struggling to drag the dragon's head. Such a massive and heavy object was beyond her strength, even with a few soldiers still capable of movement assisting her. The soldiers of Westeros chose to observe for now. Without noble command, they dared not approach to aid the famed Dragon King in handling the equally renowned corpse of the colossal dragon. However, even the lesser nobles hesitated, while the greater ones were even more cautious. Mira now stood in a daze. Hey, come over and lend a hand. Rhaegar tossed a handful of coins to the gathering Westerosi onlookers. Soon, the dragon's corpse was dragged ashore, with a pile of bodies from the loin-eye placed beneath its neck, temporarily allowing the body and head to align more aesthetically. Mira stood before it, silent for an extended period. Preserve it. Most of the fleet had already rowed ashore to the lands of Long Summer when Mira finally spoke. Understood. I wish for it to be passed along with my tale, immortal and everlasting. Subsequently, Mira sat on the beach, leaning against the silver arrow, and fell asleep. Rhaegar requested several blankets from others and nestled beside Mira, inhaling the mingled scents of blood and sea as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 161, More Rio, and Roland's Valyrian Journey, Part 1. Witness this, dear friends. Rhaegar stood before the gates of Valyria, behind which lay the marketplace that served as the foundation of the bastion of freedom, the crown of the freehold. Valyria, by the Seven, at last, the neck of Rhaegar, long concealed by his beard, can finally breathe. Fortunate to behold the extraordinary Valyrian crimson light. Moral, rendered speechless by astonishment, instinctively prayed to the Seven, attempting to articulate the profound shock that words could not encapsulate. For the first time in his life, Roland perceived that black and red held a greater majesty and brilliance than gold. The soldiers guarding the city gate chuckled softly, finding amusement in the naivety of these country folk, which served as an added incentive to their daily wages. In truth, such theatrics could be enjoyed for a lifetime. Hey, hurry up, the people behind are waiting. Without turning back, Rhaegar tossed 2 Valyrian silver coins. The soldiers continued to snicker. This represented yet another form of tangible income. A dual incentive that explained why the soldiers and their comrades were reluctant to abandon their posts. Not only that, but I intend to do this for a lifetime. Haha. Come in, friends. Entering the dark passage that resembled the gaping maw of a troll, inhaling the pervasive scent of sulfur, the Westerlanders felt no discomfort. Their senses were entirely overwhelmed by the stunning spectacle before them, temporarily dulling their faculties. However, after traversing a short distance through this magnificent city, an indescribable stench assaulted them. While they could tolerate the sulfurous scent common to the peninsula, this foul odor was utterly intolerable. It was 100 times more repugnant than the malodorous failures of the drainage system in Casterly Rock during summer. After several rounds of negotiation, Roland, having reached an understanding with Rhaegar, lamented that he had yet to secure Myra's approval or, more accurately, to persuade her to deploy it to the battlefield without resistance. It seemed the drainage system in Casterly Rock had never been improved. Rhaegar recalled with difficulty. Yet, this mattered not. Even if Casterly Rock were to fall, it would merely signal the start of a feast for him. The crux of the matter lay in the Lannisters, who, through misfortune, had gathered the armies of the West, foolishly aiming to confront Myra, who harbored no intentions against them. Ironborn, in a twist of fate, had perfectly organized an assault to seize winter provisions. It was somewhat amusing. As a result of this incident, the Ironborn would be unable to mount any significant plunder for at least 30 years. In retrospect, it was indeed a tremendous achievement for Myra. Rhaegar was eager to share this news with her, hoping it would bring her joy. He gazed towards the Hill of the Kings. She should be there. Returning to Valyria ahead of time was for this very purpose. Revenge. War. Sigh. It would be better to start sooner. Please, everyone. Rhaegar called to the carriages that had been waiting patiently aside. Shall we go wash up first? After enduring the fatigue of travel, indulging in a refreshing bath is undoubtedly a splendid choice, especially at the Valyrian baths, renowned for their exceptional natural conditions and superior facilities. More, have you seen my letters? Rhaegar gestured towards the carriage's curtain. Understanding, Moore glanced at the emerging signs of the slave market, explaining the situation to a few perplexed Westerlanders. Once aboard the carriage, Rhaegar, enveloped in the relative seclusion of the space, wearily closed his eyes. These carriages were among the finest available for rent, boasting ample interior space, privacy, and comfort. The first sensation upon entry was tranquility. Unlike several other kings or future kings who traveled with attendants, Rhaegar relished his solitary space, perfect for a brief respite. The other carriages, however, were far less serene. Hey, Leo set down a chilled bottle of exquisite Valyrian sweet wine. Simon, care for a taste? This is hard to come by in Westeros. Pass, my king, Simon replied, adopting a more casual demeanor once inside the carriage, shedding the deference he had maintained throughout the journey. Valyria is indeed formidable. Its name means high in the sky. Yet, in this distant land, warmed by the eternal summer, I find myself longing for the tumultuous storms of my ancestral keep. Are you afraid? Leo teased with a grin. If you lack the courage to draw your sword before a dragon, I might just twist off your head right now. Simon pounded his chest, adorned with the emblem of a winged black heart. What nonsense! Your Majesty, surely the wine has muddled your senses. Precisely. A sharp clap echoed as Leo playfully swatted Simon, nearly leaving him breathless. Easy now. Do you wish for me to meet my demise at the hands of my own lord? Indeed. Leo rummaged through the icebox, searching for hidden treasures beneath the ice. Oh, what is this? He discovered a magnificent glass bottle, frosted and delightful to hold in the warm Valyrian city. Removing the cork, he declared, Simon, this is how it should be. Do not embarrass me. Courage and strength, these are our true assets. Leo took a hearty swig of the chilled Valyrian sweet wine. Ah, a fortune well worth the investment. A tad too exhilarating. The Storm King smacked his lips, reflecting. Let us strive to make this delectable experience a daily indulgence. Understand, my most valiant vassal? Understood. That's the spirit. In another carriage, Roland hesitated, glancing at the companions selected by his father. If you have something to say, speak freely. Roland, we are all kin here. The head of House Reyes, Ares Reyes, was the first to voice his encouragement. Indeed, speak up, Roland. We shall never betray you. Gino Valerian chimed in enthusiastically. Yes, go on, Roland. We are steadfast. Finally, Trident reassured. Prince, do not fret. While he may seem greatly changed, he remains fundamentally the same. What do you mean? Gino inquired, perplexed. That great hero, the traveler Rhaegar. Trey explained. I have been investigating lately and discovered that although he now resembles a lord more than the knight or lord heir we encountered in the West, in certain aspects, he remains unchanged. According to the slaves of the Pashere territory, he still embodies kindness and ensures that the overseers treat the slaves well. Oh, except for those captured by the Loina. As reported by Prince Lars of the Riverlands, his friend is a man who often prefers solitude, occasionally indulging in humor, yet is inexplicably melancholic. Roland, still visibly unsettled, urged him to continue. Do not fret, my prince. Upon hearing Trey's words, Eris's lips curled into a slight smile. Hearing this from the knight only reinforces my conviction. This is indeed him. He now appears far more noble. His demeanor occasionally sharp and assertive, moving with the majesty of a king. Yet, these are mere facades. Gold remains gold, even when encased in rock. For its essence is unaltered. You have only spent a brief time with him. Roland chuckled softly. How could you understand him so well? Have you been compensated? At this, Gino's face reflected anxiety, eager to assert his innocence. My prince, Trey chuckled, you already possess an opinion, do you not? Indeed. Roland drew his dagger, the tiger-shaped hilt seeming rather incongruous with the golden lion prince. Perhaps an apology is in order, with blades, with gold, with memorable glory, in ways we excel. Let us mend the rifts and restore calm to Cayenne's voyage. Yes, my prince. Chapter 162, The Valyrian Journey of Mor, Leo, and Roland, Part 2. My friend has undergone significant transformation. Mor lifted the curtain briefly before letting it fall again. From autumn to winter, Jason Hightower replied. Mor, it has indeed been a long time. That said, Rhaegar's transformation is indeed remarkable. He has gained considerable weight, and his muscles have increased, Medera Mandala remarked, exuding a newfound authority. Resembling a true lord. Medera, perhaps you should eat less. Mor teased. Fat seems to have taken residence in your mind, displacing your memories. After a moment of reflection, Medera could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Mor, it appears I truly ought to eat less. I even forgot that Rhaegar possesses a domain in the land of the long summer. Let us pass on that. Mor laughed, declining Medera's seemingly splendid suggestion. While it is true that Mandela is prone to gain weight, greater size does confer strength, which is the true asset. As my commander, you should indulge a bit more. Moreover, can you refuse the Valyrian-style banquet prepared by Rhaegar for us? Clearly, one cannot. By the seven, just the thought is mouth-watering. The banquet, music, fine wine, appetizers, main courses, and desserts. How could Medera refuse? I must eat heartily. Indeed, for one cannot grow impoverished from Valyrian feasts. Jason laughed. Can you outdo the appetite of a dragon? Joyful laughter resonated from the carriage, drawing the attention of others, not just those from Westeros. This laughter was unlike that of the freehold. In the dim light, Mukudan Zaire Delize slowly opened his pale purple eyes and rose from the recliner. Is it them? Indeed, my lord. It is the subordinates and allies of that esteemed councilman. Go follow them. As you command. Soon, a slave, so ordinary that he left no impression, walked humbly upward, towards the heights where the Dragon King and the affluent citizens resided in splendor. Shortly thereafter, a pair of enormous dark red wings, spanning 60 meters, unfurled somewhere, soaring straight towards the towering edifices of the Highlands, the Hill of Revelry. For carriages came to a halt here. Leo was quite displeased. The scant amount of wine barely sufficed to quench his thirst, though it had a delightful flavor that tantalized his palate. He wondered if that so-called bathhouse offered any wine. Asking directly felt somewhat impolite. Under normal circumstances, as the Storm King, he would not be burdened by such trivialities, for he was accustomed to being surrounded by dozens, even hundreds, who catered to his needs. However, given the urgency of the matter, this visit to Valyria was not a mere leisure trip, and he was accompanied only by a warrior tasked with bearing his warhammer, one who had only recently witnessed him boast. Sigh, he thought, I must endure. Having been carefree for so long, he now found himself unusually reserved in Valyria. Leo pondered if he had indeed been awed by the immense and fantastical grandeur of this dreamlike metropolis. No, I must find some confidence. His gaze began to observe the Valyrians strolling along the streets, each adorned with silver hair and purple eyes, strikingly handsome and beautiful. Hey, they don't seem larger than I am. Simon, struggling to hoist a hefty package onto the back of a massive packhorse, nearly lost his breath at this remark, almost collapsing under the weight. Meanwhile, Roland disembarked from the carriage, feeling a profound shock that was distinct from the sheer awe inspired by the city gates. Look, Trey. Roland did not gesture towards the soaring black stone towers piercing the sky, but pointed at the ground beneath. See. Trey stamped his foot, feeling the texture beneath, and replied, "It is smooth stone tiles, Your Highness." Indeed. Roland gazed into the distance, where the astonishingly level black stone tiles blanketed every visible surface. By the 7 gods. There is more. Already familiar with Valyria, Eris pointed towards another destination where the stone path led, a square where the Valyrians rested, conversed, and exchanged information. The stones there were composed of various colors, intricately piecing together complex and beautiful geometric patterns. Your Highness, it is truly astonishing. My God, Gino stared blankly, overwhelmed by the civilization's impact. In the Bay of Rivers, before stepping down from the carriage, more inexplicably remarked, "I believe he is still himself." Jason smiled in agreement. Of course, he is himself. The plump mermaid shared this sentiment, lifting her almond honey cake. "See, I mentioned this before." Madeira laughed as she savored it. "He certainly hasn't changed. Hey, friends." Rhaegar pointed ahead like a guide. "That is the bathhouse. They are allies of our newly appointed counselor." Country folk. Quite formidable country folk, indeed. The lavish private chambers of the bathhouse, corrected Sular Beleris, dressed in thin garments. "It is all the same." Xarli tossed her platinum hair and gracefully leaned back in her lounge chair, seemingly indifferent. "Country folk are merely country folk. We possess dragons. What does it matter how skilled they are? They are but kindling for dragon fire." Meanwhile, Hector Zygos and his twin brother Hendrik Zygos, quietly enjoying their fruit, spoke in unison. "That may not necessarily be the case." Xarli elegantly rose. "Twins, do you elevate these country folk simply because they bear a family crest?" Xarli poked the twin's chest, adorned with the dragon-headed emblem. "Not at all. I merely speak the truth. Please believe me." The twins' azure-violet eyes held her gaze. Very well, Xarli conceded, unable to utter harsh words under the scrutiny of those two clear, piercing gazes. What could be more precise than 2 pairs of eyes observing the world? "My dear twin treasures, please enlighten me." The youthful-faced twins each extended a finger. "2 more?" Sular inquired, astonished. "Do tell." Xarli remained skeptical. "Oh, darling, I hope you are not lying." The twins pointed towards the window. Sular and the unconvinced Xarli approached, discovering Rhaegar and Leo engaged in a discussion about which fine wine to prepare within the bathhouse. "They? Indeed," the elder brother remarked, lifting a platter of fruits. "Yes." The younger fed his brother. "Shall we send someone to test their prowess?" "You go," Xarli replied, eyeing Leo's bushy beard, feeling an unusual weakness. "I must be ill. What is this fellow, always peering at others' backsides, up to?" "Well," Sular mused, "wine and companionship are ultimately unreliable. What time is it?" "Still fussing over trivial matters while waiting for that madwoman, Mira, to seize everything?" "Back." Sular moved to the door, calling out, "Master, I'm here. Go test those foreign fellows." "Yes." Chapter 163. The Valyrian Journey of Mor, Leo, and Roland, Part 2. How delightful. Leo leaned against the bath's wall, arms outstretched, genuinely expressing his contentment. "I must acquire a hot spring for myself upon my return." Leo contemplated weather storms and possessed such natural resources. "Never mind, let us stoke a fire instead." Finding a room in Wind's Rest to kindle a fire would suffice, though it would not offer constant indulgence. Rhaegar led them to a small, private indoor bath within the grand bathhouse, featuring multiple pools, designed to spare these princes and kings any embarrassment in the open public baths or crowded indoor facilities. The interior adorned with pristine white marble exudes elegance and luxury, while delicate white drapes cascade gently down. The crystal chandeliers at the corners emit a steady white light, creating a bright and refreshing ambience that stands in stark contrast to the slightly dim and hazy illumination outside. Several tables and chairs are arranged by the poolside, laden with an array of exquisite Valyrian delicacies, complemented by an abundance of fine wines sourced from various regions of the freehold, including rare spirits and yellow wine from distant lands. The comfortable atmosphere and attentive hospitality dispel the inexplicable feelings of inferiority plaguing Leo, allowing him to feel as though he has returned to the liberated skies of Westeros, unburdened and free. "Are these natural hot springs?" Mor asked, glancing towards the 4 adjacent baths, divided by region. In the leftmost pool, the Prince of the Riverlands disdainfully picked up a rose petal resting on the edge, expressing his discontent with the flower's quality. "If I lived here, I could easily become a wealthy florist," he mused, casually discarding a piece of fruit peel that Madeira had inadvertently dropped into the water. "Indeed," Rhaegar replied, demonstrating his knowledge of the common facts about Valyria. "The entire bathhouse is built upon a natural hot spring, much like Winterfell." Rhaegar enlightened those unfamiliar with the north, explaining that Winterfell is also situated atop a natural spring, with its walls ingeniously equipped with pipes that harness the spring's heat for warmth. The comfortable temperature we are experiencing is indeed a result of these concealed conduits. The North, to the people of Westeros, remains an enigmatic realm, barren, cold, inhabited by ancestral spirits, sparsely populated, home to the Night's Watch and the direwolf army. This encapsulates the general perception of the North among most Westerosi. It is intriguing that such a place, often overlooked, shares similarities with the center of world civilization, Valyria. The audience listened intently, captivated by the conversation. "Hey, those Northerners are quite remarkable," Leo's booming voice echoed in reflection. "I searched high and low throughout the Stormlands. Yet those Northerners had already built a city back in 700. Truly astonishing," Moore reflected, marveling at the fact that the perpetually frigid North had mastered the art of harnessing a hot spring. The combination of cold and warmth is indeed a wondrous paradox. For the first time, Trey's interest in that distant land north of the Neck extended beyond mere tales from books. He yearned to witness it for himself. Perhaps the North is not solely defined by its perpetually unmelted snow. What might the vibrant youth of the North be like? As opposed to the weathered veterans who have seen much? Is the Wall truly rising year by year? Do the Night's Watch Rangers live up to their reputation? Are there still giants beyond the Wall, remnants of a bygone age? By the Seven, Leo too found himself intrigued by the North, a land that existed solely within the chronicles of his family. Legends and records speak of the construction of Wind's Rest being aided by the builder Brandon. Yet Leo remained skeptical. Why would the Northerners venture so far to the coastal Stormlands to assist his ancestors in erecting a castle? I must see it for myself, he resolved. At the very least, I must visit Winterfell, to behold the Wall and compare the works of the same author. Truth is often revealed through juxtaposition. With such thoughts in mind, Leo randomly reached for a bottle from the table laden with an assortment of beverages. One could say it was quite exhilarating. Who knew what he would encounter this time? A smooth, oval-shaped jar, ceramic perhaps? This promised to be a delightful experience. With eager anticipation, Leo flicked open the lid with one hand, closed his eyes, and took a hearty swig. Splutter! The intense sensation and spiciness surged up his esophagus, causing Leo to yearn for a few sips of warm bathwater to soothe the burn. Cough, cough. What on earth was this? Then, laughter erupted uncontrollably. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Simon barely suppressed his mirth as he expressed his apologies to Leo. I didn't have the chance to warn you before you drank. Is this concocted from fire dragon peppers? Ha ha ha. Rhaegar stifled his laughter, feeling a bit of the gloom that had lingered over the past day's lift. It was indeed time to seek out some friends for a bit of merriment. A soak in the bath, a moment of comfort, pure joy. Rhaegar chuckled as he reclined in the bath, allowing the warmth to dissolve his fatigue. Let us have a chat. Having soaked enough, Moore turned to the still reserved Prince Roland next door. There are tables and chairs. Let us find some wine and enjoy a leisurely conversation. Of course, Roland was pleased to formally meet the young prince, understanding that the future stretched long ahead, and it was best to cultivate good relations with everyone around him. Leo inhaled the enticing aroma of the wine, savoring the drops that clung to his lips. It was rather pleasant. Simon, bring me that bottle again. Huh. A few muffled chuckles arose. Hours later, feeling quite at ease. Will we come again? That would be quite a while from now. There will always be opportunities, Rhaegar. Your Majesty, you are right. Just call me Leo. I am not much older than you. The group continued their conversation as they meandered down the corridor. Hey, you bumped into me. A towering figure, a burly Valyrian man with white hair and a height of nearly 2 meters, turned around with an expression of fury, his leisure transformed into outrage. Hey, look here. Who are you? You foolish, despicable foreigners. Budger scowled, cursing vehemently, spittle flying. Is the guard blind or lame to allow such filth into our sacred Valyrian baths? Damn it. Just the thought of sharing a room with trash like you, even soaking in the same spring water, makes me feel nauseous. Leo scratched his thick chest hair, visibly displeased. In truth, some Valyrian citizens, startled by the sudden loud insults, were equally irked. You wretched dog. How dare you insult the great King Leo? You are no king at all. Let me tell you. In Valyria you are boom. A massive explosion of flames erupted before Budger, causing him to tumble into the bath. The ensuing splash drenched several nearby citizens who had retreated a distance. Let us proceed, everyone. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. It's nothing, Leo reassured, his eyes, imbued with the tempestuous fury of thunder, darting to the side. A bit displeased, he added, twisting his neck. Rhaegar, isn't there an arena in the city where one can freely engage in combat? Are you certain? Rhaegar withdrew his gaze from the Dragon King's exclusive box, refraining from idle chatter or questioning Leo's hasty decision. Instead, he merely sought to ascertain whether Leo remembered his royal status and if he genuinely intended to risk himself in the arena. Of course, it would be splendid to encounter some beasts to relieve my discomfort. Rhaegar turned, beginning to lead the way. That will depend on your fortune. As for fortune, I have always relied on my efforts. The people of the storm do not place their faith in luck. We trust in our strength. Leo cast a downward glance at the burly man struggling to rise from the pool. I hope you and your master share that sentiment. It would be best if you had some courage as well. Before exiting the bathhouse, Rhaegar summoned a nearby attendant and handed him a silver coin. Please, convey a message to a notable individual. The Dragon King's exclusive box in the bathing area. That will be challenging, Sulio remarked, furrowing his brow after observing the entire exchange. There was no direct confrontation. That burly fellow is not as reckless as he appears, nor is the attendant. A warning? Or perhaps a challenge? What are you afraid of? Sulio gritted his teeth. Bag, are you afraid of death? The drenched giant hastily interjected. Not afraid. Then let us proceed. We are all human. Who fears whom? Indeed. Chapter 164. The Grand Arena of Valyria ascending from the private bathhouse patronized by Rhaegar and his companions. One climbs along the meticulously laid black and red stone path for several thousand meters, ultimately reaching the summit of the Hill of Revelry, where the majestic circular structure comes into view. It remains a hallmark of Valyria's iconic black stone architecture, renowned for its unparalleled craftsmanship in the known world. The arena is circular, with an exterior wall that is relatively smooth yet adorned with intricate reliefs that astonish onlookers as they approach, leaving them agape in awe at its sheer beauty and artistry. The interior boasts numerous stone columns that serve both structural and aesthetic purposes. Some columns stand proudly before the citizens, while others shyly conceal half of their true forms within the walls. Should the audience choose not to focus on the exhilarating gladiatorial contests, but rather to leisurely admire the wonders of the arena, they would undoubtedly find themselves questioning whether the artisans who constructed it regarded the day of its completion as the final day of their lives. Otherwise, it is unfathomable to explain why every aspect of Valyria's grand arena is rendered with such perfection. Perhaps the god of forging has made this place his abode? It is capable of accommodating all citizens of Valyria, along with an additional double capacity for visitors and slaves, ascending through 4 tiers, with status diminishing as one ascends. The seating area diverges from the imposing black stone edifice, instead adorned with variously numbered marbles, each graced with a simple dyed wool cushion. The slightly dim sunlight casts a warm glow, bestowing an additional layer of obsidian sheen upon the grand stone structure. At the center lies a patch of yellow sand, the arena where gladiators and valiant beings engage in fierce combat. Shadows of the elusive lynxes from Westeros, the fierce tigers of the Valantian jungles, the rare white lions of the central grasslands, and even the long-winged dragons, mighty apes, and fireworms from the volcanic soils of Valyria. Not to mention the grotesque creations of an unnamed malevolent blood sorcerer, whose contorted limbs occasionally mimic distinctly human movements, all converge here. Blood saturates the yellow sand, seeping into the earth below, already transformed into exquisite magical material. Within this arena, spanning over 600 meters in diameter, ample enough to accommodate the grandest dragon in full flight, a new champion gladiator awaits his turn. This armor is utterly dreadful. Leo scoffed at the Valyrian scale, mail he donned. Is there nothing heavier? The arena staff, eyeing the nearly 2-meter-tall behemoth before them, replied obsequiously, I'm afraid not. My lord, then so be it, Leo grumbled. I hope some worthy opponents show up. They should, Rhaegar remarked, deactivating his enhanced vision magic. In the opposite waiting area, the contender who had piqued their interest was indeed present. Oh, Leo chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth. The staff member, petrified by the sight of such a harbinger of doom, was almost paralyzed with fear. Holy gods! As the staff member uttered frantic prayers, Leo began a brief warm-up. Magic serves as one of the foundations sustaining the workings of Valyria. An unknown spell was cast, and the announcer's voice resonated from the pipes behind the audience seats. Rhaegar discerned, with certainty, that it was indeed the same voice. Navigating through the dark, blood-stained corridor, Rhaegar returned to his designated seat, guided by the ticket in hand. Rhaegar, you must see this, Mor urged, unable to contain his excitement upon Rhaegar's arrival. As a unique silver coin was dropped into the marble slot at the seat's center, Rhaegar felt a surge of magic gradually enveloping him, an extraordinary sensation. As the magic coursed to his eyes, he suddenly perceived an extension of his vision to the second tier of the arena, allowing him to witness the initial pair of gladiators' combat in greater clarity. The splatter of blood and the clash of weapons. Wait a moment. Rhaegar scrutinized the source of the sound, realizing it emanated from a voice tube behind him. Observing the gladiators' battle intricacies, Rhaegar noted a dissonance between sound and form. It's merely a simulation by the staff, he concluded. After all, the arena prioritized performance over authenticity, and true battles could sometimes lack visual appeal. Battle cries and the clashing of swords could be imitated. But what of the visceral sound of weapons striking flesh and bone, or the anguished cries of gladiators as they faced their demise? Perhaps it was indeed genuine sound magic, truly fascinating. However, the mere ability to allow those unacquainted with magic to witness the intricate details of gladiatorial combat from a close vantage point is nothing short of astounding. The sound is a trivial matter in comparison. Rhaegar was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Good heavens, Valyria has bestowed yet another lesson upon me. Mor raised his hand, contemplating for a moment. So this is yet another application of magic. Indeed, Roland, who had never encountered the wondrous facets of magic in Westeros, was equally enlightened. Magic is truly a remarkable phenomenon. While several gladiators on the field shed blood alongside the slaves, Rhaegar and his companions were oblivious, engrossed in their discussion of magic. Suddenly, Simon stood up and shouted, "Your Majesty is entering the arena." Leo stepped onto the blood-soaked sand, half of his form still engulfed in shadow. Ignoring the taunts from the fully armed warrior across from him, Leo brushed aside the surface sand, his toes pressing down gently. Spit. Leo spat disdainfully. How revolting. He lifted his gaze to the warrior driving the chariot charging towards him, still nonchalant. As he swept the sand back over the coagulated brown earth. What a peculiar sight this is. Leo stood in place, pondering whether a horse had perished here. Move. Damn it, you fool. What are you dawdling for, you foreign scum? Hurry up and drag him down. The bloodthirsty audience, witnessing Leo's demeanor, retracted the last remnants of their sympathy, no longer concerned with why the arena had pitted infantry against a chariot. Even a single horse was still a chariot. The Valyrian spectators did not believe anyone could fell it unaided. By the way, what weapon does he possess? If only it were a spear. He might stand a chance. As they observed the composed giant, anticipation began to build among the crowd. Would there be a twist? Could this fellow leap onto the horse's back or seize control of the chariot? Or perhaps, at the moment of impact, he would evade to the side and thrust the spear into the wheel? Whatever it may be, they wished for it to unfold swiftly. I want to see blood flow like rivers. Feeling the weight of many eyes upon him, Leo muttered to himself, dragging his hammer into the sunlight with one hand. For a fleeting moment, the audience's clamor ceased entirely. By the 14 gods, what manner of creature is that? A hammer half his height? What nonsense. Even road construction would not require such a colossal tool. The spectators began to wonder if the arena was playing a macabre jest. Wait, what is he doing? He cannot truly lift it, can he? Oh, fortunately, he has set it down again. No, that bearded man standing before the chariot. What is he about to do? The horse is going to charge. A scrawny horse. Leo contemplated and abandoned the idea of using his ancestral storm hammer. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This roar resonated widely, with some fortunate souls in the front row of the second tier even able to hear the genuine voices of the gladiators. The scene on the arena freezes, or perhaps the spectators' eyes slow down this unforgettable moment. Leo lets out a low growl, his fist continues to move, and the lifeless body of the horse collapses to the side. Chapter 165, A Collective Shock. He has slain a charging warhorse with his bare hands. By the 14 gods. We've lost the bet. But witnessing such a spectacular scene makes it all worthwhile, even if we lose everything. What is that man's name? I must see him in my bed tonight. Hooray. The bloodthirsty audience in the arena, even without seeing blood, is ecstatic. By the 14 gods. This ticket was truly worth every coin spent. At this moment, the announcer's voice rings out fittingly. This brave warrior's name is Leo. Roar. Leo. Hurry. Take him down and win this match. Look. He is waving at me. He sees me. The corners of Leo's mouth curl up as he proudly raises his hands, circling around the fallen horse and the defeated man. His exaggerated laughter is a unique form of identity that even the highest-paying performers in the arena cannot replicate. Someone nearby fervently claims that this warrior is undoubtedly the mortal embodiment of the Thunder God. In the battlefield, Leo had never received such a claim. The cheers nearly overwhelm him, and he feels his face burning. Dear heavens, the last time he felt like this was after his first drunken escapade. Wow, these cheers are overwhelming, practically squeezing the air out of the surroundings. For a moment, Leo even feels slightly breathless. But it feels exhilarating. Isn't this the scene every man strives for in life? Genuine cheers from men, heartfelt adoration from women. Simply put, it's delightful. In a fit of enthusiasm, Leo raises his hands higher, roaring louder at the audience, his massive biceps gleaming in the sunlight, eliciting wave after wave of cheers. Leo is completely immersed in this tide of applause, his voice teetering on the brink of hoarseness alongside the crowd. A groaning gladiator lying on the ground grits his teeth and suddenly charges at Leo's seemingly unguarded back. Die! The cheers from the audience come to an abrupt halt. You! I curse you! May you go to hell! Eat dirt! The climax abruptly ceases. You wretched creature! The flush on Leo's face has yet to fade, and his expression of fury is terrifying as he grips the short sword that nearly pierced his waist with all his might. The gladiator's demeanor darkens. Crack! Die! What damage could this giant, who could easily crush two top beasts with a smooth-headed hammer, inflict with his bare hands? He could smash a healthy warrior's skull as if it were a ripe melon. The tide of insults halts. The wave of cheers rises once more. Spectacular! Hurry! I need to attend to his wounds immediately. Quick! Leo! Champion! Leo gazed at the wound on his palm, drawing a sharp breath. Damn it! The Storm King spat on the headless corpse on the ground, then continued to revel in his well-deserved applause. In the stands, Rhaegar inquired of his companion Mor, who stood alongside him, applauding. Has the Targaryen family always been this valiant? Mor pondered for a moment. Perhaps. Though the unfortunate ancestors recorded who met their demise on the battlefield cannot share their tales with us, we only know that the Storm King is formidable. In contrast, we excel in. Mor showcased his palm, glowing with a vibrant green light. Life everlasting. As long as there are enough fully armed knights, victory in battle is assured. A wise strategy. Rhaegar wholeheartedly agreed and turned to applaud Mor. A surefire secret to triumph. By the way, could you assist Leo with his treatment later? In light of your stature? Mor chuckled. Of course. In the Valyrian Grand Arena, on the first floor, within the Dragon King's exclusive box. Damn it. Sorrel cursed vehemently. You fool. At the moment the horse was knocked down by a fist, Sorrel, seated in the front row for a close view, realized that such a creature was utterly unbeatable. The next consideration was how to maintain my master's dignity, to forge a relationship with that foreign king, to mend and dissolve any unpleasantness, not to engage in a sneak attack. You imbecile. Who prompted you to seek your own demise? Sigh. Intelligent subordinates are hard to find. What can one expect from a fool in idle moments? Well, at least it is confirmed that Mira has indeed found an extraordinary ally. Against dragons, it may be a challenge, but dealing with humans is as simple as handling chickens. What to do now? Sorrel mused, oblivious to what was happening behind him. Reclining to observe the gladiatorial combat, Kex watched Leo, who removed his armor to reveal a magnificent chest, remaining motionless. Memories of this dark-haired, muscular man flooded his mind, and for some reason, a blush crept across his face. In the center of the arena, Leo raised his arms high and bellowed, "Bring it on, preferably a ferocious beast. Beast." The arena clearly knew how to please the audience. The underground mechanisms activated, and slaves maneuvered the wheels, delivering a vividly fierce creature with crimson eyes to the surface. Leo gradually restrained his smile, focusing on the iron cage, swiftly moving beside the Stormhammer. A tiger, a beast not found in Westeros. Larger than the native shadowcats and comparable to the increasingly extinct lions of the West. Now this is intriguing. Clenching the still-bleeding palm tightly around the hammer's grip, Leo's competitive spirit ignited, his confidence soaring to new heights. Come on. A thunderous roar erupted, once again stirring the crowd into rapturous applause. It seems I must call upon you to exert a bit more effort. Rhaegar continued to clap while speaking. It's a trivial matter. Ultimately, the thrilling duel in which Leo participated lasted 4 rounds, until he grew weary and desired to dine and drink. The audience felt a deep sense of regret. One more round. Bring forth my slaves. Immediately. Within half an hour, I want all his information, everything. Please, let us engage in another team battle. I implore you. I would do anything to have him return. Voices rose in fervent argument, creating a cacophony that far surpassed a duck's nest. Hey, gentlemen, behold. Leo returned with measured strides, bearing the victor's prize and gifts, his spirits soaring higher than after any previous triumph. A majestic tiger cloak. How swiftly the arena crafted such a treasure. Long live his majesty. Haha, let us go. Leo raised the prize bag, declaring, "Come, I shall treat you all." The princes exchanged glances, grinning in agreement. In return, allow me to tend to you, if you will. Leo, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated such a turn of events. He quickly replied with delight, haha, I would be most pleased. Chapter 166, Night Thoughts. The temple. The divine son Rhaegar rose and strolled alone to the balcony, drawing a chair to sit. He did nothing, merely sitting in silence. After a bout of heavy drinking, his mood had considerably lightened. Yet, he still felt a tinge of sorrow over the loss of Silver Arrow. It had been a fine dragon. Regarding Loina, he harbored some anger. She was a formidable opponent. His gaze extended forward. Atop the 14-fire peak, flames soared, and rows of red torches illuminated the night. Valyria lay nestled beneath the faint glow of the 14-fire peak, and when the cataclysm of doom arrived, all lands shrouded in this crimson light would face misfortune. Thus, what rises must also fall. In truth, Rhaegar held little concern for the so-called mission bestowed by the 14 gods to perpetuate this grand empire. A commendable and flawless goal, yet to Rhaegar, it held no more allure than a bottle of aged wine. After merely a year, he had found no affection for this city, which at times resembled the legendary Hell. He hailed from King's Landing, ruled over Dragonstone, frequently visited the Summer Hall, and perished in the Riverlands. Who could say whether a few more years would alter his perspective? Never mind, that is a matter for another time. In the night, upon the orange-red canvas, a tiny mushroom sprouted, with vision enhanced by magic. Rhaegar discerned that it was the largest volcano surrounding Valyria, and simultaneously, the closest, Balerion of the 14 fire peaks, was experiencing a minor eruption, bubbling forth. Perhaps the king of gods was incensed. It was uncertain what the priests of the temple would make of it. The majesty of the king, Balerion, the name, heard so often, truly resonates well. If one day he were to acquire a dragon, should he not bestow this name upon it? Since the Black Dragon god does not seem to mind the existence of the future Black Death god, it stands to reason that he would also be indifferent to the presence of Balerion too. Indeed, Black embodies majesty, silence, and steadfastness. Speaking of the 14 gods, Rhaegar recalled a curious matter. He pondered why, amidst the cataclysm that obliterated half of the Valyrian peninsula, the city of Valyria, situated in the southern region and almost adjacent to the 14 flames, managed to retain remnants of its land. The earth fractured, and city-states sank into the abyss. The grand stronghold of Valyria, painstakingly constructed over millennia, was destroyed in a single night, leaving only Mantares, Tyrosh, and Illyria to languish in gradual decline. The remaining remnants have drawn generations of adventurers, including his ancestors. To what extent did the 14 gods exert their influence in this calamity? If conjecture holds true, even the mightiest of the 14 gods could preserve only a faint glimmer of this magnificent civilization. What, then, could a mere mortal like myself do to safeguard the legacy of Valyria? Alas, I am bound by circumstance. Let those who wish to undertake this endeavor do so. Rhaegar thought, feeling a twinge of irritation. He loosened his collar and drew forth a long necklace, its end adorned with an oval crystal tightly bound by fine threads. Recently, through some exploration, Rhaegar discovered that this object was far from ordinary. Much like the spear-like summoning magic, its limitations remain unclear. Proximity evokes an unparalleled allure. Yet when worn beneath a thin layer of fabric, it appears merely as an ordinary gem, perhaps even less remarkable. To this day, no one has inquired why he suddenly chose to wear such a sizable jewel. The blessing of the 13, untested and unearned. It could be revoked at any moment, leaving him vulnerable. For instance, the blessing of abundance from Syrax, or the blessing of time from Ygritte. It remains uncertain whether this is the everlasting life coveted by kings and heroes. All he knows is that in old age, it becomes the greatest weakness of those who still cling to their ambitions. Then there are the actions of the Black King God. Bestowing artifacts, their utility remains elusive, though their value is undoubtedly significant. But what unique blessing can a king grant me? Enough of such thoughts. I cannot dwell on whether these gods can perceive my thoughts. What if they can? Perhaps they are indifferent to everything. After all, they are not omnipotent. At the very least, they did not witness the events that transpired beyond the borders, perhaps unable or momentarily barred from perusing my memories. The child of the 14 gods, my most significant identity. My most precious trump card. Very well, it is time. Rhaegar mused. The moment to reveal the trump card has arrived. The following day, on the Hill of the Gods, commonly referred to as the God Hill, stands atop it the 14 colossal temples dedicated to the official Valyrian faith of the 14 gods. From the summit of the hill, the first tier is adorned with a temple dedicated to the 14 gods, albeit on a smaller scale, with distinct divisions ensuring the smooth conduct of rituals for a singular deity, befitting the reverence of its devotees. The central area remains the domain of the 14 gods, a sanctuary housing the priests, clerics, and chaste oracles. Several expansive plazas accommodate regular religious ceremonies and grand festive celebrations, as well as preaching activities. At the mountain's base lies the lowest echelon, where the lesser deities of Valyria reside, their effigies reflecting meager offerings received within this polytheistic realm. Yet, this precious land cannot be entirely claimed by foreign gods. Adjacent to the temples are often eateries and small arenas for combat. Rhaegar arrived at the Divine Hill alone, intending to procure an identification. Suddenly, he paused, spotting a familiar temple in the shadow of a towering structure. It was modest, constructed of red stone, with two robed monks standing at the entrance, ever ready to expound the doctrines of the King of Light, their demeanor meticulous, their eyes ablaze with fervor, entirely unbothered by their shadowed surroundings. At the temple's pinnacle, a blazing brazier flickered, its light having drawn Rhaegar's attention. In that shadowy enclave, the Church of the Red Gods sparked a memory of a saying from the Green Prophet. A green prophet, belonging to the old gods, urged me to worship the King of Light. Rhaegar pondered this somewhat absurd notion, ultimately dismissing it due to his scant knowledge of magic. What could differentiate the trials of the King of Light from the powers of other deities? As he gazed at the flames flickering at his fingertips, he contemplated the necessity of joining the Pyromancer Society. The study of magic had become imperative. Regrettably, as before, Rhaegar had more pressing matters at hand. The son of the 14 gods, he needed to validate this identity, to proclaim it to Valyria and the entirety of the freehold. Turning, he ascended step by step, resolute in his pursuit. I shall prove myself. I shall don my crown, adorning the crystal diadem unique to the Holy Sun, commanding the prisoners of faith in the name of the divine. I hope you do not approach, gods that belong in the refuse, omnipotent deities, the tyrants most deserving of execution. Chapter 167. Draw the spear, priest, horn pray tell, esteemed citizen, for which revered deity do you seek to bask in the radiance? All of them. What? Indeed, I seek all, every god. Rhaegar pressed on, sidestepping the young priest preaching in the temple square atop the hill. By the way, Rhaegar spoke from a distance where the priest could hear but not reach him. The radiance of the revered must depend upon me. What? The priest, incensed, tore open the wide sleeves of his robe to reveal his sturdy muscles, immediately intent on delivering a sound lesson to that audacious fool, a lesson derived from faith. Where did he run off to? Curious congregants ponder who could provoke the typically composed priest to such fury. Surely, it must be a disrespectful scoundrel. By the 14 gods above, such filth deserves to be cast upon the sacrificial pyre. How detestable! Let us not find you, for you will soon learn the true power of faith. Humph! Observing the chaos he had incited, Rhaegar smirked quietly. Faith is indeed a formidable force. Alas! Rhaegar wished only to exploit it from afar, preferring not to entangle himself with such matters. The lessons of his forebears were vivid in his memory. One must remain vigilant. Service to the divine awaits. Rhaegar gazed at the flaming spear embedded at the center of the temple square, contemplating. This artifact, which had secured him victory in 2 battles, stood resolutely in the molten black magma, a remnant of what was once a meticulously crafted stone floor, bearing witness to the devout for far longer than any venerable priest. Why does it remain black after melting? Never mind, it matters not. One must learn to avoid confusion. Many aspects of life require understanding to prevent blind faith. Just as he could not fathom how a spear could burn fiercely for months in a hollow state. That fateful night, the spear of Vagharl appeared silently in the square, curiously unnoticed by any of the night watchmen, only to ignite a tumult that swept through the free fortress the following day. Since that night, it had been heavily guarded, with worshippers, regardless of rank, kneeling in reverence from a distance of 14 meters, for its heat was so intense that even the most noble dragon king could not approach. It was regarded as an oracle, having mysteriously vanished twice before the eyes of the masses. Such occurrences were deemed the wrath of the gods, prompting the faithful to strike their heads against the ground in fervent supplication during its brief absences, their fervor echoing like a drumbeat. In its return, the cacophony of prostrations resembled the patter of raindrops. On occasion, 5, 6, or 7 would perish in the fervor, while 8 or 9 would be offered as sacrifices. Had such a divine artifact descended from the heavens upon the imperial cathedral of Junlin, Rhaegar too would have knelt in worship. As for now, he found the throng of onlookers excessively bothersome, making it difficult to maneuver. A more ostentatious approach was necessary. Indeed, being conspicuous was the aim. Before commencing, Rhaegar glanced towards the estate of Voster. Ever since Mira returned to Valyria ahead of him, their communication had been limited to letters. While correspondence remained relatively smooth, it was somewhat troublesome for Vorner. To create the perfect conditions for their endeavor, They had agreed that upon Rhaegar's signaling, Mira would sound the war horn, summoning the dragon horde while circumventing the council, those pests who meddled in affairs. Thus, they would officially declare the onset of war. Has Mira returned to Valyria now? The appointed time approached, and even though the initiative rested with Rhaegar, a sense of unease gripped him. The stakes were significant. Rhaegar gazed up at the sky one final time, where the sun had ascended to its zenith, its fierce rays scorching the earth below. The individuals kneeling on the ground, having spent the morning in fervent supplication, were beginning to feel their strength wane and their minds drift into a haze under the relentless sunlight, entering a state of reverie. This was the moment. Rhaegar closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Essence, a concept enigmatic and profound, is woven from experiences, thoughts, and innate qualities. It possesses a wonder that can compel even strangers to bow in reverence. The sword that had lain dormant for years was cleansed of its rust, revealing a sharp blade that gleamed with a chilling light. Furthermore, the ill-fitting adornments must be discarded, replaced with new finery crafted by your own hand. Gems that you have mined and sculpted. Contemplate this, Rhaegar. Consider what your true form ought to be. Are you taciturn? Melancholic yet wise? What is your essence? A minstrel? A scholar? A knight? A prince? Poised and restrained, concealing your prowess. The storm forges an unbreakable hammer through sheer force. Yet a sovereign must learn the art of concealment to avoid becoming brittle. You were born a sword, a blade with a scabbard, a self-forged artifact of greatness. Look, you are a prince, once a beacon of hope under the silver moon, and now you must become the radiant sun, dazzling and resplendent. Rhaegar Targaryen. He stepped forward, parting the throng of black-clad worshippers, like a sword piercing through the darkness. As he passed, the enthralled dreamers began to rise, watching the silver figure recede into the distance. Who is that? Like a king. Valyria has no king, yet I see him as one. Is that so? Indeed. Yet, as he advanced, inevitable obstacles emerged. Surprisingly, those who attempted to obstruct him found he radiated an intense heat, the light around him distorting, his godlike features obscured. Indistinct. Unstoppable. What is your purpose? The obstructors, genteel and articulate, inquired with deliberate enunciation, devout believers. I am here to prove. Prove what? Here, there are only gods, believers, preachers, and the faithless. Simply step aside. Fearless of life and death, one may do so. The path through hundreds of kneeling supplicants had been traversed. The center lay empty, stepping onto the molten ground. The bricks beneath his feet rose up. The intruder's garments ignited, then extinguished, leaving only a toga woven of black and silver threads. A weight akin to regal authority. Divine power lay within reach. In just a few steps, how many twists and turns must one endure in obscurity, lost and helpless? Bewilderment. As the past burned away, it transformed into ash. Let us commence my coronation. Rhaegar grasped the weapon he had wielded alongside comrades in battle countless times before. A spectacle that astonished millions. The Son of God. Where there is one, there shall be two. The crowd that had stood arose, only to kneel once more. The Holy Son. As he moved, the devout, the preachers, and the skeptics knelt in succession. The Son of God, the Son of God, the 14 sons of God, within the 14 temples. The chaste oracle and the divination priestess received the news simultaneously, rushing outside the temple to cry out, the 14 sons of God, our Holy Son. As the last of the devout knelt, Rhaegar fully withdrew the divine spear, effortlessly and with grace. A resounding thud echoed as the metal struck the ground, startling all who held their breath in anticipation. The flames on the ground dissipated, leaving only a path crowned in glory. The Son of God raised the sacred artifact high, pointing it towards the blazing sun, resembling a blasphemous hero. A colossal pillar of crimson fire erupted from the spear's tip, visible even in broad daylight, as clear as night, exploding into 1,000 fiery trees. The 14 gods above, intoxicated by the fervor, beheld 1,000 dancing dragons before their eyes. All in Valyria stood frozen in place. A mournful cry resounded, followed by a few more. The sound of horns pierced through the 14 fiery peaks, intertwining, lingering, as slumbering dragons took to the skies, responding to the call of their blood covenant. These were ancient friends, with whom they had forged an unbreakable pact long ago. Countless massive wings obscured the sky, converging from all directions. They soared towards the heavens. The dragons of Valyria stirred in unison. The dragon kings, well-versed in history, imposed little restraint. Some patted their companions, urging them to ascend, while others joined in the grand feast. A roar echoed from afar, evoking memories of an Eastern phrase, old but vigorous. It was a dragon, the mightiest of Valyria. It came from the distance, the the dark crimson king of the volcano. It was the king of dragons, shimmering and undulating, resembling a long beam of light flickering over a summer sea. The silver dragon gracefully flapped its enormous wings, the slight imperfections in its wing membranes not detracting from its majesty. Silver scales and claws, its dorsal sail nearly completely eroded by time. And even its tail fin was reduced to half. Its body was a patchwork of scars, each mark a testament to its fierce courage, though it appeared to move slowly. It was the limits that the many dragons behind it could not surpass, or rather, dared not to cross. Drawing ever closer, it became impossible to take in its entirety at once. It was like an ancient silver-gray mist, radiating heat. The horn sounded once more, the seventh call. The silver dragon raised its head to the heavens and roared. What kind of sound was this? It could not simply be likened to the fright of a frightened creature. Fainting mortals. The earth trembled, and the sky quaked. Everything in Valyria shuddered. It led the multitude of dragons, numbering in the thousands, an army of immense might. I descended from the heavens with the force of countless legions. The world stood still. Above Valyria, a mass of heated clouds gathered, with specks of light representing the sun's last stubborn stand. Dragon wings obscured the sun. The multitude of dragons followed closely behind, their immense army too vast to connect its front and rear. The sound of dragon roars resonated in waves, from the front to the back. Even with the harmonious notes of the horns, the most synchronized chorus comprised merely 300 colossal dragons. A sudden crash startled Su Luer as he gazed at the shattered crystal goblet in his hand, awakening him from his astonishment. Seizing the moment when attention was diverted, Su Luer hurriedly restored her lost composure. Observing the fallen governor of his kin on the ground, Su Luer refrained from mocking, merely pressing against his wildly beating heart. Heh! The twin heirs of the Beleris family gasped for breath, then continued to gaze vacantly at the sky, as a myriad of dragons danced in celebration. The horns sounded again, marking the 13th call. Under the gaze of millions, the enormous silver dragon gradually descended, its landing spot atop the sacred hill. The 15th temple arose, gleaming in silver. Amidst the reverent onlookers, the person who sounded the horn on the back of the Dragon King of East Lya revealed her true form. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. The members of the Vastiel family were exceptionally strong, unwilling to be overshadowed. The tall, silver-haired lady raised a proud smile, extending her hand to invite the crowned son of the 14 gods to ascend the heights with her, reminiscent of their first encounter. Her violet pupils clearly reflected the other, existing only for one another. Oh, God, in this moment, I am grateful to you. That day, millions beheld their embrace amidst the dance of 1,000 dragons. The 14th horn sounded, the dragons resonated, and the fiery trees rose once more. The temple's fire sorcerers spontaneously released pyrotechnics, akin to the subjects following their sovereign. In unison with the dragon roars, it proclaimed the arrival of a magnificent empire destined to reign over the world. Glorious and grand, the scene was unparalleled. Chapter 168, The Boiling Valyria. Have you witnessed the spectacle of the world in turmoil? I have, in Valyria, by the 7 gods above. Prince Emoer, nurtured over the years, suddenly shattered his composure, exclaiming, "What is this? What is happening?" The query did not arise from confusion. There were dragons, and more dragons. The question lay in the fact that they were all present, in the heavens and on the earth, in every direction. Dragons soared from the city, while others approached from beyond its confines. They converged here, obscuring the sun. Their singular aim was the resounding call of the horn echoing through the skies. Upon hearing the first command from the astonishingly large silver dragon, the horde of dragons ascended into the firmament, proud and free. The grandeur of the scene momentarily left Emoer at a loss for words. The Storm King, fearless throughout his life, barely managed to remain standing, leaning against a half-man-high warhammer to avoid collapsing to the ground. My ancestral storm god, Leo's voice trembled. How could Valyria be so formidable? The storm, the most potent of natural disasters in Leo's understanding. Yet confronted with this reality, which existed solely in fantasy, one could only feel utterly drained. In truth, the imagination of the average person often falls woefully short of sustaining such an epic spectacle. Father, indeed, we are right, Roland murmured, oblivious to the sword slipping from his grasp. No, this is not humiliation. It is a necessary strategy. Valyria is beyond our reach. Above, the sky was filled with dragons, their vibrant wings flapping in a mesmerizing dance, swirling colors coalescing into a magnificent spectacle. They stirred the winds, their warmth banishing all clouds above Valyria. In the center hovered the king of dragons, silent and imposing. Rhaegar knelt upon the expansive back of his dragon, one hand gripping the spear of Vagar. Flames coursing through the hollow core of the artifact, swirling and roaring, providing a symphonic accompaniment to this grand event. His other hand rested upon the searing scales of Dany, feeling the unique magic that coursed through the ancient beast. Each scale, marred by time and battle scars, was larger than a man. Dany let out a low growl, seemingly pleased with the spectacle unfolding beyond the nest. Mira, proudly clutching a massive horn, smiled with satisfaction. The Princess of War addressed the 14 children of the gods. Behold, all lies beneath our feet. Look, my love, you are so significant to me that I am willing to share power with you. Emotions surged within her chest, joy enveloping her being. Mira yearned to fully unleash these feelings on this once-in-a-lifetime occasion, to express them without reservation. Alas, the moment was not yet ripe. Throughout history, lovers who opened their hearts before the onset of war often met with dire fates. Swords do not discriminate, and no rank or status can ward off death. No man could resist the embrace of Morgana, nor could any woman. Yet, it mattered not. Look, my love, gaze below, the capital of the empire bows before us. All must look up, for we are elevated above. Family, tradition, council, governance, power, soon, none of these will pose a concern. At that moment, all aspirations shall be fulfilled. I shall boldly lead you home. We may do anything we desire. All those wretched traditions, cursed rules, and tedious rituals can be cast aside, dictated solely by our will. Whether we alter the status quo, and I take you as my wife, or adhere to ancient customs, crowning you with my name, it matters not. We can do anything. Father, you must be proud of me. I shall usher in a new era for Vostar and Valyria. Indeed, for the entire world. Beside her, Rhaegar rose, observing Myra's barely contained joy, uncertain whether to rouse her from her reverie. Ultimately, he decided against it. Rhaegar remained seated upon the dragon's back, quietly watching his sovereign. Today, she radiated happiness. The dragon horde continued to soar, as the crowd awakened from their astonishment, a fervent wave of madness sweeping through them. Long live Valyria! Long live the bastion of freedom! Exclaimed a Valantian noble, who had come to Valyria, pointing at the sky with fervor. Behold, the glory of the Dragon King. The honor of the bastion of freedom. Ha! In the fortress of freedom, invincible. The spy from Loina in Valyria nearly succumbed to despair. My dear mother, what shall we do? After regaining their composure, the people of the water, in a frenzy, overturned the precious waters of the Lorne River preserved in the room. Crouching on the ground in the dimly lit chamber, they closed their eyes, as if that thin layer of water could transform into the vast and serene Mother River. A means to return to their homeland, to find safety. My dear mother, oh. The dragon lords were also experiencing a tumultuous upheaval. Damn it, she has stolen the spotlight. Have you ascertained the nature of the burning trees rising beyond the divine hill? What did you say? How could a son of God possibly appear? Wait, what did you say? Repeat that, how many? 14 sons of God. Zygos was taken aback. Brother, you speak the truth. The sons of God have manifested. The horn of war has sounded. The family's standing will be shaken. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Amidst the cacophony of news, 40 families distilled the most vital 2 points. First, the divine spear has been drawn, and the sons of God have emerged. According to the priests of the temple and the oracle, it heralds an unprecedented 14 sons of God. What is their name? Rhaegar Targaryen. Who? Does the Targaryen family have such a figure? Second, Mira of the Vostal family, after the passing of her father, successfully tamed the largest dragon breed in Valyria. The Visher silver dragon, Doria, and sounded the war horn atop its back, officially declaring the commencement of war. So she possesses 2 dragons? Not quite. It has been confirmed that her original dragon perished in a surprise attack by the Loina. Adjust tactics to account for an additional potential threat posed by the Loina. The dragon lords each harbored their own thoughts and took their own actions, yet they all understood that from the moment the dragons took to the skies, the protagonists of the unfolding story had already been irrevocably determined. It remains uncertain how long this will last. Surely, it cannot be for too long. Oh, whoa, long live. In the barracks of the Valyrian guards, a chorus of ecstatic howls erupted. The soldiers, awakening from the spectacle of dancing dragons, began to notice a singular fact. War. The battle of evaporation. Valyria shall crush all. By the 14 gods above, I swear to clear a path for you. Young men, polish your weapons. Quickly, quickly. Bring me a slave. My hands itch. I am restless. I must slay a slave for entertainment. Kill, kill, kill. Ha ha. The Valyrian guards, tasked with safeguarding the capital of the Fortress of Freedom, numbering over 10,000, descended into madness. They understood well that wealth, women, slaves, and all their desires beckon to them. Adorned with wealth, a graceful maiden clad in sheer fabric runs towards you, calling your name. How could one not be driven to madness? The Great Assembly, well aware of the movements of the freehold, understands that their fortunes are about to change. The entirety of Valyria is poised for a bountiful harvest. Long live war. Haha. Chapter 169. The disturbance in Volantis. News travels faster than wildfire. Within a day, through various channels of communication, the spectacle of the Divine One drawing the spear, the silver dragon's horn sounding, and 1,000 dragons dancing spreads throughout the cities under Valyria's dominion. The fervor expands from Valyria city to the entire Valyrian peninsula. Everything unfolds as Prince Loiner observed in the waters of the mirror. The dragon of magic bares its fangs, and its minions are ready to feast upon the fertile Lorne River. From Oris to Droz, from Talos to Volantis, from the faith-blinded Loras to the distant high shores, from the Slave Bay and New Guise in the east of Valyria to numerous colonies in the west, the roles of each colony may vary significantly. But one thing is certain, everything has commenced. The colossal war machine of the Freehold is fully activated, resulting in a series of terrifying consequences. Under the opportune alignment of time, location, and people, the usual signs of bureaucratic procrastination among officials vanish, albeit briefly. Every gear of the machine is coated in a generous amount of lubricant, operating smoothly and seamlessly, a state of affairs never witnessed before. With a flick of a whip, nearly all livestock available for conscription within the Freehold is driven towards the preordained trajectory of the Grand Army's movement. Preparations for winter fodder are swiftly transported to the livestock, ensuring that the scaled companions of the dragon lords possess ample energy, preventing them from depleting their own troops and attending slaves before reaching the Lorne River basin. With hammers raised high, the furnaces blaze with coal, the hearth glowing red without regard for the furnace's lifespan. Artisans from the land of forging labor day and night to repair and maintain weapons and armor, striving to demonstrate to the world's earliest civilization of metallurgy what truly constitutes the finest blades. With throats cut, the bodies of slaves and captives tremble upon the sacrificial altar, while the terrified slaves also shiver as they approach to clear away any refuse that may displease the deities. The fragrant smoke wafts as priests begin their prayers, beseeching the invincible army to prevail, wishing for an unending journey to the world's edge. Clad in dragon saddles, the dragons, having experienced the dance of 1,000 dragons, are in high spirits. They can smell the scent of blood and feel the excitement within their riders, which in turn exhilarates the dragons. They unleash their fiery breath, using their formidable bodies to crush all in their path, disregarding the insignificant humans. Free from the need to cautiously adhere to the rules of human civilization and the inexplicable concerns of their companions, prepared provisions and weapons are swiftly retrieved from storage, as fervent crowds generously offer everything they can contribute directly to the war: food, goods, and slaves, all delivered into the hands of local officials and equally fervent temple personnel. At this moment, the 40 legions under the direct command of Valyria have completed their initial training and are on the verge of gradually uniting, a process that will require a significant amount of time to fully reorganize the Grand Army and establish a unified command structure. This transformation resembles a warrior honing a new, magnificent sword. Due to geographical constraints, the daughter of Valyria, stationed at the estuary of the Lorne River, received news only marginally earlier than the westernmost colony, Volantis, which is Valyria's first colony. Proudly referring to itself as Valyria's eldest daughter, it lies at the delta of the Lorne River, gazing across at the port city of Sahoy, inhabited by the Loinans. Since its inception, the first fortress has borne the weighty responsibility of being the sentinel of the Lorne River. As the War of Evaporation commenced, Volantis was compelled to staunchly defend its territory to prevent Loinan vessels from launching direct assaults on the Valyrian Peninsula. Within the East District, where the nobility resides behind the Black Wall, in a secret chamber unnoticed by others, 3 long feuding and mutually resentful governors of Volantis astonishingly refrained from their customary derision. Instead, they gathered at a round table and began conversing in a manner that, to an outsider, seemed notably refined and civilized. The only governor of merchant lineage, Tobias Vizama, was the first to steer the conversation away from trivialities, stating, "All right, gentlemen, let us return to the matter at hand. We must take action." "Spare us the preamble," retorted the military-born governor with a dismissive tone, compared to the straightforward demeanor exhibited by Governor Specularis during their prior assembly. His current behavior resembled that of an erudite scholar speaking on his behalf. "We have long been prepared for such matters, Tobias. The crux of the issue lies not in our capacity to act, but rather in the sufficiency of our means. This is precisely why we have invited you here for a thorough discussion. The other military commander, Niles Prepa, spoke in a leisurely and composed manner, inquiring, "What plans do you and your noble patrons have regarding this situation? We must decide promptly, for if we delay, the Loinans may inundate us in the bay before our nobles arrive. Should we preemptively confront our long-standing adversaries in commerce?" Tobias's internal calculations reached an unprecedented intensity, rendering his visage pale. Since the day he received the news, merely yesterday, the discourse among the merchants regarding how to address their old rival, Sahoy, had been relentless. Some held conservative views, believing that once the Dragon Kings initiated their assault, everything would become straightforward, requiring no action other than fulfilling their duties as a forward outpost. Conversely, others, who were shrewd and eager to profit, possessed the martial spirit of soldiers yearning for glory. Their rationale was simple. By the time the Valyrian nobles arrived, would there be any spoils left for them? No one could seize meat from the jaws of a dragon. All they could do was scavenge the remnants that the Dragon Kings had carelessly discarded or deemed unworthy of consumption. Consider your position carefully, Niles coaxed Tobias. Like a devil wielding a tempting, fragrant allure, we shall seize the spoils of war. In the aftermath, treasures far surpassing the riches plundered by soldiers will fill our pockets, our vaults, and our bays with slaves. Where, pray tell, will the soldiers, laden with their bountiful harvests, expend this ephemeral wealth? In the brothels you establish? Or within the gambling dens you create? Furthermore, Niles continued in a persuasive whisper, the profits from business flow incessantly, particularly in ventures devoid of competition. Have you pondered this? Tobias trembled as he produced a handkerchief. The first time in his life, he wiped the sweat from his brow with his own hands. After awkwardly dabbing the cold sweat from his pale cheeks, the slave trader grinned, his white, even teeth glinting with avarice. The consul tossed away the fuse that signified his authority. Pray, enlighten me. How shall we dismantle Sahoy? Tobias's eyes sparkled with a fervent greed that elicited discomfort in the two officers, far exceeding that of a novice after their first kill. I wish to personally sell off every one of Prince Sahoy's kin. An auction? Yes, let us hold an auction. Surely, it will fetch a handsome price. The two consuls maintained their smiles, exchanging a discreet glance that confirmed their mutual thoughts. This fool has gone mad. Better to be an officer on the battlefield than to associate with these deranged slave traders. Chapter 170. The High Priest's greetings, High Priests. It is we who should welcome your arrival. Hail to the Son of God. May you spread the glory of my deity across every corner of the known world. Rhaegar smiled as he took his seat above the 14 high priests, turning his back to the divine statue, feeling a touch of anxiety. This location, nestled halfway up the sacred hill, was square in shape, grand and imposing, its dim interior adorned with exquisite paintings and sculptures, each detail silently narrating the glory of the gods. The priests constructed this edifice for deliberation, vying for power among the gods and the Dragon Kings. Grateful for the blessings bestowed by the 14 deities, we have received as much as we have given over the years, despite an imbalance of losses over victories. Yet, now is different. The Son of God has descended, and he is the unprecedented child of the 14 gods. Divine favor upon us. The embodiment of the will of the gods has not been without precedent, yet it typically involved selecting a citizen from within the city or a cleric from the temple. The divine missions assigned were often mundane tasks aimed at eradicating the worship of lesser deities, leaving one to wonder why the gods cared so deeply for those insignificant beliefs, whose followers numbered less than the attendants in a bathing house. A few sons of the Dragon Kings, even, lacked genuine faith in the divine. Blasphemy. Thanks to the gods, we have discerned the true nature of the Dragon Kings. Remember, we are your most loyal followers, your finest tools, your perfect emissaries. Long live the 14 gods. The 14 high priests silently recited the names of the deities they served in their hearts. The implementation of the policy of division has indeed been executed flawlessly. The high priests hold great reverence for this inaugural representative of the collective will of the deities. Observe this composed demeanor, behold this handsome visage, and admire this physique that is simply awe-inspiring. Most remarkably, he stands unencumbered by any familial ties. While Vostell may be regarded as such, he is merely a newly appointed counselor. Since the emergence of a divine scion over a century ago, his family has failed to spark any notable achievements. With a dwindling number of members, they can scarcely accomplish anything, clinging desperately to their council position without even managing to safeguard their affiliated legion. Moreover, they are devoid of a reliable male figure within the family. Yet, what does it matter? What significance does camaraderie hold? No matter how capable one may be, They merely add to a dowry. Better to contribute more. Indeed, the more one contributes, the better. At present, it is imperative to consolidate the entire strength of the church to elevate him to a position of prominence, leveraging this power to extinguish all dissenting voices against the 14 divine teachings. With his endorsement, our grand endeavors shall come to fruition. May I inquire if we may commence? Ahem, certainly. The high priest of the Black King God was the first to speak. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit and how we may assist you? For the glory of my deity, Rhaegar articulated. It is indeed a matter of duty. The high priest nodded in agreement, silently observing this suddenly emerged divine scion with growing satisfaction. It suffices that I may alleviate the burdens of my god. Rhaegar continued, under the glory of the 14 gods. The breath of heretical voices is intolerable. For the sake of the divine, I hope that you will rally your followers to actively participate in this glorious expedition. Certainly, we intend to do just that. The brightest among us in the dimly lit chamber is none other than the high priestess of the goddess of wealth. She cast aside the somewhat obstructive Valyrian steel hairnet and, with one hand, twisted the ruby necklace around her neck. My sacred son. It is only through such means that we can expand the vast treasury of my deity and continue to erect monumental statues. Crass. The high priest clad in a robe adorned with flames was about to reflexively rebut her, but, recalling the current predicament, prudently remained silent, allowing his old adversary to prattle on and disturb the sacred son. Pray tell, sacred son, what manner of army do you desire? The high priestess of the light green smiled, interrupting the foremost servant of the goddess of wealth. Is it to spread glory or to spill blood? Glory arises from bloodshed. The greatness of the gods is founded upon strength. The fire god priest interjected. What the sacred son requires urgently must be a blood expeditionary force. The Western campaign cannot be delayed. Our faithful are in torment, and we cannot afford to postpone. Indeed, Leo the great priest spoke rightly. The high priestess in soft blue expressed her support for the fire god priestess words. The officer corps, hailing from the Imperial Guard outside the city, has begun to gradually distribute to the subordinate city-states, yet our holy military lacks even a single banner. What is this? When the time comes to seize territory, others shall have no knowledge of whose it is. The high priest clad in black made a statement to conclude the matter, quelling the feudal debate. I believe what my god yearns for is a land soaked in blood, with the banners of the 14 gods fluttering, devoid of any trace of heresy. First, let us rally the faithful within the city. On this point, the high priest unanimously agreed, and thus they inscribed their names upon the prepared parchment, pressing their bloodied fingerprints onto it. The document eventually reached Rhaegar, who observed the assembly of high priests from his elevated position. Please affix your name here, signifying your collective endorsement of this decree alongside the exalted deities that preside over you. Rhaegar regarded the parchment and quill presented by the bowing priests, feeling that this was perhaps the first occasion since his ascension to high priest that he inclined himself before a living being rather than a divine effigy. Naturally, Rhaegar acquiesced with grace, though he politely declined the ceremonial knife offered by the priests, having undergone the ritual of severing his finger 14 times, choosing instead to conjure a small blade through his magical prowess. It proved quite effective. The high priests remained silent below, noting that had it not been for the Son of God wishing for a drop of blood to grace the parchment, the minuscule wound would have healed before a single drop could fall. A genuine blessing indeed, the selfless boon of the God of abundance, a true son of the divine. It would be wise to acknowledge his supremacy, albeit temporarily. The document was passed among the high priests, who confirmed the authenticity of the inscribed names. There appeared to be no issues, though one name stood out, Targaryen, somewhat displeasing to the eye. One of the high priests suggested to the Son of God to perhaps add a middle name or even change his surname, as it would complicate future records and promotional endeavors. Competing with the dragonlords for territory was already bothersome enough. The thought of being usurped by them was maddening. Subsequently, Rhaegar continued, let us discuss the particulars regarding this army. Certainly, wise and pragmatic, 14 gods bestow their favor upon us for having you, was the reply. I propose we design a banner. Reconsider. Agreed. A flurry of idle yet repetitive discourse ensued as they bid Rhaegar farewell, visibly relaxing in his absence. What do you think of our Son of God? Far superior to his predecessor. Regarding Voster, the high priest clad in yellow expressed a hint of concern. Given the circumstances, it seems our son shares a significant rapport with that councilman. Sharing a dragon is merely a means of alliance. I once invited you to ride in my chariot as well. The son is, in truth, isolated. The harvest god priest chuckled. The dragonlords are cunning and ruthless. Consumed by carnal desires and power, selfish in their pursuits. Who besides us could offer such unwavering support? Indeed, it is only us. The high priests exchanged amicable smiles, each harboring the same thought. Soon, it will be only me. Chapter 171. Chit-chat atop the tower. These ancient figures are truly a nuisance. Rhaegar departed amidst the fervent gazes and kneelings of the temple attendants, exhaling softly once he was free. Quite manageable. This, it seems, is the impression held by those venerable and powerful elders regarding him. It is indeed a favorable situation. Rhaegar silently hoped that their support would be more robust. He mused to himself about not having wasted his time putting on a facade in front of those old men. As he descended from the Divine Hill and entered the elephant carriage, the tension in Rhaegar's spine instantly relaxed. It appeared that the so-called Son of God, who shone brilliantly in the eyes of the world, was now quite fatigued. Vornier smiled, his expression laced with a hint of teasing inquiry. Lord Vornier. Rhaegar continued to address him respectfully. Is there any wine? Of course. As he personally retrieved a chilled goblet and poured wine for Rhaegar. Vornier conversed about some fresh, yet possibly inconsequential news. The Beleris family was planning to vie for another console, indicating their considerable ambition. Since the onset of winter, the price of ice had significantly decreased. Miss Mira, or rather, the head of the household, intended to reclaim the legion originally managed by her family, but faced considerable resistance, leaving her rather distressed of late. By the gods, who could have foreseen that you would be the esteemed son of God? Rhaegar murmured, accepting the frosty goblet from Vornier and expressing his gratitude softly. Upon hearing the thank you, a subtle smile graced Vornier's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the gesture. Another cup? Certainly, thank you. Meanwhile, in the Vastier estate, at the tower adjacent to the square, Mira was contemplating the removal of some items. Upon hearing footsteps on the stairs, she straightened up and paused her examination of a pile of documents, only to resume her task shortly thereafter. Rhaegar, entering and observing Mira's actions, felt perplexed. Aren't you planning to continue working here? Climbing the stairs is too exhausting. That is quite reasonable. Mira placed the last document on her desk, stating, let it serve as a storage room. Aside from creatures capable of flight, few have the opportunity to ascend the stairs. By the way, how do you find the company of those old geezers at the temple? Not particularly pleasant. Rhaegar held no fondness for that dimly lit structure, nor for those who bore the scent of age mixed with the aroma of sacrificial incense. Conversations are manageable at best. Well, that's something. At least they don't engage in cryptic riddles while playing the slave game. Which members of the council indulge in such discussions? For the most part, yes. What a calamity. The political arena, symbolizing the highest rights of the bastion of freedom, seemed to be populated by at least half who merely idled away, while the other half busied themselves in sowing discord. Their life purposes were ambiguous, motives potentially pure or otherwise, seemingly existing solely to stir trouble, disrupting others, and occasionally being disrupted themselves. I have a plan for reform. Mira lifted another stack of documents from the bookshelf, prompting Rhaegar to swiftly assist her. Considering the dragon's obsession with power and the ambitions of the city's grand slave owners, pyromancers, and temple personnel regarding political affairs, I propose the establishment of a new council. Separation of the pure from the impure? Precisely, Mira remarked, glancing at her notes. It is still just an idea. The resistance is too formidable, and I cannot accommodate everyone. Let us take it slowly. I hope that in the future, someone will provide me with better suggestions. Rhaegar brushed away the thick layer of dust from the documents, revealing that this stack of reports concerning Lord Darien of Dorne had evidently been disregarded. Indeed, the immediate priority lay in confronting formidable adversaries such as Loyner and Baelor. Speaking of which, have we gained sufficient insight into the current status of the 40 dragonlord families? Fortunately, Rhaegar casually perused the papers, discovering they merely contained the income statements of the Vastier family's affiliated factions, serving solely as a silent reminder of past accounts. It appeared that resolving the issue with Baelor would pave the way for smoother proceedings. Indeed, Mira furrowed her brow as she examined a report from a year prior concerning the aftermath of the Vastier Legion's severance. Baelor had painstakingly spent a century fostering relationships with Zaldrizes and Loro, forging alliances, and recently drawing closer to Gygos and Arly. Their interconnected web of relationships could encapsulate approximately one-third of the dragonlord families, and alarmingly, within their ranks, only Baelor's voice resonated. As for Vastier, did they maintain any favorable relations with other families? Regrettably, no. Mira sighed softly. It had been nearly a century since any notable alliances had emerged, and in the past decade, the sole indication of connection was the woman from Sutor who had sought Baelor's favor. With so few people, finding suitable matches for alliances proved challenging. Marriages indeed offered a convenient and effective means of establishing connections in Westeros, often employed by nobles alongside their foster sons. Duke Tully merely needed to marry off a daughter to extricate House Stark from the icy grip of the North and thrust them into the complexities of southern politics, which they were ill-equipped to navigate. Meanwhile, the Duke of Arryn in the Vale managed to unite 3 formerly royal families by accepting the Stark's second son and the future Storm King as foster sons. Thus, the 4 Guardian families constructed a robust network of relationships spanning 2 generations. Although the Riverlands had not directly linked with the other families, Duke Tully still possessed a daughter. Lisa Tully had the heir of House Arryn, who was also his nephew and foster son, Albert Arryn, not perished alongside Bran Stark in King's Landing. He would likely have pursued a matrimonial alliance with Tully's second daughter to strengthen the ties among the 4 families. Alas, their father had succumbed to madness. Yet, the path of marriage had not been entirely severed. Lisa, having lost her virginity, was proven fertile and wed the aging Duke of Arryn, who had lost his foster son and thus lacked an heir, solidifying the rebel front. While ancient, the institution of marriage remained remarkably effective and universally applicable. A venerable family without heirs represented the pinnacle of decline. Vostier lacked even a collateral branch. Their main line was nearly a singular lineage. Rhaegar gazed at Myra's lips, recalling the horn she had sounded yesterday, a peculiar thought crossing his mind regarding its cleanliness. After delving into magic, he would need to investigate further. Let us change the subject. The avenue of short-term matrimonial alliances had been closed, rendering further discussion unnecessary. It would be more prudent to contemplate how to persuade Mira to place her hopes of overcoming Baelor upon the recent incident of the swelling Lorne River during Cheorn's time. In Cheorn, sorrow has transformed into a haunting specter as the famished stone men wander, afflicted by the plague of gray scales that pervades the mists. Shall we, then, use the gods as an excuse? Prophecy appears to serve as a rather compelling rationale. Very well, Mira concurs, as the high priest of the temple presents you with an assortment of persuasive offerings. A legion composed of zealots, Rhaegar responds, finally concluding his review of a pile of old accounts. They are responsible for the upkeep of equipment, provisions, and even morale. That is satisfactory. Mira disdainfully discards the records at hand. But what is the cost? I shall heed their words. A jest indeed. Quite amusing. Have you stifled your laughter? Naturally. Excellent. Mira, unable to resist, begins to sift through the dusty, moldy tomes, finally settling into the iron chair that her father had long occupied. The movement is jarring, causing her bones to ache. Hiss, what is it? Nothing. I'm merely fatigued. Please assist me with the organization. No problem. Chapter 172, The Prince in Motion. Father. Zenotto rushed into the Palace of Affection, where Cheorn was recuperating, his severed limb now healed enough to accommodate a hook. Zenotto. Prince Gaeling gazed upon the sole remnant of that expedition, the only Ritterney from Loyner, his son. What has transpired? The Valyrians have commenced their assault. The prince's countenance darkened. Inhaling deeply, where? Sahoy. Sahoy, the prince murmured, hastily inquiring, is it Volantis? Yes, and without the Dragon King. What of Samwell? Has Volantis launched an attack? Not at all. Then that is fortunate. It is merely Volantis's actions, not those of Valyria. The prince exhaled in relief. There remains time to assemble the troops. Zenotto. There is no time to waste. The prince promptly addressed his son before downing a generous cup of strong liquor. Go. Inform the other princes that if they wish to avoid their cities becoming tombs and the epitaphs of Loyner, they must join me in a final stand. Prince Gaeling strode purposefully towards the door. Yes. Zenotto replied loudly, feeling the remnants of his peace dissipate into a tide of urgency. Father. Zenotto pursued him, the weight of his missing hand causing his gait to appear somewhat awkward. As he passed numerous Loyner soldiers along the way, silence enveloped the air. They remained loyal to his father, the resolute Prince Gaeling, ever ready to sacrifice their lives for the mother river and Loyner. Morale is invaluable. The soldiers are well acquainted with his father, and half of them may even recognize him, having witnessed his diligent training on the practice fields, perhaps even having sparred with him. This marks his first appearance before the public since returning to Loyner. The fame of your now feels like a guillotine poised for execution. Adjustment is still required. Zenotto mused silently as he glanced at his wrist. Perhaps it is best to remain aboard the vessel for the rest of my days. This iron hook is far more suited for grasping the wooden hull than for the marble palaces. In just a fleeting moment, Zenotto nearly lost sight of Prince Gallen, whose hurried steps were resolute, fixated on the path ahead, heedless of what lay beneath. Much like the political beliefs he held, there was a certain reckless disregard for his own well-being. Father, Zenotto called out, quickening his pace to catch up. Yet the prince never glanced back, his strides unwavering. Hurry! Even our swiftest vessel cannot outpace the great dragon. I can only hope that by the time we arrive, the other princes will have heeded my counsel and gathered their forces. I pray it is not too late. As they journeyed upstream along the Lorne River in search of the remaining princes and princesses, Prince Gallen silently recited his thoughts. Father, where are we headed? To Nazastan, the city-state of the warrior queen, 10 times larger than the other city-state of Loinor, Gothar. They navigated the river, occasionally switching horses and taking to boats. Grateful for the assistance of the Mother River, the time spent was far less than usual. The father and son, accompanied by only a small retinue, arrived at the upper reaches of the Lorne River, where the Mother River meets her wildest daughter, the Nain River, and beheld the most beautiful city of Loinor, Nazastan. Fortunately, the water sorcerers in the city proved useful, having foreseen the arrival of esteemed guests and waiting at the dock. Greetings, master. Upon reuniting with his mentor, Zenodo strove to suppress his excitement, maintaining the decorum befitting the entire Cheown. Zenodo, my dear student, give thanks to the Mother River. I am delighted to see you freed from your trials. The old sorcerer smiled kindly, urging the anxious pair to hurry into the city. Go on, the queen awaits you. The prince nodded stiffly and hurried towards the eagerly awaiting small boat. Let us depart swiftly, my child. We shall converse later. Yes, master. The water sorcerer stood quietly, waving gently at Zenodo, urging him to follow Prince Gallen without delay. The aged and unpretentious figure remained by the broad river, reminiscent of a sea, silent for an extended period. Like most settlements of Loinor, the means of transportation within Nazastan consisted of small boats. Ornately adorned vessels glided through the dense and bustling waterways, yielding the right of way to those bearing the queen's insignia. In this enchanting city, flowers perfumed every corner, while fountains adorned with blossoms enhanced its charm. Though perhaps not as dazzling as the golden-domed Cheown, its allure rivaled that of Zenodo's cherished hometown. Children frolicked carefree by the fountains, their laughter ringing out. Parents looked on, indifferent to which child might be an inconsequential, illegitimate offspring, as the love they offered was uniformly bestowed. The youth serenaded each other with elegant love songs, their tall figures exuding vitality, their olive skin glowing with health. Fishermen and merchants never lacked for bounty, just as this city, bathed in the light of dawn, was never devoid of blossoms. The elderly could peacefully enjoy their twilight years, free from the worries of hunger or lack of reverence. The beauty of it all seems akin to a terrestrial paradise, yet no healthy-minded inhabitant of Loinor would believe in such ephemeral fantasies. It would be far more prudent to set sail and catch a couple of fish to brew a nourishing broth. This is precisely why we strive to safeguard Loinor. The prince, having rarely emerged from the shadowy clouds of the dragoness wings, steps into the sunlight. In this moment, he resembles a middle-aged man, burdened by loss and the uncertainties of the future, akin to a father. Zeno, take a good look. It is a land of beauty and abundance, where the people live in peace and prosperity. The Mother River bestows upon her children a generous and benevolent nature, while the inherently malevolent Dragon King seems only to have mastered the art of destruction through fire, driven by a crude desire for colonization and plunder. The case of Samel, nearly obliterated by the Valyrian colony of Vylansis during the First Tortoise War, serves as a cautionary tale. I understand. The eyes of the youth still reflect an unwavering determination. That is good to know. The prince gazes at Zeno, who grips the boat's edge with his prosthetic limb, his expression clouded. The surrounding vessels gradually diminish, and the small boats accelerate, signaling their approach to the residence of the warrior queen who rules over the Star of Nassa, a palace constructed of pink and green marble. Drawing ever nearer, the father and son gradually revert to their customary rapport, resembling a sovereign and his trusted retainer. Prince, please disembark. The prince descends the boat swiftly, as if treading upon solid ground. The people of Loinor spend far more time aboard their vessels than on land. This palace is resplendent. The pink and green marble imbues it with an enchanting dreamlike quality that surpasses imagination. It stands as the largest known artwork in the world. Indeed, this edifice cannot merely be described as a palace. Together with the entire city of fountains, it is a magnificent masterpiece sculpted by the Mother River of Loinor over millennia. What a grand palace it is. This is Zeno's impression, vast enough to accommodate the countless giant turtle denizens carried by the Elder of the Divine River. Yet, in this moment, the immense palace only exacerbates Prince Gallen's vexation. After a considerable time, they finally behold the beautiful queen upon her throne. The athletic and statuesque warrior queen rises, her voice resonant and regal. Welcome to Nassa, Prince Gallen of Cheorn. Chapter 173. Loinor's Self-Rescue. I cannot accept your suggestion. History has long proven that fighting and fierce resistance are the righteous paths. Absurd. Foolish. Woman, I suspect you are playing with fire in secret. The prince clenches his fists. 3 throbbing veins visible on his forehead. You insult me. The warrior queen, equally aflame with rage, has entertained the thought of dismissing the prince more than once, her lips nearly uttering the words. If what I say holds truth, then it cannot be deemed an insult. A scoff escapes the queen, her disdain evident as she mocks. Your actions are akin to those of a petty creature attempting to cast mud into the mouth of an oyster, tainting its pearls. The prince discreetly wipes away the froth of agitation that has accumulated at the corner of his mouth. Why must we bicker here like petty merchants? This, indeed, is the most rational statement you have made today. Come, present the map. The prince stood beneath the throne, raising his hand to beckon the queen down. Let us engage in a simulation to discern who is right and who is wrong, to unveil our respective thoughts, and to determine to whom the compass guiding the fate of the people of Loina ultimately points. This shall be our final debate. Bring forth the latest map. The queen, undaunted, descended from her throne with poise. The prince fixed his gaze upon her eyes. In the name of our mother river, this will determine the final direction between us. And indeed for all of Loina, with no room for regret. Naturally, Namelia did not hesitate, her eyes unwavering. Remember, I too act for the sake of Loina, and I am equally willing to sacrifice everything for it. I am well aware of that. Such words of concession would never escape the lips of Prince Galen. Let us commence. As the prince beheld the entirety of the world's longest river, he turned his gaze towards the western realm of fire. The queen drew her short sword, pointing its scabbard towards the westernmost of the 4 river mouths of the Lorne. Volantis has already launched an offensive against Savoy, and I believe you should be aware of this. I knew long before you did, the prince thought, though he refrained from voicing it. Very well, what comes next? It seems you are informed, so there is no need for me to reiterate. The queen shifted the scabbard, indicating a location that caused both the prince and the quietly standing Zenotto to catch their breath. This is where you have failed twice, where the despicable people of the Sunset Lands, aided by the eastern colonies, have stationed themselves. According to my intelligence, this place has already been designated by the Valyrian Council as a supply hub for the army, and a considerable town is currently under construction. The prince remained perplexed by the queen's intentions, yet he chose to listen politely. This is the nearest supply point from Valyria to my city, the queen elucidated. Nearly 2 centuries of warfare have decimated the population and livestock in the wilderness between Loina and Valyria, and fortunately, the previous supply point along the road has long been abandoned, while the next is still under construction. The queen's ornate scabbard, encrusted with jewels, became stained with ink from a stack just presented by a servant, as she drew a line between Volantis and Pasheray. Gazing at the fresh mark, the prince remained silent. This indicates that the supply points needed for the Great Dragon Army cannot mobilize on a large scale until the livestock between these 2 points are replenished. Troops do not move without provisions. This is the most fundamental principle of warfare. You wish to seize this opportunity to lead your kin to escape. To flee while Valyria is still unprepared? Absurd. This was the thought of Prince Galen. Utter madness. The prince stared intently at the queen, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. You wish to abandon our mother river. This is for all of us. The queen vehemently argued, determined to never concede the unforgivable sin of forsaking their mother river. Is it possible for the uninhabited Loina to still be considered the mother river's kin? Can you truly accept the noble Loina reduced to the status of Valyrian slaves? So, you intend to flee? The prince remained unfazed by such words, his rhetoric sharp as a blade, utterly merciless. I once believed you to be merely timid or naively thinking that you could delay the inevitable with the aid of the mother river. However, it appears you are nothing but a coward. Better than your intention to lead your kin to their demise. Death is preferable to fleeing. Conveniently, your son is present. Namelia suddenly pointed at Zenotto, saying, You, son of the prince, answer me. What was the cost of slaying a young dragon? No need, Prince Galen interjected, halting Zenotto from speaking. I can provide the answer. The cost was half of the royal river's entire court of water mages. A prince's entire court of water mages. And yet, under the circumstances of a surprise attack, they could only slay 1 young dragon. Upon hearing the specific figures from the Pasheray incident, Queen Namelia was suddenly enveloped by a wave of despair, her face twisting into an unsightly smile. How many princes are there in all of Loina? How many court water mage troops can be mustered? On the day the 1,000 dragons danced, I had arranged for 4 spies in Valyria to commit suicide. Zenotto lowered his head, gazing at his wrist, where the whip marks on his back still throbbed with pain. The prince wished to retort, but quickly abandoned the thought. What use are those justifications? The water mages of Loina indeed rely heavily on the Mother River's aid, yet even in their homeland, how many dragons can they contend with when unleashing their full magical prowess? Moreover, they must contend with Valyria's fire mages and blood mages. 1,000 dragons in flight. Valyria possesses the capability to summon legions of dragons, systematic dragons. Just commanding 1,000 soldiers is troublesome enough. As for dragons, 1/10 of that would suffice. The queen continued to expound on her thoughts of fleeing. When facing an enemy, one must resist. Yet, what can a child do when confronted by a giant? If I can ensure the escape of half my people, even if they are all women, I have faith I can rebuild Loina. The Valyrian oppression of Loina is not only demonstrated through dragons, but also in sheer magnitude. Do not hesitate. This is our sole opportunity. By the time reinforcements from Volantis arrive, even with just 3 dragons, they could seize Sahoy, and by then, Valyria would completely blockade the exit of the Mother River, leaving us with no chance whatsoever. Prince Gallen fell into a brief silence, an unusually prolonged moment of quiet. Did you just say that even with all women, you could still rebuild Loina? What are you implying? The queen momentarily froze, a troubling conjecture surfacing in her mind. Please, let it not be, for that is certainly not a favorable idea. Very well, you take the women and children and leave, right now. The prince turned, stating, I will remain in Loina with the men. So be it. Make haste. Chapter 174. Only a mother I beseech you. Tell me you are merely speaking in anger. I never utter words of rage. God created men and women not to be separated, but to unite in the creation of future generations. Oh, my revered and compassionate Mother River, how did the resolute Gallen transform into a philosopher? Circumstances compel us. Very well. Nomelia felt a sense of helplessness and anguish. You support my abandonment of Mother River, yet you refuse to relinquish your absurd ideals of sacrifice. Someone must remain, and it must be I, Father. Zenodo tightened his grip on Gallen's wrist with his remaining hand. Do you wish to leave? No, I wish to stay. Excellent. The prince's authoritative gaze scanned the interior of the hall, observing Nomelia's close guard standing at attention. Children of the river, offspring of Mother River, do you wish to remain and defend our homeland? Are you willing to accompany me to a glorious death? Silence enveloped the room. Yet the prince could discern that half of the robust young men before him trembled slightly, while the other half exhibited subtler signs of agitation. This is commendable. The prince felt satisfied. This is not good. The queen was deeply dissatisfied. Loina cannot do without men. Without them, what shall we have left to love? For the first time, a hint of plea tinged the queen's voice, revealing a vulnerable side to the warrior queen. You must be strong. The prince's expression remained cold, his eyes calm. Mother River, you are as unyielding as steel. The queen could not comprehend why death was necessary, why they must take half of their kin to perish. Death did not frighten her. Rather, she feared the demise of civilization far more. She detested meaningless death. Nomelia understood that escaping the pursuit of the draconic beast would inevitably require a price, yet this cost could not possibly justify sacrificing half of their number. Losing half of their people? What difference would that make from Loina's annihilation? If they die, nothing will remain. History has already provided an identical answer. Opening the map. Just beneath the Old Guys Empire, a city named New Guys rests securely on a small island at the southern end of the Isle of Jean. Gisker. The vast empire that Valyria obliterated through 5 wars, the progenitor of slavery, the nation that first established legions. Has it perished? Certainly not. The totem of the harpy still represents Gisker, and one can easily find a colossal bronze statue of the harpy in the squares of any city along the shores of the Slave Bay. Is it alive? Of course not, for the world cannot ascertain whether New Guys is indeed Old Guys. The lineage that embodies the true blood of the ancient Guys Empire has mostly faded away with the shifting sands, buried in salt and alkali. The common tongue along the shores of the Slave Bay now predominantly features a dialect of High Valyrian, heavily infused with Gisker's guttural tones. While the pure Gisker language has long since perished, the traditions of ancient Guys have been forgotten, and the religion is now known only through the sacred harlots. The deities too have vanished, lost to the annals of oblivion. The remnants of civilization lie beneath the homes of the JIS people, withered corpses scattered and incomplete. Has the language and script of Loina vanished? The enchanting melodies of the river have ceased, and the elegant, romantic traditions have slipped away. The Mother River. The king of crabs, the elders of the river, forgotten? Forgotten? Is this not akin to death? I cannot, under any circumstances, allow Loina to meet such a fate. And what of the children? Where can one find men now? I warn you, Gallen. By the name of Nomelia, I solemnly vow that I shall not permit you to lead those tribesmen to their demise. The warrior queen, resolute once more, slammed her hands upon the table. This is my city. I shall not allow you to take anyone away. This man is utterly hopeless. Your city? The prince scoffed. It is a city that belongs to all the people of Loina. With that, the prince turned to leave. Those willing to defend the mother river stepped forward. In the hall, the nearest bodyguard bowed to the queen and then strode towards Prince Galen, following in his wake. Why? The first bodyguard who took a step did not respond, but the second bodyguard answered in his stead. Respectful queen, we are willing to fight for the mother river. Why? The queen stood firm, anguish flickering in her steadfast eyes. Why do you not wish to follow me away? Is this not also a means to safeguard Loina? Preserving culture, protecting tradition, upholding faith, seeking opportunities to start anew. Is this not a form of struggle as well? Answer me. One by one, the bodyguards left their posts, stepping forward in support, paying no mind to how many followed behind. Prince Galen continued his stride outward. For we harbor a profound love for the mother river and all the lands it traverses. My queen, we cherish her as she selflessly loves us in return. This is our city, my queen. My great-grandfather once laid the youngest tile upon its roof. My queen, please forgive us. My queen, the world is vast. Yet my grandfather spent his life searching for a piece of land suitable for the river folk to inhabit. Only here is the mother river. Nowhere else is home. Finally, the youngest bodyguard stood before the queen. My queen, you are not in error. The fault lies with the Valyrians. Those greedy dragons will ultimately consume all, including themselves. My brother spoke true. Nowhere else is home. This is our homeland. We have but one mother, and there exists only one mother river in the world. The door remained ajar. Yet the queen felt herself engulfed in darkness. Supporting herself against the table, her arm muscles tensed as she firmly gripped the edge, barely holding steady. After a long silence, the queen finally spoke. None are in error. There is but one mother. Therefore, I cannot allow her to be forgotten, even if it means bearing the weight of eternal condemnation. Chapter 175, Nemelia's Choice. Prince, esteemed Prince Galen. Prince. The continuous shouts echoing behind him caused Prince Galen to halt his steps, and the queen's guard followed suit. Your Highness, a servant who attended the queen called out. The queen has asked me to deliver this to you. The attendant bowed, presenting a finely adorned golden scepter, encrusted with emeralds and sapphires. What has your queen conveyed? The prince, of course, recognized its significance. It symbolized the queen's authority, granting him the power to command the armies of Nassa. The queen said nothing, merely instructed me to hasten in delivering it. What does this imply? Acknowledgement? Or capitulation? Never mind. In any case, she remains a competent ruler. Your Highness, are you heading to Arnoi now? Those who serve as the Queen's guards possess discernment, understanding what actions are appropriate. This is also why they chose to follow Galen. Indeed, the prince observed the resolute faces around him, assured that these individuals would lay down their lives for Loina at any moment. Before that, I must gather all who are willing to sacrifice for Loina. Go forth, warriors. Lead me to my many brethren. Yes, the guards dispersed voluntarily, heading to the barracks across Nassa, where soldiers were already prepared. The queen was correct. She was indeed making preparations. There was no hesitation in her readiness for flight. Momentarily idle, Galen had no intention of wandering aimlessly. Holding the heavy golden scepter, he pondered at the railing of the palace corridor whether to leave part of his forces behind. To take half his men into battle was merely a statement born of discord. Loina could not be rebuilt solely by women and children. Yes, Loina requires reconstruction. The resolute prince, at his core, was also a pessimist. Valeria's net had already been cast. After years spent weaving this snare, the malevolent dragon lay in wait, quietly observing the lively fish in the pond, unaware of their impending doom. The prince had witnessed fishermen at work and realized that Loina was akin to the plump fish long coveted. There was no escape. The weather was growing colder. Loina's winter was approaching. A chill breeze swept through, and the prince, absent-mindedly poking the railing with the scepter that represented Queen Nemeria's authority, reflected somberly, alas. It seems we may not survive the winter to witness the spring. Regrettably, the prince shook his head, returning to reality. Those who remained could not be cowards. But how could one expect the courageous to stay behind? A dilemma arose, a fundamental conflict in logic. This matter was of utmost importance, regarding the unpredictable future of Loina, and could not be taken lightly. What if among those who stayed were individuals of ill intent? How could a group of widows, bereft of their husbands, manage such a burden? It would hinder the monumental task of reconstructing Loina. The prince fell into despair, unconsciously pacing the corridor. Ultimately, he is not the ruler of other city-states and is not well acquainted with the actual conditions of the various armies. If he wishes to mobilize soldiers beyond Cheorn, Prince Galen can only rely on the noble cause of protecting the Mother River to rally the troops, without the full support of the other princes and princesses. The people that Nomelia takes away will undoubtedly be from all corners of Loina. Prince Galen cannot simply enlist soldiers from Charon alone, as it may raise suspicions of personal gain over public interest, which would be detrimental to the unity of the coalition. It is indeed a perplexing dilemma. The prince picked up his staff and continued, pondering how he could discern the good men among all the men of Loina. Zeno, perched on the pink marble railing, observed his father's evident preoccupation as he paced thoughtfully, hesitating to voice his desire to alleviate his father's concerns. Father, as Zeno finally spoke. Before he could pose his question, a spark of inspiration illuminated Galen's mind upon hearing his son's voice. Zeno, my son, the prince said with a smile, placing his hand on Zeno's shoulder. Under Zeno's slightly startled gaze, the prince entrusted him with a task. Help me find a group of trustworthy men within the Loina army. Men with whom one could entrust their life. I understand this is a formidable challenge, but it is a task that must be accomplished. It concerns the future of all Loina. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. Galen then began to elaborate on the details. Zeno breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his father had not succumbed to the pressures of the situation. Even in the romantically inclined Loina, seeking so many men at once seemed somewhat extravagant. Your Highness, the army is ready and awaits your arrival. Very well. The prince patted his son's shoulder in encouragement. Once again, Zeno, this is of utmost importance. You must employ every means at your disposal to fulfill this task. With that, Prince Galen proceeded to the open area in the city where the soldiers had gathered, mentally preparing for his speech to rally them. Zeno stood in place, raising his hands. In contrast, his incomplete hand drew more attention than ever. The pent-up strength within him found a direction to be released, and as he looked at his missing palm, he felt grateful for his father's trust and resolved to focus on this mission. As for going to battle, it was best not to trouble his comrades. Loina had plenty of capable warriors for that. Today was an unremarkable day, and the soldiers of Nasa Star felt a sense of foreboding as they awaited the summons of the Queen's Guard. Why are we being summoned? I don't know. You're the captain. How can you not know? Did the higher-ranking commander see? That's my uncle. He doesn't know either. Did the guard say nothing? They all said they don't know. Here we are. The Queen's Guard, who guided this group of soldiers to the assembly square, concluded the speculations of the lower-ranking soldiers. The soldiers were astonished to discover that the square, typically reserved for festive gatherings, was now densely populated with Loina soldiers. Are we going to war? Uncertainty envelopes me. Yet I yearn for a confrontation, to engage with Valyria as a valiant warrior hunting tigers. For over 2 centuries, my grandfather and father have longed for an end before their demise. Damn Valyria, you wretched scum, the filth of snails, the urine of frogs, a grotesque offspring of blasphemy. How can that be a man up there? What? The queen has been usurped? A handful of impulsive soldiers immediately unsheathed their short swords. Wait. The commanders intervened to halt their subordinates' actions, with the royal guards at the ready. Should chaos ensue, they would be the first to respond. Shall we merely observe? Hold on. With so many present, do you wish to be trampled? Heed my words. Wait a moment longer. Why do the royal guards stand beside him? As the soldiers in the square exchanged puzzled glances, the man on the platform projected a commanding voice, silencing the clamor. Warriors of Nassar, there is no need for confusion. I am Prince Galen of Chaorn, here solely for the entirety of Loina. Chapter 176. Galen's oration upon the dais. The robust man raised a golden scepter high. The gems and gold shimmered in the sunlight, visible to the thousands of soldiers gathered in the square. This is the Queen's scepter. What brings the Prince of Chaorn to our Nassar? For Loina? Such eloquent words, yet merely a scepter. The Queen herself has yet to appear. Perhaps he has conspired with the royal guards to harm her. Let us observe and listen to what this prince has to say. Steady the soldiers. Internal strife within Loina cannot be afforded. Understood. Let the Queen emerge. A soldier, deeply concerned for the Queen's safety, could not contain his loud cry. Queen. We wish to see the Queen. You may be the Prince of Chaorn, but you are not ours. I am the Prince of the people of Loina, Prince Galen replied. But the ruler over us is not you. Upon witnessing Galen's calm and dignified demeanor, the soldier's tone softened. You speak the truth. But the blades of invaders care not for whose subjects you are. Invaders? Weren't we discussing the unseen queen? How did this turn to invaders? Prince Chaorn's words rang true. A resounding voice erupted from behind the prince. Unmistakably familiar to the warriors of Nassar, it belonged to their queen. Dressed in resplendent attire, the queen stood beside Galen, having donned her finest garments. I thought you might not appear. I merely changed my attire. The queen, adorned in her dazzling regalia, naturally eclipsed the authority of the scepter. and the multitude of soldiers fell silent. Subsequently, under the gaze of thousands, the queen relinquished the spotlight to the foreign prince, retreating into the shadows before her subjects. The ruler of Cheorn leaned against the intricately carved green marble railing, its craftsmanship resembling reality. Warriors of Loinor. The sound reverberated throughout the square, sufficient for every soldier to hear. Initially, the prince issued a peculiar command: direct your ears towards the south. The soldiers complied, undoubtedly aware that only the familiar sounds of their surroundings reached their ears: the distant cries of hawkers, the sharp laughter of children, the gentle flow of the mother river. These sounds had long since become second nature to them. Did you hear that? The prince, indifferent to the soldiers' inner doubts, spoke again after a few moments. Downstream of the mother river, where she rushes towards the sea, in our city-state of Sahoy, the iron hooves of the invaders are trampling our borders. A wave of agitation surged among the soldiers, and a cacophony of discussions erupted anew. Those Valyrian men, adorned with grotesque tattoos, alongside their shameless allies, approached us with greedy gazes, bloodied swords, and insatiable appetites, launching the first assault under the shadow of the dragon. At this very moment, our innocent brethren are struggling under their onslaught. They seek to incinerate our city-state, plunder our wealth. They aim to ravage our towns, shatter the artistic treasures forged over millennia. They aspire to enslave the free people of Loinor, to bind our wives and children in chains. The soldiers gradually fell silent, yet a flame of fury ignited within them. In this moment, our homeland calls. Honor burns brightly. We have no retreat, no compromise. We must either take up arms and perish valiantly on the battlefield, safeguarding our dignity with our blood, or lay down our shields and become lambs, led to slaughter. Behold the weapons in your hands. The turtle shields adorned with the totems and glory of our ancestors, which have withstood countless barbarian charges to protect those behind us. The iron-tipped spears, stained with the blood of our enemies, bearing witness to the victories of our forebears, having lifted the heads of our foes. A century ago, our ancestors stood firm against the Valyrian onslaught on this very land. A millennium ago, it was still our home. Do you remember? On the Star of Nassa, the legendary hero Prince Gaius drove the invading Longhairs from our homeland. What we are about to undertake mirrors the deeds of our ancestors, equally glorious, equally great, equally deserving of remembrance for centuries to come. Their heroic spirits gaze down upon us from the heavens, expecting us to inherit their courage and glory. The legends of our forefathers have long been woven into ballads, accompanying the children of Nassa through the generations until they became warriors, wielding spear and shield, their love for the homeland ingrained in their very bones. The warriors felt a surge of heat coursing through their veins, their grip on their weapons tightening, veins bulging. Consider the city-state that lies behind us. There are golden fields of wheat, babbling streams, and homes we have built with our sweat. There are aging parents praying for our safety, gentle wives and children awaiting our triumphant return, innocent children dreaming of a brighter tomorrow. If we falter, the dragon flames of the invaders will scorch the wheat fields. Their swords will pierce the chests of our kin. Our city-state will be reduced to ruins, and our descendants will be enslaved. Warriors of Loinor, answer me. Can you bear witness to such a tragedy unfold? What followed was a resounding chorus. No, no, no. Excellent. The prince, filled with satisfaction, bellowed loudly, raising his hands high to signal the soldiers to halt. I have witnessed your courage and determination. Remember this, warriors of Loinor. Your comrades beside you are brothers upon whom you can rely. When swords clash, let our shields form an impenetrable wall of steel, rendering the enemy's spears useless. When the charge is sounded, our cry shall shatter the enemy's resolve, causing them to scatter in fear. Remember, you do not fight alone. To your left stands a training partner, and to your right a brother who has shared the waters of our mother river with you. Our fates are inextricably linked. The enemy is not to be feared. They are the invaders, and under the protection of the mother river, we shall emerge victorious. Cowards shall tremble in fear and be forgotten in history. Heroes shall live on through the flames of war, remembered for generations. Those warriors who have sacrificed for Loinor shall have their names etched upon the monuments of our city, forever revered by posterity. Their deeds will be woven into songs, echoing through the streets, and we shall either become the remembered heroes or the despised cowards. Soldiers, respond to me. Which do you choose? Now, raise your weapons. Let your shields reflect dazzling light. Let your spears point towards the enemy's ranks. Listen, the charge has been sounded, and the banner of the river god is waving. Let us charge into battle with the glory of our ancestors, the hopes of our kin, and the yearning for freedom. Let us honor our forebears with the heads of our enemies and comfort our loved ones with the banner of victory. Fight for the peace of our homeland. Fight for the happiness of our families. Fight for the glory of our mother goddess. We must fight. I, Prince Garin of Chaorn, swear before the mother river. I shall lead you, the bravest warriors of all Loinor, to victory. Chapter 177. Loinor in motion that day, Nassa's speech stirred waves across the banks of the Lorne River. With the Queen's tacit approval, Prince Garin successfully departed with all the male soldiers of Nassa, as well as some highly skilled female warriors, flowing downstream towards his Chaorn. Upon reaching Chaorn, he would lead the coalition further south, welcoming the soldiers of Loinor's Samel, advancing towards the beleaguered Sahoy, and launching attacks on the Valyrian colony of Sehalu town, Valiza, and Vilonxis town, planning to annihilate Volantis before the Valyrian dragon arrives. The Queen chose to serve as the logistical chief for all of Loinor, orchestrating the resources across the Lorne River basin, while discreetly preparing for an escape under the guise of resource management. With the Queen's authority and capability, she could efficiently manage everything needed for the flight before most Loinor citizens became aware or before the hopes led by Prince Garin were dashed. Meanwhile, the other rulers of Loinor, having received the news, began mobilizing their armies to support Sahoy in response to Prince Garin's call. This matter was originally meant to be discussed in a meeting to ensure fairness and authority. However, since Prince Galing chose to personally travel north to persuade Queen Nomelia, the princes, who had long harbored intentions to attack Valyria, could not afford to hesitate. The dried fruits and soldiers from Godot, located to the northwest of the Lorne River basin, flowed into the main branch of the Lorne River along the minor Lorne River, while a substantial amount of war supplies from Annoyi to the northeast also descended southward, positioned at the Lorne River, receiving supplies from his daughter Nain River. The personnel stationed at the operational hub of Nazax began to gradually receive provisions and reinforcements from their compatriots. Meanwhile, Samel, who was in a tense standoff with Violence, began to prepare his belongings for departure, ready to leave the city without causing the prince to languish and miss the opportunity for battle. In summary, hope still lingered for Loinor. At this moment, in a private gathering for the first time since the declaration of war against Sahoy, the three regents of Volantis convened. Among them, the two regents of military background wore expressions of despair, while the regent of mercantile origin, with disheveled hair and an angry glare, spoke vehemently. You two fools. The greatest fools in all of Volantis. So foolish that your name shall be etched in history. By the 14 gods. I cannot fathom what madness possessed me to believe your lies. The two military regents silently contemplated, thinking that trusting fools only proved one's own greater folly. Remind me. What did you promise me? Tobias continued to shout. Have you forgotten? No matter, allow me to remind you. You assured me that within a month, we would see Sahoy and hand the prince over for you to sell. Does that ring a bell, you two imbeciles? Tell me, do your promises hold more trust than my social niceties? Faced with this insult, the normally fiery regents refrained from retorting. After all, the blame for the unfavorable war situation was undeniable. Could one blame logistics for poor performance? Ridiculous. The soldiers could simply return home each night and inquire about their evening meals. Thus, can either of you fools, eager to don tiger skins before the temperature even rises, answer me? Speculari raised a finger. 1 week, grant us 1 more week. We guarantee the capture of Sahoy. In another week, the army of Chaorn will march south to strike at Cellar Town. Tobias was on the brink of insanity. The current predicament was beyond what a mere regent of Volantis could shoulder. If they were to lose the 3 towns upstream, even if they managed to take Sahoy in time, he and his entire family would be utterly stripped bare, left vulnerable to anyone who sought to exploit them. The Dragon King would not concern himself with whether one was an ally. Suffering such a grave error would mean being stripped of all possessions, a fate for which he would have to kneel and thank the nobles. Tell me, in 1 week's time, will we truly capture Sahoy? Tobias clutched his hair, forcing his mind to calm. After a moment's hesitation, Niles chose to speak the truth. It is unachievable. If it cannot be done, then we might as well await our demise. Tobias was on the brink of collapse. The accusations from business partners and allies, the dwindling support from the populace, the economic downturn induced by the war, and the presence of 2 fools inciting him to war weighed heavily upon him. After a fit of unwarranted fury that left him utterly exhausted, Tobias slumped into his chair. Is there still no word from the nobles? The nobles are preoccupied with their final squabbles before the feast, Niles replied with resignation. It was said they intended to seize the governorship of another freehold to counter the rising threat of Vostel and the cult. For the time being, at least until the transit station in Pasheray is completed, Support from Valyria would consist only of empty promises and insipid encouragement. Then let us await our doom, gentlemen. Tobias completely collapsed in his chair, his tone surrendering to despair, reminiscent of a gambler at the end of his rope. It is all over. How did this man ever become a governor? Do you really need to ask? It was all about the money, wasn't it? Has the Merchant Alliance's dumpster run dry? To thrust such a useless individual into power, he is worth even less than the spoiled scraps I feed my slaves. Can a family that rose from selling slaves produce a resilient warrior? Niles, you are indeed correct. What are you discussing? Tactics. Tobias sighed, as he recognized the incomprehensible conversation, allowing himself to slouch further without regard for decorum. It is finished, utterly finished. Chapter 178. The vanguard arrives at Pashere. Has Sahiru town fallen? Indeed, your esteemed divinity. The person reporting the situation had a frenzied glimmer in his eyes, a fervor that disregarded all caution. Supreme Son of the Divine, I beseech you, I implore you to invoke the grace of the 14 supreme deities, to eradicate the ignorant followers of the evil alien gods with the flames of divine retribution. Such pious drivel. After 2 months of acclimatization, Rhaegar had managed to tolerate this scout. O Divine One, you are the hope of Valyria, the future of the freehold, the radiance of the entire world. Except for the current predicament, Rhaegar regarded the envoy from the high priests of the 14 gods with indifference. They are but a congregation of ineptitude, a group that deserves a thorough reckoning. Solarel Beleris scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. There is no need for such harsh judgment. Another dragonlord, Osric Barham, offered with a friendly understanding as he laid aside the battle report. After all, no one had anticipated that Cheorn's army would launch an assault without waiting for their king and reinforcements from the upper reaches of the Lorne River. Merely the swan's final lament. The last of the 3 dragon lords, Lucius from Gloria, snorted disdainfully, seemingly unconcerned by the fall of one of Valyria's largest overseas towns, if one overlooked the slight tremor of his pale fingertips. For remarkably handsome Valyrian nobles, accompanied by 4 magnificent steeds, stood proudly with 3 formidable dragons behind them. The dragons, their jaws stained with the remnants of livestock blood and melted fat, were savoring succulent chunks of meat. From their formation, it became evident that the only one without a dragon, a silver-haired man perched effortlessly upon his horse, was the most striking of the group and appeared to be the leader of this peculiar assembly. As the praises from Hecker, the servant of the divine, finally waned, Rhaegar turned with a smile to the 3 esteemed dragons of Valyria and inquired, "Might I ask if you gentlemen intend to mount your dragons and intercept the advancing forces of Lord Loin at the River Loin?" "Certainly," Lucius replied almost without hesitation, his tone still imbued with arrogance. With his striking features and radiant silver-gold hair, the young man resembled a noble platinum peacock. The dragon lords fear nothing. As he spoke, a majestic white dragon rose on its hind legs, its yellow membranes unfurling slightly, emitting a soft roar in support of its companion. The 2 other dragons, still voraciously consuming the blood and flesh of cattle to replenish their energy for the long flight, sensed their allies' movements. The largest mottled sand-colored dragon merely cast a casual glance at the young noble before continuing its meal, while the young purple female dragon turned her head and let out a roar. The purple dragon was significantly larger than the white one. Unfazed, the young white dragon immediately roared back, its response laced with an unmistakably unfriendly tone. The elegant purple dragon extended her graceful neck, her purple-red frills fanning out dramatically. The distracted mottled dragon, now fully awake, fixed its brown-yellow gaze upon the diminutive creature, which appeared as a mere infant in its eyes. This time, the white dragon exhibited not just courage but sheer audacity, despite being the smallest among the 3. Silence. Opal, Lucius chuckled proudly upon hearing the dragon's roar. "It should proceed as I suggested. The proud dragon lord knows no fear." Osric smiled, though the emotions hidden within the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed that his laughter was not entirely sincere. It seems young Lucius is quite eager to achieve greatness and garner glory. As the stars cloaked the night, Sorrel noticed the purple dragon showing signs of agitation. He glanced at Rhaegar, who was quietly observing from atop his white steed, then swiftly dismounted, bringing his sturdy warhorse before the purple dragon. "It's all right, don't be alarmed," Sorrel reassured, using his strength to present the frightened horse almost to the dragon's maw. "Have a little something to calm your nerves." With a swift motion, the dragon grasped the horse before tearing it apart, casting one last glance at the white dragon that had grown up in the city of Valyria. It flared its nostrils, exuding a sulphurous breath towards the pristine, unblemished scales of the white dragon. "Roar. It's fine, Opal, it's fine," Lucius murmured soothingly, his hands pressed firmly against Opal's chest. Suler stood behind Lucius, in front of the white dragon, and said without preamble, "A 3-year-old olive wishes to bear fruit. What nonsense are you spouting, you scoundrel? Perhaps you are merely a child starved of paternal affection and proper upbringing. Enough of this, you rogue," Osric interjected with a smile, curbing the escalating conflict, lest the divine son witness such folly. Suler was the first to depart, striding over to the purple dragon, which was roasting the remains of a shattered horse with its fiery breath. Meanwhile, Lucius continued to soothe his Opal. Rhaegar, having witnessed enough of the impetuous antics of the youth, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Gentlemen, I believe it unnecessary to engage in such trivial discourse." The impeccably dressed figure, so different from Suler's recollections, now appeared entirely composed and unruffled, evoking curiosity and intrigue. "Is this truly the same individual?" Suler pondered, having encountered him face to face only 4 times thus far. Why does he transform more with each meeting? Confusion and desolation swirled within him, juxtaposed with a serene confidence and pride. Which persona is the authentic one? This man named Rhaegar perplexed Suler greatly. What insight does the divine son possess? Osric inquired, prompting Rhaegar to gesture towards the fleet that had accompanied him across the seas and the seemingly endless convoy on the road. "Clearly, gentlemen, the vanguard from Valyria has arrived at Pasheray, and the fruits of our labor are ripe. There is no need for futile quarrels at this juncture." Rhaegar summoned the spear of Vagharl, its blazing form startling the 3-headed dragon that had only moments before displayed animosity. The ancient proverb, "Haste makes waste," rings true. In our culture, it translates to "Valyria was not built in a day." Rhaegar had recently been studying several ancient texts uncovered from the estate of Mr. Saran in Dole City, finding them particularly fascinating, especially the historical sections, rich with wisdom. Waiting? Osric snapped back to reality from the ominous artifact's influence, recognizing the brilliance of the strategy. Lucius swallowed hard, his voice considerably subdued. "I am merely concerned with how much longer it will take. In just half a month, not long at all, we shall officially arrive at Volantis. And then, we shall declare victory." Chapter 179. The current state of the Lorne River estuary, we still require another month, Tobias exclaimed, his demeanor akin to that of a startled hen brooding over its eggs. Are the nobles out of their minds? In just 2 short months, the fervor with which the consul had once proclaimed war had dissipated, now resembling a state of madness. His once pristine shoulder-length white hair, unwashed for days, was matted with oil, dust, and blood, exuding a foul odor, a stark contrast to the elegance befitting the pinnacle of Volantis power. Yet, his soldiers seemed to relish this disheveled appearance. As the news of the fall of the town of Selû in Varlantis under the rule of Volantis reached Sahoy, the tide of battle shifted almost instantaneously. The forces of Sahoy, previously contracted to nearly all outer defenses, surged forth from the city in a frenzy, pursuing Volantis' army composed of both freemen and slaves, all the way to the outskirts of the new district of Volantis. Subsequently, they boldly navigated upstream against the currents of the Lorne River with astonishing speed, disregarding the toils of their descent, launching a surprise assault on Volantis before the garrison could relay any warnings. In a matter of days, the situation had dramatically transformed. The ships of Lorna were arrayed before the walls of Volantis, as the waves conjured by the water mages surged against the low walls of the western district, which, in contrast to the imposing black walls of Volantis, stood almost as tall as Sahoy's outer defenses. Moreover, the fortifications overlooking the Lorne River from the western district towered over the trade-hardened veteran of Sahoy. However, the Lorne River, traversing through the city, delivered an unexpected surprise to Volantis. A section of the robust wall crumbled under the fearsome might of the river's ferocity. The tumultuous waters did not gently caress the soldiers guarding the walls. Rather, they threatened to engulf them entirely. The maternal embrace of the river cared not for their disparate identities, be they well-equipped freemen or slaves adorned with tiger stripes on their faces. It unceremoniously cleansed them of the grime accumulated from prolonged combat. Look, the soldiers emerged either flushed red from the shock of freshwater drowning or pallid white from swift demise. Despite the formidable advantage of the black walls, Volantis could not genuinely withstand the onslaught designed to sweep the city clean. Thus, it was the less significant portion, the western district inhabited by foreigners, slaves, and commoners, that fell. Yet, the soldiers who should have been rotating supplies from outside were now entirely trapped within the confines of the black walls, their supply lines severed. Those stationed outside, bereft of their homeland, faced relentless assaults from Sahoy and the impending advance of the Cheorn army downstream. The dual specters of potential shortages and the psychological warfare of the enemy loomed large. These dismal tidings compounded, driving the recently retracted governor of Volantis to the brink of madness, especially upon learning that support from the 3 dragon kings and the divine heir would not arrive for another fortnight. Alas, I am nearly driven mad. Those damn nobles, Tobias lamented, tugging at his hair, pulling out clumps smeared with dried blood. Do they truly not care for Volantis? Meanwhile, Governor Niles, wincing as he gently touched the inflamed wound beneath his ribs, bore a tremor in his voice, yet feigned levity as he retorted, "Foolish Tobias. It is hard to believe that a merchant such as yourself has not grasped that no wealthy individual cares whether the treasures from their 13 vaults are shifted to another 13. Volantis stands as the inaugural overseas colony of Valyria, currently regarded as its most formidable stronghold. Aside from Valyria City, only a handful of cities managed by Valyrian officials on the peninsula can rival its might. It is akin to a basket harboring numerous eggs awaiting incubation, poised to lure the vigilant fish from the river. I am on the brink of death outside the city. Do you comprehend? Tobias roared, his face flushed with rage, rivaling that of a freshly caught officer of the free men. Look at me. I have lost all my slaves and hired guards, and only then can you too, who should rightfully wield knives and arrows, witness my survival. Do you understand, you wretched harlot? 2. The 2 consuls, on whom he directed his ire, wore grim expressions. The hot-tempered specularis tore the bandages from his arms, disregarding the blood seeping from his wounds, and retorted furiously, "You, open your eyes. Smeared with the filth of the dwarf elephant's waste, and behold what this is. You scoundrel." Niles, somewhat more refined, sat quietly to the side. One hand pressed against his wound, while the other gently stroked his chin in contemplation. Would rallying the morale of the troops through him prove more effective than employing a courtesan? Perhaps this was indeed a prudent notion. Even in hunger, one cannot concern oneself with the plumpness of the fowl under one's care. Given the current predicament, a consul of merchant origin bore insufficient weight. It would be prudent to summon more allies. Those merchants within their confederation, though affluent, continually opposed us. Perfect for utilization. Their demise could be orchestrated through the gruesome means of dwarf elephant dismemberment, a spectacle ample enough to satisfy all. The wealth amassed from subsequent confiscation could be allocated for military support, with a portion discreetly retained for oneself, while the remainder could be generously offered to the 4 nobles residing by the sighing sea, in exchange for their expedited western advancement. Splendid, utterly splendid. Thus, all 3 parties could find satisfaction. As he pondered this, Niles chuckled, casting his gaze upon his disheveled colleague engaged in a dispute with his companions. Observing the merchant as he clutched a handful of blood-crusted hair to exemplify the difficulties of his return, Niles found further amusement. "Ah, it merely appears to be a struggle. Is that a drop of your blood among them? You have returned, but what of the soldiers stationed between Volantis and Sahoy?" The consul had clandestinely fled amidst the chaos. And did he still harbor hopes of concealing this? "You may have survived, but the fate of my soldiers remains uncertain. They are, after all, an elite standing army." Contemplating this, Niles's smile vanished, replaced by a somber expression. "Lord Tobias, may I inquire one thing?" The consul, unable to best his counterpart in the argument, seized the opportunity to pause for breath and barked in a hostile tone, "Speak. Pray tell." Niles's tone grew increasingly amiable. "Can you confirm that your return went unnoticed by the soldiers?" "Of course," Tobias replied, somewhat nervously. "That is splendid news." Niles rose. "Allow me to share some good tidings. You need not fear the scornful invectives of the soldiers and officers within the city." "What? The matter of abandoning the soldiers to flee?" The audacity of discussing such matters at this moment was infuriating. Tobias pondered the subsequent rhetoric to employ, regretting his failure to instruct his subordinates to inflict superficial wounds for appearance's sake. Niles exchanged a knowing glance with his companion. After years of camaraderie, the seasoned governor Specularis quietly vacated his chair, his movements reminiscent of his youthful days spent hunting on the hills beyond the city. Although he ultimately captured merely a single fox, the surroundings of Volantis lacked the vast forests of Cohol, offering only endless hills and marshes, devoid of majestic striped tigers. Yet, the pelt of that quarry was indeed splendid and gratifying. The governor feigned anger, maintained a smile, and raised his gleaming sword. Chapter 180. Interconnected struggles. A flash of fire surged toward the sea, detonating in a brief moment that felt shorter than a heartbeat. The dragon screeched, trembling in fear. The sea erupted in a crescent bloom, while the sky wept salty rain. Waves crashed upon the shore at inopportune moments, irrationally sweeping away the remnants of the recent battle, including a tattered corner of a Loinian garment. Rhaegar lowered his head, watching the fragment drift away. A crab hurriedly emerged from the sand, scuttling across Rhaegar's foot, only to be crushed underfoot by Osric, the Valyrian dragon king, who approached Rhaegar. The noble and seasoned king bowed slightly. Addressing the esteemed scion, "Is this the technique you employed to obliterate the Loinian marauder's vessel?" Rhaegar remained expressionless, not turning to acknowledge the envoy sent by the council to observe him, harboring no fondness for the intrusion. "Respected Lord Barham, that is hardly a feat worthy of boasting. To us, it is indeed a remarkable achievement." Osric chuckled lightly, then deftly shifted the conversation toward Mira, who was still embroiled in the power struggles within Valyria. "For the esteemed Wastirian delegate, that was the true disgrace. Pray, allow me." Rhaegar turned to face the middle-aged man, now at the zenith of his strength, "to show you some respect." "Very well." Osric, who also held the title of senator and commanded the two highest legions of Valyria, offered an insincere apology. He directed his contrition toward the Wastirian delegate, who had summoned the horn and swiftly tamed another, more formidable dragon. Of course, at this moment, the 14 Fire Peaks possessed no dragon stronger than that divinely gifted elder. "By the way, Your Grace," Osric continued, "I have heard that on the day of the Thousand Dragons dance, you rode alongside the Wastirian delegate. Pray tell, was the view from atop that colossal beast more splendid than that of the previously agile little creature?" "I would think so." Rhaegar gestured to summon the artifact, causing the temperature around them to rise to an uncomfortable level even for the Dragon King. "We may very well engage in straightforward discourse, rather than allow you to provoke me with your feeble attempts at wit, as the first elected by the 14 gods in Valyria's history. Please accept my apologies." Osric's confident demeanor faltered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. What sort of approach does this young man take, deviating so boldly from convention? Merely a few taunts, and he has summoned a divine weapon. He does not appear to be inexperienced in the realm of political strife. Why then, such impulsiveness? "I sincerely apologize to you in my capacity as both the head of the Barham family and the commander of the Barham Legion, while also simultaneously serving as the commander of the Splendor Legion." "Oh." Rhaegar sighed inwardly, the weight of his words truly substantial. A member of the council, representing an entire formidable dragonlord lineage, he holds the dual title of Legion Commander, with direct military forces reaching up to 8,000, not accounting for the concealed expansion forces and auxiliary slaves during wartime. A confrontation must be avoided. The divine spear serves merely as a means of intimidation. "State your intentions." "So straightforward." Osric cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no hidden soldiers lurked nearby, confirming that his fierce dragon on the distant hillside still lived, and that his trusted confidants were still breathing, carefully concealed near the dragon's feet. "Do you not wish to advance further?" After a moment's hesitation, Osric ventured, "I understand you are still reliant on the long-fallen Woster family. Is that your only rationale?" Rhaegar felt a twinge of boredom, since declaring his identity as the Divine Son. Countless individuals had approached him with this very justification, whether young or old, slender or stout, offering riches, beauty, land, and titles. What more could he desire? "And yet, you come to me with such words. What are you thinking? I had thought you a man of wisdom. I did not anticipate you would choose to engage when others had long since abandoned hope of gaining your favor, and without even a token gift to present. Intelligence is often measured by outcomes. Until the end, how can you ascertain what we truly desire? Discussing such matters is utterly futile. Loyalty, within my heart, resides solely as an unwavering principle." "Very well. Take your time, my Lord Divine Son. You are still young, having experienced too little, unaware of the inevitability of decay that afflicts all things." Thus, Rhaegar retracted the divine spear, the flames extinguishing, and Osric then noticed the midday smoke rising promptly from the territory of Pasheray. Rhaegar gestured towards it. "Perhaps we should discuss matters of substance. It seems Volantis is in a dire situation. Who cares for those mixed-blooded lower families?" This is the unvarnished truth within Osric's mind. As a highborn Valyrian of the exalted Dragonlord family, Osric is solely concerned with whether this year's taxes from Volantis can be collected in a timely manner and whether the gifts prepared will satisfy him and the other families eligible for bribery. An annihilation? That would be fortuitous, allowing him to replace the governing family of Volantis, which does not belong to him, with a few more obedient and compliant ones. Speaking of which, how audacious for these 3 governors of Volantis to unilaterally declare war. I wonder what expressions the arrogant members of the Beleris family wear now. Most importantly, they have yet to secure victory, which is truly humiliating. They have also been encircled by the Loi, utterly inept. Death would be preferable. The loss of a colony named Volantis is indeed regrettable. The weight of this situation is just right, perfectly poised to add a touch of scandal to our esteemed deity. Drawing from my extensive experience leading legions over the years, I advise you, dear deity, to exercise patience. In comparison to the united forces of Loiner, the 3 legions and 3 dragons, combined with your might, still fall short. It is prudent to delay. There is no rush. The Lorne River lies ahead, and Loiner cannot escape. However, having distanced ourselves so far from that woman in Valyria, it is perplexing that this deity remains impervious to reason. Could it be that our deity is truly a hopeless romantic? Perhaps we should summon the daughter for a trial. In matters of persuasion, one should not fear the use of old tactics nor be daunted by complications. Persistence is key. Above all, we must not allow the recently subdued Vostil to rise again. That horn must belong to Barum. Each of these individuals harbors their own ambitions. Rhaegar sighed internally. While these individuals are certainly sufficient to support Volantis, they do not aim to conquer Savoy in one fell swoop. Yet, 3 legions, 3 dragon kings, and 3 divergent motives complicate matters. One seeks to maximize profit. Another aims to entangle a formidable opponent while monitoring and courting me, and the last desires merely to establish merit and redeem family honor. And then there is he, the foreseen future entity who has long accepted the outcome. He never intended to ensure victory in this war. After all, the conclusion is predetermined. His aim is simple: to amass war profits, enhance his territory, and eliminate political rivals. Alas, none of them are exemplary citizens. As you suggested, let us wait a while longer. Chapter 181. Mutual hindrance on a distant hillside. Upon noticing the presence of that massive, sandy-colored creature, Sulu chose to land at a respectful distance. What schemes might they be concocting? Dismounting his dragon, Sulu muttered a fervent hope that the 2 war-proud families would not entangle themselves. Vostil and Barum, these 2 families, steeped in a rich history of warfare, are formidable when separated, but should they collaborate at this critical juncture, it would transcend the question of mere capability, surveillance, observation, and ensuring their mutual enmity. This constitutes one of Su Li's missions. Another is to guarantee that the loyal families within Volantis do not die out, allowing them to continue governing Volantis while ensuring a timely tribute of sufficient benefits in accordance with quarterly tax obligations. Beyond that, he and his influential family care little for the fate of the remaining citizens of Volantis. After a millennium of entanglement, the bloodlines behind the black walls of Volantis are even more intermingled than those of Valyria. We are intertwined like stars in a chaotic constellation, ripe for a complete overhaul. It is opportune to cleanse oneself in the crystalline waters of Loiner, to emerge renewed. A decision was made. The elders cast their votes in favor. In light of this, let us wait a while longer, prolonging the suffering of Volantis, striving to extract the utmost value from the deity that poses the greatest threat to the Vostil family and topple them from their pedestal. Such esteemed in-laws possess too much influence. One must surely be brought low. Adhering to the ancient customs among dragon lords, Sorrel strolled to the beach, ensuring he maintained a respectable distance from the other dragon riders while still being within sight. "Good morning, esteemed son of the gods and dual leader of the legions," he greeted. "A good morning to you as well, Master Sorrel," was the courteous reply. "You flatter me, Master Sorrel." After exchanging pleasantries, Sorrel positioned himself between the 2. Smiling as he inquired, "Might I ask what you 2 are discussing? Is there a place for a humble individual like myself in your conversation?" "You are hardly a humble individual," Osric retorted with a smile, the future twin patriarch of the Beleris family. "You mentioned twins," Sorrel shrugged, feigning youthful impulsiveness. 2 to 1. "You are the elder. If we are speaking of age, that is indeed true." Rhaegar stepped aside, opting not to engage in their dialogue. His foundational knowledge was still shallow, and it was prudent to remain silent, striving to uphold the image befitting a son of the gods. Listening to their exchange could be beneficial. Even a cursory glance at the written tests could yield valuable insights. The twins of the Beleris family appeared to share a strong bond, seemingly impervious to discord. The Belrum family commanded 4 legions, aligning with the information provided by Mira before her departure. Osric also had a brother commanding a legion, yet their relationship seemed strained, as Sorrel's observation suggested. This echoed Mira's findings, though confirmation was necessary to ascertain whether this was mere pretense. Feigning discord in front of outsiders was not particularly challenging. Is there a small council of elders and sages within Beleris? This posed a complication. It appeared that merely investigating the curse involving Prince Joran Galen would not suffice to dismantle Beleris' ruling structure, nor could it precipitate its collapse in a short span. Additional preparations would be required. Should he seek alliances with other families while simultaneously taking action? Or perhaps a more straightforward approach, such as poisoning? Or should he consider a personal assassination within the Beleris estate? These thoughts could wait. There was no rush. They were not in haste, and neither was he. Volantis would not perish just yet. Pasheray still required development, and Loiner was certainly not on the brink of death. Only a son of little consequence named Dorn lingered in his thoughts. Rhaegar silently noted. Adjacent to the Stormlands and the Riverlands, it remained a desert nation, with its potential likely limited. After a brief exchange of cautious probing, Sorrel, weary of the pointless unearthing of past grievances, redirected his focus to the onlooker. In light of this, do you, my lord, concur with Lord Belram's notion of refraining from aggression for the time being? This is not a decision I can make alone, came the response. I cannot accept that. Should complications arise, I fear I would be held accountable. Sorrel chuckled, raising his hand to point at the observing Osric. I believe it is time to embody the long-standing democratic spirit of my freehold and convene for a discussion. Osric, weary of the obligatory smiles, was compelled to once again lift the corners of his mouth in a stern manner before his subordinates, his weathered face creasing with deep lines. More than a freshly baked loaf of bread, the laws of our ancestors must, of course, be upheld. Another round of bureaucratic wrangling awaited. However, since we are to uphold the tradition of democratic meetings, it is only natural that we should not be a mere trio. Let us delay, for I have no intention of undertaking this arduous and thankless rescue mission. Very well, please proceed to the conference room. Surely, your domain must possess a structure suitable for such gatherings. With Rhaegar's assent, Sulur continued. In that case, we need not resort to archaic practices of meeting in the wilderness. Let us proceed to Pasheray, where I shall personally extend an invitation to the young master. Let the meeting commence, and may it conclude with the downfall of Volantis. At that moment, neither of you shall escape. You pesky insects hindering the ambitions of the freehold. Young Lord Beleris was infuriated, nearly ready to unleash his wrath upon the majority of the officials at the pinnacle of the freehold, himself included. Please, gentlemen. Rhaegar steeled himself for the taxing endeavor ahead, hoping that my Pasheray would not neglect your esteemed selves. In the outskirts of Pasheray, far from the bustle of humanity, a young dragon king, riding upon his dragon, lay in agony upon the ground, while his loyal dragon paced anxiously, its head swaying, eyes fixated on its fallen companion. Opposite them, the royal assembly from Westeros, including the future king, observed calmly as the silver-haired youth attempted once more to rise. The young lion, leaning on his gilded sword, stood at the forefront, quietly watching the boy, who, despite his resolute spirit, struggled to regain his footing. Oh, young Dragon King, what compels your persistence? Roland inquired, gazing at Lucius, who had been felled for the fourth time, yet stubbornly sought to stand again. To earn glory, and to cleanse myself of shame. It is as simple as that. Roland removed the gilded helm adorned with a lion's visage, revealing a face as radiant as his golden locks. A commendable motive, Roland acknowledged. It pleases me to witness another in pursuit of glory across the narrow sea. Yet, this does not seem to be a Dragon King's rationale for choosing to confront us with a longsword. I have my own reasons. Lucius raised the Valyrian short sword and shield once more, both bearing notches and marks from the prince of a distant land across the strait. Of course, that is your prerogative. Lucius steadied his trembling hand and inhaled deeply. Please continue. The magnificent golden sword was drawn from the earth, tainted with fertile soil and fragments of grass. As you wish. The gilded helm fell away, enveloped by the vibrant green grass seldom seen in Westeros during this era, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of the classical knightly paintings treasured in Casterly Rock. This is precisely what I seek. Chapter 182, The Youth's Quandrybang. Two weapons of starkly different styles clashed, a long and a short, gold and bright silver. The disparate martial arts of two individuals shaped by entirely different experiences collided. Lucius, whose arm muscles had long begun to ache and tremble, flushed with exertion, gasped for breath, yet remained resolute in his defiance. The youth, a proud Dragon King. In the West, where knightly culture flourishes, Roland Lannister pondered deeply. Observe him, steadfast in his convictions, engaging in pursuits that appeared aimless to outsiders. Gripping a short sword and a battered shield, he exhibited unwavering determination. His progress was evident. The techniques he employed to counter Roland's attacks were gradually shedding the overt traces of training, evolving into a style more befitting of combat. He discarded rigid dogmas, adapting his approach in response to his adversary. Growth. He was indeed maturing. Excellent. Lucius found himself momentarily taken aback by the unexpected praise from his opponent. A flicker of happiness stirred within him, for this commendation came from someone far superior to the martial instructor his mother had hired, a young man who resonated more with his peers. However, he must not display such emotions. After all, he was the most esteemed dragon prince in the realm, with his companion Opal possessing boundless potential and a profound connection, destined to stand above his contemporaries. Furthermore, he bore the illustrious name of the proudest among the glory dragons. Undoubtedly, he would one day bear the weight of this ancient and noble lineage, guiding Gloria out of the shadows and into a new era of splendor. He would not allow himself to feel elated merely due to the praise of a foreign prince. The fatigue that had enveloped him began to dissipate. Yet it was not due to any sense of joy. "Ah, Lord Lucius, it is evident that you are continuously evolving," Roland paused, genuinely complimenting him. An astonishing rate of growth. Did this act constitute flattery? Did it betray the identity of the Golden Lion Prince? Did it tarnish the proud name of Lannister? Such matters were of no concern to Roland. From the moment he witnessed the dance of 1,000 dragons, he understood everything. The earlier antics of the fool stemmed from ignorance. The Red Lion father and son had never truly grasped the entirety of Valyria. Much like the wildlings of the Moonshadow Mountains could not fathom the existence of such exquisite metal armors coalescing in one place. Nor could they envision a room adorned with gold and fragrant candles, bright as day. Alas, Uncle Dorito, we remain woefully ignorant. The noble lion cannot remain forever nestled in the cool, comfortable recesses of the mines. If one is to be grand, they must venture forth, expanding their horizons, allowing the world to hear their roar. Regrettably, we learned far too late and far too little. The Red Lion lies prostrate in the underground pit, while the Golden Lion stands tall on the western coast, listening to the waves for eternity. If the Golden Lion had chosen to journey to the eastern continent, would things have been different? Roland smiled bitterly, knowing that everything had irrevocably changed. Indeed, it was much swifter than it had been in my time. A lie. His first transformation of training results into combat experience coincided with his first encounter with blood, and he adapted without hesitation, for he faced several bandits lurking outside Lannisterport, attempting to rob merchants. No one knew how many lives rested in their hands. Audaciously, they required no gallows. Really? The silver-gold youth's expression reflected skepticism, and Roland, known for his honesty, nearly faltered in his demeanor. In a moment of self-doubt, the emerald eyes gazed upon the royal families, who were intimately acquainted with one another, particularly that old rival, the Prince of the Green Hand, who had first made the acquaintance of Rhaegar. The brown-haired youth offered a courteous smile, one that could cause countless maidens in the Riverlands to shed their modesty on the spot, and beyond the title of the Green Hand, it could also drive many women, with pockets brimming with glittering treasures, into a frenzy. This lad was a true knight, deserving of deep camaraderie, if only the Riverlands were a little farther from the Westerlands, and if they were not both firstborns. Upon hearing the words of that green-eyed Lannister, Morn nearly chuckled. The compliment was not misplaced. The young Dragon King was indeed maturing at an astonishing pace. Yet, it should not have come from you. Even from the distant Riverlands, I have heard whispers about you. If the one who first ventured from the castle at the tender age of 15 and slew 5 fierce bandits were not you, and if the victor of the tournament, where the true mettle of a warrior is tested, were not you, I might have been unable to suppress my laughter. Moore maintained his smile, observing the flicker of unease in Roland's gaze, and there was a hint of an emotion that was barely perceptible. "Oh, my newly acquainted friend, why must you feel awkward? We have both witnessed the grand spectacle of the 1,000 dragons dancing. Now you merely seek to befriend a young Dragon King. What of it? Opportunities such as this are rare." And Moore chose to extend his blessings. He had no intention of usurping. As his friend from Valyria stated, having Rhaegar was sufficient. There was no need to wager too much. The Riverlands could ill afford to lose. One should suffice, I suppose. Rhaegar does not appear to be the kind to cause trouble. Perhaps, though, it has been too brief a time since our acquaintance. But that is of little consequence. We are still quite young. Lars stood quietly to the side, hands resting on the hilt of his sword, softly dissuading the Storm King from the idea of confronting the anxious, beautiful white dragon with a hammer. "You possess great strength. Yet you fear fire. Best reconsider. I have a hammer. What is there to fear? Yet you fear fire. For both your armor and your bearskin cloak would not fare well against flames. I have a hammer. Yes, you possess a hammer. But what use is a hammer alone? Mr. Roland." Observing Roland in a moment of slightly impolite stupor, Lucius spoke up. "What occupies your thoughts?" "Nothing." The youth before him still held a short sword and shield, his gaze clear. This posture was familiar to them all. They had merely been in the presence of an instructor, while they themselves had been the ones in a state of disarray. The onlookers seemed to be gazing into the past. Roland returned to himself, realizing that they were all so very young. In Westeros, if the first digit of one's age is 2, one cannot be regarded as a youth, but must be accorded the respect due to an adult. However, in truth, while this age may boast a robust physique and sturdy frame, sufficient for galloping across battlefields and inheriting estates. It cannot be deemed mature. Too young indeed. Youthful hearts, still burdened by trivial doubts and sorrows, yearn to grasp everything, yet find themselves unable to hold on to anything. Naive and oblivious, they remain unaware of the vastness of the world and the strength of those who dominate it. Alone in the quiet woods, a wild hare darts away like a flash of lightning, vanishing in an instant. How few can capture it with bare hands. Only the resonant echoes remain, reverberating through time. The present is filled with despondency, and the future looms with melancholy. Observing the surroundings, 3 youths, barely past 20, Gold Lion at 21, Green Hand at 25, and Libra at 24, stand together. The slender boy, just 15, and the eldest, Leo, is but 29. Absent from the gathering, Rhaegar, who leads this group of heirs, is also merely 25, with sensitive thoughts and a desire for the world. Indeed, we are all but young souls. Chapter 183, The Impatient Sorrel Yet. Perhaps we ponder too much. Roland offers an apologetic smile as the winter sun casts its light upon his slightly sunken crown, illuminating each strand distinctly. Lucius had never witnessed such dazzling gold in Valyria. I believe you ought to take a timely respite, Roland suggested, for a bowstring cannot remain overly taut. This metaphor, simple yet direct, resonated with Lucius, who had indeed seen a string snap in his younger days, a sight that had been quite alarming. Feeling truly fatigued, Lucius hesitated but eventually set down his weapon. The moment his backside met the grass, he realized he was on the verge of falling in love with this sensation of resting, the gentle caress of the grass, its support, and the fragrant wafts filling the air. Oh, my 14 gods, this is heavenly. In the past 15 years of his life, he had never experienced such comfort. Unable to resist, Lucius reclined backward, releasing a contented sigh. Yet, why must this tranquility be lost? His father, he blamed his father. Like the final killing of the last cherished bird of childhood, Lucius regained his pride and forced himself to sit up. This piqued Moore's curiosity. Young man, won't you rest a little longer? He recognized the lad's disregard for his own dignity. Could he truly stand without feeling weary? Just call me Lucius, gentlemen. Just as Roland intended to step aside to find a servant to help him remove his armor and catch his breath, he noticed Lucius struggling to rise. Puzzled, aren't you going to rest a bit longer? No need, sir. Lucius, one hand pressed against his aching waist while the other supported him on his knee, bent over, grimacing as he gathered his scattered gear from the ground. I believe I have rested enough. A facade of resilience. The onlookers could easily discern that Lucius was merely putting on a brave face. While youth is indeed a time of vigor, it should not lead to overexertion. Lars, having left Leo, attempted to reason with him. Mr. Lucius, please rest. Remember, Prince Roland has already stated that a bowstring cannot remain overly taut. Any seasoned soldier would recognize that you are nearing your breaking point. I can still go on. Such stubbornness. Intrigued, Leo strode up to Lucius, and under his gaze, extended his rough yet strong hand to squeeze Lucius's engorged, taut arm muscles. Roar. I have yet to exert myself. Leo took the initiative to defend himself before the white dragon Opal, as the rest had ears and did not require a special explanation. Lucius hastily gestured to Opal, indicating that he was unharmed, yet the well-developed, irascible white dragon continued to roar at Leo. The crowd turned their heads as crows took flight from the trees, the wind and heat bending the grass behind them. A white mist, tinged with the fragrance of grass, rose and condensed upon the beautiful scales of the purple dragon's feet. You must elucidate this for me, Lucius. Suler's brows were furrowed with impatience. By the 14 deities, I nearly searched the entire Pasherai to find you. Come, let me see precisely what you are doing. Suler approached Lucius, who was striving to stand tall, from the northern part of the purple dragon's territory. Look at you. Aspiring to be a soldier. Ha! Splendid, truly splendid. The ambition is commendable, but it should not manifest at this moment. Suler forced a congenial expression, politely greeting the representatives of the foreign powers present, who held considerable sway. Now, we must attend to the affairs that belong to the Fortress of Freedom. Quickly, mount your dragon, and do not let it roar at my western dragon. The young white dragon Opal, still in its early years, had only recently begun to carry passengers. Aside from its wings and tail, which exaggerated its visual impact, its size was comparable to a large carriage. In comparison, it was significantly smaller than the western dragon, which was twice its age. Leo strode confidently to Lucius's back, lending him a hand while carefully observing the exquisite young creature that appeared diminutive when compared to an adult dragon. Truly magnificent. Locking eyes with Opal's clear, pearl-colored gaze, the bearded king murmured softly, his voice barely rising above a whisper. The first time in his life he spoke quieter than an infant's first cry. "Thank you." Lucius, slightly embarrassed, expressed his gratitude in a hushed tone. "No trouble at all." Amidst Opal's disgruntled roars, the pair of wings, one white and one purple, took flight. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the workers at the Pasherai construction site, the two dragons reached the designated landing area already established at the edge of the territory, where Valyria's constructions were never lacking. Given that Lucius, fatigued from riding, had to keep pace with the considerably larger western dragon, Opal, upon landing, also succumbed to exhaustion. Heh! There was no intentional disdain or mockery, merely a laugh so soft it was nearly inaudible. Humans could not hear it, dragons could. Opal's body rose from the ground, baring its teeth at Suler and the purple dragon behind him. Seemingly oblivious, Suler adjusted his attire without turning back and said, "Manage it well. The training fees from Beleris are far higher than what your family pays those third-rate incompetents." Suler tugged at his collar, incredulous, remarking that such a lack of upbringing was astonishing, even inferior to that of a wild beast. Lucius clenched his palm, now blistered. "Heh, just wait." He then followed Suler, who said nothing, into the lavish-looking building that distinctly surpassed its surroundings. The intricate columns in the corridor and the overall architectural style clearly conveyed a singular message to Lucius. Is this the venue for the meeting in the Rhaegar territory? Lucius pondered quietly before entering. So rudimentary? Forgive his audacity, but this is even inferior to his old kitchen. Nevertheless, it is newly constructed, so one cannot be overly critical. Considering the status of the son of the 14 gods of Rhaegar, should he choose to retain this territory, it is likely that after the war, or even during its course, resources and architects from the cult would unleash their frenzied construction capabilities, erecting a new complex of religious edifices here, expediting the process due to its status as a resource transfer point. The manpower required would come from the faithful, which is plentiful. The materials would also be sufficiently provided by the believers, as long as a stone pillar is erected to record the names of the donors. The construction timeline could be halved. The son of the gods, Lucius murmured, is sufficient to resurrect a family in the blink of an eye, provided they choose to embrace the faith. The young lad shook his head, feeling as though he might be losing his mind. Worship the divine? The gods cannot bestow dragons, nor can the high priests of the church confer power. Reputation is of no consequence to the Dragon King, especially when contending with another Dragon King. It would be wiser to align with Beleris. Well, Master Lucius, are you not planning to enter? As Lucius hesitated, the youngest in the assembly, Sorrel, naturally took on the role of beckoning. This is about having a proper conclusion. Do you truly wish for me to invite you in, Master Lucius? Apologies. Sorrel genuinely felt weary. The task was cumbersome, and with no friends nearby to converse with, he felt isolated, surrounded by a lack of entertainment facilities, nearly suffocating from boredom. Let us proceed. We have a meeting to discuss Volantis. Chapter 184. True military strength. Look, the young lad from the Gloria family has finally arrived. Osric chuckled, having grown impatient, casually brushing away the fruit cores and peels from the stone table before him. If he delays any longer, I'll devour all the treats prepared by the host. Osric's eyes crinkled awkwardly, concealing either stains or malice. Forgive me, but the fruit from Pasher is quite delightful. It is rather strange how such exquisite fruit can arise from the seaside. Care for a taste, Gloria's tardy young man? No, thank you. Lucius coldly declined and approached Rhaegar at the head of the long table, saying, I apologize for my lateness. It is of no consequence. Rhaegar was not perturbed by the delay. Being alone with a middle-aged man was not particularly remarkable. He needed to strategize his secret plans, and this rare moment of quiet reflection was valuable to him. If anyone should be blamed, it is us for not notifying you in advance about the meeting. Not your fault. Then I suppose it is my failure for not locating him? Sorrel couldn't help but laugh as he settled down. Yes, do take your seat quickly. Master Gloria. Lucius promptly sat down, brushing aside the refuse that Osric had carelessly knocked to the ground. Regarding the timing of our support for Volantis, may I inquire about the opinions of everyone present? The host initiated the discussion, and the guests followed suit. Firstly, let us consider the young Beleris, esteemed guests. From my perspective, the three-headed dragon is insufficient to evaporate the Lorne River, and 3 legions, along with our divine lord's allies, are evidently inadequate to confront the hundreds of thousands of troops under Loiner's command. It appears prudent to wait. Divine Lord, what is your opinion? I must clarify a point. Rhaegar addressed the assembly with a grave tone. The vast army stationed within the domain of Pasherai belongs to foreign allies. The covenant was forged by my chosen liege, Counselor Miravostil, and not by me, the 14th son of the gods of Valyria, Rhaegar Targaryen. Please remember this and communicate it among yourselves, lest there be confusion. Stubbornness borders on madness. Why mimic the fealty of the rural realms of Westeros, you godson? Osric furrowed his brow slightly. The commander of the valiant freehold, proud of his stronghold, instinctively clenched his hands beneath the table. Such a display is unbecoming of the freehold. Fealty? It seems the divine son has been steeped in foreign culture. Suler recalled the pickled fare consumed by the slaves at his seaside drying yard. Preserved with the coarsest sea salt, made from scavenged dead fish and foul shrimp, utterly repugnant. Gods, have you been blinded by the smoke of the volcano? Why choose such an odd fellow as your divine son? Is he heartbroken by the betrayal of the Dragon King? Surely not. Were it not for the evident indifference of the gods towards those who serve you, we would not find ourselves in a position of disbelief in any Dragon King. Oh, yet there is one, a soul truly despondent. After a shipwreck, he turned to faith, perhaps a consequence of a mind too open, leading to a bit of water entering his thoughts. Records indicate a total of 14 chosen ones, with only 2 emerging from the temple's ranks, a rather disheartening probability that raises doubts as to whether the gods employ an ancient lottery system for selection. Merchants, dragon kings, priests, sculptors, sailors, vagrants, soldiers, magistrates, and even a courtesan nearly enjoyed by others. Only one dragon king ascended as a chosen one. It seems the gods favor priests. Albeit just a tad. Lost in contemplation, Suler refocused on Rhaegar, who remained composed in the high seat. This individual is indeed peculiar, shrouded in strangeness from the very beginning and continuing in that vein. Lucius, however, held no particular opinion on the matter, rather. He found this rare display of loyalty in Valyria intriguing. Apart from the subordinate families directly governed by the dragonlord's lineage for millennia, few could maintain their allegiance after attaining power. From the culture that has traversed from Westeros, indeed, those few foreigners who have expressed goodwill towards me. Lucius regarded Rhaegar, unflustered in his high seat, while the other 3 scrutinized him, the newly renowned 14th son of the gods. The opportunity for achievement and recognition lay almost within reach. Why then choose to adhere to the culture of this provincial place called Westeros? What is the rationale? Is it beneficial to you, or merely an obstinate folly? What manner of individual are you? Very well. Rhaegar straightened his posture and remarked, if you have seen enough, I kindly request that we continue our meeting. My intention is to set forth immediately to support Volantis and reclaim Sahelya town. Is this truly your intention? Do you seek to claim credit? It is indeed in line with the circumstances. I cannot concur with the thoughts of the divine son. Whatever you support, I shall oppose, regardless of its merit. The loss of Coer, the 3 towns along the Lorne River, and even Volantis is of no consequence. You must not rise. The divine church and Vostil must remain prostrate. Out of respect, I had refrained from inquiring further. Osric gestured toward the outside and asked Rhaegar, now, we must ascertain the strength of the allies of the Vostil representative. Please inform us truthfully, divine son. You make a valid point, Rhaegar nodded. The composition of the Valyria Legion allows for a rough estimation of troop numbers based on their designations, while the feudal system employed in Westeros makes it nearly impossible for outsiders to discern the exact count without meticulous enumeration. The forces are divided into 5 segments. Rhaegar elaborated to the assembled company. In terms of nations, our formal allies, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale, will contribute 6,000, 10,000, and 7,000 troops respectively, totaling 23,000. I shall refrain from detailing their specific compositions. Additionally, the forces from the Iron Islands, though not formal allies, can be mobilized and abandoned if necessary, amounting to 5,000. The remainder consists of soldiers personally recruited by my lord from the north of Westeros. They are older, yet experienced, possessing commendable stamina and combat spirit despite the warmth of Essos. After facing the recent onslaught from the Loinai, only 800 remain, well-equipped and fully armored. In total, we have 28,800 soldiers. That is quite impressive, Osric remarked, taken aback. Is it genuine? Is there any exaggeration? To my knowledge, there is none. Really? Osric pressed once more, are you certain? Absolutely. This poses a dilemma. 28,000 troops, with no embellishment. It is indeed substantial, equivalent to 7 legions. No, it is considerably more. The plan must be revised. Osric furrowed his brow, his expression shifting back to one familiar to his subordinates. Damn it, the intelligence is flawed. Sulul cursed the family spies tasked with monitoring the supply points along the fleet's journey. Did they not predict a force between 10 to 20,000? How can we now be approaching 30,000? Incompetent fools. This complicates matters. He has now become the one dictating terms. The original strategy. relying on the over 1,000 troops from 3 legions to momentarily balance both sides, has fallen apart and must be altered. May I ask, what are your thoughts now? Rhaegar stood and smiled. There is no rush. We can deliberate at our leisure. Chapter 185. A dialogue on the advance. A gentle tapping resonated in the modest conference room. The dual legion commander found himself yearning for his other legion at that moment. 12,000 in comparison to 28,000, a matter easily comprehensible even to a 3-year-old child. In terms of quantity, one does not hold the advantage. Thus, one must rely on quality. What a jest! The elite? Those who can comprehend speech belong to the elite. And among them, those who can don armor are the elite of the elite. I possess chainmail. He wears plate armor, and we both wield leather armor and spears. I am elite, and so is my opponent. There is no comparison to be made. Furthermore, can Osric truly contend with the divine heir who effectively instigated the War of Loina? He must also consider the sentiments of the common folk. It is essential to maintain one's dignity unless circumstances demand otherwise. Clearly, the time for confrontation has not yet arrived. The divine heir remains a potential ally. Alas, it appears he has lost in the realm of intelligence. How unfortunate to falter so early. The spies at the port are inept, and those within the military camp have failed to discern the situation across the way. A thorough review is in order. If one cannot engage, then one ought not to fight. It seems the 14 gods have responded to expectations. The officials of Volantis may yet be salvaged. Osric sighed softly, contemplating his role as a temporary adherent to the divine heir's thoughts, striving to improve the heir's impression of him. Sitting opposite the dual commanders, Sorrel's expression darkened. He realized he had been a step too late. It was now too late to win over the foreign kings allied with Foster. The gifts prepared for Leo, who was to shine in the arena, had yet to be delivered to Pasherai, and a treasure of even greater value unexpectedly revealed itself. Sorrel directed a sharp gaze at the leisurely Rhaegar. The dragon guarding the treasure was formidable, a creature of few words. Had Westeros's attention toward them waned? Damn. Sorrel suddenly recalled a seemingly inconsequential detail hidden within his family's records. Among the 2 governors who approved the construction of the outpost on Dragonstone Island was one of his ancestors. The childhood tale of family history sprang to life. Although the approval of the outpost and the current misjudgment were unrelated, it left Sorrel feeling irked. He let out a soft huff. Does young Master Beleris have any insights? Lucius, seated beside Sorrel, kindly inquired. Please share. This meeting is held precisely for wise individuals such as yourself to express their thoughts. Thank you for your attention. Young Master Gloria. Meanwhile, Rhaegar shifted his focus from his unfriendly musings and began to fulfill his role as the host. Young Master Beleris, please proceed. I possess no wise insights, Sorrel replied, his tone calm. His stance remained unchanged. Immediate departure to Volantis was imperative. Had it not been for the sudden disobedience of certain families, they would have already set out to rescue. The families that were once propped up have proven to be quite useful. However, these days they find themselves trapped in Volantis, which serves as a makeshift leverage. Albeit barely adequate. Rhaegar remarked, it seems you have a keen interest in Volantis. To which Sulur, arms crossed and eyes closed, replied, it is my duty. I would sacrifice everything for the freehold. Coincidentally, the prospect of a rescue aligned with his own interests. Regrettably, it was somewhat beyond the original plan and came too swiftly, preventing Volantis families from regurgitating what they have consumed over the years. Indeed, plans seldom withstand the tides of change. Sulur shook his head, contemplating how to amend the initially crafted strategy of the families to adapt to the current circumstances. Rhaegar gently applauded, a gesture of gratitude and recognition. And you, Master Gloria? I choose to follow the ideas of Lord Beleris, Lucius replied, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered words that might be deemed inappropriate in the realm of politics, fueled by a flicker of vengeful intent. Lastly, you, Commander. Rhaegar turned to Osric, who had remained silent since inquiring about the number of troops. What are your thoughts? My intention is undoubtedly to follow the footsteps of the Divine Son, to crush those vile peasants who dare to invade the territory of the freehold. Osric's demeanor was notably submissive for a commander, vowing to rescue Volantis. For the freehold, he shouted, his voice resonating powerfully. Excellent, Rhaegar remarked, pleased to witness the invaluable unity of thoughts within their ranks. Please be patient. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the army will depart the day after tomorrow. Rhaegar prepared to conclude this brief gathering, intending to notify the Westerosi forces, who had been waiting long in Pasherai. At that moment, Sulur raised his hand, halting Rhaegar, who was about to declare the meeting adjourned and had already left his seat. I apologize for my abruptness, but concerning the interests of the freehold, I believe we must approach this matter with utmost seriousness. Given your current stance, how could I possibly lose my temper? Rhaegar retook his seat. Please, share your thoughts. I would like to pose a question. Usurper directed the conversation. Since we have decided not to await the army, supplies, or subsequent directives from the council, who shall lead our originally intended vanguard force to support Volantis in its assault on Sahoy, now tasked with rescuing Volantis? Me. In such circumstances, humility was unwarranted, for the stakes were substantial. Without hesitation and without pretense, Rhaegar declared, I, the son of the 14 gods of Valyria, shall serve as the overall commander. Do any of you have objections? Silence ensued, a profound stillness. Agreed. Osric was the first to express his concurrence, followed by Usurper. Agreed. The young twin sighed quietly. Alas, somewhat impulsive. In this situation, is there room for dissent? 4 votes, 2 against 1. Rhaegar's numbers lent him power. With power came numbers. The opposing magnetism served as an occasional weather vane, while he remained steadfast amidst the shifting winds, a mere fence-sitter, indifferent to whichever way the tide turned. Hope seemed elusive. At last, Lucius expressed his agreement. Agreed. Excellent. With that, the brief interlude concluded, and Rhaegar once more announced the adjournment of the meeting, this time without any unforeseen incidents. He urged everyone to ensure their respective legions were prepared at the earliest opportunity. Before stepping out, Rhaegar intended to deliver a few eloquent words. We shall dedicate ourselves to the bastion of freedom, vanquishing our foes ahead, with dragon fire cleansing the land, and swords and spears wielded to their utmost. All for the glory of Valyria. There is no need for hesitation. Let us eradicate our enemies. All for glory. Rhaegar found himself puzzled by how 3 individuals, seemingly lacking any cohesion, managed to simultaneously utter phrases that, while entirely distinct, felt curiously fitting together. Perhaps it was a result of practice? A tradition of the Dragon King family? Never mind. Rhaegar stepped through the door. He still needed to discuss the spoils of war with Lars and the others, as he had much to attend to. He must remind them to keep an eye out for any appealing items among the treasures. Rhaegar noticed that Mira seemed to have transferred her resentment over the death of Silver Arrow onto the entire Lorna populace. Before departing, he observed her persistent discontent and thought that perhaps retrieving some Lorna artifacts might lift her spirits.